In a twist of fate, the protagonist, Chu Kuangren, finds himself transported to a world of cultivation, equipped with an extraordinary gaming enhancement. His adventure begins with a fortunate 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations, host! You have drawn the legendary attribute, Celestial Exile's Aura, the legendary physique, 9 Apertures Exquisite Sword Heart, the divine ability. I have insight, the divine constitution, immortal body, and a legendary figure, a feathered warrior. Thus, Chu Kuangren embarks on an invincible journey to dominate the stars and realms, suppressing all beings. In a celestial star, within the Qinglong domain, lies the Xiantian sect. In a dimly lit chamber, a solitary oil lamp flickers, illuminating the handsome visage of a youth appearing no older than 15 or 16. The young man remains utterly still, with only the gentle rise and fall of his chest betraying his vitality. Where am I? His eyes flutter open, and he gazes around in bewilderment. Suddenly, a grimace of pain crosses his face as a torrent of memories floods his mind, overwhelming his consciousness. After a prolonged struggle, he lies drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, his once-dazed eyes now clear. I never anticipated such an event would befall me. A resigned smile graces his lips. With the influx of memories, he comprehends his situation. His name is Chu Kuangren, an outer disciple of the Xiantian sect, renowned for his striking looks and popularity among his peers. However, this very beauty has drawn the unwanted attention of a true inheritor who desires to take him as a consort, promising to elevate him to the inner sect within 3 years. Yet, prideful by nature, he resolutely rejects this proposition. Enraged by his refusal, the senior sister retaliates violently, leaving him gravely injured and bedridden for days without improvement. Since I have arrived, I shall accept my fate. I must find a way to survive in this body. Chu Kuangren mutters to himself. Ding! Your enhancement, the fantasy roulette, has been credited. As this is your first use, you are granted a chance for a lucky 10 consecutive draws. Would you like to proceed immediately? A mechanical female voice echoes in his mind. Chu Kuangren pauses momentarily. The fantasy roulette? Wasn't it the gaming enhancement I downloaded before my journey? Could this be my golden finger? His eyes gleam with excitement. Prior to his transmigration, he had been engrossed in a fantasy MMORPG, and the fantasy roulette was an enhancement recommended by a roommate. He had downloaded it on a whim, never expecting it would lead to this extraordinary turn of events. Proceed with the draw, he silently commands. Before him, a vibrant, multicolored roulette materializes, adorned with numerous enticing rewards. The pointer spins rapidly, and a series of congratulatory messages ring in his mind. Congratulations, host! You have drawn the legendary attribute, Celestial Exile's Aura. Congratulations, host! You have drawn the starry array, Spirit Gathering Formation. Congratulations, host! You have drawn the divine constitution, Immortal Body. Congratulations, host! You have drawn the divine ability, Eye of Insight. Congratulations, host! You have drawn the starry technique, Mountain Seal Art. Congratulations, host! You have drawn the starry elixir, Longevity Pill. Congratulations, host! You have drawn the legendary physique, 9 Apertures Exquisite Sword Heart. Congratulations, host! You have drawn the starry item, Treasure Map. Congratulations, host! You have drawn the legendary figure, a feathered warrior. Congratulations, host! You have drawn the legendary item, Chu Kuangren. The continuous notifications leave Chu Kuangren momentarily speechless, swallowing hard at the sheer power of this enhancement. All items have been deposited into the roulette space. Please check accordingly, the mechanical voice states before fading into silence. The roulette before him vanishes, leaving a game-like inventory interface in place. Taking a deep breath, he steadies himself as he gazes upon the dazzling array of rewards. Extract immortal body, he murmurs inwardly. Instantly, a terrifying surge of power erupts within him, enveloping his limbs and cleansing his very essence. Chu Kuangren feels as though he has been thrust into a colossal juicer, his body incessantly torn apart and reconstituted. My goodness, the excruciating pain nearly causes him to lose consciousness. Yemi name is Chu Kuangren. How can one not be mad or wild? Chu Kuangren grinned, extracting the heart of the 9 Apertures and Exquisite sword. Instantly, an inexplicable power enveloped him. Although this transformation of physique was excruciating, akin to countless tiny needles traversing through his veins towards his heart, it was far more bearable than the earlier fusion with the immortal body. The original host was a person of unwavering will, and having assimilated their memories, Chu Kuangren naturally inherited this resolute spirit. As Chu Kuangren extracted the heart of the 9 apertures and exquisite sword, strange phenomena manifested in the outside world. Within the Xintian sect, regardless of their cultivation level, countless practitioners felt their swords tremble inexplicably, emitting a soaring sword chant. Chapter 2. The Sacred Artifact Competing for a Master. Within the Xintian sect, myriad swords emitted a piercing cry. In the courtyard where Chu Kuangren resided, a beam of light suddenly shot into the sky, surrounded by numerous great Dao runes and waves of Dao sounds. Within this beam, the runes intertwined to form a heart. This heart possessed 9 apertures with each beat. Sword chi surged back and forth, accompanied by the sound of heartbeats blending with the clang of metal striking metal. What is happening? Such a phenomenon. Could it be that a certain Dao body has awakened? A heart with 9 apertures, harboring sword chi. Could it be the legendary supreme Dao body? The heart of the 9 apertures and exquisite sword. This Dao body hasn't appeared in nearly 10,000 years. How could it suddenly manifest? And right within the Xintian sect? That direction is the outer sect courtyard. Could it be that an outer sect disciple has awakened this physique? How is that possible? Within the Xintian sect, from the high-ranking elders to the outer sect disciples, everyone was taken aback by this sudden occurrence. As the fusion between Chu Kuangren and the sword heart deepened, the power of this phenomenon intensified, spreading outward from the Xintian sect. In no time, a majority of the formidable beings in the Qinglong domain sensed it. In a grand city, a man in white seated atop a high tower abruptly opened his eyes and gazed towards the direction of the Xintian sect. This aura, it is the emergence of a supreme Dao body. The supreme Dao body has seldom appeared throughout history. Each one possesses the potential to achieve the imperial realm. In the annals of Sanxiong Star, there are few who have attained the imperial realm. That direction is Xintian sect. Could it be that in this era, a young emperor is to emerge from the Xintian sect? How intriguing. The man in white chuckled softly, then closed his eyes, disregarding it. In a resplendent hall, a domineering man sat upon a throne, gazing towards the direction of the Xintian sect, murmuring, "A supreme Dao body. I did not expect another to arise in this era indeed. It is a time of great contention. But whoever it is, this era's imperial throne belongs solely to me. Anyone who dares to contest with me shall meet their demise." In a tumultuous sea of blood, an old man sat upon a blood-red lotus platform. He sensed something and looked into the distance, his expression suddenly darkening. The aura of a supreme Dao body. That direction, could it be the Xintian sect? It seems I must hasten my pace and hatch the blood spirit doubt. Only then can I contend for the imperial throne. The competition is growing fiercer within the Xintian sect. As the power of the heart of the 9 apertures and exquisite sword intensified, the swords in the hands of numerous swordsmen could no longer be controlled, flying out as streaks of light towards Chu Kuangren. In the distance, a mountain filled with swords trembled violently. Swords soared into the air, heading towards where Chu Kuangren stood. Goodness, those are the swords from the Xintian Sword Mountain. The Xintian Sword Mountain is the treasure of our Xintian sect, housing swords collected or forged by the ancestors of the sect, none of which are ordinary. Today, all these swords are flying out on their own. Look, that is the sacred artifact, the Zixiao sword. No, not just the Zixiao sword, but also the Qingteng, Qilian, Longyin, Teia. All of these are sacred weapons. The Xintian sect excels in swordsmanship. Disciples must go to Sword Mountain to choose a sword to carry. It is said that there are 10 sacred artifact-level swords within the mountain, and very few disciples have ever gained their recognition. In this generation, only Daozi Nangong Huang has received the acknowledgement of the sacred weapon, Yuan Hong. But now, all these sacred artifacts are flying out as if eager to find their master. It is utterly astonishing. Who is the master of this phenomenon? Sacred artifacts seeking a master? Terrifying. Above the courtyard, countless swords swirled majestically. Figures gathered around the courtyard, and one elder with white brows called out, "Which disciple is in the courtyard? Please reveal yourself." With a creak, the door opened. Emerging was Chu Kuangren, clad in the white outer sect disciple uniform. His handsome visage and ethereal aura, along with the myriad swords swirling around him, made him appear like a transcendent sword immortal. Upon seeing him, everyone was captivated. Who is this person? He is remarkably handsome. He is extraordinarily beautiful, and with such an ethereal aura, I would believe he is a reincarnated celestial being to think such a talent exists in the outer sect. A person like Jade upon the road, unmatched in this world. Is he, Chu Kuangren? No way, it really is Chu Kuangren. He was handsome before, but now it's on another level. How could he have changed so dramatically in just 2 days? Has he awakened the supreme Tao body? I heard a true disciple wanted to take him under her wing, but he rejected her. In her anger, she severely injured him, and he should be lying in bed now. I didn't expect him to cause such a stir. Wow, no wonder that true disciple wanted to take him in. If it were me, I would be unable to resist as well. Wake up, you are a man. The disciples murmured among themselves, filled with surprise, shock, and infatuation. Clearly, Chu Kuangren's otherworldly aura had left many in awe. In the high sky, an enchanting elder also revealed a hint of intrigue upon seeing Chu Kuangren. Even her tranquil heart was stirred. Such temperament and appearance. Is it not too unfair? At this moment, Chu Kuangren had fully integrated with the heart of the 9 Apertures an exquisite sword, and the phenomenon above the courtyard had vanished. Yet the countless swords continued to spiral above him, lingering without dispersing. Among them, several swords stood out, radiating brilliant light, with great Tao runes manifesting closest to Chu Kuangren, while the other swords dared not approach under their pressure. Are they seeking to acknowledge me as their master? The sacred artifacts possess spirit. Chu Kuangren seemed to sense their intentions, astonished that the allure of the heart of the 9 Apertures an exquisite sword was so profound. Or perhaps it is the effect of the sword heart combined with my ethereal aura? Regardless, Chu Kuangren dared not act recklessly. These sacred weapons were treasures of the Xintian sect. If they all recognized him as their master, what would the other disciples and elders think? To awaken a Tao body, yet hastily collect sacred artifacts. Such a mindset is hardly commendable. Chu Kuangren ignored the surrounding sacred artifacts and walked directly to the elder with white brows and the others, bowing respectfully. I, Chu Kuangren, an outer sect disciple, greet all esteemed elders. The elder with white brows nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the remarkable ability to resist the allure of sacred artifacts. Indeed, this youth possesses a commendable disposition. Upon witnessing the expression on the elder's face, Chu Kuangren surmised the other's thoughts. Mused to himself, "Ah, it is all a ruse." Chu Kuangren, did you conjure this extraordinary phenomenon? It should be the case, he replied, feigning hesitation. It should? What do you mean by that? Esteemed elder, I was resting indoors today, when suddenly, an excruciating pain seized my body, as if I were being torn apart by 1,000 blades. Following that, a radiant beam erupted from within me, and thus, this spectacle unfolded. Chu Kuangren recounted, wary of revealing the matter of the fantasy wheel, and thus chose to feign a sudden awakening of his Tao body. Oh, the elder with white brows swiftly appeared before Chu Kuangren, grasping his arm and channeling spiritual energy to investigate. Chu Kuangren remained still, not daring to move an inch. After a moment, the elder's countenance transformed into one of ecstatic joy, erupting in a laughter as he exclaimed, "Indeed, it is the 9 Apertures' luminous sword heart. Heaven has truly blessed our Xuantiang sect. In this lifetime, we have been graced with an unparalleled Tao body." Chapter 3. The Chief Disciple. The Purple Star Emperor's sword technique. The proclamation resonated like a bombshell among the crowd, stirring up a significant uproar as numerous elders rushed to stand before Chu Kuangren. Indeed, the 9 Orifices' exquisite sword heart is remarkable. Haha, the heavens have favored our Xintian sect. With this supreme Tao body, our sect can vie for the imperial throne. Among the myriad of physiques, the 9 Orifices' exquisite sword heart ranks within the top 10, representing the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Our Xintian sect is rooted in the sword path. Is this not divine providence? Though this youth is an outer disciple, the awakening of such a supreme Tao body necessitates rigorous cultivation. He should be designated as a true disciple. A mere true disciple? He must be conferred as a Daozi. Our Xintian sect shall have yet another Daozi. As Chu Kuangren observed the elders surrounding him, their joy reminiscent of children, he felt a surge of delight within. Indeed, showcasing his physique had proven to be the right course of action, securing him the finest resources. Suddenly, in the distance, the sword mountain trembled. The floating swords, as if summoned, began to return. A few sacred swords lingered beside Chu Kuangren, circling him reluctantly before finally soaring towards Sword Mountain. "Wait, don't leave. At least leave one for me," Chu Kuangren exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Such fickleness. One moment they are devoted to me, and the next, they abandon me. "It is the sect master commanding the Sword Mountain to retrieve the swords," remarked an elder with white brows. "Bring this youth to meet me," came a deep, resonant voice from afar. The elder with white brows smiled at Chu Kuangren. "Come with me." "Yes, elder." With a flick of the elder's sleeve, an invisible force enveloped Chu Kuangren, lifting him into the air. The elders guided him, transforming into a streak of light as they sped away. Soon arriving at a magnificent hall, within stood a middle-aged man clad in white robes. His youthful visage, tinged with gray at the temples, bore an ethereal quality. He was the current sect master of Xiantian, the venerable Xuanqi. "Greetings, sect master," the elders greeted, bowing respectfully. Xuanqi nodded slightly, his gaze fixating on Chu Kuangren, scrutinizing him with keen interest. "What a remarkable supreme Tao body, truly captivating." "Your praise is unwarranted, sect master," Chu Kuangren replied humbly. "Ah, no need for modesty. I wish to take you as my disciple. From this day forth, you shall be the chief disciple of Xiantian's sect. Do you accept?" Chu Kuangren was not the only one astonished. The other disciples were equally taken aback, unable to fathom the sect master's regard for him, directly offering the position of chief disciple. Upon reflection, it was no surprise, as this was the first instance in the sect's history of a supreme Tao body. Disciple pays respects to master. Chu Kuangren immediately performed a respectful bow. He had no reason to decline. Initially, he had hoped merely to attain the status of Daozi. Yet here was Xuanqi's generosity, bestowing upon him the title of everyone's elder brother. Such fortune was too great to forego. "Excellent, excellent." Xuanqi laughed heartily, thoroughly pleased. To take a supreme Tao body as a disciple meant that when Chu Kuangren flourished, the sect master would share in the glory. Should Chu Kuangren ascend to be an emperor, he would be the imperial teacher, a rare honor throughout history. "Starting tomorrow, you shall begin your cultivation with me." "Yes." Following his acceptance as Xuanqi's disciple, Chu Kuangren status soared, transitioning from a modest courtyard to a grand Tao palace, accompanied by several personal attendants. The following day, Chu Kuangren awoke from his soft bed, gazing around the spacious room, realizing he had indeed traversed into another realm. Rising, he mentally called upon the fantasy roulette. "Let today's lottery commence." Before him, a magnificent wheel materialized, shimmering with light. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. "Come in," Chu Kuangren replied nonchalantly. A graceful young woman with red lips and white teeth entered, holding a basin of water. "Young master, it is time for your morning wash." The girl blushed slightly as she glanced at Chu Kuangren. She too was an outer disciple of Xiantian, chosen the previous day to attend to him. She held no objections, for Chu Kuangren was now the sect master's direct disciple, the chief disciple, and his status surpassed even that of a Daozi. Serving him was akin to ascending to the heavens. Moreover, this young master was undeniably handsome, she mused. "What is your name?" Chu Kuangren inquired. "My name is Lu Bing." "Lu Bing. Then I shall call you Xiao Bing from now on." "Whatever pleases you, young master." Chu Kuangren was certain that Xiao Bing could not perceive the fantasy roulette. It seemed this wheel was visible only to him. Murmuring a command, he set the wheel in motion. "Congratulations, host. You have drawn a black iron grade spirit gathering pill." "A spirit gathering pill? And it's black iron grade?" Chu Kuangren's lips twitched slightly. Compared to yesterday's fortunate 10 consecutive draws, this spirit gathering pill was trivial, for he could amass as many as he desired at present. "Oh, it's merely a matter of probability." He placed the spirit gathering pill in the roulette space, momentarily disregarding it. After washing his face and donning a fresh outfit, he received a compliment from Xiao Bing. "Young master, you look truly splendid in this attire." Wearing a jade crown and a flowing white robe adorned with golden threads depicting a qilin, complemented by tassels and black boots, Chu Kuangren exuded an otherworldly aura, akin to a celestial being. Xiao Bing found herself at a loss for words, unable to fully express her admiration. "Not too shabby," Chu Kuangren replied with a satisfied smile. Once he had arranged his appearance, he set off to find Xuanqi. In the Xiantian sect's Changxing Hall, Xuanqi sat upon a meditation cushion. Chu Kuangren approached and performed a slight bow. "I have come to see you, master." You have arrived. Please, take a seat." Xuanqi gestured to a nearby cushion. After Chu Kuangren settled, Xuanqi continued, "Kuangren, as an outer disciple, you were limited to the basic techniques of Xiantian sect. Now, as the chief disciple, you are entitled to learn the saintly techniques of our sect. We possess 3 major saintly techniques. The Purple Star Emperor's Sword Technique, which enables the cultivation of supreme sword energy. The Hunyuan Golden Light Technique, which, once perfected, allows for an unending flow of spiritual power, providing a golden light shield that defends against all attacks, merging offense and defense. And the Jiuyang Divine Technique, characterized by fierce and dominant spiritual power, culminating in a grand manifestation of the 9 suns, harnessing the power of the sun. Which of these 3 would you like to learn? I wish to study the Purple Star Emperor's Sword technique, Chu Kuangren declared without hesitation. Possessing the 9 orifices' exquisite sword heart, his talent and swordsmanship was unparalleled. There was no need to seek distant paths or other techniques. Among the 3, the Purple Star Emperor's Sword technique was most fitting for him. Oh, your choice is as expected, Xuanqi nodded approvingly, producing a jade slip and handing it to Chu Kuangren. The Purple Star Emperor's Sword technique is recorded within. How much you comprehend depends on your own fortune. Should you encounter any difficulties during your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. Yes, Master. Chu Kuangren accepted the jade slip. Chapter 4, Spirit Gathering Array, Winged Warrior Ling Tian Palace, the residence of Chu Kuangren. Upon returning, he began to study the jade slip in his hand. With a slight movement of his thoughts, a vast amount of information flooded into his mind from the jade slip. Chu Kuangren commenced the process of digesting this information. After a short while, he opened his eyes, which glimmered with brilliance. Ah, the Ziwei Huangtian sword technique. This martial art is undoubtedly among the very best in the Qi-Long domain. It has truly lived up to my expectations. As a wielder of the 9 Apertures Ling Long sword heart, Chu Kuangren possessed unparalleled talent in the sword path and soon comprehended the sword technique to a significant extent. For others, even the most exceptional prodigies would require at least 10 days to half a month to grasp merely a fraction of its essence. The realms of existence are classified as body refinement, Qi cultivation, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, battle king, venerable, tribulation crossing, manifestation, and emperor realm. The so-called saint techniques are martial arts created by the mighty beings of manifestation, allowing practitioners to cultivate up to the manifestation realm. Very few beings of manifestation exist in the entire Tsangqiang star, highlighting the preciousness of saint techniques. After contemplating the sword technique, Chu Kuangren began to extract the remaining rewards from the roulette space, starting with the essential Qiankuan ring for practitioners. A typical Qiankuan ring has a space of about a dozen cubic units. However, Chu Kuangren's Qiankuan ring had a capacity vast enough to seemingly contain an entire ocean, nearly boundless in nature. As expected of a legendary item, he also acquired the mountain seal technique, a combat method. With the direct input from the fantasy roulette into his mind, Chu Kuangren grasped it with remarkable clarity, requiring little effort to comprehend its intricacies. All that remained was to practice it. Surprisingly, the mountain seal technique proved to be on par with the Ziwei Huangtian sword technique, perhaps even more profound, which left Chu Kuangren somewhat astonished. It appeared that the starry level techniques were equivalent to saint techniques, if not superior, approaching the level of emperor techniques. The remaining items, a starry level longevity pill and a starry level treasure map, were temporarily stored in the Qiankuan ring. The starry level spirit gathering array was integrated into the Ling Tian Palace, resulting in an enigmatic transformation within the palace, creating a force field that attracted a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Within her quarters, Xiao Bing suddenly opened her eyes, astonished by the richness of the spiritual energy. How could it be so dense? The concentration of spiritual energy is one of the keys to cultivation. The richer the spiritual energy in a location, the more efficient the cultivation. The mountains where Xiantian sect is located are indeed a treasure trove, abundant in spiritual energy. Yet, Xiao Bing now realized that her cultivation in Ling Tian Palace was more than 10 times superior to that of the outside world, leaving her utterly amazed. Could it be some sort of spirit gathering array? To think that the sect master and the others valued the young master so highly that they set up an array within the palace to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for his cultivation. Xiao Bing murmured softly. At this moment, this was the only plausible explanation. However, to establish an array of this caliber would require considerable expense, even for the Xiantian sect, and the coverage area could not be too vast, likely limited to the confines of Ling Tian Palace. Having pieced together her thoughts, Xiao Bing continued her cultivation with joy, as this array provided her with an environment far superior to that of the outer door. In the room, Chu Kuangren also sensed the changes in the palace after integrating the spirit gathering array and smiled with satisfaction before turning his attention to the last prize, a legendary winged warrior. A winged one. Is it the race I remember? Chu Kuangren extracted the being. Before him, a burst of silvery white light erupted, forming a luminous sphere. A pair of pristine white wings suddenly unfurled, filling the room with a divine and solemn atmosphere. As the light dissipated, Chu Kuangren beheld the owner of the wings, and his eyes involuntarily reflected a sense of awe. With immaculate white wings and silvery hair cascading over her shoulder, resting upon her silver shoulder armor. She was an extraordinarily beautiful and sacred woman. Her features were exquisite, and her pale blue eyes resembled the vast ocean. A suit of silver armor adorned her curvaceous form, embellished with magnificent golden patterns, exuding an air of valor. An angel? Chu Kuangren blinked. This woman indeed resembled the angels from legends in his past life. However, in this world, they were referred to as winged ones. The winged race is one of the species of Tsangqiang star, and each winged one is a valiant warrior with exceptional cultivation talent. Chu Kuangren's eyes sparkled with profound runes of the Tao as he activated his divine insight. The winged one was set at the age of 20, with a cultivation base at the nascent soul stage. She possesses the supreme Tao body, the sacred light body. No wonder she is classified as a legendary figure despite being only at the nascent soul stage. Golden, flowing text, reminiscent of information streams, flickered across Chu Kuangren's retina, providing him with a comprehensive understanding of the winged warrior before him. To his surprise, she possessed the sacred light body, an exceptional Tao body, ranking among the top 20 in the spectrum of 3,000 physiques, albeit not as formidable as the 9 Apertures Linglong sword heart. The winged warrior knelt before Chu Kuangren, her right fist over her heart, and respectfully proclaimed, "I pay my respects to my master." Her clear voice was as refreshing as a spring, soothing to the soul. Every prize drawn from the fantasy roulette, be it a person or an object, belongs entirely to Chu Kuangren. It was not surprising that the winged warrior referred to him as master. "Do you have a name? My master is my creator. Please bestow upon me a name." In her programming, Chu Kuangren was her creator, a supreme existence akin to a deity, someone she revered from the depths of her being. Being addressed as master by such a valiant maiden undoubtedly satisfied Chu Kuangren's vanity immensely. "Please rise." Yes. The winged warrior stood gracefully at attention, her sapphire-like eyes gleaming with hopeful anticipation as she gazed at Chu Kuangren. Clearly, she was eager for him to grant her a name. Chu Kuangren pondered. He was well read. But to conjure a name imbued with poetic significance posed a challenge. Wings, blue eyes. "From now on, you shall be called Lan Yu." Chu Kuangren exhausted his thoughts and settled on a name he found relatively satisfying. Lan Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. "Thank you, master, for the name." "Very well." It seemed this maiden was quite pleased. Chu Kuangren smiled and continued, "From now on, you need not call me master. Just refer to me as young master, as it sounds more pleasing." Initially, he intended for Lan Yu to call him by his name, but he reconsidered. Being addressed as Kuangren in front of others could seem somewhat inappropriate, making it appear as though he were dismissive of others. It was better to be called young master. "Yes, young master." Lan Yu nodded. "By the way, can you change your attire? While it's quite beautiful, it is rather conspicuous," Chu Kuangren remarked. "This isn't an army. Who would wear armor all day?" "Young master, this set of radiant armor is my magical artifact. I have no other garments to change into," Lan Yu replied. "That's easily remedied. I will have Xiao Bing prepare something for you." Chu Kuangren took out a communication compass and instructed Xiao Bing to procure clothing for Lan Yu. "What style do you want, and what size?" Xiao Bing's uncertain voice emerged from the compass. "Anything will do, just a size larger than yours." "Oh, ensure it's a full set, top, outerwear, undergarments, and shoes." Chapter 5. Li Yao comes to make amends, willing to accept any punishment outside the Ling Tian Dao Palace. Xiao Bing held a set of women's clothing in her hands, her mind a whirl of confusion. Why would the young master need a complete set of women's attire? Did he harbor some peculiar penchant? "Young master, I have brought you the clothes." She knocked on the door, which creaked open. However, she soon noticed another woman inside Chu Kuangren's room. This woman was strikingly beautiful, exuding an aura of sacredness that made Xiao Bing feel a twinge of inferiority. "Wait a moment. Did this beauty have a pair of wings?" "Thank you," Chu Kuangren said as he accepted the clothing, then turned to Lan Yu. "You should wear this for now." Lan Yu took the garments with a composed demeanor. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped her, and her armor vanished, revealing an ethereally beautiful form before Chu Kuangren. The sight of her flawless skin nearly blinded him. Xiao Bing's mouth fell agape. Is this woman so bold? Yet Lan Yu, unfazed, calmly began to change her clothes before them, seemingly indifferent. In her understanding, Chu Kuangren was her creator, and everything she possessed, including her body, belonged to him. You go ahead and change." Chu Kuangren hurriedly shut the door and stepped outside to wait. Phew, this is too exhilarating. Although he knew that if he desired anything from Lan Yu, she would not refuse, he had no such intentions at the moment, aside from certain specific cultivation methods. Retaining one's original vitality in the early stages of cultivation could enhance progress, which was one reason for the original's refusal to be kept. "Young master, who is this lady?" Xiao Bing asked, her mind swirling with questions. How had another person, especially such a stunning beauty, appeared by the young master's side in such a short time? If she were a disciple of the Shantian sect, she should already be well known. She is my follower. There is no need for further inquiries. Understood, Xiao Bing nodded obediently. Chu Kuangren was satisfied. Among the several maidservants assigned to him, he had chosen to keep only Xiao Bing, appreciating her docility and compliance. Not a word was uttered about matters that were not to be discussed. Before long, the door opened, and Lan Yu emerged. Upon seeing her, even Xiao Bing, despite being a woman herself, felt her heart skip a beat. She was breathtaking. The blue and white interlaced robe accentuated Lan Yu's graceful figure. Her silver hair casually tied at the back. With skin as smooth as ice and bones as delicate as jade, her eyebrows resembled emerald feathers, and her clear, bright pale blue eyes seemed to harbor dazzling stars, enchanting all who beheld her. Lan Yu stood there, exuding an elegance that transcended the mundane, like a celestial fairy. You are truly beautiful, Xiao Bing praised sincerely. Chu Kuangren nodded in agreement, pleased. However, where are your wings? He inquired, noticing their absence. It seems the young master does not wish for me to draw too much attention, so I have concealed them. Should you desire to see them, I can reveal them at any time. As she spoke, her wings re-emerged from her back, a convenient display. Very well, retract them, he instructed. Yes, young master. Xiao Bing marveled at the unexpected ability of this woman. In the following days, Chu Kuangren devoted himself to cultivating within the palace. During this time, he did not neglect his daily lottery, yet whether due to bad luck or some other reason, he consistently drew only low-grade items, which he promptly discarded into his Qinkuan ring. Within the Ling Tian Dao Palace, Chu Kuangren sat cross-legged on the bed, exuding a radiant purple aura that emanated an incredibly sharp energy. This was the sword intent formed from practicing the Ziwei Huangtian sword technique. The technique comprised 9 levels, corresponding to the 9 realms of cultivation from qi refinement to manifestation. In just 2 days, Chu Kuangren had reached the pinnacle of the 2nd level, nearing the foundation establishment stage, a remarkable feat considering he had previously been merely at the qi refinement stage. To leap across such a significant boundary in such a short time would astonish anyone who heard of it. His rapid advancement was partly due to his supreme Dao body, but the spirit-gathering array and the cultivation resources provided by the Shantian sect were also indispensable. At this rate, I shall reach the Golden Core realm in less than 10 days, and most true disciples are at this stage, Chu Kuangren mused. At that moment, the communication compass at his waist vibrated. Young master, true disciple Li Yao has come to visit. Xiao Bing's voice echoed from within the compass. Oh, Li Yao? Chu Kuangren raised an eyebrow, familiar with the name. She was the true disciple who had previously sought to take the original host as her companion and had attempted to keep him. Let us see what she wants. Outside the Ling Tian Dao Palace, a woman clad in a flamboyant robe stood with a bundle of thorny brambles on her back, surrounded by several onlookers. Look, that's true disciple Li Yao. She is here to make amends. What on earth happened between her and Chu Kuangren? Don't you know? Li Yao is notoriously flirtatious and has a horde of young men in her palace. She had set her sights on Chu Kuangren but was rejected, leading her to inflict serious injury on him in a fit of rage. Is that so? It seems the tides have turned. Who would have thought that Chu Kuangren would awaken his supreme Dao body? Li Yao must be terrified, coming to make amends like this. She truly has the audacity. Someone is coming out. Within the Ling Tian Dao Palace, Chu Kuangren stepped out, donning a white robe adorned with a qilin pattern, a jade crown atop his head, exuding an ethereal grace. His appearance captivated every gaze. How handsome. Is it possible that such a beautiful man exists in this world? Is he the new chief senior brother? My goodness, I think I'm in love. Li Yao, who had come to apologize, looked up to see Chu Kuangren. Initially, she harbored a trace of resentment towards him for forcing her to come and make amends after his sudden awakening. However, upon seeing him, that resentment evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming fascination. Previously, she thought him handsome, but now, as he stood as the chief senior brother, he was even more striking, leaving her utterly enthralled. Ignoring the sharp pain on her back, she gazed dreamily at Chu Kuangren. As Chu Kuangren descended the steps, he spotted Li Yao, who had knelt before him, holding a long whip in her hands. I have offended my senior brother and come to make amends. You may punish me as you see fit, she earnestly declared. Chu Kuangren was utterly bewildered. What was happening? According to the usual narrative, he should have been the one to seek revenge after diligent cultivation, defeating her and placing her beneath his heel. Why was she coming to him instead? Chapter 6, Resolved Grudges. Breaking through to the Golden Core realm, gazing at the long whip, and then at Li Yao's expression of senior brother. Please whip me. Chu Kuangren felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Could it be that Li Yao harbored some masochistic tendencies? To be honest, the original owner harbored resentment towards Li Yao since the latter had grievously injured him, leaving him bedridden for 2 days. Having traversed into this world, Chu Kuangren inherited the original owner's memories and similarly held no fondness for Li Yao. However, he was not the same Chu Kuangren as before. His animosity towards Li Yao was not as intense as that of the original owner. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Kuangren raised his palm, channeling his spiritual energy to deliver a strike, infused with the unique domineering sword qi of the Ziwei Huangtian sword technique, powerful enough to split mountains and shatter the earth. Bang! This strike landed squarely on Li Yao's chest. Surprisingly, Li Yao did not evade but instead braced himself to endure the blow, being propelled back 10 zhang, blood gushing from his mouth. In the past, I received a blow from you. Today, you shall receive one from me. From this moment on, let our grudges be resolved. You may leave. Chu Kuangren retracted his palm energy, speaking in a calm tone. He had shown no mercy with that strike, and the indentation on Li Yao's chest indicated that at least 4 or 5 ribs had been broken. Fortunately, Li Yao was no weakling, possessing cultivation at the Golden Core realm. Otherwise, that blow could have easily resulted in his demise. Chu Kuangren felt that this handling was sufficient. He had avenged the original owner while also demonstrating his magnanimity. Thank you, senior brother, for sparing my life. Li Yao managed to prop himself up, kneeling on the ground to bow deeply to Chu Kuangren before staggering away. Young master, you are truly too merciful, Xiao Bing remarked from the side. She had heard about Li Yao's previous actions against Chu Kuangren and would not have been surprised had he executed Li Yao on the spot. Is this what they call mercy? Chu Kuangren chuckled, shaking his head. It seemed this world had grown accustomed to the act of killing. He would have to adapt to it in the future. Thankfully, he had the original owner's memories, so it shouldn't be too challenging. The incident with Li Yao was merely a minor episode. Chu Kuangren continued his fervent pursuit of cultivation and one day learned that Li Yao had disbanded all the concubines he had collected, seemingly transformed by the blow he had delivered. Chu Kuangren paid little mind to this. Several days later, within the Ling Tian Dao Palace, a column of sword qi suddenly surged into the sky. All the swords within 100 miles of the palace resonated in unison. This sudden phenomenon left many in a state of astonishment. Another such occurrence. The source of the aura was Ling Tian Dao Palace, emanating from Chu Kuangren. Even the supreme Dao body is terrifyingly powerful. To have such manifestations every few days, how is one to cultivate? In the Xuantiangong, within the Hall of Eternal Life, the venerable Xuanqi suddenly opened his eyes, filled with uncertainty. This aura is from the Golden Core. He has actually broken through to the Golden Core so swiftly? Even for the supreme Dao body, this pace is astonishing. The phenomenon appeared quickly and dissipated just as fast. In the Dao Palace, Chu Kuangren retracted his aura, slowly opening his eyes, a flash of purple brilliance crossing his pupils. I have finally broken through to the Golden Core, Chu Kuangren murmured. In less than 10 days, he had progressed from an ordinary qi refining cultivator to the Golden Core realm, an advancement nearly beyond belief. Kuangren, come see me. At that moment, a voice echoed in Chu Kuangren's ear. It was the venerable Xuanqi. Chu Kuangren composed himself and made his way to the Hall of Eternal Life. Kuangren, you have broken through to the Golden Core? Xuanqi inquired directly upon their meeting. Indeed, master, Chu Kuangren replied. The venerable Xuanqi had only guessed before, but upon hearing Chu Kuangren's affirmation, astonishment flickered in his eyes. He truly had achieved the Golden Core realm. This speed is extraordinary. The venerable Xuanqi had also been one of the world's foremost cultivation geniuses, yet it took him nearly 2 years to progress from qi refining to the Golden Core realm. Chu Kuangren had done it in less than 10 days. Such a pace was utterly demoralizing. Master, what troubles you? Chu Kuangren asked, noticing the perplexed expression on Xuanqi's face. Cough, cough. Xuanqi regained his composure, clearing his throat before saying, Indeed, but beware of arrogance. Cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, they will fall back. Many cultivators make rapid progress early on but struggle later. Thus, establishing a solid foundation is of utmost importance. I understand, Master, Chu Kuangren nodded. He possessed the supreme Dao body and practiced the sage's law. Even without deliberately solidifying his foundation, he would still have the most exceptional foundation among those of the same realm. Now that you have broken through to the Golden Core realm, go to the Sword Mountain and seek a sword for yourself. You possess the 9 Aperture Linglong sword heart. Even a sacred weapon will easily recognize you as its master. As long as you do not empty the Sword Mountain, Xuanqi chuckled. Understood. Afterward, the venerable Xuanqi offered further guidance to Chu Kuangren. On his way back to the Dao Palace, Chu Kuangren followed Xuanqi's advice and headed to the Sword Mountain, intending to find a suitable weapon there. The Sword Mountain was a treasure of the Zhantiangong, nearing the status of an imperial weapon, housing countless renowned swords, even sacred artifacts. Just approaching it, one could feel an oppressive sword qi. As Chu Kuangren arrived at the foot of the Sword Mountain, it trembled slightly, seemingly welcoming his arrival. This spectacle left many disciples in awe and envy. The Sword Mountain had seen little activity in millennia, yet Chu Kuangren's presence elicited such extraordinary phenomena. The Supreme Tao Body truly lived up to its reputation. He is Chu Kuangren, the newly appointed chief disciple. Indeed, he is extraordinary, with his demeanor and appearance resembling that of a dragon among men. Rising from an outer disciple to the chief's senior brother in such a short span was nothing short of miraculous. Goodness, is there someone even more handsome than me in this world? Chu Kuangren, like the most luminous moon in the night, drew attention wherever he went. Sigh, he was already strikingly handsome, and now with this otherworldly aura, he would likely find no peace wherever he went. Chu Kuangren shook his head. This was even more exhausting than being a celestial idol in his past life. Ignoring the disciples along the way, he made his way toward the peak of the Sword Mountain. The closer he got to the summit, the higher the quality of the swords became. Before his eyes lay an array of various swords: heavy swords, slender swords, broadswords, mother-son swords, soft swords. Some were ornate, others ancient, and some uniquely shaped. The multitude of swords dazzled Chu Kuangren. Moreover, he sensed an inexplicable, profound connection with these swords, as if each one was reaching out to him with a sense of familiarity. The 9-aperture Linglong sword heart is truly remarkable. This innate ability to attract all swords is something countless sword cultivators could only dream of. Chu Kuangren couldn't help but marvel. Some swordsmen pursue the unity of man and sword, requiring profound harmony and mutual resonance with their weapon. For Chu Kuangren, however, the natural affinity he held with all swords made the idea of achieving man-sword unity as effortless as eating or drinking. At the summit of the Sword Mountain, 9 swords were embedded in a slab of blue stone. Each sword radiated an incredibly sharp sword intent. These 9 swords were among the top 10 sacred swords of the Zhantiangong, with the final one in the possession of the Tao Sun, Nangong Huang. Chapter 7. Murong Xian enters the sword intent realm. Atop the Sword Mountain, 9 sacred swords stood majestically embedded in the azure stone. A chilling sword intent enveloped a radius of 100 paces. Within this expanse, only the 9 swords remained, while all other weapons were barred entry, creating a realm of swords. Beyond the 100 paces, a strikingly handsome young man, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, fixated on the 9 sacred swords, his gaze ablaze with an insatiable longing. Having achieved the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, he was determined to earn the recognition of the sacred swords today, to prove that Murong Xian was not beneath Nangong Huang. With ambition radiating from him, Murong Xian stepped boldly into the 100-pace domain shrouded by the sacred sword's intent. In an instant, the surrounding sword intent bore down upon him with ferocity. The sacred sword's intent, even when wielded for testing, was not something an ordinary cultivator could withstand. Yet, Murong Xian was prepared. Spiritual energies surged from within him, enveloping his form in a protective barrier against the oppressive sword intent. Step by step, Murong Xian approached the sacred swords with unwavering resolve. The closer he drew, the more formidable the sword intent became. When he was still 50 paces away, beads of perspiration dotted his forehead. It felt as though a colossal mountain pressed upon him, each step a monumental challenge. Above, several individuals observed Murong Xian, 4 men and 2 women, all adorned in opulent black robes. Any disciples of the Xiantian sect would recognize them as the esteemed disciples of the sect. The term disciple referred to the most exceptional students within a lineage of cultivation, particularly in a venerable sect like Xiantian, which had produced saints over millennia. Each disciple was a paragon of talent, worthy of the title Qilin Child. Do you think Murong Xian will gain the recognition of the sacred swords this time? One disciple remarked with an amused smile. He has failed nearly 10 times already. This time seems equally precarious. Another disciple replied with an indifferent tone. Not necessarily. I heard Murong Xian has broken through to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Perhaps he will succeed this time, another suggested. Indeed, there is a chance. If he succeeds, Nangong Huang will face an additional rival, they debated. Meanwhile, below, Murong Xian suddenly shouted, Heavenly Sun, sword technique. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from him, and blazing sword qi manifested in fiery rings around his body. Countering the sacred sword's intent, Murong Xian felt a lightness in his form, the pressure alleviated. Supreme Law, Heavenly Sun, sword technique. The might of his technique surpassed his previous efforts, confirming his breakthrough to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. The onlookers from above were astonished. Incredible. He truly has succeeded. As he closed the distance, he persisted through the oppressive sword intent. 40 paces, 30 paces, 20 paces, 10 paces. Murong Xian's gaze was fixed intently on a crimson sacred sword, the Scarlet Practice Sword, his goal for this endeavor. The Scarlet Practice Sword was perfectly suited for him, the embodiment of utmost yang and unyielding strength. It complemented his crimson sundial body, promising to double his combat prowess. With it, he would not fear any opponent, even among the 9 esteemed disciples of Xiantian, save for a few exceptional prodigies. As he approached within 10 paces, the sword intent intensified to a terrifying degree, one that even nascent soul cultivators might struggle to endure. Yet, Murong Xian was no ordinary nascent soul practitioner. He was an extraordinary prodigy, a rare crimson sun Dao body cultivator who had also mastered the sacred techniques. 9 Suns Divine Technique. Murong Xian's spiritual energy reached its zenith. Behind him, 4 spheres of energy soared into the air, transforming into 4 radiant suns, unleashing a torrent of scorching heat. The other disciples' expressions shifted, recognizing the significance of the 9 Suns Divine Technique, one of the 3 sacred techniques of Xiantian. This is the 4th level, and judging by the intensity, it seems he is on the verge of breaking through to the 5th level, one disciple noted. Given his crimson sun Dao body, his cultivation of the 9 Suns Divine Technique will far exceed that of others, and if he secures the Scarlet Practice Sword, he may indeed rival Nangong Huang. At that moment, as Murong Xian traversed the final 10 paces, 9, 8, 7, 6, he finally stood before the Scarlet Practice Sword. The short distance proved exponentially more arduous, yet his smile remained undiminished, his fervent gaze locked on the sword. Scarlet Practice Sword, yield to me. He reached out, grasping the hilt. Buzzing. The Scarlet Practice Sword trembled, its sword chi surging forth. Murong Xian had anticipated this, channeling his spiritual energy to suppress the sword chi, while the 4 radiant suns behind him blazed even brighter. This is the final phase. Scarlet Practice Sword, I am the Crimson Sundial body, practicing the 9 Suns Divine Technique, perfectly aligned with your attributes. Why resist? Acknowledge me as your master, and I shall ensure your name resonates across the world. One day, when I ascend to the throne, you shall be reborn as an imperial weapon. Thus, he implored the sword, hoping to gain its acknowledgement. As sacred artifacts possessed their own spirits, as if swayed by his words, the Scarlet Practice Sword gradually reigned in its sword chi. Murong Xian's heart swelled with joy. He seized the moment and drew forth the sword. Ha, Scarlet Practice Sword, you shall not regret this. In an instant, a resonance enveloped him and the sword, and Murong Xian's aura sword. The disciples were astounded. He had truly succeeded. Following Nangong Huang, yet another disciple had gained the recognition of a sacred sword. Suddenly, a few disciples noticed an approaching figure, glancing toward the horizon. A man, clad in a flowing white robe and adorned with a jade crown, strolled forth with an ethereal presence, causing the surrounding swords to tremble in reverence. Who is this person? They murmured, captivated by his extraordinary aura. I have heard of him. He is the newly appointed chief disciple, one whispered. Chief, does that mean he is our senior brother? They exchanged glances, their gazes drawn to the newcomer. Meanwhile, Murong Xian held the Scarlet Practice Sword, filled with exhilaration. Though the sword had yet to fully acknowledge him as its master, he had temporarily gained its favor. With nurturing, he believed he could fully harness its power in due time. As he envisioned wielding the Scarlet Practice Sword in triumphant battles, it suddenly quivered once more. No, not just the Scarlet Practice Sword, but all the sacred swords vibrated in unison, as if welcoming someone with great excitement. What is happening? Murong Xian furrowed his brow, sensing an unprecedented occurrence. His gaze turned towards the approaching figure, and even he could not conceal his astonishment. This person was incredibly handsome. Chapter 8. The enigmatic holy sword. Are you here to choose a sword? Murmured Murong Xian, gazing at Chu Kuangren. For reasons unknown, he felt an odd sensation that the holy sword's unusual movement was somehow linked to this individual, coupled with the other's ethereal demeanor. He couldn't help but steal a few glances, his expression betraying a mix of seriousness and curiosity. Chu Kuangren had already approached within 100 zhang of the holy sword. The aura of sword intent enveloped him. Surprisingly, this sword intent did not affect him in the slightest. Rather, it felt as gentle as a spring breeze, instilling a sense of comfort. With deliberate steps, Chu Kuangren advanced toward the holy sword, covering a distance of over 300 meters in no time. Murong Xian, wielding the Chilean sword, widened his eyes in disbelief. What is happening? He thought. The sword intent field had been a strenuous challenge for him. Yet this person appeared to traverse it effortlessly, as if strolling leisurely through a garden, a stark contrast. Murong Xian glanced at the other holy swords and noticed they were vibrating more vigorously, as if they were alive and filled with excitement. No way. Are these holy swords intentionally easing their pressure? A ludicrous thought flashed through Murong Xian's mind. These holy swords had resided on Sword Mountain for countless years, and many practitioners had sought their favor, yet he had never witnessed them diminish their formidable sword intent for anyone. The idea that they might be accommodating Chu Kuangren seemed utterly implausible. Murong Xian swallowed hard, grappling with disbelief. Meanwhile, the celestial disciples above were equally astonished. They had heard the rumors of this man possessing a 9-orifice Linglong sword heart and an unparalleled Dao body. It was said that upon his awakening, all swords on Sword Mountain bowed in reverence. Initially skeptical of such tales, they now found them likely credible. Is the 9-orifice Linglong sword heart truly this unreasonable? An unparalleled Dao body is indeed formidable. Chu Kuangren effortlessly surpassed the 100-zhong sword intent field and cast a glance at Murong Xian, squinting slightly. After all, it was hard not to be blinded by the aura radiating from the latter. He nodded slightly. Greeting, junior brother. Junior brother? Murong Xian was momentarily taken aback. As a distinguished disciple, his standing in the Xiantian sect was only subordinate to the elders and the sect leader, and no one had ever referred to him as a junior. Do you know who I am? Murong Xian's expression turned icy. Of course, you are the Taoist Murong Xian. Chu Kuangren acknowledged with a nod. He had seen Murong Xian a few times before, though the latter had never noticed this outer disciple. Since you know, how dare you address me so? Murong Xian retorted with a hint of indignation. Because I am the newly appointed chief disciple, Chu Kuangren. You ought to address me as senior brother, Chu Kuangren replied nonchalantly. He then turned his attention to the several holy swords resting on the blue stone. As if sensing his gaze, the swords instantly soared from their pedestal, flocking to his side. Even the Qilian sword, which Murong Xian had painstakingly acquired, trembled and broke free from his grip, flying toward Chu Kuangren. 9 holy swords swirled around Chu Kuangren, radiating brilliant sword light and emitting a dazzling array of Taoist runes. How can this be? Murong Xian's face was a picture of disbelief. The holy sword he had struggled to win over now seemed to prance before Chu Kuangren, as if vying for his attention. Indeed, to Murong Xian, the swords appeared to be preening themselves, eager to attract Chu Kuangren's notice. If they could speak, they would likely be clamoring, "Choose me, choose me." The celestial disciples above were equally bewildered. Is this truly the holy sword as we know it? Could it be that even the holy sword values appearances? In their understanding, holy swords were aloof and untouchable, indifferent even to the sect leader of Xiantian. Yet now, they surrounded Chu Kuangren like peacocks in courtship, eager to flaunt their splendor and brilliance. Murong Xian's expression fluctuated between anger and disbelief. Is being handsome truly so impressive? He thought. He had toiled tirelessly to move the Qilian sword, yet now it seemed to abandon him for Chu Kuangren, rendering all his efforts a mere joke. The coveted treasures he had pursued with such fervor appeared to be within another's effortless grasp. This realization nearly destabilized Murong Xian's resolve. He was not the only one feeling this way. The celestial disciples above were equally affected. However, at that moment, Chu Kuangren had no intention of considering the feelings of the celestial disciples. He gazed at the 9 holy swords, pondering which one to select. Should I take them all? Ridiculous. My master would surely punish me. Besides, I'm not that greedy, he thought, caught in a dilemma. Unbeknownst to him, this very indecisiveness struck a blow to the pride of the celestial disciples. For them, holy swords were an unattainable treasure, yet here was Chu Kuangren, deliberating over which to choose. After a moment, his eyes settled on a holy sword, pure white as jade, crystal clear, adorned with intricate engravings. Sensing his scrutiny, the white jade sword radiated with even greater brilliance, its surface shimmering with countless runes. The other swords grew anxious, releasing waves of sword intent in a bid to outshine the white jade sword, even attempting to suppress it to demonstrate their strength. Nevertheless, Chu Kuangren's gaze remained fixed on the white jade sword. He extended a hand, establishing a connection with it. Come here. In an instant, the white jade sword flew gracefully into his palm, obediently retracting its sword intent, as if fearful of causing even the slightest harm to Chu Kuangren. His fingers caressed the smooth surface of the sword, which felt as soothing as polished jade. It was a sword of exquisite beauty, so much so that one might mistake it for a mere ornament. Yet, Chu Kuangren could sense the boundless, razor-sharp sword intent contained within, powerful enough to rend the heavens and earth. Engraved at the hilt were 2 delicate characters, Kunwu. Chu Kuangren read them aloud. and the Kunwu sword responded with a slight tremor, as if acknowledging him. A smile graced Chu Kuangren's lips. You are the one. As soon as the words left his mouth, the other holy swords unleashed their sword intent, seemingly desperate to change his mind. Yet, Chu Kuangren was resolute in his choice. All the swords held similar power, but Kunwu was the most aesthetically pleasing. All right, return, he commanded, waving at the remaining swords. Seeing his determination, the other swords, though reluctant, had no choice but to return to their place on the blue stone, their spirits dampened. The Chilean sword found its way back into Murongxian's hands. Yet at this moment, he felt little joy. To him, it seemed he was merely a backup, destined to be chosen only after Chu Kuangren had declined. This sensation left him feeling profoundly discontented and frustrated. You are the newly appointed chief disciple, Chu Kuangren, Murongxian said, gripping the Chilean sword tightly. Indeed, that is I? Excellent. I've heard the newly appointed chief possesses an unparalleled Dao body. Today, I wish to witness your prowess. Please, Murongxian replied coolly. He felt an overwhelming urge to vent the pent-up frustration within him and was eager to ascertain the extent of Chu Kuangren's abilities. Chapter 9. The manifestation of the Dao body and the might of the human mountain seal. Is this a challenge? Chu Kuangren gazed at Murongxian, and within the depths of his eyes, an intricate array of mysterious runes flickered as his divine insight activated. Murongxian, possessing the Crimson Sun Dao body and a perfected nascent soul cultivation, practiced the saintly law of the 9 suns and the supreme law of the heavenly sun sword technique. A cascade of information swept through Chu Kuangren's vision. The Crimson Sun Dao body, one among the myriad physiques, while not comparable to the supreme 9 Apertures Linglong sword heart, was still remarkably formidable, marking him as a prodigy in any sect. Furthermore, his mastery of the saintly law and supreme law, Murongxian's combat prowess undoubtedly exceeded that of any peer. I am merely at the gold core stage. While you have attained the perfected nascent soul, do you truly have the audacity to challenge me? Do you have any shame? Chu Kuangren chuckled. You are aware of my cultivation? Murongxian was taken aback. Yet, he soon brushed it aside. Although news of his breakthrough to a perfected nascent soul had not widely circulated, a few were indeed privy to it. It was not impossible for Chu Kuangren to have heard from someone. If you are afraid, I can suppress my cultivation to fight you. No need for that. Chu Kuangren replied, shaking his head. I fear you may suffer too greatly in defeat. I urge you to unleash your full strength. Arrogant. Murongxian snorted coldly, setting aside the Chilean sword. He had yet to cultivate it, and judging by its earlier reaction to Chu Kuangren, it seemed unlikely to assist him in this confrontation. It was disheartening to have acquired a sword he could not wield in battle. Heavenly Sun Sword Technique. Murongxian pointed as if wielding a sword. Channeling the spiritual energy within him, he traced a line in the air, unleashing a torrent of spiritual power that coalesced into a colossal ring of fire, spiraling outward. The scorching waves surged forth, as if to incinerate the heavens and the earth. Chu Kuangren discerned that the might of this technique did not yet reach the level of the nascent soul, indicating that Murongxian was consciously suppressing his cultivation. Yet, this power was far from something an ordinary gold core practitioner could withstand. Fortunately, Chu Kuangren was no ordinary practitioner. He did not resort to the Kunwu's sacred sword, instead employing his own fingers as a sword. Thousand Blades Sword Technique. Streams of purple sword energy manifested, exuding an overwhelming aura. The two forces collided, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that surged toward both combatants, yet neither budged an inch. Thousand Blades Sword Technique? Is this an upper-grade technique from the outer sect? Murongxian's expression shifted to one of uncertainty. In the realm of cultivation, techniques were categorized into lower, middle, and upper grades, above which were the supreme laws, saintly laws, and imperial scriptures. His Heavenly Sun Sword Technique was a supreme law, yet Chu Kuangren's Thousand Blades Sword Technique, merely an upper-grade technique, could contend with it equally. Indeed, it is the Thousand Blades Sword Technique, Chu Kuangren remarked coolly. The Taoists above were astonished. An upper-grade technique matching a supreme law? Surely, I am not mistaken. Is this truly the Thousand Blades Sword Technique? It is indeed the Thousand Blades Sword Technique, and he has mastered it to perfection. Yet even so, to rival the Heavenly Sun Sword Technique is quite astonishing. Could it be? Could it be the 9 Apertures Linglong Sword Heart? Indeed, it is said that the 9 Apertures Linglong Sword Heart can effortlessly command myriad sword techniques, unleashing them with power surpassing their original might. Now, it seems this rumor holds true. An upper-grade technique and a supreme law achieving parity. With one practitioner at the gold core stage and the other at the nascent soul stage, this would be hard for many to believe. Yet, it was unfolding right before their eyes. The Taoists were stirred, beginning to understand why the higher-ups had designated Chu Kuangren as the chief disciple. Once more, Murong Xian's brow furrowed in determination as he continued to channel his spiritual energy, sending successive rings of fire toward Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren remained steadfast, effortlessly slicing through the incoming fire rings with the swirling purple sword energy, exuding an air of calm. The unique, domineering sword energy of the Ziwei Huangtian sword technique, augmented by the 9 Apertures Linglong sword heart, endowed Chu Kuangren with unparalleled combat prowess, even approaching that of the nascent soul stage. With a mere flick of his hand, he cleaved through a fire ring and remarked, "You should unleash your full strength. At your current level, you cannot match me." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Murong Xian's spiritual energy surged exponentially, a vibrant crimson flame erupting forth, weaving into a radiant crimson sun that ascended into the void, its scorching heat akin to being engulfed in a furnace. "Oh, a manifestation, a Tao body manifestation," Chu Kuangren observed with keen interest. A manifestation is a phenomenon among myriad techniques, typically exhibited by exceptionally gifted practitioners. Some individuals are born with unique manifestations, known as Tao body practitioners. Murong Xian embodies the Crimson Sun Tao body. This blazing sun is his manifestation. With the emergence of the Tao body manifestation, Murong Xian's aura intensified. When he invoked the Heavenly Sun sword technique again, its power was immeasurably augmented. The once golden fire rings transformed into a stunning crimson hue. Both temperature and might escalated to unprecedented levels, leaving scorched earth in their wake. "Perfect. Let me test this technique." Chu Kuangren remained rooted, his ink-black hair swirling as his flowing white robe crackled in the wind. A terrifying aura erupted from him, the essence of the Tao swirling. As if a deity was quietly awakening, the Taoists above felt their pupils constrict. They sensed a threat emanating from Chu Kuangren. It must be noted that he was merely at the gold core stage. Meanwhile, none among them were anything less than nascent soul practitioners. Their eyes were glued to Chu Kuangren, unblinking. He took a deep breath as a mysterious yellow aura converged around him, emanating an unfathomable power. That is the essence of the earth. He is actually drawing upon the earthly essence. Several Taoists gasped in shock. Spiritual energy in the world is divided by attributes: fire, ice, wind, and the like, while earthly essence is one such attribute, residing within the mountains and rivers, boundless yet exceedingly difficult for practitioners to harness. Yet now, Chu Kuangren was indeed channeling earthly essence. What kind of technique is he cultivating? One Taoist exclaimed, astonished. Chu Kuangren formed intricate seals with his hands, condensing the earthly essence into a primordial divine mountain. Just as the fire ring was about to strike, he thrust his hands forward. Human mountain seal. The primordial divine mountain trembled violently, unleashing a terrifying force capable of crushing all, suppressing the very heavens and earth. With a resounding crash, the crimson fire ring was obliterated into a flurry of sparks. The primordial divine mountain barreled forward, directly threatening Murong Xian. Amidst the deafening roar, the crimson sun manifestation was shattered, and Murong Xian himself was sent sprawling, spitting blood, and flying 100 feet away. The Taoists stood in stunned silence. In stark contrast, Chu Kuangren remained composed, his gaze tranquil. He was not surprised by this outcome. The human mountain seal is a starry-level technique, and when converted to the techniques of the celestial star, it approaches the imperial scriptures. Saintly laws have varying ranks, and the human mountain seal is among the most exquisite of these, surpassing even the Ziwei Huangtian sword technique. Chu Kuangren has merely scratched the surface of the human mountain seal, yet he can already condense the earthly essence into a primordial divine mountain to combat his foes. When mastered fully, I shall become the divine mountain, capable of suppressing all. This is undoubtedly a saintly law, a technique entirely designed for offense. Heavens! He has mastered an offensive saintly law. Furthermore, I sense this may not be an ordinary saintly law. It could very well be a great saint law, or even a saint king law. A saint king law? Do not jest. That is impossible. There are scarcely any saint king laws throughout the entire celestial star. How could he possess one? Indeed, that is true. The Taoists, now regaining their composure, began to murmur amongst themselves. Chapter 10. Suppressing Murong Xian. Call me senior brother, how infuriating. Murong Xian, struck by the mountain seal technique, slowly rose from the ground. His complexion was pale, and his disheveled hair hung loosely about him. He glared at the distant Chu Kuangren, his eyes ablaze with a fury that threatened to erupt like molten lava, his face twitching in anger. As a distinguished Daozi, a peak nascent soul cultivator, he could not fathom being bested by a mere golden core practitioner, especially in the presence of other Daozi. If he did not reclaim his honor today, how could he ever establish the dignity of a Daozi before others again? Chu Kuangren, I have underestimated you. You wish to see my full strength? Very well. I shall demonstrate the vast chasm that lies between the golden core and nascent soul realms. Murong Xian unleashed his cultivation, no longer suppressing his power. The spiritual energy within him surged forth like a tempest, erupting into flames. A radiant crimson sun ascended, revealing the manifestation of his Tao body. Not only that, but the fiery energy transformed into 4 golden suns, creating the magnificent spectacle of 5 suns sharing the heavens. An unparalleled pressure enveloped the surroundings, the intense heat causing the ground to crack incessantly, while moisture in the air evaporated rapidly. Within 100 paces, it became a sweltering hell. One manifestation belonged to the unique Tao body, while the other was a result of the 9 Yang divine art. With these 2 manifestations combined, alongside Murong Xian's perfected nascent soul cultivation, his aura became utterly terrifying. Endless flames encircled him, casting a reddish glow upon his visage, making him appear as a deity wielding the sun. Faced with the full might of Murong Xian, Chu Kuangren, who had only recently ascended to the Golden Core realm, felt the weight of pressure. After all, the disparity in their realms was simply too vast. One had just entered the Golden Core stage, while the other had perfected the nascent soul. In anyone's eyes, this was a battle destined for annihilation. Even with the mountain seal technique, it would be difficult to withstand this opponent. However, aside from that technique, I possess the 9-orifice Exquisite sword heart. With violet sword energy swirling in his eyes, Chu Kuangren stepped forward, radiant light flowing from him, Taoist runes swirling around, and the surrounding swords humming in response as boundless sword chi converged upon him. A pale violet sword phantom slowly rose from his being, hovering above his head. The purple sword stretched 9 zhang long, with 9 small orifices along its blade, through which countless mysterious runes darted back and forth. At that moment, the entire sword mountain trembled. The countless swords emitted a resonant hum. The sword of heaven. Chu Kuangren spoke indifferently. The 9-orifice Exquisite sword body possessed 3 great manifestations, and the sword of heaven was one of them. At this moment, he felt as if all the swords within the mountain could be summoned at his will. With a mere thought, all the long swords embedded in the mountain, including several sacred swords, soared into the air, circling around the sword of heaven. An overwhelming pressure of sword intent enveloped the heavens and the earth. Under this immense pressure, Chu Kuangren need not lift a finger. With a mere thought, the 5 radiant suns above Murong Xian shattered instantly. Moreover, the boundless pressure weighed down upon Murong Xian, leaving him unable to endure even for a second, forcing him to collapse to the ground. What? This is impossible. Murong Xian's pupils contracted sharply, disbelief etched across his face. He practiced the saint's law, possessed a Tao body manifestation, and was a perfected nascent soul cultivator, yet in an instant, he had been subdued by Chu Kuangren. And Chu Kuangren was merely a golden core. The supreme Tao body is truly this terrifying? Not only Murong Xian, but the other Daozi felt a flicker of fear within their hearts. If a golden core practitioner possessed such combat prowess, how terrifying would Chu Kuangren be once he ascended to the nascent soul realm and unleashed the manifestation of his Tao body? In the distance, several elders of the Xiantian sect observed the events unfolding on Sword Mountain. The supreme Tao body is indeed fearsome. However, isn't this a bit exaggerated? How could Murong Xian, a perfected nascent soul practitioner backed by the saint's law, suffer such a devastating defeat? Not exaggerated at all, the white-browed elder chuckled. You must remember where we are. This is Sword Mountain, the realm of the 9-orifice Exquisite sword heart, where the sword intent of countless blades converges. To suppress a perfected nascent soul cultivator is an effortless task. The others nodded in realization. One of them remarked, "So, this means that although Chu Kuangren's cultivation is still shallow and his manifestations are far from complete, if he were to advance further, not even a nascent soul, but even a respected elder would be subdued on Sword Mountain. Indeed, this is the terror of the supreme Tao body. With such a person, our Xiantian sect can vie for the imperial throne of this world. However, should we stop Chu Kuangren?" At this moment, one elder voiced his concern. After all, he is young and impetuous. What if he kills Murong Xian? Regardless, Murong Xian is also a Daozi, one of the top prodigies of the Xiantian sect. The white-browed elder pondered for a moment. Let us observe a little longer. On Sword Mountain, with the sword of heaven above his head and thousands of sword chi swirling around him, Chu Kuangren appeared as an unparalleled sword deity. He slowly approached Murong Xian, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down at him with indifference, and asked, "Do you yield?" "I do not yield. You rely on the sword intent of Sword Mountain to suppress me. I refuse to yield. Morong Xian gritted his teeth. Chu Kuangren found it utterly amusing. You, a perfected nascent soul, contend with a mere golden core practitioner, and you dare to say I rely on the sword intent of Sword Mountain? Pray tell, why am I able to draw upon this sword intent? Isn't it obvious? It's because you possess the supreme Tao body. Then that means, I am the Tao body. I can wield the sword intent of Sword Mountain. That is also my skill. Now I ask you again, do you yield? With that, the pressure of sword intent intensified, causing the ground beneath Morong Xian to sink dramatically. He felt as though a great mountain pressed upon him, making even the slightest movement a Herculean task. Do you dare to kill me? Oh, do you wish to see if I dare? The pressure of sword intent surged even further. Morong Xian's bones creaked ominously, as if they might shatter. I am the supreme Tao body, a disciple of the sect leader. Do you believe that if I kill you, I would merely be admonished a few times and confined for a few days? Chu Kuangren replied calmly. The supreme Tao body is a rarity throughout the ages. Although the Qiyang Tao body is precious, it pales in comparison to the 9-orifice exquisite sword heart. Even if Chu Kuangren were to slay Morong Xian, no one would dare to hold him accountable, for the Xiantian sect needs him to vie for the imperial throne of this world. Once achieved, the Xiantian sect would bask in an unprecedented glory. In contrast, what is Morong Xian worth? Morong Xian was not a fool. He understood that Chu Kuangren spoke the truth. He hastily conceded, I yield. I yield. Are you yielding in both heart and mind? No, I truly yield in both heart and mind. Oh, then let me hear you call me senior brother. Chu Kuangren said playfully. Morong Xian felt like crying, but had no tears. What else could he do? He complied. Senior brother, Morong Xian pays his respects to senior brother. Good. Chu Kuangren smiled faintly, and with a thought, he dissipated the pressure of sword intent. Morong Xian felt his body relax, as if he had narrowly escaped death, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, his chest heaving. Then, Chu Kuangren turned to the other dozi above and smiled. If any of my junior brothers or sisters are dissatisfied, feel free to descend and spar. I shall accompany you to the end. The others exchanged glances before descending from Sword Mountain. Senior brother is joking. How could we harbor any dissatisfaction? It is said that senior brother's charisma is unmatched, and today it proves to be true. I admire you greatly. To be honest, senior brother, I have long held admiration for you. The Daozi spoke with smiles, their demeanor one of respect. What other option could they have? Didn't you see that Morong Xian was lying on the ground? Chapter 11. The Visit from the Daozi. One achieves enlightenment, and all rise with him after establishing his formidable presence. Chu Kuangren reigned in the celestial aura of the sword, restoring the Sword Mountain and its artifacts to their rightful places, while the oppressive sword intent dissipated entirely. Morong Xian let out a sigh of relief. Casting a reverent glance at Chu Kuangren, he was genuinely intimidated. A grand Yuan Ying was suppressed by a mere thought, though the Sword Mountain played a part. It underscored the terrifying strength of Chu Kuangren's 9-aperture Linglong sword heart. Should you find the time, feel free to visit my Tao Palace. I must return to cultivate my holy sword, so I shall take my leave, Chu Kuangren said nonchalantly. With a flick of his hand, the Kunwu holy sword flew into his grasp. With a single thought, the holy sword willingly merged into his ethereal realm, the source of a cultivator's spiritual power, and the very place to nurture the holy sword. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly to the Daozi before turning to leave. By the time he returned to the Ling Tian Tao Palace, dusk had fallen. The tale of Chu Kuangren suppressing Morong Xian began to circulate within the Xiantian sect. As the spectacle of their confrontation had been unmasked, no one expected Chu Kuangren to be so formidable that even Daozi Morong Xian was subdued. After all, he had merely been an outer sect disciple previously. Even with the unparalleled Tao body, his rapid advancement was astonishing. It was only natural for the sect to spare no effort in nurturing him, and it seemed Chu Kuangren was destined for greatness. Reports claimed that during his duel with Daozi Morong Xian, he could harness the sword intent of the Sword Mountain for himself, showcasing an incomprehensible level of combat prowess. I witnessed the phenomenon. This individual possesses the bearing of a minor emperor. If Chu Kuangren had previously gained fame in the Xiantian sect due to his innate talent, he now commanded respect through sheer strength. Oh, a Yuan Ying cultivation experience card? Chu Kuangren mused, looking at the prize he had drawn that day with mild surprise. Then breaking into a contented smile. At last, a reward worth having. Since his arrival, aside from the initial stroke of luck with a tenfold draw, everything else he had received had been of black iron quality. Today, he had finally drawn a silver-level Yuan Ying cultivation experience card. Young Master, Daozi Morong Xian and Jun Yi are here to visit, Xiao Bing suddenly relayed. Understood. Please escort them to the grand hall to wait, Chu Kuangren instructed. He stretched lazily, donned his attire, and stepped outside, just in time to see Lan Yu, clad in a blue and white dress, approach him and greet him with a slight bow. Young master, come. Let us meet those Daozi, he replied. In the grand hall of the Ling Tian Dao Palace, 5 Daozi, Murong Xian, Jun Yi, Qin Wushuang, Zhao Linglong, and Zhuahan, arrived for a visit. As they stepped into the Dao Palace, they were struck by the overwhelming density of spiritual energy, leaving them astonished. They were well aware that their own residence was among the rare paradises within the Xintian sect, but it paled in comparison to the Ling Tian Dao Palace, a world apart, one akin to the heavens, the other to the earth. Indeed, the residence of the senior brother is extraordinary, they marveled, recognizing the sect's immense regard for him in granting such a Dao Palace. The efficiency of cultivation here must be several-fold compared to the outside world. A white-clad maiden approached them. Esteemed Daozi, the young master will arrive shortly. I have prepared tea for you. Please wait a moment, Xiao Bing said gracefully. Thank you, dear sister, Daozi Jun Yi replied kindly. You're too kind, Xiao Bing replied, somewhat overwhelmed. Previously just an outer sect disciple, she had only been able to gaze upon the true disciples from afar as they were surrounded like stars in the night sky. Now, one of the Daozi had affectionately called her sister, as if in a dream. Junie smiled, not letting Xiao Bing's status as an outer disciple deter her from engaging in pleasant conversation. The Daozi had noticed that the vast Dao Palace held no other maids or attendants aside from Xiao Bing. Now, everyone was aware that Chu Kuangren was the chief disciple of the Xintian sect, a figure of prominence destined for remarkable achievements. It would be wise to cultivate a good relationship with his only attendant. The Daozi sat in the grand hall, engaged in light conversation, when suddenly, 2 figures approached from outside. They turned to behold a stunning sight, a man and a woman. The man wore a flowing white Kirin robe, adorned with a jade crown, his high nose and handsome features exuding an ethereal aura, akin to a celestial being. The woman, clad in a blue and white dress, had silver-white hair cascading like a waterfall, her pale blue eyes shimmering as if holding a galaxy within, radiating an air of divine inviolability. Together, they stood, their beauty alone capable of eclipsing 999 of the world as populace. One appeared otherworldly, as if descended from the heavens, the other, regal and divine, like a goddess high above. The newcomers were none other than Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu. While the Daozi recognized Chu Kuangren, they were puzzled by the presence of Lan Yu. Who is this woman? Is she from the Xintian sect? Why have I never heard of her? What is her relationship with Chu Kuangren? A flurry of thoughts raced through their minds. Greetings, senior brother. May I inquire as to who this young lady is? Morong Xian asked directly, seeking to unveil Lan Yu's origins. She is Lan Yu, whom I encountered a few days ago while wandering outside the sect. Now, she is my follower, Chu Kuangren replied succinctly. The Daozi were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Chu Kuangren, having recently ascended to Daozi, would already have a follower, and such a remarkable one at that. The realization left a tinge of envy in the hearts of Murong Xian and the other men. Come, have a seat, Chu Kuangren invited, taking his place at the head of the hall as conversation flowed with the Daozi. Their visit to the Ling Tian Dao Palace bore no significant purpose. It was merely an exchange of cultivation insights. Ah, I see, Daozi Zhuahan remarked, enlightenment dawning upon him. Like Chu Kuangren, he practiced the saintly law of the Ziwei Huangtian sword technique. After conversing with Chu Kuangren, he experienced a moment of clarity. He couldn't help but marvel at the unparalleled Dao body. He had been practicing the Ziwei Huangtian sword technique for 10 years, while Chu Kuangren had barely touched it for a month. Yet his comprehension was already on par with, if not superior to, Zhuahan's in certain aspects. Learning from books is superficial, nothing compares to practical experience. Zhuahan boldly stood, clasping his hands. He yearned to witness the extent of the disparity between himself and Chu Kuangren, the unparalleled Dao body. A knowing expression graced Chu Kuangren's face. He had anticipated this outcome. What a predictable routine, he thought. Since junior brother Zhua has such an interest, I shall indulge you, he replied. What else could he do but engage in a duel? Only recently appointed as the chief disciple, he sensed that the Daozi, despite their respectful titles, might not genuinely submit to him. If he refrained from fighting, they might harbor unwelcome thoughts. Chapter 12. The Contest. Lan Yu's initial display of strength. The Xintian Dao Palace occupies an expansive area. In addition to the main hall and guest rooms, there is a training ground. At this moment, on the training ground, Chu Kuangren and Zhuahan stand 10 paces apart. Brother, please. Zhuahan respectfully salutes. and a flash of light appears in his hand as he grasps a 3-foot-long sword that gleams with a verdant hue. The sword radiates a precious glow, indicating its extraordinary nature. This is a supreme artifact. Though not on par with a holy sword, it is still exceedingly rare. Countless individuals in the outside world have fought fiercely, sustaining grave injuries for the sake of such a supreme artifact. This sword is named Qingyue, a supreme artifact indeed. Zhuahan speaks with pride, for it is exceptionally rare to gain the recognition of a supreme artifact. After all, few in the history of Xiantian sect have ever gained the acknowledgement of a holy sword. Indeed, a fine sword. Chu Kuangren nods slightly, and with a flash of white light in his hand, he grips the holy sword Kunwu, observing the flowing Tao rhythm and the sword intent soaring to the heavens. Zhuahan's lips twitch, and the pride on his face is swiftly diminished. What is a supreme artifact? Compared to a holy sword, it is nothing. Please. Zhuahan takes a deep breath, his gaze sharpening as he channels his spiritual energy into the Qingyue sword, unleashing a burst of sword energy. Chu Kuangren swings his holy sword, shattering the sword energy effortlessly. Despite being at the golden core level, his combat power, bolstered by a 9 Apertures Linglong sword heart, rivals that of the nascent soul, with even more refined spiritual energy. Zhuahan, as a disciple, has already achieved the nascent soul stage. Yet he still feels pressured in combat against Chu Kuangren. The two are merely sparring, not exerting their full strength. Chu Kuangren does not even unleash the manifestation of his Tao body. After about half an hour, Zhuahan voluntarily ceases his actions. Brother's cultivation, though merely at the golden core stage, is astonishingly formidable. I admire you, senior brother, Zhuahan smiles and says. Junior brother Zhua's strength is also remarkable. How can it compare to senior brother? They exchange compliments. Watching you two spar has made my hands itch a little. Jun Yi steps forward with a smile. What? Do you wish to spar with senior brother as well? Zhuahan inquires. Jun Yi shakes her head. I have long been aware of senior brother's strength. I shan't seek unnecessary hardship. She turns to Lan Yu, smiling. I am more interested in Miss Lan's prowess. Would you grant me some guidance? The other disciples' eyes gleam with interest as they, too, are curious about the strength of the enigmatic woman beside Chu Kuangren. Lan Yu looks towards Chu Kuangren, evidently seeking his consent. Follow your heart, Chu Kuangren replies. Very well. Lan Yu nods slightly and addresses Jun Yi. Please proceed. Please. The two women walk to the center of the training ground. Jun Yi ranks among the foremost disciples of the Xiantian sect, possessing the weak water Tao body and being at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Her strength rivals that of Zhuahan. After a swirl of water blue light, a deep blue long sword materializes before Jun Yi, radiating profound Tao rhythms, indicating it is at least a supreme artifact. Lan Yu also shines with brilliance as her robe vanishes, replaced by a resplendent set of silver-white battle armor. What remarkable armor! A few disciples exchange glances. Noting its rarity as a supreme artifact, Lan Yu's background is indeed extraordinary. What exquisite armor! Jun Yi's eyes reveal envy. The once cool and sacred Lan Yu now appears even more valiant in this silver-white armor, resembling a warrior goddess. After a moment of admiration, Jun Yi makes her move. She forms a sword gesture, channeling spiritual energy into the deep blue long sword. The sound of rushing water reverberates in the air as the sword unleashes several streams of water attribute sword energy towards Lan Yu. Lan Yu remains unmoving, allowing the sword energy to strike her. With a resounding crash, the energy shatters against her, and she stands undisturbed. The sword energy simply cannot breach her armor's defenses. Once more, Jun Yi's brow furrows as she continuously channels spiritual energy into the deep blue long sword, which flares with blue radiance, unleashing a torrent of sword energy like a flood. Oh, not bad. Lan Yu smiles faintly, facing this attack directly. She steps forward, clenches her fist, and strikes at the void. The air resonates with a thunderous roar, as if it were about to shatter. The silver-white fist radiance, imbued with a sense of sacred majesty, erupts violently, annihilating the surging sword energy. The resulting shockwave forces Jun Yi back several paces. Nascent soul level. Jun Yi exclaims in astonishment, as Lan Yu's cultivation is revealed to all. Though only at the initial nascent soul stage, the power of her punch astonishes several disciples. For such a blow would be difficult for even mid to late nascent soul practitioners to achieve. Yet, Lan Yu accomplishes it effortlessly. Lan Yu's strength is indeed remarkable. Chu Kuangren observes with keen interest. While others may not know, he is well aware that Lan Yu possesses a sacred light body, an unparalleled Tao body. Coupled with her cultivation of saintly techniques and supreme laws, her combat prowess is unmatched, far beyond that of an ordinary nascent soul practitioner. No, Even the most gifted nascent souls would struggle to compare. Miss Lan's techniques are truly extraordinary, Jun Yi sincerely praises. Following this, she channels her spiritual energy once more, activating her supreme law, as mysterious Tao rhythms swirl around her and her sword, conjuring a vast river in the void. 3,000 weak waters. Jun Yi exclaims. Instantly, the rushing river surges toward Lan Yu, unleashing an overwhelming force. This is a supreme law designed for offense, and with Jun Yi's perfected nascent soul strength, its might is unparalleled. Yet, Lan Yu neither retreats nor evades. Come forth. Her eyes shimmer with silver-white radiance, and an aura of sacred solemnity envelopes the surroundings. As if a deity had descended, unmoving radiance fist, Lan Yu strikes at the void, unleashing a column of white light that collides with the river. The two forces explode with a thunderous roar, nearly shattering the very fabric of reality. The impact generates a powerful shockwave, forcing even spectators like Murong Xian and Zhuo Han to retreat several steps. Xiao Bing gasps in surprise, almost swept off her feet. At this critical moment, Chu Kuangren reaches out, wrapping his arm around her waist, shielding her behind him and conjuring a barrier of spiritual energy. Feeling the warmth radiating from Chu Kuangren's back, Xiao Bing experiences an unprecedented sense of security. The sensation of being protected is utterly delightful, especially by someone as celestial as Chu Kuangren. In this moment, Xiao Bing is completely enamored with him. Jun Yi and Lan Yu continue to spar for a while longer. Neither party has exerted their full strength. Yet Jun Yi realizes that even if she were to go all out, she lacks the confidence to best Lan Yu. Finally, Jun Yi retracts her deep blue sword, voluntarily proposing to cease their contest. Lan Yu nods slightly, reverting to her blue and white robe. The luminous armor is effortlessly stored within her body, allowing for convenient retrieval. Birds of a feather flock together. Indeed, those beside my brother are remarkable individuals, Jun Yi remarks with a smile. Chu Kuangren returns her smile. What you say is true, Junior Sister Jun. Indeed, the few disciples here are extraordinary. While Jun Yi intended to praise Lan Yu, Chu Kuangren's words imply that he regards all of them as exceptional individuals. This statement instantly deepens their camaraderie, and the smiles on the faces of Murong Xian, Zhuo Han, and the others become even more sincere. Chapter 13. The Nascent Soul Cultivation, suppressing Nangong Huang as Chu Kuangren enjoyed a harmonious gathering with several disciples. An immensely powerful pressure suddenly erupted outside the Ling Tian Dao Palace. The expressions of Murong Xian, Jun Yi, and others subtly changed. It was he. He had actually come. Chu Kuangren, naturally sensing the overwhelming aura, smiled faintly. Nangong Huang, the foremost disciple, has finally arrived. On the surface, the positions of the 9 great disciples seemed equal, yet their strengths varied. Nangong Huang was undoubtedly the most formidable among them. Although not officially declared, prior to Chu Kuangren, Nangong Huang had been regarded as the eldest senior brother among all disciples of the Xiantian sect. However, with Chu Kuangren's meteoric rise and the decree from the revered Xiankong, he had solidified his title as the senior brother of the Xiantian sect. It was only natural for Nangong Huang to seek him out. Come, let us meet our junior brother, Nangong, Chu Kuangren remarked with a playful emphasis on the title. Outside the Ling Tian Dao Palace, Nangong Huang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, adorned in a resplendent purple robe, his features as refined as jade. Many female disciples around him gazed at him with admiration. Is he the senior brother Nangong? How handsome. I heard that senior brother Nangong earned the recognition of the sacred sword during his golden core stage and possesses the rare yin-yang divine eyes. He is truly exceptional. Is he here to confront Chu Kuangren? Could it be a vendetta due to the senior brother title that should rightfully belong to him? Shu, speak cautiously. What grudge do you have with Chu Shixiao? Mind your words, or I shall tear your mouth apart. Has Chu Kuangren bewitched you all? Are you so devoted simply because of his looks? As the foremost disciple, Nangong Huang naturally had a following within the Xiantian sect, while Chu Kuangren, despite his recent absence, had garnered his own admirers due to his striking appearance. Soon, the two factions were embroiled in a heated dispute. Moments later, a figure clad in white emerged from the Ling Tian Dao Palace. Chu Kuangren, accompanied by Lan Yu and others, stepped forth, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Especially Chu Kuangren, draped in a flowing white robe, exuded an ethereal aura, reminiscent of a celestial being. A wave of awe swept through the crowd, transforming even some of his previous detractors into admirers. Is this our new chief disciple? Absolutely enchanting. Such beauty. A heavenly being descending to earth. Is it possible for such a man to exist in this world? Wait, who is that woman beside the senior brother? She is stunning. Why have I not heard of her before? Who should I envy more? The two of them standing together. Could she be his partner? Oh no, he has a partner? My heart is broken. Amidst the murmurs of admiration, Nangong Huang's expression shifted slightly, but he soon scoffed inwardly, dismissing Chu Kuangren as merely a superficial facade. Junior brother Nangong, since you have come to pay a visit, please step inside, Chu Kuangren invited with a smile. However, upon hearing the title junior brother, Nangong Huang's brow furrowed slightly. What did you just call me? He asked, his tone indifferent. Junior brother Nangong, is there anything amiss? Chu Kuangren replied with a playful blink. Becoming my senior brother is not so simple, Nangong Huang stated coolly, the pressure emanating from him intensifying. It appears my junior brother harbors some discontent regarding my senior brother title. Indeed, it is a matter of pride for the Xiantian sect. And not everyone is fit to hold such a position. I have come today to ascertain your qualifications. So, you intend to challenge me? Indeed, Nangong Huang replied candidly. This was his purpose today, to defeat Chu Kuangren before everyone and demonstrate who the true senior brother was. Chu Kuangren chuckled. Are you truly going to pursue this? If you are afraid, you may concede. Nangong Huang's demeanor remained cold. The disciples beside Chu Kuangren exchanged glances. Senior brother, Nangong Huang has reached the threshold of the half-step Dongxi realm, significantly surpassing a typical nascent soul completion. With his yin-yang divine eyes, he is nearly on par with true Dongshu cultivators, Morong Xian whispered to Chu Kuangren. Even the other disciples held reservations about Chu Kuangren's chances, noting he was merely at the golden core stage, far inferior to Nangong Huang's prowess. Master, allow me to take your place in the challenge, Lan Yu offered. Her gaze fixed on Nangong Huang, radiating hostility. Anyone who offended Chu Kuangren was her enemy. Nangong Huang's brow furrowed. He sensed a formidable pressure emanating from Lan Yu. Who was this woman? No need. The one my junior brother wishes to challenge is me. Chu Kuangren smiled lightly, taking a few steps forward to stand before Nangong Huang. Then, I welcome your guidance. His repeated use of junior brother only fueled Nangong Huang's ire. I shall show you who the true senior brother is. As he spoke, a flash of white light erupted before him, revealing an ancient long sword, radiating a powerful and chilling sword intent. The sacred sword Yuanhong. What an impressive sword intent. Truly worthy of the sacred sword. With the appearance of the sacred sword, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Chu Kuangren, unfazed, drew forth the Kunwu's sacred sword. The clash of the two sacred sword intents reverberated in the air, unleashing an invisible pressure, causing many onlookers to feel as though they were surrounded by countless fine blades slicing through the atmosphere. Heavenly Waterfall Sword Technique. Nangong Huang gripped the sacred sword Yuanhong and made the first move. The silver-white sword light cascaded forth like a waterfall in the void, overwhelming in its might as it surged toward Chu Kuangren. In response, a terrifying aura erupted from Chu Kuangren. Holding the Kunwu's sacred sword, he emanated an enigmatic energy, merging with the sword as if they were one. Sword and man united. This was the coveted state of harmony sought by countless swordsmen. With a single stroke, Chu Kuangren unleashed a torrent of purple sword light, overwhelming and magnificent, shattering the silver-white light in an instant. Under the force of this terrifying sword energy, Nangong Huang was forced to retreat several steps, disbelief etched across his face. How is this possible? He actually pushed me back with a single strike. Nascent soul cultivation. The senior brother has truly reached the nascent soul realm. Morong Xian and Jun Yi's expressions shifted dramatically. The power Chu Kuangren exhibited was undeniably that of the nascent soul realm. The spiritual energy, amplified by the 9 Aperture Linglong sword heart and the union of man and sword, enabled him to repel Nangong Huang. Fortunately, he had drawn the nascent soul cultivation experience card today. Otherwise, overcoming Nangong Huang would have been a formidable challenge. Chu Kuangren mused inwardly, feeling the surging spiritual energy within him. Just moments ago, he had activated the nascent soul experience card, temporarily elevating his strength to the nascent soul realm. Though the card's effect would last only half an hour, that was more than sufficient for Chu Kuangren. Chapter 14. The 3 Great Wonders Emerge. Captivating all hearts, Nangong Huang gazed incredulously at Chu Kuangren. One sword. He was repelled by merely a single strike. This scenario had never crossed his mind. Taking a deep breath, he regarded Chu Kuangren with utmost seriousness. Your strength surpasses my expectations. Yet if you think this qualifies you to be the senior brother of the Xiantian sect, you are gravely mistaken. Allow me to demonstrate my ultimate technique. Hunyuan Golden Light. A surge of spiritual energy erupted within Nangong Huang, manifesting a layer of intricate golden light adorned with flowing patterns around his body. Chu Kuangren's eyes brightened. Hunyuan Golden Light Technique. Within the Xiantian sect, there are 3 sacred arts, the Ziwei Emperor's sword technique, the Juyang Divine Art, and the Hunyuan Golden Light technique. Among these, the Hunyuan Golden Light technique grants one the mastery of a divine power known as Hunyuan Golden Light, which is both offensive and defensive, immensely profound. Enveloped in golden radiance, wielding the Yuanhong's sacred sword, Nangong Huang exuded an overwhelming aura. He suddenly unleashed a strike, and the golden light erupted in tandem. The golden glow enveloped the sword energy as it surged toward Chu Kuangren. Mountain Seal Technique. Chu Kuangren laughed heartily. An ethereal rhythm resonated around him, and the earth trembled in response. He formed a mysterious hand seal, his spiritual energy surging forth to materialize an ancient divine mountain, which crashed down upon the golden sword energy. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the void. The released force created craters and sword marks upon the ground. Both Chu Kuangren and Nangong Huang were thrown back, shaken by the impact. What kind of technique is this? The first encounter with the Mountain Seal technique left Nangong Huang both astounded and alarmed. Yet in the next instant, Chu Kuangren had already closed the distance, his palms swirling with profound yellowish energy as he unleashed the Mountain Seal technique once more. The terrifying force shattered the golden light surrounding Nangong Huang, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. With a cough of blood, Nangong Huang was sent flying. Chu Kuangren stood before him, hands clasped behind his back, clad in immaculate white, exuding an otherworldly charm, like a deity looking down from above. Incredible! How powerful! The Hunyuan Golden Light has actually been broken. Throughout the years, apart from notable masters, even Daozi could not penetrate senior brother Nangong's golden light. This Chu Kuangren is astonishingly strong. His captivating presence is truly mesmerizing. Standing a short distance from Nangong Huang, Chu Kuangren smiled lightly. Senior brother Nangong, your abilities are somewhat beneath my expectations. What do you mean? Inferior to what I had imagined? You. Nangong Huang's expression darkened, fury boiling within. His spiritual energy surged wildly, reaching its zenith. His eyes suddenly ablaze with brilliant divine light, an enigmatic rhythm enveloping him. Chu Kuangren, prepare to face my strongest move. Yin-Yang Divine Light. The Yin-Yang Divine Light. An innate power of the Yin-Yang Divine Eyes manifests the duality of creation, profoundly mysterious. When used offensively, even cultivators of higher realms than Nangong Huang struggle to withstand its might. Chu Kuangren watched as the black and white divine light swirled in Nangong Huang's eyes, forming a vortex that emitted a mingled divine radiance, enveloping him in the essence of Yin and Yang. Heavenly Tao Sword. Chu Kuangren remained steadfast, an overwhelming sword intent exploding forth, violet light soaring into the heavens as the highest sword principles unfolded above his head, transforming into a heavenly Tao sword with 9 orifices. With the manifestation of his Tao body, Chu Kuangren's combat prowess surged once more. Grasping the Kunwu's sacred sword, he swiftly cleaved through the black and white divine light. Unity of man and sword. The domineering violet sword light collided fiercely with the Yin-Yang divine light, the terrifying shockwaves causing the surrounding void to tremble, threatening to collapse. Gradually, the Yin-Yang divine light was consumed by the sword light. Indeed, the Yin-Yang divine eyes rank among the top 3,000 physiques. Yet they pale in comparison to the unparalleled Tao body of the 9 orifices Linglong sword heart. The heavenly Tao sword cleaved through the Yin-Yang divine light. Nangong Huang was once again sent staggering back several dozen paces, the golden light and sword energy tearing through him upon contact. The sword energy invading his body like countless needles, threatening to shred his flesh. This is the unparalleled Tao body. Nangong Huang's pupils contracted in shock, his face trembling. 9 Heaven Sword Prison. At this moment, Chu Kuangren called out once more. A deluge of sword energy erupted from him, enveloping a 1,000-mile radius with boundless sword intent. Like an impenetrable prison, the second manifestation of the 9 orifices Linglong sword heart, the 9 heavens sword prison. Feeling the overwhelming sword energy surrounding him, Nangong Huang's face turned pale. Having sustained numerous injuries, he was now powerless against this manifestation. But it does not end here. Qinglian Sword Song. The swirling sword energy at Chu Kuangren's feet wove together, transforming into a massive azure lotus with 36 petals, each adorned with intricate patterns, as if illustrating the ultimate principles of the sword. Additionally, melodious sword sounds echoed through the void, invoking countless sword artifacts within the Xiantian sect, as the distant sword mountain resonated with a thunderous sword chant. With the heavenly Tao sword above his head, standing upon the 36-petaled azure lotus of sword energy, and the 9 heavens sword prison unfolding, all 3 manifestations of his Tao body were activated. He advanced step by step toward Nangong Huang, resembling an unparalleled sword immortal. Countless disciples watched in awe, and the pressure of the three manifestations bore down upon Nangong Huang, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. This is impossible. How could he be this powerful? Both eyes of Nangong Huang flashed with the black and white divine light. Desperately attempting to harness the yin-yang divine eyes to resist the three manifestations of the Tao body. Yet it was utterly futile. His eyes ached unbearably, and he could not manifest the divine light at all. Among the 3,000 physiques, the 9 orifices Linglong sword heart ranks within the top 10 of the unparalleled Tao bodies, while the yin-yang divine eyes simply cannot be compared. In this moment, Nangong Huang understood the vast chasm between the two. Gulp. Not far away, Murong Xian swallowed hard. Not long ago, Chu Kuangren had only showcased the heavenly Tao sword against him at Sword Mountain, yet that alone was enough to harness the sword intent of the mountain. Now, with all three manifestations activated, if this were also at Sword Mountain, how terrifying would that be? Murong Xian dared not imagine, but his respect for Chu Kuangren only deepened. The other Daozi felt the same. Meanwhile, the surrounding disciples gazed at the seemingly immortal Chu Kuangren, their hearts genuinely acknowledging him as their senior brother. No wonder the sect master issued a decree appointing Chu Kuangren as the chief senior brother. He truly possesses such innate talent. I am utterly convinced. Such an extraordinary presence. Who could possibly compare? Perhaps even within the entire Qinglong domain, it would be challenging to find a few prodigies capable of contending with the chief senior brother. Let alone the Qinglong domain. Even across the vast expanse of Sanqiong Star, the chief senior brother's talents are undoubtedly among the finest. The surrounding disciples murmured among themselves, enamored by Chu Kuangren, especially the younger female disciples, who gazed at his celestial demeanor, their eyes sparkling with admiration, longing for him. No matter what others say, he is my senior brother. My goodness, how can he be so handsome, so strong and charming? He is simply irresistible. Chapter 15, Journey to the Library. Seeking the path of swordsmanship, the three great manifestations of the Tao body simultaneously unfolded, with the profound rhythms of the Tao enveloping Chu Kuangren. Coupled with his ethereal aura akin to that of a transcendent being, he appeared as an unparalleled sword immortal, garnering the admiration and respect of the disciples observing the battle. Meanwhile, within the Longxing Hall, the esteemed Xuanqi Xuanzhang suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of delight flickering within. The supreme Tao body is indeed supreme, effortlessly exhibiting combat prowess that surpasses others of the same realm. Our Xiantian sect is on the rise. The Tianji master had foretold that the path to emperorship would be reignited, shattering the shackles of an era devoid of emperors. With Kuangren possessing the supreme Tao body, he is destined to contend for the throne of this world. I hope you do not disappoint me, Kuangren, Xuanqi Xuanzhang murmured softly, his gaze filled with boundless expectations. The other senior members of Xiantian sect also sensed the overwhelming essence of the Tao emanating from Chu Kuangren, and similarly, hope blossomed within their hearts. At Lingtiando Palace, as Chu Kuangren exhibited the three manifestations of the Tao body, he gradually approached Nangong Huang, stating calmly, I address you as my junior brother. Do you wish to respond? Nangong Huang's expression fluctuated, his eyes brimming with reluctance. Yet, before the present Chu Kuangren, he found himself devoid of the ability to resist, let alone contest for the position of chief senior brother. After a moment of contemplation, Nangong Huang lowered his proud head and, with a tone of respect, declared, Nangong pays respects to master brother. With this utterance, the strongest Daozi of Xiantian sect acknowledged his submission. The hearts of countless disciples trembled. Even Nangong Huang had conceded. No one could question Chu Kuangren's identity any longer. He had now become the chief senior brother of Xiantian sect. Junior brother Nangong, you are most courteous. Chu Kuangren replied with a faint smile, retracting the three manifestations of the Tao body. The boundless pressure of the sword gradually dissipated, and the distant soaring sword chants of Xiantian, Sword Mountain faded into tranquility. Please come inside for a discussion. He invited Nangong Huang into the Tao Palace. His demeanor gentle and courteous, creating an atmosphere akin to a spring breeze. Upon entering the Tao Palace, Nangong Huang was equally astonished by the abundant spiritual energy within. This palace was among the finest cultivation locations within Xiantian sect, yet it paled in comparison to Lingtiando Palace. As the group exchanged insights on the path of cultivation, with Nangong Huang's presence, they engaged in discussions for an entire day and night. After their departure, Chu Kuangren stretched and yawned, exclaiming, these individuals are quite chatty. They have completely worn me out. At that moment, Xiao Bing approached with a cup of tea. Thank you. He replied, you are too kind. After taking a sip, he turned to the two girls and inquired, So, how was it? After listening for so long, have you gained anything? Indeed, indeed. It was immensely beneficial. Xiao Bing nodded repeatedly, her cheeks flushed with excitement. The Daozi present were among the most elite young cultivators of the era, their experiences rivaling those of practitioners who had cultivated for centuries, providing profound insights that greatly enriched Xiao Bing's understanding. She even felt that if she were to enter seclusion now, she could effortlessly break through to the Golden Core realm, a feat accomplished only by the true heirs within Xiantian's sect, while she herself was merely an outer disciple. Not bad, Lanya nodded slightly. Although the cultivation paths of Nangong Huang and Murong Xian differed from hers, the principle of learning from other strengths held true, offering her considerable insights beneficial to her own practice. That is good to hear, Chu Kuangren acknowledged, a contemplative expression gracing his features. This exchange had also inspired him, revealing a critical deficiency in his offensive techniques. Possessing the 9 Apertures Linglong sword heart, he was primarily focused on swordsmanship, yet his repertoire of sword techniques was regrettably scant. The Ziwei Huantian sword technique focused on foundational principles, lacking effective combat techniques, while the other skills he had acquired were merely of moderate quality, falling short compared to supreme techniques like the Tianpu sword technique and the Tianyang sword technique. Although the 3 manifestations of the Dao body could compensate for this shortcoming, they remained distinct from genuine cultivation methods. The mountain ceiling seal, while formidable, was not a true swordsmanship technique, preventing him from fully harnessing the potential of his Dao body. Ultimately, he needed to learn a supreme sword technique, he mused. Just as he was lost in thought, the voice of Xuanqi Zuanzhang echoed in his ears. Kuangren, come here. Surprised, Chu Kuangren relayed a few instructions to Lan Yu and Xiao Bing before heading to Longsheng Hall. Inside, Xuanqi Zuanzhang sat on a mat, and upon sensing Chu Kuangren's arrival, he turned to face him, his expression one of satisfaction. From the day I made you the chief disciple, I anticipated that Nangong Huang and the other Daozi would not easily acknowledge you. I did not expect that within just a few days, you would earn their genuine respect. It is truly gratifying. Chu Kuangren internally rolled his eyes, suspecting that while he dealt with the troubles posed by the Daozi, this seemingly benevolent master was secretly enjoying the spectacle, refraining from intervening. Your foresight is remarkable, master. Yet he understood that this was a test. So he bore no ill will, offering a modest compliment. Have you encountered any uncertainties in your cultivation over these past few days? Reflecting for a moment, Chu Kuangren mentioned his lack of offensive techniques. Xuanqi Zuanzhang smiled gently. That is easily remedied. The library of Xiantian's sect contains numerous sword cultivation methods. Take this jade token and feel free to peruse at your leisure. He handed Chu Kuangren an ancient jade token and continued. Kuangren, this is a time of great contention. The hopes of Xiantian's sect rest upon your shoulders. You must strive earnestly. I shall certainly live up to your expectations, master, he assured. Xuanqi Zuanzhang offered a few more words of encouragement before Chu Kuangren departed Longsheng Hall. The library, a crucial stronghold of Xiantian's sect, housed not only various cultivation methods, but also a plethora of extraordinary accounts and records of all kinds. The guardian of the library was an elder with white eyebrows, a senior elder of Xiantian's sect, ranked 7th, and possessing remarkable cultivation. Upon seeing Chu Kuangren arrive, Elder 7's eyes brightened, and he approached with a welcoming demeanor. Oh, the chief disciple has come. What brings you here? Chu Kuangren was not merely the chief disciple of Xiantian's sect. He was also the supreme Dao body, a pivotal figure in the sect's pursuit of the imperial throne. His status was such that even senior elders would not dare to treat him with indifference. Greetings, Elder 7. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly. I have come seeking some sword cultivation techniques. The cultivation methods of Xiantian's sect are located on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The chief disciple may browse freely. I shall not disturb you further, Elder 7 replied, returning to his tasks. The library was divided into 5 levels. The first floor contained biographies, cultural studies, and geographical and astronomical texts. The genuine cultivation methods were housed on the 2nd and 3rd floors, while the 4th floor featured rare supreme techniques from the outside world, accessible only to true disciples. The 5th floor had the fewest books, yet it was of utmost importance, containing the foundational knowledge of Xiantian's sect. Only the sect leader and true disciples could enter after completing the necessary procedures and obtaining approval. However, with the jade token bestowed by Xuanqi Zuanzhang, all levels of the library were open to Chu Kuangren, granting him the freedom to enter and exit at will. Chapter 16. The Madman of Chu enlightens. While the Supreme protects him upon entering the library, the Madman of Chu made his way directly to the 3rd floor, where an array of exquisite techniques was stored, including numerous swordsmanship methods. Among them was the thousand-blade sword technique he had previously studied. The third floor was bustling with many disciples, both inner and outer sect members, who were immediately captivated by the presence of the madman of Chu. Look, it's the madman of Chu. What madman? He should be addressed as senior brother now. Indeed, it said that even the Dao child Nangong Huang was defeated by him, and he has won the respect of many. His title as the chief of Xiantian is now fully deserved. I've long heard of senior brother's remarkable prowess. Even the sun and moon in the sky would pale in comparison. It is indeed true. Such a man exists in this world. Countless disciples whispered among themselves, and the once quiet library became somewhat noisy, causing the madman of Chu to furrow his brow slightly. Silence. A venerable voice rang out. It was Elder Seven, who had noticed the commotion and called for order. With his command, the noise quickly subsided, yet many still cast their glances at the madman of Chu. He opted to ignore their stares, strolling over to a row of shelves and retrieving a book on swordsmanship. Exquisite Technique, Wind Fu, 13 Swords. He murmured as he read the title. He then moved to a corner to begin studying. In no time, the madman of Chu grasped the intricacies of the Wind Fu, 13 Swords, mastering the technique entirely. Possessing the innate sword heart of 9 apertures, he could swiftly comprehend any swordsmanship method, a terrifying capability indeed. Even the saint-level technique, the Ziwei Huangtian sword technique, could be understood by him in less than half a day. What more could be said about this exquisite technique? After completing one swordsmanship book, the madman of Chu sought to test the limits of his 9 apertures sword heart. Thus, he lingered on the 3rd floor instead of hurrying to the 4th level for the supreme techniques, continuing to delve into the remaining swordsmanship methods available. Blue Wind Sword Shadow, Pine Moon Sword Technique, Li Clan's 26 Sword Forms, Exorcising Sword Technique. What a splendid name. Heavenly Dragon Quick Sword, Yin-Yang Duality Sword. The madman of Chu rapidly extracted each swordsmanship tome from the shelves, absorbing their contents with remarkable speed. As he continuously grasped various sword techniques, his understanding of swordsmanship deepened profoundly. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the library regarded the madman of Chu with puzzled expressions as he incessantly searched for books, flipping through them without pause. What is senior brother doing? Yes, he takes each book, but returns them shortly. If he isn't studying, why bother to take them out? How strange. What brings senior brother to the library? Many disciples were left bewildered. A few female disciples gazed at the madman of Chu, captivated by his charm even in the simple act of searching through books. As time passed, the morning slipped away. With each additional swordsmanship book the madman of Chu studied, his comprehension deepened, and astonishingly, his speed of reading increased. The 3rd floor of the library housed over 10,000 cultivation techniques, with approximately 30% dedicated to swordsmanship. Given that the Xiantian sect specialized in this art, by the end of the morning, the madman of Chu had assimilated 500 to 600 sword techniques, a feat that would astound anyone who heard of it. On the 1st floor of the library, Elder Seven reclined in a chair, his eyes slightly closed as he released his spiritual sense to monitor the madman of Chu's every move on the 3rd floor. What is the chief doing? Elder Seven suddenly opened his eyes, a look of confusion crossing his face. Even he could not discern the significance behind the madman of Chu's actions. Could simply flipping through books lead to mastering cultivation techniques? The thought struck him as absurd. However, recalling that the madman of Chu possessed the supreme Dao body, he felt a pang of uncertainty. Rumor had it that the 9 apertures sword heart enabled rapid mastery over sword techniques. Was the chief truly engaged in learning? He thought back to the tomes the madman of Chu had perused, all pertaining to swordsmanship. The notion sent shivers down his spine. Could the supreme Dao body truly be as formidable as this? Elder Seven continued to observe the madman of Chu's movements closely. 600 books, 700 books, 800 books, 1,100 books, 1,200 books, 1,300 books. The madman of Chu continued to browse through the swordsmanship tomes on the 3rd floor, his understanding of swordsmanship rapidly advancing. The following day, after finishing the 1,610th swordsmanship tome, a profound aura of swordsmanship began to emanate from him. Elder Seven, who had been closely watching, felt a jolt upon sensing this aura, his expression one of pure astonishment. The Tao flows naturally. The chief is attaining enlightenment. Enlightenment is an exceedingly rare state for cultivators, with some dedicating their entire lives in search of it. Legends speak of an ancient emperor who meditated under a tree for 3 days and nights, achieving breakthroughs and becoming an unparalleled sage king. Others have completely comprehended a royal scripture while in a state of enlightenment. Such tales abound, yet all who achieve enlightenment invariably reap immense rewards. I must inform the sect master and others. Elder 7 hastily produced a communication compass to notify the venerable Xuanji. Just as he sent the message, Xuanji appeared at the library, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing the madman of Chu engrossed in his books. The Tao flows naturally. He is indeed attaining enlightenment. Quickly, instruct everyone else in the library to exit. We must not disturb the madman during his enlightenment, and seal off this area to prevent anyone from approaching. Xuanji instructed urgently. The state of enlightenment is exceedingly rare. He could not allow anyone to disrupt the madman of Chu. For doing so would be akin to harming one's own kin. Soon, the other disciples in the library were escorted out, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Xuanji and the elders took their positions around the library, forbidding anyone from coming near. The madman of Chu's enlightenment sent shockwaves throughout the entire Xintian sect. Many disciples watched in awe as the usually elusive high-ranking officials gathered in the library. What is happening? Why are all these prominent figures here? Look at their expressions. They seem to be guarding? Guarding? Are you joking? Even the Supreme Sect Master has come out. Are you telling me they are guarding? Who possesses such stature to warrant such protection from so many high-ranking officials? It seemed that only the senior brother remained in the library. I overheard an elder mention enlightenment. Could it be that the senior brother is currently attaining enlightenment, and the sect master and others are here to protect him? Enlightenment. The senior brother is actually attaining enlightenment. If that were the case, it made sense. The sect master and others truly valued the senior brother, even going so far as to protect him during this crucial moment. Enlightenment. I'm a bit bewildered. Wasn't the senior brother just flipping through books in the library? How could he stumble upon enlightenment while doing so? The senior brother truly is a remarkable individual. Chapter 17. The Golden Enlightenment Card. Enhanced enlightenment stayed apart from the esteemed Elder Xuanqi and other high-ranking members. Several prominent disciples were present in the crowd, gazing at the library pavilion with astonishment. Enlightenment. The senior brother is actually in a state of enlightenment, with his unparalleled Tao physique, now achieving enlightenment once again. The senior brother is destined to be the foremost figure among the younger generation in the Azure Dragon domain. It is rumored that the world's greatest diviner, Tianjizi, proclaimed years ago that with the revival of the imperial path, this era would witness the emergence of another emperor. In my view, given the senior brother's extraordinary talent, he is bound to ascend to the imperial throne. The disciples could not help but feel a profound sense of reverence. Not long after being defeated by the madman Chu, Nangong Huang wore a bitter smile, realizing that surpassing him would be akin to reaching for the heavens. Although he had fully recognized madman Chu's capabilities, what young man does not aspire to outshine his peers and reign supreme? Nangong Huang was no exception. Yet, faced with the unparalleled prowess of madman Chu, he felt a sense of helplessness within. Within the library pavilion, madman Chu continued to peruse various texts on swordsmanship. In his state of enlightenment, his speed of comprehension regarding the sword techniques accelerated dramatically. He could grasp the essence of a text almost instantly, a dream come true for any swordsman. However, madman Chu remained composed, untouched by joy or sorrow. He was wholly immersed in the profound mysteries of the sword. Before long, he had thoroughly examined the 3,000 swordsmanship texts on the third floor, and his understanding had surpassed that of his former self. Without a moment's pause, he ascended to the fourth floor. The collection there was considerably smaller than on the third floor, yet each tome was a supreme technique, numbering in the hundreds, with nearly 100 sword techniques included. Madman Chu picked up a volume titled Li Tian Qing Long Sword Technique. As he flipped through the pages, he found that the supreme techniques on this floor were vastly more intricate than those on the third, existing on a completely different level. Even madman Chu occasionally had to pause and ponder to grasp the subtleties. Had he not previously read the 3,000 sword texts, comprehending them would have been far more challenging. Nevertheless, to onlookers, his prowess was still terrifying. While other practitioners might require a year or more to comprehend a single supreme technique, madman Chu managed to master nearly 10 within the span of just half a day. The combination of the 9 heavens Linglong sword heart and his state of enlightenment was indeed formidable. For an ordinary person, understanding a supreme technique typically required over a decade of effort. Even for geniuses, it took at least a year. Yet, with each technique he mastered, the aura of the sword around him grew ever denser. Given the circumstances, it seemed he had already attained mastery, which was truly astonishing. 10 supreme techniques in half a day? Such a tale seemed like a fable. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would scarcely believe it. The high-ranking elders were thoroughly awestruck, and Elder Xuanqi was equally shaken. Yet soon, their hearts swelled with joy. With such a prodigy among them, the imperial throne of this world would undoubtedly belong to the Xintian sect. Ha ha! Our sect shall usher in a glorious era. On the fourth floor of the library pavilion, Madman Chu was fervently learning and mastering the sword techniques of supreme rank. With the aura of the sword around him becoming increasingly profound, he sat by the window, engrossed in his reading, his expression tranquil. As the sunlight cast a golden glow upon him, resembling a celestial being draped in a veil of gold, coupled with his ethereal demeanor, handsome features, and the flowing aura of the sword, everything about him radiated an otherworldly charm. Outside the library pavilion, tens of thousands of disciples gazed at this dreamlike scene in awe, marveling at how Madman Chu seemed unlike any mortal. At this moment, some might even declare him a celestial being, and many would likely believe it. A high-ranking female elder observed Madman Chu, her eyes sparkling with admiration. He is truly extraordinary, far beyond the ordinary. Beside her, Elder Xuanqi chuckled. Ah, Elder Rian. It seems your heart has been stirred. Perhaps you should consider making an attempt. If I were to be 1,000 years younger, I would certainly try, she lamented, touching her flawless, jade-like cheek. Yet alas, I am but a fading flower of yesteryears. Elder Xuanqi rolled his eyes. Elder Rian, you are merely over 1,600 years old. Still quite youthful among the esteemed ones. Living for several thousand more years should pose no issue. Elder Rian shook her head. I feel as though my potential has been exhausted. Absent an extraordinary opportunity, it seems unlikely I shall progress further in this lifetime. However, Madman Chu is different. He possesses an unparalleled Dao physique, a talent unmatched in the ages. Within a century, he could very well challenge the supreme rank, perhaps even ascend to the imperial throne within a millennium. In comparison, I am but a speck of dust. I lack the qualification to stand beside him. I am fully aware of my own limitations. Ah, Elder Rian, you are mistaken. You are a revered elder, even if not as a primary consort. Being a secondary consort to the madman is still within the realm of possibility. Oh, you scoundrel. Elder Rian laughed and playfully scolded him. The two exchanged banter. Yet their spiritual senses remained vigilant, guarding Madman Chu closely, not daring to let their guard down. As time flowed by, 2 more days passed. Madman Chu had nearly exhausted the supreme techniques concerning swordsmanship on the 4th floor, yet he remained in his state of enlightenment. During these days, alongside his studies in the library pavilion, he did not forget to utilize his daily lottery opportunity. As dawn broke, ushering in a new day, Madman Chu gazed at the illusionary roulette, visible only to him, and silently invoked the lottery. The roulette began to spin rapidly. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a golden enlightenment card. Madman Chu thought to himself, surprised. An enlightenment card? This was the first time he had drawn a golden item since his 10 consecutive draws, and given that he was currently in a state of enlightenment, acquiring another enlightenment card was indeed astonishing. The enlightenment card, as the name suggests, allows one to enter a state of enlightenment. Reminiscent of the Yuan Ying cultivation experience card he had drawn previously, both possessing time limitations. What will happen if I use this enlightenment card while in my current state? Madman Chu pondered. Such opportunities for enlightenment are rare. After this, it may be a while before he could achieve it again through his own efforts. Why not give it a try? He resolved and activated the enlightenment card. In an instant, his mind was struck with a profound clarity. As if his crown had been lifted, and a rush of icy water awakened his senses. Immediately, Madman Chu felt an unprecedented lucidity, with countless thoughts and insights flooding in. The synergy of the enlightenment state and the golden enlightenment card rendered his comprehension of the Tao extraordinarily clear, as myriad Tao patterns seemed to materialize before him. Within his reach, harnessing this state, Madman Chu pressed on, mastering the remaining supreme techniques on the 4th floor. Outside the library pavilion, Elder Xuanqi and the others exchanged glances. Am I imagining things? His comprehension of the supreme techniques has accelerated. No, this is no illusion. His speed of comprehension has indeed increased significantly, and not by a small margin. They gasped in disbelief. What on earth has transpired? Chapter 18. The evolution of the infinite sword path and the creation of the sacred king technique. The enhancement of Chu Kuangren's comprehension state, bestowed by the enlightenment card, reached an astonishing level, allowing him to grasp the supreme techniques as effortlessly as one would partake in a meal. This spectacle left the esteemed Xuanqi Zuns and his companions utterly astounded. What on earth is happening? They exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom the unfolding events. The state of enlightenment was an elusive phenomenon, an enigmatic condition that could not be sought after. Even the most bizarre occurrences within it were not beyond comprehension, prompting them to ponder little further. At that moment, Chu Kuangren had ascended to the 5th level of the librarium. This 5th level, the apex of the librarium, housed the profound heritage of the Zhantian Gong, containing records of numerous premier cultivation techniques. Each was a supreme art, rivaling the three great sacred techniques. In contrast to the fourth level, the techniques inscribed on the stone tablets of the fifth level were adorned with handprints, sword marks, and intricate characters, each exuding a resonance of Tao, as if elucidating the ultimate truths of the way. It was nearly impossible for those lacking profound cultivation or exceptional talent to glean any insight from these tablets. Yet, when Chu Kuangren gazed upon them, countless mysteries surged within his mind, which he absorbed with remarkable swiftness, mastering even those techniques unrelated to the sword. The combination of his enlightenment state and the enlightenment card was indeed terrifying. Among the 17 premier techniques documented on the fifth level, 5 pertained specifically to the sword path, each one unfathomably deep. Approaching one of the tablets, which detailed the supreme technique known as the Longhu sword art, Chu Kuangren marveled at its complexity. Even prodigies like Nangong Huang and Murong Xian would require months to make any significant headway. Yet, after a mere glance, he completely comprehended it. Shifting his focus to another tablet, he swiftly mastered several sword techniques within the fifth level, emanating a profound aura of sword essence that made him appear as a transcended sword immortal. I have grasped all the sword techniques within the librarium, both exquisite and supreme. Yet, why does a sense of emptiness linger within me? Among the myriad sword paths, which shall I choose? Seated cross-legged, a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes as he reflected upon the various sword techniques he had acquired in recent days. As he contemplated, the essence of sword Tao within him began to shift dramatically. Suddenly, an astonishing sword light erupted from Chu Kuangren. Within this radiance, a colossal azure dragon emerged. Fierce and majestic, drawing gasps from the throngs of disciples outside the librarium. That is the supreme technique, the Qingtian Qinglong sword art. Why has the chief suddenly invoked a sword technique? No, this is not an invocation. Rather, it is the natural manifestation of the Tao essence he embodies. What is he attempting to achieve? As the crowd gasped in astonishment, the sword essence surrounding Chu Kuangren transformed once more, and a golden sun began to rise within the sword light. The supreme technique, the Tianyang sword art. Murong Xian's pupils narrowed in recognition, intimately familiar with this technique. Another thunderous roar echoed as innumerable sword energies coalesced into a silvery waterfall in the sky. The supreme technique, the Tianpu sword art. Nangong Huang, also adept in the Tianpu sword art, gasped in surprise. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As Chu Kuangren's sword essence continued to evolve, the sky above the librarium manifested the profound essence of various sword techniques. The azure dragon soared, the waterfall cascaded, the golden sun blazed, and sword energies coalesced into a mountain. A dragon and tiger clashed in the sky, storms surged, and sword energies fell like torrential rain. The supreme technique, the Longhu sword art. The exquisite technique, the 13 swords of tempest. The supreme technique, the Jinyue sword. The supreme technique, the river flows into the sea. Oh heavens, how can there be so many sword techniques, each one perfected to its utmost potential? The disciples watched in awe as various manifestations unfolded above the librarium, their expressions a mixture of shock and admiration. Even the revered Xuanqi Zuns stood dumbfounded. To think he has mastered all these sword techniques within the librarium. The chief is evolving countless sword paths single-handedly, akin to a sage imparting wisdom. Such prowess is astounding. All disciples were enraptured, absorbed in the intricacies of the sword techniques. Xuanqi Zun suddenly addressed the disciples behind him, and those who had regained their composure began to focus intently on the myriad sword techniques, gradually descending into a trance. Some disciples refined their own learnings, while others experienced enlightening epiphanies, their joy uncontainable. Yet, a few remained perplexed, grasping at fleeting insights, frustrated as they eluded their understanding. Xuanqi Zun scrutinized the unfolding scene within the librarium, his expression grave. To evolve countless sword paths, akin to a sage imparting wisdom. Yet how can a mere novice like him achieve such a feat, despite being merely at the Golden Core realm, a realm leagues beneath that of a sage? Chu Kuangren accomplished what only a sage could. This seemed like an incredible tale, utterly unfathomable. Meanwhile, within the librarium, Chu Kuangren remained oblivious to the external happenings. Seated in meditation, his mind abuzz with the sword techniques he had previously mastered, allowing the Tao essence to evolve around him. Gradually, a moment of clarity washed over him. The sword, a weapon of ferocity. The sword path must embody the art of offense. Among the myriad sword techniques, regardless of their intricacy, at their core, they all revolved around striking and vanquishing foes. No matter how grand the process, they ultimately existed for the purpose of attack. Chu Kuangren's gaze sharpened with newfound clarity. The multitude of sword techniques he had acquired began to unravel in his mind, revealing their essence before his eyes. Stripped of their ornate exteriors, only the purest offensive techniques remained. These techniques evolved continuously in his mind until, at last, only one remained. This technique was astonishingly simple, so basic that it scarcely qualified as a technique. It was merely the act of drawing the sword and sheathing it. At that moment, in the outside world, the myriad manifestations of sword techniques above the librarium suddenly vanished, and the disciples returned to their senses, some feeling incomplete. Why did it disappear? I was so close to achieving a breakthrough. Wait, look. Though the phenomena had dissipated, the lingering Tao essence continued to swirl above the librarium, coalescing into a colossal figure clad in white, wielding a long sword, strikingly resembling Chu Kuangren. The figure suddenly drew its sword, executing a simple horizontal slash. Even an ordinary person, untrained in swordsmanship, could mimic it with a stick. Yet, from this singular strike, countless disciples perceived the purest essence of the sword's offensive intent, witnessing the most breathtaking sword art in existence. Xuanqi Zun's could not contain his exclamation, the Sacred King Technique. Chapter 19, Senior Brother Gao Yi. The sword technique of heaven slaying, a colossal figure unleashed a sword strike, the purest intent of aggression erupting with tremendous force. The terrifying sword intent enveloped a radius of 100 miles, and countless disciples felt this overwhelming aura. Even the Daozi experienced a sense of trepidation. The venerable Xuanqi gasped in astonishment, the Sacred King's law. The expressions of the other high-ranking members were equally filled with shock. Soon, the rhythm of the Tao flowed through the void, and mystical sounds resonated in the sky, akin to celestial music. A surge of earthly energy erupted, forming blooming golden lotuses. This was the sound of the great Tao, the earth spewing golden lotuses. Such phenomena could only manifest when a cultivator transcended to the realm of the saint or when matters relating to the sacred path occurred. The Sacred King's law? Could the chief have created a form of the Sacred King's law? This unparalleled sword intent and Tao rhythm were beyond the reach of ordinary saint laws. This was undoubtedly the Sacred King's law. At the mention of the Sacred King's law, the crowd was struck with awe. It is known that after the last emperor fell in ancient times, the celestial star entered an era known as the Age of the Fallen Emperors. Since the dawn of this era, no emperor has emerged, and the Sacred Kings stand as the pinnacle of existence, with very few sacred kings in the entire celestial star. Naturally, the Sacred King's law is scarce. Even esteemed sects like the Xuantiangong lack the Sacred King's law. Yet before them, Chu Kuangren had forcibly created a Sacred King's law capable of overshadowing all worldly laws. Throughout history, even the supreme Tao bodies had never been reported to have forged the Sacred King's law at the Golden Course stage. This was utterly terrifying. Venerable Xuanqi gazed in astonishment at Chu Kuangren within the library. He thought he had already regarded Chu Kuangren highly, yet the latter repeatedly proved him wrong with his actions. As long as he does not fall, the imperial throne of this world belongs to our Xuantiangong. Venerable Xuanqi spoke fervently. He was convinced that no other prodigy in the current celestial star could create the Sacred King's law at the Golden Course stage. Yet Chu Kuangren could. Just based on this fact, Chu Kuangren far surpassed all other prodigies. Master, please provide me with a Tao steel, Chu Kuangren suddenly voiced. Venerable Xuanqi seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes lighting up as he quickly called for someone to bring a Tao steel. The Tao steel, crafted from unique materials, could permanently record the rhythm of the Tao. Some profound techniques, too intricate to be captured by mere words or ordinary characters, were inscribed into it. For instance, the supreme laws on the 5th floor of the library were recorded in such a manner for the disciples of Xuantiangong to comprehend. Soon, a black Tao steel was brought to the entrance of the library. Upon seeing it, Chu Kuangren summoned the sacred sword Kunwu from within him. With Kunwu in hand, he gently closed his eyes and stood silently for a moment before raising Kunwu and striking the stone tablet. A flash of sword light passed, leaving a deep sword mark over a foot long on the seemingly ordinary steel. An incomparably terrifying Tao rhythm surged forth from the sword mark, enveloping the entire steel in an instant. He inscribed the Tao rhythm of the Sacred King's law into the Tao steel, allowing future disciples to comprehend this Sacred King's law through it. Elder Ruyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. The others gazed at Chu Kuangren, their faces filled with exhilaration. This act bore immense significance for the entire Xuantiangong, as it meant they would possess their own Sacred King's law. Anyone could potentially grasp the Sacred King's law, and with this, the foundation and strength of Xuantiangong would ascend to new heights. Senior Brother Gao Yi, an elder exclaimed. In that moment, all the disciples wholeheartedly recognized Chu Kuangren, their admiration genuine and unreserved. Senior Brother Gaoyi, Senior Brother Gaoyi. The disciples chanted in unison, their voices echoing through the skies. Having accomplished all this, Chu Kuangren gradually emerged from his state of enlightenment. The effects of the enlightenment card fading. Yet, the sacred king's law he had created while in the library remained etched in his mind. As the various phenomena dissipated and tranquility returned, Chu Kuangren stepped out of the library to stand before Venerable Xuanqi and the others, slightly bowing in greeting. Greetings, Master, Elders. Kuangren, no need for formality. Your enlightenment has not only greatly benefited yourself, but has also established a significant achievement for Xuantiangong. Venerable Xuanqi expressed his excitement, gazing at Chu Kuangren with admiration. Just a small gain, Chu Kuangren humbly replied. Upon hearing this, the crowd rolled their eyes. He had just created the sacred king's law and deemed it merely a small gain? By the way, Kuangren, now that you have just created this sacred king's law, have you thought of a name for it? Venerable Xuanqi inquired. Not yet. Perhaps I should ask Master for a name. Chu Kuangren pondered aloud. Naming the sacred king's law was a prestigious honor, one that other venerables could not claim. As they were incapable of creating the sacred king's law, those who could create such a law would never allow others to name their techniques. Only someone like Chu Kuangren, who could forge the sacred king's law at the Golden Core stage, would bestow such an honor upon another. Upon hearing this, Venerable Xuanqi's eyes sparkled with excitement, his face flushing with joy. However, recalling that he needed to maintain his dignity as a master in front of his disciple, he suppressed his emotions. This sacred king's law may seem simple, consisting solely of the strike and the retraction of the sword, but it embodies a return to simplicity, fully expressing the swift, precise, and brutal essence of the sword path. In my opinion, let us name it the Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly at the suggestion. Then, as Master says, this sacred king's law shall be named the Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique. As soon as he spoke, the heavens rumbled, as if in agreement with the name. Not far away, the steel trembled, with fragments falling away to reveal the 5 characters. Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique. The great Tao acknowledged it. Henceforth, this technique shall be known as the Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique. Haha. With this Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique, the foundation of our Xuantiangong will rise even further, and in due time, we shall undoubtedly reign supreme in the Qinglong region. Following this, Venerable Xuanqi ordered for the steel inscribed with the Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique to be placed within the 5th floor of the library and guarded closely. Chu Kuangren then left the library and returned to the Ling Tian Dao Palace. Inside the palace, Xiao Bing had long heard of Chu Kuangren's miraculous creation of the sacred king's law in the library and showered him with praise. Throughout the entire Xuantiangong, from the high-ranking elders to the outer disciples, everyone spoke in awe of Chu Kuangren. Have you heard? Our senior brother created a sacred king's law in the library. The sound of the great Tao, the earth spewing golden lotuses, how astonishing. I was there. It was incredible. Our senior brother is truly extraordinary. It hasn't been long since he became our senior brother, and he has already forged the sacred king's law. Unbelievable. In terms of talent, there is no one in the entire Qinglong region, no, in the entirety of the Celestial Star's younger generation, who can compare. Not to mention talent, in terms of appearance, there is no one in the entire Celestial Star who can match him. His looks are simply captivating, striking every chord of my heart. Chapter 20. The Prince of Qingyun. Gu Changge, unrivaled among his peers in the courtyard of Lingtiando Palace, Chu Kuangren reclined languidly on a chaise longue. Beside him, Xiao Bing held a plate of grapes, occasionally feeding him one with tender care. Nearby, Lan Yu, adorned in a blue and white skirt, sat cross-legged with a pitch-black guqin laid before her. Her fingers danced gracefully over the strings, producing enchanting melodies that echoed softly in the air. Ah! Chu Kuangren took a grape from Xiao Bing's hand, savoring its sweetness while listening to Lan Yu's exquisite playing, his eyes narrowing in contentment. Xiao Bing, peeling grapes nearby, stole glances at Chu Kuangren's handsome visage. Her cheeks flushed with an indescribable joy. While countless women outside clamored for a mere glimpse of him, she relished the privilege of personally feeding him grapes. The thought alone filled her with immense delight. As the melody came to a close, Lan Yu smiled gently and inquired, what would the prince like to hear next? Besides being a formidable warrior, she was also well-versed in music, a talent Chu Kuangren had only recently discovered. He could not help but admire her. She was not only beautiful and powerful but also utterly devoted to him. Enough of this indulgence. If I continue, I may never escape your tender embrace, Chu Kuangren chuckled, stretching his limbs. I shall return to my training. Nearly a month had passed since he had developed the Sacred King technique, and during this time, His cultivation had progressed remarkably, from the initial stages of the golden core to the pinnacle of golden core, now only a step away from the nascent soul stage. Throughout this month, Chu Kuangren had drawn many items from the fantasy roulette, though most were of the black iron and silver grade, with only a few being of any use. The various pills, techniques, and spiritual essences he had acquired were all utilized to nurture Xiaobing, resulting in significant progress for her as well. In the afternoon, having just completed his training, Xiaobing approached Chu Kuangren to inform him of a visit from Daozi Nangong Huang and Murong Xian. In the main hall of the Dao Palace, Murong Xian greeted Chu Kuangren with palpable excitement. "Senior brother, you have finally arrived." Chu Kuangren's expression shifted slightly, taking a half step back. "Such enthusiasm. One might think you have encountered a long-lost lover." His striking beauty seemed to disarm even men. Murong Xian stood awkwardly, taken aback. "Was your retreat a serious matter? Such a minor gesture carries such weight." "Greetings, senior brother," Nangong Huang offered a slight bow. Since being subdued by Chu Kuangren and witnessing the creation of the Sacred King technique, his admiration for him had only deepened, akin to that of a devoted fan. "Do not stand on ceremony, you two. Please, take a seat." Once they were seated, Murong Xian spoke first. "We sought you out, senior brother, to discuss an important matter." "Oh, what is it?" Chu Kuangren inquired. "Have you heard of Guchanga?" "Guchanga?" Chu Kuangren murmured, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. "The Prince of Qingyun, Guchanga?" "Indeed, that is the very one," Nangong Huang replied gravely. "In this age of great contention, prodigies emerge like flowers in full bloom, each vying for supremacy. Guchanga stands as one of the most resplendent among them, a figure of immense renown." He continued, "His prowess even surpasses that of Nangong Huang. Pray tell, what has transpired?" Chu Kuangren asked, contemplating the information he had gathered about Guchanga. Approximately half a month ago, Guchanga departed from the capital of the Qingyun dynasty under the pretense of seeking knowledge, traversing through Ziying Valley, the 10,000 Methods sect, Lingshu sect, and the 5 Elements sect, where he defeated 8 Daozi. Murong Xian explained, his tone heavy with concern. Upon hearing this, Chu Kuangren understood their purpose in coming to him. "You fear he may challenge the Xiantian sect?" "A challenge is inevitable," Nangong Huang speculated. "He is forging an indomitable spirit." "Indeed," Nangong Huang continued. "Several years ago, Tianzi foretold the resurgence of the path to imperial status, and prodigies across the Songxiang star are eager to compete for the title of emperor. Guchanga, by defeating various Daozi, is cultivating his invincible heart, seeking to gain an advantage on the path to supremacy. Only by defeating him can we disrupt this process. Otherwise, once his invincible heart is fully formed, it will be nigh impossible for anyone to rival him. Yet, defeating him is easier said than done. He is unparalleled among the younger generation, with few rivals. Moreover, it is said that he is accompanied by a protector of the esteemed realm, making any covert attempts to undermine him nearly impossible." Nangong Huang and Murong Xian exchanged thoughts on the matter, while Chu Kuangren absorbed their words. "Senior brother, Guchanga's strength is astonishing, having vanquished 8 Daozi, many of whom are on par with us. I believe you alone possess the capacity to subdue him within the entire Xiantian sect," Nangong Huang remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Kuangren. "What is his cultivation level?" "Perfected nascent soul, or rather, he should be at the threshold of the void realm." Nangong Huang paused briefly before continuing. "What? Half step into the void realm?" Chu Kuangren felt a wave of unease wash over him. He had only reached the perfected golden core stage, and his previous ability to suppress Nangong Huang was due to the cultivation experience card. Now, facing a half-step void realm prodigy was daunting, especially one of such extraordinary caliber. It felt precarious, indeed. However, he could not betray any hesitation in front of his hopeful junior disciples. "I understand," he replied calmly, his demeanor composed. Nangong Huang and Murong Xian exchanged a glance, comforted by his tranquility, believing their senior brother was assured of victory. As they departed the Dao Palace, Murong Xian curiously asked, "Nangong, how much faith do you have in senior brother's chances against Guchanga?" Nangong Huang paused, stating simply, 10 out of 10. "You have such confidence in him?" Murong Xian was taken aback. While he believed in Chu Kuangren, Guchanga was no ordinary adversary, having defeated 8 Daozi and established himself as an unrivaled figure among his peers. "Senior brother can effortlessly suppress me. His prowess is unfathomable. Did you not observe his demeanor earlier? He clearly does not regard Guchanga as a threat." Nangong Huang praised Chu Kuangren with unwavering admiration. As Murong Xian pondered this, he found increasing logic in Nangong Huang's words. "You are right. If he were not fully confident, he would not appear so composed. Senior brother may very well be unrivaled among his contemporaries. I believe it is more than that. Senior brother's ability to create the Sacred King technique is terrifyingly rare. How many can achieve such a feat? The two speculated about Chu Kuangren's strength, their awe and respect for him only growing deeper. Chapter 21. Fear not, Guchanga. What is the status of the heavenly spirit essence? What has Daozi said? After learning that Murong Xian and Nangong Huang had gone to Ling Tian Dao Palace to inquire about how Chu Kuangren would respond to Guchanga, Jun Yi, Zhuahan, and several other Daozi rushed over to ask upon their return. The senior brother proclaimed, Guchanga is not to be feared. Upon hearing this, Jun Yi and the others were astounded. It is important to note that Guchanga had already defeated 4 major Saint Dao lineages and 8 Daozi, establishing an invincible reputation among many of his contemporaries. Yet, in the mouth of Chu Kuangren, he was deemed insignificant. This revelation left everyone in shock. However, Zhuahan burst into laughter, exclaiming, truly, our senior brother is remarkable. Guchanga's consecutive victories over the 8 Daozi have shaken the Qinglong domain. Yet in the eyes of our senior brother, he is nothing to fear. How bold! Indeed, the senior brother's might was undeniable. Gradually, the phrase not to be feared began to circulate throughout the Xintian sect, with countless disciples aware that it was spoken by Chu Kuangren. It is worth noting that Guchanga's feat of defeating 8 Daozi in pursuit of establishing an invincible heart had already spread among the disciples, causing many to feel uneasy about the inevitable confrontation with Guchanga. Yet now, a single statement from Chu Kuangren had inspired them. Truly, the senior brother is formidable. Guchanga is indeed not to be feared, and only someone like the senior brother could utter such words. The Daozi who had been defeated by Guchanga, despite his overwhelming prestige, was rendered insignificant in the eyes of their senior brother. Impressive. I eagerly await how the senior brother will defeat Guchanga. Various discussions erupted throughout the Xintian sect. Even high-ranking elders caught wind of the news, with Elder Ru Yin remarking, as expected of our Xintian sect's chief. What a grand spirit! The esteemed Elder Xuanqi proudly stated, my disciple Kuangren possesses the demeanor of an emperor. A mere Guchanga is of little consequence. Had this been before, they might not have placed such faith in Chu Kuangren. However, things had changed. Ever since Chu Kuangren had created the Saint King method within the library, he had become a deity in the eyes of many disciples, and among the elders. He was regarded as invincible and emperor-like. His words carried weight in the hearts of the people. Young master, besides the disciples, the sect leader and various elders fully support you. You must strive to defeat Guchanga. Xiao Bing cheered, shaking her tiny fists for encouragement. Yet, upon hearing her words, Chu Kuangren was left bewildered. Guchanga is not to be feared? When did I ever say that? What have you two conjured up, Murong Xian and Nangong Huang? And why are the disciples and elders joining in on this? What a grand spirit. My disciple has the demeanor of an emperor. These words made me want to cover my face in disbelief. I am merely at the golden course stage. Xiao Bing, please step outside. Chu Kuangren gestured, wishing for a moment of solitude. I understand, young master. You wish to conserve your strength and prepare yourself in the best condition to face Guchanga, right? Rest assured, I will not let anyone disturb you. Xiao Bing replied with an expression of understanding. She exited the room and, before closing the door, made a fist pump and a gesture of support. Sitting on his bed, Chu Kuangren sighed helplessly. Why is everyone so imaginative? They should consider writing novels. He summoned the fantasy roulette and began today's draw. Congratulations. The host has drawn a bottle of the golden item, Heavenly Spirit Essence. Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up, another golden item, and it was Heavenly Spirit Essence. It seems my luck is quite favorable today. Heavenly Spirit Essence is a liquid containing pure spiritual energy, significantly superior to spirit stones, and is categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Heavenly Spirit Essence is the highest grade, possessing various mysterious functions such as enhancing cultivation, refining spiritual power, and cleansing marrow. In the outside world, a single drop of Heavenly Spirit Essence could incite a frenzy among countless cultivators, yet Chu Kuangren now possessed an entire bottle. Extract Heavenly Spirit Essence, Chu Kuangren commanded. In an instant, a palm-sized azure jade bottle appeared in his hand, filled with golden Heavenly Spirit Essence. With this essence's assistance, I shall quickly break through to the nascent soul realm, and at that time, I can confidently confront Guchanga, Chu Kuangren murmured. Determined, he began his seclusion. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the name Guchanga resonated throughout the entire Qinglong domain. His departure from the royal capital, coupled with his defeats of 4 major Saint Dao lineages and 8 Daozi, sent shockwaves across the land, igniting fervor among numerous factions and cultivators. In the Qinglong domain, there are 8 major Saint Dao lineages: Qingyun Dynasty, Xiang Valley, Wanfazong, Taishu View, Lingshu Sect, Wuxing Sect, Lane Temple, Balian Sect, and Xintian Sect. Except for Qingyun Dynasty, the first 4 lineages had already been challenged and defeated by Gu Chang'e. Now, the attention of the world turned to the remaining 3 lineages, eager to see if anyone could withstand Gu Chang'e's invincible might. If no one could, Gu Chang'e would undoubtedly lead the path to imperial ascendance. On a majestic mountain peak, shrouded in mist, stood an array of buildings nestled against the mountains and rivers, many housing statues of the Buddha. This was a temple, Lane Temple, the most formidable and untouchable temple in the world. Today, a resounding chime echoed throughout Lane Temple. Outside the temple gates, 6 golden-scaled divine steeds pulled a magnificent golden carriage, which came to a halt before the temple entrance. As the curtains of the carriage were drawn back, a man clad in a golden robe, with sharp brows and piercing eyes, emerged, gazing directly at the gates of Lane Temple. This man was none other than the renowned Gu Chang'e. Lane Temple, I, Gu Chang'e, have arrived, he murmured. His eyes ignited with unparalleled battle intent, and his spiritual power surged around him, resonating with a faint dragon's roar. Once I defeat Lane Temple, Balian Sect, and Xintian Sect, I shall forge an invincible heart. On the path to imperial ascendance, I shall be a step ahead of all others. Gu Chang'e's eyes sparkled with determination. Do not underestimate the Crown Prince, a wise voice echoed from the void, seemingly advising Gu Chang'e of the hidden talents within the Saint Dao lineages. Recently, an unparalleled Dao body had manifested in the Xintian Sect, drawing attention. Indeed, I sensed the presence of an unparalleled Dao body not long ago. After I defeat Lane Temple and Balian Sect, I shall personally experience this so-called unparalleled Dao body at the Xintian Sect, Gu Chang'e declared earnestly. With that, he fixed his gaze on Lane Temple and proclaimed loudly, I have come to pay my respects. I request the esteemed monks to reveal themselves. The sound waves rolled forth, and a confrontation seemed inevitable. The following day, the golden carriage, pulled by the divine steeds, departed from Lane Temple, and news of Tu Daozi being defeated by Gu Chang'e spread rapidly. Shortly thereafter, within 3 days, the holy son of Balian Sect also fell to Gu Chang'e's might. In an instant, Gu Chang'e's momentum reached its zenith. 6 out of the 8 major Saint Dao lineages had seen their Daozi and holy sons defeated at the hands of the Qingyun Crown Prince, indirectly indicating that these lineages had succumbed to the Qingyun dynasty. All eyes now turned to the last remaining Xintian Sect. Chapter 22. 3 Strikes Defeat Nangong Huang. The terrifying Gu Chang'e, unparalleled. Gu Chang'e is defying the heavens. Indeed, the disciples of the 8 great sage lineages have all succumbed to the prowess of a single individual. In a certain light, these lineages pale in comparison to the Qingyun dynasty. One can only imagine the fury of their leaders at this moment. Gu Chang'e is truly formidable. Now, only the Xintian sect remains. The other 6 disciples have fallen, and it is unlikely that the Xintian sect can withstand Gu Chang'e. The younger generation should regard him as supreme. Throughout the entire Qinglong domain, countless cultivators are awestruck by Gu Chang'e's might, unable to fathom his extraordinary strength. The sage lineages, not to mention the Qinglong domain, are among the pinnacle of cultivation forces across the entire Songqing star, and the disciples they nurture are undoubtedly the most exceptional prodigies within. Yet, these prodigies have all been vanquished by a single individual. Gu Chang'e, in his prime, exudes an invincible aura that reverberates throughout the world. At the Xintian sect, several disciples, including Nangong Huang, have gathered to discuss Gu Chang'e. Even they, upon hearing of Gu Chang'e's formidable strength, cannot help but be astonished. When will the senior brother emerge from seclusion? Murong Xian inquired, his face tinged with concern. Ever since their last visit to the madman of Chu, he has been in seclusion, and there has been no word from him. Given Gu Chang'e's pace, he is likely to arrive at the Xintian sect today. What if he arrives before the senior brother has emerged? Zhuohan voiced his worries. Gu Chang'e's current momentum is unmatched, in his estimation. Only the madman of Chu within the Xintian sect could contend with him. If Gu Chang'e arrives and the madman remains in seclusion, none among them would be able to withstand him. If the senior brother has not emerged by then, I shall personally confront Gu Chang'e, Nangong Huang declared. Yes, that would suffice. I can test this individual's strength on behalf of the senior brother, allowing him to prepare more effectively, the others agreed. As they conversed, dark clouds churned above the Xintian sect, and a brilliant golden light erupted, transforming the clouds into a golden hue. The golden clouds parted, revealing a chariot drawn by 6 divine steeds descending from the heavens and landing before the entrance of the Xintian sect. The sudden commotion drew the attention of many. Look, someone is coming. Those steeds are covered in golden scales. Only the nobility of the Qin dynasty travel with golden-scaled steeds. Whoever can command 6 steeds must be Guchanga. The crown prince of Qin has arrived. He has finally come. Indeed, he has sought us out at the Shantian sect. Many disciples exclaimed in astonishment. The gathered disciples exchanged serious glances towards the mountain gate, and Nangong Huang calmly stated, "Let us go and meet him." Outside the mountain gate of the Shantian sect, Guchanga gracefully dismounted from the chariot. Numerous disciples stood at the ready, their vigilance palpable. Guchanga cast a glance at them, and an overwhelming aura of terror enveloped the crowd, causing them to stagger backward in fright. How terrifying! A mere glance from him sends chills down my spine. Is this truly Guchanga? As he walked, Guchanga had already defeated 6 great sacred lands, and his invincible momentum had reached an extraordinarily powerful level. His presence was beyond what ordinary disciples could withstand. With just one look, he had intimidated them all. I have come to pay my respects. I implore the esteemed seniors to reveal themselves. Guchanga called out, his voice resonating throughout the Shantian sect. I am already aware of your intentions. There is no need for further discourse. If you desire battle, then let us engage, a voice resonated from within. Belonging to the respected Elder Xuanqi, no pleasantries were necessary. It was clear that Guchanga had come seeking a challenge. Very well. I have heard that there is an unparalleled Tao body within the Shantian sect, yet you wish to duel with me? Guchanga replied. At that moment, an ancient long sword, enveloped in frigid sword light, shot forth with great speed and lodged itself firmly before Guchanga. A powerful sword intent erupted. Ah, a sacred artifact. Guchanga remarked, unfazed. It was only natural for a lineage with such a long-standing heritage to possess several sacred artifacts. However, what piqued his interest was the wielder of the sword. He looked up to see Nangong Huang, clad in a purple robe, approaching him. The senior brother is in seclusion. If you wish to battle him, you must first overcome me, he stated. The sword intent surged around Nangong Huang, his spiritual power erupting with the overwhelming force of a perfected nascent soul, his eyes flickering with black and white light, exuding a truly remarkable aura. A prodigy indeed. With the pride of a prodigy, Nangong Huang possessed the Yin-Yang divine eyes, marking him as a top-tier talent. He understood that he might not be Guchanga's match, yet he was still eager to test his skills against him. Nangong Huang, I have heard of you. You are the strongest among the 9 disciples of the Shantian sect. I did not expect you to recognize that unparalleled Tao body as your senior brother. This only heightens my curiosity regarding him, Guchanga mused. Very well. I shall defeat you first. With that, Guchanga unleashed his full aura. An unparalleled dominance intertwined with an invincible force swept through the surroundings, and immense spiritual energy spiraled around him, gradually forming into a magnificent golden dragon, its ferocious roar transforming into a terrifying sound wave that radiated outward. The surrounding disciples instinctively took several steps back. Such overwhelming spiritual power. This is the crown prince of the Qin dynasty. It is said that within the Qin dynasty, a sage possesses a technique known as the true dragon condensation method, capable of cultivating a formidable dragon aura. Guchanga must have practiced this sacred method. The golden dragon coiled around him, its lifelike eyes brimming with a sense of superiority over all creation. Nangong Huang felt the immense pressure emanating from Guchanga. He placed his hand upon the sacred sword, channeling his spiritual energy to unleash a strike. A cascade of sword light surged forth like a torrential waterfall. Supreme technique. Heavenly waterfall sword technique. Guchanga did not flinch or evade. Instead, he raised his hand and delivered a punch. The golden dragon aura erupted forth, suffused with an overwhelming dominance. With a thunderous explosion, the sword light and dragon aura clashed, resulting in a massive shockwave that sent Nangong Huang stumbling back several paces. In stark contrast, Guchanga remained steadfast, unyielding in his position. With the first exchange, Nangong Huang had already found himself at a disadvantage. Once more, golden light enveloped Nangong Huang's form, cascading over the sacred sword, and he struck again. With the support of the mixed golden light and the sacred sword, this strike was far more powerful than the last. At this moment, a hint of seriousness appeared on Guchanga's face. Now you have warranted this punch. Dragon-slaying fist. Break. A punch was unleashed, resonating with the roar of the dragon that echoed across the heavens. The punch manifested as a golden dragon that lunged forth, enveloped in a terrifying Tao rhythm. Once again, the sword light was shattered by the punch. As Nangong Huang was forced back, the black and white divine light within his eyes surged forth, embodying the power of the Yin-Yang divine eyes. Haha, I anticipated this. Dragon-slaying fist. Guchanga's right hand. which had remained clenched, unleashed a punch, revealing faint golden dragon scales upon his arm. This punch bore even greater power than before, shattering the yin-yang divine light. And the residual force struck Nangong Huang. Blood spewed from Nangong Huang's mouth as he was propelled backward for dozens of paces, crashing into a wall, which caved in with a resounding thud, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface. All disciples of the Xiantian sect stood in disbelief. 3 strikes. In merely 3 strikes, Nangong Huang had been defeated. Chapter 23. The emergence of Lan Yu. Gu Chang's jealousy. Nangong Huang slid down the wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He struggled to stand as he gazed at Gu Chang's right hand. Before being struck away, he seemed to witness golden dragon scales manifesting upon it. It is said that the true dragon refinement technique of the Qiyun dynasty allows one to forge a dragon vein Dao body. Your right hand has indeed been refined into a dragon vein. Nangong Huang spoke gravely. The dragon vein Dao body is the pinnacle of all Dao bodies, surpassing even his yin-yang divine eyes, and is revered as one of the closest forms to the supreme Dao body. Once fully realized, even saints would be compelled to retreat. Indeed, Gu Chang'e declared proudly, though it is merely a right hand, even someone as extraordinary as you can be easily defeated. To fully cultivate the dragon vein Dao body, one must refine all their meridians into dragon veins, yet he has only refined the meridian of his right hand for now. Nevertheless, this is sufficient to allow him to look down upon his peers. Nangong, the senior brother, fell in just 3 punches. Where is the master brother? Only he can contend with him. What a terrifying Gu Chang'e! The surrounding disciples murmured among themselves, unable to conceal their shock. Observing this, Gu Chang'e stood with his hands behind his back, gazing down at everyone with an unparalleled domineering presence akin to that of an emperor. Who among you dares to engage me in battle? Gu Chang'e surveyed the crowd, his invincible demeanor striking awe into all present. In the distance, Xuanqi Xuanzhang and Elder Rian observed this scene. This individual is indeed remarkable. At such a young age, he has already reached half-step Dongxiu. Coupled with the enhancement of the dragon vein Dao body, it is no wonder he can sweep away his peers. Having defeated 6 great saintly lineages, he possesses an invincible aura. Should he continue to grow stronger, he might truly forge an indomitable heart. Although Xuanqi Xuanzhang and others were displeased with Gu Chang'e's challenge, they could not deny his extraordinary talent. Is the sect leader still in seclusion? Elder Rian inquired. For now, they could only place their hopes on Chu Kuangren. Yes. I just scanned the Dao Palace with my spiritual sense. Kuangren remains secluded, Xuanqi Xuanzhang replied helplessly. Returning their gaze to the entrance of the Xiantian sect, Gu Chang'e, still looking down upon everyone, continued, Where is your supreme Dao body? Why do you not summon him? He paused, a mocking smile appearing on his face. Could it be that he is too fearful to emerge from his dwelling? Arrogance! How dare you slander the master brother? Do not hold me back. I shall confront him. Murong Xian, gritting his teeth in anger, attempted to charge forward, but was restrained by several disciples beside him, urging him to remain calm. Do not be impulsive. You are no match for him. Nangong has already been defeated in 3 punches. It would be futile for you to engage. As the crowd expressed their indignation, a white streak of light descended from the heavens. Boom! Dust billowed, and a wave of energy surged. All eyes turned to see a silver-haired woman clad in resplendent silver armor, standing against the wind, exuding an aura of sanctity and inviolability. It is Miss Lan. Several disciples expressed surprise. The newcomer was none other than Lan Yu, who had come to observe the impending battle between Chu Kuangren and Gu Chang'e, knowing that it would ensue upon Kuangren's emergence from seclusion. Initially, she did not intend to intervene. However, upon hearing the insults directed at Chu Kuangren, she could no longer contain herself. Gu Chang'e could insult anyone, even the revered saints, and it would not concern her. However, she would not permit anyone to defame the man she revered like a deity, not even with a single jest. Thus, she made her appearance. Lan Yu emerged, her silver armor dazzling and her sacred, solemn demeanor radiating grace, complemented by her breathtaking beauty that left all in awe. Even Gu Chang'e could not help but be momentarily captivated. As the prince of the Qiyun dynasty, he had encountered countless beautiful women throughout his life, yet none could compare to the woman before him. With skin as pure as ice and a presence as serene as a goddess, for the first time, Gu Chang'e felt an admiration blossom within his heart. Who are you? Gu Chang'e inquired, striving to soften his tone with curiosity. In his view, as the illustrious prince of Qiyun, having defeated 6 great saintly lineages, the person he addressed should be taken aback by his words. However, Lan Yu's expression remained cold, her eyes resembling a vast blue ocean swirling with hostility, as if a storm were imminent. Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that you have just defamed my lord, and for that, you shall pay the price, Lan Yu replied coldly, with her spiritual energy surging. The ethereal resonance of sacred light enveloped her. The intensity of this resonance drew a serious expression from Gu Chang'e. Yet simultaneously, a surge of jealousy ignited within him. A mere attendant? How could such a woman be an attendant of the unparalleled Tao body of the Xintian sect? What merit does that person possess to warrant her companionship? I had thought the unparalleled Tao body of the Xintian sect to be extraordinary, yet it seems they can only cower behind a woman. Following such a person, there is no future. Woman, I offer you an opportunity. Should you choose to follow me, I shall grant you unparalleled glory, even the esteemed position of a prince's consort. Gu Chang'e gazed at Lan Yu with a hint of hope in his eyes. Yet upon hearing this, Lan Yu's expression turned even colder. Defaming my lord while harboring such delusions, you are unforgivable. Without uttering another word, Lan Yu raised her hand, clenched her fist, and unleashed her attack. A pillar of white light, infused with divine intent, erupted forth. The terrifying resonance left the onlookers astonished. Gu Chang'e dared not underestimate her, and summoned his own spiritual energy to counter with a punch. The two forces clashed, creating a tremendous shockwave that swept through the area. Yet neither Lan Yu nor Gu Chang'e retreated. This revelation astonished many. Everyone had witnessed Gu Chang'e's formidable strength, having triumphed over Nangong Huang in 3 punches. Yet Lan Yu could stand her ground against him. In the distance, Xuanqi Zuinzhang and others exchanged glances. Who is this woman? She just claimed to be the attendant of the Master Brother. This resonance, it bears a resemblance to the rumored unparalleled Tao body of the Sacred Radiance. Xuanqi Zuinzhang remarked, his expression filled with astonishment. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in exclamations. Could it truly be the unparalleled Tao body? If so, it is no wonder she can contend with Gu Chang'e. But, is she genuinely an unparalleled Tao body? The skepticism was understandable. The unparalleled Tao body is exceedingly rare, and to encounter 2 in succession, both within the Xintian sect, seems almost unfathomable. It could be possible, or it may not be. But this woman is undoubtedly extraordinary. We must inquire with Kuangren later, Xuanqi Zuinzhang concluded. The disciples and higher-ups of the Xintian sect were astonished by Lan Yu's prowess. And Gu Chang'e felt similarly. He had vanquished numerous disciples of the great saintly lineages, and few could stand against him, let alone a woman. The thought that this powerful, divine, and beautiful woman was an attendant of another only fueled his jealousy towards the unseen Chu Kuangren. Alas, such an extraordinary woman is wasted on a coward who merely hides away. Gu Chang'e shook his head and remarked. The tone of his voice carried a palpable bitterness. TSK, the illustrious Prince of Qiyun has access to any woman he desires, yet it seems Miss Lan is beyond his reach. Indeed, Miss Lan belongs to our Master Brother. Our Master Brother's looks far surpass his by a mile. Truly, our Master Brother is impressive, even in his absence. He has overshadowed Gu Chang'e without lifting a finger. Chapter 24. The 3 Supreme Foundations. Gu Chang'e's heart was stirred, her anger ignited by the repeated slanders against her beloved. How dare they? Unable to perceive the bitterness in her tone, she was solely aware of the disparagement directed at Chu Kuangren, which fueled her fury. A frosty veneer enveloped her exquisite visage as her wings unfurled, unleashing her spiritual power to its zenith, an overwhelming pressure permeating the air. Upon witnessing her wings, the crowd gasped in amazement. A member of the feathered clan. Who would have thought that Miss Lan was of the feathered race? Were all women of the feathered clan so breathtakingly beautiful? Lan Yu spread her wings, assuming her most formidable stance. With a mighty flap, she soared into the skies. Her gaze icy as she regarded Gu Chang'e below, akin to a valkyrie reigning from above. This posture was nothing short of mesmerizing. Channeling her spiritual energy, a potent aura cascaded forth, and in her hand, a brilliant light flickered, coalescing into a colossal spear adorned with intricate runes, exuding an aura of terror. The mere sight of this spear sent a shiver down Gu Chang'e's spine. Judgment of light, Lan Yu declared coldly, preparing to hurl her spear. Yet, at that moment, a resplendent beam of light erupted from the distance, ascending toward the heavens. An enigmatic aura filled the expanse, capturing the attention of all, including Lan Yu, who momentarily faltered. Retracting her spear, with a powerful flap of her wings, she darted toward the source of the light, Ling Tian Dao Palace, the abode of Chu Kuangren. A figure she held in the highest regard. Nangong Huang, Morong Xian, and others swiftly followed suit. Let us go and discern what has transpired, Gu Chang'e remarked softly, addressing the void. At Ling Tian Dao Palace, the first to arrive were the esteemed Xuanqi and Elder Ruyan, alongside other high-ranking officials. They exchanged glances. bewildered by the radiant beam. What commotion has the chief stirred this time? Who knows? Xuanqi and his companions sighed in exasperation. Chu Kuangren had a penchant for conjuring extraordinary phenomena, straining their nerves. What is happening? Lan Yu and her group arrived at the scene, only to witness another anomaly. The surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly, coalescing into a towering structure resembling a pagoda, consisting of 7 layers. This is a foundation of the foundation establishment realm. Someone is establishing their foundation? Elder Rian pondered aloud. No, such a ruckus cannot stem from mere foundation establishment. Xuanqi shook his head. Suddenly, the pagoda trembled violently. And to everyone's astonishment, 2 additional layers ascended, forming a 9-layered foundation. The crowd gasped in disbelief. A 9-layer foundation. This was the supreme foundation. In the realm, few cultivators could condense a 9-layered foundation. I understand. Xuanqi's eyes gleamed. Kuangren is reconstructing his cultivation, reshaping his foundation. After a breakthrough, one's foundation is set, and reshaping it is an endeavor fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to irreparable damage. The audacity of the chief is unparalleled, remarked a concerned elder. What boldness! Elder Rian exclaimed, her admiration evident. Truly my disciple. Xuanqi laughed heartily, instinctively positioning himself to protect Chu Kuangren, while the other high-ranking officials adopted a vigilant stance, particularly towards Gu Chang'e, who was the sole outsider and provocateur. Gu Chang'e sensed the scrutinizing gazes around her and scoffed disdainfully. She had no interest in engaging in duplicitous maneuvers. As she gazed upon the 9-layer foundation, a flicker of surprise crossed her features. She had not anticipated the senior brother of the Xiantian sect to possess such audacity, reconstructing the supreme 9-layer foundation. It is worth noting that possessing a supreme Tao body does not guarantee the formation of a supreme foundation. It merely increases the likelihood. Even she herself had only achieved a 7-layer foundation, already a pinnacle among cultivators, while countless others languished with mere 1- or 2-layered foundations. Before the crowd could fully process the spectacle, spiritual energy converged once more above Ling Tian Dao Palace, manifesting a resplendent golden elixir. 7 intricate runes spiraled around it, heralding the emergence of a 7-patterned golden elixir. The elixir unleashed an unfathomable Tao resonance, transmuting into a 9-patterned golden elixir. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. A 9-layer foundation, a 9-patterned golden elixir. The chief had simultaneously reconstructed 2 supreme foundations. By the heavens, how is this possible? The astonishment was palpable, as the significance of the 9-patterned golden elixir overshadowed even the 9-layer foundation. 2 supreme foundations. If he ascended to the nascent soul realm, even as an ordinary 1-colored nascent soul, his combat prowess would surpass all peers of his level. Truly, he is deserving of the title of senior brother. Morong Xian, Nangong Huang, and others held him in even greater esteem, while Gu Chang'e's countenance darkened. Unbelievably, he had managed to forge a 9-patterned golden elixir. Few within the entire sky realm could achieve such foundations. What manner of person was the senior brother of the Xiantian sect, capable of winning Lan Yu's loyalty? Forging supreme foundations and possessing a supreme Tao body, Gu Chang'e's curiosity about Chu Kuangren reached its zenith. At that moment, a figure emerged from the radiant beam. It was a diminutive figure, scarcely a foot tall, clad in a robe woven with Tao patterns, possessing the visage of a charming child of 7 or 8 years. The crowd felt an uncanny familiarity with this little being. This fluctuation, it is the nascent soul. How can you be certain? Is it not obvious? The only nascent soul in the Tao Palace is the senior brother, in seclusion. Indeed, and the child bears a striking resemblance to the senior brother. As the little nascent soul stepped forth, a spectrum of dazzling luminescence erupted behind him. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and white. 9 colors in total. Even Xuanqi stood agape in astonishment. 9-colored nascent soul. By heavens! An elder could not restrain themselves from exclaiming. The 9-layer foundation, the 9-patterned golden elixir. And now this 9-colored nascent soul. Chu Kuangren had simultaneously forged 3 supreme foundations. The crowd was left in a state of shock. Gu Chang'e's expression darkened, her heart racing with disbelief. The higher the realm, the more challenging it was to forge a supreme foundation. Even the supreme foundation of the foundation establishment realm was beyond the reach of countless cultivators. Yet, this senior brother of the Xiantian sect had effortlessly manifested the 3 supreme foundations before her eyes. The foundations of foundation establishment, golden elixir, and nascent soul. Each foundation utterly eclipsed the efforts of countless cultivators, including her own. In that instant, Gu Chang'e's previously indomitable spirit wavered. Could she truly contend with such a paragon? Steady your resolve. A venerable voice resonated in her ears. It was her guardian. Gu Chang's mind sharpened. She had been intimidated even before laying eyes on Chu Kuangren. Her once unshakable confidence now trembling. This individual was undoubtedly an unprecedented adversary. Chapter 25. The Golden Jade Dao Body. Has the madman of Chu emerged from seclusion? Dare to fight? 9 layers of Dao Foundation, 9 patterns of golden elixir, 9 colors of primordial infant. The 3 supreme Dao foundations floated above the Ling Tian Dao Palace, releasing an overwhelming Dao rhythm. The spiritual energy in the world surged like oil on a blazing fire, while profound Dao sounds reverberated across the heavens. It seemed as though the entire universe rejoiced in celebration of these 3 unparalleled foundations. Whether among ordinary disciples, talented Daozi, the esteemed elders of the Xintian sect, or the guardian behind Gu Chang'e, everyone was struck with astonishment. In the Dao Palace, Xiaobing stood in Chu Kuangren's room, gazing at the extraordinary phenomena of the 3 supreme foundations, her mouth agape. She then sighed, I understand now. My lord cannot feel at ease unless he stirs up some commotion. At this moment, Chu Kuangren sat cross-legged on his bed, mystical Dao rhythms circulating around him, his body appearing translucent. Blood vessels, meridians, bones, and organs were all visible. Within him, numerous Dao runes traversed back and forth. The vast power generated by the 3 supreme foundations continuously transformed his limbs and bones, refining his spiritual power. Gradually, Chu Kuangren's body radiated a golden light, resembling a piece of golden jade. If anyone were present, they would undoubtedly recognize this as the pinnacle of the 3,000 physiques, the Golden Jade Dao Body. Although the Golden Jade Dao Body may not surpass the Supreme Dao Body, it is nonetheless equally formidable as the Yin-Yang Divine Eye of Nangong Huang. A practitioner possessing this Dao Body, even while cultivating the most ordinary techniques, could refine their spiritual power to absolute purity, proving immensely practical. Chu Kuangren, who originally practiced the Sage's method, now enhanced by the Golden Jade Dao Body, achieved an unparalleled purity of spiritual power. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, the extraordinary phenomena around him dissipating. The effect of an entire vial of heavenly spirit essence was indeed remarkable. Not only did it help me shape the 3 supreme foundations, but it also endowed me with the Golden Jade Dao Body. Feeling the surging power within, he reflected, at this moment, I have advanced to the primordial infant stage. Yet, I feel that I could obliterate even a powerful figure of the Dongshu realm standing before me. It is an intense sensation. Could it be? Am I truly this formidable now? Chu Kuangren pondered, uncertainty creeping in. Perhaps I should find someone to test my strength, he murmured, rising. He walked toward the door, where he encountered Xiaobing. My lord, you have finally emerged from seclusion, Xiaobing exclaimed with excitement. Indeed. Let us go outside and meet everyone, Chu Kuangren replied with a slight nod, sensing a large crowd gathering outside the Dao Palace. Outside the Ling Tian Dao Palace, the crowd watched as the phenomena faded, still unable to recover from their astonishment. After all, those were the 3 supreme foundations. How many individuals in the celestial star realm could forge such foundations, let alone 3 at once? It could be said that the commotion caused by Chu Kuangren was as shocking as his self-created Sage King method. Just as the crowd remained in a daze, 2 figures emerged from the Dao Palace, one after the other, Chu Kuangren and Xiaobing, dressed in a flowing white robe with wide sleeves. Adorned with tassels and a jade crown, Chu Kuangren appeared before the crowd with an ethereal presence. Look, it's the senior brother who has emerged. Senior brother, your celestial beauty is breathtaking. Senior brother, look at me. Heavens, is that outer sect disciple has made? How enviable. I wish to serve senior brother as well. Who wouldn't? If I could be in the presence of such a transcendent being daily, I would gladly fetch tea and water. Voices of admiration echoed within the crowd. Xiaobing, unaccustomed to such attention, felt somewhat overwhelmed, especially as several women cast envious glances her way. In contrast, Chu Kuangren remained composed, tranquil amid the spectacle. Xiaobing couldn't help but admire him. My lord is truly dignified, unflappable in any situation. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren, while maintaining his calm demeanor, was inwardly astonished. He knew many people awaited him outside, but had not anticipated such a multitude. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, he was the senior brother of the Xintian sect. He must remain serene. Congratulations on your emergence, senior brother. Nangong Huang stepped forward, exclaiming loudly. Congratulations on your emergence, senior brother. Several Daozi, including Murong Xian, also expressed their congratulations. Seeing the Daozi speak, the remaining disciples could no longer remain silent and quickly echoed their cheers. Congratulations on your emergence, senior brother. Congratulations on your emergence, senior brother. Over 10,000 disciples shouted, their voices rising to the heavens, creating a tremendous spectacle. Chu Kuangren nearly found his ears ringing from the uproar. He nodded slightly, saying nothing further. At that moment, Lan Yu approached Chu Kuangren. The once valiant Valkyrie now wore a gentle expression, softly calling out, "My lord." This scene shattered many male hearts. Yet, upon glancing at Chu Kuangren, they could only feel admiration, harboring no resentment. Only a transcendent figure like the senior brother could be worthy of Lady Lan, and only Lady Lan could stand beside him. Indeed, no one else could compare. Some women gazed enviously at Lan Yu, who, standing alongside Chu Kuangren, appeared as if they had been divinely crafted, a celestial maiden and a transcendent being, dimming the sun and moon in their presence. In contrast, Xiao Bing, standing beside them, felt as though all eyes had shifted away from her, rendering her almost invisible. She felt like air, on the verge of tears, yet bore no dissatisfaction. For not everyone could stand beside such extraordinary individuals. Did you engage in battle? Chu Kuangren sensed a subtle fluctuation in Lan Yu's aura, indicating she had recently faced an opponent, and not a trivial one at that. I lost control when Prince Qing Yun slandered you, and I acted rashly, Lan Yu confessed, feeling anxious about his potential discontent. Were you injured? Chu Kuangren inquired. Seeing him express concern for her well-being rather than anger, Lan Yu felt relieved and secretly delighted. She shook her head. No, I merely exchanged a few moves and consumed some spiritual energy. Very well, then. Subsequently, Chu Kuangren approached the esteemed Xuanqi Zuanren to pay his respects. Xuanqi Zuanren regarded the humble and respectful Chu Kuangren with increasing satisfaction. Madman, you have shaped the supreme foundations today. Your future cultivation path will undoubtedly be smoother. I congratulate you. Thank you, master. In the distance, Gu Chang'e frowned. Since Chu Kuangren's emergence, he had not even glanced in his direction, which left him quite displeased. Stepping forward, he proclaimed loudly, I, Gu Qingyun, the prince of the Qingyun dynasty, challenged the senior brother of the Xiantian sect to a duel. Dare to respond? His voice resonated like a dragon's roar. Shaking the heavens, Gu Chang'e's imposing aura erupted, exuding an unmatched dominance as it swept toward Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren sensed the hostility and glanced at Gu Chang'e, whereupon profound runes swirled in his eyes. Divine ability, Eye of Insight. Instantaneously, Gu Chang'e's information unfolded before him. Gu Chang'e, the prince of the Qingyun dynasty, half a step into the Dongshu realm, practiced the sage's method, the true dragon condensation technique, possessed a dragon vein Dao body, had already tempered his right hand with the dragon vein, concealed a sacred artifact, dragon scale armor, and held a drop of true dragon blood. Chapter 26. A sword wounds Gu Chang'e severely. A cascade of information flashed before the eyes of Chu Kuangren. He comprehended Gu Chang'e's identity, cultivation methods, and even hidden techniques with remarkable clarity. Chu Kuangren could not help but marvel at the power of this insightful eye. The age-old adage, know thyself and thy enemy, and you shall never lose a battle, resonated profoundly. The insightful eye was indeed formidable, allowing one to discern an opponent's strategies even before engaging in combat, which was nothing short of terrifying. Master brother of Xiantian sect, are you perhaps hesitating in battle? Gu Chang'e misinterpreted Chu Kuangren's silence as fear, with a hint of arrogance. He raised his voice slightly. Chu Kuangren, who had been engrossed in analyzing Gu Chang'e's information, withdrew his focus and replied nonchalantly, then let us begin. Very well, Gu Chang'e shouted, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. Let me show you the true prowess of the supreme Dao body. With that declaration, he summoned his spiritual energy, launching a powerful punch. The surging energy transformed into a colossal dragon, fierce and menacing, enveloping Chu Kuangren in an overwhelming aura of dominance. This was a sacred technique designed specifically for offense, the dragon-killing fist. In Chu Kuangren's memory, such sacred techniques were exceedingly rare in the Qinglong domain, with few sects possessing them. As the dragon charged forth, Chu Kuangren drew forth the Kunwu sacred sword. With a single, precise stroke, an extraordinarily pure surge of spiritual energy manifested as a formidable purple sword light, effortlessly tearing through the dragon. The fearsome sword light continued unabated, hurtling towards Gu Chang'e. What? Gu Chang'e exclaimed in shock, hastily retaliating with another punch to counter the sword light, yet he was still forced back several steps. The disciples of Xiantian sect were taken aback. Previously, Gu Chang'e had stood his ground against both Nangong Huang and Lan Yu without yielding an inch. Yet now, he had been pushed back by a single strike from Chu Kuangren. Master brother is indeed impressive, they exclaimed. With one sword, he shattered the sacred technique and repelled Gu Chang'e. In my eyes, Master Brother is the true embodiment of invincibility. Such a domineering sword aura. Guchanga's expression shifted. You should possess greater strength than this. Your dragon-killing fist has reached great perfection. Do not tell me this is the pinnacle of a sacred technique. Chu Kuangren remarked coolly. Hearing this, Guchanga was momentarily taken aback and blurted out. How do you know this? Achieving mastery of a sacred technique is an arduous task, often requiring decades or even centuries, even for prodigies. Yet, Guchanga had unexpectedly reached such mastery while challenging various Taoists and honing his invincible spirit. He had not showcased this before anyone else, save for his protector. How could Chu Kuangren possibly know? That is irrelevant. What matters is that you should be contemplating how to defeat me, though the possibility of that is nearly non-existent. Chu Kuangren replied indifferently. As Guchanga had come to Xiantian's sect to provoke him, he would certainly not extend any courtesy. Based on their previous skirmish and the insights from the insightful eye, he assessed that his chances of victory were high. This time of seclusion had yielded immense gains, and he was now far beyond his former self, to the point of being incomparable. Arrogance. Do you truly think that possessing the supreme Tao body, an unparalleled foundation, grants you the right to look down upon everything? Do you possess such power? Chu Kuangren countered with a piercing remark. Guchanga's expression darkened, and he ceased his words, channeling his spiritual energy with fervor. If you wish to witness the perfected dragon-killing fist, then I shall oblige you. Prepare to experience its might. With a roar, Guchanga's spiritual energy surged to its zenith. An overwhelming aura of dominance erupted forth. A ferocious, tangible golden dragon coiled around Guchanga, its scales shimmering as he summoned the power of the dragon vein, converging it into his mightiest punch. With a thunderous boom, the air exploded, and the very fabric of space trembled. The golden dragon roared, its dragon song resonating through the heavens, charging towards Chu Kuangren with an unstoppable force. The disciples, sensing the terrifying power contained within the golden dragon, could not help but change their expressions. He possesses such strength as well. Even the Taoists could not suppress their astonishment. Yet, standing before them, Chu Kuangren remained remarkably calm, exuding an immensely formidable aura of sword intent. He suddenly unleashed a strike with his sword. In that instant, the purest offensive sword intent swept forth like a tsunami, filling the air with a chilling atmosphere of slaughter. Wherever the sword light passed, all was torn asunder. It felt as though this singular strike eclipsed all existence. The brilliance of this sword was breathtaking. Simultaneously, it obliterated the seemingly fearsome golden dragon. This is bad. An old voice cried out in alarm from the void. A surge of white spiritual energy erupted, aimed at the sword light. Humph. With a mere grunt, the enigmatic elder seemed to have anticipated this, swiftly waving his sleeve, unleashing a torrent of purple sword energy. The white spiritual energy was instantly shattered. The sword light, having vanquished the golden dragon, now bore down upon Guchanga. A piercing scream echoed as a disheveled figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. It was Guchanga. In the void, a white-robed elder rushed forth to Guchanga's side. At that moment, Guchanga donned a golden armor, yet his complexion was pale, blood gushing from his mouth, mingled with fine shards of sword energy. Upon seeing the golden armor, the elder breathed a sigh of relief, then turned his grave gaze toward the sword-wielding Chu Kuangren. He was certain he had not misjudged. That sword strike, with its profound essence, was undoubtedly a sacred king technique. The Xiantian sect possessed a sacred king technique? This was information he had never encountered before. Oh, you summoned that dragon scale armor just in time, Chu Kuangren remarked with a faint smile. This armor was a rare defensive sacred artifact, nurtured within Guchanga's body. He had summoned it just before being struck by the sword light, but it had come a moment too late. Although it mitigated much of the sword's force, he still suffered severe injuries. What a terrifying strike. This is a sacred technique. No, it might even be a sacred king technique. What manner of sword technique is this? Guchanga glared at Chu Kuangren. The sword technique of heaven's severance. A creation of my own, Chu Kuangren replied. Guchanga scoffed derisively. What nonsense. You claim to have created a sacred king technique? Do you think you are a sacred king? The expressions of those around them were rather peculiar. Guchanga's disbelief contrasted sharply with their awareness that Chu Kuangren spoke the truth. This sacred king technique was indeed his own creation. Ah, this is the chasm that separates us, Nangong Huang lamented. Indeed, he has crafted a sacred king technique and openly declared it. Yet you remain skeptical and mock him. There is simply no comparison, Murong Xian echoed. Guchanga absorbed the expressions of those around him, and his heart sank. Could it truly be that his opponent had created this technique? No, that was impossible. Even with the supreme Tao body, Chu Kuangren was ultimately just at the nascent soul stage. How could he possibly create a sacred king technique? Such a prodigy could not exist in this world. Chapter 27. The Blood of the True Dragon. For the matter of a single sword, Gu Chang'e struggled to suppress the shock within him, gazing coldly at Chu Kuangren and declaring, regardless of the circumstances, "Today I shall defeat you." Having journeyed thus far, he was merely a step away from forging an indomitable heart. Should he falter against Chu Kuangren now, all would be in vain. He would not allow such an outcome. "Your Highness, this individual possesses formidable strength. It is likely." The elder in white hesitated, his words trailing off, yet the implication was clear. Chu Kuangren was an unparalleled Tao body, mastering the sacred king's laws, and having cultivated 3 supreme foundations. His combat prowess far exceeding his realm. Just moments ago, a single strike had gravely wounded Gu Chang'e. If this continued, defeat was inevitable for him. "Ouyang, let the young talents settle their own affairs. What business is it of yours?" The tone of Xuanqi Xuanzhang bore a hint of amusement as he regarded the elder in white. The elder, surnamed Ouyang, served the Qingyan dynasty and was Gu Chang'e's protector, already at the realm of Xuanzhang. "As the protector of the crown prince, I must consider his well-being," Ouyang replied calmly. "Yet this battle is won among the young prodigies. Even as a protector, you have no right to intervene in the thoughts of the crown prince of Qingyun," Xuanqi Xuanzhang retorted, turning his gaze to Gu Chang'e. "Well then, Your Highness, will you engage in battle or not? If not, you may as well surrender." Chu Kuangren cast a glance at Xuanqi Xuanzhang, realizing that his mentor sought to shatter Gu Chang'e's indomitable heart for his own benefit. "Battle," Gu Chang'e declared coldly, halting the elder Ouyang, who sought to dissuade him. "Excellent." Xuanqi Xuanzhang smiled with satisfaction, then secretly transmitted a message to Chu Kuangren. "Kuangren, should Gu Chang'e's indomitable heart be forged, it will pose a significant obstacle on your path to supremacy. He is gravely injured now. Even with the sacred artifact, defeating him will be a simple matter. You must unleash your full power to vanquish him. Break his indomitable heart, and he shall never rival you again on your path to the throne." A flicker of understanding crossed Chu Kuangren's mind. It became evident that Xuanqi Xuanzhang was inciting Gu Chang'e for his own sake, wishing to eliminate the hindrance on his path to supremacy. He subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Although Gu Chang'e's aura was waning, an unprecedented fighting spirit gleamed in his eyes. He addressed Chu Kuangren. "I sense that should I defeat you, my indomitable heart shall be fully realized." Chu Kuangren remained silent, merely observing his opponent with an air of assuredness. Gu Chang'e sneered. "Do you believe that having wounded me grants you the opportunity to defeat me? You are gravely mistaken. I am the crown prince of Qingyun. My capabilities are beyond your comprehension. Prepare to witness my true prowess. Enough of this idle chatter. Will you use the blood of the true dragon or not?" Chu Kuangren suddenly interjected impatiently. At this, Gu Chang'e's expression froze, shock radiating from his eyes as he exclaimed, "How do you know I possess the blood of the true dragon?" The blood of the true dragon was a precious gift from his father, his most vital safeguard. A secret even his protector was unaware of. Yet Chu Kuangren had unveiled it with a single statement. Previously, he had also revealed Gu Chang'e's mastery of the dragon-slaying fist, leaving him with the unsettling feeling that he had been completely seen through by his opponent. This sensation was profoundly alarming, sending chills down his spine. Was it possible that Chu Kuangren could divine the secrets of fate, possessing prophetic abilities? Prophetic ability is an exceedingly rare gift, allowing one to foresee the future, akin to those who can predict the reopening of the path to supremacy. Such individuals are among the most astute seers known. An unparalleled Tao body, supreme foundations, prophetic abilities. How many more secrets does this individual conceal? Gu Chang'e swallowed hard, a flicker of fear rising within him, yet he suppressed it with his formidable will and declared with unwavering resolve, "Even if you are a seer, what of it? Today, I shall forge my indomitable heart with your blood. Assist me in ascending to the supreme throne." With a tremendous roar, Gu Chang'e's aura erupted. He ignited the drop of true dragon blood within him, unleashing an overwhelming surge of power that soared to the heavens, manifesting intricate patterns of Tao that coalesced into the form of an unparalleled true dragon. The true dragon roared, its might shaking the heavens. Countless creatures across the vast landscape prostrated in fear, trembling, and bowing towards the direction of Xuaniangang. This was the might of the dragon, the blood of the true dragon. Gu Chang'e harbored within him a drop of true dragon blood, and judging by its potency, it was undoubtedly from a supreme, true dragon. This posed a significant problem. Xuanqi Xuanzhang and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. They were prepared to intervene and suppress Gu Chang'e at a moment's notice. Chu Kuangren, as an unparalleled Tao body, must not suffer even the slightest harm. A dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, instilling awe in all beings. Guchanga underwent a transformation. His wounded body instantaneously healed, intricate dragon scales emerging upon his skin, while the sacred artifact, dragon scale armor, radiated a brilliant golden light. Clenching his fist, a terrifying surge of spiritual power erupted, sending violent waves through the air. He narrowed his eyes, savoring the torrent of energy within him. Filled with joy as he thought, I feel I can contend with the War King. The War King represents a realm beyond Dongxiu. And Guchanga found himself capable of battling at such a level, showcasing the power of the true dragon blood. This final resort was now in play, and the reputation of Xuantiangong's unparalleled Dao body was indeed well-deserved. However, there is only one throne, and it rightfully belongs to me. Come, allow me to grant you a defeat. Become the stepping stone for my ascension to the throne. Guchanga proclaimed, his black hair billowing wildly, exuding madness. In the next instant, his spiritual power surged, the rhythm of Dao resonating, as a golden dragon silhouette materialized behind him. Dragon Vein Dao Body Phenomenon. Dragon Scale Armor, activate. Dragon Slaying Fist. Guchanga ignited the true dragon blood, unleashing an extraordinary phenomenon, activating the power of the sacred artifact, and launched the perfected sacred dragon slaying fist towards Chu Kuangren. The boundless, terrifying aura shook the void. The surging spiritual power battered the air, creating waves of shockwaves. As a fearsome dragon-shaped fist surged forth, this punch caused the very fabric of space to tremble violently. The overwhelming dragon might spread for miles, shaking the landscape. All eyes were fixed on this punch and the imminent impact on Chu Kuangren, with Xuanqi Xuanzhang barely able to restrain himself from intervening. Yet at that moment, Chu Kuangren moved. Waves of profound sword Dao resonated into the sky, intertwining to form the Sword of Heaven's Dao. An endless torrent of sword energy surged forth, enveloping the area, transforming into a prison-like domain, the Nine Heavens Sword Prison. Then, the Dao rhythms flowed beneath Chu Kuangren's feet, weaving into a 36-petal blue lotus of sword energy, resonating with harmonious Dao sounds that echoed in the heavens. This was the manifestation of the Blue Lotus Sword Song. The three Dao body phenomena were fully unleashed once more, their might even surpassing that which he had displayed against Nangong Huang. In the next moment, a golden light erupted from Chu Kuangren, his form becoming crystal clear, akin to golden jade, as he reached the pinnacle of his spiritual power. The golden jade Dao body manifesting effortlessly, he brandished the Kunwa's sacred sword once more, executing the sky-slaying sword technique. With a mere flick, an overwhelming onslaught of sword intent erupted, a terrifying sword light swirling with ominous Dao rhythms collided with the dragon-shaped fist. The resulting explosion obliterated the fist with ease. The sword light surged like a tidal wave, striking Guchanga directly. The dragon vein Dao body phenomenon shattered beneath the sword energy. The sacred dragon scale armor dimmed, cracking under the tremendous impact. The force of the blow caused Guchanga to spew blood once more, the once mighty dragon pressure dissipating under the power of that sword. After all this talk, it ultimately boils down to a matter of a single sword, Chu Kuangren remarked coolly amidst the profound silence. Chapter 28. The Crown Prince fainted. Another supreme Dao body wherever the sword light passed, the void teetered on the brink of collapse. The vast and overwhelming might of the dragon was utterly shattered, dissipating into nothingness. The Crown Prince of Qingyun, Guchanga, was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth, marking the second time he had been struck down by the madman Chu. And it was merely a single sword strike. Crown Prince. Elder Ouyang's expression changed drastically as he rushed forward. At this moment, Guchanga was in a far worse state than before. Even his dragon scale armor bore cracks, with the terrifying sword energy seeping through the fissures, relentlessly ravaging his body. In a contest of skill, why would one strike so ruthlessly? Elder Ouyang glared at the madman Chu, whose formidable supreme might surged forth, bearing down upon him. Yet, with the sword of the heavenly path above his head, and the sword energy of the azure lotus beneath his feet, the Nine Heavens sword prison surrounded him, and he faced the elder's intimidation with unwavering composure. It was merely a single sword. The intent of the madman Chu was clear. He had unleashed but one strike. One could only blame Guchanga for his weakness, unable to withstand even that. Elder Ouyang was left speechless, unable to counter. Was Guchanga weak? If he were weak, he would not have defeated 6 major saintly lineages. On the contrary, he was exceptionally strong, unmatched among his peers. But why had he suffered such a crushing defeat? Because the madman Chu was simply too powerful. The supreme Dao body, the golden jade Dao form, the royal saint law. The 3 unparalleled foundations, divine artifacts. Any one of these would astonish the world. Yet they were all concentrated in a single individual. How terrifying was that? The more Elder Ouyang pondered, the more his heart trembled. His gaze upon the madman Chu grew increasingly grave as the overwhelming might of the Supreme continued to assail the manifestations of the madman Chu's three Tao bodies. Yet he remained unyielding. Just as Elder Ouyang contemplated intensifying his pressure to test the limits of the madman Chu, a similarly domineering aura suddenly erupted. It was the Xuanqi Supreme, glaring at Elder Ouyang with an unfriendly expression. Elder Ouyang, do you seek death? The Xuanqi Supreme was surrounded by purple sword energy, each strand capable of tearing apart mountains and rivers. The Supreme might instantly envelop the realm. Elder Ouyang's heart quivered, while he too was a supreme being. He was far inferior to the Xuanqi Supreme, who governed a lineage. If the latter desired, he could easily obliterate him with a single strike. I have lost my composure. Elder Ouyang took a deep breath, retracting his aura. In the presence of others, he had no choice but to bow his head. Humph. The Xuanqi Supreme snorted lightly. Elder Ouyang turned to Gu Chang'e, who lay on the ground in utter disarray, gazing at the madman Chu with vacant eyes, muttering, "Impossible, this cannot be." Clearly, his undefeated spirit had been utterly shattered. He might even have his Tao heart tarnished, giving rise to inner demons. And these inner demons were none other than the madman Chu. In other words, Gu Chang'e might be left with a psychological shadow. Is this what it means to have an undefeated heart? It is far too fragile. His psychological endurance is lacking, thought the madman Chu, shaking his head at Gu Chang'e. Surrounding disciples, witnessing Gu Chang'e's miserable defeat, could not help but beam with joy. Our senior brother's prowess is indeed extraordinary. Indeed, look at Gu Chang'e. He has clearly been struck by inner demons. In the future, upon encountering our senior brother, he will falter before a battle even begins. Do you remember what our senior brother said before Gu Chang'e arrived? Gu Chang'e is not to be feared. Initially, they thought their senior brother was merely bolstering morale, but little did they know he truly regarded Gu Chang'e with disdain. Gu Chang'e is truly not to be feared. It was merely a matter of a single sword strike. Haha, what a delight. With our senior brother here, the world's prodigies will fade into obscurity. Whispers of admiration echoed around, reaching Gu Chang'e's ears. The more he listened, the more his anger boiled, yet upon seeing the madman Chu, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness surged within him, two conflicting emotions roiling in his chest, as if a great mountain pressed down upon him, leaving him breathless. Ultimately, Gu Chang'e could no longer bear it. He violently spat out blood, his vision darkening, his head tilting, and he fainted entirely. How could he faint? The madman Chu blinked, increasingly convinced that Gu Chang'e's psychological endurance was indeed lacking, to the point of fainting from mere words. Elder Ouyang, startled, hurried forward to lift Gu Chang'e, continuously channeling spiritual energy to alleviate his injuries. Then, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the mountain gate without so much as a word, displaying a remarkable lack of courtesy. Humph, the madman Chu scoffed, slowly retracting his manifestations. The boundless essence of the sword dissipated, replaced by an ethereal, transcendent demeanor. Countless disciples gazed at the madman Chu, their hearts racing, admiration flooding their eyes. Upon sensing their gazes, the madman Chu offered them a faint smile, maintaining the persona of the amiable and humble senior brother. With this smile, he captured the souls of many. Heavens, our senior brother's smile is utterly enchanting. It borders on unfair. I feel as though I might perish. In this life, should I encounter you, if you do not wed, I shall remain unmarried. The madman Chu approached the Xuanqi Supreme and his companions, stating, "Disciple has fulfilled his mission, having defeated Gu Chang'e." Good, good, good. The Xuanqi Supreme praised repeatedly, his satisfaction evident. After this battle, you have made a name for yourself in the Qinglong domain, but you have also made an enemy of the Crown Prince. Elder Rian remarked. The madman Chu smiled confidently. No matter, if I could defeat him once, I can defeat him a second and third time. He cannot contend with me. Haha, well said. The Xuanqi Supreme laughed. A practitioner should possess such confidence. He is merely a crown prince, nothing to be overly concerned about. As long as those old-timers do not intervene, the matters of the youth should be resolved by the youth themselves. However, should they wish to meddle, my Xiantian sect shall not be trifled with. As his words fell, a cold glint flashed in the Xuanqi Supreme's eyes, and everyone felt a chill in the air. Yet, this sensation vanished swiftly, although all understood that the Qingyun dynasty would do well to avoid causing trouble for the madman Chu over today's events. The wrath of a supreme being is not to be taken lightly. By the way, madman, there is something I wish to inquire. The Xuanqi Supreme directed his gaze towards the nearby Lan Yu. Is this girl your attendant? Yes. This young lady possesses remarkable talent. What is her background? Lan Yu is a sacred radiant body. The madman Chu did not conceal the truth. Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck dumb, gazing at Lan Yu with disbelief. Another supreme Tao body. Moreover, she was an attendant of the madman Chu. Contemplating this, their admiration for the madman Chu deepened. To have a supreme Tao body as an attendant, how many could boast of such stature? However, the Xuanqi Supreme's expression grew solemn. The sudden appearance of another supreme Tao body raised suspicions. Rest assured, Master, Lan Yu is absolutely reliable, the madman Chu assured. The Xuanqi Supreme pondered for a moment before nodding. Well, as long as you exercise discretion. If someone truly intends to scheme, dispatching a supreme Tao body as a pawn would indeed be a grand gesture. Moreover, Lan Yu belongs to the feathered clan, which does not harbor supreme Tao bodies. If such a prodigy were to emerge, they would be loath to let her roam freely. It seems this is a fortuitous encounter for the madman. The Xuanqi Supreme ceased his contemplation. Chapter 29. Amidst a garden of blossoms, I stand alone in radiance after vanquishing Gu Chang'e. The eccentric Chu suddenly approached the esteemed Xuanqi Zuns with a request to venture forth and hone his skills. After all, the vast expanse of the world beckoned. He could not possibly remain confined within the walls of the Xiantian sect, for that would be exceedingly mundane. Additionally, now possessing the cultivation of the nascent soul and an array of hidden trump cards, he deemed himself sufficiently capable of self-protection and yearned to explore the world. Staying sheltered like a flower in a greenhouse will ultimately leave one ill-prepared for the trials of nature, Xuanqi Zuns remarked. Your desire to embark on this journey is understandable. Yet I implore you to wait 2 more days. I shall arrange for a guardian to accompany you. It is customary for the prodigies of the Tao lineage to be assigned a protector during their travels, particularly for exceptional talents like Chu, where negligence would simply not suffice. Very well, Chu responded with a slight nod. Curiosity piqued regarding the identity of his forthcoming guardian. In the Xiantian sect, at the rear mountain, nestled within the verdant bamboo grove, stood a few thatched cottages. These humble abodes were known to only a handful within the sect, yet they housed the most formidable secrets of the Xiantian sect. Creak. Suddenly, one of these cottages swung open, revealing an elderly man clad in white robes. His hair and beard as white as snow. Seventh ancestor, are you certain of your decision? Came a frail voice from another cottage. The white-robed elder smiled faintly. I am but a flickering candle in the wind, with little time remaining. While I still possess some usefulness, I wish to traverse the mortal realm once more. If you choose to rest, you could easily enjoy another century of life. However, should you walk the mortal path, encountering powerful adversaries may deplete your vitality, and you might not endure for long, the voice cautioned. I am aware, yet that young disciple truly possesses extraordinary potential. I wish to safeguard him and accompany him on this journey through the mundane world, the seventh ancestor replied with a serene smile. A silence enveloped the cottages. Moments later, a voice emerged from one of them. In that case, go ahead, fulfill this final journey of yours. Thank you, second ancestor, for your understanding, the seventh ancestor said, offering a slight bow before turning to depart into the bamboo grove. As the gentle breeze stirred the leaves, on this day, an aged supreme being re-entered the world for the sake of his junior disciple. At the mountain gate of the Xiantian sect, throngs of disciples gathered, their eyes filled with deep reluctance as they beheld the ethereal figure in white, their master brother, Chu Kuangren, on the day of his departure for training. Oh, master brother is leaving. I feel so forlorn, lamented one disciple. Who doesn't he? The thought of not seeing him for an extended period saps my motivation to cultivate. Another sighed. Master brother, take care. The mountains are high, and the roads are long. Please be cautious. Dear sir, please be mindful while you are out there. Do not let yourself go hungry or cold, little Bing said with tearful eyes, gazing at Chu Kuangren. He gently patted her head and replied with a soft smile. Take good care of the Lingtiando Palace and focus on your training until I return. I will certainly strive to do so, little Bing affirmed with a determined nod. Looking towards Xuanqi Zuns, he noted the subtle hint of reluctance in the esteemed master's demeanor. Yet, he understood that fledgling eagles must learn to soar on their own. Kuangren, the world beyond is perilous. Despite your extraordinary talent, human nature can be treacherous. Exercise utmost caution and deliberate thoughtfully before acting, Xuanqi Zuns advised. Master, I understand. There is no need for concern, Chu Kuangren assured with a slight bow. Currently, the world is in turmoil, revealing the signs of great conflict. Numerous prodigies from various Tao lineages are emerging, each vying for supremacy. As you step into the world, remain vigilant. Although caution is paramount, Do not tarnish the reputation of our Xiantian sect. Remember, you are the master brother of Xiantian sect, and it will always be your strongest support, Elder Rian expressed earnestly. Upon hearing this, Chu Kuangren nodded, a confident smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, before I enter this world, I shall allow the blossoms to flourish in the garden, competing in brilliance. But once I step forth, I shall undoubtedly stand alone in my splendor. At these words, the esteemed elders exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into hearty laughter, their admiration for Chu Kuangren evident. The other disciples, inspired by his words, shed their timid demeanor. Master Brother speaks wisely. We should not hold him back. His departure is for the glory of our Xiantian sect, to make our name known across the land. What a remarkable declaration. Truly befitting of our Master Brother. Countless disciples looked upon Chu Kuangren with even greater admiration. He offered a respectful gesture to the crowd before turning away. With Lan Yu following closely behind, both supreme beings officially stepping into the world. 3 days had passed since Chu Kuangren's triumph over Guchanga. Even before his departure into the world, his reputation had already begun to spread far and wide, for defeating the Prince of Qingyun was bound to draw attention. Not to mention that he was an unparalleled prodigy. In a short time, the entire Qinglong domain trembled with the news. Guchanga has been defeated. He has finally been bested by the new master brother of Xiantian sect, Chu Kuangren, and in a devastating manner, vanquished with a single sword stroke. What? This Chu Kuangren is that formidable? When did the Xiantian sect produce such an unparalleled talent? Guchanga had previously triumphed over 6 major Dao lineages, entering the Xiantian sect with an invincible aura, yet this Chu Kuangren managed to defeat him with one sword? If this were true, then Chu Kuangren might indeed be worthy of the title of Young Emperor. Investigate. We must uncover the origins of this individual immediately. Guchanga, huh? He boasted of defeating 6 major Dao lineages, yet in the end, he fell to another. His invincible spirit has surely been shattered. And one more obstacle has been removed from the path to becoming an emperor. The news of Chu Kuangren's victory over Guchanga spread like wildfire. Information regarding Chu Kuangren was unearthed, and among it, the details of his unparalleled physique, 3 supreme foundations, and self-created methods of the Holy King captured the attention of many, instilling fear within numerous cultivators across various Dao lineages. Is this an aberration? Is this true? How exaggerated? Nonsense, it's merely a rumor. I refuse to believe that such a prodigious talent exists in this world. It must be a fabrication by others. Such extraordinary talent could indeed be deemed a young emperor. Some believed, while others doubted. In any case, the name Chu Kuangren became a focal point of discussion among various Dao lineages, with some enthusiasts even dubbing him the Young Emperor. What does Young Emperor signify? It refers to those yet to ascend to the rank of emperor, but are hailed as youthful sovereigns. Generally, it is a title bestowed upon unparalleled prodigies, and none who possess the title are less than the most radiant talents within the firmament. Even Guchanga lacked the qualifications to receive such an honor. Due to the brief duration of Chu Kuangren's fame and his scant achievements, the title of Young Emperor was only briefly mentioned before fading into obscurity. However, soon another piece of news spread far and wide. Chu Kuangren had officially entered the world. Moreover, prior to his departure, he had issued a challenge to all prodigies across the realm, declaring his intention to single-handedly battle the world. Upon the announcement, the reaction from various Dao lineages and countless prodigies was one of intense fervor. Most were enraged, eager to confront Chu Kuangren and test their mettle against him, while others scoffed, ridiculing his audacity and overestimation of his own abilities. Chapter 30. The Proclamations of the Great Talents and the Treasure of the Supreme Spirit. Let the flowers bloom in abundance, for I shall stand alone in unrivaled brilliance. What a remarkable declaration from the Madan of Chu. Truly fitting of his name. I am eager to witness how long your prowess can support such arrogance. In the sacred lineage of the Saint S path, within the Purple Sun Valley, a young man clad in a purple robe, his countenance resolute, gazed towards the resplendent sun rising in the distance, scoffing coldly. In another sacred lineage, among the White Lotus sect, a breathtakingly beautiful woman adorned in a flowing white gown, with bells dangling from her ankles, sat by the pond, her fair feet gently stirring the water, creating ripples. A garden in full bloom, and yet one flower stands alone? Does the senior brother of the Xiantian sect possess genuine strength, or is he merely indulging in momentary bravado? To liken the world to a garden, can he truly astonish the masses, or is he merely a dreamer with fragile aspirations? I hope he is not yet another Guchanga. The disciples of various sacred lineages reacted fervently. Some, upon hearing the news, immediately voiced their responses. I am Yuan Hong of the 10,000 Methods sect. Since the senior brother of the Xiantian sect claims he can stand alone in brilliance, our paths shall inevitably cross, and we shall engage in a contest of wisdom. Such was Yuan Hong's response, which could be considered rather mild. In stark contrast, the response from the Five Elements sect was far more intense. It was said that upon hearing the news, the disciple Feng Tian shattered a coral tree in rage, declaring, "How dare a mere recluse, hidden within the sect for over a decade, speak such bold words? Absurdly laughable. I pray you do not cross my path in the future. For I shall make you aware of the might of the Five Elements path. Let you comprehend the dire consequences of your arrogance." Beyond the Five Elements sect and the 10,000 Methods sect, several princes and princesses of the Qingyun dynasty also voiced their sentiments. Humph. The audacity of this madman of Chu. Not only did he injure my elder brother, but he also dares to declare war upon the world. Very well. I shall meet him in due time. The third prince of the Qingyun dynasty proclaimed, "Madman of Chu, you have injured my brother. This debt shall not be forgotten. When we meet, do not blame me for being merciless." The eldest princess, Ling Long, followed suit with her declaration. "Madman of Chu, what gall! Truly living up to your name, you dare to declare war upon the world upon your entrance. I hope you can survive a while longer. When one stands out in the forest, the winds shall surely fell them. Such overwhelming brilliance must inevitably lead to a downfall. Do you truly believe that defeating a Guchanga renders you invincible? I shall await the spectacle. Merely another Guchanga." In an instant, the madman of Chu became the target of scorn from all the distinguished talents, regardless of their strength or lack thereof, each eager to voice their condemnation. It seemed that such outbursts elevated their own stature. At this moment, the madman of Chu, now at the center of attention, departed the Xiantian sect alongside Lan Yu, heading resolutely southward, appearing to have a clear purpose. "Young master, where are we headed?" Lan Yu inquired curiously along the way. "To seek treasure," the madman of Chu replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gestured to the map in his hand. During a fortunate 10 consecutive draws, he had acquired a star-level treasure map, and this expedition was intended for the purpose of treasure hunting. Coincidentally, the treasure lay hidden within the Azure Dragon domain. According to the map's records, it was concealed in a mountain range near Baiyun City. The madman of Chu mused. In addition to the treasure, another matter piqued his curiosity, the lord of Baiyun City. It was said that the current lord, Yi Wuhan, was a top-tier sword master, standing alongside his own master as the dual peaks of swordsmanship in the Azure Dragon domain, referred to as the twin swords of Azure Dragon. He knew of the esteemed Xuanqi, an unparalleled supreme being. Although he had never witnessed Xuanqi in action, he had gleaned some information through the Eye of Insight, confirming that his battle prowess far surpassed that of other supreme beings. To be named alongside his master, Yi Wuhan must surely be extraordinary. Perhaps during this visit to Baiyun City, he could pay his respects. 2 days later, the madman of Chu and Lan Yu arrived at the location marked on the treasure map, only to find an empty expanse of mountain land before them. There was not a trace of treasure to be found. "Young master, did we perhaps come to the wrong place?" "No, this is indeed the right spot," the madman of Chu replied confidently, grinning. "The map states that this treasure site is protected by a formation hidden within the void, requiring a surge of earthly energy to reveal its form." "A surge of earthly energy?" "Precisely," the madman of Chu chuckled. Then, fixing his gaze upon the void ahead, he called out, unleashing his nascent soul cultivation to gather the surrounding earthly energy. It was the Saint King Law, the mountain seal technique. With a series of hand seals, the profound aura flowed, causing the mountains and rivers to tremble, as an immense surge of earthly energy coalesced into a colossal divine mountain, crashing down. The divine mountain collided with the void, as if striking against an invisible barrier, producing a thunderous roar, sending torrents of earthly energy spiraling outward. In an instant, a brilliant light soared into the heavens. Following this, a massive golden door emerged from the void, adorned with carvings of mountains, mythical beasts, and celestial bodies. Suspended above the door were 2 grand characters, dancing with an ethereal resonance. Supreme Spirit. The golden door loomed in the void, radiating auspicious light. As the aura of the Tao enveloped it, resonating clearly for countless beings within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Even those far beyond could sense the anomaly. What is that? A door? Such powerful energy fluctuations, such dense Tao resonance. Could it be that a great treasure has manifested? Hurry, we must investigate. This is an extraordinary opportunity. It is mine to seize. Supreme Spirit. Heavens, could it be the Supreme Spirit, renowned 2 millennia ago, proclaimed as the greatest beneath the saints? The Supreme Spirit perished while striving for the saint realm 2 millennia ago, and it is said that before his demise, He concealed the treasures he had amassed throughout his life in a secret location. Could this be the very treasure trove of the Supreme Spirit? Rumors state that within the Supreme Spirit's vault lies the chance to attain sainthood. If one could obtain it, it would grant one the path to becoming a saint. Let us go forth swiftly. In an instant, countless powerful beings became aware of the anomaly, and pandemonium ensued. The mere existence of an unparalleled Supreme Being's treasure vault is enough to astonish, let alone the promise of a chance to attain sainthood hidden within. How many true saints exist in the vast expanse of the celestial star realm? This is madness. All rushed frantically towards the golden door. The madman of Chu, observing the unfolding scene, was utterly bewildered. What a predicament! He had merely intended to seek treasure quietly and depart with it. Yet the commotion had attracted the attention of everyone, thwarting his plans for discreet fortune. The concealed protector, the 7 ancestors, was equally astonished, nearly biting his own tongue. He had indeed seen the madman of Chu pondering over a so-called treasure map for several days, but had never taken it seriously. Treasure maps are plentiful. Eccentric, powerful beings often leave behind various riddles for others to unravel, especially treasure maps, of which he had seen many in his youth. Yet who would have imagined that this was, in fact, the treasure map of the Supreme Spirit? The 7 ancestors was flabbergasted. He had long heard of the madman of Chu causing disturbances within the sect. But who could have anticipated that he would create such a monumental event in less than 2 days of venturing out for training? The treasure site of the Supreme Spirit. How many powerful beings would be drawn here? Should I have simply remained in the back mountains to enjoy my old age? The 7 ancestors sighed with a wry smile. Chapter 31. The Small World of the Primordial Spirit Treasure Vault. The primordial purple chi, the treasure trove of the primordial spirit sovereign, has been unveiled. The surging Tao rhythm and the auspicious golden light attracted countless powerful beings, particularly those from the nearby Bayan city. Countless beams of sword light surged forth, among which the first white sword light was the fastest and most dazzling, causing all observers to marvel. It was the eldest son of the Bayun sword sovereign, who had also made his move. Clearly, the allure of the primordial spirit sovereign's treasure was immense. Before the treasure vault of the primordial spirit sovereign, Chu Kuangren gazed at the imposing golden gate radiating a sense of presence and shook his head helplessly. What a troublesome situation. Let us go. Chu Kuangren pulled Lan Yu and dashed into the golden gate. As they entered, both Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu were dazzled, suddenly finding themselves in a lush forest. This was a small world. Chu Kuangren exclaimed in surprise. Legend has it that powerful beings proficient in spatial forces can construct miniature worlds, which are extraordinarily mysterious. Evidently, the primordial spirit sovereign was such a being. With a leap, Chu Kuangren soared into the sky, surveying the vast mountain forests surrounding him from a height of 100 meters. He soon discovered that there were restrictions in the sky. He could only ascend to that height before encountering a barrier. Upon returning to the ground, Chu Kuangren took out the treasure map and noticed that the route had changed. Oh, this is a brand new map, quite considerate, he remarked, leading Lan Yu in the direction depicted. Not long after they departed, another group entered the small world, and countless streams of spiritual consciousness surged in all directions. Where's the treasure? One wondered. Wait, there's a restriction in this space. My spiritual consciousness is limited to a radius of 3 zhong, rendering it ineffective. Then we must search with our eyes. We must find it. The crowd rushed around. However, it did not take long for them to face various difficulties. Some encountered terrifying beasts, others triggered mechanisms, and were shredded by countless sword lights, while some found themselves trapped in certain locations. In contrast, Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu strolled along a fragrant path, at ease. Holding the treasure map, Chu Kuangren commented, TSK, this small world conceals countless mechanisms and powerful beasts. Without the correct route, finding the treasure would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He could easily imagine how distressed and flustered those who had entered the small world were. About half an hour later, Chu Kuangren arrived at a palace hidden deep within the mountains. The palace was magnificent, shimmering with Tao rhythm, its surrounding pillars adorned with intricate runes. Found it. Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up. As they entered the palace, they were greeted by a plethora of treasures radiating with spiritual light, spirit stones, spirit essences, medicinal pills, weapons. There were even over a dozen supreme artifacts and holy weapons. The treasures filled the entire palace, and in one corner, there was a pool filled with golden liquid, earth spirit essence. Although not as valuable as heavenly spirit essence, the sheer volume of earth spirit essence was enough to make even some sovereigns envious. In the center of the palace stood a beautifully carved wooden box, adorned with dragons and phoenixes, emanating a profound Tao rhythm. So many treasures, Lan Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Hidden in the shadows, the heart of the 7th ancestor stirred slightly. Unable to suppress his admiration for the primordial spirit sovereign, who had been hailed as invincible beneath the saints 2 millennia ago. Such depth was indeed astonishing. However, it was somewhat unbelievable that treasures could be acquired so easily. The renowned treasure vault of the primordial spirit sovereign had no mechanisms or restrictions. Or perhaps, this young lad had a correct route on his treasure map. If so, his fortune was indeed remarkable. To stumble upon a supreme treasure vault just days after leaving his sect was a stroke of luck that even the seventh ancestor envied slightly. This scepter carries an intense aura of light. Suddenly, Lanyu was captivated by a scepter and reached out to touch it, only to be stopped by Chu Kuangren. Wait, young master? Lanyu looked puzzled. Be cautious, there may be traps. Chu Kuangren said seriously, having seen similar scenarios in television dramas. He knew that treasure seekers often couldn't resist touching the treasures, triggering mechanisms that either harmed their companions or led them to their demise. Such tropes do not exist in my experience. As he began to inspect the surroundings, his spiritual consciousness swept across the entire hall, meticulously observing each treasure. But he resolutely refrained from recklessly touching anything. The seventh ancestor, observing from the shadows, couldn't help but smile faintly. This young man was quite vigilant. Just then, Chu Kuangren noticed something. Upon closer examination, he found that most of the treasures in the palace had a very fine layer of dust on their surfaces. This dust was nearly invisible to the naked eye. Chu Kuangren only detected it after sweeping several times with his spiritual consciousness. But what could it be? He pondered whether to take the risk and test it, especially since he possessed an immortal body. That is the dust of the 3 impurity. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated in Chu Kuangren's ear. His heart stirred slightly, realizing this was the protector arranged for him by the Zenian Gong, though it had yet to reveal itself. The dust of the 3 impurity is something I have only seen in texts. It is said to be an extremely dark and malevolent substance, as fine as dust. Yet its power is terrifying. Even a war king would be reduced to a puddle of blood upon contact. Even sovereigns dare not approach it lightly, the seventh ancestor explained. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu's expression changed slightly, instinctively stepping back a few paces, regarding the treasures with trepidation. The primordial spirit sovereign is quite insidious, Chu Kuangren chuckled. He then sought advice from the seventh ancestor on how to handle the situation. This is simple. As soon as the seventh ancestor's voice fell, a gentle breeze swept through the palace, swirling the dust into an egg-sized clump. This substance is immensely powerful. If used appropriately, it can yield significant results. The seventh ancestor stated calmly. Chu Kuangren hurriedly took out a bottle and collected the dust. This substance was effective against living beings, but had no effect on inanimate objects. Otherwise, the treasures in the palace would have been corroded long ago. You have a keen sense of awareness. I nearly overlooked the dust of the 3 impurity myself. Your detection is commendable, the seventh ancestor praised. Safety first when venturing outside, Chu Kuangren replied with a smile. He then began to gather the treasures in the palace one by one into his Qin ring, and he opened the wooden box to take a look. Inside, he found an ethereal purple aura. This aura radiated a terrifying Tao rhythm, and as he opened the box, a series of profound sounds echoed through the void, as if a saint were imparting wisdom, accompanied by a unique fragrance. This is the foundation for becoming a saint, the primordial purple qi. At that moment, the seventh ancestor could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Chu Kuangren's eyes also brightened. He had heard of the primordial purple qi. Its reputation was colossal, being the foundation for becoming a saint, a peerless treasure. To put it in perspective, if a sovereign possessed the primordial purple qi, they could potentially become a saint within a century. However, there was a drawback to using the primordial purple qi for ascension. One would only become the weakest type of saint, and further advancement would be exceedingly difficult. Nonetheless, it was still a saint, an existence that transcended countless beings. If this primordial purple qi were to be revealed, it would drive countless cultivators into a frenzy. Chapter 32. The Supreme Sword. Yi Baifeng's eyes brimmed with tears of disbelief. He had not anticipated that the so-called opportunity for sanctification within the Yuanling treasure vault was the primordial purple qi. Yet, one could only wonder at the exceptional talent of the Yuanling Supreme, who presumably deemed the use of this primordial purple qi beneath him. Alas, he ultimately failed to transcend. Had he succeeded, his post-sanctification combat prowess could have subdued an entire era, reflected the seventh ancestor with a hint of melancholy. Upon hearing this, Chu Kuangren inquired, "Is this item of any use to you, esteemed elder?" Keep it for yourself. It would serve you well, or could be beneficial for other supremes within the sect. It is certainly better than being wasted on an old fellow like me, the seventh ancestor chuckled lightly. However, Chu Kuangren detected a sense of desolation in the elder's tone. Unbeknownst to him, The seventh ancestor was already on the brink of the 5 declines of heaven and man, with his lifespan nearing its end. Even if the primordial purple chi were bestowed upon him, he likely would not have the time to comprehend it, rendering it a mere waste. Without further questioning, Chu Kuangren stored the primordial purple chi away. He had no intention of utilizing it himself, as those who achieved sanctification through the primordial purple chi possessed the weakest combat abilities. The paths they comprehended were not their own. Chu Kuangren aspired to attain sanctification through his own strength. With his unparalleled Tao body and supreme foundation, he believed it was not an issue. While he opted not to use the purple chi, others within the Xintian sect, such as Xianshi Zun, Elder Ruyan, and several other supremes, could benefit from it. After thoroughly searching the palace, Chu Kuangren left with great satisfaction, having spared not even a single spirit stone. Suddenly, a terrifying beam of sword light erupted, cleaving a ferocious beast in two, showering the forest with a torrential downpour of blood. In midair, a middle-aged man clad in a white robe wielded a resplendent supreme sword. His expression one of icy ruthlessness. Should anyone from Baiyun City be present, they would undoubtedly recognize him as Yi Baifeng, the son of the city lord. Master, scouts have reported that a palace has been discovered 300 miles ahead. A swordsman announced. Yi Baifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us proceed. Soon, he caught sight of the palace concealed deep within the mountains, and an ecstatic smile spread across his face. This had to be the treasure trove of the Yuanling Supreme. The opportunity for sanctification surely lay within. As Yi Baifeng and his companions drew near, a cacophony of roars erupted from the distance. From the forest emerged a horde of long-armed apes, each exuding an aura of unparalleled ferocity. The leader, a formidable creature, had reached the level of a battle king. Damn it, these ape demons have been crafted into puppets by the Yuanling Supreme. Though devoid of intelligence, they are fiercely relentless, making them quite troublesome. Yi Baifeng scowled. Humph. They are merely beasts. There is no need for fear. The treasure lies before us. We cannot falter. This is an extraordinary opportunity for us. We must not return empty-handed. In an instant, a group of cultivators clashed with the long-armed apes. Terrifying energy erupted, sweeping through the forest. Yi Baifeng faced off against the leading long-armed ape, whose strength was incredibly formidable, its blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent as its long arms stirred up a tempest of spiritual energy. Its combat prowess had reached the pinnacle of the Battle King realm. Despite Yi Baifeng's prowess, he found himself at a standstill against this long-armed ape. As time passed, impatience began to gnaw at him. The treasure vault of the Yuanling Supreme was so close, yet obstructed by a horde of apes. The longer he lingered, the greater the risk of others seizing the opportunity before him, leaving him with nothing. Resolute, Yi Baifeng clenched his teeth and summoned a silver-white small sword. A weapon crafted by his father, the Baiyun Sword Sovereign. Once unleashed, it would deliver a strike equivalent to that of the Baiyun Sword Sovereign himself. What manner of figure was the Baiyun Sword Sovereign? An unparalleled supreme. A casual swing of his sword could slay any battle king in an instant. Without further hesitation, Yi Baifeng activated the silver-white sword. In an instant, a terrifying Tao rhythm suffused the air, and a 1,000-foot-long beam of silver sword light descended from the heavens, locking onto the long-armed ape king. Roaring, the long-armed ape king howled skyward, straining to resist. Yet, a strike from an unparalleled supreme possessed the power to upheave mountains and seas. Upon contact, the long-armed ape king disintegrated into a mist of blood, while the sword light plunged into the mountains. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated, shaking the entire miniature world. Cracks appeared in the void, and vast expanses of space began to collapse and shatter. All who had entered the miniature world were momentarily paralyzed with fear, their pupils dilating, faces pale with terror. Damn it! Which fool is using the power of an unparalleled supreme in this miniature world? Do they seek a premature demise? The miniature world was beginning to fracture, and time was running short. The treasure vault seemed unattainable. Survival took precedence. They needed to flee swiftly. The terrifying force generated by the collapse of the miniature world was no jest. Even a supreme would find it difficult to survive. Many, realizing their chances of discovering the treasure were slim, hastily retreated. After all, no treasure could outweigh the value of one's life. After slaying the long-armed ape king, the residual sword energy scattered the remaining long-armed apes in disarray. Time is of the essence. Let us depart. Yi Baifeng seized the opportunity and led his companions into the palace. Yet, what awaited them was an empty grand hall. How could this be? Where are the treasures? The expressions of the group shifted dramatically. They had fought valiantly to reach this place, expecting to be greeted by countless treasures, only to encounter this desolate scene. Yi Baifeng's voice darkened. Do not lose heart. Search thoroughly. The group employed their spiritual senses, leaving no corner unexamined. In a short while, they had scoured the entire palace inside and out. They even pried up the floor tiles, but alas, not a single spirit stone could be found. Then, one cultivator spotted several footprints on the palace steps, indicating that others had arrived before them. The treasure had been claimed by someone else. This revelation ignited Yi Baifeng's fury. He had exerted himself to reach this place, sacrificing even the gifts bestowed by his father, only to find himself empty-handed. Who could it be? Yi Baifeng nearly roared in anguish. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He retrieved a white crystal stone from his Qinquan ring, his eyes glimmering with a final glimmer of hope. This was a reversal stone, imbued with a trace of temporal Tao rhythm. It could rewind time, capturing images of events that had recently transpired in a specific location. Yi Baifeng had acquired this treasure during his early adventures and had kept it for a long time without utilizing it. Now, he could only hope it would assist him. He tossed the reversal stone into the air, and intricate beams of light shimmered as several scenes materialized in the air. In the imagery, a strikingly handsome man, resembling an ethereal being, and a woman with flowing silver hair and an otherworldly beauty were depicted. The scenes revealed that these two individuals had taken the treasures from this place. Look, is that the primordial purple chi? A cultivator exclaimed in shock. In the vision, Chu Kuangren opened a wooden box, revealing the purple chi within. Indeed, the foundation for sanctification, the primordial purple chi. Who are these individuals? Investigate. We must find them and reclaim the treasure. Reclaim the primordial purple chi. Yi Baifeng's eyes turned crimson. The primordial purple chi had slipped right from beneath his nose. Who could bear such a loss? Chapter 33. Fellow Taoist, please stay. I was just speaking out of turn. The small world began to collapse. Chu Kuangren suddenly sensed a disturbance in the space around him. Let us go, the seventh ancestor said abruptly. The force generated by the collapsing small world was not to be underestimated, even by him. Chu Kuangren, wary of the imminent danger, hastily left the small world with Lan Yu, swiftly heading in a specific direction once they entered the outside world. The others who had escaped from the small world followed suit. Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu arrived at a location several dozen miles from the Yuanling Supreme Treasure Vault, where they could see from a distance that the golden door was beginning to shatter, and the surrounding space was riddled with countless cracks resembling spider webs. A terrifying power was brewing, causing the nearby mountains and forests to twist and surge towards the door. In an instant, the door was shattered, forming a miniature black hole, no larger than a fist. However, the terrifying force it unleashed made everyone present feel a chill run down their spines. The entire small world, along with everything within a 10-mile radius, was drawn into this black hole, disintegrating into countless particles and vanishing into nothingness. Eventually, the black hole disappeared, leaving behind a vast pit within the 10-mile area. The air still carried an eerie sense of silence. All the cultivators who witnessed the collapse of the small world were struck by an indescribable shock. Before such power, they felt utterly insignificant. Chu Kuangren took a deep breath, overwhelmed by the terror of it all. Although he felt a lingering fear, he was generally satisfied with this treasure-seeking journey, having acquired numerous valuable items. The acquisition of the primordial purple energy alone justified the endeavor. However, compared to him, the other cultivators were less fortunate. Damn it, I came here for nothing and nearly lost my life. They lamented, filled with frustration. Who ultimately obtained the treasures from the Yuanling Vault? Humph. The appearance of the Yuanling Vault itself is a mystery. Could this be part of someone's scheme? If so, the intentions of the mastermind behind this are utterly malicious, seeking to destroy the small world and kill us all. I hope I never find out who it was. There were feelings of regret, anger, and even conspiracy theories swirling around. As the instigator of this event, Chu Kuangren said nothing, fearing others might discern the truth. He and Lan Yu were about to leave this place of turmoil when a voice called out, "Fellow Taoist, please stay." A young man in a white robe approached Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu. With striking features, he was undeniably handsome, though he paled in comparison to Chu Kuangren. The youth was equally astonished, never expecting to encounter a man more handsome than himself. I am Li Xingchen, the young master of Bailu. I noticed your extraordinary demeanor and wished to make your acquaintance, he said. His words attracted the attention of many nearby, who gazed at Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu with astonishment. The pair appeared exceptional, particularly the man, exuding an ethereal aura akin to an immortal. Is that not Li Xingchen of Bailu? It is said he is the most handsome man in Baiyun City and prefers to associate with those of striking appearance. No wonder he approached these two, they murmured. Chu Kuangren was taken aback by Li Xingchen's approach and overheard the surrounding discussions. He favors associating with good-looking individuals? This Li Xingchen is rather superficial, he thought. I am Chu Kuangren, honored to meet you, Taoistly. Ah, so it is Chu Taoist. My apologies. Before Li Xingchen could finish, his expression froze, and he stood still in shock. Did I hear correctly? Chu Kuangren? The one who declared war on the world. What is wrong, Taoistly? Chu Kuangren asked, puzzled by Li Xingchen's reaction, completely unaware of the implications of his earlier proclamation upon entering the world. Suddenly, he sensed a hostile aura. Chu Kuangren's expression changed slightly as he warily surveyed his surroundings. The cultivators around him glared at him with palpable hostility, particularly a few young cultivators whose eyes sparkled with eagerness for confrontation. Young master, something seems amiss, Lan Yu observed, also on guard. I see it too, Chu Kuangren nodded. At that moment, a young cultivator clad in black suddenly stepped forward, fixing a cold stare upon Chu Kuangren. You are the one who declared war on the world. The senior brother of Xiantian's sect? Chu Kuangren was even more perplexed. It's true that I am the senior brother of Xiantian's sect, but I believe you are misunderstanding something. When did I declare war on the world? Please, I just entered this realm not long ago. Declare war on the world? He lacks the capability for such a thing. He is merely at the nascent soul stage, he thought. Before I entered, let the flowers bloom and compete for beauty. Once I enter, I shall certainly lead in brilliance, standing alone in glory. You uttered these words. The black-clad cultivator retorted coldly. Indeed, I did say that, but wait. Chu Kuangren began to understand. Surely they cannot have taken my words as a declaration of war? What nonsense. I was merely speaking out of turn. He had been surrounded by numerous disciples and elders sending him off. He had to say something to elevate his status as senior brother, right? How could such a thing spread in just a few days? Since you said it, then it shall be so. Today, I shall witness how you can stand alone in glory. The black-clad cultivator scoffed, summoning his spiritual power. The air around him surged with energy, coalescing into a massive black hand that bore down on Chu Kuangren with overwhelming might. Supreme technique, heaven-shrouding palm. The black hand loomed ominously, but before Chu Kuangren could respond, Lan Yu snorted and launched a powerful punch. A beam of light erupted, piercing through the black hand and striking the black-clad cultivator, sending him crashing backward, blood spattering from his mouth. The potency of her strike stunned the onlookers. Lan Yu's cold gaze swept the surroundings, declaring, if you wish to challenge my master, you are not yet worthy. Chu Kuangren blinked, feeling that Lan Yu's words not only defended him, but also drew a wave of animosity towards him. Indeed, the gazes directed at Chu Kuangren turned increasingly hostile. Chu Kuangren truly is arrogant. Even a maidservant acts with such disdain. One can only imagine how conceited he must be. No wonder he declared war on the world. Meanwhile, the black-clad cultivator, who had just been sent flying by Lan Yu's punch, was left in shock, staring at Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu, disbelief filling his eyes. A single punch. I could not even withstand a punch from his maidservant. How strong must Chu Kuangren be? I must be nothing more than an ant in his sight. With these thoughts, the black-clad cultivator felt a wave of despair wash over him. At that moment, Chu Kuangren glanced at him. Perhaps due to preconceived notions, the black-clad cultivator perceived a sense of indifference in Chu Kuangren's gaze, almost as if he were being overlooked. After a brief moment, Chu Kuangren's gaze shifted away. Perhaps it was merely an unintentional glance. The black-clad cultivator felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. After years of arduous cultivation, I thought I was among the elite of my generation, yet in your eyes, I am less than an ant. What an extraordinary Chu Kuangren. What an arrogant individual. Today, I am defeated. With that, the black-clad cultivator turned to leave, his steps unsteady, his shadow elongated by the setting sun, exuding a sense of desolation and despair. Chapter 34. The Three Heroes of Snow Dragon. Mere trash. Do not mislead yourself. The black-clad cultivator is none other than the Daozi of the Iron Mountain sect. The Iron Mountain sect, regardless of its stature, is a supreme lineage. Yet now, their Daozi cannot even withstand a single punch from a mere maid beside Chu Kuangren. Judging by his demeanor, it seems his Dao heart has shattered. In this era of great contention, he has lost his place, let alone the ambition to vie for the imperial path. Chu Kuangren is indeed a madman. A dignified Daozi challenges him, only to be disregarded, while a mere maid shatters his Dao heart, revealing a sinister intent. The onlookers murmur amongst themselves, casting wary glances at Chu Kuangren. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren himself is taken aback. He merely glanced at his opponent, confirming he was not dead. Yet in the blink of an eye, the man's Dao heart crumbles, and he retreats in despair. Humph, that useless fool from the Iron Mountain sect cannot amount to anything. Let us, the three heroes of Snow Dragon, teach this Chu Kuangren a lesson in humility. At that moment, three individuals stepped forward, all clad in white robes and wielding supreme artifacts. Chu Kuangren raised an eyebrow. How many more of these nuisances must he endure? Does he truly appear as a formless clay doll devoid of any temper? He extended a hand to halt Lan Yu, who was poised to strike, saying, Lan Yu, they seek to challenge me. Let me handle this. My lord, they are merely 3 pieces of trash. Allow me to deal with them, Lan Yu replied candidly. The 3 heroes of Snow Dragon were visibly enraged by her words. Wretched girl, who do you deem trash? They spat. How dare a mere servant speak so boldly, thinking that defeating a fool grants her the right to disregard us? Such delusions. Upon hearing this, a frigid gleam flickered in Chu Kuangren's eyes. He had not even scolded Lan Yu, yet these 3 wretches dared to spew such filth. It was utterly unforgivable. Now, he was genuinely incensed. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. I find great pleasure in cleaning up trash, Chu Kuangren remarked calmly, stepping forward. You'll soon learn who the true trash is. They retorted. The 3 heroes of Snow Dragon swiftly launched their attack. An almost identical Tao rhythm emanated from their bodies, and an abundance of spiritual energy filled the air, enveloping the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the atmosphere underwent a transformation. The temperature plummeted, and a flurry of snowflakes descended like feathers. A biting chill swept through, as sharp as a blade. This is the ice-cold grand array we 3 have jointly unleashed. Within this formation, even a Dongshu cultivator would find it challenging to escape, boasted the leader of the Snow Dragon trio. Having come to challenge Chu Kuangren, they felt a degree of confidence. Not only were their cultivations formidable, but the array they conjured was also immensely powerful, nearly insurmountable among the younger generation. Chu Kuangren grasped a snowflake, which cut through his fingertip, drawing blood. Yet, thanks to his immortal body, the wound healed almost instantaneously. I am curious as to why you seek to challenge me. Is it merely because of the words I spoke before entering this world? Chu Kuangren inquired nonchalantly. The second of the Snow Dragon trio scoffed. Your words have spread far and wide. Coupled with Gu Changa's defeat at your hands, every young prodigy now sees you as a thorn in their side. Who would not wish to vanquish you? Defeating you would ensure our names echo throughout the realm. What young man does not crave fame? The 3 heroes of Snow Dragon were no exception. And the most effective way to achieve renown is to step upon the shoulders of others. Just as Chu Kuangren gained notoriety by defeating Gu Changa, had he not spoken those words, he would have set off no ripples at all. It is precisely because he has achieved fame that his words carry weight. Now, the Snow Dragon trio intended to ascend to prominence by stepping over Chu Kuangren. I see. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly. Then prepare to meet your demise. In unison, the 3 heroes of Snow Dragon roared, and within the array, the power of wind and snow intensified. A tempest of snowflakes swirling toward Chu Kuangren, each flake as sharp as a blade, with frigid air surging from all directions. At that moment, Chu Kuangren's gaze sharpened. 9 Heaven Sword Prison, he called out softly. A torrent of sword energy erupted from his being. The howling wind and snow fell silent in an instant. The so-called ice-snow grand array was effortlessly torn apart, as if it were a mere veil under the relentless onslaught of sword energy. Countless sword energies intertwined, forming 12 pillars that sealed off all directions, creating a sword energy domain akin to a prison. How is this possible? The faces of the 3 heroes of Snow Dragon turned ashen. They had anticipated Chu Kuangren's strength, but believed that with their combined efforts and the array, they could contend with him, even defeat him. However, they were gravely mistaken. In a mere moment, their formation was shattered, and they found themselves ensnared within Chu Kuangren's Tao body manifestation, akin to fish on a chopping block. Trash, Chu Kuangren remarked coolly. He then tightened his grip, and the sword energies within the domain surged violently toward the 3. Cries of agony echoed as the bodies of the 3 heroes were pierced by numerous domineering sword energies. Their golden cores shattered, their nascent souls obliterated, their vitality extinguished. They fell to the ground like ragged cloth. Individually, their strengths were akin to ordinary nascent soul cultivators. Even combined within their array, they could only contend with a typical Dongshu practitioner. Gu Changa had dealt with them effortlessly, not to mention Chu Kuangren, who had easily broken through Gu Changa's defenses. He merely needed to unleash a Tao body manifestation to secure victory. No. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air as an elder charged forth, his eyes ablaze with fury as he beheld the fallen 3 heroes of Snow Dragon. This elder was their protector. From the moment Chu Kuangren unleashed the 9 Heaven Sword Prison, he had sought to intervene. But he never expected Chu Kuangren to act so swiftly, leaving him no chance to respond. The trio perished in the blink of an eye. Chu Kuangren, I will see you dead, the elder bellowed, his formidable battle king aura erupting. Yet at that moment, a cold snort echoed through the void. The elder's body exploded in midair, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. This scene left the onlookers pale with terror. A battle king had not even lasted a moment before being reduced to blood mist by a mere scoff. Such was the terror of this power. A venerable. It must be a venerable. They gasped, and likely one of supreme caliber. It was said that Chu Kuangren possessed an unparalleled Tao body. How could the Xiantian sect not assign a protector for him? This protector was undoubtedly of the highest order. In an instant, those with ulterior motives abandoned their schemes. Not only daunted by Chu Kuangren's exhibited power, but also by the looming threat of the supreme protector behind him. Chu Kuangren retracted his sword energy, surveying the surroundings. If anyone else wishes to challenge me, I shall gladly oblige. However, I advise you all, do not mislead yourselves. His decisive actions in eliminating the Snow Dragon trio were not only a response to their insults towards Lan Yu, but also a warning to others. Otherwise, if challengers appeared daily, how could he continue his existence? When the time calls for ruthlessness, Chu Kuangren would not hesitate. Chapter 35. The Celestial White Jade Capital. Framed for public admiration after decisively eliminating the Snow Dragon trio, the onlookers were left in a state of apprehension, no longer daring to act recklessly. The effortless defeat of the Snow Dragon trio, coupled with the presence of a supreme-level protector, rendered the madman of Chu nearly invincible within the Azure Dragon domain. As long as the sages remained absent. Magnificent! Magnificent! Li Xingchen exclaimed, approaching the madman of Chu. Your prowess is truly awe-inspiring, my friend. Oh, are you not afraid, Li? The madman of Chu replied nonchalantly. What is there to fear? The Snow Dragon trio provoked first, and their demise is merely the consequence of their actions. Li Xingchen stated with an air of indifference, as though the matter held no weight in his mind. In truth, the White Jade Tower within Baiyun City harbored some hidden depth, capable of holding its own against various supreme sections. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, the madman of Chu declared. Friend Chu, this vicinity is Baiyun City, and the White Jade Tower possesses its own heritage within. Why not stay with me for a few days? Li Xingchen suggested eagerly. Initially, he had approached to greet the madman of Chu due to his impressive demeanor and appearance. But upon realizing his identity, he genuinely wished to forge a connection. With an unparalleled Tao body, and being the elder brother of the Xiantian sect, his status and qualifications were among the finest in the entire Sanqiong Star. Very well, then, the madman of Chu acquiesced. After all, he was out here to hone his skills. It mattered not where he practiced, and Baiyun City was conveniently nearby. He was also curious about the rumored Baiyun Sword Sovereign. Then let us be off, Li Xingchen said, promptly leading the way. As they walked, Li Xingchen regaled the madman of Chu with tales of Baiyun City's culture and its power dynamics, including the illustrious Baiyun Sword Sovereign. He mentioned that the Sword Sovereign had been in seclusion for a full 60 years, with no indication of when he might emerge. Currently, his 3 sons governed Baiyun City, referred to as the eldest, second, and third lords. Though Baiyun City was merely a city, its vast expanse rivaled that of some small nations. Numerous sects and families occupied it, all of which were subordinate to the city lord's manor. Yet, there existed a uniquely special place. One so exceptional that even the city lord's manor could not exercise control. This was the White Jade Tower to which Li Xingchen belonged. Before long, Li Xingchen guided the madman of Chu to the White Jade Tower, which unfolded before them as a magnificent array of buildings. Grand palaces, exquisite pavilions, rock gardens, and stages for performances created a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. At the entrance of the White Jade Tower, the madman of Chu couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. The celestial White Jade Capital, with 12 towers and 5 cities. The immortal caresses my brow, granting me longevity. Upon hearing this, Li Xingchen's eyes widened in admiration, gazing at the madman of Chu with respect. Friend Chu, your literary talent is remarkable. Not at all, the madman of Chu replied modestly. After all, in my previous life, I was a serious student of the humanities. Reciting a few verses is merely for show. The celestial White Jade Capital, with 12 towers and 5 cities. The immortal caresses my brow, granting me longevity. Truly splendid poetry, Li Xingchen repeated, growing more fluent with each recitation, feeling as if the verses were tailor-made for the White Jade Tower itself. The phrase White Jade Capital was indeed synonymous with the White Jade Tower, and 12 towers and 5 cities referred to its multitude of structures. The imagery of an immortal touching his brow resonated deeply, leading him to glance at the madman of Chu, who exuded an ethereal and transcendent aura, akin to a celestial being. Are you comparing yourself to an immortal? My friend Chu, such grandeur is indeed extraordinary. Unaware of the extent of Li Xingchen's imagination, the madman of Chu merely sensed the growing kindness and respect in his gaze. The White Jade Tower engaged in various service industries, restaurants, inns, gambling houses, and even brothels, making it the largest consumer venue in Baiyun City. Upon entering, they were met with a bustling atmosphere. "Greetings, young master." Some patrons bowed upon seeing Li Xingchen. The madman of Chu then realized that Li Xingchen was the son of the White Jade Tower's owner, the young master of the establishment. Many others had also taken note of the madman of Chu and the silver-haired lady beside him. Their extraordinary presence captivated attention. The young master himself was already renowned as the most handsome man in Baiyun City, yet this newcomer overshadowed him entirely. Amidst the curious glances, Li Xingchen led the madman of Chu to his study, where they encountered the owner of the White Jade Tower. This middle-aged gentleman appeared to be in his 30s, exuding a warm and refined aura, devoid of any overt power, resembling a scholar. However, the owner of such a grand establishment could not merely be an ordinary scholar. The madman of Chu could not resist using his insightful eye. Li Yi, a supreme being, adept in the arts of painting and calligraphy. Upon this revelation, the madman of Chu's heart surged with astonishment. Indeed, he was no ordinary scholar. He was a supreme being. "Father, these are two new friends I have made," Li Xingchen introduced. Li Yi looked up at the madman of Chu and his companion, and a look of surprise crossed his face, deepening with each passing moment. With his exceptional cultivation, he sensed the terrifying Tao rhythm within the two, likely indicative of a top-tier Tao body. The madman of Chu, in particular, astounded him. He had never encountered such a Tao rhythm before. "May I inquire about your esteemed origins? I am the madman of Chu from the Xiantian sect, and this is Lanyu. It is an honor to meet you, Senior," the madman of Chu replied, slightly bowing. "Ah, the madman of Chu," Li Yi murmured, then chuckled. "So you are the Xiantian sect's elder brother, the one who declared war upon the world." The madman of Chu rubbed his nose, neither confirming nor denying the statement. Well, it seemed his declaration had indeed become well known. Yet, there was a certain thrill to it. "That supreme being hidden in the shadows is your protector, is it not?" Li Yi inquired, having sensed the presence of the 7 ancestors. "Indeed," the madman of Chu replied. Li Yi said, offering no further comment. Li Xingchen, brimming with enthusiasm, interjected, "Today, Brother Chu composed a poem for the White Jade Tower, the celestial White Jade capital. With 12 towers and 5 cities, the immortal caresses my brow, granting me longevity. What do you think?" Li Yi's eyes lit up at these words, followed by a hearty laugh. "A splendid poem. I never expected such a grand gift upon your arrival at the White Jade Tower. I am truly grateful." While he excelled in painting and calligraphy, he was not particularly well-versed in poetry, yet he cherished it deeply. Upon hearing the poem, he felt an immediate fondness for the madman of Chu. "I shall personally write this poem, frame it, and display it in the most prominent place within the White Jade Tower for all to admire," Li Yi expressed joyfully. Chapter 36. The Scepter of Light. A secret unveiled upon hearing the verses composed by the eccentric Chu. Li Yi's fondness for him grew immensely. Coupled with the latter's status as the senior brother of the Xiantian sect, Li Yi promptly treated him as an esteemed guest, instructing Li Xingchen to extend a warm welcome. Li Xingchen arranged for the pair to occupy the most luxurious guest room within the White Jade Tower, so opulent that Chu began to question if he had unwittingly taken residence in an emperor's palace. "Brother Chu, I shall host a banquet for you this evening and take the opportunity to introduce you to the talented youth of Baiyun City. Would that be agreeable?" Li Xingchen proposed with great enthusiasm. "Certainly," Chu replied with a slight nod. Before long, Li Xingchen busied himself with grand arrangements. Within the lavish chamber, Chu was meticulously sorting through the treasures obtained from his recent expedition. Gazing at the myriad of items within his Qinquan ring, he couldn't help but frown at the disarray. The potions, weapons, and tomes were haphazardly piled together, a sight that was somewhat difficult for someone with a mild obsessive-compulsive tendency like Chu to accept. Thus, he began to organize the items, placing potions with potions, weapons with weapons, and spirit stones neatly aside, categorizing everything with great diligence. Due to the sheer volume of treasures from the primordial spirit sovereign, Chu spent nearly half an hour completing the task. He mused that the space within the fantasy roulette was far more convenient, akin to an inventory system where items of the same category would automatically cluster together, provided they were not extracted. Despite the fatigue, the sight of neatly arranged treasures caused a smile to unfurl upon Chu's lips. This treasure hunt had proven exceptionally worthwhile. Observing his delight, Lanyu couldn't help but smile faintly. "Ah, Lanyu, this is for you." Chu presented a white scepter, the very one Lanyu had admired in the treasury. The scepter gleamed with pristine whiteness, its top adorned with a magnificent halo reminiscent of the sun, intricately engraved with profound runes. A robust aura of light radiated from it. Upon seeing the scepter, Lan Yu's eyes sparkled with affection, yet she hesitated, unsure whether to accept it. Noticing her reluctance, Chu promptly placed it in her hands. Take it. I have no need for a holy artifact. This scepter will serve you far better. For most cultivators, a holy artifact was of the highest esteem. Even among a holy lineage, such items were rare. Yet, for Chu, they were merely commonplace. He had only claimed one of the holy swords from the Sword Mountain, leaving the others to languish. This notion he kept to himself, wary of the potential ire of the hidden guardians who might take offense at his perceived desecration of sacred weaponry. Thank you, young Master Chu, Lan Yu said, no longer declining the gift, as she examined the scepter closely. To her astonishment, the scepter quivered slightly, emanating a sensation of joy before transforming into a beam of white light that entered her body. The holy artifact had seemingly acknowledged her as its master. It appears this artifact has taken quite a liking to you, Chu remarked with a smile. As Lan Yu absorbed the sensation, she suddenly found herself flooded with knowledge regarding the scepter, now identified as the Scepter of Light, a weapon belonging to a formidable figure known as the Holy King of Light from 50,000 years ago. A Holy King's artifact? Chu was taken aback. Just as with holy laws, holy artifacts were classified into various tiers: ordinary holy artifacts, great holy artifacts, and holy king artifacts. The swords of the Xiantian sect were merely ordinary holy artifacts. Though the difference in terminology was slight, the disparity in value was monumental. Originally a holy king artifact, the Scepter of Light had suffered damage in a great battle, rendering it an ordinary holy artifact. What kind of battle could render a holy king artifact useless? Lan Yu furrowed her brow. That battle was extraordinarily terrifying. Even glimpses of it are too overwhelming for me to bear. I can only recall fragmented images of numerous holy beings in fierce combat. Upon hearing this, not only Chu but even the hidden seven ancestors were struck with astonishment. What existence could rival the holy beings, those supreme entities that towered above countless lives? Even the most exalted sovereigns would be compelled to bow before them. Yet, Lan Yu spoke of witnessing multitudes of holy beings embroiled in conflict. Such revelations were truly astonishing. Vaguely, Chu sensed that he was merely scratching the surface of the myriad secrets of this world. How intriguing. Chu smiled, dismissing further contemplation for the moment. He was not yet equipped to delve into such enigmas. Nightfall enveloped the White Cloud Tower, specifically the Moon Gathering Pavilion. This was one of the highest pavilions within the tower, renowned for its breathtaking moonlit views, hence its name. It was here that Li Xingqian had chosen to host his banquet. On this night, the Moon Gathering Pavilion was filled with guests, all esteemed youths invited by Li Xingqian, including many scions of noble families. Li Xingqian claims he will introduce us to someone tonight. I wonder who could possibly warrant such a grand occasion. One curious young man mused. Ah, he is always like this, eager to befriend any captivating cultivator. I suspect this time is no different, another scion chuckled lightly. Indeed, I overheard talk of two cultivators who have left others in awe. Today, they say, they have arrived. A young man in white sneered dismissively. In this realm of cultivation, what does mere appearance matter? Without power, one is merely a plaything for others. In contrast, I am far more intrigued by the primordial spirit sovereign's treasury, which has caused quite a stir in the entire Qinglong domain, another chimed in. Indeed, I hear the sword sovereign's son also ventured there, yet seemingly returned empty-handed. Yilei, do you know anything about it? The crowd turned their gaze toward the young man named Yilei. He took a sip of his drink and shook his head slightly. I did not venture there personally, so I am unaware of the events that unfolded within the treasury. Did your father not share any insights with you? Another youth inquired. Yilei was the son of Yi Baifeng, a prodigious talent and a prominent figure within the city lord's estate. After a moment of silence, Yilei again shook his head, prompting the others to cease their inquiries. Lost in thought, Yilei sipped his drink, pondering in silence. In truth, he was privy to certain information. For instance, the primordial spirit treasury had been completely looted by a man and a woman, leaving Yi Baifeng seething with rage upon his return. Yet, such matters were confidential to the city lord's estate, and he could not divulge them. He was filled with curiosity. What kind of individuals could plunder the treasury right under the noses of so many formidable figures? At that moment, Li Xingqian made his entrance into the Moon Gathering Pavilion, accompanied by a man and a woman. The duo approached gracefully, the man clad in a flowing white Qilin robe, his head adorned with a jade crown, exuding an ethereal aura akin to a celestial being. The woman, dressed in a blue and white gown with silver hair cascading down her shoulders, possessed a delicate beauty reminiscent of a goddess descended from the moon. Standing alongside them, the previously renowned and handsome Li Xingqian appeared to be nothing more than a mere backdrop. In the Moon Gathering Pavilion, all eyes were transfixed upon the approaching pair, as if time itself had come to a standstill. It was not until a guest's wine cup slipped from their grasp, shattering upon the floor with a resounding clang, that the thrall of silence was broken and the guests were drawn back to reality. Chapter 37. The Golden Lotus Test Spirit. 12 petals bloom in unison in this world. Such divine beings exist. Who are they? No wonder Li Xingchen has prepared an extravagant banquet for them. Li Xingchen is renowned as one of the most handsome men. Yet in the presence of this man, he becomes merely an accessory. Each gesture emanates an aura of innate grace, truly extraordinary. Who is this person? As the crowd regained their senses, they marveled at the pair, Chu Kuangren and his companion. This man and woman are both unparalleled beauties. Particularly, Chu Kuangren exudes an ethereal quality, rivaling even the most exalted saints. Allow me to introduce you. Li Xingchen spoke with a smile. This is Chu Kuangren, the senior brother of the Xiantian sect, and this is Miss Lan Yu. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into an unusual silence. Chu Kuangren, the one who declared war upon the world upon entering it. Many gazed at him curiously, particularly those from esteemed families who considered themselves gifted, their eyes gleaming with ambition. It is indeed he, the one who defeated the prince of Qingyun, Guchanga. How could he possess such a visage? Come, Brother Chu. Miss Lan, please take a seat. Li Xingchen arranged places for them beside him. As the banquet commenced, musicians and dancers took to the stage. Amidst laughter and clinking glasses, the atmosphere was harmonious. Friend Chu, allow me to toast to you. A young man from a noble family raised his cup in salute to Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren smiled in return, clinking cups with the young man and downing the drink, prompting hearty laughter from the latter. Suddenly, Chu Kuangren sensed a gaze upon him. He turned to find a young man in white robes. Upon realizing he was being observed, the white-robed youth, Yi Lei, stiffened slightly before raising his cup with a smile and averting his gaze. In his heart, he pondered, it is indeed them. The ones who took the supreme treasure of Yuanling are none other than Chu Kuangren. After Yi Beifeng's return, he had commissioned a portrait of the thief, and Yi Lei had seen it. Though the essence depicted in the portrait was but a fraction of Chu Kuangren's presence, the resemblance was unmistakable. This matter is of great significance. He dared not disclose it, opting instead to feign nonchalance until he could inform his elders upon returning home. This individual is rather peculiar. Chu Kuangren mused, before dismissing the thought. Haha, it is said that friend Chu possesses an unparalleled Tao body, a supreme prodigy of this realm. I wonder if I might have the fortune to witness it. A young man from a noble family could no longer contain his excitement. The crowd turned their attention toward Chu Kuangren, clearly eager to gauge his prowess. Yet before Chu Kuangren could respond, Li Xingchen interjected with a smile. The purpose of my banquet is to avoid bloodshed and conflict. I do, however, possess a rare treasure. With that, Li Xingchen retrieved a golden, oval object from his storage ring. It bore intricate seams, resembling a flower bud. The crowd looked on, awaiting his explanation. This is the Golden Lotus of Spirit Testing, a recent invention by Master Feng Huzi. It assesses the quality of a cultivator's spiritual power, and today, we shall use it for our competition. The quality of spiritual power varies based on the cultivator's techniques, innate talent, and foundation. Within the same realm, those with superior spiritual quality hold a significant advantage. Master Feng Huzi, indeed, the crowd murmured, acknowledging his reputation as the most esteemed master craftsman in Baiyun City, whose weapons were coveted by countless cultivators. It is said that even the highest of sovereigns sought his craftsmanship. How does one utilize this? Someone inquired. Simply infuse your spiritual power into it, Li Xingchen replied. I shall go first. A young man from a noble family stepped forward. He struck the golden lotus with a palm, causing it to tremble slightly before 3 petals unfurled. However, in less than a second, the petals retracted. 3 petals? Is that a good or bad result? He pondered. The golden lotus has 12 petals, and Master Feng Huzi stated that only a select few possess the quality of spiritual power capable of fully blooming it. The young man was stunned. He had only managed to open 3 petals? Was his spiritual quality so lacking? Again, he shouted defiantly, striking the lotus once more with greater force. Yet the result remained unchanged. Laughter erupted from the crowd, and curiosity spread as others began testing their own spiritual power on the golden lotus. I too have 3 petals. TSK, for petals. Is there truly anyone who can open all 12? I practice the supreme method, yet I can only open 5 petals. The crowd was astonished by the stringent requirements of the golden lotus. The initial tester felt somewhat relieved, realizing others were of similar caliber. At that moment, a sword aura struck the golden lotus. It quivered and gracefully opened 6 petals, the best result thus far. The wielder of the sword aura was none other than Yi Lei, who frowned, clearly dissatisfied. Possessing a Tao body and practicing the supreme method, He had consumed various rare materials, leading him to believe he should have opened at least 7 petals. To his surprise, he had only managed 6. "I shall give it a try," Li Xingqian announced, channeling a stream of star-like spiritual power into the golden lotus. It trembled, also revealing 6 petals. As expected. Still only 6 petals, Li Xingqian chuckled softly. This treasure was his own. Naturally, he had tested it beforehand. "Alas, brotherly, with your star body. I did not expect you could only open 6 petals. The golden lotus's standards are indeed high. It seems no one in this world can fully bloom it. I wonder how many petals our friends Chu and Lan can open?" All eyes turned to the yet-to-partake Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu. Lan Yu was the first to act, unleashing a radiant fist of power upon the golden lotus. Instantly, it trembled and blossomed into 9 petals. This sight shocked everyone. Yi Lei and Li Xingqian's pupils constricted slightly. They had only managed to open 6 petals with their Tao bodies, yet Lan Yu had opened 9. Her spiritual quality far surpassed theirs. As the golden lotus closed, Chu Kuangren followed suit, releasing a sword aura. In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted, and the petals of the golden lotus opened in succession. 12 petals. Resplendent and breathtaking. Once fully opened, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. It opened completely. What an extraordinary quality of spiritual power. My heavens. There truly exists someone capable of fully blooming the golden lotus. Chu Kuangren is indeed worthy of his reputation as possessing an unparalleled Tao body. The crowd gazed at Chu Kuangren in awe, while some felt a sense of despair. They could only open 3 or 4 petals, whereas Chu Kuangren had caused the golden lotus to blossom entirely. The disparity was overwhelming. The gulf between him and me is astonishing. Yilei gripped his cup tightly, knuckles widening, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes. With a sharp crack, the cup shattered, spilling wine across the floor. Yet, the crowd remained captivated by the spectacle of the golden lotus, oblivious to his turmoil. Chapter 38. A grand banquet and the appearance of the 7 ancestors. The golden lotus unfurled its 12 petals, releasing a fragrant aroma that filled the air. After a while, the golden lotus slowly closed its petals. The onlookers gazed in awe at the 2 figures, Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu, marveling at their unparalleled brilliance. The crowd couldn't help but sigh, lamenting the unfairness of fate. It had bestowed upon them not only breathtaking beauty, but also extraordinary talents and cultivation. The disparity between individuals was indeed disheartening. As they surveyed the sumptuous feast before them, it all seemed tasteless in comparison to the 2 extraordinary beings, leaving them feeling somewhat defeated. I almost forgot to mention, I have recently brewed a new batch of exquisite wine at Bayou Tower. Allow me to bring some for everyone to savor. Li Xingqian suddenly interjected with a smile. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, he sought to lighten it. With his efforts, the mood gradually lifted, and after a round of toasts, the banquet concluded on a positive note. The following morning, Chu Kuangren awoke from his meditation. As was his custom, he summoned the illusion roulette to draw his rewards. It was a black iron prize, 100 superior spirit stones, which amounted to the entire fortune of an ordinary cultivator. Without even a glance, he tossed it into his vast storage ring, where spirit stones piled up like a mountain, and began another monotonous day. Upon exiting his room, he joined Li Xingqian for breakfast. During their meal, he noticed a gathering in the hall, as many were intently observing something on the wall. Upon closer inspection, he discovered an inscription. In the celestial realm lies Bayou Jing, with 12 towers and 5 cities. The immortal brushes my crown, granting me eternal life. What a magnificent poem. This Bayou Jing referred to Bayou Tower itself, and indeed, its beauty could be likened to a paradise on earth. Wait, look at the signature below. It is Chu Kuangren. The poet is none other than the one who declared war on the world. The crowd buzzed with astonishment. They had assumed that such a brash and arrogant figure would lack literary finesse, yet this poem was grand and eloquent, capturing the beauty of Bayou Tower in a way that was difficult to reconcile with their preconceived notions of him. Has it truly been framed? Chu Kuangren glanced at the inscription on the wall before departing. Subsequently, under Li Xingqian's guidance, he and Lan Yu enjoyed a leisurely exploration of Bayun City. Upon returning to Bayou Tower, an elderly steward approached, presenting an invitation. Young Master Chu, this is an invitation from the city lord's mansion. They wish to invite you to a banquet tomorrow. Oh, the people of Bayun City are quite hospitable, Chu Kuangren remarked with a smile as he accepted the invitation. Just the night before, he had hosted a banquet, and now another invitation awaited him. It was fortuitous. He could pay a visit, though the likelihood of meeting the city lord, who had been in seclusion for quite some time, seemed slim. Inside the city lord's mansion, the atmosphere was bustling. Outside, an elderly man scanned the surroundings. When he spotted a man and a woman approaching, a glimmer of excitement crossed his face. and he welcomed them with a warm smile. "Young Master Chu, Miss Lan, please come in. You were waiting specifically for us?" Chu Kuangren observed with intrigue. His discerning eye revealed that this elder was a figure of considerable power, a battle king. It was indeed extravagant for a battle king to greet them at the city lord's mansion. Was it a sign of respect, or was there another motive at play? Chu Kuangren sensed a hint of intrigue beneath the surface, but couldn't fathom what advantage the city lord's mansion might gain from harming him. Upon entering, they found the banquet already prepared. In the grand hall, 3 men scrutinized Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu. They were the Yi brothers, Yi Baifeng and his siblings. I have long heard that the chief of Xiantian sect is a rare prodigy, possessing the demeanor of a young emperor. Today, I see that it is indeed extraordinary. Yi Baifeng exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "You're too kind, senior," Chu Kuangren replied with a slight smile. "By the way, the treasure trove of the Yuanling Supreme has recently been revealed. Did you, young friend Chu, explore it? Did you find anything of worth?" Yi Baifeng inquired. Shifting the conversation's focus, Chu Kuangren remained unfazed, feigning regret. "I did enter, but unfortunately found nothing of value." At this, Yi Baifeng's expression darkened, his forehead twitching with disbelief. "Nothing of value? You emptied the entire treasury and claimed to have found nothing? How dare you? Is it possible that such a remarkable talent truly found nothing?" Yi Baifeng's smile was laced with skepticism. "Indeed, I found nothing," Chu Kuangren replied with a shake of his head and a wry smile. Yi Baifeng's demeanor grew increasingly grim. His voice edged with coldness. "Young friend, I shall ask once more, did you find anything or not?" Realizing the tension had escalated, Chu Kuangren fell silent, having deduced that this was a treacherous banquet. Yet, he remained unaware of how Yi Baifeng had ascertained that he had taken items from the Yuanling treasure trove. "You already possessed the answer in your heart. Why ask further?" Chu Kuangren replied coolly. "Since that is the case, I shall speak plainly. The Yi family desires the Hongmeng purple qi and is willing to exchange it for 100,000 superior spirit stones. If you agree, you shall be a distinguished guest of the Yi family. What say you?" Yi Baifeng's gaze bore into Chu Kuangren. "I believe you've lost your senses," Chu Kuangren scoffed. 100,000 spirit stones for a mere wisp of Hongmeng purple qi? Not to mention the mountain of spirit stones in my storage ring. Such a treasure is worth far more than that. You are quite audacious to insult me." Faced with the crowd's inquiries and accusations, Chu Kuangren remained composed. Yi Baifeng's brother interjected. "Young friend Chu, this is the Yi family. Should you refuse, do not blame us for taking action." A slight smirk appeared on Chu Kuangren's face. "You may attempt it. Enough of this. Attack," they commanded. The allure of the Hongmeng purple qi was too great, driving some to abandon their reason. Disregarding the powerful Xiantian sect behind Chu Kuangren, and they charged forward. Various forms of spiritual energy erupted, converging upon Chu Kuangren, the weakest among them being at the void realm. Meanwhile, the elder who had welcomed them earlier revealed a fierce glint in his eyes and reached out toward Chu Kuangren's head. With a soft huff, an overwhelming aura of supremacy erupted. The assailants targeting Chu Kuangren were instantly obliterated, their forms reduced to mere blood mist. From the void emerged the 7 ancestors, a terrifying presence radiating unrestrained authority. This was supremacy. Beside him stood a protector of equal stature. The entire city lord's mansion trembled under the weight of their power, leaving countless cultivators quaking in fear as they gazed upon the 7 ancestors. For Chu Kuangren, it was the first time witnessing the true visage of the 7 ancestors. Though aged and somewhat stooped, the terrifying aura of supremacy still sufficed to instill dread across the realm. Instinctively, he activated his discerning eye to glean information about the 7 ancestors, and upon doing so, his expression shifted slightly. The signs of decline were evident. The end of their lifespan was near. Chapter 39. The Cloud Sword Sovereign emerges. The 7 ancestors revive in spring. The 5 declines of heaven and man. Chu Kuangren had naturally heard of this phase, known as the 5 declines of heaven and man, where a cultivator's power stagnates, leading them gradually toward the end of life. Even the supreme rulers and unparalleled saints harbor an immense fear of this state. Yet, the 7 ancestors currently found themselves amidst the 5 declines. Should they expend their spiritual energy excessively, it would accelerate their demise. Chu Kuangren felt a sense of urgency within, but his countenance remained impassive as he remarked, "I have noted the actions of the city lord's mansion today. Senior, let us depart." As he rose to leave, the 7 ancestors questioned, "Are you not going to deal with these people?" The coldness in their voice was palpable, their murderous intent overwhelming. The oppressive aura of supremacy enveloped the area, causing none to dare act recklessly. Chu Kuangren rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, "What a ridiculous notion. Are you not aware of your own precarious condition? While dealing with these minor figures may pose no challenge, The City Lord's mansion harbors the unparalleled sword sovereign Yi Wuhan. If he were to intervene, how long could you sustain this state? Despite these thoughts, Chu Kuangren displayed no sign of fear. After all, the Cloud Sword Sovereign was a figure renowned alongside his own master. Today, he would grant him face, anticipating a day when Yi Wuhan would personally account to his master. At that moment, a voice of indifference echoed from the void. Following this was an overwhelming presence of terrifying Tao rhythm, which enveloped the entire City Lord's mansion, surpassing even the seven ancestors' aura. A middle-aged man in white robes gradually descended from the sky. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. A grave expression crossed Chu Kuangren's face. Father, City Lord. The crowd's expressions brightened, their hearts steady, for the newcomer was none other than the Cloud Sword Sovereign Yi Wuhan, the undefeated legend of this cloud city. Activate the celestial locking array, Yi Baifeng shouted. Suddenly, beams of light erupted within the City Lord's mansion, intricate runes weaving through the air to form a colossal barrier. In an instant, Chu Kuangren and the others found themselves cut off from the outside world. Did you truly believe we were unprepared? Yi Baifeng laughed heartily. This celestial locking array is immensely sturdy. Even a supreme ruler cannot breach it. Now, neither you nor your protector can escape. Chu Kuangren paid him no mind, instead turning to Yi Wuhan with a faint smile, saying, I have heard that the Cloud Sword Sovereign has been in seclusion for a century. I did not expect you to emerge today for a mere junior like myself. It is indeed an honor. What? Do you wish to seize the primordial purple chi? Yi Wuhan did not deny this. I have been trapped in the realm of the supreme ruler for 2,000 years. If I fail to break through soon, I may end up like your protector here, entering the 5 declines of heaven and man, a dead end. He was a supreme ruler, able to discern the current state of the 7 ancestors, which was indeed the dreaded 5 declines. The desire for the holy realm, coupled with the fear of the 5 declines, compelled the Cloud Sword Sovereign to covet the primordial purple chi. He would not hesitate to offend the Xiantian sect for this. Moreover, if he could successfully break through to the holy realm, it would elevate the Yi family to a status of a holy lineage. At that point, would he still fear the Xiantian sect? If you wish to harm my sect's pride, you must first pass through this old man. The 7 ancestors stepped forward, placing themselves before Chu Kuangren. The aged sovereign's imposing presence erupted fearlessly, willing to expend the last remnants of his lifespan. You are old and cannot withstand me, Yi Wuhan stated, his tone calm and detached, exuding an air of absolute control. No one doubted his capability. It is merely death. The spiritual energy within the 7 ancestors surged violently, creating a tempest that shook the heavens. A Tao rhythm surrounded him, sharp as innumerable swords, instilling a chilling sense of dread. A long sword materialized before the 7 ancestors. Chu Kuangren recognized this sword. It was one of the holy swords from the Xiantian Sword Mountain, known as Qingtong. He had not anticipated that the 7 ancestors would bring this sacred weapon into the world. The overwhelming pressure of supremacy crashed down like a tidal wave, leaving countless cultivators trembling in fear. Though the sovereign was aged, his remnants of power still resonated. I recognized that sword, 3,000 years ago. The 7th generation sect master of Xiantian, Xian Feng, wielded it to dominate the Qinglong domain. Yi Wuhan's eyes suddenly gleamed with recognition. Indeed, you possess some discernment. The 7 ancestors replied coolly. Yet it is a pity that you have entered the 5 declines of heaven and man. To battle against you in your prime would have been a delight. Yi Wuhan's face displayed a hint of regret. However, upon hearing this, Chu Kuangren scoffed, such eloquent words. Akin to a sage of the sword, but ultimately, you are but a coward who covets the fortunes of the younger generation and dares not break through with your own strength. You are of equal renown with my master. To equate yourself with him is an insult. Yi Wuhan's expression darkened, indignation brewing. Youngster, what do you understand? Do you comprehend the feeling of a cultivator unable to break through their realm, endlessly consuming time and lifespan? Not everyone possesses the unparalleled Tao body like you. The world is filled with mediocrity. Without seeking extraordinary means, how could one journey far on the path of cultivation and witness the supreme Tao? Yi Wuhan's voice trembled with agitation. Chu Kuangren applauded. I have never witnessed anyone articulate the act of killing and seizing treasures with such refreshing eloquence. Truly, a supreme ruler. Impressive, indeed. While speaking, Chu Kuangren gradually moved closer to the 7 ancestors. Yi Wuhan, confident in his position, dismissed Chu Kuangren's sarcasm. Yet soon, he sensed something amiss. He watched as Chu Kuangren produced a golden, jewel-like pill that shimmered with radiant light and handed it to the 7 ancestors, urging him to consume it swiftly. Not good. Yi Wuhan's expression shifted. He struck out fiercely, unleashing a beam of sword light that exuded terrifying Tao rhythm, blotting out the sun. Before the might of the sovereign, Chu Kuangren, still an unrefined prodigy, appeared particularly insignificant. In that moment, the seven ancestors stepped directly in front of Chu Kuangren, thrusting the Qing Tongue sword forward, unleashing a torrent of domineering purple sword energy. The two beams of sword light collided, intertwining two entirely different Tao rhythms in a fierce clash, causing the void to tremble violently as if on the brink of collapse. The fearsome shockwave forced both Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu to involuntarily retreat. In the sky, the seven ancestors were enveloped in radiant light. An overwhelming vitality surged forth, and his withered, cracked skin began to regain its fullness. His white hair fell away, replaced by a head of dark locks. It was as if a withered tree had suddenly blossomed in spring. Moreover, the pressure emanating from the seven ancestors grew ever more formidable. Everyone gazed in disbelief at this scene. A man on the brink of the five declines, with little time left to live, had unexpectedly rejuvenated at this moment. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? Some had also noticed Chu Kuangren's earlier actions. What did you give him? Someone inquired. Chu Kuangren replied nonchalantly, just a longevity pill. He suddenly recalled that during his 10 consecutive draws, he had obtained a star-level longevity pill, which he had kept and used. Now, giving it to the seven ancestors was the perfect opportunity. Chapter 40. The ruthless means of a fiend, like slicing vegetables. Too weak, the seventh ancestor hovered in midair, exuding profound Tao rhythms and a robust spiritual force that radiated outward, instilling fear within the city lord's manor with his unparalleled supremacy. This aged and frail supreme, who had seemingly fallen into the decline of mortality, had unexpectedly regained his former glory at this moment. The scene before them profoundly shocked everyone. A longevity pill could yield such effects? Many were left in bewilderment. Longevity pills were not exceedingly rare, but those capable of revitalizing a supreme were unheard of, let alone one that could restore an unparalleled supreme to the pinnacle of his power in such a short span. It has been far too long since I felt such ease. The seventh ancestor laughed heartily, his appearance transformed. His once gray hair now cascaded like a waterfall, his features youthful, resembling a vigorous man in his 40s. He turned to the White Cloud Sword Master and said, "Did you not just express your desire to battle me at my peak? Allow me to fulfill that wish." The countenance of the White Cloud Sword Master darkened significantly. He could scarcely believe that the madman Chu harbored such a terrifying longevity pill, capable of restoring the seventh ancestor to his peak so swiftly. The peak version of the seventh ancestor was an opponent he could not afford to underestimate. Come on. The seventh ancestor had already made his move. The Qing Tongue sword sliced through the air, unleashing a torrent of purple sword light, accompanied by an overwhelming and tyrannical Tao rhythm, surging toward the White Cloud Sword Master. The clash between the two unparalleled sword masters was nothing short of catastrophic. The void trembled and shattered, the vast pressure of supremacy enveloping the heavens and the earth, violently colliding with the celestial locking array. "Brother, what shall we do now?" The crowd turned to Yi Baifeng. He, however, cast a fluctuating gaze at the madman Chu, whose demeanor remained unfazed amid encirclement. "Consider this carefully. Should you truly lay hands on me, if the White Cloud Sword Master falls, your demise is inevitable. Conversely, if he triumphs, you can deal with me afterward. For now, let us observe this match. It is a battle of unparalleled supremes, one that ordinary cultivators might never witness in their lifetime," the madman Chu suggested with a seemingly genuine demeanor. Many found his words to hold merit. Yet, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Yi Baifeng's eyes. "Do you take me for a fool? Even if we refrain from acting against you now, should you win, you would not spare us. It is better to eliminate you now." "Oh, so you are not foolish after all," the madman Chu responded with surprise. "You shall perish. Let us see how long your arrogance can last," Yi Baifeng declared fiercely, rallying those around him to swiftly take action. Instantly, a throng of cultivators, all at least at the perfected golden core stage, with many in the nascent soul realm and several in the void realm, surged toward the madman Chu. Their combined might was formidable, and they believed it sufficient to deal with him. Even if he was a prodigy, he was merely an inexperienced young cultivator, lacking a protector, and thus not to be feared. However, the ensuing spectacle revealed Yi Baifeng's grave miscalculation. A terrifying sword aura erupted from the madman Chu, akin to an unrelenting tempest, sweeping in all directions. The sword energy interwove into 12 towering pillars, sealing the heavens and the earth. The sword of the heavenly path. The 36th grade sword energy blue lotus materialized alongside him. The three extraordinary phenomena of the Tao body unfurled. The Kunwu sacred sword was gripped firmly in his hand. Sky-slaying sword technique. The madman Chu cleaved forward, unleashing an overwhelming offensive Tao rhythm as the terrifying purple sword light erupted. All attacking cultivators found themselves enveloped by this Tao rhythm. In the next moment, the sword light surged past them. Boom, boom, boom. Clouds of blood mist erupted in the air. Regardless of whether they were golden core, nascent soul, or void, all were rendered mere souls beneath his sword. How is this possible? Yi Baifeng's pupils constricted in shock, unable to fathom the reality before him. Meanwhile, at the back of the crowd, Yi lay. An eyewitness to this sword, turned pale, his body collapsing to the ground. Impossible, impossible, he muttered. How could he be this powerful? The quality of Chu's spiritual force far surpassed his own, and he had consoled himself that the quality of spiritual force did not equate to everything, nor did it determine combat strength. But now, the madman Chu had obliterated all his hopes and delusions with that single strike. Even in terms of combat power, the madman Chu soared far above him. After the sword stroke, the ground was littered with corpses. The madman Chu, sword in hand. The three extraordinary phenomena of the Tao body unveiled, exuded an ethereal aura, akin to a transcendent sword immortal. Anyone who beheld the madman Chu would perceive him as a celestial being, untainted by the mundane world, rather than standing amidst the bloody carnage, surrounded by severed limbs and mangled bodies. Yet, in truth, it was this very celestial figure who had wrought such destruction, possessing not only the visage of a heavenly being, but also the ruthless means of a fiend. Onward, onward, Yi Baifeng bellowed. The frenzied cultivators charged toward the madman Chu. Yet, with the Kunlu in hand, each sword he struck was the apex of offensive might, an onslaught none could evade. One sword after another, corpses piled up rapidly, soon heaping within the courtyard. The surrounding structures, unable to withstand the intensity of this battle, gradually crumbled into ruins. How can his combat strength be so terrifying? His cultivation is merely at the nascent soul stage. How can this be? There is no way such a nascent soul exists in this world. Even the unparalleled Tao body was too unfathomable. The crowd gazed at the madman Chu, their eyes betraying their terror. Many felt fear of that incomprehensibly lethal sky-slaying sword technique. Fear of the madman Chu, who bore the countenance of a celestial being yet wielded the ruthlessness of a fiend. High above, the seventh ancestor was locked in battle with the White Cloud Sword Master, yet he sensed the madman Chu's rampage and felt a sense of relief. White Cloud Sword Master, do you see? That is the unparalleled genius of my Shantai sect. How could your pitiful subordinates hope to contend with him? The seventh ancestor laughed heartily. The White Cloud Sword Master, too, was shaken to his core. He was aware of the madman Chu's unparalleled Tao body, yet he had never anticipated such ferocity. Despite being merely in the nascent soul realm, he effortlessly slaughtered foes of the same realm, and even those in the higher void realm, which was utterly terrifying. Hey, is this a joke? With your level of strength, I could have sworn I was merely slicing vegetables, the madman Chu remarked disdainfully while addressing Yi Baifeng and the others. Behind him, Lan Yu, adorned in resplendent silver armor and wielding a radiant scepter, effortlessly dispatched a nascent soul cultivator. Upon hearing the madman Chu's taunts, she echoed, "Indeed, my lord speaks true. With an unparalleled supreme overseeing, how can they be so weak?" As the two exchanged banter, the three brothers, Yi Baifeng, seethed with rage, their eyes ablaze, wishing to rend the two into 1,000 pieces. Yet, even they could not deny the terrifying prowess of these two. The madman Chu's strength was astonishing. But what of that woman? Her Tao rhythms were immense, her combat prowess exceptional, her scepter a sacred artifact, perfectly attuned to her. From whence did this formidable genius emerge? Why had they never heard of her before? Chapter 41. The Domain of the War King. Suppressing the three great war kings. The appearance of the honored one. Kill. Yi Baifeng struck. The might of the war king erupted entirely. This was a being 2 realms higher than the madman Chu, as a sword slashed forth with overwhelming force. Madman Chu narrowed his eyes slightly. He stepped forward, standing before Lan Yu, and unleashed the celestial slash-sword technique, a technique of the sacred king. Boundless in its offensive power, 2 beams of sword light collided, producing a deafening roar and unleashing a terrifying shockwave that continuously spread outward like a tidal wave. He could actually block my sword. Yi Baifeng's eyes showed surprise. The esteemed war king was actually thwarted by a mere nascent soul? At that moment, another figure joined the fray. It was Yi Baifeng's younger brother, the second master of the Yi family. "Let's see how you block me." The second master of the Yi family grinned menacingly, taking advantage of madman Chu's distraction to launch a surprise attack with his war king prowess. If this were to be revealed, it would surely bring shame upon both. To confront a nascent soul, and yet require the collaboration of 2 war kings. employing such underhanded tactics. Was there any sense in this? I was prepared for you. Madman Chu's expression turned cold. He formed a seal with his left hand, an immense aura surging forth. It was the sacred King Law, the Mount of People's seal. Boom. An ancient divine mountain appeared out of thin air, crashing toward the second master of the Yi family. What? The second master's expression changed as he pressed both palms against the mountain, only to feel an overwhelming force mixed with a terrifying Tao rhythm surge toward him, uncontrollably sending him flying. This left all spectators in shock. Were two war kings unable to deal with Madman Chu? Just how formidable was this fellow's combat strength? The older generation of cultivators gasped in astonishment, while the younger generation was left dumbfounded. We are of the same age. Why are you so terrifying? This Tao rhythm, another form of the sacred King Law. I have never heard of the Xiantian sect possessing such a sacred King Law. Such methods are rare even in the vast expanse of its Sanqiong star. How could he possess so many? Yi Baifeng was puzzled. However, it was not the time to ponder such matters. Eldest brother, third brother, let us strike together. Yi Baifeng shouted. The three war kings of the Yi family unleashed their auras simultaneously, locking onto Madman Chu, three distinct Tao rhythms filling the void. Three war kings banding together against a junior. How they were indeed trying to save face. Madman Chu scoffed. Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. Kill you, obtain the primordial purple chi, and when my Yi family ascends as sacred, who will remember this? Yi Baifeng replied coldly. Let us see. Madman Chu said indifferently. In that moment, he pushed his spiritual energy to its utmost limit. His skin faintly shimmered. This was the golden jade Tao body. Yi Baifeng gasped. Recognizing this supreme Tao body, I didn't expect you to possess the golden jade Tao body, an unparalleled foundation, the golden jade Tao body, and also cultivating the sage law. No wonder your spiritual energy is so formidable. The expressions of the others grew serious. They had to admit that at this moment, even if the three war kings joined forces, they would have to exert their utmost to contend with Madman Chu. The war king domain. Yi Baifeng uttered a low command. Instantly, a Tao rhythm emanated from him, transforming into an invisible force field that enveloped Madman Chu. He felt as if his spiritual energy was being suppressed within this domain. Oh, is this the domain technique only capable of being wielded by war kings? Madman Chu was slightly taken aback. The second and third masters of the Yi family immediately activated their domains as well. The combined efforts of the three war king domains finally suppressed Madman Chu's spiritual energy, reducing it by roughly 30%. This left the three in shock. The War King domain is a technique that can only be employed by war kings. Once activated, even those in the Dongshu realm would be utterly powerless. Yet the combined force of the three war kings only managed to diminish Madman Chu's spiritual energy by about 30%. How terrifying. Celestial/sword technique. With his spiritual energy suppressed, Madman Chu was the first to strike, unleashing a torrent of terrifying sword light. Sky Sword. The final form of the layered wave sword technique. Sky Sword. Yi Baifeng and the others quickly executed their supreme techniques. Though not as powerful as the Sacred King Law, their cultivation far surpassed that of Madman Chu. And with the War King domain, the three managed to block the sword light. The impact of the sword light caused the surrounding earth to tremble violently, transforming the already damaged city lord's mansion into ruins. The onlookers dared not approach too closely. In this battle, even those at the Dongshu level were mere spectators. The terrifying Tao rhythm, the vast sword light, combined with the War King domain that would completely suppress any Dongshu cultivator, they could not lend a hand. Buzz. At that moment, ripples appeared in the void. A silver-white spear, enveloped in a powerful Tao rhythm, streaked across the sky like a meteor, shooting toward the third master of the Yi family. Not good. The third master of the Yi family felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. He quickly turned and summoned his spiritual energy, unhesitatingly slapping toward the spear. A deafening roar erupted as the spear exploded violently, engulfing the third master's right arm in a wave of terrifying energy, instantly turning it into a mist of blood, a scream resounding as he was sent flying. Eldest brother. Yi Baifeng's eyes reddened with rage upon seeing this. Damn it. The second master of the Yi family glared at the figure clad in silver armor with wings fanning out. The source of the spear was none other than her attack. Lanyu, well done. Madman Chu laughed heartily. With the third master of the Yi family gravely injured, his War King domain dissipated and Madman Chu's suppression lessened, his combat strength surging. Receiving praise, Lanyu's lips curled upward, and she immediately channeled her spiritual energy again, conjuring another white spear, adorned with mysterious runes that radiated a terrifying Tao rhythm. This was her strongest technique, the Judgment of Light. However, With her current strength, she would normally only be able to use it twice at most, but with the augmentation of the sacred artifact, the Scepter of Light, this number significantly increased. She estimated she could use it at least 7 or 8 more times. How infuriating! What on earth are these two capable of? Their combat strength is simply beyond comprehension. The people within the city lord's mansion were bewildered. 2 nascent souls battling against 3 war kings was already unfathomable, let alone the fact that 2 nascent souls had suppressed 3 war kings. Everything that Madman Chu and Lan Yu were doing was wildly challenging everyone's capacity to comprehend. They felt as though their worldview was being completely overturned. Just as Lan Yu intended to gather her spear and continue her assault, a sudden surge of Tao rhythm erupted from a distance, followed by a wave of spiritual energy crashing toward Lan Yu. The spear shattered instantly, and Lan Yu was sent flying, several bloodstained feathers drifting down. Madman Chu's expression changed drastically. Lan Yu. At this moment, Lan Yu fell from the sky, her armor shimmering with faint light. Although gravely injured, her life was not in danger. She looked into the distance, her expression grave, an honored one. "Oh, that armor you wear is extraordinary. It managed to withstand my palm strike. It must be a top-tier supreme artifact," remarked a melodious and enchanting voice as a stunning woman in a red long dress descended from the air. The woman radiated an overwhelming Tao rhythm. Though far from the supreme level, she was undoubtedly a being of honored one caliber. Chapter 42. The another function of the primordial purple chi, a frantic enhancement mother. It is indeed mother. She has also emerged from her retreat. The expressions of Yi Baifeng and the others brightened with joy. In contrast, Chu Kuangren stepped forward, shielding Lan Yu behind him, his gaze fixed upon the enchanting woman before him, where the symbols of the great Tao swirled in his eyes. Li Ruolin, the companion of the White Cloud Sword Sovereign, boasted a cultivation at the late stage of the sovereign realm, having practiced the supreme law, the Crimson Lotus Flame technique. The information relayed by the Eye of Insight rendered Chu Kuangren's expression grave, while the world knew of the White Cloud Sword Sovereign in Baiyun City. Few were aware that his companion was also a hidden and formidable sovereign, merely a step away from the pinnacle of power. Li Ruolin glanced at the severed arm of the third master of the Yi family, her visage darkening at once. "Those who dare to harm my son shall face death." The overwhelming pressure of the sovereign surged towards Chu Kuangren and his companions. Chu Kuangren channeled his spiritual energy to its utmost, unleashing the 3 great manifestations of his Tao body. This just barely enabled him to withstand the sovereign's might. This was merely pressure. Should she attack, her power would be magnified 1,000-fold. Indeed, the sovereign ought not to be underestimated, Chu Kuangren mused. High above, the 7 ancestors were embroiled in a fierce battle with the White Cloud Sword Sovereign. Upon witnessing Chu Kuangren in peril, his eyes reddened with fury as he swung the Qing Tongue sword wildly, striving to break free from the White Cloud Sword Sovereign's entanglement. However, the sovereign was relentless, proving to be a formidable opponent. Xiantian's 7th ancestor. "Once my wife has eliminated Chu Kuangren, we shall unite as a couple and ensure your continued role as his protector." The White Cloud Sword Sovereign laughed heartily, his arrogance palpable. "Once I obtain the primordial purple chi and achieve sainthood, even the sacred lineage of Xiantian's sect shall be powerless against me." Under the provocation of his words, the 7 ancestors' resolve wavered. However, just as the situation began to tilt in favor of the White Cloud Sword Sovereign and his allies, Chu Kuangren made a sudden move. He slowly spread his palm, a wisp of purple chi rising from his hand, resonating with profound Tao rhythms, as echoes of Tao sounds reverberated through the heavens. "Is this not the very primordial purple chi you desire?" Chu Kuangren spoke with a calm demeanor. All action ceased as everyone fixated on the radiant primordial purple chi, their eyes ablaze with fervent desire. After all, this was the foundation for attaining sainthood. Even the supreme sovereigns would covet it. Now, this rare opportunity lay before them all. No one comprehended the implications of Chu Kuangren producing the primordial purple chi at this moment, but that did not hinder their yearning for it. "Yes, quickly hand it over," Yi Baifeng and the others urged excitedly. "The primordial purple chi, the foundation for sainthood. But do you know it possesses another function?" Chu Kuangren smiled lightly. Li Ruolin, upon witnessing the primordial purple chi, was captivated by the Tao rhythms it contained, taking a moment to regain her composure. "Not good." Upon hearing Chu Kuangren's words, her expression shifted dramatically. Instantly, a terrifying Tao rhythm erupted as she struck out with her palm. The intertwined Tao rhythms manifested as a resplendent red lotus, harboring the overwhelming might of a sovereign. Even the most elite of battle kings would be annihilated in an instant. Yet, it was already too late. Chu Kuangren clenched his fingers, crushing the purple chi. An unfathomable Tao rhythm exploded forth, and a tempest of rampant spiritual energy surrounded him, resembling a terrifying whirlwind. The palm strike collided with this whirlwind, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. Amidst the rising dust, the crowd could not discern Chu Kuangren's situation. Yet they could feel an overwhelming Tao rhythm ascending relentlessly. What is happening? What has he done? As the dust settled, Chu Kuangren became visible, radiating an enigmatic glow. The formidable Tao rhythm swirling around him as his cultivation continuously ascended. Nascent Soul Realm, Void Realm, Battle King Realm. What have you done? The white cloud sword sovereign roared from above, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot with rage. This unmatched sovereign was furious, unprecedentedly so. And within that fury lay a tinge of sorrow. Not only him, but Li Ruolin and Yi Baifeng also glared at Chu Kuangren with immense anger, as if he had committed an unforgivable act. He had actually treated the purple chi as a mere supplement for a temporary boost in cultivation, absorbing it. The seven ancestors could not help but feel regretful. It was common knowledge that the primordial purple chi was the foundation for sainthood. With proper comprehension, one could attain sainthood without undergoing tribulation. However, aside from that, the primordial purple chi possessed another function. It could significantly enhance a cultivator's power in a short time. Yet, compared to its primary purpose, this secondary function seemed trivial, and hardly anyone would resort to such a use. Such an act was a gross waste. In the long run, the crowd had unconsciously forgotten that the primordial purple chi had this secondary function. Now, Chu Kuangren had reminded them by using it before their very eyes. Scoundrel! Scoundrel! They screamed in outrage. This is the foundation for sainthood. It should be used wisely to facilitate one's ascension, yet he squandered it for a fleeting gain. And this enhancement is not lasting. The crowd's eyes burned red with fury, unable to restrain their curses. The foundation for sainthood lay wasted before them, striking a devastating blow to their Tao hearts. However, at this moment, Chu Kuangren remained indifferent to their reactions. He was immersed in the profound insights brought forth by the primordial purple chi, his ears echoing with the sounds of the Tao, myriad mysteries unfolding. This profundity was even more intense than during his previous creation of the sovereign law. Not only that, but his internal spiritual energy surged exponentially with the aid of the purple chi, swiftly reaching the pinnacle of the Battle King realm. The three manifestations of his Tao body had also grown immensely. Curse you! I shall reduce you to ashes. Li Ruolin's countenance darkened at the destruction of the primordial purple chi. Enraged, she summoned her spiritual power, unleashing a terrifying Tao rhythm that formed a flame-embellished red lotus. This strike embodied the might of a sovereign. Chu Kuangren gripped the kunwu, sword, and swung it forth. The sword technique of heaven-slaying erupted. A monstrous sword light, magnitudes more powerful than before, enveloped the heavens, rendering the red lotus diminutive in comparison. In an instant, the red lotus shattered. Li Ruolin was sent hurtling backward by the force of the strike. How could this be? Yi Baifeng and the others were aghast. Even with the enhancement from the primordial purple chi, how could Chu Kuangren, now at the pinnacle of the Battle King realm, repel Li Ruolin with a single sword strike? The difference between a battle king and a sovereign was astronomical. I now perceive you as exceedingly weak. Or rather, it is I who has become overwhelmingly strong. Chu Kuangren remarked to Li Ruolin with indifference. Previously, he had felt the sovereign's might to be vast and boundless, yet now it seemed merely trivial. However, I sense that I can grow even stronger. The corners of Chu Kuangren's mouth curled upward, for the effects of the primordial purple chi had yet to be fully realized. Hearing this, Li Ruolin's countenance turned pale with terror. If he could now repel her with a single sword strike, what would happen if he became even stronger? Would he not be able to crush her with ease? This is not good. He is on the verge of breaking through to the sovereign realm. Chapter 43. The Oppression of Baiyun City. The sword slays the supreme, and the red rain falls from the sky. The power of the primordial purple energy surged through every corner of Chu Kuangren's being. He felt an intoxicating thrill, as if he could effortlessly shatter the fabric of the universe and command the very forces of nature. In this moment, his cultivation had ascended once more. He had reached the realm of the venerable. As a supreme Tao body endowed with three unparalleled foundations, he practiced the laws of saints and saint kings. His status as a venerable was indeed terrifying. At that instant, as he harnessed the primordial purple energy to elevate himself to the venerable realm, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure, more potent than that of any supreme being, surged forth like a tsunami, crashing upon the heavens and the earth. The so-called celestial locking array began to fracture under this immense force, culminating in a thunderous explosion as it collapsed entirely. The vast pressure radiated outward in all directions. shaking Bayun City to its core. Every cultivator, even those of the venerable rank, turned pale with dread as they gazed towards the Lord's mansion. What was the source of this pressure? What kind of Tao rhythm was this? It was akin to that of the supreme beings. Was the Bayun sword venerable about to transcend? No, that rhythm did not belong to him. It was an unfamiliar Tao rhythm. Which formidable being had descended? My goodness, this pressure is utterly terrifying. All cultivators were left in shock. Most of those below the nascent soul level were forced to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, while only those at the nascent soul level or above could stand, and only those at the cave void realm retained any capacity for movement. Many cultivators harbored discontent. Who was this powerful being, so arrogant as to unleash such overwhelming pressure without restraint? Little did they know that the master of this pressure had been a mere nascent soul just moments ago. Chu Kuangren's overwhelming force sent shockwaves through Bayun City, prompting numerous powerful figures to rush to the Lord's mansion, only to be met with the sight of devastation. Had someone attacked the Lord's mansion? Who possessed such audacity? Was it the master of this pressure? Look, that youth. How could this be possible? Upon arriving at the Lord's mansion, they immediately sought the source of the pressure and quickly noticed Chu Kuangren. A mere boy, yet a supreme being? This revelation left everyone astounded, particularly Li Yi, who had rushed over from the Bayou Tower. Just yesterday, he had been a nascent soul. How could he have transformed into a supreme being overnight? Was he dreaming? Li Yi felt as if the world had lost its grip on reality. Leave, by phone, you all must hurry. Li Ruolin shouted at Yi by phone and the others. This pressure was terrifying even to her as a venerable. Staying here was tantamount to walking into a death trap. Leave? Where would you go? Chu Kuangren replied indifferently. And at that moment, a vast surge of sword energy erupted, intertwining into 12 towering pillars of sword energy that enveloped the entire Lord's mansion like a prison. The manifestation of the Tao body, the 9 heavens, sword prison. Once the sword prison emerged, there was no escape within the realms of heaven and earth. I'll fight you. Li Ruolin gritted her silver teeth, and crimson flames erupted around her, coalescing into a magnificent red lotus. She pushed her spiritual energy to the limit, risking her foundation to unleash a power that rivaled that of a supreme being. The colossal red lotus, breathtaking in its beauty, surged toward Chu Kuangren, its terrifying force distorting the void in its wake. If that is the case, then yield to suppression, Chu Kuangren stated coolly, and the entirety of Bayun City began to tremble violently. Beneath Bayun City, torrents of earth energy surged forth, coalescing before Chu Kuangren into an ancient divine mountain towering over 1,000 feet high. As the divine mountain descended, the fiery red lotus was instantly crushed. Li Ruolin let out a pained scream, being decisively subdued in an instant. A near-supreme powerhouse had fallen before everyone's eyes. My beloved! The Bayun sword venerable cried out in anguish, his eyes turning crimson as he charged toward Chu Kuangren, unleashing the full might of a supreme being. A single sword strike, obscuring the sun with its silver-white radiance, descended. This blade was something few in the entire Qinglong domain could withstand. Allow me to show you what a true sword is. Chu Kuangren stood upon the 36th rank of sword energy, the supreme Tao, sword hovering above him. He possessed the 9 orifices Linglong sword heart. And with his recent surge in power, he felt confident that even the supreme sword venerable could be suppressed by his swordsmanship. The 2 extraordinary manifestations unfolded, causing every sword in the city to tremble. Countless swords flew from their sheaths, plunging into the ground, their blades bending as if bowing in reverence. In that moment, 10,000 swords paid homage. All swordsmen stood in awe at this magnificent spectacle. Meanwhile, in the skies above the Lord's mansion, facing the wrath of the Bayun sword venerable strike, Chu Kuangren gripped the Kunwu sword and unleashed his own attack. The celestial sword technique. Purple sword light surged forth like a torrent. Every cultivator who beheld this sword light, even those as powerful as Li Yi, felt their scalps tingle and their bodies grow cold. This was the purest and most terrifying offensive sword. The 2 beams of sword light clashed in midair, their respective Tao rhythms intertwining, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that reverberated across the heavens and the earth. The clouds above Bayun City churned violently, rolling back as a tremendous rift was torn open amidst the chaos. The sword light surged forth, shattering the opposing sword light. The Bayun sword venerable's expression changed dramatically as he raised his sword to block the oncoming force, yet the overwhelming power forced him to spit blood, his body crashing to the ground like a cannonball, creating a massive crater. A dignified supreme being, who should have commanded respect, now lay half kneeling in the pit, disheveled and covered in blood. A flicker of regret crossed his eyes. Had he known this would happen, he would not have coveted Chu Kuangren's primordial purple energy. Then, his beloved would not have perished, and the Lord's mansion would not have fallen to such ruin. Yet, the die was cast. In this world, all remedies existed, but none could reverse past actions. Next strike, I shall annihilate you. Chu Kuangren's voice echoed through the skies. The terrifying Tao rhythm emanating from him ascended, and the three manifestations of the 9 orifices Linglong sword heart were unleashed, while his golden jade Tao body was pushed to its zenith. The Kunwu sword trembled. The purple sword light was poised to strike. The Baiyun sword venerable realized he might not withstand this next blow and roared, Chu Kuangren possesses the. This revelation caused everyone present to change their expressions. The treasure of the Supreme Being was actually within Chu Kuangren's grasp. Huh? Do you intend to disturb my peace even in death? Such trivial tactics are beneath me. I am eager to see who dares to covet my possessions. Chu Kuangren laughed heartily and unleashed his sword. The torrent of sword light engulfed the Baiyun sword venerable and swept away the cultivators behind him in the Lord's mansion. There were no screams. Even if there were, they were drowned out by the thunderous roar of the sword light that obliterated everything, turning all to ashes. With a single strike, the Baiyun Lord's mansion ceased to exist. Chu Kuangren descended to the ground, the effects of the primordial purple energy rapidly dissipating after unleashing that sword, and his cultivation began to decline. He felt a twinge of regret. Ultimately, the power gained through force was no match for that cultivated through genuine practice. Not far away, the arriving powerhouses stood in stunned silence, watching the scene unfold. The invincible legend of Baiyun City had crumbled before their eyes, leaving them with an unreal sense of disbelief. It wasn't until the sky became shrouded in red clouds and a downpour of crimson rain fell, chilling their hearts, that they snapped back to reality. The Supreme Being had fallen. The sky rained red. The Baiyun sword venerable was truly dead. Chapter 44. Yi Lei's plea for mercy. Do you desire it? Once more, a name resounding through the world, Chu Kuangren gazed at the torrential red rain, a light chuckle escaping his lips. It is said that when a great power falls, the heavens and earth will exhibit signs, and indeed it is so. According to ancient legends, when the last emperor of this world perished, the tolling of the great bell echoed, and relentless storms raged for 3 days. In comparison, this brief spell of red rain is hardly significant. Before long, the rain ceased, and sunlight pierced through the clouds. Standing amidst the ruins, Chu Kuangren was bathed in golden light, resembling a figure draped in a resplendent veil. The onlookers remained awestruck by his formidable presence, hesitant to approach, their gazes flickering as they pondered in silence. They were bewildered. How could Chu Kuangren have slain the swordmaster Baiyun? Why did he now appear so feeble? And was the Yuanling treasure truly in his possession? With so many unanswered questions lingering, even in his current weakened state, they dared not act recklessly. Lan Yu, inspect for any survivors, leave none behind, eliminate all. Chu Kuangren stated indifferently. Understood, my lord. Lan Yu nodded in compliance. To their surprise, the two indeed uncovered a survivor. Please don't kill me. Please don't. Yi Lei, disheveled and bloodied, was dragged from the ruins, kneeling on the ground, desperately begging for mercy. In that moment, he bore no resemblance to the proud scion of the Yi family. Chu Daoyu, spare my life. If you grant me mercy, I can serve you like a beast. I shall do anything. Yi Lei implored. You are a friend of Li Xingqian? Chu Kuangren regarded him, suddenly recalling their brief encounter at the banquet hosted by Li Xingqian. Hope flickered in Yi Lei's eyes as he eagerly nodded. Indeed, I am a close friend of Li Xingqian. I beseech you, for his sake, spare my life, and I shall repay you in the future. Upon hearing this, Chu Kuangren could not help but shake his head in amusement. How amusing. You wish to repay me after I annihilate your entire family? They offended me for their own selfish desires. They deserve their fate, and their deaths are hardly regrettable. Yi Lei's face twisted into a sycophantic smile, his bloodied visage resembling that of a jester, comically absurd. Internally, he harbored a profound hatred for Chu Kuangren, wishing for nothing more than to flay him alive. Yet, at this moment, in a bid for survival, he feigned innocence, even at the cost of disparaging his own lineage. As long as he lived, he held the hope of vengeance. Oh, what a remarkable specimen you are. Chu Kuangren chuckled lightly, before swiftly drawing his sword, the sharp aura cleaving Yi Lei's head from his shoulders. In his final moments, Yi Lei could not fathom why, despite his humble demeanor and flawless performance, Chu Kuangren still refused to spare him. Indeed, Chu Kuangren was oblivious to whether Yi Lei was merely acting or genuinely terrified. As long as there remained even a sliver of potential for revenge, he could not afford to leave himself with any complications, regardless of how harmless the other appeared. Now then, it is time to collect the spoils, Chu Kuangren declared. In this battle, he had utilized a strand of Hongmeng purple qi, the very foundation for attaining sanctity. Although he had not intended to use it for that purpose, it was undeniably precious. It could not simply vanish without him recovering some spoils from the city lord's manor. This battle had been utterly terrifying. The majority of cultivators within the city lord's manor had perished without a trace, leaving behind only a multitude of Qianquan rings. Some of these rings were damaged and unusable. However, a cursory search yielded a considerable amount of valuable items. After all, with the supreme ruler stationed at the city lord's manor, how desolate could it truly be? Once the battlefield was cleared, Chu Kuangren prepared to depart. At that moment, a middle-aged cultivator could no longer contain himself and blocked his path. The sword master Baiyun claimed that the Yuanling treasure is with you? Chu Kuangren nodded. Indeed. Do you desire it? The middle-aged cultivator was rendered speechless by the retort. Of course, he desired it. Intensely so, to the point of obsession. Yet, the image of Chu Kuangren slaying the sword master Baiyun was indelibly etched in their minds, rendering them hesitant to act recklessly. Chu Kuangren surveyed the others, his tone nonchalant. The treasure resides within me. If you wish to seize it, feel free to try. However, the fate of the sword master Baiyun should serve as a clear warning. That must be because you employed some forceful means to elevate your strength, a method not easily repeated. I doubt you can use it again, one cultivator remarked. Having discerned the truth. At this point, Chu Kuangren had long since lost the overwhelming pressure that once surrounded him. Indeed, I used a strand of Hongmeng purple qi, Chu Kuangren candidly admitted. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Hongmeng purple qi, the foundation for attaining sanctity. You actually used a strand of Hongmeng purple qi to forcibly enhance your strength and slay the sword master Baiyun. Such a waste. Curse it. If I had been given that Hongmeng purple qi, I could have attained sanctity within a century. Why was it not bestowed upon me? The strong cultivators present were visibly shaken. Some howled at the heavens, others lamented, while some glared at Chu Kuangren. Their gazes akin to those seeking revenge for a slain father. The impact of the Hongmeng purple qi was tremendous. This outcome was precisely what Chu Kuangren desired. The Yuanling treasure contained opportunities for attaining sanctity, a fact well known among many powerful figures, with numerous venerables fixated on the prospects it offered. Now that the revelation of his possession of the Yuanling treasure had come to light, his preemptive admission of the loss of the opportunity for sanctity would not only spare him further trouble, but also diminish the interest of those top-tier cultivators in the treasure, thereby alleviating many potential complications. Moreover, the remaining cultivators would be deterred by the presence of the Xiantian sect, fearing to take action against him. Reflecting on this, Chu Kuangren could not help but commend his own cleverness. Even if some strong figures still contemplated the treasure, he was accompanied by the 7 ancestors, an unparalleled supreme being at the pinnacle of power. Who would have imagined that the esteemed sword master Baiyun would covet the opportunity of a junior, only to meet his demise in the process? The downfall of a once great supreme being was indeed a poignant tale. Li Yi gazed at what was left of the city lord's manor, now reduced to ruins, and sighed. The world is rife with avarice. It is not just the supreme beings who are ensnared by it. Even the lofty saints are not exempt. Chu Kuangren replied, I do not perceive the sword master Baiyun's actions as utterly unforgivable. It is merely human nature to covet wealth. However, regrettably, they sought to harm me, which leaves no room for negotiation. Regardless of whether one is a supreme being or a saint, they must be dealt with decisively. The world is rife with avarice. Ha! Indeed, young friend Chu, your eloquence rivals that of the finest poets. Li Yi praised, feeling a camaraderie with Chu Kuangren. With a resigned smile, Chu Kuangren took his leave. This time, none dared to impede his departure. As they watched his retreating figure, the onlookers envisioned a youthful emperor rising with an unstoppable momentum. In the wake of this battle, the name Chu Kuangren would once again resonate throughout the realms. A cultivator remarked with fervor. The death of a supreme being could not be concealed, and the one who had slain him would inevitably become known to the world. Chapter 45. The dispute of Taoist lineage and the proposal of Princess Linglong. A crimson rain descended, heralding the fall of a supreme being. Who was it? Who had perished? Within the entirety of Baiyun City, the only unrivaled supreme was the city lord, Yi Wuhan. Could it be that the fallen supreme was he? The crimson rain was witnessed by all, a truth that could not be concealed. Everyone was engulfed in the shock of a supreme's demise. Chu Kuangren ambled through the streets, absorbing the chatter of the crowd. His expression was devoid of sorrow or joy, yet he felt a profound helplessness within. Fame is a double-edged sword, and once again, he was destined to make his name resound throughout the realm. With such striking looks, an illustrious reputation, and prodigious talent, Was this truly beneficial for other cultivators? Chu Kuangren felt a sense of melancholy. Soon, he returned to the Bayou Tower. Brother Chu, do you know what that aura was about? What transpired at the city lord's estate? Li Xingqian rushed to inquire, aware that Chu Kuangren had attended a banquet there that day. Chu Kuangren nodded, casually stating, "Oh, it was nothing significant, merely the death of a supreme." Li Xingqian and the others were taken aback. They doubted their ears. The death of a supreme was hardly a trivial matter. Wait a moment. Li Xingqian's eyes widened as he grasped the crux of Chu Kuangren's statement. "You were the one who killed that supreme, Brother Chu?" The others scoffed, finding the notion absurd. How could Chu Kuangren, merely a nascent soul, possibly slay a supreme? Indeed, Chu Kuangren affirmed with a slight nod, unperturbed by their disbelief. The crowd's astonishment deepened. This audacious fellow had the audacity to admit it. A supreme talent truly possessed an unmatched boldness, boasting without a hint of reservation, someone murmured. Li Xingqian chuckled awkwardly. "Brother Chu, you do have a knack for jesting. By the way, I also killed Yi Lei, just thought I should mention it." Chu Kuangren calmly relayed the news of Yi Lei's demise, indifferent to whether they believed him. Upon hearing this, Li Xingqian's expression shifted, and after a prolonged gaze at Chu Kuangren, he sighed. What a pity. He was indeed a remarkable talent in cultivation. Yet he fell prematurely. While his face bore a look of regret, there was no trace of sorrow. "Was he not your friend?" Chu Kuangren inquired, surprised. "Not quite. We were merely acquaintances from Baiyun City, crossing paths occasionally, but our bond was superficial," Li Xingqian clarified. "Ah, I see," Chu Kuangren acknowledged. "By the way, why did you kill him? Long story, you might want to ask your father. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave to rest," Chu Kuangren replied. In the private chamber, Chu Kuangren produced several healing elixirs and handed them to Lan Yu. "You were injured in this conflict. Return and recuperate well. I still have remnants of the Hongmeng purple qi in my body and need to meditate for a few days to assimilate it." "My lord, do you require me to guard you?" she asked. "No need. With the seventh ancestor present, I am not concerned about disturbances." Though the Baiyun sword master had perished and the other party vanished, Chu Kuangren was aware that he was being silently protected. During Chu Kuangren's seclusion, news of his possession of the Yuanling treasure vault and the slaying of the Baiyun sword master gradually spread, causing a stir throughout Baiyun City. "Brother Chu did not deceive me," Li Xingqian exclaimed, having just consulted his father regarding the matter, unable to fathom the truth. Simultaneously, he pondered why they, as contemporaries in cultivation, could not measure up to Chu Kuangren's excellence. Centered around Baiyun City, the impact of the slaying of the Baiyun sword master continued to resonate, spreading to the Qinglong domain and beyond throughout the entire Sanqiong Star. Within the Xiang Valley of the sage Taoist lineage, a rugged-faced prodigy rose abruptly from his seat upon hearing the news. "Is this true?" "Absolutely. Crimson rain fell in Baiyun City, and the Baiyun sword master has indeed perished. Many cultivators witnessed Chu Kuangren's feat, so it cannot be false." "How is this possible?" "It is said that he forcibly elevated his cultivation using Hongmeng purple qi, but even so, it is astonishing." The young man in purple robe felt somewhat relieved. It was merely the use of purple qi. Nonetheless, the fact remained that he had slain the Baiyun sword master, a feat that he could scarcely rival. Unexpectedly, the holy maiden of the White Lotus sect declared, "I did not expect our friend Chu to possess such capabilities. I humbly bow to your prowess. Given time, I shall certainly engage in discourse with you." Numerous cultivators felt a pang of jealousy. The White Lotus holy maiden was a paragon of beauty and talent, a dream for countless male cultivators. She had never before shown such deference to any man. It was astonishing that she would openly express her desire to engage in discussion with Chu Kuangren, leaving many hearts shattered. Relying on external forces to slay the Baiyun sword master, how can one take pride in that? The third prince of the Qingyun dynasty scoffed, having a personal grievance against Chu Kuangren for injuring his brother. Yet, the Xiantian sect could no longer remain silent. "If you have the ability, why not slay one yourself?" Nangong Huang, Chu Kuangren's devoted follower, retorted boldly. "My master brother's talents are unparalleled. He absorbed Hongmeng purple qi and fell to supreme. If it were someone else, even with 10 portions of Hongmeng purple qi, they could not achieve such a feat." Murong Xian, the second devoted follower, joined in the mockery. In response to the ridicule, the princes of the Qingyun dynasty began to voice their opinions. A verbal war erupted between the two great sage lineages. The slaying of a supreme is a fact. My master brother is unrivaled under heaven and earth, whether you acknowledge it or not. Oh dear, unrivaled. Such grandiose claims. One might think your master brother has already ascended to emperorship. My master brother is destined to become a young emperor. Ascension is merely a matter of time. Unlike your so-called prince, who who cannot withstand even a single strike from my master brother, leaving no hope for this lifetime. You are talking nonsense. The prince has defeated 6 great sage lineages. Even the great disciples of each lineage cannot withstand a single punch from him. He is the true, unrivaled one. Humph. Your prince is formidable. That is only because I was in seclusion when he arrived. Otherwise, I could have halted his invincible path without needing Chu Kuangren. Yuan Hong of the Wanfa sect boldly proclaimed. I have already broken through to the Dongshu realm. If you have the courage, let that Qingyun prince challenge me again. Fang Tian of the Five Elements sect also declared. What began as a war of words between the Qingyun dynasty and the Xintian sect gradually expanded to the entire Qinglong domain, as prodigies from various sage lineages joined the fray. Ultimately, the Qingyun dynasty issued a decree. The essence was as follows. The Linglong princess of the Qingyun dynasty desired to choose a consort and thus initiated a martial competition for suitors. The victor would become the prince consort of the Qingyun dynasty. Upon the issuance of this decree, the world erupted in astonishment. The Qingyun dynasty was a sage lineage. To become their son-in-law was an unparalleled opportunity. Resources, methods, connections, what could one possibly lack? It was a chance to ascend to greatness. Moreover, it was rumored that the Linglong princess was among the most beautiful women in the realm, rivaling the likes of the White Lotus Holy Maiden. To marry her was to indulge in endless fortunes, beauty, power, wealth, resources, all at one's disposal. Instantly, cultivators from across the realm flocked to the Qingyun dynasty, even enticing prodigies from other sage lineages. Chapter 46. The Supreme Salutation, Journey to the Qingyun dynasty in the private chamber of the Baiyu Tower. The eccentric Chu awakened from his meditative state, his eyes snapping open. At this moment, his cultivation had significantly advanced, having surged from the early stages of the nascent soul realm to its consummate form, merely a step away from the void realm. The primordial purple energy was indeed extraordinary. Its residual effects had enabled him to transcend several minor realms, and the insights he gained while absorbing the purple energy would greatly assist his future cultivation. A satisfied smile graced Chu's face. Although he had attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, his understanding of the Tao far surpassed his current level, rivaling even that of a war king, perhaps even standing shoulder to shoulder with a venerable master. Ah, little one, it appears you have garnered quite the bounty, echoed the voice of the 7th ancestor from the void. With that, ripples manifested in the air as the 7th ancestor emerged, clad in a flowing white robe, his sharp brows and bright eyes exuding the charm of a handsome middle-aged man. Greetings, 7th ancestor. Chu inclined his body in respectful acknowledgement. He had only learned of the 7th ancestor's identity as the 7th generation leader of the Xintian sect during his time at the city lord's estate, a status significantly higher than that of his own master. He could never have anticipated that this esteemed figure would come to be his protector, especially in a state of decline. This thought stirred a measure of reverence within him. There's no need for such formalities. It is I who should pay my respects to you. Were it not for your efforts, I would not be the person I am today. The 7th ancestor expressed with gratitude, bowing deeply to Chu. The sight of a supreme master bowing to a junior would surely astonish many if it were to spread. Chu quickly stepped back. 7th ancestor, you honor me far too much. With your stature, how could I possibly accept such a bow? This bow is well deserved. The 7th ancestor insisted solemnly. Those who have not experienced the decline of the heavenly man can never fathom that torment, the slow, agonizing descent from the pinnacle to decay and death, all while being utterly powerless to halt it. The longevity elixir you possess has not only restored you to your former glory, but has also granted you the chance to pursue the supreme path once more. It is not an exaggeration to say it is akin to rebirth for you. The 7th ancestor vowed silently that from this day forward, his life would be devoted to safeguarding Chu, even at the cost of his own existence. Chu, feeling a mix of helplessness and gratitude, listened as the 7th ancestor inquired about the origins of the longevity elixir. Chu merely stated that he had discovered it while sorting through the spiritual treasures, knowing well that the 7th ancestor could not possibly be familiar with everything in the treasury. Upon exiting the chamber, Chu noticed Lan Yu leaning against a tree. She wore a blue and white robe, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders, radiating beauty that rendered the surrounding scenery pale in comparison. This young girl had been waiting by his side for 2 days, unwavering, a truly virtuous companion, as the 7th ancestor had remarked. Young master, Lan Yu approached, sensing Chu had emerged from seclusion. How is your injury? It is no longer a concern, he replied gently, reaching up to pluck a fallen leaf from her hair. Lan Yu felt her heart race, a flutter of emotion igniting within her, her cool and ethereal beauty flushed with a rosy hue. And no, it's nothing, she stammered. Just then, a cough interrupted their moment. It was Li Xingqian. Instantly, Lan Yu resumed her dignified demeanor, her gaze sharp as she cast a sidelong glance at him. For some reason, Li Xingqian shivered under her piercing look. Brotherly, it has been some days. I trust you are well? Chu greeted with a mild smile. Ah, Chu. You have no idea. The outside world has been in quite an uproar while you were in seclusion, Li Xingqian exclaimed excitedly. Oh, what has transpired? Chu inquired. His interest piqued. Isn't it obvious? It's all due to your slaying of the Baiyun sword sovereign. Li Xingqian's voice trembled with awe as he spoke. While others embark on their journeys with modest beginnings, slaying bandits or beasts, perhaps participating in some contests, you emerged from seclusion to take down a supreme master. With a chuckle, Chu responded, such is the nature of things. Li Xingqian then recounted the events of the past few days. Chu was not particularly surprised. There were few supreme masters in the Qinglong domain, and the death of one was indeed a momentous affair. More astonishingly, he learned that this incident had sparked a fierce verbal conflict among several holy lineages, a rarity in itself. And what is this about a martial arts competition for marriage? Even the holy lineages engage in such affairs? By the way, Chu, will you attend this competition? Li Xingqian queried. I have no interest in the Linglong princess. Why would I go? Chu replied candidly. Really? The Linglong princess is renowned for her beauty. You truly have no interest? Li Xingqian pressed, astonished. Upon reflection, perhaps a slight interest, but even the most beautiful cannot compare to my Lan Yu. Chu jested, eliciting a faint smile from Lan Yu, her heart swelling with joy. Li Xingqian laughed. Indeed, Lan Yu is a celestial beauty. Few could rival her, yet the Linglong princess is not without merit. Rumor has it she possesses a Xianming Dao body. At the mention of this, Chu's expression faltered. Was this the same Xianming Dao body rumored to enhance a cultivator's prowess upon the first night of intimacy, propelling them into a state of enlightenment? Indeed. Li Xingqian grinned knowingly. Among the myriad physiques in the world, the Xianming Dao body ranks just below the supreme Dao body. Its unique characteristic allows its possessor to release a mysterious essence upon their first union, significantly boosting a cultivator's strength and potentially leading them to enlightenment. Throughout history, both men and women with this physique have been fervently pursued, if not coveted, by countless cultivators. It's fortunate that the Linglong princess hails from the Qingyun dynasty. Otherwise, her physique would have likely drawn unwanted attention. Indeed, Chu nodded thoughtfully. This martial arts competition will attract numerous prodigies, and I hear even those from other domains will attend. It will surely be a grand spectacle. I plan to set out in a few days. Are you truly not coming, Chu? After a moment's contemplation, Chu finally conceded. Very well, I shall go. His motivation was not merely the allure of the Linglong princess, but rather the opportunity to broaden his horizons. With prodigies flocking to the Qingyun dynasty, we're better to witness their prowess. With your formidable strength, you are bound to shine in this competition. Li Xingqian teased, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Chu rolled his eyes. You misinterpret my intentions. I am merely curious about the other prodigies, not seeking to participate in any matrimonial pursuits. I understand, Li Xingqian chuckled knowingly. 3 days later, Chu and his companions set forth for the Qingyun dynasty. The distance from Baiyun City to the Qingyun dynasty was a staggering 1,000,000 miles, yet within the vast expanse of the Zhangqiang star. A means of transportation known as the Xianzhou could traverse great distances swiftly with the expenditure of spirit stones, proving to be exceedingly convenient. The trio boarded the Xianzhou, arriving at the royal capital of the Qingyun dynasty in just 2 days. Chapter 47. The Legacy of the Tao, Grievances and Challenges. Is he qualified? In the capital of the Qingyun dynasty, unlike other holy Tao lineages, the Qingyun dynasty exists in the form of a nation, vast in territory. As a royal capital, its prosperity rivals and perhaps surpasses that of Baiyun City. The streets are lined with various cultivation shops, bustling with cultivators, and even masters from the Dongshu realm occasionally appear. Indeed, this royal capital is truly splendid, remarked Chu Kuangren. Who could argue otherwise? Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted at the end of the street, causing a stir among the crowd. Quick, someone is dueling. Let us go take a look. Another spectacle awaits us. For days, the capital has been thronged with prodigies, and it is said that 2 tigers cannot share one mountain. How could there not be trouble when they gather? Many people rushed towards the street's end, including Li Xingqian, who dragged Chu Kuangren along to join the excitement. At the end of the street, atop a tall building, 2 young men confronted each other, unleashing their formidable presence without restraint. I didn't expect Xiang Valley to join in the fun, but thinking you could court the princess is nothing but a delusion, said the white-clad cultivator coldly, his disdain evident. Opposite him, a rugged young man from Xiang Valley retorted, "Whether I can marry the princess is one matter. But with me here, Liuxiu's sacred land can forget about it. You're talking nonsense. You're full of it. If you have the guts, come and fight." The two disciples of the prominent Holy Dao lineages engaged in a fierce exchange, their shouts echoing like a quarrel among street vendors. Chu Kuangren and his companions arrived at the scene, realizing it was Hua Yun of the Liuxiu sacred land and Lin Batian from Xiang Valley. No wonder they clashed. Li Xingchen noted. "Why?" asked Chu Kuangren, puzzled. "You don't know, Chu? The grievances between these two Holy Dao lineages run deep. There are secret tales that their ancestors once quarreled over a woman, leading to an unending rivalry. Even after the woman left, the two ancestors did not relent, but rather their enmity intensified, causing frequent conflicts throughout their Dao lineage developments, nearly sparking a holy war on several occasions," explained Li Xingchen. Chu Kuangren was at a loss for words. What kind of woman possesses such power to captivate their ancestors? "I don't know," Li Xingchen shook his head, admitting that his knowledge was merely hearsay. However, the long-standing animosity between Xiang Valley and Liuxiu sacred land was undeniable, often resulting in skirmishes between their disciples. On the tall building, the confrontation between the two young prodigies intensified, their violent Dao rhythm attracting many onlookers, including some who had come to participate in the princess selection. "These two Dao lineages are as childish as ever," remarked a white-clad young cultivator with a hint of ridicule. Then he shifted his gaze through the crowd. Suddenly spotting someone that sparked surprise in his eyes, it was Chu Kuangren. Among the multitude, he immediately recognized Chu, whose ethereal beauty surpassed even that of the prodigies in battle. "At last, I see you today," the youth sneered. In recent days, Chu Kuangren's fame had spread like wildfire, and his likeness was widely circulated. Thus, the young man was confident he would not mistake him. Such a visage and aura could surely belong to no one else. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren, who was engrossed in the spectacle, sensed someone watching him with apparent hostility. "What is going on?" He turned to see a young man striding towards him. With a loud voice, the youth proclaimed, "I am Fang Tian of the Five Elements sect, here to seek a duel with the esteemed Xiantian senior brother." His voice resonated down the street, causing an uproar among the crowd. Even the battling prodigies from Xiang Valley and Liuxiu sacred land paused, scanning the crowd for the source of the commotion. "Xiantian senior brother, is that Chu Kuangren? Where is he? The one who declared war on the world. He has arrived." "Huh. Xiantian senior brother, where are you? Let me witness what it means to be an unparalleled prodigy. My goodness, he is the one who slayed the supreme being. He relied solely on a trace of primordial purple energy to defeat the Baiyun Sword Sovereign. In terms of cultivation, the Baiyun Sword Sovereign could crush him with a mere finger." The crowd was in an uproar. Chu Kuangren's reputation had reached staggering heights, rivaling even some of the supreme beings. The tales of his unparalleled Dao body, his declaration of war on the world, his slaying of a supreme being, and the legendary treasures he possessed, these stories had circulated far and wide. Even those who had never paid attention to him had heard whispers of his exploits. Chu Kuangren couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Who is this person? Is it necessary to shout so loudly? And challenging me out of the blue? How childish. His ethereal beauty drew the crowd's attention the moment Fang Tian called out his name. Gasps of admiration filled the air, especially from the many female cultivators present. "Such a stunning individual exists in this world," exclaimed one. "If I were Princess Linglong, I would forego the martial competition and directly marry him to the Qingyan Emperor. Indeed, he is extraordinarily handsome. Is he a celestial descended to this realm?" Another remarked, "Even the silver-haired lady beside him is breathtaking. I dare say she rivals Princess Linglong." The murmurs of admiration surged throughout the crowd. As Fang Tian approached Chu Kuangren, an enigmatic Dao rhythm began to emanate from him, reminiscent of the cyclical flow of the five elements. Li Xingchen, standing beside Chu Kuangren, whispered, "Chu, this person is Fang Tian, the disciple of the Five Elements sect. He has publicly declared that if he sees you, he will demonstrate the might of the Five Elements Dao. Moreover, it is said that after being defeated by Gu Chang'e, he broke through to the Dongxi realm. Be careful, I shall withdraw now." With that, Li Xingchen stepped back several paces, assuming a supportive stance from afar. Chu Kuangren's expression darkened. "You are quite the friend. Allow me to handle him," Lan Yu offered. Chu Kuangren felt reassured. Indeed, Lan Yu was dependable. What's this? The esteemed Xiantian senior brother is hiding behind a woman? Fang Tian sneered as he approached. Chu Kuangren glanced at him, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful. "If you cannot even defeat Lan Yu, what need is there for me to intervene?" Lan Yu raised her chin slightly, her tone indifferent. "Not everyone is qualified to challenge my master. Are you worthy?" As she spoke, her blue and white robe shimmered, revealing exquisite silver-white armor and her wings unfurled. Striking a battle pose, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, a member of the feathered clan. The celestial star was home not only to humans, but also to other races such as the feathered clan, Yiksha clan, and Azura clan, among others, some of which could rival the holy Dao lineages. Humph, a mere maid dares to obstruct me? How absurd. Fang Tian scoffed, summoning a radiant sphere of golden light in his palm, then unleashing a piercing sword aura. The Tao of the Five Elements, Metal. Chapter 48, Princess Linglong. His handsomeness is unmatched. The air was thick with the essence of Tao, as a sharp, golden sword energy surged towards Lan Yu. This strike bore the formidable power of the perfected nascent soul. When Lan Yu was first summoned, she was at the early stage of the nascent soul, but now she had reached the late stage. With the support of the supreme Tao body, even a being at the void realm would find it difficult to gain an advantage. She retaliated with a punch, shattering the sword energy. Fang Tian's eyes glimmered with astonishment, quickly replaced by a fierce battle intent as he coldly declared, "Very well, it seems I have underestimated you. I shall defeat you first, and then your master. You will not have that opportunity." Without hesitation, Lan Yu summoned the Scepter of Light. Empowered by the sacred artifact, her aura surged once more. With a punch, the overwhelming might of light erupted, forcing even a prodigy like Fang Tian back several feet. Around them, many cultivators were astonished. Could this woman truly possess such strength as to suppress Fang Tian? After all, he was a being of the void realm. It was said that even the former prince of Qingyun, Gu Chang'e, might struggle against him. But this woman could achieve it. Who was she? When did the feathered tribe produce such a prodigy? And why would she willingly serve the madman Chu? It was utterly unfathomable. While many were astonished by Lan Yu's strength, their curiosity about Chu grew even greater. If a mere attendant possessed such formidable power, what of the madman himself? Wuxing Li Huiju. Fang Tian formed a mysterious hand seal, the Tao essence swirling around him as crimson flames surged forth. Lan Yu did not evade. Instead, she struck back with a punch, the might of light forcefully obliterating the conflagration, her warrior goddess presence shaking the very ground. Wuxing Imuju. Fang Tian's expression grew increasingly solemn, his Tao essence thickening as he circulated his inner spiritual energy, preparing to unleash his full power. Suddenly, countless vines, formed of condensed spiritual energy, ensnared Lan Yu in an instant. Wuxing Gongjinju. Seizing this opportunity, Fang Tian executed his ultimate technique once more, unleashing a flurry of sharp sword energies. Humph. Lan Yu snorted lightly, her inner spiritual energy erupting. With a flap of her pure white wings, countless blades of spiritual energy whirled around her, severing the entangling vines one by one, before she unleashed a punch that shattered all the sword energies. To challenge my master with such feeble means is nothing short of a fool's errand. Lan Yu scoffed. Her words ignited Fang Tian's fury. How dare a mere maid speak so arrogantly? Let me show you what the way of the five elements truly entails. As he spoke, the essence of the Tao swirled around him, emanating a terrifying aura as five-colored lights began to flicker around his form: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. These five hues converged in his palm, forming an overwhelming force that even shook the air itself. Holy art, great capture of the five elements. Fang Tian thrust his palm forward, the five colors coalescing into a massive, multicolored hand. This strike was a fearsome, holy technique capable of easily defeating even fellow cultivators of the void realm. Lan Yu's expression turned grave as a surge of white light erupted from her wings unfurling, and the essence of the Tao enveloping her. Numerous runes of the Great Way flickered around her, casting an aura of unparalleled sanctity. The onlookers were left in awe. They felt an instinctive reverence for Lan Yu. Some powerful figures narrowed their eyes in disbelief. This was the manifestation of the Tao body, a radiant light, the legendary supreme Tao body, the sacred body of light. She too possessed the supreme Tao body. Those familiar with the sacred body of light were astounded. Such a physique had not been seen for many years. Alongside Chu's 9 Apertures Linglong Sword Heart, both were supreme Tao bodies with the terrifying potential to reach the Emperor's realm. As the radiant phenomenon manifested, bolstered by her unique abilities, Lan Yu summoned the Scepter of Light and conjured a spear before her, its surface adorned with swirling runes, the terrifying light of the Tao coalescing within. Boom! The spear shot forth, creating a thunderous sound that reverberated through the air. This strike was immensely powerful. When it collided with the multicolored hand, the shockwaves of their unleashed forces battered the void, causing the surrounding structures to tremble. Lan Yu stood firm, her radiance unwavering and divine. Across from her, Fang Tian's expression darkened, a storm brewing within. He had not anticipated that even his strongest strike would fail to overcome Lan Yu. If he could not defeat a mere maid, how could he contend with the madman Chu? As these thoughts coursed through him, a sense of suffocation enveloped his heart. Under the Emperor's gaze, who allowed you to engage in such brawls? At that moment, a voice of authority echoed from the heavens. A carriage, drawn by 6 divine steeds, descended from the sky, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The surrounding cultivators quickly knelt, reverently greeting Princess Linglong. Only those of the saintly lineage, like Chu and Fang Tian, stood their ground, their status allowing them to maintain equality with the princess. Princess Linglong had arrived. To encounter her so soon was unexpected. Was she truly as breathtaking as the rumors suggested? The elite cultivators exchanged glances, curiosity piqued. Fang Tian and Lan Yu ceased their conflict. You are all talented individuals of the present age. What decorum is there in fighting in broad daylight? Princess Linglong reproached them once more. She speaks truly, Lin Batian. Hua Yun and others chimed in. This was the territory of the Qin Yun dynasty, and the individual before them was the princess seeking suitors. It was only fitting to show her respect. Very well, considering that you are all newcomers unfamiliar with the customs of the royal capital, let this matter rest. Tonight, I shall host a banquet at Qiandao Lake and invite all of you esteemed prodigies. I hope you will grace us with your presence, Princess Linglong announced. Your invitation is most welcome. We shall certainly attend, the prodigies replied with smiles. Senior brother Xiantian, I will await you at Qiandao Lake, Princess Linglong added. Chu was momentarily taken aback. Why did she specifically mention me? Are we even familiar? As her words fell, all eyes in the vicinity turned towards Chu, filled with envy and resentment, particularly Fang Tian, who seemed ready to devour him whole. Among so many prodigies, why did Princess Linglong single out Chu? This implied that he held a unique place in her heart. Unbeknownst to them, in this contest for affection, Chu had already taken a significant lead. Some were left dazed. Princess, you can't be so cruel, someone remarked. You're messing with our psyche here. Princess, he is Chu, the one who grievously injured the Prince of Qin Yun, another interjected. Yes, I am aware, Princess Linglong replied nonchalantly. Did you not once declare that upon meeting him, you would show no mercy? Someone recalled, reminding everyone of the bold words spoken by various young talents, including Princess Linglong herself. I remember, but I did not anticipate that this senior brother Xiantian would be so striking. She paused, a hint of shyness creeping into her demeanor. The crowd's morale crumbled once more. They had not expected Princess Linglong to exhibit such a side. Is being handsome truly that remarkable? They thought, casting discontented glances at Chu. Though the contest for affection had yet to commence, many felt as if they had already lost. Chu himself was bewildered. Princess, we are not close. Is it truly necessary for you to put me in such a predicament? Chapter 49, Why not give it a try? Princess Linglong makes her move. Princess Linglong departed, leaving behind a group of proud talents in disarray. Fang Tian fixed his gaze upon Chu Kuangren, declaring, at the martial arts contest for marriage, I shall defeat you and prove to the princess that I am superior. I will do the same, Lin Batian retorted coldly. Some of the distinguished individuals made bold proclamations, while others cast deep, contemplative glances at Chu Kuangren. After a while, as most had left, Li Xingchen approached, gazing at Chu Kuangren with profound admiration. Brother Chu, you are truly remarkable. Even Princess Linglong cannot resist your charm. Chu Kuangren, standing in place, stroked his chin. Brotherly, I have serious doubts that this Princess Linglong is attempting to ensnare me. How could that be? If I were a woman, I would certainly be smitten with you. Brother Chu, Li Xingchen replied. Never mind, let's find a place to stay first. The trio sought refuge in a luxurious inn. As night fell, Li Xingchen urged Chu Kuangren to join him at the Thousand Islands Lake, where the banquet hosted by Princess Linglong awaited. Thousand Islands Lake, as its name suggests, is a vast expanse of water adorned with countless islands. Its scenic beauty is unparalleled, and the banquet was set on an island at the heart of the lake. Within a grand palace, a myriad of talented individuals gathered, including disciples from various sacred lineages, such as Fang Tian and Lin Batian. When Chu Kuangren entered, accompanied by Lan Yu and Li Xingchen, all eyes converged upon them, some filled with curiosity, others with hostility. Chu Kuangren, accustomed to such attention, calmly found a seat. Look, it won't cost me anything. Besides, being this handsome deserves an audience. Her Highness has arrived. A voice announced from outside. A resplendently robed woman entered. Her brows like distant mountains, lips resembling vermilion, draped in luxurious attire, with a graceful figure and noble demeanor that radiated an extraordinary beauty akin to that of a queen. The assembly instinctively glanced at Lan Yu beside Chu Kuangren. Both women were peerless beauties of their time, one exuding an ethereal and sacred aura, while the other possessed a captivating allure that was equally distant. If Lan Yu were a snow lotus flourishing on a cliff, then Princess Linglong was a delicate and opulent peony, each possessing her own unique charm. I have seen Princess Linglong. She is indeed as beautiful as the rumors suggest. This encounter is worthwhile, several talents remarked as they stood to greet her. Chu Kuangren, however, remained seated, casting a glance at the princess before returning to Lan Yu. My dear Lan Yu is still the most beautiful. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu's heart soared, her face blooming with an uncontainable smile, enhancing her allure. Oh, is her name Lan Yu? Princess Linglong seemed to have overheard Chu Kuangren's words. Lan Yu, having met the princess before, performed a respectful bow. There's no need for such formality, Princess Linglong replied, then turned her radiant smile towards Chu Kuangren. I am delighted that you could join us, Taoist Chu. The assembled talents seethed with jealousy. How is it that the princess's attention is solely on this Chu Kuangren? The princess is being too gracious, Chu Kuangren mused, increasingly convinced that Princess Linglong was indeed playing games with him. What kind of princess is so unreserved? As the banquet commenced, the talented individuals scrutinized one another, each aware that they were rivals. It was imperative to observe closely, particularly Chu Kuangren, who attracted the most intense scrutiny and solemnity. It is said that Taoist Chu employed a primordial purple aura to slay the sword sovereign of Baiyun, annihilating the entire Baiyun city, Lord's Manor. His prowess is truly admirable, one talent remarked. At this, the crowd's expression shifted, although his words seemed to praise Chu Kuangren. The emphasis on borrowed implied that his victory over the supreme being was not solely due to his own strength, but rather external assistance, diminishing its significance. The mention of the destruction of Baiyun City Lord's Manor served as a veiled insult, suggesting that Chu Kuangren was ruthless, sparing neither the old nor the young. Such eloquence. A true master of rhetoric, Chu Kuangren replied with a faint smile. He then turned to the speaker, recognizing him as Hua Yun, a talent from Lingshu Holy Land, who had recently clashed with the talents of Xiang Valley on the streets. When I killed the sword sovereign of Baiyun, it took me 2 strikes. How many do you think it will take to deal with you? Chu Kuangren's tone grew icy. At his words, tension filled the air. Hua Yun's expression shifted. Taoist Chu. What do you mean? I bear no grudge against you. Why threaten me in such a public setting? Can't find the answer? Why not give it a try? Chu Kuangren chuckled, slowly rising to his feet. His movement sent a shiver through the assembly. Is he truly intending to fight on the princess's banquet? Hua Yun's pupils dilated, his heart racing as he felt Chu Kuangren's gaze, akin to the constricting grip of a venomous serpent. Haha, the renowned Chu Kuangren indeed commands great presence. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed from outside the palace. A man in a luxurious yellow robe strode in. Third brother, Princess Linglong exclaimed upon seeing the newcomer. Greetings, elder sister. He replied, revealing himself as Gu Chongfeng, the third prince of the Qingyun dynasty. Gu Chongfeng turned to Chu Kuangren and said, I have long heard of your formidable prowess, and I wonder if I might have the honor of a spar with you. You wish to give it a try? Very well, Chu Kuangren nodded in agreement. Stepping into the open space outside the palace, Gu Chongfeng assumed a stance, his aura flowing. My elder brother fell to your hands, so as his younger brother. I must take action. Prepare yourself. As he spoke, a golden dragon aura surged into the air, the roar of the dragon resonating throughout, and with a single punch, he unleashed the saintly dragon-killing fist. Chu Kuangren's expression remained impassive as he wielded his sword, Kunwu, and unleashed a strike. The purple sword light dazzled the night, far more brilliant than the starry sky. In an instant, the sword's radiance swept through, dissipating the dragon-shaped fist force, and continued unrelentingly towards Gu Chongfeng. How is this possible? Gu Chongfeng's pupils constricted, his face paling. With the sword light fast approaching and no means to resist or evade, terror etched itself onto his features. Just then, a figure appeared before him, unleashing a palm imbued with terrifying spiritual power. The impact collided with the sword light, creating a violent shockwave that reverberated outward, shaking the entire island and causing the lake to churn. It was Princess Linglong. The crowd was left astounded by her profound cultivation. They were equally astonished by Chu Kuangren's sword strike, momentarily rendered speechless. He is astonishingly strong. Fang Tian, who had intended to challenge Chu Kuangren, turned pale upon witnessing the sword strike, his resolve shaken. He realized that he could not withstand such a blow. Not only him, Hua Yun trembled in fear, realizing he had foolishly provoked such a formidable individual. He now questioned whether Gu Chongfeng had arrived just in time to save him from certain doom. That night, Chu Kuangren dazzled all with a single sword strike, leaving a lasting impression. Chapter 50. The Young Emperor of the Shang Clan. The princess desires a marriage of convenience, while Crown Prince Gu Chang'e might withstand one of my strikes. You couldn't even endure half a blow. Nay, perhaps even Gu Chang'e himself would falter before half my blade, declared with unrestrained arrogance. When he vanquished Gu Chang'e, he had just broken through to the nascent soul realm. Now, at the pinnacle of that realm, he would secure an even more decisive victory against Gu Chang'e. Gu Changfeng, his countenance ashen, yearned to retort but found himself incapable. Had not Princess Linglong intervened, he would have indeed succumbed to that very strike. The assembled prodigies, upon hearing these words, wore expressions of discomfort. Gu Chang'e's defeat of 6 great sacred orthodoxy successors was undeniable, yet he seemed insignificant compared to. What, then, did that make them? Some were even inferior to Gu Chang'e. In the presence of, they were rendered even more inconsequential. This was supposed to be an era of great contention, a stage for the glorious rivalry of various prodigies. Yet, it felt as though alone commanded the spotlight. How could such a figure emerge in this epic? What purpose do the other prodigies of this world serve? One of them lamented, unable to accept the situation. Clearly, its impact had been profound. Esteemed guests, Princess Linglong interjected softly, I have been remiss in my duties as hostess. I must request that you take your leave, as I have matters to discuss with fellow Taoist. She had parried strike with remarkable composure. At that moment, none dared regard her as a mere princess. She was, without a doubt, a peerless prodigy in her own right, perhaps even surpassing Gu Chang'e in excellence. The prodigies departed, each harboring their own thoughts. Brother, enjoy your conversation with the princess. I shall take my leave, Li Xingchen said with a knowing wink and a chuckle. Third brother, you may also withdraw, Princess Linglong instructed. Gu Changfeng hesitated. Withdraw, Princess Linglong repeated, her tone laced with a hint of severity. Only then did Gu Changfeng depart. Soon only. Lan Yu and Princess Linglong remained. Princess Linglong glanced at Lan Yu, allowing her to stay, before turning to and saying, had I not intervened to block that strike, my third brother would have faced certain death. Did you truly intend to slay him? The air grew tense, tinged with a frosty edge. Smiled faintly. And if I did, what would you have done? Nay, you were attempting to provoke me into action. Since the princess seeks to ensnare me, I must respond in kind. I do not appreciate being manipulated. Had discerned Princess Linglong's scheme from the outset. Her honeyed words and flattering demeanor were merely a means to exploit the other prodigy's envy and create trouble for him. He would not simply stand idly by. Since you scheme against me, I shall return the favor. Upon beholding Princess Linglong, he had immediately employed his eye of insight to assess her. She possessed the cultivation of a void refinement cultivator, and her combat prowess surpassed even that of Gu Chang'e and Fang Tian, making her more than capable of withstanding his earlier strike. If I had not intervened, or if I had been too late, would my third brother not have truly perished by your sword? Princess Linglong questioned. I am confident in my ability to control the sword once it has left its sheath, replied, assured of his swordsmanship. Even if Princess Linglong had not intervened, he could have controlled the sword's energy in time to ensure Gu Changfeng's survival. Very well. Let us now discuss the princess's repeated attempts to target me. Is it truly out of vengeance for your brother? Not targeted, merely tested. I am eager to hear the details. The trio entered the palace. Once seated, Princess Linglong posed directly. What is your impression of me? Was taken aback. Princess, are you proposing a courtship? I must disappoint you, as I have no interest in you. His words caused Princess Linglong's delicate brows to furrow. No interest? Preposterous. This princess possessed beauty, wealth, power, and talent in abundance. And yet, there is a man who finds me unappealing? Accustomed to being the center of attention and showered with adoration, Princess Linglong felt a pang of frustration. However, she concealed it, maintaining her composure as she said, Then let us rephrase the question. What do you believe motivates the others who have come here? Most seek power, wealth, and status, lusting after your form. A few are not driven by power or wealth, but simply lust after your form, replied. How forthright. Power, wealth, status, resources. These were the goals of most who participated in the betrothal contest. However, figures like Fang Tian and Lin Batian, scions of sacred orthodoxy, already possessed these things in abundance. What they coveted was Princess Linglong's body, or, more precisely, the essence of the Xianming physique. Indeed, the essence of the Xianming physique is a treasure sought after by all cultivators. Because of this physique, I have even been targeted by a young emperor. Princess Linglong revealed, her tone tinged with resentment. S expression shifted slightly. A young emperor? The young emperor of the Shang clan from the Vermilion Bird domain. My royal father, seeking to bolster the kingdom's strength by leveraging the Shang clan's power, has betrothed me to the young emperor. Young emperor, a title bestowed upon exceptional young prodigies. individuals of unparalleled talent and combat prowess, far surpassing the likes of Gu Chang'e and Fang Tian. Within the Azure Billow Star, there were 8 known young emperors. Scattered across the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise domains. The young emperor of the Shang clan, you say? Sounds formidable. But what does this have to do with me? Inquired. The young emperor of the Shang clan is single-mindedly devoted to the Tao. To him, I am merely a tool. An instrument to aid his cultivation, to be discarded once I have served my purpose, Princess Linglong said, her voice filled with grievance. Remain silent, listening intently. I refuse to be such a tool. That is why I have organized this martial arts betrothal contest, hoping to find a prodigy capable of standing against the young emperor of the Shang clan. And that person is you. The previous attempts to test you were merely to confirm your abilities. Now, it seems my choice was not mistaken. I want you to defeat all others, including the young emperor of the Shang clan. I want you to become my rightful consort. This is a partnership. Listen to Princess Linglong's words in silence. He understood. Princess Linglong was an independent woman rebelling against an arranged marriage. In order to deceive others, she sought a marriage of convenience, and she wanted him as the target. I must decline. First, I already possess the power, status, wealth, and resources that you have. The consort you seek is merely a formality. I doubt you would even allow me to touch you. Second, I have no need to offend a young emperor on your behalf. Was not foolish. This consort position held no allure for him. The only one who would truly benefit was Princess Linglong herself. Are you afraid of the young emperor of the Shang clan? Sorry, the tactic of provocation is useless on me. Raised an eyebrow. The young emperor of the Shang clan? I do not know the extent of his abilities. But to say that I am afraid, I am not afraid of anyone. He could slay supreme venerables, let alone a so-called young emperor. 3 conditions. If you agree, I can promise you 3 things. I am Princess Linglong, possessor of the Xian Ming physique, with limitless potential. I will undoubtedly be of assistance to you in the future. If even I cannot accomplish something, how could you possibly achieve it? Wan Yu, let us depart. Turn to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Princess Linglong gritted her teeth. The essence of the Xian Ming physique, do you not desire it? If you become my consort, I can agree to give it to you. To aid you in achieving the great Tao. This was the last and most precious thing she could offer. In her eyes, giving it to was preferable to giving it to the young emperor of the Shang clan, whom she had never even met. At least appearance was pleasing to her. Sorry, I told you. I have no interest in you. I do not need such things to achieve the supreme Tao. With that, departed without looking back, leaving Princess Linglong alone, filled with resentment. Chapter 51. The Secret Realm of the Bright Moon. The Saint's Path Blockade. Brother Chu, how have you fared? Upon returning to the inn, Li Xingchen hurriedly approached. What do you mean by how have I fared? It was merely an exchange of cultivation insights with Princess Linglong before I returned. Chu Kuangren replied nonchalantly. He was not one to gossip about others' private matters. The matter of the marriage arrangement was Princess Linglong's affair, and he neither consented nor interfered. Princess Linglong specifically retained you just for an exchange of cultivation insights? Li Xingchen remarked, incredulously. Not everyone possesses your lascivious thoughts. Chu Kuangren retorted with an eye roll, choosing not to elaborate further. After tonight, the news of Chu Kuangren's decisive victory over the third prince swiftly spread among the elite circles of the royal capital. As for the ensuing repercussions, he was unconcerned. The time for the martial arts competition and marriage selection was drawing near, yet just days before the event, a significant occurrence transpired within the Azure Dragon domain. The long-lost secret realm of the Bright Moon, once vanished for millennia, reappeared above the northern sea. In the morning, after finishing his lottery draw, Chu Kuangren was met with Li Xingchen rushing into the room, his expression fraught with urgency, as if a monumental event had occurred. Brother Li, what troubles you? Chu Kuangren inquired. Brother Chu, come quickly. We must head to the northern sea. Li Xingchen urged. Why the northern sea? Is the martial arts competition no longer of concern? Chu Kuangren laughed. The secret realm of the Bright Moon, the fabled residence of the ancient sage, has re-emerged above the northern sea. If we delay, others will seize the opportunity. The competition pales in comparison to this, Li Xingchen insisted. The secret realm of the Bright Moon. Chu Kuangren's brow furrowed. Anything associated with a sage was undoubtedly extraordinary, piquing his interest. Summoning Lan Yu, the group swiftly made their way to the northern sea. They were not alone. The elite contenders who had gathered in the royal capital for the competition also made their way to the northern sea, forcing a temporary postponement of the marriage selection. Above the tumultuous waters of the northern sea, dark clouds loomed, and a large silver door emerged, adorned with a luminous moon motif. Surrounding it were countless formidable figures, including several supreme beings, all gazing at the secret realm with grave expressions. The secret realm of the bright moon. The dwelling of the moon sage from 10,000 years ago has resurfaced after an age of silence, mused a venerable figure from Xiang Valley. The moon sage was a transcendent being who swept through an era, rivaling even the Saint Kings. His realm must be filled with extraordinary treasures, another supreme being remarked, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Although they hailed from various saintly lineages, all of which once produced sages, these sages had either perished or fallen into slumber. Their thirst for the opportunities within the realm was palpable, especially for a figure as revered as the moon sage, who had yet to emerge from the Azure Dragon domain's 8 saintly lineages. Indeed, the treasures within the realm were abundant, but accessing them demanded the ability to breach the formidable barriers surrounding it. Elder Rian from Xintiangong had also arrived, her demeanor indifferent as she surveyed the secret realm. What she says is true. The realm is protected by a powerful barrier, impenetrable even to the supreme beings, which is why they remain here. Otherwise, they would have rushed in already, she commented. The barrier, while formidable, does not exclude cultivators below the Martial King realm. We may allow our disciples to enter and explore. The fortunes they find depend on their own fate, one supreme being stated calmly. We must seal this area before other cultivators take advantage of the situation. Another supreme being declared imperiously, his intention clear. Our saintly lineages have yet to enter. You insignificant fish should not intrude. Depart quickly. Many cultivators, angered, turned pale but found themselves powerless against the might of the saintly lineage. The law of the jungle reigned supreme in the world of cultivation. Soon, the elite contenders converged upon the northern sea. Lin Batian from Xiang Valley, Fong Tian from the Five Elements sect, Hua Yun from the Spirit Void Holy Land. The saintess of the White Lotus sect, and many others arrived in unison. Chu Kuangren and his companions also made their entrance. What a lively scene, Chu Kuangren observed, noting the throng of cultivators surrounding the northern sea, which boasted at least hundreds of thousands. In the central area closest to the secret realm, the leaders of several saintly lineages gathered, surrounded by their respective prodigies, each exuding an air of confidence and grandeur. Among them, Princess Linglong of the Qingyun dynasty and Gu Chang'e sat in a lavish carriage, flanked by a well-equipped army, each soldier standing tall and resolute. A testament to their battlefield prowess, Gu Chang'e, the prince of Qingyun, maintained an aloof demeanor, surveying his surroundings as a figure above the rest. Chu Kuangren noticed that the prince seemed to have recovered well. He had expected him to be in a state of despair. Such is the prestige of a great lineage. Li Xingchen remarked, reflecting on how their Bayou Tower could hardly compare to the saintly lineages. Then, with a gaze fixed on a particular direction, he tugged at Chu Kuangren's sleeve. Brother Chu, look, it's the saintess of the White Lotus. Following Li Xingchen's gaze, Chu Kuangren beheld a woman clad in a flowing white gown amongst the prodigies of the various saintly lineages. Her cascading black hair, porcelain skin, and delicate features were complemented by a serene smile, evoking a sense of spring's gentle embrace. Many cultivators were captivated by her beauty, lost in admiration, including the prodigies from other saintly lineages who couldn't help but steal glances. The saintess of the White Lotus, by Wonking, stood at the pinnacle of the Dongshu realm. Chu Kuangren utilized his insightful eye to gauge her power and found her among the elite of the saintly lineages, rivaling even Princess Linglong. Bai Wonking maintained her gentle demeanor, a visage of tranquility. Li Xingchen suddenly sighed. Isn't being gentle and serene a virtue? Chu Kuangren countered. Brother Chu, you are unaware. Though the saintess appears approachable, she is a flower atop a distant peak. Countless suitors have sought her hand over the years, yet none have succeeded. Nor have there been rumors of her closeness to any man, Li Xingchen explained, pausing momentarily before casting an odd glance at Chu Kuangren. The only exception is that the saintess recently expressed a desire to engage in discourse with you. Li Xingchen's tone turned slightly envious as he spoke. Chu Kuangren shrugged. I was unaware of that. He had never paid much attention to such matters. Brother Chu, with Lanyu by your side, what need have you for the affections of Princess Linglong and the White Lotus Saintess? Li Xingchen lamented. Come now, brotherly, focus on my face. After a moment of scrutiny, Li Xingchen's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. He had always prided himself on being a handsome man, yet he felt overshadowed by Chu Kuangren's allure. No wonder the saintess of the White Lotus and Princess Linglong held him in such regard. The thought left Li Xingchen feeling despondent. With a chuckle, Chu Kuangren dismissed the banter and, alongside Lan Yu, flew towards Elder Rian, bowing in respect. Greetings, Elder. Elder Rian's eyes sparkled upon seeing him. Kuangren, you have arrived. Chapter 52, Blood Spirit Dao Body. The Lei clan's young emperor, a beast greetings, eldest brother. In the vicinity of Elder Ruyin, Nangong Huang, Morong Xian, and several other Taoists promptly stepped forward, their faces lit up with delight as they beheld Chu Kuangren. Yes, my fellow disciples, I trust you have been well. Ah, eldest brother, we have all heard of your recent exploits, and my admiration for you grows with each passing day. Morong Xian exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, his face brimming with adoration. Nangong Huang remained silent, yet the fervor in his eyes betrayed an escalating veneration for Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren offered a subtle smile, refraining from further comment. Excessive modesty would appear disingenuous, while excessive arrogance could breed envy. In such moments, it was best to project an air of nonchalant composure. Indeed, the fervor in Nangong Huang's eyes intensified. Eldest brother is truly exceptional. To accomplish such earth-shattering feats and yet maintain a serene Tao heart is an exemplar for us all. The esteemed figures from the sage Tao lineages cast more than a passing glance at Chu Kuangren. This is the Xian Tian eldest brother, Chu Kuangren. He is indeed, as the rumors suggest, possessing peerless looks and an otherworldly aura. He is the one who slew Baiyu and Sword Sovereign. The generations come and go, each producing its own talents. It is a pity that such an unparalleled prodigy is not of my five elements sect. Alas, what a pity. In this era of great contention, prodigies emerge in droves. This individual may well be among the most brilliant and radiant stars of this era. This individual may be deemed a young emperor. Each venerable figure's eyes sparkled with extraordinary light. The Taoist prodigies present, witnessing their predecessors gazing at Chu Kuangren with such admiration, felt a surge of defiance in their hearts. However, upon recalling his strength, their defiance waned. Within the Qingyun dynasty's ranks, Crown Prince Guchanga once again laid eyes on Chu Kuangren, and his Tao heart quivered violently. An awe-inspiring sword light flashed through his mind, the very one with which Chu Kuangren had defeated him. He had believed he had already forgotten it, but upon seeing his adversary once more, he realized that he had not. He had merely suppressed it deep within his heart, deliberately avoiding any thought of it. Chu Kuangren. Guchanga clenched his fists, veins popping on his forehead, his eyes ablaze with intense rage. It was all because of this man that his invincible Tao heart had shattered. Upon returning to the palace, he had expended countless treasures to recuperate. Brother, remain composed, Princess Linglong said softly. Hearing this, Guchanga took a deep breath, gradually calming his emotions. He turned his gaze towards the bright moon mystic realm, a fervent gleam in his eyes. He must obtain the opportunities within this realm. Only then would he have a chance to defeat Chu Kuangren. Not only him, but many other prodigies present harbored the same aspiration, to obtain the sage's opportunity and then surpass Chu Kuangren. How could the sage's mystic realm be complete without my Rakshasa clan? At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed from the distant clouds, emanating an aura of supreme majesty. A crimson-robed elder swept in. It is him, the Rakshasa clan's Nightblood Supreme. I did not expect him to come as well, the crowd murmured in surprise. The Rakshasa clan, a race distinct from humans, ranked among the top clans in the firmament, capable of contending with the sage Tao lineages. They were also known as the Rakshasa Sacred Clan. The crimson-robed elder was a supreme powerhouse of the Rakshasa clan, once sweeping through his peers and regarded as a top-tier prodigy, known as Nightblood Supreme. Greetings, fellow Taoists, I trust you have been well. Nightblood Supreme boomed with laughter. The crowd exchanged pleasantries with him, but they all noticed the youth by his side. The youth, like Nightblood Supreme, wore a crimson Taoist robe, possessing an exquisitely demonic face. Between his brows was a vermilion mark, swirling with Taoist charm. Who is this youth? Why have I never heard of him before? An unfamiliar prodigy. The crowd mused, observing him discreetly. Blood spirit child, cultivation at the void refinement stage. Hatched from a Tao fetus nurtured by the blood sea within the Rakshasa clan, possessing the supreme blood spirit Tao body. The information gleaned from the eye of insight left Chu Kuangren quite astonished. A supreme Tao body. This blood spirit child actually possesses a supreme Tao body. The blood spirit Tao body. I have seen it mentioned in the classics. It ranks among the top 30 of the 3,000 physiques. In ancient legends, a great emperor of the firmament star possessed this very physique, suppressing an entire era. That crimson-robed youth is no simple character, Elder Ru Yin remarked, glancing at the blood spirit child and offering a word of caution to Chu Kuangren and the others. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly. He possesses the blood spirit Tao body. What? How did you know? Elder Ru Yan's countenance shifted slightly. How did you discern that? I possess a sensory technique that allows me to perceive such things. There were indeed many similar techniques on the firmament star, so Elder Ru Yin did not dwell on it, quickly shifting her attention back to the blood spirit child. There are few records pertaining to the blood spirit Tao body, so I did not recognize it earlier. Now that you mention it, it does seem to fit. Elder Ru Yin said solemnly. Having been reminded by Chu Kuangren, Nangong Huang and the others also took note. Every supreme Tao body was a force to be reckoned with. Boom, boom. At that moment, dark clouds gathered in the distant sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Several enormous falcons, their bodies covered in silvery white feathers, soared over, the air crackling with thunder wherever they passed. Likewise, an aura of supreme majesty emanated. Which existence is this now? It's the Lei clan. Another sacred clan. Wait, the Lei clan is here, so he should be here as well. The prodigies present wore solemn expressions. Chu Kuangren was somewhat astonished. You are all sage Tao lineages, and so many of you have come, yet I have not seen you so cautious. Is there something special about this Lei clan? Now that the Lei clan has arrived, their young emperor should be here as well, Nangong Huang murmured beside Chu Kuangren. Now he understood. Young emperor, the Lei clan has actually given rise to a young emperor. The enormous Lei-s landed before the crowd. With a flash of light, they transformed into human form. Among them, a youth clad in a white robe, exuding a domineering aura of thunder, was the most striking. This individual is the Lei clan's young emperor, Lei. He is one of the 8 most exceptional prodigies of the firmament star. This bright moon mystic realm has truly attracted many individuals. The various forces and prodigies have all taken to the stage. One sings, and then another takes the stage. Heh, how lively. Even if one cannot personally enter this mystic realm to investigate, watching these prodigies compete is still worth the trip. Now that the young emperor has arrived, I wonder if Chu Kuangren can contend with him. After all, he has also been referred to as a young emperor by some. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Upon arriving, Lei surveyed the prodigies present and proclaimed in a loud voice, "Who is Chu Kuangren? Step forward." Swish, swish, swish. All eyes immediately fell upon Chu Kuangren. So, you are Chu Kuangren. Some say you can be called a young emperor. What a joke. During this mystic realm journey, you had best not encounter me, or I will let you know what a young emperor truly is. Lei was incredibly domineering, issuing a challenge upon his arrival. Chu Kuangren smiled nonchalantly. A flat-feathered beast dares to spout such nonsense here. I truly have the urge to kill you and turn you into roasted chicken. Upon hearing these words, the Lei clan powerhouses who had come with him were immediately enraged. Impudence! You dare disrespect the young emperor. You are courting death. Several powerful auras pressed down upon Chu Kuangren. A single epithet, beast, ignited the ire of every formidable member of the Thunder Falcon clan. Their gazes, fixed and intense, bore into Chu Kuangren as their combined auras erupted, a tempestuous symphony of thunderous Taoist rhymes surging through the void, pressing down upon him. At that moment, Elder Rian interjected with a disdainful snort. Who dares to act with such insolence? With a single stride, she unleashed her near-supreme might, an overwhelming display of power. The two forces collided with earth-shattering impact, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Chu Kuangren stood defiant against this onslaught. An ordinary cultivator would have crumbled under such immense pressure. Yet, he remained steadfast, his composure unshaken. The tempestuous wind stirred by the force of the collision danced around his robes, causing his raven locks to billow, accentuating his untamed spirit. In that instant, he transcended mere mortal form, appearing as an immortal cast down from the heavens, a paragon of unbridled audacity. The female cultivators present were captivated, their hearts stirred. So audacious, so enchanting, to dare to rebuke even a young emperor, a truly rebellious and unrestrained soul. Indeed, the young emperor's countenance pales in comparison to that of our esteemed Chu, and his provocation warranted such a response. Verily, one must retaliate when provoked. Many female cultivators secretly rallied behind Chu Kuangren, yet they harbored concerns for his safety. After all, Lei bore the title of young emperor, a testament to his unparalleled strength among the younger generation. Observing the escalating tension between the Xiantian sect and the Thunder Falcon clan, the powerhouses from the surrounding sacred domains harbored their own agendas, refraining from intervention. In truth, they secretly hoped for a conflict to erupt between the two factions, potentially allowing them to seize an advantage amidst the chaos. Enough! Cease this commotion, the supreme of the Thunder Falcon clan declared with a measured tone. His restraint was not born of fear towards Elder Rian. On the contrary, her late-stage honorable realm cultivation paled in comparison to his own. Rather, the matter of the secret realm took precedence. Furthermore, he sensed a formidable presence lurking within the Xiantian sect's ranks, one that potentially surpassed even his own power. The Thunder Falcon clan's powerhouses grunted in displeasure, withdrawing their auras. Lei gaze remained fixated on Chu Kuangren, a sinister smile twisting his lips as he mimed a throat-slitting gesture. I shall await you within the secret realm. Chu Kuangren merely curled his lip in disdain. How utterly terrifying. Nearby, Nangong Huang, Murong Xian, and others chuckled softly. well aware that Chu Kuangren held Lei Ao in utter contempt. In the distance, the White Lotus Saintess observed Chu Kuangren, her expression unchanged, yet a flicker of curiosity danced within her eyes. Beside her, the White Lotus Saint clenched his fists, his heart consumed by a raging inferno of jealousy. With the arrival of the various forces and factions, the exploration of the luminous moon's secret realm was imminent. After issuing final instructions, the elders permitted their respective prodigies to enter. Swoosh, a crimson streak of light transformed into a meteor, the first to plunge into the secret realm. It was Shui Lingzi of the Rakshasa clan. Fang Tian, Lin Batian, Gu Chang'e, and others followed closely behind. Little one, I am unable to enter the secret realm. Exercise caution in all matters. The seventh forefather's voice echoed within Chu Kuangren's mind. Chu Kuangren gave a subtle nod before stepping into the secret realm himself. The instant he crossed the threshold, Chu Kuangren felt the pull of a spatial force warping his very being. Then, with a flash of light, he found himself beside a tranquil lake. However, Lan Yu, Nangong Huang, and the others were nowhere to be seen. It appears we have been separated by that spatial force. Chu Kuangren mused, furrowing his brow. He unleashed his spiritual perception, yet even after scouring a radius of 100 miles, he found no trace of Lan Yu and the others. Given their strength, they should be capable of handling themselves. I shall explore this area first, Chu Kuangren decided. The expanse of the luminous moon's secret realm far exceeded that of the Yuanling little world he had previously visited, its boundaries stretching beyond his immediate perception. Chu Kuangren traversed the secret realm for what felt like an eternity, yet he encountered no fortuitous encounters. Instead, he observed that the realm was desolate. The waters were stagnant and lifeless, the trees withered and devoid of vitality. Not even a single bird, insect, or ant could be found. The air was heavy with an oppressive silence. In certain areas, a pall of gray mist hung in the air, an unsettling presence. Chu Kuangren frowned, his gaze fixed upon the gray mist. He sensed an aura of decay and death emanating from it. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed in the distance. Chu Kuangren's senses sharpened, and he surged towards the source of the sound. He arrived at a mountain range where he beheld a group of soldiers clad in full armor, engaged in a desperate struggle against a grotesque beast covered in matted black fur. The creature resembled a canine, its eyes glowing with a malevolent crimson light, radiating an aura of terrifying ferocity that sent shivers down the spine. The soldiers assailed the beast, yet its hide remained impervious to their attacks. Conversely, the beast's razor-sharp teeth and claws effortlessly tore through their armor, inflicting grievous wounds. Stand aside, Chu Kuangren roared, appearing before the soldiers in a flash. With the Kunwu sacred sword in hand, he unleashed a devastating strike, a torrent of razor-sharp sword chi tearing through the air, bisecting the beast with ease. It's Chu Kuangren. We are saved. Truly, he is an unparalleled prodigy, felling that monster with a single stroke. The soldiers exclaimed, overcome with relief. These soldiers were none other than the Azure Heaven Imperial Guards, who had accompanied Princess Linglong and Gu Chang'e into the luminous moon's secret realm. Chu Kuangren disregarded the Imperial Guards, instead focusing his attention on the slain beast. He detected the same aura of decay and death emanating from its corpse as from the gray mist. What is this aura? Chu Kuangren muttered to himself. That is death chi, a voice declared. A woman in ornate robes approached, prompting the surrounding soldiers to bow in reverence. Greetings, Your Highness. It was Princess Linglong. While her arrival was unexpected, Chu Kuangren was more intrigued by her mention of death chi. Princess Linglong continued, this death chi is ancient, dating back to the era of an ancient emperor. It has also surfaced on a few occasions during the near ancient age, when emperors were absent. This death chi is exceedingly dangerous. Any beast tainted by it will lose its sanity and develop black fur. The records refer to them as black death beasts. Chu Kuangren listened intently, a thoughtful expression forming on his face. His primary concern was the origin of the death chi within the luminous moon's secret realm. The demise of the luminous moon saint was undeniable. Records indicated that crimson rain had fallen upon his death, ceasing only after a full day, accompanied by the ominous celestial event of a lunar eclipse, a spectacle of woe for the heavens and earth. Yet, the presence of death chi within his secret realm was perplexing. Princess Linglong was equally perplexed. Further contemplation is futile. Let us continue our exploration, Chu Kuangren suggested. Indeed, Princess Linglong agreed. This enigmatic luminous moon secret realm held too many uncertainties. The presence of an ally would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Thus, they tacitly agreed to proceed together. Look over there, a soldier exclaimed. Upon a distant mountain peak, a solitary blade stood embedded in the earth. The blade was adorned with intricate runes and bore the image of a radiant moon. The blade emanated an aura of holy energy, perhaps influencing the peak's lush vegetation, a stark contrast to the desolation that plagued the rest of the realm. The luminous moonblade, the personal weapon of the luminous moon saint. Chapter 54. Confrontation with the young Emperor Lei Ao, the wings of black thunder, and the unfathomable sacred artifact, the Mingyue sword. Not only that, but the Mingyue sword also bore residual sacred energy, indicating that it still retained the essence of the Saint's Tao. If one could comprehend it, the benefits would be immense. Indeed, every saintly lineage possesses some sacred artifacts to varying degrees. However, those imbued with the essence of a saint are exceedingly rare. The Mingyue sword before them was truly extraordinary, its value far surpassing that of ordinary sacred artifacts. But how did the Mingyue sword come to be here? Princess Linglong was puzzled. She glanced around and noticed a vast crack at the mountain's base, with shattered peaks lining the path. These traces still bore remnants of sword energy, as if the Mingyue sword had soared through the air, leaving behind a trail of devastation before embedding itself in the peak upon exhausting its power. Could it be that the saint of the Mingyue had engaged in battle with someone? And then, the sword was sent flying. Upon this realization, Princess Linglong was taken aback. Nonetheless, with the sacred artifact before them, how could they remain passive? Chu Kuangren and Princess Linglong exchanged glances, and in an instant, they sprang into action. Neither wished to relinquish their claim. This sacred artifact shall be mine. How quickly a woman can change her mind. Whoever seizes it first will decide its fate. Chu Kuangren chuckled lightly, his speed unwavering. At that moment, a silver-white bolt of lightning erupted not far away, carrying with it a torrent of Tao energy, hurtling towards the two with incredible velocity. Princess Linglong's countenance shifted, and she swiftly retreated. However, Chu Kuangren stood his ground, brandishing the Kunwu sacred sword with a fierce horizontal slash, shattering the lightning instantaneously with a resplendent purple sword light. Moreover, the sword light surged forth, cleaving through several mountain peaks in its path. The overwhelming power caused Princess Linglong's heart to tremble. Such a formidable strike. He hadn't even exerted his full strength during the banquet. A sense of trepidation filled Princess Linglong's mind. She had initially believed her strength, though perhaps lesser than Chu Kuangren's, would be comparable. Yet, it became evident that she was sorely mistaken. They were not even in the same league. As the mountains erupted, a figure emerged, clad in a white robe, surrounded by crackling lightning, exuding an overwhelming aura. The newcomer was none other than the young emperor of the Lei Sun clan, Lei Ao. I didn't expect to see you again so soon, beast. Chu Kuangren remarked with a faint smile, reaching to extract the Mingyue sword from the peak and casually tossing it into his Qingquan ring before Lei Ao's very eyes. Lei Ao fixed his gaze upon Chu Kuangren, recalling the power of the sword light he had just witnessed. A grin spread across his face. Very well. It seems you possess some strength after all. You are indeed worthy of perishing at my hands. What delusion led you to believe you could slay me? Chu Kuangren scoffed, the essence of the sword radiating from him. Lei Ao did not shy away from battle, igniting the thunderous essence within him to its utmost. Dark clouds swirling above as thunder roared. A surge of anomalous power erupted. Behold my Tao body as anomaly, a thunderous force. Lei Ao bellowed, encircled by lightning, resembling a deity wielding dominion over thunder. The oppressive force of his thunder swept forth, instilling fear in Princess Linglong and the assembled soldiers. Is that merely an anomaly? As if no one else could summon such a display, Chu Kuangren retorted, as the essence of the sword expanded, forming a heavenly sword above him. With 36 strands of sword energy coiling around his feet, the two formidable anomalies clashed with explosive force. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying anomaly reverberated in the skies, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Many prodigies exploring the secret realm were drawn to the spectacle. On a mist-shrouded altar, a figure bound by countless runic chains suddenly opened his eyes, fixated on the source of the anomalous power, followed by bursts of frenzied laughter. Thunderous Tao body. The nine heavens Linglong sword heart. This is a most exquisite tonic. If I can absorb it, I shall restore a fraction of my power and break free from this confinement. It was worth the effort I expended, depleting my sacred spirit energy to mend the secret realm and impose restrictions. Finally, I have reaped the rewards. Mingyue Saint, you can no longer suppress me. As the anomalies collided, Chu Kuangren faced off against the young Emperor Lei Ao. Despite being merely at the nascent soul stage, the unparalleled foundation of his Tao body allowed him to surpass Lei Ao in power. There was no need for all three anomalies to manifest. Even with just two, he could suppress Lei Ao's thunderous might. Indeed, the unparalleled Tao body is no ordinary entity, Lei Ao remarked coldly, clenching his fist as terrifying lightning danced between his fingers. He unleashed a punch, erupting with silver-white thunder. This thunder, bolstered by the anomaly, was even more formidable than before. Yet regrettably, it proved futile. With a swing of the Kunwu's sacred sword, the sword-splitting technique burst forth, the frenzied purple sword light cleaving through the thunder. One strike, severing the thunder. The sword light overwhelmed the silver lightning. Then taste this, black water falling in thunder. Lei Ao's silver lightning gradually darkened, becoming an ominous black, exuding an even more tyrannical aura. With a punch, the black thunder countered the sword light, and then, with a flurry of his fists, Lei Ao wove a terrifying web of black lightning that engulfed much of the sky, descending upon Chu Kuangren. A futile maneuver. Chu Kuangren swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword light, boundless and aggressive. The sword light tore through the black web, crashing into Lei Ao and forcing him back 100 feet, slamming him against a mountain peak. The arriving prodigies witnessed this spectacle, their expressions blank with shock. The young emperor has been sent flying by a single strike. I can't believe it. From now on, if anyone dares to say Chu Kuangren isn't worthy of being called a young emperor, I'll take issue with them. Such strength undoubtedly merits the title. Incredible, that strike could rival a war king's might. Terrifying, truly terrifying. With his hair billowing, holding the Kunwu's sacred sword, Chu Kuangren radiated an aura that captivated the onlookers, leaving them in awe. What's the matter? Didn't you claim you would kill me? With such paltry strength, how do you expect to contend with me? Chu Kuangren stated nonchalantly. A shower of debris erupted as Lei Ao charged forth. His eyes locked on Chu Kuangren, brimming with unrestrained fury. Crackling, the pitch-black, thunderous power swirled around Lei Ao, dense and formidable, each tendril capable of obliterating mountains and rivers. These thundering energies coalesced behind him, forming a pair of black thunder wings inscribed with intricate runes. With a flap of his wings, the terrifying force of thunder engulfed the surroundings, causing the ground to explode and dust to rise. Saint's art, wings of black thunder. Chu Kuangren, behold my true power. With a mighty flap of his wings, Lei Ao transformed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Chu Kuangren in an instant. Prepare to meet your end. Fists swinging, a multitude of lightning bolts rained down upon Chu Kuangren. Most were deflected, yet some penetrated his defenses, wreaking havoc within his body. After unleashing a relentless barrage, Lei Ao retreated, a sinister grin plastered across his face as he gazed at Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren, your body has been corroded by the black thunder. It will gradually destroy your organs and flesh. Will it? Chu Kuangren chuckled, raising his hand and executing a sword strike. The sword light remained unyielding in its potency. Chapter 55. The mysterious gray mist and the power of the three-een purifying dust. The sword light remained domineering, fiercely assaulting with unparalleled force. Upon witnessing this, Lei Ao's pupils constricted. With a flap of his dark thunder wings, a terrifying surge of thunderous power erupted, successfully intercepting the sword light. He found it hard to believe. How could the opponent's strength remain unscathed? How could his power possibly have no effect on Chu Kuangren? What was truly happening? Despite Lei Ao's attempts to fathom the situation, he could not conceive that there existed a physique that transcended the supreme Tao body, known as the immortal body. Indeed, Lei Ao's attack did affect Chu Kuangren. A portion of the thunderous energy infiltrated his body, causing him some harm. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that damage was mended by the immortal body. Was it any wonder he was called the young emperor? Chu Kuangren mused inwardly. Since descending the mountain, no one had managed to harm him. Not even the war king of Baiyan City. To his surprise, it was Lei Ao who achieved this. In terms of beasts, you are rather commendable, but alas, a beast remains a beast. The spiritual energy within Chu Kuangren surged, the golden jade Tao body was unleashed, and the essence of the sword's path roared with vigor. Just as he was about to engage in battle with Lei Ao once more, a sudden wave of gray mist surged from the distance. What is this? Why is there so much mist? As the mist billowed, everyone hastily retreated. Although they were unaware of its nature, the assembled prodigies were resolute in avoiding contact with it. Yet, from within the gray mist, countless tendrils suddenly emerged, swiftly ensnaring several prodigies and dragging them into its depths. This turn of events caused the expressions of the crowd to shift drastically. What on earth is this? Run! The prodigies frantically fled in the opposite direction of the mist, and both Chu Kuangren and Lei Ao paused their battle, intending to withdraw. However, at that moment, Chu Kuangren caught sight of several individuals trapped by the tendrils just beyond the mist. It was Nangong Huang and the others. Furrowing his brow, Chu Kuangren wasted no time and, with a flicker of his figure, appeared before them, brandishing his sacred sword in a fierce slash. The sword light sliced through the air, severing all the tendrils. "Senior brother!" Negong Huang and the others exclaimed in joy. With a heavy expression, Chu Kuangren urged, "Hurry and leave." "Senior brother." Lan Yu was just pulled in. Negong Huang suddenly cried out, causing Chu Kuangren's face to change dramatically. Damn it! The existence within the gray mist was bizarre and enigmatic. Lan Yu had been dragged into it, and her fate was uncertain. Chu Kuangren's heart raced, yet his gaze remained icy. "You all go first," he stated indifferently. "Senior brother, you intend to." Murong Xian's expression shifted as he sought to dissuade him, but Chu Kuangren, as if anticipating their words, barked, "Leave. Go. Don't hinder me here." Negong Huang gritted his teeth and said, "We must go." The group exchanged glances with Chu Kuangren before retreating. "After all, I possess the immortal body. I shall see what manner of bizarre existence lurks within this gray mist." Chu Kuangren inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute, and with a flash, he plunged into the gray mist. In the distance, Lei Ao observed this scene and scoffed coldly. How dare he venture alone into the deathly aura? It was an act of self-destruction. Within the gray mist, a figure rushed in. It was indeed Chu Kuangren. Upon entering, he immediately sensed a peculiar force being exerted upon him. Under this force, it felt as though his body were submerged in a caustic acid, his flesh and blood continually corroding and decomposing. The immortal body began to manifest its effects, swiftly mending his form. Chu Kuangren also urged his spiritual energy, enveloping his exterior with a layer of power to resist this strange corrosive force. This gray mist can corrode living beings. I cannot linger here. I must find Lan Yu quickly, Chu Kuangren thought to himself. Given Lan Yu's strength, she could withstand for a time, but only for a while. Expanding his spiritual sense, Chu Kuangren ceaselessly searched for Lan Yu's trace. Suddenly, his spiritual sense encountered a barrier. Rebounding back, his gaze sharpened, and he raised his hand to unleash a sword strike. The domineering purple sword light crashed against the barrier, producing a resounding boom. Yet, Chu Kuangren perceived that the barrier remained unscathed. This place has a barrier. Could it be that we are intentionally trapped within this gray mist? Chu Kuangren speculated. At that moment, distant sounds of combat and strange roars echoed. Chu Kuangren propelled himself toward the source of the noise, where he beheld several beasts, each adorned with bizarre tendrils, besieging a lone woman. It was her, Princess Linglong. Chu Kuangren exclaimed in surprise, never expecting her to be ensnared by the mysterious gray mist as well. The tentacled beasts were terrifying. Each possessed the cultivation of a war king, and Princess Linglong struggled to resist, forced to evade in a panicked manner. "Chu Kuangren, save me," she cried upon seeing him, her face lighting up with joy. However, without a moment's hesitation, Chu Kuangren turned to depart, showing no signs of wavering. What a jest! He still needed to locate Lan Yu. The longer he stayed here, the greater the danger to Lan Yu. Compared to her, Princess Linglong was utterly worthless. Seeing Chu Kuangren turn away, Princess Linglong, incensed, called out again, "I know what this gray mist is, save me." Upon hearing this, Chu Kuangren paused. The extent of the gray mist was unknown. Searching for Lan Yu aimlessly was inefficient. If he could discern the source of the mist, it might aid him. With this thought in mind, Chu Kuangren acted decisively. With a slash of his sacred sword, the domineering purple sword light surged forth, swiftly severing a tentacle of the beast. A chilling wail, reminiscent of a wailing infant, erupted from the creature's throat, and it soon turned its ferocious gaze upon Chu Kuangren, its crimson eyes gleaming with malice as countless tendrils lunged toward him. Is this what lies hidden within the gray mist? Its cultivation is formidable. Chu Kuangren activated his insightful eye. Streams of information flooded his vision. This beast was a Black Death beast, a mutated variant at the pinnacle of the War King level, nurtured by the Blacklight Saint with deathly energy, specifically designed to capture living beings. The Blacklight Saint? Who might that be? Chu Kuangren caught the key information but set aside his confusion, addressing Princess Linglong. "Stay behind me." Without question, Princess Linglong quickly hid behind Chu Kuangren. "I have no time to play with you slowly," he said, retrieving a jade vial from his universe ring and shattering it. An invisible dust spread forth, enveloped by Chu Kuangren's spiritual energy, which he unleashed toward the nearby Black Death beasts. As the dust touched the beasts, they emitted heart-wrenching shrieks, their bodies beginning to dissolve into pools of blood. Within 2 or 3 breaths, the Black Death beasts had transformed into grotesque puddles, mingled with their entrails, exuding a nauseating stench. Princess Linglong's heart quivered. The 3 in purifying dust. She had read about this substance in texts but had never witnessed its terrifying power firsthand. The sight of the peak war king Black Death beasts disintegrating so swiftly was utterly horrifying. You waste a vial of my 3-eam purifying dust. I hope you truly comprehend the secrets of this place, or I assure you, your fate will be no better than these Black Death beasts. Chu Kuangren gazed coldly at Princess Linglong. Okay, I have refined the provided text, eliminating extraneous elements and enhancing the language for a more polished and sophisticated presentation. Here's the revised version. Chapter 56. Devouring Prodigies. Slaying a sage is no simple feat, rest assured. I am not deceiving you. Princess Linglong felt a tremor as she met Chu Kuangren's frigid gaze. Despite being a peerless woman of the realm and a princess of the Azure Cloud dynasty, she found herself consistently thwarted by him. The ashen miasma here is unique, a confluence of deathly energies. The surrounding barriers. I've encountered similar phenomena in ancient texts detailing deathly energies. This is likely a form of domain. A domain? Chu Kuangren pressed. Elaborate. Historical records indicate that such a miasma appeared over 10,000 years ago, engulfing an entire city. Upon investigation, only a handful of survivors remained. The rest had been corroded and dissolved. Princess Linglong paused. Chu Kuangren frowned. That's all. The texts offer no further details. Domains. Battle kings can create domains, and some cultivators specialize in their development. As their cultivation deepens, these domains evolve. Could this miasma be an artificial construct? Chu Kuangren pondered, cross-referencing the information gleaned from his eye of insight. His gaze turned glacial. The Sable-Light Sage. The Sable Death beasts are nurtured by the Sable-Light Sage, and this domain is likely of his making. He orchestrated this entire scenario. Yet, as a sage, he could obliterate us with a mere thought. Why resort to such elaborate measures? The domain, the Sable Death beasts, even the creation of this secret realm. This suggests some form of constraint. Chu Kuangren's mind raced, various possibilities surfacing. Regardless, the Sable-Light Sage was the root of their predicament. To dispel the miasma, they must first locate him. We must search for both Lan Yu and the sage. If he conjured this domain, he must be within it. With a plan in mind, Chu Kuangren departed. Princess Linglong followed, compelled by the undeniable sense of security she felt in his presence. Along their path, they encountered another prodigy, Hua Yun of the Azure Firmament Holy Land. He was grievously wounded, his spiritual power nearly depleted. Without its protection, his body was rapidly succumbing to the corrosive miasma. He cried out upon seeing them. Fellow Taoist Chu. Princess, save me. Princess Linglong glanced at Chu Kuangren, her actions now dictated by his will. Chu Kuangren remained impassive, observing Hua Yun's disintegration, a notion forming in his mind. The miasma dissolves flesh and blood, but to what end? Why would the Sable-Light Sage go to such lengths to trap us within this domain? Is his intent merely to kill us? He scrutinized Hua Yun, his gaze devoid of warmth or pity. Hua Yun shuddered. Fellow Taoist Chu, I was wrong during the banquet. I beg you, save me. Chu Kuangren remained unmoved. Princess Linglong, please, I implore you. Seeing Chu Kuangren's indifference, Hua Yun turned to the princess. Princess Linglong hesitated. Chu Kuangren. An extra ally would be advantageous in this place. Perhaps. Silence. Chu Kuangren silenced her with a chilling glare. Princess Linglong was abruptly silenced. An ally? A jest. Such a wretch would only be a burden. Chu Kuangren declared. Chu Kuangren, you are heartless. Hua Yun, despairing, spat with venom. Because I mocked you at the banquet. You leave me to die? You are no prodigy. You are no human. I curse you to share my fate. Chu Kuangren remained impassive, unaffected by Hua Yun's imprecations. Watching as he was reduced to nothingness, Princess Linglong was chilled by the display. As Hua Yun was completely consumed, a crimson glimmer emerged, hurtling away into the distance. There is something afoot. Chu Kuangren's eyes gleamed as he pursued the crimson light, with Princess Linglong in tow. She now understood Chu Kuangren's cold indifference. She marveled at his audacity and keen perception. To witness a person's demise to confirm a hypothesis, this man is truly ruthless. Chu Kuangren followed the crimson glimmer deep into the miasma. In the distance, they saw an altar, upon which an elderly man was bound by runic chains. The crimson light entered the old man's orifices. Ah, the taste of prodigies. The old man's face contorted in pleasure. Princess Linglong's eyes widened. The old man. He devours prodigies. Chu Kuangren drew the Kunwu sacred sword and approached the old man, his eyes analyzing the scene. Sable-Light Sage, protector of the Death Palace. Great sage at his peak, but in a weakened, sealed state, practicing a sage art. As a sage, Chu Kuangren's eye of insight could not fully penetrate his being, but it provided valuable information, including the existence of the Death Palace. An unfamiliar faction, Chu Kuangren noted. Bang. Bang! Several runic chains on the altar shattered, absorbing the life essence of prodigies to break free of your bonds. Your gluttony art is indeed remarkable, Chu Kuangren remarked. The Sablelight sage's eyes narrowed. Young one, who are you to know my cultivation art? As he spoke, Chu Kuangren struck, unleashing the heaven-severing sword art. A domineering violet sword light slashed towards the sage's head. The sage roared, spewing forth a torrent of deathly energy that barely deflected the attack. Ha! A decisive prodigy. You identified my art and attacked as I was distracted. Had you been stronger, or I weaker, you might have succeeded. Alas, it was not to be. The Sablelight sage said, admiration in his eyes. Chu Kuangren remained silent, unleashing his divine body's 3 visions and the heaven-severing sword art, attempting to slay the Sablelight sage in one strike. But the Sablelight sage unleashed a terrifying sage's Taoist rhyme, forming a barrier that deflected all attacks. A sage is a sage, even weakened and sealed. Slaying one is no simple feat, Chu Kuangren muttered. Princess Linglong, though unaware of the specifics, sensed the terrifying power of the old man on the altar. She was shocked that a sage was sealed within the bright moon's secret realm. Chapter 57. The Essence of Profound Darkness. Supreme, 9-rank Purple Mansion. Mountain Seal Technique. Heaven-slashing sword art. Amidst the gray mist, terrifying sounds reverberated continuously. Chu Kuangren struck repeatedly, aiming to slay the Saint of Black Light. Yet, the saint was not so easily vanquished. An aura enveloped him, rendering all of Chu Kuangren's efforts futile. This was merely a fraction of the saint's incomplete power, perhaps less than a 10,000th. One can only imagine how formidable the saint was at full strength. Young one, your attempts are in vain. Your strength is still too feeble to shake me, let alone kill me. It would be wise for you to find a place and await your demise. As an unparalleled Tao body, your flesh and blood essence would be a great boon for me. The Saint of Black Light fixated on Chu Kuangren, his eyes brimming with intense desire, akin to a starving ghost gazing upon a lavish feast. Chu Kuangren ceased his assault and coldly replied, was it you who brought forth the reemergence of the Mingyua's secret realm? To lure us here as your blood offerings to regain your strength and break your seal? Indeed. But knowing this now is too late. Within my domain, you cannot escape, nor can you kill me. The Saint of Black Light smirked with satisfaction. At that moment, a crimson light darted from a distance and entered the saint's body, augmenting his already formidable aura. Ah, the taste of geniuses is truly exquisite, the saint expressed with delight. I have expended considerable time erecting restrictions within this Mingyua secret realm, permitting only those below the War King level to enter. This is a sacred realm for saints. The Taoists outside will not let it go to waste and will send their talented disciples in, oblivious to the fact that they are delivering food to me. In this secret realm, no one can save you. Once I regain sufficient strength, I shall expand my domain, and none of the talents within this realm shall escape. Haha. The Saint of Black Light laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with arrogance, showing no concern that his plans might fail. After all his scheming, everything was now under his control. Even revealing all would change nothing. No one could contend with him. Mingyua Saint, I once extended a kind invitation for you to join the Holy Hall, yet you rejected my goodwill and sought to suppress me. Now, despite my seal, you too shall perish at my hands. I am on the verge of breaking free. It is I who will emerge victorious. The saint's laughter echoed, celebrating the impending resolution of his ancient conflict with the Mingyua Saint. Chu Kuangren retracted his aura and turned to depart. You are leaving just like that? Princess Linglong questioned. Perplexed. Stay? Should I simply listen to his self-satisfied boasts? Chu Kuangren replied coldly, not glancing back as he walked away. Leave? Where can you go? Within my domain. The only option left for you is to await your demise. The Saint of Black Light scoffed as he watched the retreating figures of Chu Kuangren and the princess. After departing from the sealed area, Chu Kuangren discovered a cave through the gray mist and entered, retrieving a multitude of invaluable treasures from the Yuanling treasury. Each item was worth a fortune. What are you planning to do? Princess Linglong inquired, puzzled. To enter seclusion, break through, and then slay the saint. Chu Kuangren stated coldly, though an unusual urgency flickered in his eyes. Understanding his urgency, Princess Linglong responded, if you enter seclusion, even with your talents, it will take several days. By then, all the geniuses who entered the gray mist may well be dead. The saint's strength will have increased again, and even if you break through to the void realm, will you still be able to contend with him? After her words, silence ensued. Indeed, Chu Kuangren acknowledged the validity of her statement. Moreover, with Lan Yu's fate uncertain, it was uncertain whether he could calm his mind enough to focus on seclusion. I have a solution, Princess Linglong suddenly proposed. What solution? The essence of profound darkness. Could you repeat that? Chu Kuangren exclaimed in disbelief. I will give you the essence of profound darkness. You can use its power to break through swiftly in a very short time, Princess Linglong said in a detached tone, as if discussing something unrelated. Are you serious? Chu Kuangren's gaze sharpened. What do you think? Princess Linglong inhaled deeply and slowly began to shed her garments, revealing her flawless, snow-white form. It must be said, Princess Linglong was stunning, her figure extraordinarily captivating. Chu Kuangren momentarily lost his composure, but quickly averted his gaze. I do not require such means to break through. Noticing his brief distraction, Princess Linglong felt an unexpected rush of exhilaration. It seemed she had some allure after all. You have no other choice, she said softly, stepping closer to embrace Chu Kuangren, whispering sweetly into his ear. Before he could react, she began to loosen his clothing, making it seem as if he were the one at a disadvantage. Chu Kuangren, you wouldn't be incapable, would you? Princess Linglong teased, observing him frozen in place. You are forcing my hand. With the conversation having reached this juncture, Chu Kuangren finally acted, taking the initiative and pressing Princess Linglong down onto the ground. In an instant, the cave was filled with vibrant energy. Before long, mysterious patterns of Tao began to flow between them, forming a white light sphere that enveloped both. The sphere pulsated, and faintly, melancholic sounds could be heard. Chu Kuangren felt as if he were encased in a warm spring. An enigmatic resonance surged within him, and an incredibly pure energy flowed into his body, exploding in his spiritual realm, sweeping through his limbs and bones. His foundational Tao, golden core, and nascent soul rejoiced in unison. A vast amount of spiritual power coalesced within his spiritual realm, gradually manifesting into 9 purple pillars, each adorned with intricate Tao symbols. The 9 spiritual pillars served as the foundation, gradually forming an exquisite Tao palace. This was the Purple Mansion. The foundation of the Purple Mansion represented the Void Realm. The 9 spiritual pillars signified the supreme 9-rank Purple Mansion. At the moment Chu Kuangren successfully coalesced the 9-rank Purple Mansion, a terrifying phenomenon manifested in the outside world. The sounds of Tao echoed throughout heaven and earth, spiritual energy surged, and amidst the gray mist, purple light erupted, revealing an extraordinarily magnificent Purple Mansion. The sealed Saint of Black Light sensed this instantly, his expression shifting dramatically. Supreme Foundation, 9-rank Purple Mansion. The Supreme Foundation becomes increasingly difficult to coalesce. The 9-colored nascent soul is exceedingly rare in the world. The 9-rank Purple Mansion has been scarcely seen in the past 100,000 years. Who has achieved such a foundation? Could it be? The Saint of Black Light's thoughts turned to Chu Kuangren. Within this entire domain, only he had a perfected nascent soul, and only he could possibly forge such an unparalleled foundation. But how could he break through to the Void Realm and form the Supreme Purple Mansion in such a brief span of time? The Saint's face darkened ominously. A variable had emerged in his meticulously crafted plan. Even if you have forged the Supreme Purple Mansion, killing me will still not be so easily accomplished. I am a saint. Chapter 58, Enlightenment, My Quest to Slay a Sage. The moon's radiance reappears, the supreme 9th-grade violet palace coalesced, celestial phenomena manifested. Taoist hymns reverberated, and Taoist charm permeated in all directions. This very charm proved impervious even to the domain of the Blacklight Sage, given his diminished state. The Taoist charm diffused, enveloping the entire secret realm. Many prodigies took notice, their gazes converging upon the gray fog. Within, a violet luminescence shimmered, and a majestic, ethereal Taoist palace materialized. The palace was exquisitely ornate, housing 9 spiritual pillars. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd surmised its significance. A violet palace? 1, 2, 3, 9 spiritual pillars. A 9th-grade violet palace. How could anyone forge such a foundation? Who could accomplish this within the gray fog? Rumor has it that Grand Senior Brother Su Intian single-handedly forged 3 supreme foundations. Could this be his doing as well? If so, it's terrifying. Upon a certain peak, Lio's gaze was fixed upon the gray fog, a hint of solemnity in his eyes. A 9th-grade violet palace. Who could it be? Could it truly be Chu Kuangren? At this thought, Lio's heart sank. Chu Kuangren had exerted immense pressure upon him even before advancing to the Grotto Void Realm. Should he break through and forge a 9th-grade violet palace? Lio dared not contemplate further. He could only hope that the entity within the gray fog would slay Chu Kuangren, sparing him such a formidable adversary. Elsewhere, Ng's eyes were riveted upon the gray fog. It's him, it must be him. Few nascent soul cultivators entered the secret realm, and he is undoubtedly the most exceptional. If anyone could forge a 9th-grade violet palace, it would be him. This fellow has forged 3 supreme foundations before my very eyes. and now he has coalesced a supreme violet palace. Heaven, you are unjust. GCHNGG sensed that Chu Kuangren was the one who had forged the 9th grade supreme violet palace, a realization that left him breathless with rage. The 3 supreme foundations alone were enough to overwhelm him. What now? He was likely insignificant in the face of such power. Haha, a 9th grade violet palace. It must be senior brother. Unlike Lio and GCHNGG, Ning Ing Hu Ing and Mr Ing Su In were filled with excitement and elation. A supreme Taoist foundation, a supreme golden core, a supreme nascent soul, and now a supreme violet palace. Senior brother is invincible. This era has but one name. Chu Kuangren. Within the gray fog domain, Chu Kuangren had forged a 9th grade violet palace with the aid of the profound nether essence. Yet, this was not the end. The effects of the essence had propelled both him and Princess Ngl Ing into a state of enlightenment, allowing them to comprehend the profound mysteries of the Great Tao. Past learnings were meticulously organized. The human mountain seal, the heaven-slaying sword drawing technique, the violet imperial heaven sword manual, and other techniques were thoroughly examined in this state of enlightenment. Deficiencies were rectified, and advancements were made. In particular, the violet imperial heaven sword manual, a sage-level technique, was elevated by Chu Kuangren to the great sage level. The myriad mysteries were ineffable. Furthermore, the cultivation bases of both individuals were rapidly ascending. Initial Grotto Void Realm, Intermediate Grotto Void Realm, Advanced Grotto Void Realm. Suddenly, Chu Kuangren opened his eyes. Within the cave, the white light shattered, and Chu Kuangren rose to his feet, donning a white Taoist robe. Wait here. I'm going to slay a sage. Chu Kuangren declared calmly. Princess Ngl stretched languidly, her face flushed, and nodded. Chu Kuangren vanished, reappearing at the altar, where a terrifying sword Taoist charm erupted. The Blacklight Sage, as if anticipating Chu Kuangren's arrival, showed no surprise, merely remarking in astonishment. I did not expect you to break through to the Grotto Void Realm and forge a supreme violet palace in such a short time. Before he could finish, a sword light descended. A peerless, dazzling violet sword light that embodied invincibility. The Blacklight Sage roared, spewing forth a torrent of death energy. The two forces collided, and the terrifying shockwaves reverberated throughout the domain, causing it to tremble. The prodigies who had been drawn into the gray fog domain were utterly astounded. What's happening? Could there be another twist? Within the gray fog, a figure clad in ornate silver-white armor sped towards the source of the disturbance. It was LNY. The 9th grade violet palace must belong to the young master. I must reach him as soon as possible. LNY thought to himself. What formidable sword light. To unleash such power upon breaking through to the Grotto Void Realm. You are truly extraordinary. Absorbing you would be equivalent to absorbing dozens of other prodigies. The Blacklight Sage gazed at Chu Kuangren with avarice. Chu Kuangren noticed that the sage's power had increased slightly compared to before, indicating that he had absorbed several more prodigies. The runic chains on the altar had diminished in number. I must not allow this person to break free. Chu Kuangren's eyes narrowed, and the 3 phenomena of his supreme Taoist physique manifested. The Sword of Heavenly Tao, the 9 Heavens Sword Domain, and the Azure Lotus Sword chant surrounded him, elevating his sword Taoist charm to its zenith. Furthermore, the 4 supreme foundations within his body radiated supreme divine light, and his skin became crystalline, akin to jade. Within him, spiritual power surged like a tsunami. Just as Chu Kuangren was about to unleash his sword, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. But he nonchalantly swung the sacred sword. Heaven-slaying sword drawing technique. The terrifying violet sword light nearly blotted out the sky. The sword light descended, locking onto the Blacklight Sage. The death energy shield surrounding him finally cracked under the force of the strike. The cracks widened, and the shield shattered. The sword light struck his flesh. But his aged body suddenly emitted a brilliant light, deflecting the blow. Haha, my power may be less than a fraction of its former glory, but this sage's body is authentic, forged from peerless Taoist patterns. Did you think your sword could harm me? The Blacklight Sage laughed, revealing his confidence. A sage's body was not something that an ordinary cultivator could damage. I have another blade. Chu Kuangren said indifferently, producing a long blade, which he hurled forth. The blade streaked through the void like a meteor. That's the Moonlit Blade. No. The Blacklight Sage's pupils contracted, and his expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to act, Chu Kuangren was one step ahead, summoning a surge of earth chi that transformed into a divine mountain. which he used to suppress the sage. Under the mountain suppression, the blacklight sage was a step too slow. The moonlit blade radiated dazzling light, and a figure wielding the blade materialized. It was a handsome middle-aged man in white robes. The blacklight sage was aghast at the sight of the man. His voice filled with terror. The moonlit sage. How is this possible? In the blink of an eye, the moonlit sage wielded the moonlit blade and unleashed a strike. And the sage's Taoist charm erupted, tearing apart the blacklight sage's body and severing his head. At that moment, an ethereal figure emerged from the blacklight sage's corpse, fleeing into the distance. It was the sage's spirit. Chapter 59. The Fall of the Sage, the Moonlight's Gesture, Payment for Services Rendered? Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Chu Kuangren had long anticipated the potential flight of the blacklight sage's spirit. With the activation of the 9 Heavens Sword Prison, 12 towering pillars of sword energy sealed the heavens and locked the earth. Without a corporeal form, a spirit is merely a drifting wisp. Moreover, in recent years, the blacklight sage had expended vast amounts of spiritual power to mend the secret realm and reinforce its barriers, resulting in a severe depletion of his spirit's power. At this moment, within the 9 Heavens Sword Prison, there was simply no avenue for escape. Death. Although it was somewhat regrettable not to capture a spirit, Chu Kuangren had no time for such sentiments. Channeling the power of the Kunwu's sacred sword, a terrifying beam of sword light surged forth, locking onto the spirit. With a piercing shriek, the spirit was reduced to ashes. The sage had fallen. In that instant, the entire secret realm was thrown into chaos. The misty domain, bereft of its master, began to collapse. Across the heavens and earth, a torrential red rain fell, while countless beasts and birds emitted sharp cries of despair. The fall of the sage, the descent of red rain, the lamentations of myriad beings. Outside the secret realm, the sky roared ominously, and a deluge of red rain poured down. The waters of the North Sea surged violently, and the winds howled ceaselessly. In this tumultuous atmosphere, all creatures, whether beast or bird, unawakened to wisdom, cried out in sorrow. The sudden phenomenon astonished all observers. Such manifestations were only witnessed upon the fall of a sage, who, indeed, had met their demise. Heaven above, it had been ages since such a sign of a sage's fall was seen. What could have transpired to cause such an event? Had some sage reached the end of their life? Elder Ruoyan, the powerful members of the Leiyun clan, and the esteemed figures of various sects all bore expressions of shock as they connected with their respective sects, inquiring about the situation. After a round of inquiries, confusion reigned among them. They had received no ill tidings, so what was the cause of this red rain and the cries of countless beings? Could it be that something had gone awry in the secret realm? Impossible. Historical records indicated that the Mingyue sage had long since fallen. Unless there was a second sage within this secret realm, could that even be conceivable? The crowd was filled with uncertainty. Meanwhile, within the Mingyue secret realm, as the misty domain crumbled, everyone beheld the towering figure of Chu Kuangren and the Mingyue sage, who approached him wielding a blade. Some recognized the Mingyue sage. Look, that's the Mingyue sage. Wasn't he dead? What was happening? The blade he held was indeed the Mingyue blade, a sacred artifact of the Mingyue sage, who had perished millennia ago. Why was Chu Kuangren present as well? The crowd was rife with doubt. Chu Kuangren fixed his gaze upon the Mingyue sage, his eyes revealing a hint of vigilance, and spoke softly. Senior, could you provide me with an explanation? Just moments earlier, during his battle with the blacklight sage, he had sensed a disturbance from the Mingyue blade within his Qinkuan ring. The voice of the Mingyue sage had instructed him to cast the blade at the blacklight sage and to guard against the spirit's escape. The Mingyue sage smiled faintly, saying, "Young talents of the future need not be so cautious. I have indeed perished. This is beyond dispute. What stands before you now is merely a remnant of my spirit, which will dissipate on its own shortly. This remnant has resided within the Mingyue blade for many years, awaiting the opportunity to slay the blacklight sage. I am grateful for your assistance today." After speaking, the Mingyue sage bowed slightly to Chu Kuangren. This spectacle left the onlookers in awe. A venerable sage, showing deference to a junior? Chu Kuangren stood composed, accepting the gesture, then turned his attention to the corpse of the blacklight sage upon the altar. "I claim this body. I trust you have no objections, senior?" The Mingyue sage replied with a serene smile. "Naturally, your aid was crucial in vanquishing the blacklight sage. I have slain the physical form, while you have dealt with the spirit. Thus, you certainly have the right to dispose of the body." Those elite individuals who had arrived at the scene were left in a state of disbelief. Did they just hear that Chu Kuangren and the Mingyue sage had joined forces to slay a sage? Was this real? One young prodigy swallowed hard. The red rain fell, the cries of myriad beings echoed, and the signs of a sage's fall were undeniable. How terrifying was Chu Kuangren? Hadn't he previously vanquished an unparalleled sovereign? How had he now slain a sage? Was he to ascend to imperial status next? In this era of great contention, such a monster had emerged. The prodigies were utterly astounded. Gazing upon the unparalleled figure in white, they found themselves devoid of any desire to contest with him. How could they compete? A firefly against the bright moon. How could they be compared? In this life, it seemed impossible to surpass him. The prodigy Fong Tian murmured, his expression filled with bitterness. Nearby, Lin Batian sighed helplessly, lamenting, to exist in the same era as such a person is truly tragic. The prodigies were engulfed in despair. At this moment, a singular thought occupied their minds. What great contention! Utter nonsense. With Chu Kuangren standing there, what was there to contend for? If there were any contest, it would be among themselves. They were in entirely different realms. The future prodigies bid farewell to the remnants of the Ming West sage as they gradually dissipated. Farewell, senior, Chu Kuangren offered a slight bow. Were it not for the latter, he might not have been able to defeat the Blacklight sage. Thus he felt a sense of gratitude towards the Ming West sage. Alas, he could not witness this grand era of contention. A fleeting glimmer of regret passed through the Ming West sage's eyes. Chu Kuangren's heart stirred. How did he know this was a time of great contention? Before he could inquire further, the Ming West sage turned to glance at the corpse of the Blacklight sage on the altar, a hearty laugh escaping him. Blacklight, my friend, though millennia have separated us, in this battle, it is I who have triumphed. His laughter faded along with the dispersing remnants of his spirit. Chu Kuangren grasped the Mingwe blade, which still retained traces of the sage's Tao rhythm. Though not as potent as before, with careful contemplation, it could be of considerable assistance even to a respected figure. After all, this was the path of a sage. Securing the blade, Chu Kuangren advanced towards the altar, a smile gracing his face as he beheld the corpse of the Blacklight sage. The essence of a sage, the Tao rhythm of a sage, and the weapon of a sage were all treasures of inestimable value, not to mention a freshly deceased sage's corpse. Whether for comprehending the great Tao, forging weapons, or crafting puppets, this corpse was an unparalleled material. Its worth equated to 10 sacred artifacts. Chu Kuangren stowed the body within his Qinkuan ring. Young master. A voice of surprise rang out. Chu Kuangren turned to see Lan Yu gliding towards him, delight illuminating his expression. Lan Yu, are you unharmed? I'm fine. What about you, young master? No harm done. After a brief exchange, he learned that although Lan Yu had encountered several black death beasts upon entering the misty domain, she had ultimately emerged unscathed. Pardon me for interrupting you too. Princess Linglong suddenly approached. Upon seeing her, Chu Kuangren's expression stiffened, while Lan Yu furrowed her brow, sensing an odd nuance in the woman's tone. Was there a hint of acidity? Was it merely an illusion? You have arrived. Chu Kuangren inhaled deeply, regarding her with a complex gaze. You needn't say anything. It was merely for the sake of survival, and it was I who took the initiative. Princess Linglong replied coolly. Clearly, she viewed the matter with a level head. Nonetheless, given that you managed to slay a sage, I must have contributed as well. I shall take the Mingyue blade and half of the sage's corpse, she declared. That is acceptable, Chu Kuangren nodded. He produced the Mingyue blade and the corpse of the Blacklight sage. However, when Princess Linglong attempted to sever half of the sage's body, she found it impervious to her efforts. Reluctantly, she could only take the head that had been severed by the Mingyue sage. The head, being the pinnacle of the six yang, houses the spirit, and is indeed worth more than the remaining bulk of the corpse. Farewell. The exquisite princess gracefully departed after collecting her belongings. Chu the Mad stood rooted in place, furrowing his brow. Am I to consider this as paying for services rendered? Chapter 60. The corpse of the Saint of the Bright Moon. Chaos among the prodigy's young master. What transpired between you and the princess? Lan Yu inquired, her blue eyes like gems fixed curiously upon Chu Kuangren. Sigh. It is but a fateful entanglement, Chu Kuangren lamented, gazing skyward with a sense of melancholy. Lan Yu, perplexed, awaited further elucidation, yet none came. Well then, let us seek out Nangong Huang and the others, she suggested. Very well, he replied. Although she was somewhat concerned, she refrained from probing further, respecting his silence. The two gathered their belongings and departed. Atop a mountain peak, a congregation of prodigies had assembled. In their midst lay a dojo, at the center of which sat a figure clad in white robes, appearing middle-aged with skin as pale as jade. Yet, this individual exuded no vitality. He resembled a mere sculpture. Should Chu Kuangren be present, he would undoubtedly recognize this figure as the Saint of the Bright Moon. More precisely, it was the corpse of the Saint of the Bright Moon. The body, stained with blood, seemed to have just returned from a fierce battle, having set up defenses before entering a state of eternal meditation. Though the saint had perished eons ago, His remains remained remarkably intact. Indeed, the profundity of a saint is unfathomable. Who could have slain the saint of the bright moon? Could it be the enigmatic being shrouded in mist? Although the saint's aura had waned over the millennia, remnants of his sacred energy still lingered within the corpse, potentially beneficial for those of high status if utilized wisely. Very well, someone remarked, but let us first dismantle the barriers. Surrounding the dojo was a formidable barrier, crafted by the saint himself. Ordinarily, even the most exalted could scarcely breach it, yet the passage of time and the encroachment of decay had rendered it fragile, thus providing an opportunity for the gathered prodigies. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts? Spoke the young Emperor Lao, addressing the assembly. Around him, the Holy Maiden of the White Lotus, the Holy Sun, Guchanga, and Yuan Hong of the 10,000 Laws sect exchanged glances, remaining silent. Are you truly content to watch the saint's body before you and leave empty-handed? Lao challenged. Were it not for my inability to breach this barrier alone, I would not seek the assistance of you fools. The Holy Sun of the White Lotus frowned, retorting coldly. Lao, is this how you beseech our aid? Do not be mistaken. I do not plead for your assistance, but rather command it. Unless you wish to forfeit the opportunity to claim the saint's remains, Lao replied indifferently, confident that none, not even the most exalted, could resist the allure of a saint's corpse. Once we breach the barrier, to whom does the saint's body belong? Inquired the Holy Maiden of the White Lotus, voicing the collective concern. Ah, that shall be determined by merit. Lao chuckled. The expressions of the assembly varied. It was evident that Lao, the most formidable among them, held the advantage. You are all top-tier prodigies of your respective lineages. Do you lack the courage to contend for this? No wonder you cannot even best Chu Kuangren, Lao remarked dismissively. At this, Guchanga's expression darkened. Very well, as you wish. Once the barrier is down, we will rely on our own abilities. The Holy Sun of the White Lotus, hearing the mention of Chu Kuangren, also appeared displeased. I have no objections. The other prodigies nodded in agreement, not entirely compelled by provocation. After all, with the saint's body before them, they could not afford to leave without attempting to seize it. Rather than remain passive, they would embrace the challenge. Excellent. Lao laughed heartily, privately reflecting on how Chu Kuangren was not well liked, yet his mere mention stirred such fervor. Not far off, Nangong Huang and his companions exchanged glances. It is fortunate our elder brother is absent. Otherwise, would this corpse even be within our reach? Murmured Morong Xian, admiration for Chu Kuangren growing in his heart. Even in his absence, his influence looms large. Lao must invoke our elder brother's name to seize the corpse, he continued, shaking his head. Shall we engage in battle? Nangong Huang queried. Indeed, even without our elder brother present, we must uphold the reputation of the Xuantiang sect, he replied calmly. They were all disciples of the Xuantiang sect, elite prodigies in their own right. Besides their respect for Chu Kuangren, they were undaunted even by the likes of the young Emperor Lao. I shall strike first, Lao declared. Ascending into the air as surges of domineering thunderous energy enveloped him, manifesting a pair of black thunderous wings. Black water plummeting thunder. He unleashed a tempestuous torrent of black lightning against the barrier. In an instant, the Holy Maiden of the White Lotus, the Holy Sun, Guchanga, Yuan Hong, and others followed suit, exhibiting their respective sect's ultimate techniques. White rainbow piercing the sun, the Holy Maiden and Holy Sun combined their might, unleashing a terrifying palm strike that coalesced into a blinding white light, crashing toward the barrier like a soaring rainbow. Earthly copper flow. Yuan Hong of the 10,000 Laws sect summoned the essence of heaven and earth, unleashing a formidable torrent of spiritual energy. Guchanga raised his fist, and the sound of a dragon's roar reverberated through the skies. One after another, the prodigies unleashed their powers. The formidable waves of energy radiated outward, and upon colliding with the dojo's barrier, a cataclysmic explosion resounded, shaking the very mountain. Even the void trembled and distorted under the force of their combined might. Crack, crack. The barrier, adorned with intricate runes, began to fracture under the assault of the top-tier prodigies, the fissures rapidly expanding. Ultimately, this barrier, which had endured for millennia, yet succumbed to the relentless decay, shattered under their assault. The shockwave sent many weaker prodigies tumbling back, their expressions a mix of astonishment as they beheld the dojo. Now, Nangong Huang, Murong Xian, and the others surged forward, intent on claiming the saint's remains. Do you think you few can contend with me? Lao scoffed, his black wings propelling him forward, intercepting them with a single, thunderous punch that sent them reeling. Then, he reached out to seize the saint's remains. However, at that moment, multiple energies erupted, locking onto Lao. The Holy Maiden, Holy Sun, Guchanga, and Yuan Hong all launched simultaneous attacks against him. Faced with the united front of these four prodigies, even Lei Ao had to momentarily retreat, channeling his spiritual energy to engage them in combat. Ah, so you realize that you cannot defeat me alone, hence the decision to join forces against me from the outset? Lei Ao remarked, fanning his black wings as he stood his ground against their combined onslaught. First, we will defeat you. Then we will claim the saint's remains. Guchanga declared coldly, channeling the saint's law dragon fist. Humph, you think you can compete with me after being bested by Chu Kuangren? Lei Ao countered, unleashing a torrent of black lightning that repelled Guchanga. The Holy Maiden, Holy Sun, and Yuan Hong each invoked their ultimate techniques, while the previously repelled Nangong Huang joined the fray, wielding a sacred sword. Thus, Lei Ao found himself facing 5 opponents. A maelstrom of supreme laws, saintly techniques, and manifestations of various powers erupted, flooding the dojo with chaotic and violent energies, causing the ground to shatter and the void to sway. Chapter 61. The body of the sage and the severed arm of the Holy Sun in the sacred arena. A fierce battle erupted among the prodigies. Various terrifying and violent Tao rhythms filled the surroundings, sweeping through the air. Damn it. If this continues, it will only lead to endless conflict. Lei Ao struck the White Lotus Saintess back with a powerful punch, his brow furrowed. Just as others were preparing to continue, Lei Ao shouted, "Stop." "Oh, is the illustrious young emperor afraid?" Nangong Huang sneered. "Humph, absurd. I merely believe that prolonging this fight is a waste of time. Let us each take a step back. I shall take the head of the sage, and you may have the rest," Lei Ao proposed. The White Lotus Saintess and her companions exchanged glances, hesitating. Lei Ao coldly remarked, "This is already my greatest concession. If the fighting continues, you shall only benefit from my efforts." "Very well, then I shall take the heart." Guchanga nodded. "I desire the bones and some flesh," said the White Lotus Holy Sun. "As for the internal organs of the Mingyue sage, they shall belong to our White Lotus sect, excluding the heart." Nangong Huang's brow furrowed slightly. This was becoming excessive. If everything was claimed by them, what would be left for the Shintian sect? Humph, granting you some flesh is already a gesture of mercy. Do you wish to take more? The White Lotus Holy Sun retorted, clearly displeased with the Shintian sect representatives. The others did not intervene, and Guchanga spoke directly. "This is the decision of us all. Do you have any objections?" "Indeed, I have suddenly changed my mind. In addition to the head, I now desire the portion of flesh belonging to the Shintian sect," Lei Ao declared, causing Nangong Huang's expression to darken. Moments before, they had united against Lei Ao, but now, it was all of them joining forces against the Shintian sect. Nangong Huang understood the reason perfectly. A group of petty individuals, unwilling to confront my senior brother directly, sought to regain a modicum of ridiculous dignity through the oppression of us. Ridiculous. You are unworthy even to carry my senior brother's shoes. As if their innermost thoughts had been laid bare, the expressions of the group darkened. Impudence. Lei Ao bellowed, unleashing a punch charged with violent, thunderous energy. Nangong Huang raised his sword to defend, but was still sent flying, electric arcs dancing across his body, severely injured by the single strike. Nangong. Morong Xian rushed forward, furious and ready to attack, but was restrained by Nangong Huang. "You are no match. Do not engage." Nangong Huang's tone was grave. "Damn it." Morong Xian and the others felt their tempers flare, but they understood that engaging now would yield no favorable outcome. The other prodigies observed the scene with amusement, their eyes gleaming with mockery. Recently, they had been oppressed by Chu Kuangren, nearly suffocating, and now they finally felt a semblance of relief. "Do you really think every member of the Shintian sect is as formidable as Chu Kuangren? How laughable." The White Lotus Holy Sun scoffed. Beside him, the White Lotus Saintess frowned slightly. "Holy Sun, your emotions are too apparent. Does the Shintian sect hold a grudge against you?" "No, I merely find it displeasing," he replied. "If you are displeased with Chu Kuangren, confront him directly. There is no meaning in humiliating his junior brothers here. It only reveals your cowardice." The White Lotus Saintess said calmly. Within the White Lotus sect, the Saintess held a status superior to that of the Holy Sun. While there could be several Holy Suns, there could only be one Saintess. Thus, she reprimanded the White Lotus Holy Sun, who, blushing with indignation, dared not retort, only nurturing greater envy towards Chu Kuangren. "Very well. With the nuisances dealt with, I shall take the head of the sage," Lei Ao declared, drawing a blade and advancing towards the body of the sage. The surrounding prodigies could not help but shake their heads in lamentation. The esteemed sage, upon death, was to be dismembered. How pitiful. Indeed, no matter how powerful one was in life, in death, one was merely a corpse, subject to dismemberment. The body of the sage was a rare treasure for many cultivators, and those with the ability would certainly not let it slip away. As Lei Ao approached the body with his blade, a sinister smile crept onto his face. "Forgive me, esteemed sage," he muttered, and without a moment's hesitation, he swung his blade down with the speed of lightning. Just as the body of the Mingyue sage seemed on the verge of being damaged, a streak of purple sword light surged into the battlefield with even greater speed. The sword light intercepted Lei Ao's blade, shattering it instantly, and the tremendous shockwave sent Lei Ao flying. "That sword light, it is you," Lei Ao realized, turning to the source of the light. The others followed suit, their expressions varying greatly. Gu Chang'e, the White Lotus Holy Sun, and Lei Ao appeared grim. The White Lotus Saintess looked curious, while Nangong Huang and his companions were overjoyed. Senior brother. The newcomer was none other than Chu Kuangren, clad in white robes. With waist-length black hair and a Tao rhythm radiating around him, he resembled an otherworldly being. It was he who had just intervened to repel Lei Ao. Upon his arrival, everyone felt a chill run through them, especially Lei Ao. He sensed that the opponent's strength had grown even more formidable. "Your life is truly resilient." To emerge alive from that gray mist, Lei Ao said coldly. Chu Kuangren replied indifferently. "You have not perished yet, so why would I? This body of the sage belongs to the Xiantian sect," he asserted. "Do you seek to claim it all for yourself?" Lei Ao retorted icily. "Yes," came Chu Kuangren's straightforward reply. "How absurd. Chu Kuangren, now that you have arrived, perhaps we might allow you a share, but to claim it all? That is sheer arrogance. Do you think we, the many prodigies present, are mere decorations?" The White Lotus Holy Sun stepped forward, his aura instantly erupting. Yuan Hong and Gu Chang'e also wore unfriendly expressions. "Humph, did you not say I declared war on the world? Today, I shall show you what that entails." Chu Kuangren stood his ground, having fought alongside the Mingyue sage to slay the Blacklight sage. He felt immensely grateful and could not stand idly by while others desecrated the remains. "Very well, let me see just how much strength you possess." The White Lotus Holy Sun laughed in rage. The envy within him urged him to channel his inner energy, and a potent Tao rhythm emanated from his being, culminating in a powerful palm strike. White light erupted from his palm, unleashing the white rainbow palm force. Chu Kuangren said nothing, casually swinging his sword. A purple sword light howling forth, effortlessly slicing through the palm's power and crashing into the White Lotus Holy Sun. A scream rang out, accompanied by a spray of blood. An arm was sent soaring into the air. "You cannot even withstand a single casual strike from me, and you wish to gauge my strength? How laughable," Chu Kuangren remarked with indifference. The White Lotus Holy Sun clutched his severed arm, glaring at Chu Kuangren with a mix of hatred and overwhelming fear. The gap between them was unfathomably vast. He could not withstand even one strike. The White Lotus Saintess approached slowly, observing Chu Kuangren. "Friend Chu, your strike seems a tad excessive." "I held back. I merely severed his arm. I feel I have been too merciful." "What? Does the White Lotus Saintess wish to test me as well?" Chu Kuangren regarded her coldly. No one doubted that if the White Lotus Saintess were to strike, she would be met with the most ruthless and domineering sword light. The beatific smile on the White Lotus Saintess's face gradually dissipated as she cast a profound glance at Chu Kuangren. "We withdraw, Saintess." The White Lotus Saint was filled with resentment, aggrieved that the Saintess remained unmoved by his severed arm, choosing instead to relinquish the Saint's body. "Silence," the White Lotus Saintess retorted. Chu Kuangren's strength was insurmountable, and rather than incur needless losses, she deemed it wiser to retreat. "A judicious choice," Chu Kuangren remarked. "Abandoning without a fight is not in my nature. I must test my mettle," declared Yuan Hong of the Myriad Dharma sect. Several disciples of the Myriad Dharma sect, who had accompanied him, immediately stepped forward. The four surrounded Chu Kuangren, each invoking a distinct dharma, and the atmosphere was suffused with disparate Taos. "The four symbols formation of the Myriad Dharma sect," exclaimed an observer. Renowned for their mastery of myriad dharmas, the Myriad Dharma sect was especially known for a select few, among which was the four symbols formation. The combined efforts of the four disciples could unleash combat prowess far exceeding their individual cultivation levels, a feat celebrated throughout the firmament star. Earth. With the invocation of the Earth Dharma, a colossal mountain materialized in the sky. Wind. A tempestuous gale swept across the heavens and earth. Water. The sound of crashing waves echoed through the void, evoking an image of a boundless ocean. Fire. Terrifying flames erupted from thin air, incinerating the firmament. The four disciples of the Myriad Dharma sect channeled their dharmas, interweaving the Taos of earth, wind, water, and fire into a formidable force field that bore down on Chu Kuangren. Yet, Chu Kuangren remained unfazed, the oppressive pressure akin to a gentle breeze. Chu Kuangren, brace yourself. None have emerged unscathed from the four symbols formation, and you shall be no exception, the disciples exclaimed. The four disciples unleashed their powers, and the four Daos converged into four streams of chromatic energy, a spectacle of resplendence that erupted forth. How gaudy! Chu Kuangren chuckled softly as he stamped his foot upon the ground. Terrifying sword chi cascaded from his body like a tsunami, instantly shattering the four symbols formation. The four disciples of the myriad Dharma sect were sent hurtling backward like severed kites. The assembled prodigies were dumbfounded, while they anticipated Chu Kuangren's ability to shatter the formation. The ease with which he accomplished it was astonishing. A single stomp was all it took. Are you jesting with me? When did the four symbols formation become so fragile? Is it not a saint-grade Dharma? Indeed, the fusion of the four symbols rivals a great saint Dharma. It is not the formation that is weak, but rather Chu Kuangren, who is too formidable. The disciples of the myriad Dharma sect are no match for him. Without resorting to any techniques, his sword chi alone possesses unparalleled destructive force. Chu Kuangren is terrifying. Witnessing the shattering of the four symbols formation, Yuan Hong, who had remained still, suddenly erupted with pent-up power. Myriad Dharmas unite. He roared, as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged forth, coalescing into a magnificent torrent of chromatic energy. The torrent seemed to encapsulate every cultivation method, every Tao, a spectacle of awe-inspiring power. Guchanga joined the fray. Fellow Taoist Yuan Hong, allow me to assist you. With a punch, a golden dragon-shaped phantom manifested within his domineering Tao, its roar reverberating as it lunged toward Chu Kuangren. Myriad Dharmas unite and dragon-subduing fist were both saint-grade Dharmas renowned for their offensive capabilities, unleashed by two top-tier prodigies. Their combined might cause the faces of the onlookers to turn grim. Even Lei Ao wore a solemn expression. Human mountain seal. Chu Kuangren intoned as he gathered the earth's energy to unleash a terrifying divine mountain. The three immense forces collided in the void, detonating into a kaleidoscope of colors. However, the terrifying shockwave sent Yuan Hong and Gu Changa flying backward, coughing up blood as they crashed to the ground. Chu Kuangren stood tall, his white robes billowing in the wind. Surveying the resplendent spectacle around him, he remarked, "It's like watching fireworks." Yuan Hong and Gu Changa nearly choked on their own blood. Their combined assault had not only failed to harm Chu Kuangren, but had been dismissed as mere fireworks. Even Nangong Huang and the others behind Chu Kuangren twitched their lips. Their eldest brother's words were too devastating. These were, after all, prodigies. Chu Kuangren. Gu Changa glared at Chu Kuangren, his eyes burning with resentment. Since his defeat at the hands of Chu Kuangren in the Xiantian sect, he had devoted himself to cultivation, bolstered by various heavenly treasures, and had finally broken through to the void refinement realm. He had hoped to narrow the gap between them. Yet, the disparity had only widened. Last time, he had been defeated by Chu Kuangren with a single sword strike. This time, he and another prodigy of equal caliber had been defeated with a single move. Yuan Hong wore a bitter expression. Such an experience would leave anyone feeling despondent. How can this be? This is supposed to be an era of great contention, a constellation of stars. Why is he so much stronger than us? The White Lotus Saint could not accept it. Chu Kuangren glanced at him and said, "You are not wrong. This is indeed an era of great contention. It's just, all of you are contending against me." The assembled prodigies trembled, their expressions awestruck. Nangong Huang, Morong Xian, and the others were filled with admiration and fervor. To declare war against all the prodigies of the world with one's own strength. To contend against the entire era with a single person. Lei Ao was dumbfounded. Damn it, is it necessary to be so arrogant? Even I, the young emperor, am not as brazen as you. Before Lei Ao could react, Chu Kuangren's gaze locked onto him. Beast, you were the one who harmed my junior brother. He had noticed Nangong Huang's injuries, the domineering Tao of thunder that only Lei Ao possessed. Do you seek revenge? Lei Ao asked coldly. His eyes filled with caution as arcs of electricity danced around him. Yes, and I will slay you. Chu Kuangren moved. With a wave of the Kunwu's sacred sword, a domineering sword light roared forth, forcing Lei Ao to summon all his focus. Black thunder wings. With a flap of his wings, the black water netherworld lightning erupted. Sword light and lightning collided with a deafening roar. Then, a figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a distant mountain wall, coughing up blood. The disheveled figure was none other than the young emperor, Lei Ao. You are hardly worthy of the title of young emperor. Chapter 63, Slaying Lei Ao. Why did you provoke him? Who are you to deserve the title of young emperor? Chu Kuangren remarked, his tone remarkably calm, devoid of any tumult, yet laced with derision towards Lei Ao. The latter felt an immense sense of humiliation wash over him, his eyes reddening with rage. He was the young emperor and had never endured such disgrace. Chu Kuangren, I shall kill you, Lei Ao bellowed. Black lightning crackling around him as he charged at Chu Kuangren with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of lightning. To others, his swiftness was undeniable. Even Chu Kuangren had previously regarded his speed as formidable, yet now, it appeared trivial in comparison. His own advancements were monumental, with the foundation of the Supreme Purple Mansion, alongside the previous 3 major foundations and the 9 Apertures Linglong Sword Heart. He had surpassed his peers of the same realm significantly. As Lei Ao rushed forward, Chu Kuangren had already calculated his trajectory, unleashing a formidable force that manifested as a divine mountain crashing down upon him. Lei Ao was once again repelled. Such terrifying offensive power was impossible to withstand. Shock coursed through Lei Ao's being, prompting him to steady his emotions and refrain from immediate attack. Surrounded by flickering black lightning, his form shifted erratically. Chu Kuangren, can you keep up with me? My thunder grants me formidable offensive power, coupled with unparalleled speed. In this world, only swiftness prevails. If you cannot touch me, there is nothing to fear. Lei Ao's triumphant voice resonated through the void. Guchanga, the holy maiden of White Lotus. And others were taken aback. This speed, I cannot even capture with my spiritual consciousness. How swift. The ever-shifting form of Lei Ao pinpointed a flaw, his eyes gleaming with determination as he accelerated towards Chu Kuangren's rear. With a thunderous strike, violent lightning coalesced in his palm. However, in that instant, a sword struck first, brutally slapping him across the face and sending him careening through the air, spinning numerous times before collapsing to the ground like a dead dog. Still flaunting your prowess, Chu Kuangren observed Lei Ao sprawled on the ground, looking down upon him as if he were an insignificant insect. No one could fathom the depth of rage boiling within Lei Ao. 3 times, he had been knocked away by Chu Kuangren thrice, and before all present, the authority of the young emperor was nearly obliterated. Before other prodigies, he was the young emperor, yet before Chu Kuangren, he was nothing. Lei Ao lay on the ground, his body convulsing, the black lightning enveloping him gradually morphed into a blood-red hue, emanating a more tyrannical aura. Chu Kuangren, you are the first prodigy to force me to resort to this method. Only by slaying you can I cleanse this humiliation. Slowly rising, Lei Ao was surrounded by blood-red lightning, his hair turning crimson, an overwhelming aura that even pushed back Gu Changa and the other prodigies. In this moment, Lei Ao's combat prowess approached that of a venerable, an embodiment of the Tao, thunderous and unstoppable. Blood thunder shattered the heavens. The sky darkened with dense clouds. Thunder rumbling ominously, Lei Ao summoned the blood-red lightning, charging towards Chu Kuangren, the force distorting the very fabric of the void. Heaven-slaying sword technique. With a swing of his sword, Chu Kuangren unleashed a brilliant purple sword light that blotted out the sky, nearly engulfing all in its wake, including the blood-red lightning. The terrifying sword strike elicited a piercing scream from Lei Ao, who reverted to his true form as a lightning falcon. Sword chi ravaged, leaving numerous bloodstains across Lei Ao's body. Blood splattered profusely, resembling a torrential rain of crimson. Flee! Lei Ao could no longer muster the will to resist. With a powerful flap of his wings, he unleashed a torrent of lightning, activating a treasured artifact to shatter the sword light, then madly darting away into the distance. His speed, already astonishing, surged further with the artifact, making it so rapid that even a venerable could scarcely keep pace. Planning to escape? You must first ask for my permission. 9th Heaven Sword Prison. A light command echoed, and 12 pillars of sword chi materialized, inscribed with runes that locked heaven and earth. Under this embodiment of the Tao, Lei Ao suddenly felt an overwhelming binding force, as if countless shackles had ensnared him. Moreover, the very structure of space appeared to shift. How can this be? His embodiment is so powerful. Panic surged through Lei Ao. The most distinct feature of the Dongshu realm is the preliminary contact with spatial power. Yet utilizing such power requires extensive practice. How could Chu Kuangren, having just ascended to Dongshu, wield spatial power and integrate it into his own Tao embodiment? This is the chasm between you and me, Chu Kuangren stated nonchalantly. With the aid of the essence of Xianming, he had entered Dongshu and attained a state of enlightenment. Coupled with previous experiences in the state of comprehension and the absorption of primordial purple qi, his understanding of the Tao was profound. This encompassed the cultivation secrets of various realms. When he entered the Dongshu realm, spatial power was already at his command. Integrating it into his embodiment was but a trivial task. Chu Kuangren, what do you intend? If you dare to slay me, My Lei Sun clan will never rest until we see your demise. Lei Ao threatened. Let them come, Chu Kuangren replied, swinging his sacred sword as the heaven-slaying sword technique re-emerged. This time, there was no room for error. Lei Ao was directly obliterated into a cloud of blood mist by the sword chi. The young emperor of this era had fallen, the holy maiden of White Lotus. The holy son, Yuan Hong, and others gazed at this scene, their hearts quaking in disbelief as they beheld the figure in white, their spirits swaying. Among the 8 young emperors of the world, perched atop the pinnacle of prodigies, many aspired to challenge their positions, yet all had failed. Now, one young emperor had perished before their eyes. Chu Kuangren, Chu Kuangren. Many murmured this name in a daze. They understood that from this moment forth, in the younger generation, this name would become an insurmountable peak for countless prodigies. Chu Kuangren slowly approached the Dao platform, placing the corpse of the Saint of the Bright Moon into his Qinkuan ring. At this moment, no one dared to oppose him, for none had the right to do so. Let us depart, Chu Kuangren commanded. The people of Xian Tian sect withdrew. Coincidentally, just as they left, Fang Tian, Lin Batian, and other prodigies emerging from the mist arrived at the Dao platform. Ah, Holy Sun, what has transpired here? Fang Tian noticed the White Lotus Holy Sun with a severed arm and the heavily injured Gu Chang'e and Yuan Hong, astonished. It is all that damned Chu Kuangren's doing. The White Lotus Holy Sun seethed. Upon hearing this, Fang Tian and Lin Batian exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a knowing understanding, aside from Chu Kuangren. Who else could single-handedly wreak such havoc upon these top prodigies? I told you, why provoke him? That fellow can even slay saints. Fang Tian exclaimed. What? The faces of the others drained of color, and they hurriedly gathered around, their eyes filled with palpable dread. Just moments ago, the crimson rain fell from the sky, and the cries of myriad spirits signified the fall of a saint. Yet that saint was slain by Chu Kuangren. Quick, clarify. Fang Tian and Lin Batian immediately recounted their experiences amidst the mist, leaving everyone with a sense of absurdity. Slaying a saint? They revered saints as deities, exalted and untouchable. Yet, Chu Kuangren had killed a saint. Realizing this, someone let out a howl towards the heavens, expressing their inner rage. In this world, with Chu Kuangren alive, we are fated to be devoid of the imperial throne. Chapter 64. The Wrath of the Thunderfire Sovereign, Legendary Powers, and the Master Brothers joke outside the Moonlight Secret Realm. The powerful figures of various sects were engaged in animated discussions. What had initially appeared to be an omen of a fallen sage was now transformed into speculation about which sect's prodigy would emerge victorious in this secret expedition, capturing the limelight. Among them, the most complacent was undoubtedly the sovereign of the Thunderhawk clan. Our clan's Lei Ao is one of the 8 young emperors of the current era, unmatched in combat prowess, capable of battling across a major realm. In other words, his strength is on par with that of a battle king. Who in the secret realm could possibly rival him? The hallmark of a young emperor is their ability to contend across realms, and not merely across minor realms, but major ones. The higher the realm, the more challenging it is to transcend. Only those who can match battle kings in the void realm possess sufficient qualifications to be called young emperors. The prodigies entering the secret realm are all below the battle king level, while Lei Ao possesses battle king level combat strength, which undeniably offers a significant advantage. It is no wonder that the Thunderhawk clan exudes such confidence. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Lei Ao is poised to reap the most rewards this time. The Thunderhawk clan's confidence seems excessive. I believe that the master brother of the Xuanyangong may not be inferior to your Lei Ao, one sovereign remarked, not out of favor for the Xuanyangong, but merely out of disdain for the arrogant demeanor of the Thunderhawk clan. Ah, the madman Chu is indeed a promising contender. But I hope he does not encounter our Lei Ao. Otherwise, the outcome would be unpredictable. The Thunderhawk sovereign expressed unwavering confidence in Lei Ao. Upon hearing this, Elder Yan's expression soured. Thunderfire sovereign, do you truly believe Lei Ao to be invincible? If he were to face the madman, the victor is far from certain. Perhaps you should be more concerned about Lei Ao. Ah, let us wait and see, Thunderfire sovereign scoffed, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Suddenly, Thunderfire sovereign's brow furrowed as he sensed a disturbance emanating from the Qiankuan ring, a communication compass. What news from the clan? The voice from the compass growled. Thunder Ao's life fire has been extinguished. What on earth happened? The urgency in the voice was palpable, and even without seeing the speaker, one could imagine the grim expression on their face. The life fire signifies the life of a cultivator. Many sects preserve a drop of their disciples' blood to create a life fire for their lineage. If the life fire extinguishes, it indicates the cultivator's demise. The message from the communication compass was audible to many present, and instantly, Their expressions turned peculiar. Several sovereigns nearly burst into laughter. However, the color drained from Thunderfire Sovereign's face, his shock evident. How could the young emperor Lei Ao be dead? Clan leader, I don't know. The young emperor is still within the secret realm. Thunderfire Sovereign exclaimed hastily. Within the secret realm? He is already dead. The Thunderhawk clan leader bellowed. You stay put and find out exactly what happened. How did Lei Ao die? He is a young emperor, a prodigy with boundless potential. Once he matures, he is not guaranteed to become an emperor, but he would certainly be a cornerstone for any sect. No sect could withstand such a loss. The communication compass dimmed. Yet, Thunderfire Sovereign remained frozen in shock, unable to comprehend the situation. The other sovereigns exchanged glances, amusement evident in their expressions. Just a moment ago, they had been boastful, extolling their young emperor's prowess, and now, in the blink of an eye, he had perished. Was there anything more dramatic than this? Who could be responsible? Thunderfire's Sovereign finally regained his composure, his demeanor darkened. Meanwhile, within the Moonlight's secret realm, Chu Kuangren, Lan Yu, and Nangong Huang were exploring the expanses of the realm. Despite its desolation, this place, once the abode of a sage, still harbored numerous opportunities, such as the potential discovery of precious herbs or spirit mines. Among them, Chu Kuangren encountered Li Xingqian, who was engaged in a fierce battle against several Black Death beasts. Fortunately, Chu Kuangren arrived just in time, otherwise, Li Xingqian's survival would have been uncertain. How terrifying! How could such formidable beasts exist within this secret realm? They are Battle King level. Li Xingqian trembled at the thought. All of them emerged from the gray mist, Chu Kuangren remarked. These Battle King level Black Death beasts were nurtured by the Blacklight Sage within the gray mist, fed by deathly energy. Now that the Blacklight Sage has perished, the gray mist domain is gone, and these beasts have scattered. Brother Chu, this secret realm is far too perilous. I feel much safer by your side. What do you think? Li Xingqian said, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Suit yourself. Chu Kuangren replied nonchalantly. The secret realm is vast. It will likely take several days to explore thoroughly. You know, the Moonlight Sage is rather peculiar. Why would he choose to reside in such a large space all alone? Li Xingqian mused. Beside them, Nangong Huang replied indifferently. Sages are human too, with diverse temperaments. Some sages can live contentedly in a humble abode, while others delight in extravagance, dwelling in palatial structures. This is hardly unusual. Indeed, one must admire the remarkable capabilities of these sages, who can create such expansive little worlds. This nearly rivals half of our Baiyin city. Li Xingqian exclaimed. Yes, indeed. Several prodigies gathered and engaged in lively conversation. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren sat quietly, seemingly meditating, yet in reality, he was engaged in his daily lottery draw. Oh, Supreme Lousy! Jade Emperor, Tathagata Buddha, any deity will do. Please grant me good fortune this time. I do not seek the starry legend. A mere golden prize would suffice. Chu Kuangren maintained a calm exterior, while internally, he voiced his hopes. Since the last time he drew the heavenly spirit essence, he had not been fortunate enough to obtain any golden-level rewards, and even silver-level prizes had become scarce. Congratulations to the host for drawing the legendary treasure-seeking technique. What? Chu Kuangren leaped to his feet, astonished. A legendary power. Fortune has turned in my favor. The others were taken aback by Chu Kuangren's exuberance. They had never witnessed him so exhilarated before. Master brother, what has happened? They inquired with curiosity. Cough, cough, it's nothing. Just something that brought me joy, Chu Kuangren replied, struggling to contain his excitement. Brother Chu, what is this joyous news? Please share it with us. We would love to be happy for you. Li Xingqian pressed on, intrigued. It's just a joke. Once, there was a family whose child was named Zhu Chuan, and whenever his mother went to buy clothes, she would say they were for her pig to wear. Ha! Chu Kuangren chuckled. Nangong Huang and Li Xingqian exchanged glances. What? Is there anything amusing about that? Perhaps my sense of humor is too refined? Haha, that is hilarious. Zhu Chuan, for a pig to wear? Haha. Morong Xian suddenly burst into laughter, thumping his thigh. Nangong Huang and the others quickly caught on. This is a joke from our master brother. Not laughing would be disrespectful. We must laugh. Haha, how amusing. Truly, master brother, that is the funniest joke I have ever heard. I could laugh for an entire year. Haha. Brother Chu, you truly are something. You've made me laugh to the point of tears. As he observed the group laughing heartily, Chu Kuangren felt a bit bewildered. Was this joke truly so funny? He glanced at Lan Yu, who, upon noticing his gaze, managed a feeble smile, clearly uncomfortable with the performance. Heh. When the young master tells a joke, one must laugh, even if it kills them. Chapter 65. Who objects, who concurs? A frenzy of plundering in the secret realm laughter reverberated among the crowd. Chu Kuangren, with a helpless shake of his head, settled down, his mind awash with the newly acquired divine ability. Treasure-seeking art, as the name implies, is a supernatural power used to locate treasures. Its search radius is contingent upon the cultivator's cultivation level, making it exceptionally potent. This divine ability has arrived at an opportune moment. A smile graced Chu Kuangren's countenance. With a mere thought, he initiated the treasure-seeking art, and immediately, a torrent of information surged in from all directions. 300 miles ahead on the hillside, a precious medicinal herb lies dormant. 400 miles to the northwest, a spiritual mine awaits discovery. 600 miles south, a supreme artifact is concealed within a cave. 1,300 miles to the south, terrestrial spiritual essence has coalesced. A myriad of details regarding treasures flooded Chu Kuangren's consciousness, accompanied by vivid imagery. This treasure-seeking art is truly formidable. It lives up to its reputation as a legendary divine ability. Chu Kuangren felt as though he had become a walking treasure detector, acutely aware of the location of every valuable item. Magnificent! Chu Kuangren exclaimed inwardly, brimming with elation. After a brief respite, Chu Kuangren, along with Lan Yu and the others, eagerly set off towards the nearest treasure. On a hillside, a precious herb resembling ginseng lay buried in the earth. Suddenly, the herb emanated a radiant glow, a sign of its transformation, a metamorphosis radiance, a symbol of the precious herb's advancement. This radiance attracted the attention of several cultivators. Such intense fluctuations emanate from that light. It must be a high-grade precious herb, perhaps even approaching the supreme level. This herb would be invaluable to me. Humph, this precious herb is destined to be mine alone. Instantly, a group of prodigies engaged in a fierce battle for the herb. However, their conflict was soon interrupted by the arrival of several individuals. Upon recognizing the newcomers, the prodigies ceased their fighting, their faces etched with gravity and even trepidation. It's him, Chu Kuangren. What brings him here? Chu Kuangren paid them no heed, proceeding directly to the precious herb, unearthing it, and stowing it away in his cosmic ring. At this juncture, someone voiced their discontent. Chu Kuangren, we discovered this precious herb first. It seems rather presumptuous of you to simply take it without so much as a word. Chu Kuangren mused. There may be some truth in that. It was indeed impolite of me. He then turned to face the group, inquiring, allow me to ask then. Now that I intend to take this precious herb, who objects, and who concurs? I object, one cultivator exclaimed. As his words echoed, a surge of sword chi erupted, instantly sending the cultivator hurtling backward, collapsing on the ground, coughing up blood. Witnessing this, the others felt a chilling sensation creep down their spines. Who objects, who concurs? Chu Kuangren reiterated, his gaze fixed intently on the group. I concur. I concur as well. Inwardly, the group seethed with indignation. Shameless. How can we possibly object in this situation? Do we even have the right to object? Damn it. Chu Kuangren nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. I am, in fact, quite reasonable. If you have any concerns, feel free to voice them. Since no one has any objections, I shall take my leave. He then led Lan Yu and the others towards the next treasure location, leaving the remaining prodigies bewildered and disoriented. Within the secret realm, a group of prodigies were vying for terrestrial spiritual essence. At that moment, Chu Kuangren intervened forcefully, declaring, this terrestrial spiritual essence is now mine. Who concurs, who objects? The assembled prodigies had no room to object. Even prodigies like Yuan Hong, who were among those vying for the essence, could only remain silent, their hearts filled with resentment and frustration. This treasure is now mine. Who concurs, who objects? I object. Objection overruled. Does anyone else object? The crowd. Excellent. Similar scenarios unfolded repeatedly throughout the secret realm as Chu Kuangren, accompanied by Lan Yu and the others, relentlessly plundered various treasures. One moment, individuals were fighting tooth and nail for a treasure, and the next, Chu Kuangren would arrive and simply take it away. Everyone was perplexed. This Bright Moon's secret realm is so vast. How is it that Chu Kuangren always manages to find the treasures? Could it be that this secret realm is his personal garden? Upon reflection, it seemed as though it was. With no one in the secret realm capable of standing against Chu Kuangren, he could do as he pleased, making it, in effect, his personal garden. Damn it, that accursed Chu Kuangren is far too domineering. I finally managed to find a supreme artifact, and he simply took it away. Who objects? Who concurs? I'll be damned if anyone dares to object. It would simply be a matter of his sword. Woe is me, my terrestrial spiritual essence. This journey into the secret realm has been utterly dreadful. Heavens, send down a bolt of lightning and strike that fellow dead. Let's go, let's go. What's the point of continuing? Isn't he afraid of offending everyone by being so arrogant? Even as the senior brother of the Shintian sect, he's far too overbearing. Who cares if he offends anyone? He dared to kill Lao, so why would he be afraid of offending us? Besides, he declared war on the world before entering, so he wouldn't mind offending us a little more. Alas, Kuangren is truly a madman. The entire secret realm was filled with lamentations. Countless prodigies were suppressed by Chu Kuangren alone, unable to raise their heads. In the secret realm, along a mountain path, Chu Kuangren led Lan Yu and the others towards the next treasure. Behind him, Murong Xian, Nangong Huang, and the others gazed at his back with an almost fanatical admiration. They had been ecstatic these past few days. Treasures were being added to their collection one after another, and they hardly had to lift a finger. With Chu Kuangren standing there, no one dared to make a move. The feeling of being carried by such a powerful figure was exhilarating. The next treasure is a supreme-grade precious medicinal herb, Chu Kuangren exclaimed, his expression shifting slightly as he sensed the next treasure. Supreme-grade precious medicinal herbs were of great value, even to venerables, and were highly sought after by cultivators below the venerable level. Of course, they were of limited use to Chu Kuangren. His foundation was so formidable that even supreme-grade treasures could no longer have a significant impact on him. However, they would make excellent gifts for his junior brothers and sisters. In recent days, he had gifted a large number of the treasures he had plundered from the secret realm to Nangong Huang, Murong Xian, and the others, further solidifying their loyalty to him. Soon, Chu Kuangren arrived at the location of the supreme-grade precious medicinal herb, where he encountered someone. Initially, he paid little attention, but upon realizing the identity of the individual, a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Oh, it's him," Chu Kuangren said with surprise as he gazed at the blood-robed cultivator before him. This person was Shui Lingzi of the Yasha tribe. Shui Lingzi and Chu Kuangren had arrived at the location of the supreme-grade precious medicinal herb almost simultaneously. Their eyes met, and both displayed expressions of astonishment. "I didn't expect to encounter you here, Chu Kuangren," Shui Lingzi said as he gazed at Chu Kuangren, a hint of curiosity in his sinister eyes. He had heard many things about the other party in recent days, each one more earth-shattering than the last. "Nor did I," Chu Kuangren replied with a faint smile. He then turned his gaze towards the faintly glowing precious herb and said calmly, "So, the question now is, I want this treasure. Do you object, or do you concur?" "I object." Chapter 66. The confrontation of supreme Tao bodies. You lose not merely as a Tao body, but as a person. Blood Spirit's voice was icy. This supreme treasure of a herb is invaluable. He could not afford to relinquish it easily. Besides, who would dare to disregard their dignity in such a manner? We are all prodigies here. If it comes to it, a duel is inevitable. I have heard that you killed Lao. That's impressive. Even if you did not manage to slay him, I would still intervene, Blood Spirit stated coldly. Do you hold a grudge against him? Chu Madman inquired. Not necessarily. But he bears the title of Young Emperor, exuding an impressive aura. That title is quite appealing, and I wish to claim it for myself. The two conversed casually, as though they were old friends reuniting. Yet, those around them could sense an incredibly oppressive atmosphere spreading, with two invisible Tao rhythms clashing violently in the void. As Chu Madman's and Blood Spirit's auras rapidly escalated. Boom. Blood Spirit struck first. The ground beneath him exploded, and in an instant, he vanished, reappearing above Chu Madman. A palm descended from the heavens, imbued with a crimson radiance. In that fleeting moment, Chu Madman seemed to behold a vast sea of blood. The Blood Spirit Tao body indeed possessed remarkable prowess. A faint smile graced Chu Madman's lips as he summoned the Kunwu sacred sword, thrusting it skyward. A purple beam of sword light pierced through the air. The two forces collided mid-air, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy that rippled outward like surging tides, causing South Palace Huang and Mu Rongxian to retreat several dozen paces. How formidable! Is this the Blood Spirit Tao body? The clash of these two supreme Tao bodies was a rare spectacle, one that demanded careful observation. A few stood not far away, fixated on the unfolding battle. Seeing that his strike had been ineffective, Blood Spirit retreated a short distance, fixing his gaze on Chu Madman. How do you know about the Blood Spirit Tao body? Isn't it rather obvious? Chu Madman replied with a serene smile. With the eye of insight activated, there was naught that he could not discern. However, Blood Spirit had not anticipated such a capability within Chu Madman, attributing it instead to a momentary lapse that had revealed his aura. It was not surprising that someone well-versed in the world would recognize the Blood Spirit Tao body. Since you are aware, I shall no longer conceal my intentions. Blood Spirit Tao body, the vision of the Blood Sea, arise. In an instant, a multitude of Tao rhythms surged behind Blood Spirit, conjuring a magnificent image of a blood sea in the void. The sea churned endlessly, vast and boundless. The blood sea vision, empowered by the manifestation. Blood spirit's strength surged exponentially. Sword of heavenly Tao. Chu Madman similarly summoned his Tao body vision. Runes swirled above his head, condensing into the sword of heavenly Tao. Very well, let us determine who is superior between the 9 orifices Linglong sword heart and the blood spirit Tao body today. Blood spirit laughed heartily, his 5 fingers slightly curling toward the void, gathering an immense Tao rhythm. A terrifying blood-red hand surged toward Chu Madman. The sheer force caused the ground to tremble. Heavenly blood hand. Faced with the resounding blood-red hand, Chu Madman's gaze sharpened. Grasping the Kunwu's sacred sword, he swung it fiercely. The purple sword light blotted out the sun. The 2 forces, 2 Tao rhythms, collided with a thunderous sound, shaking the ground and the void violently. The resulting shockwave surged forth, manifesting as an unparalleled force. Under this impact, the blood sea vision behind blood spirit fluctuated violently, and he was propelled nearly 100 paces back. In stark contrast, Chu Madman remained firmly planted, his white robes billowing, black hair dancing, wielding the Kunwu's sacred sword like an immortal descended upon the mortal realm, unwavering. How can this be? Blood spirit's pupils contracted in disbelief. As a supreme Tao body with the cultivation of the void realm and the techniques of a saint, he held confidence even against the young Emperor Lei Ao. Yet, after just one exchange with Chu Madman, how could he find himself in retreat? The disparity in strength was utterly inconceivable. Blood spirit's expression shifted, grappling with confusion. Hearing his predicament, Chu Madman remained indifferent, stating, "Your defeat is not merely due to your Tao body, but because you are outmatched by me, Chu Madman. No. It is far too early to declare victory or defeat." Blood spirit's expression darkened, and his spiritual power surged wildly. A wave of Tao rhythm shot skyward, gradually coalescing behind him into a blood-red bridge, spanning the blood sea. An aura of death erupted forth. Tao body vision, the bridge of the dead. Did you think this was the end? There is more. Blood spirit roared, unleashing a powerful Tao rhythm that morphed into a murky river crashing forth, reminiscent of the fabled yellow springs of legend. With the backing of 2 formidable visions, blood spirit's strike reached an unparalleled level of might. As the torrential waters of the yellow river crashed against the void, instilling a chilling dread in all who beheld it. "You indeed possess the strength to slay Lei Ao," Chu Madman remarked, gazing at the deluge of yellow spring waters with a smile. Then, gripping the Kunwu's sacred sword, he adjusted its angle. "However, it is a pity that you are still far from being able to kill me." Sky-splitting sword technique. With a single stroke, the sword cleaved through the air, the purple light erupting forth. The yellow spring waters were instantly divided, rushing to either side and crashing violently against the earth. The sword light surged forward, cleaving through the yellow spring and striking blood spirit, a flash of crimson light flickering past. Blood spirit was sent reeling backward, blood spurting forth. As the 2 visions shattered in unison, the powerful Tao rhythm dissipating entirely. The heavily injured blood spirit bore an expression of horror. He had unleashed his full strength, yet could not withstand even a single strike from his opponent. Had he not possessed a defensive treasure that mitigated much of the sword's energy, that strike would have likely claimed his life. What staggering power was this? Flee! Blood spirit dared not linger, transforming into a beam of blood light as he dashed away. Chu Madman prepared to activate his sword to seal off the opponent's escape route. Since he had made his move, he would hold nothing back. Blood spirit was a supreme Tao body, and should he grow stronger, he could become a significant threat. Therefore, eliminating him while he was still vulnerable was the most prudent choice. Yet, before the 9 heavens sword prison vision could fully manifest, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted from blood spirit. A drop of crimson vermilion appeared between his brows, emanating an aura as it surged towards Chu Madman. This strike was terrifying beyond measure, one that even he had to treat with utmost caution. This was likely the technique bestowed upon him by a powerful Yasha clan member. Chu Madman's gaze sharpened as he activated all 3 Tao body visions, pushing the sky-splitting sword technique to its zenith, directing it towards that impending strike. In an instant, the entire world trembled, black cracks appearing in the void as if it were about to shatter. It was fortunate that the spatial structure of the Mingyue secret realm was sufficiently stable. Otherwise, this strike could have caused the collapse of this miniature world. Such power was capable of annihilating all prodigies within the realm. Quite the sprightly escape. Chu Madman chuckled lightly. He felt little regret. If he could defeat blood spirit once, he could do so repeatedly. This blood spirit was indeed formidable, withstanding several exchanges against his senior brother. It was no wonder he was a supreme Tao body. Indeed, He is slightly stronger than Lei Ao, remarked South Palace Huang and the others. In their eyes, any prodigy capable of enduring several exchanges against Chu Madman was on par with the likes of Lei Ao. It was uncertain how the world as prodigies would react upon learning of this. We toil and strive in our cultivation merely to withstand a few more blows. Chapter 67. The humble and gentle Chu Madman terrifies the elders for 3 consecutive days. Chu Madman, relying on his treasure-seeking skills, led Lan Yu and others in a frenzied collection within the secret realm. While it cannot be said that they claimed every treasure present, they certainly amassed at least 70 to 80%. A truly terrifying feat after all. Numerous prodigies entered the secret realm, including several sacred clans alongside the 8 great holy traditions, totaling around 100 or 200 individuals. Yet, Chu Madman managed to single-handedly seize the majority of the treasures within the realm. The mere thought of this would send shivers down anyone's spine. Furthermore, considering the spiritual treasure trove he gathered upon descending the mountain, the wealth he now possessed rivaled that of even a supreme tradition. Alas, despite the abundance of treasures, few were of any use to him, and he had yet to locate the inheritance of the Saint of the Bright Moon. With a sigh, Chu Madman reflected on the possibility that the Saint of the Bright Moon, after battling the Saint of Black Light, had been left in a precarious state, unable to leave behind his legacy. Well, it seems we've gathered enough treasures. It is time to depart, Chu Madman declared. Outside the secret realm, several powerful figures from various traditions speculated that the exploration was nearing its conclusion. One supreme being remarked, "This secret realm must hold numerous opportunities. I trust no one will return empty-handed." Indeed, though I wonder who will emerge as the victor, another chimed in. Nearby, the Thunderfire Supreme remained silent, his expression darkening. The sacred clan had suffered a significant loss during this exploration, having lost a young emperor, a loss that could not be easily compensated. "I don't care. The death of our young emperor better not be tied to your disciples. Otherwise, we will not let this matter rest." Thunderfire Supreme coldly glared at the gathered elders. However, the others paid little heed, as they were all from similar traditions. Who feared whom? Humph, such bravado. Who are you trying to intimidate? Elder Ru Yin couldn't help but mock, having long harbored disdain for Thunderfire Supreme. In response, Thunderfire Supreme turned his gaze toward the prodigies who had entered the secret realm. Aside from their own young emperor, Chu Madman from the Zentiangong appeared to be the most formidable. If anyone were to be suspected of slaying him, it would certainly be Chu Madman. Ridiculous. Chu Madman is humble and gentle, never taking the initiative to harm others. The secret realm is fraught with both opportunities and dangers. Who can say whether your clan's Lei Ao triggered some forbidden mechanism leading to his demise? Elder Ru Yin retorted. The expressions of the other elders from various traditions turned peculiar. Humble and gentle? Had she lost her mind? Declaring war on the world and slaying the sword sovereign Bai Yun while annihilating his entire estate hardly painted him as a humble character. Concealed in the void, the 7 ancestors couldn't help but smirk at Elder Ru Yan's words. That little rascal, humble and gentle? Suddenly, someone emerged from the secret realm. It was Fang Tian of the 5 Elements sect. As the elders of the 5 Elements sect rushed to greet him, Thunderfire Supreme, faster than them all, interjected. "Who killed our young emperor?" "Humph, Thunderfire Supreme, you are overstepping your bounds." A 5 Elements elder protested. "I am merely inquiring," Thunderfire Supreme replied coolly. The crowd turned their gaze toward Fang Tian, evidently intrigued by the matter. It was Chu Madman. Fang Tian revealed without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Thunderfire Supreme's expression darkened ominously. Good. So it was indeed that Chu Madman. Elder Ru Yin was left in disbelief. Just moments prior, she had praised Chu Madman's humility, and now he had slain a young emperor. The sudden turn of events was utterly disconcerting. Xuaniangong, what do you have to say for yourselves? Thunderfire Supreme glared at Elder Ru Yin in fury. Chu Madman's actions in killing Lei Ao must have been provoked. Perhaps your Lei Ao was the one who instigated the conflict? Elder Ru Yin defended. The others turned their attention to Fang Tian, urging him to elaborate further. He recounted the events in detail. So, the Saint's remains were indeed the subject of contention. One elder mused. It seems those remains are now in Chu Madman's possession. How brazen of him to claim them all for himself. What a fitting name for someone who challenges the heavens. Elder Ru Yin stated calmly. The remains of the saint belong to the capable. If Chu Madman could claim them alone, it is a testament to his skill. As for the killing of Lei Ao, well, in the competition among prodigies, casualties are inevitable. If he perished, it can only be attributed to his inadequacy. Her stance was clear. What my Xuaniangong's Chu Madman did is justifiable. What do you intend to do about it? Do you wish to declare war? The potential for conflict between the holy traditions was no trifling matter. Should it erupt, the resulting devastation would be catastrophic, and the ancient legacies could be obliterated in an instant. Moreover, Fang Tian continued, there's more. The eyes of the gathered elders widened in anticipation. What further outrageous act has Chu Madman committed? Chu Madman has slain a saint. A profound silence enveloped the area, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. As Fang Tian looked around, astonished by the lack of response, several overwhelming presences bore down upon him, nearly forcing him to the ground. What did you say? Chu Madman slain a saint. How is that possible? The crowd erupted in disbelief. Nonsense. How could such a thing occur? They gasped, incredulous. Yet, as they recalled the earlier signs of the saint's demise, a flicker of belief began to take root in their hearts, mingled with utter incredulity. How could Chu Madman have possibly killed a saint? Elder Ru Yin was equally taken aback. Fang Tian, speak quickly. The Five Elements sect elder urged. Fang Tian recounted the events that transpired amidst the gray mist, leaving the elders in utter disbelief. A young prodigy slaying a saint? How absurd! They murmured, grappling with the surreal nature of the tale. As others emerged from the secret realm, some elders pursued inquiries regarding Chu Madman, each account aligning closely with Fang Tian's revelations. Is he defying the heavens? First slaying an unparalleled supreme, and now a saint? Is this still human? They pondered, astonished. In an era of great conflict, the emergence of such a figure seemed utterly preposterous. With someone like him present, how could other prodigies ever hope to vie for the imperial throne? To exist in the same era as him was nothing short of tragic. The accounts of Sky Sword's deeds within the mystic realm have spread far and wide, leaving numerous venerables utterly dumbfounded. The notion of slaying a sage struck them with immense force, an event so surreal it bordered on the absurd. Even Elder Rian found it to be an exaggeration. If venerables were so affected, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators who had gathered in the North Sea were utterly petrified by the news. Sky Sword had slain a sage? It seemed implausible. Yet, the venerables confirmed it, and the celestial phenomena accompanying a sage's demise had been witnessed. Sky Sword's prowess was undeniably terrifying, as the news disseminated among the cultivators. It was clear that Sky Sword would once again shake the world. Not just the Azure Dragon domain, but likely all 4 domains would be astounded. A streak of light emerged from the mystic realm, revealing a youth clad in a crimson robe. Yi Shui, the venerable of the Rakshasa clan, promptly approached him. Blood Spirit. How are you? I'm unharmed, merely slightly injured, Blood Spirit replied, his expression somewhat grim. Who did this? Yi Shui inquired sternly. Sky Sword. Yi Shui's countenance shifted slightly, though not with surprise. Within the mystic realm, only Sky Sword could have wounded him. He also noticed the disappearance of the vermilion mark between Blood Spirit's brows, a safeguard he had provided. The fact that it had been used indicated the formidable strength of Sky Sword. As the majority of the participants emerged from the mystic realm, Elder Rian gazed at the entrance, wondering, why haven't Sky Sword and the others come out yet? As if on cue, Sky Sword led the Xian Heavenly Sect disciples out of the realm. Countless eyes turned towards them, some filled with fervor, others with admiration, and still others with trepidation. The moment Sky Sword stepped out of the mystic realm, he sensed several terrifying auras enveloping him, locking him in place. Sky Sword. Prepare to pay for the life of my clan's young emperor. Thunderfire Venerable roared as he launched an immediate attack. The Venerable's power erupted, shaking the very heavens. You dare. Old fool. Elder Ruyan, anticipating this move, stepped forward to intercept Thunderfire Venerable. However, even as she blocked Thunderfire Venerable, she couldn't stop the other Venerables. Sky Sword. She exclaimed, her expression changing. Yet, Sky Sword, targeted by several Venerables, stood calmly, showing no signs of panic. A cold snort echoed from the void. Several terrifying beams of sword light erupted, each aimed at the Venerables of the Thunder Falcon clan. What? Not good. In the blink of an eye, several clouds of blood mist exploded in the air as the Venerables were simultaneously slain by the sword light. Such power was beyond even the reach of most Venerables. It's Sky Sword's protector. Such strength, and Supreme Venerable. The Xian Heavenly Sect has furnished him with an Supreme Venerable as a protector. The powerhouses from the various orthodoxies were once again taken aback. Supreme Venerables were absolute powerhouses in any orthodoxy. Within the Azure Dragon domain, there were fewer than 20 known Supreme Venerables, most of whom were the highest authorities of sage orthodoxies and sage clans. Yet, Sky Sword had such a being guarding him in secret. Anyone who dares to touch him dies. The seventh ancestor's voice reverberated through the firmament. Elder Rian's face lit up with joy, but then she looked puzzled. This was indeed the seventh ancestor's voice, but it sounded much younger. Thunderfire Venerable halted, his face ashen as he stared at the clouds of blood mist. The loss of a young emperor, coupled with the deaths of several venerables, had dealt a grievous blow to the Thunder Falcon clan. The Thunder Falcon clan will remember this, he snarled before attempting to leave. Within Supreme Venerable present, he had no chance of success. Oh, still daring to threaten? The seventh ancestor's voice echoed again. Immediately, a beam of sword light, imbued with terrifying Taoist rhymes, shot out, locking onto Thunderfire Venerable. What? Thunderfire Venerable was aghast, swiftly moving to defend himself, unleashing a torrent of lightning and fire. However, the gap between a Venerable and a Supreme Venerable was too vast. The sword light tore through the lightning and fire, severing Thunderfire Venerable's arm. My arm. Thunderfire Venerable's face was deathly pale. I'll spare your life. Go back and tell your clan leader that the affairs of the younger generation should be resolved by the younger generation. If you try to engage in any underhanded tactics, my Xian Heavenly Sect will not hesitate to wage a war of orthodoxies. The seventh ancestor's voice was cold and domineering. This was a warning, both to the Thunder Falcon clan and to the other orthodoxies present, to make them understand the Xian Heavenly Sect's resolve. They would protect Sky Sword at all costs. The affairs of the younger generation could be resolved by the younger generation themselves. But if anyone dared to bully the weak, the Xian Heavenly Sect would not hesitate to risk the survival of the entire orthodoxy to make them pay. Indeed, the venerables from the various orthodoxies exchanged veiled glances. Sky Sword was too astonishing. Once he matured, he would be a terrifying force. Some had indeed contemplated eliminating him before he could grow. But the seventh ancestor's actions had dissuaded many of them. A war of orthodoxies was no trivial matter. Let's go? Even with a severed arm. Thunderfire Venerable did not dare to fight to the death. Clutching his severed limb, he fled the scene in disarray. What could he possibly use to fight in Supreme Venerable? Sky Sword, are you alright? Elder Rian hurried forward to inquire. Nangong Huang, Murong Xian, and the others secretly felt jealous. All the attention was on their senior brother. I'm fine, Elder. Thank you for your concern, Sky Sword said with a faint smile. When he wasn't causing trouble, he was indeed quite humble and gentle towards those close to him. The powerhouses from the various orthodoxies were increasingly impressed by his ethereal nature and his dragon-like qualities. They couldn't help but sigh, lamenting that such a brilliant talent had not emerged from their own orthodoxies. It was a pity, a great pity. Sky Sword, we have a question for you, a venerable said. Please speak, senior. Was there a sage in the mystic realm? Did you slay them? The crowd stared intently at Sky Sword, awaiting his answer. Yes, Sky Sword nodded slightly, even though they had already guessed the answer. Hearing Sky Sword's confirmation still sent shivers down their spines. What exactly happened? Could you elaborate? They couldn't believe that Sky Sword could slay a sage. There must have been some hidden circumstances. Of course, there was nothing to hide. He recounted how Darklight Sage had been sealed, raising black death beasts, and using prodigies as blood fodder. When he mentioned slaying Darklight Sage, he only said that he had fortunately broken through to the Hollow Realm and had succeeded with the help of the remnant spirit of Bright Moon Sage. He didn't mention Princess Linglong at all. In the direction of the Azure Dragon Dynasty, Princess Linglong sat in her carriage, listening to Sky Sword's account. The corners of her lips curled up. Is he protecting my reputation? Heh, you do have some conscience. Chapter 69. The Respected One. A Bao, returning to the royal capital unexpectedly. There are such hidden secrets within the secret realm. Indeed, it is quite astonishing. What a sinister figure the Blacklight Saint is, treacherous and malevolent. Daring to use the gifted as sustenance for his bloodthirsty appetite, it is only fitting that he has been suppressed by the Radiant Moon Saint for a millennium. The powerful figures of the Dao lineage, upon hearing this, were filled with indignation. Simultaneously, they began to comprehend why Chu Kuangren was capable of slaying a saint. He had originally been a flawed saint, with the assistance of the Radiant Moon Saint. Although they were still in shock, they accepted this reality. Is there anyone among you who still harbors discontent? Elder Rian's indifferent gaze swept across the assembly. If it were not for Kuangren, your prodigies would have been turned into mere blood food for others. The crowd exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Chu, my young friend, is truly exceptional. I have no words left to express my admiration. Alas, it is all predestined. What more could they say? Although the majority of the treasures from the secret realm had fallen into Chu Kuangren's hands, he had also slain the Blacklight Saint and rescued numerous prodigies. Moreover, he had navigated the secret realm through his own prowess, acquiring the treasures through his capabilities. Their dissatisfaction could not alter this fact. Is this truly the end? Elder Ruyan furrowed her brow. We have no intention of pursuing this matter further. Elder Ruyan, do you still have grievances? A respected one inquired. With a scoff. Elder Rian replied, you had nothing to pursue in the first place, yet Kuangren saved many prodigies in the secret realm. Such great kindness demands some form of acknowledgement from you, does it not? The crowd exchanged looks, bewildered. What a surprise. You took the majority of the treasures from the Radiant Moon's secret realm, and now you expect us to express gratitude? Fang Tian, Yuan Hong, and other prodigies were equally perplexed. What is happening? We were utterly overwhelmed by Chu Kuangren in the secret realm, and now we cannot seek retribution. Instead, we must offer thanks. Is there anything more absurd in this world? Is it not the nature of your Dao lineage to neglect gratitude? Such words will surely invite mockery from all corners of the world, echoed the voice of the 7 ancestors in the void. The expressions of the respected ones shifted dramatically. With the Supreme making a statement, they realized they must act decisively, lest they find it difficult to leave today. A respected one from the Thunder Sound Temple approached Chu Kuangren, palms together and a smile gracing his face. Chu, your kindness and compassion in saving our temple's prodigies are sincerely appreciated. Should you visit Thunder Sound Temple in the future, I shall ensure you are warmly welcomed. Your courtesy is commendable, Chu Kuangren replied with a faint smile. With Thunder Sound Temple having set a precedent, the other respected ones could no longer maintain their facade. One by one, they approached Chu Kuangren to express their gratitude. Thank you, young friend Chu. The gates of my 5 Elements sect will always be open to you. The same goes for my 10,000 Laws sect. The assembly of respected ones was compelled to lower their statuses to express thanks. Some did so willingly, while others harbored internal resentments. Particularly, the Blood Knight Supreme from the White Lotus sect and the Yiksha clan expressed their thanks awkwardly. The Holy Son of the White Lotus sect had lost an arm to Chu Kuangren, and Blood Spirit had been severely wounded. Now, they were expected to thank their adversary? A profound silence enveloped the hundreds of thousands of cultivators from the North Sea. They watched as each respected one, even the Supremes, bowed to a young junior, utterly bewildered. This scene was nothing short of surreal for them. Can we now take our leave? A Supreme inquired, addressing the 7 ancestors rather than Elder Rian. Let us depart. The 7 ancestors replied coolly. After all, they were all of the saintly lineage, and it was unwise to exert too much pressure. The various lineages and prodigies had arrived with great anticipation, only to return in disappointment. The only one to emerge with substantial gains was the Xiantian sect. After leaving the North Sea, the members of the Xiantian sect sought a secluded spot to rest temporarily. The members gathered together, and Elder Rian inquired intently about Chu Kuangren's recent experiences in the outside world. Chu Kuangren did not withhold information, recounting his adventures in detail. Eventually, the 7 ancestors made an appearance. Upon witnessing the 7 ancestors restored to peak condition, Elder Rian was left speechless. 7 ancestors, you. What has transpired? No wonder she had felt the youthfulness in the 7 ancestors' voice earlier. It was not merely an illusion, but a reality. I owe thanks to this young lad. The 7 ancestors revealed his use of a longevity elixir. Elder Rian was initially taken aback, but soon her shock transformed into elation. With this, our Xiantian sect gains another unparalleled supreme. This is a momentous occasion. Kuangren, you are indeed a blessing to our Xiantian sect. Chu Kuangren merely smiled faintly. After engaging in conversation for a while, Elder Rian decided to escort Nangong Huang, Murong Xian, and others back to the Xiantian sect. Before departing, Chu Kuangren entrusted Elder Rian with the vast majority of the treasures he had acquired from the Yuanling treasury and the Radiant Moon's secret realm, insisting she take them back, as they held little use for him. This also included the remains of the Radiant Moon Saint. Elder Rian, I have a humble request. The Radiant Moon Saint fought alongside me against the Blacklight Saint. He is a comrade. The profound essence contained within his remains could be insightful for us. Yet please do not damage his body, Chu Kuangren said earnestly. We respect your wishes. Rest assured, we will take proper care of this saint's remains, Elder Rian assured him. Very well. Young master, where shall we head next? Lan Yu inquired. Naturally, we shall return to the royal capital. The martial arts competition for marriage has yet to conclude. Chu Kuangren was about to respond when Li Xingchen interjected. The martial arts competition for marriage. Reflecting on this, Chu Kuangren was reminded of Princess Linglong. Oh, the entanglements of fate. Truth be told, had he not engaged with Princess Linglong, who she married, or how the competition unfolded would have been of no concern to him. Yet now, he felt a twinge of discomfort within his heart. Is this the possessiveness of a man? Chu Kuangren mused inwardly. Let us depart for the royal capital, he declared, realizing that harboring such thoughts would lead nowhere. A resolution was needed. In the Qingyun dynasty, the royal capital. After several days, the prodigies who had ventured to the Radiant Moon's secret realm gradually returned to the royal capital, eager to continue participating in the martial arts competition for marriage. Within a tavern in the royal capital, the prodigies of various lineages congregated, exchanging tales of their experiences in the secret realm. ultimately discovering that very few had achieved any significant gains. That Chu Kuangren is simply infuriating. He took the majority of the treasures from the entire secret realm. One prodigy expressed his dissatisfaction. At the mention of Chu Kuangren, an immediate silence fell over the assembly. The mere mention of his name bore down upon them like a mountain, making it difficult for them to breathe. It is truly challenging to exist in the same era as such a person. Indeed, he is astonishingly talented, Fong Tian from the Five Elements sect lamented, acknowledging Chu Kuangren's exceptional abilities despite their reluctance. He is undoubtedly remarkable, but must we continue to be overshadowed by him? Lin Batian from Xiang Valley remarked. Enough of this talk. Let us shift the conversation, Yuan Hong from the 10,000 Laws sect suggested, sensing the heaviness in the atmosphere. Who do you believe will emerge victorious in the upcoming martial arts competition for marriage? Chapter 70. The Sovereign of the Azure Cloud Kingdom in Fury. Is any union not a union? When the topic of the martial engagement arose, the prominent figures present could not help but think of Princess Linglong, particularly recalling her remarkable display when she thwarted the sword of the madman Chu at the banquet, a scene that lingered vividly in their minds. Even they hesitated to claim they could withstand a blow from the madman Chu, yet Princess Linglong did, clearly marking her as an extraordinary prodigy. As a bearer of the Xianming Dao body, should she obtain the essence of Xianming, perhaps she could contend with the madman Chu. At that moment, one of the prodigies murmured thoughtfully. A glimmer of realization sparked among the crowd. Indeed, their exploration of the secret realm had yielded nothing. But the essence of Xianming represented a significant opportunity. However, another voice interjected, dousing their hopes like a bucket of cold water, with the madman Chu present. Do you truly believe we have any chance in this martial engagement? Yuan Hong sighed, acknowledging, the madman Chu's strength is overwhelming. If he participates in this martial engagement, our hopes will be utterly extinguished, especially since he possesses a handsome visage that the princess surely favors. This revelation cast a shadow over the assembly, as they contemplated the reality that if they were in the princess's position, they would undoubtedly choose the madman Chu as well. There's no need for such despair. For the madman Chu will not partake in this martial engagement, a voice interjected. Gu Chang'e approached the group of prodigies. Their expressions soured at his arrival, recalling how he had previously vanquished numerous esteemed factions in his quest to forge an indomitable heart, creating a rift between them. However, their curiosity was piqued by his words, and Fong Tian inquired, what did the crown prince mean by that? Gu Chang'e replied coolly, I stated that the madman Chu will not participate in the martial engagement, as it was my sister who explicitly conveyed this information. Prior to venturing into the Mingyue's secret realm, Gu Chang'e had discussed the madman Chu with Princess Linglong, who mentioned that the madman had clearly expressed disinterest in the essence of Xianming and would not take part in the martial engagement. Upon hearing this, hope flickered in the eyes of those present. They had not anticipated the madman Chu's disinterest in the essence of Xianming. This indeed grants us an opportunity, they exclaimed. Is he truly a man? The princess is so beautiful, possessing the Xianming Dao body, yet he lacks any interest. With this revelation, they felt emboldened, and once their excitement simmered, Fong Tian turned to Gu Chang'e, asking curiously, why does the crown prince share this with us? A cold glint flashed in Gu Chang'e's eyes as he replied, like you all, I harbor no fondness for the madman Chu. My sister may marry anyone, but she shall never be with him. So it is. In the palace of the Azure Cloud dynasty, within the chamber of Princess Linglong, she sat poised on her bed, a sacred blade, the Mingyue knife, laid horizontally before her. The essence of the saintly Dao resonated uniquely from this weapon, its residual power profound enough to occupy her thoughts for some time. As her delicate fingers traced the blade's surface, a hint of distraction crossed her eyes, revealing her contemplations. Your Majesty has arrived, a maid's voice announced from outside the chamber. The sovereign of the Azure Cloud Kingdom, a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe, strode in. Princess Linglong quickly concealed the sacred weapon and greeted, I pay my respects to father. Rise, my child, the sovereign replied with a faint smile, though it quickly faded as his expression hardened. A formidable pressure surged forth uncontrollably, causing the maids within the chamber to kneel in fear. They trembled, uncertain of the reason behind the sovereign's sudden wrath. Everyone aside from my child leave. Soon, the chamber was left with only Princess Linglong and the sovereign, the oppressive aura still palpable. Speak. Who has taken your essence of Xianming? The sovereign demanded, his voice a low growl. As he realized something was amiss, his anger flared. The essence of Xianming that should have resided within his daughter had vanished. How could he not be enraged regarding his daughter's honor? Father, let us cancel the martial engagement. Princess Linglong stated calmly. This matter can wait. For now, tell me who it was. I shall flay him alive. The sovereign insisted, his fury unabated. It was my choice. She replied. Your choice? The sovereign was momentarily taken aback, then continued. Do you understand what you are implying? The young emperor of the merchant clan will arrive shortly and will also participate in the martial engagement. If he learns of this, the Azure Cloud dynasty will be at odds with the merchant clan. Had I known this would occur, I would never have consented to your martial engagement in the first place, leading to such a farce. The sovereign's anger intensified as he envisioned inflicting unspeakable pain upon the one who tarnished his daughter's honor. Speak. Who is this person? Princess Linglong bit her lip, pausing before revealing. It is the senior brother of the Xiantian sect, the madman Chu. The sovereign, initially furious, paused, then calmed as he pondered. Ah, so it is he. Memories of their encounter in the secret realm surfaced. As Princess Linglong recounted their experiences in the misty domain, the sovereign's anger dissipated, replaced by contemplation. If it were him, perhaps it was not entirely unacceptable. Princess Linglong realized the truth to the sovereign. She was not merely his daughter, but also a tool for political alliance. As long as the benefits were maximized, what difference did it make whom she was wed to? The madman Chu, with his unparalleled Tao body and roots, having slain supreme beings and vanquished the formidable Lei Ao in the secret realm, was indeed a remarkable figure. The Xiantian sect was not inferior to the merchant clan. Perhaps he would serve as a superior match. The sovereign murmured thoughtfully, while Princess Linglong felt a flicker of anticipation. A union with the madman Chu? Compared to the unknown young emperor of the merchant clan, she would indeed prefer this alliance. This matter shall be handled by me, the sovereign declared. Outside the Azure Cloud dynasty, a celestial vessel soared through the skies. On the deck sat a young cultivator in azure robes, exuding an aura of majesty and confidence. As the aura receded, the young cultivator mused, I am but a step away from breaking through to the War King level. Young Emperor, we shall arrive soon. An elder approached him. Indeed, the young emperor replied. I find it puzzling why we agreed to Princess Linglong's martial engagement. Is it not a redundant endeavor? The azure-robed cultivator responded nonchalantly. She is a woman unwilling to be manipulated. Hosting the martial engagement is merely her way of resisting this marriage. I shall show her the futility of her efforts. Before me, she must yield. Moreover, this is my first visit to the Qinglong region. It is an opportune moment to meet the prodigies of this land, he added confidently, showing no concern about losing in the martial engagement, for he was the young emperor of the merchant clan. Ah, I had thought that you had taken a liking to Princess Linglong, the elder remarked, realization dawning upon him. To me, she is merely a means to aid my breakthrough. Would you develop feelings for a mere tool? The young emperor of the merchant clan scoffed. Chapter 71. The Gluttonous Method, Betrothal Cancelled. The young emperor of the merchants in the capital city, within a winehouse, Chu Kuangren was meticulously organizing his universe ring. He had acquired numerous valuable items from the secret realm. Although he had entrusted most of them to Elder Rian for safekeeping in the sect, he retained a few treasures. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he rummaged through his belongings. He discovered a universe ring from the remains of the Blacklight Saint, and his eyes sparkled with intrigue. What treasures might lie within the universe ring of a saint? With eager anticipation, he opened it, only to find the space within barren, containing merely a handful of spirit stones, a few vials of elixirs, and some miscellaneous items. Could it be that this saint was so miserly? Chu Kuangren scoffed. Yet he continued to sift through the contents with care. He dismissed the spirit stones and elixirs, turning his attention to the miscellaneous items, a black token, a jade slip, and several sets of garments. The token was heavy and exuded an aura of death, intricately engraved with various patterns and inscribed with the words Guardian. Chu Kuangren recalled that when he used his insightful eye on the Blacklight Saint, he had encountered references to the Temple of Death. What kind of force was this Temple of Death? Why had he never heard of it before? It must be formidable, especially with a saint in its ranks. He tucked the token away thoughtfully. Next, he picked up the jade slip. As he focused his mind, a surge of Tao rhythm erupted, flooding his consciousness with vast amounts of information that coalesced into three grand characters. Gluttonous Method. This jade slip contained a saintly technique. Chu Kuangren had entered a state of enlightenment several times, and his comprehension of the Tao was profound, rivaling that of the supreme beings. Despite the intricate nature of this saintly technique, he quickly grasped its essence. Incredible. This was undoubtedly a royal method of the saints. It was even more exquisite than the mountain seal technique, likely approaching the legendary imperial arts. Chu Kuangren felt a surge of astonishment. Ancient legends spoke of the dragon's 9 offspring, each unique, and the glutton was one such being, capable of devouring myriad spirits to augment its strength. The gluttonous method was derived from this ancient divine beast, possessing the ability to consume the essence of cultivators' flesh and blood, thereby enhancing one's cultivation. Absorbing others to empower oneself. How sinister. Yet, this was a world where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. If one did not grow powerful, they would inevitably be bullied by others. Resolute, Chu Kuangren decided to cultivate this method. With the betrothal contest yet to commence, he instructed Lan Yu and Li Xingchen before retreating to comprehend the technique. The lingering Tao rhythm from the Blacklight Saint's remains would greatly aid him in mastering this method. Within the capital, all were eagerly anticipating the betrothal contest. The young prodigies, in particular, hoped to seize the opportunity to obtain the essence of Xianming, breaking through their realms to surpass Chu Kuangren. However, instead of the anticipated contest, they were met with the infuriating news that the betrothal contest had been cancelled. This left everyone seething with rage. They had traveled from distant lands, only to be toyed with by the Qinglong dynasty. Countless cultivators were indignant, demanding an explanation from the dynasty. I journeyed from afar to participate in the princess's contest, and now you tell me it has been cancelled? Are you mocking us? I haven't even laid eyes on the princess, and it's over? What a scam. The various prodigies in the capital were filled with grievances. For the ordinary cultivators, the Qingyan dynasty offered some spirit stones to soothe their ire. However, the saintly lineages were furious, and careful handling was required. Meanwhile, the ruler of Qingyun was occupied with another visitor. Within the capital, the young emperor of the merchants had arrived, personally welcomed by the Qingyun ruler. Princess Linglong also made her appearance, and upon seeing the princess for the first time, even the Tao-focused young emperor could not help but be captivated. The breathtakingly beautiful Princess Linglong carried an air of nobility that was both lofty and awe-inspiring. Rarely, the young emperor found himself stirred by emotions. After meeting the ruler and the princess, he slightly bowed. No need for formalities, young emperor, the Qingyun ruler smiled, leading him to the back garden without further ado, and directly proposed to dissolve the betrothal. Upon hearing this, the elder accompanying the young emperor wore a grim expression and remarked, "Is the Qingyun dynasty toying with my merchants?" The young emperor glanced at Princess Linglong and replied coolly, "Is there something about the princess that displeases me?" It was not an issue with the groom but rather. At this juncture, the Qingyun ruler paused, displaying a look of regret as he sighed and recounted the events that transpired in the Mingyue secret realm. "My daughter is no longer pure and feels unworthy of the young emperor, hence she has taken the initiative to propose the dissolution of the betrothal. I am aware of my shortcomings, so I have prepared substantial gifts and will send someone to the merchants to apologize properly." Hearing this, the young emperor's expression darkened, feeling as though a vast expanse of grass had sprouted atop his head, green and vibrant. The essence of Xianming that belonged to Princess Linglong had already been given to another. Looking at the stunningly beautiful Princess Linglong, the young emperor extinguished the flicker of affection that had briefly ignited within him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, feeling a weight like a boulder pressing on his chest, making it difficult to breathe. He had intended to use the essence of Xianming to break through, but now everything had crumbled, rendering him unable to endure, both as a man and as a cultivator. Fortunately, only his family and the Qingyun dynasty knew about the betrothal. Now that it was being dissolved, it could be treated as if nothing had ever happened, sparing him any loss of face. The Qingyun ruler continued, "From the beginning, Princess Linglong has remained silent. Very well, it seems the ruler has made all the necessary arrangements. Then what more is there to discuss? Elders, we shall take our leave." The young emperor suppressed his fury and rose to depart. "Wait," the Qingyun ruler called out to him. "Today, I shall host a grand banquet in the palace, inviting all the young prodigies to explain the sudden cancellation of the betrothal contest. If the young emperor is interested, you may attend. Will Chu Kuangren be present?" "He should be." "Very well, I shall attend." The young emperor responded coldly. In the garden, only Princess Linglong and the Qingyun ruler remained. "Father, will the merchants truly let this go?" Princess Linglong inquired. "I have prepared substantial gifts and adhered to all protocols. The merchant's upper echelon is not foolish. While this incident may affect our relationship, there will likely be no significant conflict," the Qingyun ruler replied. "In the Xuantiangong, I have negotiated with the revered Xuandi. From now on, Chu Kuangren will not only be the Tao child of Xuantiangong, but also the son-in-law of the Qingyun dynasty. As for the timing of the wedding, that will depend on your opinions," the Qingyun ruler said with a faint smile. Chapter 72. I have been sold. Boundaries, the talkative queen in the capital, within a tavern. Chu Kuangren awakened from his seclusion. With his current understanding of the Tao, supplemented by the assistance of the Blacklight Saint's remains, he had managed to grasp the fundamentals of the gluttonous law in just a few days. This technique was immensely powerful and would undoubtedly benefit Chu Kuangren. However, it carried the risk of depleting one's own fortune and thus required cautious application. Indeed, in this world of cultivation, the concepts of fortune and merit are prevalent. which is why many cultivators, despite their formidable strength, refrain from recklessly spilling blood, fearing the entanglement of karmic consequences that might jeopardize their own fortune. Little fellow, you have finally awakened. Have you gained anything? The voice of the seventh ancestor echoed in the void. Yes, I have gleaned some insights. Chu Kuangren replied with a faint smile. Good, for I have something to share with you. You, my boy, are quite fortunate. Even Princess Linglong has been captivated by you. As Chu Kuangren was about to take a sip of water, he was so astonished by the seventh ancestor's words that he nearly spat it out. His face a mask of disbelief. How do you know, seventh ancestor? Not only do I know, but so do the sect leaders. What on earth happened? Chu Kuangren inquired urgently. The sect leader has agreed to a marriage alliance between Xuantiangong and the Qingyan dynasty, and you shall be the prince consort of the Qingyan dynasty. Chu Kuangren was left dumbfounded. What transpired during his days of seclusion? In just a few days, he had been sold? How much was I sold for? Can I get a share? No, seventh ancestor, why was I not informed beforehand? Princess Linglong has already bestowed the essence of Xianing upon you. Now that the lady has come to you, do you intend to refuse? The seventh ancestor teased. My relationship with Princess Linglong arose from necessity. It was a desperate measure for self-preservation within the secret realm. There are no feelings involved. Feelings can be cultivated over time. If you truly harbor no affection, once you grow stronger, a divorce can always be arranged, the seventh ancestor remarked. Chu Kuangren was at a loss for words. Is it really permissible to treat matters this way? How utterly callous. However, from the seventh ancestor's words, he discerned another implication. Would the Qingyun dynasty serve as his protection? Indeed, precisely. The reason for this agreement is twofold. First, an alliance with the Qingyun dynasty for mutual benefit, and second, it is because of you. You, little fellow, are exceptionally gifted, drawing the attention of many. Although Xuantiangong is powerful, we cannot guarantee your absolute safety at all times. Hence we require allies. The Qingyun dynasty, being a lineage of saints, possesses strength comparable to Xuantiangong. Your union with Princess Linglong will surely offer you their protection. Together, our two saintly lineages will safeguard you. Listening to the seventh ancestor, Chu Kuangren fell into deep contemplation. He indeed felt the sincere intentions of Xuantiangong, and this arrangement could also serve as a form of assurance for Princess Linglong. At present, this marriage alliance would yield him countless benefits with no drawbacks. To be a prince consort? This will be my first experience, Chu Kuangren said, scratching his head. Need I even say it? Do you plan on doing this multiple times? The seventh ancestor retorted with exasperation. Upon exiting the room, he found Lan Yu waiting outside. Young master, you have emerged from seclusion. Yes, Chu Kuangren replied with a smile, hesitating before revealing his marriage alliance with Princess Linglong. Lan Yu was taken aback for quite some time, feeling a pang of bitterness in her heart. She had never anticipated that Princess Linglong would have such a connection with the young master. How should I address Princess Linglong from now on? As my lady? There is no need for you to feel uneasy. Moreover, Lan Yu, I have never regarded you as a servant, Chu Kuangren stated solemnly. At his words, Lan Yu's heart fluttered with emotion. To her, Chu Kuangren was akin to a deity, a creator, while she was merely a servant fashioned by him. The distinction between a servant and a divine being was stark. Yet, this deity treated her with such gentleness that it occasionally stirred unfamiliar feelings within her, even prompting her to consider crossing the boundary she had established for herself. Chu, someone seeks you. At that moment, Li Xingchen called from downstairs, accompanied by an elder wearing a tall hat. Look, that is Chief Steward Chao from the palace. The tavern's patrons began to murmur. They knew he was a trusted confidant of the Qingyun monarch, who typically resided within the palace. What could have prompted his visit to seek out Chu Kuangren? It was indeed curious. Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu descended the stairs. Young Master Chu, I pay my respects. Chief Steward Chao approached and bowed before Chu Kuangren in front of the gathered crowd, leaving everyone astonished. The position of Chief Steward Chao within the palace was significant. He oversaw palace affairs, and even the crown prince treated him with deference. To see him bow before Chu Kuangren was emblematic of the Qingyan monarch's stance. No need for such formalities, Chief Steward Chao, Chu Kuangren said with a smile, using his perceptive eye to assess the elder, realizing he was of noble status. Young Master Chu, the monarch has requested your presence in the palace for a discussion. Understood, Chu Kuangren nodded slightly, leading Lan Yu to the palace. Within the palace, in the rear garden, the Qingyan monarch had long been prepared to meet Chu Kuangren. Having only heard of him, he felt a mixture of curiosity and anticipation. Before long, Chief Steward Chao guided Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu into the rear garden. Upon seeing Chu Kuangren, even the well-versed Qingyun monarch could not help but be taken aback by his extraordinary appearance, an ethereal being among mortals. Clad in a flowing white robe and adorned with a jade crown, his handsome features and otherworldly demeanor rendered him incomparable. "Your Majesty," Chu Kuangren greeted, noting the Qingyun monarch's resplendent dragon robe, which was impossible to overlook. "Rise, please. Have a seat." "Thank you, Your Majesty." In a few days, you shall be addressing me as father, just like Ling Long," the Qingyun monarch replied with a gentle smile. Chu Kuangren smiled in return, choosing not to elaborate further. "The purpose of your summons is to meet you and to inform you that the announcement of your status as prince consort will be made in a couple of days." "Understood, Your Majesty. I will defer to your arrangements." "Very well," the Qingyun monarch nodded, falling into silence thereafter. Chu Kuangren found himself at a loss for words, sitting there with another man in a suddenly awkward atmosphere. "Her Majesty the Queen has arrived." At that moment, a regal woman approached, her features bearing a resemblance to Princess Ling Long. Chu Kuangren rose to greet her. "Your Majesty." "Ah, you must be Chu Kuangren." "Indeed, a figure of celestial beauty. No wonder my daughter Ling Long is utterly enamored with you," the Queen praised. "Your Majesty is too kind. It is you who embodies true celestial grace." Chu Kuangren replied with a modest smile. "Flattery suits you well," the Queen remarked, engaging in lively conversation that ranged from astronomy to geography, interspersed with amusing anecdotes, flowing endlessly. She possessed an acute awareness of the conversation's dynamics, seamlessly shifting topics whenever she sensed Chu Kuangren's disinterest or inability to respond. Her presence enlivened the atmosphere significantly. "Kuangren, do visit the palace often," the Queen said reluctantly as they prepared to part. "I will," Chu Kuangren replied, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the Queen's eloquence. She had spoken continuously for most of the day, leaving him slightly breathless. Chapter 73. The Royal Banquet, the Selection of the Son-in-Law. Are you intoxicated? In the capital of Qingyun, within the Grand Palace, discontent brewed among various factions due to the abrupt cancellation of the martial competition for marriage. While most forces could be placated with a mere token of compensation, certain sacred lineages were far less easily appeased. Thus, the sovereign of Qingyun hosted a lavish banquet to entertain the prominent figures of these sections. Inside the opulent palace, a multitude of distinguished talents gathered. Yet their appreciation for the exquisite delicacies and fine wines was overshadowed by a simmering frustration. They had journeyed a great distance to participate in the competition, only to have it suddenly called off, a development that none could dismiss lightly. The assembly awaited an explanation from the ruler of Qingyun. Amidst the gathering, some noticed a somewhat unfamiliar figure seated prominently, even closer to the throne than renowned talents such as Fang Tian and Yuan Hong. Who was this individual? Curiosity stirred within the crowd. Just then, two figures entered the palace, Chu Kuangren accompanied by Lan Yu. Upon their arrival, murmurs erupted among the attendees. What was Chu Kuangren doing here? Wasn't he purportedly uninterested in the competition? As the crowd cast questioning glances, Chu Kuangren maintained an air of calm, guided by a palace made to his designated seat, which happened to be in the same row as Gu Chang'e. A sense of discomfort washed over Gu Chang'e at the proximity to this individual. Conversely, Chu Kuangren appeared unfazed, even relishing Gu Chang'e's evident vexation, a reflection of his occasionally mischievous nature. Suddenly, a gaze laden with hostility fell upon him. Chu Kuangren returned the look, discovering a blue-robed cultivator across the way, whose eyes were filled with intense animosity. An unfamiliar talent? But why the animosity? Confounded, Chu Kuangren activated his insight. Shang Han, the young emperor of the Shang clan, at the pinnacle of his cultivation. Realization dawned upon Chu Kuangren. So, it was the young emperor of the Shang clan. No wonder he harbored such animosity, considering the hat he had unwittingly placed upon him. Observing Shang Han, a hint of sympathy flickered in his eyes. With a crack, Shang Han's fingers tightened around his wine cup, crushing it to dust. The surrounding talents felt a stir within them. This unfamiliar figure seemed to be at odds with Chu Kuangren. Reflecting on this, they began to view Shang Han more favorably. Some even sensing a kinship in their shared plight. Likely, they were all talents who had been overshadowed by Chu Kuangren. The sovereign has arrived. The ruler of Qingyun entered, accompanied by the queen and the radiant princess Ling Long. Upon their entrance, the assembly rose in greeting, most eyes drawn to the enchanting princess. Dressed in resplendent attire, adorned with a 9-feather phoenix hairpin, her beauty and noble demeanor captivated all. Chu Kuangren instinctively glanced in her direction, their eyes meeting momentarily before parting. Yet, to Shang Han, this exchange appeared as an intimate glance shared between kindred spirits, hinting at an underlying affection. This thought deepened the shadows in his eyes. "Please, do not stand on ceremony. Take your seats," the sovereign of Qingyun smiled gently. Once seated, he promptly addressed the assembly, acknowledging their dissatisfaction regarding the cancellation of the martial competition. Thus, I have arranged this banquet to provide an explanation and compensation. Following this gathering, each of your lineages may send a representative to our treasury to select a treasure. The Qingyun Treasury, a repository of immense wealth, offered a glimpse into the sovereign's sincerity. The collective discontent among the attendees began to dissipate. After all, if the sovereign chose to forego the competition, could they truly compel him otherwise? To receive a treasure without exertion was indeed a fortuitous boon. Though the treasures might not rival the preciousness of the mysterious essence, even if the competition had proceeded, they might not have emerged victorious. Yet, tangible treasures were now within their grasp. Could the sovereign clarify the sudden cancellation of the competition? Fang Tian inquired, his curiosity piqued. This is also what I intend to address, the sovereign replied. The reason for the cancellation lies in Princess Linglong having already found her heart's desire, coincidentally. This individual is among you. With this proclamation, the assembly exchanged glances, bewildered. Who was this rogue who had captured the princess's affections? Could it possibly be Chu Kuangren? The princess had exhibited a notable fondness for him on several occasions. Yet, hadn't he claimed disinterest in her? Who could it be? Some turned their gazes toward Princess Linglong, searching for clues, only to find her eyes fixed on one spot: Chu Kuangren. Fang Tian, Yuan Hong. And others felt a jolt of realization. Could it truly be Chu Kuangren? This individual is none other than the esteemed senior disciple of Xiantian's sect, Chu Kuangren. As the crowd's uncertainty deepened, the sovereign continued, moreover, I have arranged a marriage alliance with the Xiantian sect, and thus, Chu Kuangren shall henceforth be the son-in-law of the Qingyun dynasty. Before the assembly could recover from the shock, the sovereign dropped yet another bombshell, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Fang Tian, Yuan Hong, and others regarded Chu Kuangren with eyes ablaze. How could this be? Wasn't he just claiming disinterest in the princess? How did he suddenly become the royal consort? Their hearts were thrown into disarray. The treasures of the Moonlight's secret realm had already been claimed by Chu Kuangren, and now he was to be the son-in-law of the Qingyun dynasty. Reaping both wealth and beauty, he was the ultimate victor. Father, I object. Yu Chang'e interjected, unable to contain himself. This is absurd. Allowing Chu Kuangren to obtain the essence of the mysterious realm and become the royal consort will drive me to madness. Silence. The sovereign retorted sharply, his gaze icy. You are the prince of Qingyun. Such behavior in the grand hall is unseemly. The marriage alliance with Xiantian's sect was orchestrated by me. It will not be overturned by your dissent. Father, Chu Kuangren is arrogant and self-important. He is not a suitable candidate for the royal consort. Gu Chang'e proclaimed loudly. I deem him suitable, and that is sufficient. As for arrogance, which youth is not brash? What harm is there in it? Father, Prince, have you imbibed too much? The sovereign's indifferent gaze bore down on him, a clear precursor to anger. A chill ran through Gu Chang'e, and though his heart seethed with resentment, he dared not defy further, bowing his head in submission. Chapter 74, The Challenge of Shanghan. A disappointment. The sovereign of the Qingyun kingdom has declared Chu Kuangren as the royal consort. This announcement sent ripples through the assembly, leaving many distinguished talents pondering the implications of the alliance between the Qingyun dynasty and the Xiantian sect on the power dynamics within the Qinglong domain. Nonetheless, the fact that Chu Kuangren is now the royal consort is indisputable. At the banquet, the onlookers gazed at him with a mixture of envy and resentment. Possessing an unparalleled Dao body, exceptional talent, and hailing from the esteemed Xiantian sect, with abundant cultivation resources at his disposal, and now being the consort of the stunning Princess Linglong, how could one not feel envious? Moreover, there was Lan Yu, who was utterly devoted to him. What do cultivators desire but four things: a partner, wealth, land, and power? Yet, Chu Kuangren possesses them all. Seated calmly, Chu Kuangren remained indifferent to the piercing gazes directed at him. What? Do they dare to act against him? Brother Chu, you're quite impressive, said Li Xingqian, who sat beside him, admiration evident on his face. Look at him, claiming disinterest, yet he has secured the affection of Princess Linglong without anyone knowing. Truly remarkable. Indeed, to marry into such a noble lineage, Princess Linglong has surely accumulated immense fortune over 8 lifetimes, remarked Lan Yu, her tone tinged with a hint of bitterness. Li Xingqian contemplated this and found some truth in her words. Chu Kuangren, with his celestial appearance and unmatched talent, certainly surpassed Princess Linglong in stature. If she is among the pinnacle of young female cultivators, then Chu Kuangren stands as the singular figure among male cultivators. The moment this news spreads, countless female cultivators will surely shed tears of sorrow, Li Xingqian lamented. Is it truly so exaggerated? Chu Kuangren chuckled. The Qingyun dynasty is one of the foremost holy lineages in the realm, and its royal consort ought to be an extraordinary individual. At that moment, An unexpected voice broke through the chatter. Shang Han, the young emperor of the Shang clan. The crowd turned to him as he continued. I have heard that Taoist friend Chu possesses an extraordinary demeanor. I, Shang Han, boldly wish to seek your guidance. Fang Tian, Yuan Hong, and others exchanged bewildered glances. What? He intends to challenge Chu Kuangren? Is he out of his mind? While they were not particularly fond of Chu Kuangren, they could not deny his formidable strength, which was utterly disheartening. Even if they banded together, they would likely not stand a chance against him. What a self-inflicted humiliation, Fang Tian sighed. Challenging Chu Kuangren? Perhaps in the past, I might have entertained such thoughts, but now sigh, it's just tears of regret, Lin Badian from Xiang Valley lamented. Wait a moment. Shang Han, a young prodigy, suddenly recalled the name. Yuan Hong's pupils contracted sharply. Shang, could it be the ancient clan from the Zhuge domain? The Shang clan? Shang Han, the young emperor of the Shang clan. The mention of the title young emperor caused the assembly to gasp in astonishment. They never expected to encounter a young emperor here. The Shang clan, one of the holy lineages in the Zhuge domain, was not inferior to the Qingyan dynasty. Shang Han, it turns out, is indeed formidable, and no wonder he dares to challenge Chu Kuangren. It is said that his strength surpasses even Lei Ao. The banquet was soon filled with murmurs of speculation, as everyone regarded the young emperor with a mix of respect and curiosity. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren, the one being challenged, simply smiled. Taoist friend Shang, are you certain you wish to challenge me? Shang Han raised an eyebrow. What? Is that not permissible? Not at all. It's just that I have a little quirk. I tend to lack restraint. Just the other day, I inadvertently took down a young emperor. And I wouldn't want you to find it unbearable. Chu Kuangren replied nonchalantly. His words caused the corners of many mouths to twitch. Inadvertently took down a young emperor? If Lei Ao were to hear this, he would likely be infuriated. The implication was clear. He regarded the young emperor of the Shang clan with utter disdain. His words essentially conveyed that he could effortlessly defeat someone of Shang Han's caliber, making one wonder how much of a challenge he would pose. Shang Han's expression darkened, a layer of frost settling over his features. Chu Kuangren, you truly live up to your name. It was given to me by my parents. I think it suits me well, Chu Kuangren replied. Emperor Shang has traveled far and wide. Since he has taken an interest, it would do no harm for you to indulge him, interjected the sovereign of the Qingyan kingdom. Chu Kuangren nodded. With the sovereign's intervention, he felt no need to decline. Since it's inconvenient here, let us take this outside. Without a word, Shang Han rose and strode towards the palace exit. Outside the palace, Shang Han stood against the wind, his azure robe fluttering majestically. The aura of his Tao surged, exuding an overwhelming pressure that made it difficult to breathe. Remarkably powerful. Perhaps he could indeed temper Chu Kuangren's arrogance. Fang Tian, Yuan Hong, and others regarded Shang Han with hopeful anticipation. They had been overshadowed by Chu Kuangren for far too long and desperately wished for someone to emerge and challenge him. I know you are strong, having vanquished Lei Ao. But please, do not compare me to him, Shang Han uttered coldly. Facing Chu Kuangren, there was no distinction in their demeanor. Shang Han's hostility was palpable, and Chu Kuangren reciprocated with an obvious contempt. There is a vast difference. Shang Han scoffed, then summoned a long spear, black as night and inscribed with runes, into his grasp. A chilling aura erupted forth. Receive my first strike, the flying water technique, Shang Han declared, thrusting the spear forward, unleashing a torrent of energy that crashed through the void. Chu Kuangren gripped the Kunwu sacred sword, lightly swinging it, as a domineering purple sword light tore through the night sky, instantly shattering Shang Han's attack. The terrifying brilliance of the sword sent Shang Han staggering back several dozen paces. His eyes narrowed as he leaped high, channeling his spiritual energy to its zenith. The violent Tao energy coalescing behind him into a fierce gale. Holy law, 9 heavens wind disaster. This strike was dreadfully formidable. A relentless tempest gathered around Shang Han, coiling around him as he prepared to unleash its might. Fang Tian, Yuan Hong, and Guchanga craned their necks, faces alight with hope. Could this strike potentially defeat Chu Kuangren? Sky-splitting sword technique. With a soft exclamation, a resplendent purple sword light surged upward, akin to a dragon ascending from the depths, instantly rending the tempest and crashing down upon Shang Han. With a resounding clang, the spear slipped from Shang Han's grasp, embedding itself into the ground, while he was sent hurtling backward like a rag doll. I have already stated, there is no distinction. Chu Kuangren remained steadfast in his original position, never having moved an inch. Fang Tian, Yuan Hong, and the others felt their hopes dashed in an instant. Another young emperor had fallen. What a bitter reality. Fang Tian murmured. What were they hoping for? That someone could rise to defeat Chu Kuangren? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Chapter 75. a conversation with the princess. The female cultivator's heartache and future plans. What an extraordinary young emperor, capable of withstanding 2 of my strikes. The madman Chu observed the fallen Shang Han, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. This remark caused nearby Fong Tian and others to twitch their mouths in disbelief. A young emperor, merely surviving 2 blows? How much more blatant can you be in your mockery? The young man merely harbors hostility towards you. Is such humiliation truly necessary? The crowd murmured amongst themselves, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. Princess Linglong, standing beside the sovereign of Qingyun, gazed at the madman Chu in his stunning white attire, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. This was the man she was to be wed to, and indeed, he possessed an unparalleled grace. What girl does not dream of her beloved being a heroic figure? Though the essence of this union was one of mutual benefit and transaction, at this moment, Princess Linglong felt a budding affection. In terms of talent and appearance, the madman Chu was undoubtedly a celestial being, unparalleled in the world. Suddenly, an elder flew over and quickly assisted Shang Han to his feet. Young Emperor, are you all right? The elder looked at the disheveled Shang Han with astonishment. It must be noted that this was the young emperor, the pinnacle of the Zhangqiang star, yet here he was, so easily overwhelmed by the madman Chu. This was simply inconceivable. Shang Han himself was equally bewildered. After years of being nearly invincible among his peers, he was now tasting defeat for the first time. Anger, resentment, humiliation, and shock churned within him as he fixated on the madman Chu, seemingly determined to engrave that face into his memory. Just wait, I will return for you, Shang Han declared fiercely before departing the palace with the elder. This battle shattered all his pride but also ignited a new ambition, to surpass the madman Chu. Your resolve is commendable, stronger than certain princes, the madman Chu remarked casually, having no intentions of ending Shang Han's life here. Previously, in the secret realm, Lei Ao had sought to kill him first. This time, it was merely a sparring match. To strike down Shang Han recklessly would invite the Shang clan's wrath. And unlike the Lei Sun clan, they would not let such a transgression slide easily. Should a war of doctrines erupt, the cost would outweigh the benefits. He was indeed wild, a fact he never denied. Yet, he maintained a broader perspective. Nearby, Gu Chang'e, overhearing the madman Chu's words, felt a surge of anger. Nearly spitting blood, that particular prince was surely a reference to him. After Shang Han departed, the banquet resumed. Once the festivities concluded, the various prodigies each represented their respective doctrines to select a treasure from the Qingyun treasury. In the palace garden, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, with only the madman Chu, Lan Yu, and Princess Linglong present, walking in silence. My father has stated that the wedding will be decided by us, after all. Your status as the Qingyun dynasty's prince consort cannot be altered, Princess Linglong finally spoke. Indeed, what are your thoughts on this? The madman Chu inquired. We have only known each other for a few days, and the events in the secret realm were unavoidable, although I admit to feeling some affection towards you. It is merely a flicker. I cannot yet confirm whether I have fallen in love, Princess Linglong confessed candidly. I feel the same way. While this union is ostensibly a transaction, we have indeed shared the bonds of marriage, and I shall take responsibility. Thus, let us postpone the marriage for now. What are your plans moving forward? Princess Linglong asked. I have come into this world to gain experience and wish to explore extensively. The Zhangqiang star is vast, comprising 4 domains, and I have yet to traverse even the entirety of the Qinglong domain. I long to venture to other places, the madman Chu replied. As expected, you are the dragon among men. Indeed, the confines of the Qingyun dynasty cannot hold you, Princess Linglong remarked, unfazed. Their conversation deepened their connection, drawing them closer. The following day, the madman Chu and Lan Yu departed the palace. At that moment, news of his becoming the prince consort of the Qingyun dynasty reverberated throughout the royal capital, even stirring the entire Qinglong domain. What? The madman Chu has become the prince consort of the Qingyun dynasty, and they have formed an alliance with the Xuantiangong. The merging of these 2 eminent doctrines signified that they intended to pave the way for the madman Chu's ascension. Unprecedented. The momentum of the madman Chu's rise was unstoppable. What? The madman Chu is already of supreme caliber. If he gains the support of the Xuantiangong, what chance do others have? In this world, with the madman Chu present, others' ambitions of becoming emperors would be but a distant dream. While some were astonished by the rapid ascent of the madman Chu, others were deeply troubled by the alliance of the 2 great doctrines, unable to find rest. Moreover, a faction of individuals was filled with profound grief over this matter, particularly the female cultivators within the Xuantiangong. The prince consort of the Qingyun dynasty? Oh, my senior brother. They lamented. Heavens! What fortune has Princess Linglong amassed to be wed to my senior brother? I cannot accept this. I do not care. My senior brother belongs to us all. Senior brother, I wish you well. Sisters, do not be disheartened. Although my senior brother is wed to Princess Linglong, he will always be our senior brother. Indeed, I still harbor feelings for my senior brother. Even if he marries another, silently cherishing him is sufficient. The news of the madman Chu's union left the female cultivators of Xuantiangong despondent for several days, with rumors suggesting that even Elder Rian was in low spirits. It was said that she had been seen gazing sorrowfully towards the direction of the Qingyun dynasty, murmuring sentiments like, "How fortunate for Princess Linglong. And I was born after you, yet you have aged before me." Meanwhile, the madman Chu had already departed from the royal capital of Qingyun. He had acquired a celestial vessel from the Qingyun dynasty, setting off in a random direction, aimlessly yet carefree. On the celestial vessel, only the madman Chu and Lan Yu were present, as Li Xingqian had already been taken back to Baiyun City by his father, Li Yi. In this era of great contention, with various prodigies striving for prominence, Li Xingqian's exceptional talent ensured that Li Yi would not allow him to roam freely. Esteemed seniors, do you have any recommendations for places to gain experience? The madman Chu curiously asked the void behind him. He referred to two individuals, aside from the hidden guardian. The seventh ancestor, the Qingyun dynasty had also dispatched a protector to demonstrate their sincerity in the alliance. The Tsangqiang star is vast, and with our protection, you may explore anywhere except the 10 forbidden zones, the seventh ancestor replied with a faint smile. The 10 forbidden zones he mentioned were the 10 most perilous locations within the Tsangqiang star, where even saints might not survive. While the madman Chu was intrigued, he had no immediate desire to court danger. It is said that during the Mingyue Secret Realm event, you slew a saint and saved everyone. Perhaps this is an opportunity to visit other doctrines, a voice from the void spoke, belonging to the protector of the Qingyun dynasty. Her words illuminated the madman Chu's mind. Beyond the Xuantiangong and the Qingyun dynasty, the Qinglong domain also housed 6 other saintly doctrines: the Balian sect, the Wuxing sect, the Xing Valley, the Wanfa sect, the Lingshu Holy Land, and the Lane Temple, each with their own profound practices. His understanding of the Tao was profound, yet his knowledge of techniques was limited. His comprehension of methods paled in comparison to his grasp of the Tao. This opportunity might allow him to visit various saintly doctrines and gain insights into their techniques. Very well, I shall pay visits to these esteemed doctrines in turn. I hope they will not be too unwelcoming. The madman Chu smiled faintly. Chapter 76. A visit to the White Lotus sect and a philosophical discussion with the saintess. The White Lotus sect, situated in the southern regions of the Azure Dragon domain, governs nearly 30 nations, imbued with a profound religious essence compared to other sections. The populace of these southern lands predominantly adheres to the teachings of the White Lotus sect, a belief that traces back to a terrifying upheaval 2 millennia ago. Legend has it that 2,000 years prior, a monstrous beast from the depths of hell wreaked havoc across the southern territories, causing untold suffering and displacing countless souls. It was a time steeped in darkness, forever etched in the annals of history, rife with blood and tears. During this grim epoch, a saint king emerged, subduing the beast and rescuing the multitudes from despair. This revered figure was none other than the founder of the White Lotus sect, the White Lotus Saint King. Though many years have passed since the Saint King's passing, his deeds continue to resonate throughout the southern regions, and countless individuals revere him as a deity, offering their veneration and faith, which the White Lotus sect embraces to fortify its dominion. In the grand nation of Dayue, the largest among the southern territories and the headquarters of the White Lotus sect, Chu Kuangren strolled through the streets, surrounded predominantly by individuals clad in white garments, with few others in different attire. It is said that the White Lotus Saint King favored the color white, and thus the citizens of Diyue have perpetuated this preference. Lan Yu, do you think it would be inappropriate for me to visit empty-handed? Mused Chu Kuangren, stroking his chin, having spent 2 days savoring the local culture. He had yet to pay a visit to the White Lotus sect. However, having indulged himself sufficiently, he deemed it time to attend to business. Perhaps I should purchase some fruit? He contemplated, halting at a fruit stall and waving to buy out the entire selection. Thank you, young master. Thank you, exclaimed the vendor, clutching the spirit stones with gratitude. It seems that may not be enough, Chu Kuangren murmured. Upon hearing this, other vendors, previously envious, hurried over to promote their wares. Young master, my apples are large and juicy, and they look festive. My bananas are nurtured with spirit essence. See how straight they are. Surrounded by a throng of vendors, Chu Kuangren smiled lightly and, displaying his wealth, purchased all the fruits available. The 2 guardians covertly watching were taken aback. A visit to a sect with fruit in hand? This was indeed a novel approach they had never witnessed. At the main hall of the White Lotus sect, several elders gathered to review this year's offerings from various regions. At that moment, a disciple entered, addressing the elders. There is a cultivator named Chu Kuangren at the door seeking an audience. Who? One elder asked, momentarily bewildered. Chu Kuangren. Within the sect, numerous disciples had gathered, their expressions filled with curiosity, particularly among the female cultivators, who could hardly tear their gaze away. Some were nearly drooling at the sight of him, the most sought-after prodigy of Sanqiong Star, rumored to surpass even the young emperor. He is remarkably handsome. How fortunate is the delicate Princess Linglong to be wed to such a figure? If it were me, I would probably wake up laughing from dreams each day. Look. He's looking over here. So handsome. Chu Kuangren stood at the entrance, awaiting reception. Shortly, an elder with white hair approached, whom Chu recognized as one of the esteemed figures from the secret realm. Young friend Chu, I apologize for not welcoming you sooner, the elder said, smiling broadly. Though inwardly he cursed the young man for his unexpected visit to the White Lotus sect. Greetings, elder. I have come at your invitation to visit the White Lotus sect and to exchange insights on cultivation, Chu Kuangren replied with a calm smile. Invitation? The elder was taken aback. When did he extend such an invitation? Indeed, during our last encounter in the secret realm. You mentioned I was always welcome to visit the White Lotus sect. Have you forgotten? Chu Kuangren inquired. Ah, yes, I remember, the elder recalled. At that time, Chu Kuangren had vanquished the Blacklight Saint and rescued several prodigies, and they had exchanged words of gratitude, including invitations for future visits. However, those were mere formalities. Who would have guessed that he would arrive so soon? What could be done? They would have to entertain him. It would not do to send him away. For word of such an act would surely reach the Azure Cloud dynasty and the Xiantian sect, bringing trouble upon them. Young friend Chu, please come in. The elder welcomed him into the White Lotus sect. By the way, I brought some gifts during my journey, Chu Kuangren suddenly mentioned, producing baskets of fruit from his spatial ring and presenting them to the assembled crowd. The elder's lips twitched slightly. To visit a saintly sect with fruits as gifts was indeed a breath of fresh air in the realm of cultivators. Young friend Chu, you are too courteous, the elder remarked, summoning some disciples to take the fruits away. At that moment, an exclamation broke the air as a young man, upon seeing Chu Kuangren, changed countenance dramatically. Chu Kuangren turned to see it was the White Lotus Saint's son, whose arm he had severed during their previous encounter. With a mild smile, he remarked, Ah, it is the Saint's son. I trust you have recovered well. Congratulations on reattaching your arm. In this world, there exist numerous treasures capable of restoring severed limbs. And with the resources of the White Lotus sect, healing the Saint's son's arm was not a daunting task, though it required time for adjustment. Hearing Chu Kuangren's words, the Saint's son's expression darkened, and he felt a phantom pain at the sight of his reattached arm, a psychological shadow cast by that sword strike. News of your visit is quite surprising. The White Lotus Saintess appeared, addressing him. I have heard you are now wed to Princess Linglong. What brings you to the White Lotus sect instead of remaining in the royal palace? Ah, a man of ambition must not be ensnared by the comforts of affection. Chu Kuangren replied nonchalantly. Your aspirations are commendable. Since you are here, shall we engage in a discussion on the Tao? The White Lotus Saintess invited. That is precisely my intention. Chu Kuangren nodded in agreement. His purpose for visiting was to gain insight into the cultivation methods of the White Lotus sect. And the White Lotus Saintess, as one of its most outstanding prodigies, was the ideal interlocutor. Soon, news of the philosophical exchange between the White Lotus Saintess and Chu Kuangren spread throughout the sect, even stirring the interest of the few Saint sons present. At a pavilion within the White Lotus sect, Chu Kuangren and the White Lotus Saintess sat facing each other, legs crossed in meditation. Saintess, please, he gestured, inviting her to commence. I shall begin, the White Lotus Saintess proclaimed, as an overwhelming aura of Tao surged forth from her, enveloping the surroundings and converging towards Chu Kuangren. This pure essence of Tao was devoid of spiritual power, thus lacking any substantial lethality. Chapter 77. A sword shatters 10,000 laws. The legendary attribute of sitting in forgetfulness inside the pavilion of the White Lotus sect, the Holy Maiden of the White Lotus sits cross-legged, exuding an aura of Tao that envelopes her as she engages in a silent discourse with the madman of Chu, who gradually emanates a similar Taoist essence. This essence is sharp and powerful, akin to a divine sword gleaming with brilliance. The two contrasting auras intertwine and clash in the air. Our White Lotus sect is renowned for three esteemed teachings: the Supreme White Lotus Sutra, the Pure World Scripture, and the White Rainbow piercing the sun. I invite you, Taoist friend Chu, to first experience the White Rainbow piercing the sun, the Holy Maiden states calmly. The Taoist aura around her swirls. suddenly forming a figure that strikes towards the madman of Chu with both palms. Onlookers gasp in admiration, recognizing her prowess. Truly, she is the Holy Maiden, having mastered the white rainbow, piercing the sun to perfection, rivaling even the elders of the sect. Indeed, it is impressive. How I long to engage in discourse with the Holy Maiden. Dream on, you. All eyes are fixed on the pavilion. At this moment, an aura gathers above the madman of Chu, transforming into a 9-hole heavenly sword, which releases a brilliant sword light. The light, like a rainbow, swiftly rends the white rainbow, piercing the sun apart. Such sharpness in swordsmanship. The Holy Maiden is secretly astonished, and she begins to unleash various techniques of the White Lotus sect, filling the air with dazzling displays. Yet, regardless of her myriad techniques, the heavenly sword above the madman of Chu sends forth a single sword light, shattering all methods. What strength! Truly, the madman of Chu is renowned throughout the realm. Is this the demeanor of an unparalleled prodigy? How profound is his understanding of the sword? Terrifying. With a single sword, the madman of Chu breaks 10,000 laws. The grandeur of his presence moves everyone present. The pure world scripture. Seeing her efforts thwarted, the Holy Maiden activates another pinnacle technique of the White Lotus sect. A resplendent white light bursts forth, vast and overwhelming, as if seeking to purify all worldly impurities, surging towards the madman of Chu. Heavenly sword technique. The madman of Chu exclaims softly. The heavenly sword suddenly trembles, releasing a violet sword light that pierces through the white glow, completely tearing apart the Taoist essence within. The aura surrounding the Holy Maiden dissipates suddenly. She takes a deep breath and states calmly, I concede in this discourse. Her methods and Tao are entirely inferior to those of the madman of Chu. The Holy Maiden has lost. Alas, what can be done? He is the madman of Chu. Truly formidable. In the void, several figures are observing. They are a few elders of the White Lotus sect, who have witnessed the entire discourse from beginning to end. Seeing the Holy Maiden's defeat, they are not surprised. They are well aware of the madman of Chu's strength, capable of defeating even the young emperor, let alone the Holy Maiden. This young man's Tao is that of a sword that shatters 10,000 laws, and it has already taken shape. Once perfected, he will be truly terrifying. The madman of Chu is extraordinary. The elders of the White Lotus sect exchange astonished glances. Meanwhile, within the pavilion, the madman of Chu also retracts his Taoist essence, having gained considerable insight from this discourse, enhancing his understanding of the laws. Engaging in discourse is to validate each other's learnings. If one is solely fixated on winning or losing, it becomes a lowly endeavor. The madman of Chu remarks mildly. You speak wisely, Taoist friend Chu. The Holy Maiden nods slightly. She then arranges accommodations for the madman of Chu and Lan Yu, who both plan to stay at the White Lotus sect for several days. The following morning, the madman of Chu rises and, as usual, opens the fantasy roulette for a chance at rewards. He had not expected to draw anything remarkable, having just recently obtained the treasure-seeking technique. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the legendary attribute of sitting in forgetfulness. What? The madman of Chu suspects he has misheard. Legendary? Has he drawn another legendary item? Impossible, impossible. It cannot be true. He opens the roulette space to find a white light orb within, labeled, Legendary Attribute of Sitting in Forgetfulness. The madman of Chu is momentarily stunned, followed by sheer joy. Incredible. Just days ago, he had drawn the treasure-seeking technique, and now he has obtained a legendary attribute, leaving him in disbelief. Extract Sitting in Forgetfulness, the madman of Chu silently commands. Instantly, an extraordinarily profound sensation washes over him. He closes his eyes, his expression transforming into one of utter ecstasy. Upon reopening his eyes, he perceives the world anew, not merely in clarity of vision, but in a deeper understanding of the essence of this world. Sitting in forgetfulness is an attribute of enlightenment, enabling the madman of Chu to comprehend various teachings with greater ease and speed. His innate understanding was already exceptional. With this new enhancement, it is unimaginable how far he could ascend. After his excitement, the madman of Chu opens the door to his room and extends his arms to embrace the sun's warmth. Ah, what a splendid day! Young master. Lan Yu, who had come to wake him, stands frozen in place, perplexed by her master's odd morning behavior. Ahem, Lan Yu. Good morning, young master. The two, guided by a servant arranged by the White Lotus sect, enjoy breakfast. Soon, the Holy Maiden takes on the role of a guide, leading them around to explore the area, embodying a spirit of leisure and enjoyment. They arrive at a mountain wall, its surface smooth as a mirror, adorned with a massive mural of a white lotus that appears lifelike, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight, breathtakingly beautiful. In front of this wall, many disciples of the White Lotus sect gather, contemplating the mural with expressions of deep concentration. The madman of Chu also spots the holy son of the White Lotus. What are they doing here? He inquires. It is said that our founder, the holy king of the White Lotus, once attained enlightenment before this wall and created the supreme holy king method, the pure world scripture. These disciples aspire to emulate their ancestors' enlightenment, the holy maiden explains. Can one truly emulate that? The madman of Chu is taken aback. If it were that easy, saints would be rampant everywhere. Taoist friend Chu, you may not be aware, but this mountain wall is extraordinary. It indeed harbors the Taoist essence left by our ancestor. The pure world scripture, one of our sect's 3 teachings, was derived from this very wall, albeit only remnants, less than a tenth of the original, the holy maiden reflects. The madman of Chu nods, understanding now. His interest piqued. He approaches the wall to observe. The surrounding crowd begins to murmur. The madman of Chu, what brings him here? Does he also wish to comprehend the pure world scripture left by our ancestors? Ridiculous. He is not one of us in the White Lotus sect. Nor does he practice our teachings. How could he possibly understand? Since our ancestors' passing, the pure world scripture has been lost to time, and disciples throughout the generations have sought enlightenment from this wall, yet none have succeeded. How could he? The holy son of the White Lotus approaches, regarding the madman of Chu. So, Taoist friend Chu, do you wish to attempt to comprehend the pure world scripture? His invitation is not born of goodwill, but rather from a belief that the madman of Chu will surely fail, eager to witness his embarrassment. Chapter 78. The White Lotus Purifying World Chapter. The White Lotus sect's shock. It was impossible for Chu Kuangren to be oblivious to the White Lotus Holy Son's petty machinations. Yet he did not rebuff them. The Sacred King's technique, the White Lotus Purifying World Chapter, was now before him, awaiting his comprehension. Naturally, he would not let such an opportunity slip by. Let's see, Chu Kuangren mused, a faint smile playing on his lips. He then ambled towards the mountain wall. His gaze fixed on the frescoes, his mind gradually becoming immersed within. Upon witnessing this, the White Lotus Holy Son could not help but sneer. A jest, indeed. My White Lotus sect's prodigies have strived for countless years without gleaning the White Lotus Purifying World Chapter. And you, an outsider, dare to presume you can comprehend it? The White Lotus Purifying World Chapter could be deemed the fountainhead of all cultivation techniques within the White Lotus sect. Only those prodigies who had mastered the White Lotus sect's techniques to a certain degree stood a chance of successfully comprehending the White Lotus Purifying World Chapter. However, Chu Kuangren was not a disciple of the White Lotus sect and had never studied their techniques. How could he possibly decipher the White Lotus Purifying World Chapter? Did he truly believe himself to be omnipotent? The White Lotus Holy Son chuckled derisively. The others shared his disbelief, but it did not deter them from watching the spectacle. They fixed their eyes on Chu Kuangren, anticipating his discomfiture. Yet, as time wore on, they noticed something amiss. As Chu Kuangren gazed upon the frescoes, an exceedingly profound Taoist charm emanated from his being, accompanied by a gentle, hallowed white light. That charm. It's the Purifying World Chapter. The White Lotus Holy Maiden's countenance shifted slightly, for she was intimately familiar with this charm, having cultivated the Purifying World Chapter herself. But how could Chu Kuangren possess such a charm? The White Lotus Holy Maiden was perplexed, and the others were even more bewildered. Chu Kuangren, what is transpiring? The White Lotus Holy Son's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Just as he was about to step forward, Lan Yu strode ahead, barring his path. My lord is presently engrossed in comprehension. No one is permitted to disturb him. Lan Yu's gaze was frigid as she scanned the assembly. Her resplendent silver-white armor already enveloping her form, poised for battle. No one is to disturb fellow Taoist Chu, the White Lotus Holy Maiden declared. Her eyes held a glimmer of anticipation. She, too, had contemplated these frescoes, yet had consistently failed to attain any results. Could Chu Kuangren succeed where she had failed? In Chu Kuangren's eyes, the frescoes on the mountain wall were no longer mere paintings. The petals, textures, and roots of the White Lotus were suffused with a profound Taoist charm, gentle, hallowed, and boundless. Gradually, Chu Kuangren entered a state of ethereal tranquility. In that moment, the world and its myriad forms vanished, leaving his mind exceptionally clear and transparent, his perception of Taoist charm sharper than ever before. Zhuang Wuwa, sitting in oblivion, devoid of self. In this state of profound immersion, Chu Kuangren swiftly deciphered the Taoist charm within the frescoes, a technique gradually coalescing within his mind. In a fleeting vision, Chu Kuangren beheld a middle-aged woman clad in white robes, seated cross-legged in midair, a smile gracing her lips, her hands forming a mudra. Around her, white lotuses bloomed, each imbued with exquisite Taoist charm. If Chu Kuangren's conjecture held true, This was none other than the White Lotus Sacred King. Outside, the Taoist charm emanating from Chu Kuangren grew increasingly profound, its influence expanding to encompass the majority of the White Lotus sect's main altar. The numerous powerhouses within the main altar were all roused. This Taoist charm, is it the Purifying World chapter? No. It's more complete and profound than the Purifying World chapter. Could it be? Hurry, go and see. After all these years, is the White Lotus sect finally about to produce a prodigy who can comprehend the complete White Lotus Purifying World chapter? Haha, heaven blesses my White Lotus sect. One by one, the powerhouses of the White Lotus sect converged upon the scene. Yet, when they beheld Chu Kuangren standing before the frescoes, his body surging with a mystical Taoist charm, they were all dumbfounded. How is it him? Holy Maiden, what is the meaning of this? An elder inquired. The White Lotus Holy Maiden promptly recounted the events. Upon hearing her account, the assembly exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with disbelief. Are you jesting? We, the White Lotus sect, have strived for countless years without success. Are we now to permit an outsider to comprehend it instead? If Chu Kuangren truly comprehends it, what shall we do? An elder asked, his face a mask of apprehension. Let us not jump to conclusions. He is still in the midst of comprehension. Perhaps he has only comprehended a fragmented Purifying World chapter, another elder suggested. The complete White Lotus Purifying World chapter and a fragmented version were two entirely different concepts. If it were merely a fragmented version, it would be shocking yet not entirely unacceptable. However, if it were the complete White Lotus Purifying World chapter, that would pose a significant predicament. The White Lotus Purifying World chapter was the fountainhead of all techniques within the White Lotus sect. Mastering it would allow one to suppress all White Lotus sect cultivation techniques. Such a technique in the hands of a member of the White Lotus sect would be acceptable. But if it were to fall into the hands of an enemy, the consequences would be dire. To put it dramatically, it concerned the very survival of the entire Taoist lineage. The elders fixed their gazes upon Chu Kuangren, hoping that he would only comprehend a fragmented version, lest he master the complete one. The suspense was excruciating. Some sought to interrupt Chu Kuangren, but in the void, the auras of two supreme sovereigns bore down upon them, deterring them from rash actions. Buzz. At that moment, the space around Chu Kuangren rippled, and a burst of dazzling white light erupted. With white lotuses manifesting in the void, this phenomenon soared into the heavens, engulfing the firmament. Every cultivator within the White Lotus sect's main altar could clearly witness it. In that instant, they felt their cultivation bases being suppressed. Even those at the venerable realm were not spared. Several elders gulped, their faces etched with awe. The complete White Lotus Purifying World chapter. He has truly comprehended the complete White Lotus Purifying World chapter. Heavens! The entire White Lotus sect, from top to bottom, was shaken to its core. The populace near the White Lotus sect also witnessed this phenomenon. Look, it's the White Lotus Purifying World. Could it be that the White Lotus Sacred King has manifested? Pay homage to the Sacred King. The Sacred King's merits are boundless. Countless devotees who revered the White Lotus Sacred King as a deity prostrated themselves, chanting, "The Sacred King's merits are boundless," their faces filled with piety and fervor. Within the White Lotus sect, a group of cultivators stared at Chu Kuangren in astonishment. The techniques they cultivated all stemmed from the White Lotus Purifying World chapter. And now that Chu Kuangren had mastered this technique, the manifestation of its Taoist charm instinctively evoked a sense of reverence within them. Heavens, he truly succeeded. The technique that our White Lotus sect's prodigies have strived for countless years to comprehend has been deciphered by him alone. Moreover, in such a short span of time. This fellow is far too terrifying. The White Lotus sect, from ordinary disciples to holy sons, holy maidens, and even elders, were all dumbfounded, frozen in place. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren's mind gradually disengaged from the state of Zhaowang Wuwa, and the surrounding phenomenon of the White Lotus Purifying World gradually dissipated. As expected of a Sacred King's technique, it is no less impressive than the gluttonous devourer technique, and perhaps even slightly superior, verging on the threshold of an emperor's art, Chu Kuangren murmured. A look of contentment on his face. Mastering this Sacred King's technique would be of great assistance to him. Quick, surround him. An elder suddenly shouted. The venerables promptly stepped forward, encircling Chu Kuangren. In the void, seventh ancestor and an old woman emerged. Their supreme sovereign might permeating the air as they cast a cold gaze upon all directions. What do you intend to do? Seventh ancestor demanded in a chilling voice. Chapter 79. Becoming the Holy Son, protected by the three great sage lineages. What do you intend to do? The seven ancestors, along with a venerable old woman leaning on a cane, shielded Chu Kuangren. The overwhelming aura of the Supreme Being enveloped the surroundings, fixating on the several esteemed figures present. Any sign of movement from them would be met with immediate action. The esteemed figures, daunted by the might of the Supreme Being, dared not act hastily. Their gazes towards Chu Kuangren filled with intricate emotions. They had longed for someone to comprehend the White Lotus pure world scripture. Yet when that person was not from the White Lotus sect, they could hardly remain composed. This was a matter concerning the very foundation of an entire lineage. How could it be grasped by an outsider? Everyone, cease your actions. At that moment, a woman's voice resonated through the void. As a middle-aged woman clad in white descended gracefully. Within Chu Kuangren's eyes, profound symbols of the Tao flickered. Bai Qing, the leader of the White Lotus sect. A being of supreme cultivation. The situation had escalated beyond expectation. Chu Kuangren mused inwardly. Greetings, sect leader. The assembly promptly paid their respects, while the sect leader approached Chu Kuangren directly, fixing her gaze upon him. Young friend Chu, could you share with me the intricate process by which you deciphered the White Lotus pure world scripture? I merely gazed upon the mural and comprehended it. Chu Kuangren replied nonchalantly. At this proclamation, the corners of the onlookers' mouths twitched uncontrollably. What a jest! The White Lotus sect had invested immeasurable effort, yet failed to grasp it. And he claimed to have understood it simply by observing the mural? Was there anything more disheartening? The mural contained the essence of their ancestors' Tao, representing the White Lotus pure world scripture. Such a method could only be intuited, not articulated. Thus, aside from the ancestors, no one else had managed to comprehend it until now. Young friend Chu possesses astonishing comprehension, truly commendable, the sect leader remarked with a hint of wistfulness, acknowledging that such profound methods could not be forcibly acquired. Young friend Chu, I have a request, and I hope you will acquiesce. The sect leader suddenly stated. Please, speak freely, he responded. I wish to invite you to become the holy son of my White Lotus sect. The declaration caused an uproar among the crowd. How could they allow Chu Kuangren to become the holy son of the White Lotus sect? What was the sect leader thinking? The expression of the White Lotus holy son shifted dramatically as he immediately opposed. Sect leader, this cannot be. Chu Kuangren has illicitly learned the sacred king's techniques of the White Lotus sect. This matter must be pursued. How can he be permitted to become the holy son? His animosity towards Chu Kuangren was evident, as he was unwilling to see his rival gain power. However, the sect leader countered. This mural has stood for 20,000 years, open for anyone to contemplate. It is a matter of personal ability whether one can comprehend it. The notion of stealing knowledge is unfounded. Moreover, young friend Chu's exceptional talent and his understanding of the White Lotus pure world scripture make him more than suitable for the position of holy son. Resolute in her decision, she fixed her gaze on Chu Kuangren. Meanwhile, several elders, unsure of the situation, refrained from intervention. The ramifications of the White Lotus pure world scripture were too significant. If they could not eliminate Chu Kuangren, they would have to forge a connection with him. Clearly, the former option bore too great a cost. Chu Kuangren was the grand senior brother of the Xiantian sect and the consort of the Qingnan dynasty, should he be slain. Neither of these two esteemed lineages would easily relent. In contrast, the latter option was decidedly simpler, to transform him into an ally. This way, they would not need to fear the White Lotus pure world scripture turning against them, while also gaining a prodigious holy son. A twofold benefit. The elders silently commended the sect leader's intentions. I am honored by your kindness, but I am already the grand senior brother of the Xiantian sect. I cannot accept this request, Chu Kuangren stated. You are concerned about the Xiantian sect. Rest assured, I shall discuss this matter thoroughly with your master. Please, stay here for a few more days. Should you have any needs, I will do my utmost to accommodate them, the sect leader replied with a smile. Very well. Chu Kuangren nodded. He had not intended to leave immediately. Staying a few more days was not a burden. At the Xiantian sect, the venerable Xianshi sat before a stone tablet, the Tao stone, which recorded the heavenly slashing sword technique that Chu Kuangren had created in the library. Since Chu Kuangren entered the world, the venerable Xianshi had diligently studied this technique day and night. Though he had yet to master it completely, he had gleaned some insights. Each time he meditated, he felt a swell of pride. Who could have imagined that such a formidable sacred king's technique originated from a young disciple? Suddenly, the venerable Xuanzhi's expression shifted to one of surprise. A white lotus glided through the air, transforming before him into a youthful woman clad in white. Venerable Xianshi. It has been a long time, the woman, the sect leader of the White Lotus sect, greeted. Ah. It is rare for the White Lotus sect leader to travel such a distance to seek me. What brings you here? The venerable Xianshi responded with a gentle smile. They were contemporaries in cultivation, having shared many encounters in their youth, and their reunion felt like the warmth of old friends. It concerns Chu Kuangren. The sect leader stated calmly. The Venerable Xuanzhi's expression turned serious as he replied, "Please, continue." The sect leader then recounted the events of Chu Kuangren's comprehension of the White Lotus Pure World scripture and her desire to appoint him as Holy Son. Upon finishing, even the Venerable Xuanzhi was momentarily speechless. Then, he erupted into laughter. "Ah, truly, my disciple is extraordinary, a remarkable talent." The sect leader rolled her eyes but felt a twinge of envy towards the Venerable Xuanzhi for having such a disciple. If only he were mine, she thought wistfully. "Now, let us discuss serious matters. Chu Kuangren's talent is terrifying. Are you certain that the Xiantian sect and the Qingyun dynasty can adequately protect him? Perhaps we should also involve the White Lotus sect," the sect leader suggested. "I shall contemplate this," he replied. "What is there to ponder? This arrangement would yield nothing but benefits for him. With the 3 great sage lineages safeguarding him, he would be untouchable within the Qinglong domain. This matter requires discussion with the ruler of Qingyun." The Venerable Xuanzhi reached out to the ruler of Qingyun, deliberating on the proposal. Ultimately, the leaders of the 2 lineages agreed to the sect leader's request, forging a bond through Chu Kuangren. The 3 great sage lineages would unite in a cooperative endeavor. "I shall inform Kuangren of this arrangement," the Venerable Xuanzhi affirmed. "Very well, I shall take my leave." With that, the sect leader's essence dissipated from the location. Left alone, the Venerable Xuanzhi reflected, 3 great sage lineages safeguarding one individual. Such an occurrence is indeed unprecedented. Suddenly, within the White Lotus sect, Chu Kuangren received a message from his master, the Venerable Xuanzhi, inquiring if he would accept the position of Holy Son of the White Lotus sect. "There is nothing you need to do. Merely holding the title suffices, and you may continue your training," the Venerable Xuanzhi explained. "Very well," Chu Kuangren nodded in agreement. Holding the title of Holy Son, with the protection of the 3 great sage lineages, was a fortuitous circumstance that many would covet. With the Venerable Xuanzhi's endorsement, he had no reason to decline. Thus, Chu Kuangren, in addition to being the grand senior brother of the Xiantian sect and the consort of the Qingyun dynasty, now bore yet another title, Holy Son of the White Lotus sect. Chapter 80. The Inauguration Ceremony. Reverence owed as to a deity. The proclamation of Chu Kuangren's ascendance to the position of Sacred Son reverberated swiftly throughout the entirety of the White Lotus sect, sending tremors of astonishment through its countless disciples. Prior to this moment, the name of Chu Kuangren had merely been whispered among them, often accompanied by tidings of a less than favorable nature. Declarations of war against the world, the annihilation of the White Cloud City Lord's estate, and the plunder of secret realms painted a portrait of a figure of utmost wickedness. Yet now, this very villain was to be their sacred son? Such a turn of events was nothing short of theatrical. Chu Kuangren, our sacred son? One can only speculate as to the thoughts of the sect leader and elders. This seems an impetuous decision. You are mistaken. Chu Kuangren has deciphered the White Lotus purifying mantra left by our forebears. To not name him sacred son would be an injustice. Indeed, it is a bewildering affair. To think that among the countless prodigies throughout the ages of the White Lotus sect, it was Chu Kuangren who would unravel the mysteries of the White Lotus purifying mantra. Indeed, discussion swirled among the disciples of the White Lotus sect. A cluster of female cultivators gathered, one remarking, "Do you suppose this Chu Kuangren is of a coarse and ungainly appearance? Surely not. I have heard tell that he possesses the countenance of a celestial being." Such rumors are often exaggerated. In this day and age, any with a modicum of attractiveness are lauded as if they were deities incarnate, another replied flippantly. At that moment, a gasp arose from the crowd. "Behold, it is Chu Kuangren. Truly extraordinary, beyond the mundane." The female cultivators turned their gazes to witness Chu Kuangren, accompanied by Lan Yu, passing by in their vicinity. "Remarkable, he is as the rumors foretold, nay, even more exquisite, as if a divine being has descended upon us. Indeed, he is most pleasing to the eye." The female cultivator who had previously disparaged Chu Kuangren stood transfixed, only regaining her senses after he had long departed. "I declare, from this day forth, I offer my unwavering support for Chu Kuangren as our sacred son. Let any who oppose him face my wrath. As do I." Chu Kuangren, with Lan Yu in tow, traversed the White Lotus sect, inadvertently amassing a considerable following of admirers. Within the grand hall of the White Lotus sect, the sect leader gazed upon the resplendent white robes before him, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. Turning to Chu Kuangren, he said, "These are the garments to be donned at the inauguration ceremony. Examine them and suggest any alterations you deem necessary." "The arrangements made by the esteemed elder are more than sufficient," Chu Kuangren replied with a serene smile, for he knew that with his inherent charm, he would appear striking in any attire. "Very well. Upon the conclusion of the inauguration ceremony, we shall make a universal proclamation. with the three sacred Tao lineages offering their protection. The sect leader's eyes gleamed with admiration. Three sacred Tao lineages offering protection to a single individual. Such an occurrence was unprecedented. I am grateful to the sect leader. Swiftly, the day of the inauguration ceremony of the White Lotus sect arrived. In the capital of the Great Yu Kingdom, a towering platform stood, the designated venue for the ceremony, where the sacred sun would be inaugurated before a multitude of devotees. Upon the platform, the king of the Great Yu Kingdom and the sect leader of the White Lotus sect were seated, while below, an endless sea of devotees filled the streets. All eagerly anticipated the arrival of the new sacred sun. Rumor has it that the new sacred sun has deciphered the cultivation methods left by the sacred king. I wonder if it is true. It is an exciting prospect. Of course, it is true. The white lotus flowers filled the skies just days ago. Did you not witness it? Such a phenomenon cannot be fabricated. That is most heartening. Indeed, after so many years, someone has finally deciphered the techniques left by the sacred king. The sacred king has found a successor. Discussions filled the air. The extraordinary phenomenon of the white lotus flowers filling the sky had ignited unprecedented enthusiasm for the inauguration ceremony. Upon the platform, the king of the Great Yu Kingdom, adorned in opulent attire, inquired, "Sect leader, has this sacred sun truly deciphered the techniques left by the sacred king?" The sect leader nodded slightly. Upon receiving the confirmation, the king of the Great Yu Kingdom was taken aback, then overjoyed, exclaiming, "The sacred king has finally found a successor. Indeed, he is an exceptionally talented young man." The sect leader replied with a serene smile. The king of the Great Yu Kingdom was astonished. Such praise from the sect leader was unparalleled. Even the sacred daughter of the White Lotus sect had not received such accolades. He comes, he comes." A cry arose from the crowd. At the end of the street, two figures, one male and one female, slowly approached. At the forefront was Chu Kuangren, clad in magnificent white robes, a jade crown upon his head, and white boots inlaid with jade upon his feet. His countenance was ethereal, as if a celestial being. Behind him, Lan Yu wore silver armor, her wings spread wide, and a scepter of light in her hand, radiating an aura of divine holiness. In that instant, the entire street fell silent. In the world, only these two existed. "Play the music," the sect leader announced from the platform. On both sides of the street, individuals sounded horns, their solemn tones resonating through the heavens. At that moment, another extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A profound and mystical aura emanated from Chu Kuangren. With each step, a white lotus blossomed beneath his feet. One step, one lotus, step by step. Lotuses bloom. The sacred king's white lotus purification. It is the white lotus purification. Could he be the reincarnation of the sacred king? Countless devotees of the white lotus sacred king prostrated themselves upon witnessing the white lotus purification, bowing before Chu Kuangren. In that moment, Chu Kuangren was as the sacred king of 20,000 years past, who had single-handedly suppressed the hellish beasts and saved countless lives. They revered him as they would a deity. Behind Chu Kuangren, Lan Yu gazed upon his back, her eyes filled with fervor, like the other devotees. In her mind, Chu Kuangren deserved to be revered and worshipped by all, for he was her god. The sacred daughter of the White Lotus and several sacred sons observed this scene from afar, exchanging glances and wry smiles. They had not received such a spectacle upon their own inauguration. We are all sacred sons, but without a doubt, Chu Kuangren's position is far loftier than ours. One sacred son remarked. Who can deny it when he has deciphered the White Lotus purifying mantra? Sacred daughter. Chu Kuangren has risen to power and mastered the White Lotus purifying mantra. Are you not concerned that he will pose a threat to you? A sacred son inquired curiously. The sacred daughter of the White Lotus shook her head slightly. He will not. Why? The sect leader has appointed him as sacred son primarily because he has mastered the White Lotus purifying mantra, but he remains the senior brother of the Xiantian sect. The sect leader will not grant him too much authority. The sacred daughter of the White Lotus was clear-sighted. Though he was a sacred son, Chu Kuangren was different from the pure disciples of the White Lotus sect. Furthermore, he likely does not hold the White Lotus sect in high regard. With his talents, he will have a grander stage in the future. The sacred daughter of the White Lotus said calmly. Chu Kuangren's talents were astonishing. If this era was destined to produce an emperor, Chu Kuangren had a high chance of being that person. At least, his chances were greater than theirs. A White Lotus sect was insignificant in the eyes of the future Chu Kuangren. Clinging to it would only be detrimental. Having traversed the street, Chu Kuangren ascended the platform step by step. The king of the Great Yu Kingdom hastily greeted him, marveling at Chu Kuangren. The sacred son is indeed extraordinary. Very well. Let us commence the inauguration. The sect leader of the White Lotus sect retrieved a lotus-shaped crown and placed it upon Chu Kuangren's head. Then, She announced loudly to the devotees below, "I hereby declare that from this day forth, Chu Kuangren shall be the sacred son of the White Lotus sect. Hail the sacred son! Hail the sacred son! Hail the sacred son!" Chapter 81. Reactions from all sides. This item is fated with me after the grand ceremony of canonization. The madman of Chu departed from the White Lotus sect, continuing his journey toward the next lineage of the saints. Within 2 days of his departure, the news of his becoming the saint son of the White Lotus sect spread throughout the Azure Dragon domain, astonishing countless cultivators and sections. Everyone was bewildered. Just days prior, the madman of Chu had only recently become the royal son-in-law of the Qinyan dynasty, and now, how had he suddenly ascended to the position of saint son? What on earth was happening? The world was changing too rapidly, leaving them utterly befuddled. Who could elucidate the situation? How did the madman of Chu become the saint son of the White Lotus sect? Nearly half of the 8 major saint lineages in the Azure Dragon domain were now rallying to protect him. Unbelievable. What transpired in those few days? Goodness. What charm did the madman of Chu possess that compelled these saint lineages to gather around him? 3 major saint lineages safeguarding the path of a young disciple. Was such grandeur truly necessary? I am in awe. This is the epitome of a prodigy. In the Azure Dragon domain, whether among ordinary cultivators, prodigies, or various sects, all were stunned by this revelation. Some sects suddenly realized that the 3 major saint lineages supporting the madman of Chu constituted a form of alliance. A mere youth like him could already influence the power dynamics of the Azure Dragon domain. What might become of him when he fully matured? In an instant, many sects grew restless. Within the sacred land of Lingxiu, the current master, Ling Haidao, felt a flicker of concern upon learning of the madman of Chu's ascension to Saint Sun. This youth was extraordinarily gifted, and now with the backing of 3 major saint lineages, his rise seemed unstoppable. If this young man was not balanced, the sacred land of Lingxiu would have no chance at the imperial throne of this world. As this thought crossed his mind, a sense of unwillingness washed over Ling Haidao. He gazed toward a mountain deep within the sacred grounds. Perhaps it was time to awaken the prodigy from tens of thousands of years ago. For the past 150,000 years, there had been no emperor, yet countless prodigies had emerged during this time, many with extraordinary capabilities. However, these individuals were born in an era of decline where the great Tao was not manifested, rendering them incapable of attaining the emperor's throne. Thus, some unwilling prodigies chose to seal themselves, waiting for the grand era of imperial opportunity. The sacred land of Lingxiu had such a slumbering prodigy, yet it had never awakened him. Until now, with the madman of Chu's extraordinary talent, someone needed to counterbalance him. This prodigy would be the perfect candidate. In Xiang Valley, the valley master looked at Lin Batian, inhaling deeply before asking, "Batian, are you certain you wish to proceed with this?" A resolute glint flashed in Lin Batian's eyes. The madman of Chu was too terrifying. If he did not go all in, he would struggle to compete. "Very well. Take care of yourself." The valley master sighed lightly, then waved his hand, opening a passage in the void, vibrant flames swirling within. A terrifying heat pervaded the air. Lin Batian gazed at the passage and resolutely stepped inside. Upon hearing that the 3 major saint lineages were safeguarding the madman of Chu, various sects began to respond in their own ways. However, the madman of Chu remained unaware of these developments. At that moment, he was en route to the Taishu temple. Notably, the number of his protectors had increased from 2 to 3, with the additional individual being from the White Lotus sect. He could not help but jest about how this trio could now play a game of cards together. On the celestial vessel, the madman of Chu closed his eyes in contemplation, an abundance of cultivation methods materializing in his mind, predominantly sword techniques, with a few from the White Lotus sect. He began to integrate these methods into his sword technique of heaven severance, having already determined his path of mastering a single sword to transcend myriad laws. Furthermore, he had begun to shape his understanding. He merely needed to refine his comprehension of the laws, continuously integrating these insights into the sword technique of heaven severance. Perhaps one day, this technique could ascend to the level of an imperial art. Suddenly, the madman of Chu uttered a soft exclamation. Gesturing for Lan Yu to halt the celestial vessel, he paused to sense the surroundings. Just moments ago, he had experienced a peculiar sensation, one bestowed upon him by the treasure-seeking technique, granting him acute awareness of treasures. Activating the treasure-seeking technique, the madman of Chu scanned his environment. He had found it. Pointing in a specific direction, he urged the celestial vessel onward. In a certain mountain range, 2 formidable auras clashed, each exuding a power capable of rending mountains and rivers asunder. These were 2 powerful beings, their bodies radiating overwhelming Tao rhythms and spiritual energy, causing the space around them to convulse violently. At the epicenter of their battle stood a mountain peak, atop which a rare medicinal herb emanated a resplendent glow, truly extraordinary. Although their conflict was fierce, both combatants were wary of letting their battle disrupt the precious herb. "Old fool, that quasi-saint level herb belongs to me," proclaimed one cultivator, crackling with arcs of lightning. A quasi-saint level herb, though inferior to a saint level one, was far superior to most supreme medicinal herbs. With this herb, he could break through to the late stage of the revered realm. "Humph, do you expect me to hand it over willingly? Others may fear your Thunderhawk clan, but the Taishu Temple does not," retorted an elder donned in Taoist robes, wielding a whisk. "Enough talk, let us fight." The two sides collided once more, both being mid-stage revered cultivators, locked in a fierce stalemate. Blood lightning. The Thunderhawk Venerable roared, his body enveloped in a layer of blood-colored lightning, a tempestuous Tao rhythm radiating in all directions. This was a powerful secret technique of the Thunderhawk clan. Although it would damage the user as well, it would exponentially enhance their power. After utilizing blood lightning, the Thunderhawk Venerable quickly suppressed the whisk-wielding elder, launching a punch that sent his opponent flying hundreds of feet. The frenzied blood-colored lightning relentlessly eroding the elder's flesh. However, the Thunderhawk Venerable knew that this technique could not kill his opponent, and prolonged use of blood lightning would incur severe backlash. Dispersing the blood lightning, he seized the opportunity while the whisk-wielding elder was injured and rushed toward the peak, where the quasi-saint level herb awaited, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. "This herb is mine." At that moment, a domineering purple sword light suddenly descended from the heavens. The Thunderhawk Venerable's expression shifted as he swiftly dodged. The sword light struck the ground with a thunderous explosion, carving a massive sword scar spanning over 100 meters, its residual sword energy sweeping wildly in all directions. The destructive power was on par with that of a revered cultivator. "Who is it?" The Thunderhawk Venerable's face darkened. This opportunity was hard-won, and now an interloper had appeared. From the sky descended a figure clad in white, accompanied by a silver-haired woman. Both possessed breathtaking beauty. The newcomers were none other than the madman of Chu and Lanyu, who had located this scene through the treasure-seeking technique. "My good friend, I apologize, but I find this herb most exceptional and feel a profound affinity for it. I kindly ask you to part with it." The madman of Chu smiled faintly. Chapter 82. The Might of the One Battle Sovereign and the Pure World of the White Lotus. Upon hearing the words of Chu Kuangren, the face of the Thunder Falcon Sovereign darkened ominously. "A treasure of exceptional quality, destined for you? There are countless treasures of remarkable quality under heaven. Do you believe they are all meant for you?" His words dripped with disdain. "Nonsense. Regardless of where you hail from, to obstruct my acquisition of medicine means you are courting death." With an overwhelming surge of thunderous energy, the Thunder Falcon Sovereign lunged forward in an instant. Chu Kuangren's gaze sharpened, and with his insightful eye activated, he discerned the opponent's foundational attributes and cultivation level. It turned out he was of the Thunder Falcon clan. Grasping the Kunwu sacred sword, Chu Kuangren did not flinch or evade. Instead, he met the charge with a single sword strike, unleashing a terrifying beam of sword light. As the sword light collided with the thunder, a cataclysmic force erupted, sweeping in all directions and causing the very air to tremble, while nearby mountains shattered into fragments. Chu Kuangren was momentarily pushed back several feet. The prowess of a sovereign was indeed formidable. Rubbing his numbed arm, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. With his current strength, ordinary battle kings posed no challenge. Only a sovereign could truly test him. The expression of the Thunder Falcon Sovereign shifted dramatically, not due to Chu Kuangren's superior cultivation, which was merely at the Void Realm, far beneath his own. He was a sovereign, 2 major realms above this opponent. Yet, the combat prowess exhibited by this Void Realm cultivator was astonishing. To withstand the might of a sovereign unscathed? From whence did this prodigious talent emerge? Suddenly, a realization struck the Thunder Falcon Sovereign, and a flicker of fear crossed his eyes as he locked onto Chu Kuangren. With such an extraordinary appearance and cultivation level, "You must be Chu Kuangren, the Grand Master Brother of the Shantian sect," he exclaimed in shock. Chu Kuangren, sword in hand, nodded. His features were too distinctive for him to remain anonymous. "Let us depart." Upon recognizing Chu Kuangren's identity, the Thunder Falcon Sovereign no longer harbored intentions of continuing the battle. He only wished to flee. He was not afraid of Chu Kuangren, as the latter was merely at the Void Realm. However, he was terrified of the guardian behind him, a supreme being. The distinction between a sovereign and a supreme being was vast, especially when it came to an unparalleled supreme being. "I cannot allow you to leave," Chu Kuangren declared, as the rhythm of his Tao pulsed around him, generating a multitude of sword auras that coalesced into towering pillars of sword energy. The sword prison of the 9 heavens, activate. As the sword prison integrated the power of space, its ability to seal was greatly enhanced, making it exceedingly difficult for even a sovereign to escape. Chu Kuangren, I no longer desire that treasure. What exactly do you intend to do? The Thunder Falcon sovereign exclaimed, his tone filled with indignation. Shrugging, Chu Kuangren replied, I simply wish to either defeat you or be defeated by you. With that, he summoned the rhythms of his Tao, conjuring the sword of heavenly Tao and the Qinglian sword song, manifesting 2 extraordinary phenomena. The vastness of his sword Tao surged forth like a tidal wave. In recent times, his rapid ascension in strength meant that even lesser emperors could hardly withstand his onslaught, rendering him nearly invincible among his peers. He needed a worthy opponent to test his capabilities, and it was abundantly clear that the Thunder Falcon Sovereign was an excellent candidate. Do you really take me for a soft persimmon? The Thunder Falcon Sovereign seethed with fury, witnessing Chu Kuangren's unwavering stance, and launched another assault. Surrounding himself with domineering thunderous Tao energy, he unleashed a series of silvery lightning bolts that danced through the air, striking at Chu Kuangren one after another. Each imbued with unparalleled power, far exceeding even that of the lesser Emperor Lei Ao, whom Chu Kuangren had previously defeated. This is the might of a sovereign. Come at me. Chu Kuangren advanced rather than retreated, deploying his 3 Tao phenomena, as the 4 supreme foundations within him radiated brilliant divine light. With a single sword slash, an overwhelming wave of sword light surged forth, embodying the purest intent of attack, a transcendent Tao that could shatter all techniques. As the sword light swept through, countless bolts of lightning disintegrated. Nearby, the elder in the Tao robe, who had just regained his composure, stared in astonishment. What a terrifying young man. A mere void realm cultivator is evenly matched with a sovereign. This is unprecedented. Boom, boom, boom. The violet sword light clashed with the silver lightning in a series of resounding impacts, creating a dazzling spectacle as the formidable Tao energies intertwined and collided in the void. The overwhelming might caused the surrounding mountains and rivers to erupt and fracture. The 3 guardians concealed in the shadows witnessed Chu Kuangren unleashing his full power for the first time, and even they were taken aback. Incredible. The strength of the Saint Sun is extraordinary, and he is still merely at the void realm. How fearsome will he become if he ascends to Battle King or even Sovereign? In the dim void, a middle-aged woman clad in white robes from the White Lotus sect gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the prowess of the Prince Consort is unparalleled. In this era of imperial competition, he is destined to rise above all. An elderly woman from the Qinglian dynasty remarked, of course, you must consider that he is the Grand Master Brother of the Xiantian sect, and he is now also the Prince Consort of our Qinglian dynasty and the Saint Son of the White Lotus sect. The elderly woman and the middle-aged woman exchanged dissatisfied glances. Beyond the void, the battle between Chu Kuangren and the Thunder Falcon Sovereign escalated to a fervent level. Frustrated by his inability to prevail, the Thunder Falcon Sovereign gritted his teeth and activated the Blood Thunder technique, a desperate maneuver that inflicted harm upon himself while attacking his foe. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of blood-red lightning erupted. Chu Kuangren, meet your demise. The Thunder Falcon Sovereign bellowed, as the bolts of lightning wove together into a terrifying crimson net of death. The astonishing thunderous Tao energy locked onto Chu Kuangren, making evasion nearly impossible. The 3 guardians prepared to intervene at any moment. However, at that moment, Chu Kuangren held his sword aloft, and with a mystical hand gesture, an incomprehensibly vast Tao energy emerged. A burst of white light erupted from him, revealing a multitude of white lotuses in the void. The manifestation of the White Lotus Pure World technique. The lotuses encircled the void, and as the blood-red lightning struck them, they were continuously disassembled and dissipated into pure spiritual energy. How is this possible? What technique is this? The Thunder Falcon Sovereign's pupils constricted in shock. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman gazed at the scene with fervent admiration. This is the White Lotus Pure World technique of the White Lotus Saint King. It is said that this technique can deconstruct spiritual power, unravel Tao energies, and purify all, possessing supreme defensive capabilities. To think the Saint Sun only recently comprehended this technique and now wields it so masterfully, truly remarkable. The elderly woman and the 7th ancestor were equally astonished by the overwhelming power of the White Lotus Pure World technique. No wonder no one has grasped it over all these years. It is simply too profound. Sky-splitting sword technique. Seizing the moment while the Thunder Falcon Sovereign was still reeling from shock, Chu Kuangren swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of violent sword light. As the sword light surged forth, the void trembled. The Thunder Falcon Sovereign, in a moment of panic, launched a blood lightning bolt for defense. but was still gravely injured by the strike. Damn it! The Thunder Falcon Sovereign panicked. Yet Chu Kuangren's relentless offensive continued. Combining the defensive prowess of the White Lotus Pure World technique with the aggressive might of the Sky-Splitting Sword technique, rendering his combat strength unparalleled. The Thunder Falcon Sovereign found himself retreating continuously, suffering successive injuries. When the time felt right, Chu Kuangren suddenly opened his palm, revealing a swirling black vortex in his grasp, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast. Devouring technique. With a soft command, an immense gravitational force erupted from his palm, locking onto the Thunder Falcon Sovereign and drawing him inexorably into the abyss. Chapter 83. The Devouring Technique of Refinement and the Unblemished One of the Void. The Devouring Technique. This formidable Holy King method was acquired by Chu Kuangren from the Blacklight Saint, possessing unparalleled strength. It allows the practitioner to create a refining space within themselves, drawing in cultivators and subsequently refining their flesh and essence. For an ordinary cultivator, Chu Kuangren could directly employ this technique without hesitation. However, when facing a venerable figure, he must first incapacitate them, for his current cultivation level does not guarantee success in the refinement. Inside the refining space of the devouring technique, darkness engulfed everything. Upon entering, the Thunderhawk Venerable was suddenly gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. Soon, a fierce refining power erupted from all directions, causing the Thunderhawk Venerable's flesh to be incessantly dissected. What bizarre method is this? No, please. At his peak, the Thunderhawk Venerable might have been able to contend with this refining force, yet at this moment, severely injured and utterly weakened, he felt as vulnerable as fish on a chopping board. Essences of flesh and blood flowed through the refining space towards Chu Kuangren's limbs and bones, ultimately converging into his spiritual abode. The four supreme foundations, Tao Foundation, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, and Purple Mansion, radiated with brilliant divine light, instilling a sense of exhilaration. The essence was absorbed by these foundations, transforming into pure spiritual power, enriching his spiritual abode and enhancing Chu Kuangren's cultivation. The essence from a venerable being significantly elevated Chu Kuangren's level, propelling him to the pinnacle of the late void stage. His foundational strength was simply too robust. Had an ordinary cultivator absorbed such essence, their increase would likely have been even greater. Nevertheless, the enhancement in combat prowess was not insignificant. Chu Kuangren licked his lips, marveling at the potency of this technique. With the devouring technique at his disposal, cultivators in this world were akin to precious herbs. However, a shiver ran down his spine as he quickly extinguished this dangerous thought, striving to stabilize his Tao heart. Despite the technique's might, uncontrolled use would ultimately lead to self-destruction, depleting one's fortune and potentially descending into demonic paths. It is the practitioner who masters the technique, not the technique that masters the practitioner. After vanquishing the Thunderhawk Venerable, Chu Kuangren ascended to the mountaintop, plucking the quasi-saint-grade treasure and placing it into his spatial ring. Not far off, the old Taoist, though reluctant, felt powerless. Not only was the opponent's strength astounding, but the fact that even the Thunderhawk Venerable had fallen to him made the mere name of Chu Kuangren a source of trepidation. After all, this individual was backed by 3 holy lineages. The old Taoist approached Chu Kuangren, bowing respectfully. I am Ling Zheng from the Zisu lineage of the Void Sect. It is an honor to meet you, Tao friend. Ling Zheng addressed him as a fellow Taoist, clearly recognizing Chu Kuangren's ability to slay the Thunderhawk Venerable, regarding him as an equal. With this thought, Ling Zheng couldn't help but marvel. With the protection of 3 holy lineages and such extraordinary talent, this youth's future is boundless. Not only will he become an emperor, but his ascension to sainthood seems almost assured. Greetings, Tao friend Ling. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly. Since Ling Zheng addressed him as a fellow Taoist, he did not resist, feeling somewhat surprised to discover Ling Zheng's association with the Void Sect. Was this not serendipitous? He had intended to visit the Void Sect. He shared his thoughts with Ling Zheng. The Void Sect warmly welcomes you, Tao friend Chu, Ling Zheng replied with a smile, leading Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu towards the Void Sect. Nestled deep within the mountains, the Void Sect is seldom visited. Today, the sound of bells resonated throughout the sect, heralding the arrival of esteemed guests. In front of the mountain gate, several disciples awaited eagerly. Shortly after, an elderly Taoist appeared, accompanied by a man and a woman. Upon seeing them, the disciples hurriedly rushed forward. Greetings, Elder Ling, Tao friend Chu, Tao friend Lan. The disciples, having received news of their visit, greeted them warmly. Where are the sect leaders? They are already in the main hall, awaiting your arrival. The disciples guided Ling Zheng and the others up the mountain. Along the way, they secretly observed Chu Kuangren, as the tales surrounding this prodigy were numerous and astonishing. Each account was more incredible than the last, leaving them curious. Why was it that, among peers, Chu Kuangren stood out so remarkably? In the main hall of the Void Sect, the current sect leader and several elders gathered, preparing for Chu Kuangren's arrival. It is noteworthy that these individuals were all venerable beings, with the sect leader being a supreme figure. Yet, they awaited the arrival of a young junior. If this were to spread, it would surely astonish cultivators across the realm. However, given Chu Kuangren's current stature, they could not afford to overlook him. As the sect leader caught sight of the approaching figure clad in white, he smiled faintly. It is said that Master Xiantian is extraordinary. Seeing him today, it is indeed as rumored, like an immortal descending to the mortal realm. Your praise is unwarranted, Chu Kuangren replied, bowing respectfully. Dao friend Chu, I have been informed by Ling Zheng of the purpose of your visit. I shall arrange for someone to discuss Dao with you tomorrow, the sect leader stated. Thank you. Sect leader, Chu Kuangren replied. Wang elder, Dao friend Chu has traveled far. Please show him to the guest quarters to rest, the sect leader instructed a nearby elder. Certainly. After Chu Kuangren departed, the sect leader's expression turned grave. A supreme being, accompanied by two others of at least equivalent rank, was indeed, as the rumors suggested, the three holy lineages were safeguarding this youth's path to cultivation, which was truly astounding. This Chu Kuangren was exceptionally gifted. His combat prowess allowed him to slay venerable beings. Ling Zheng recounted the tale of how Chu Kuangren defeated the Thunderhawk Venerable, prompting gasps of astonishment from the assembly. To contend with a war king at the void stage is sufficient to be called a young emperor, but to slay a venerable being at the void stage? What caliber of prodigy is this? Such talent is utterly terrifying. This individual cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Even Wuchen would find it challenging to contend with him. The hall buzzed with discussion, filled with awe and admiration. Guided by Wang Elder, Chu Kuangren arrived at a guest room. Dao friend, this room is equipped with a bell. Should you require anything, ringing it will summon someone, Wang Elder said with a smile. Thank you. There is no need for formality. Chu Kuangren replied. Wang Elder took his leave. Upon entering the guest room, which contained several chambers, Chu Kuangren noticed a bell hanging at the entrance. Out of curiosity, he gave it a gentle ring. The sound was crisp and melodious, and soon after, a young Taoist with his hair tied back approached, inquiring about Chu Kuangren's needs. Young Taoist, as this is my first visit, I am curious about the interesting places within the Void Sect. Might you share some insights? Of course. The young Taoist began to recount. Midway through his explanation, the young Taoist noticed Chu Kuangren's gaze drift towards the door, and out of curiosity, he turned to look as well. A young Taoist clad in a blue robe, with a handsome visage and a demeanor of calm composure, was approaching. Upon seeing him, the young Taoist was taken aback and hurried forward to bow. Greetings, Brother Wuchen. Wuchen, a legendary name within the Void Sect, was the most outstanding prodigy of the younger generation and the only cultivator recognized by the Void Seal in millennia. Greetings, Wuchen acknowledged with a slight nod, then turned to Chu Kuangren, bowing respectfully. I am Wuchen, pleased to meet you, Dao friend Chu. Wuchen, the honor is mine, Chu Kuangren replied with a subtle smile, his eyes shimmering with profound symbols of the Tao, as he began to observe Wuchen with his discerning gaze. Chapter 84, Wuchenzi's Desolation. Invitation from the abbot of Taishu Temple. Wuchenzi, the foremost disciple of Taishu Temple, possessed a cultivation base at the late stage of the Void Realm. He cultivated the ethereal Taishu Sutra, a sacred art, and the sun-shattering evil, another sacred technique. This prodigious talent of Taishu Temple wielded the sacred king artifact, the Taishu Seal. Information about Wuchenzi surfaced before Chu Kuangren. Even prior to his arrival, Chu Kuangren had heard of Wuchenzi's reputation. However, he had been told that the latter was in seclusion. Consequently, Chu Kuangren had not encountered him during either the martial arts tournament or the exploration of the secret realm. Today marked their first meeting. Rumor had it that had Wuchenzi not been in seclusion, Guchanga's path to invincibility would have been halted at Taishu Temple before he ever reached the Shuangguang sect, indicating that this individual was no ordinary person. Under the analysis of Chu Kuangren's eye of insight, Wuchenzi's overall strength indeed surpassed that of Guchanga. I have long been secluded in Taishu Temple, but I have heard of the name of fellow Taoist Chu. I have come here today specifically to meet you, Wuchenzi said with a smile. I wonder if you are satisfied? A celestial demeanor, truly admirable. Indeed, it is the truth. Chu Kuangren nodded, unabashedly acknowledging the compliment. I have already heard of fellow Taoist Chu's purpose in coming to Taishu Temple. Does fellow Taoist Chu intend to emulate Guchanga? In the past, Guchanga had challenged the disciples of several other sacred orthodoxies to forge an invincible heart. Others saw Chu Kuangren's visits to various orthodoxies as having the same goal. Ah, fellow Taoist Wichenzi, you are mistaken. Guchanga made a great show of it, causing a stir throughout the world. I am much more low-key than him. Moreover, I am simply discussing the Tao and the Dharma, without resorting to violence. Chu Kuangren said with a smile. These words brought a strange expression to Wichenzi's face. Fellow Taoist Chu previously visited the White Lotus sect, I believe. And then news spread that fellow Taoist Chu had become a holy son of the White Lotus sect, causing a sensation throughout the world. Fellow Taoist Chu calls this low-key. Upon hearing this, Chu Kuangren shrugged helplessly. I said that it was just an accident, fellow Taoist Wichenzi, do you believe me? Who knew that the White Lotus purifying world scripture was so important to the White Lotus sect, that it concerned the very foundation of the entire orthodoxy's cultivation. Whether I believe it or not is unimportant. What matters is that I have come to visit fellow Taoist Chu this time to engage in a Tao discussion. Wichenzi said, startling the young Taoist next to him. Senior brother Wichenzi actually wants to discuss the Tao with Chu Kuangren. Acceptable. This was Chu Kuangren's purpose in coming, and he had no reason to refuse. Please. Wichenzi waved his sleeve, and 2 more prayer mats appeared. He sat on one of them, and the Taoist rhythm gradually permeated his body. Chu Kuangren sat directly opposite him. The contemporary prodigies sat and discussed the Tao. The young Taoist next to him was so excited that he could hardly contain himself, but he did not dare to make a sound to disturb the 2 of them. 2 strands of Taoist rhythm began to collide in the room. Chu Kuangren's heavenly Tao sword hovered above his head, incomparably sharp, while Wichenzi was surrounded by a rolling sea of clouds, ethereal and unpredictable. The Taoist rhythm spread out, and some powerful individuals sensed it. Someone is discussing the Tao. The direction is the guest room. It's Chu Kuangren. What a sharp sword Taoist rhythm. And the other one is ethereal and unpredictable. It is the Tao of our Taishu sect. It's Wichenzi. These 2 actually started discussing the Tao so quickly. Some of the elders of Taishu Temple were extremely curious and set off for the place where the 2 were discussing the Tao. The most famous cultivation techniques in my Taishu sect, apart from the Taishu Ethereal Sutra, are the 32 supreme arts and the 2 sacred arts. I am not talented, and I have only learned 12 of them. Please enlighten me, fellow Taoist Chu. When a group of Taishu Temple elders arrived, they only heard Wichenzi say this. Then, the other party's Taoist rhythm changed, giving rise to spells. The sea of clouds surged, transforming into several clouds that surged from the left, right, front, and back, striking towards Chu Kuangren. This is the cloud-turning art. An elder recognized this spell. However, before the several clouds could approach Chu Kuangren, a sword light flashed past from the heavenly Tao sword above his head, and the clouds shattered. Wichenzi was not surprised, and continued to urge his Taoist rhythm, transforming into various mysterious spells. That is the supreme art willow sweeping, and the spring chill art. TSK, so many supreme arts, and each one is used so skillfully. It is truly rare. He truly deserves to be the only prodigy in the past few thousand years to be recognized by the Taishu seal. He is indeed extraordinary. Look at Chu Kuangren. Although Wichenzi's spells were profound, Chu Kuangren remained unmoved, no matter how the outside world was like a storm. The heavenly Tao sword hovered above his head, and the sword light flashed from time to time. No spell could land on his body. One sword breaks all spells. Its elegance was fully displayed. At this moment, a great sun emerged from the sea of clouds around Wichenzi. The great sun rose. Its light was brilliant and dazzling. A golden light flew out from the great sun, passing through layers of clouds, shooting towards Chu Kuangren with incomparable straightness. This is the sacred art, sun-shattering evil. I didn't expect Wichenzi to use this trump card so quickly. It seems that Chu Kuangren is putting a lot of pressure on him. A group of Taishu Temple elders clicked their tongues in amazement. At this time, Chu Kuangren, facing the sacred art, was still calm and collected. A purple sword light flashed out from the heavenly Tao sword above his head. The purple sword light and the golden light of the great sun collided, and the golden light of the great sun was torn apart like thin paper. The sword light was like a hot knife through butter, landing on Wichenzi's body. His body trembled slightly, and the Taoist rhythm that permeated his body collapsed. The outcome of this Tao discussion was already clear. Insufficient, your Tao? Your Dharma is not strong enough. Chu Kuangren said lightly, his tone without any waves, without pride, without arrogance, and even without contempt, as if he was just stating a fact. But this was precisely the most devastating thing, which showed that Chu Kuangren and Wichenzi were no longer on the same level of existence. This was like the difference between a human and an ant. Would a human be complacent because their strength was far superior to that of an ant? Would they despise ants because of this? No, because the two sides were not on the same level. Wichenzi understood this meaning, and a bitter smile could not help but appear on his face. The gap was too great. He was the most outstanding prodigy in Taishu Temple, but compared to Chu Kuangren, he felt too small and too low. It is my honor to be able to sit down and discuss the Tao with fellow Taoist Chu. I have gained a lot from this discussion. Weixinzi stood up and bowed respectfully. There were gains, but more of it was loss and desolation. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly. You're welcome. He did not comfort Weixinzi. Because it was useless, because he was too much stronger than Weixinzi. This was a predetermined fact. All of this could only be walked out by Weixinzi himself. Alas, the gap is too great. Yes, several elders of Taishu Temple could not help but sigh. At this time, the abbot of Taishu Temple slowly walked over. Seeing him, Weixinzi bowed and saluted. Greetings, master. Weixinzi was a disciple of the current abbot of Taishu Temple. A temporary victory or defeat does not represent a lifetime of victory or defeat. Wuchen, this is just a tempering. Do not be too immersed in it. The abbot of Taishu Temple saw Weixinzi's desolate expression, and a touch of heartache flashed in his eyes. Yes, master. Weixinzi nodded. Then, the abbot of Taishu Temple looked at Chu Kuangren and said lightly, Little friend, Chu's understanding of the Tao and Dharma is so profound that I am afraid that no one in the same generation can compare with you. I wonder if this old Taoist has the honor of discussing the Tao with you? As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar. Chapter 85. My heart of the Tao is as steadfast as a rock, merely a gentle breeze to everyone's astonishment. The master of the Taishu Temple intended to personally engage in a philosophical discourse with the young madman, Chu. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in disbelief. What stature does the master of Taishu hold? He is the sovereign of the saintly path, an unparalleled supreme being, renowned throughout the Qinglong domain, revered by millions wherever he goes. Yet, this illustrious figure wishes to converse with Amir Jr.? Should this news spread, it would surely send shockwaves across the realm. Chu was momentarily taken aback by the master's words, sensing that the master might be seeking to defend his disciple, Weixinzi. Quite protective, indeed. A smile crept across Chu's face, a glimmer of brilliance gradually shining in his eyes. In truth, the master of Taishu was not mistaken. Having entered a state of enlightenment multiple times, coupled with his recent acquisition of the attribute of forgetting oneself, his comprehension of the Tao far surpassed that of his peers. No, even the elders of his generation would struggle to match him. Engaging with the younger generation of practitioners would yield little insight. Only conversing with top-tier cultivators would bring substantial gains. Undoubtedly, the master of Taishu was such a practitioner. With a calm demeanor, Chu replied, I would be honored to accept your invitation, esteemed master. Very well, I shall await you at the Chantian Palace tomorrow. The master of Taishu responded with a gentle smile, before bowing and departing. Yet, as he turned, a flicker of regret crossed his eyes. Alas, too impulsive, too impulsive. As a supreme being, how could he have rashly proposed to discuss the Tao with a junior? Should this information leak, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. However, having spoken, there was no turning back. After the departure of the master and his companions, the 7 ancestors emerged, frowning as they addressed Chu. Young one, are you truly going to engage in discourse with the master of Taishu? Of course. It is a splendid opportunity to glean insights from the master's profound understanding of the Tao. Chu replied with a casual smile. Yet the master is a supreme being, with few rivals in his grasp of the Tao. Although a discourse poses no threat to life, the disparity may impact your heart of the Tao, cautioned the ancestor. My heart of the Tao is as steadfast as a rock. Chu proclaimed confidently, his tone imbued with self-assurance. His comprehension of the Tao was no less than that of the revered ones. Even if the master's understanding surpassed his own, it would not sway his convictions. Very well, the ancestor nodded slightly. The news of Chu's impending discourse with the master of Taishu spread like wildfire within half a day, leaving countless individuals astounded. The entire Taishu temple buzzed with speculation. A supreme being and a young practitioner from the Dongshu realm were to engage in a discussion? Had the world gone mad, or was it merely a figment of insanity? Goodness, Chu is truly remarkable. I heard that Weixinzi sought out Chu for a discussion, but ultimately faced defeat. The master surely seeks to defend him. Given the master's temperament, that is indeed plausible. I recall that decades ago, Weixinzi was injured by a revered one while training. The master, furious, stormed to the revered one's sect and decisively vanquished him. Regardless, the notion of Chu engaging in discourse with the master is utterly astonishing. I must witness this tomorrow. I shall attend as well. Count me in. Within the grand hall, the master of Taishu was gathered with several elders. Master, have you lost your mind? What is your standing to even consider discussing the Tao with a junior? One elder boldly stated, having a close relationship with the master, he was perhaps the only one brave enough to voice such thoughts. The other elders, though not as vocal, exchanged glances that hinted at their discontent, believing the master had indeed overstepped. The master of Taishu replied calmly, Chu is extraordinarily gifted. Do you not wish to discern the limits of his abilities? Master, are you suggesting this is merely a test? Indeed, while it is merely a discussion, not a battle, my involvement will at least allow me to gauge his capabilities. However, it is not imperative for me to intervene. Ling Zheng mentioned that this lad was able to slay a revered one, indicating that his understanding of the Tao may very well rival that of the revered ones. Only by my involvement can I ensure a comprehensive assessment, the master of Taishu stated with an impassive expression. Now I understand. The elder's dissatisfaction gradually dissipated. The master, relieved, thought to himself, at least I have managed to navigate this situation. In truth, when he proposed the discourse with Chu, he had not contemplated so deeply. It was merely an instinctive reaction to defend his disciple. Yet, reflecting upon it now, even without the influence of Wichenzi, it would be prudent for him to personally assess this Chu. Chu, I eagerly anticipate your performance tomorrow, the master of Taishu murmured. On the following day, the perimeter of the Changtian Palace was teeming with practitioners from the Taishu Temple, all awaiting what could be described as a discourse with the most pronounced disparity in ability. One supreme being, one young practitioner from the Dongshu realm. It was a moment brimming with expectation. Is Chu here yet? He has arrived. At the edge of the crowd, Chu, clad in ethereal white, akin to a celestial being, approached gracefully alongside Lan Yu. He walked at a leisurely pace, exuding an air of tranquility. Lan Yu followed closely behind, mirroring his steps. The pair instantly captivated the attention of all present. Even the seasoned cultivators who had trained for millennia could not help but express their admiration. Their otherworldly presence was mesmerizing. As Chu approached the Changtian Palace, he noticed the master seated upon a meditation cushion, his back turned towards him. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Chu's eyes. Just how vast was the chasm between their understandings of the Tao? At that moment, a figure stepped forth from the crowd, a young practitioner, adorned with a cloth headband, his eyes brimming with eagerness. I am Qingyun of the Taishu sect. I have a Tao to discuss with you, esteemed Chu. As the young practitioner summoned the essence of the Tao, a swirling sea of clouds manifested, and a radiant sun emerged, a beam of golden light shooting forth. It was the resonance of the saintly law, the sun illuminating the darkness. I, Feng Xian of the Taishu sect, also have a Tao to share. I, Qing Xin of the Taishu sect, request your guidance. One after another, young practitioners emerged, invoking the resonance of the Tao to conjure various phenomena aimed at challenging Chu. These individuals were the pride of the younger generation. They held both respect and envy towards Chu, prompting them to collectively strike out in an effort to temper his fervor. Alas, Chu paid them no heed. His gaze was solely fixed upon the master seated within the Changtian Palace. As the myriad Tao resonances surged toward him, a sword of heavenly principle materialized above Chu's head, its light shimmering momentarily before the various Tao resonances dissipated like wisps of smoke in the wind, leaving not a trace upon him. The magnitude of the disparity left all the young prodigies in awe. The gap between them and Chu was insurmountable. It was akin to the flickering firefly compared to the resplendent moon. How could they even begin to compare? Navigating past the throng of young talents, Chu arrived at the entrance of the Changtian Palace. Lan Yu paused at the threshold while Chu confidently stepped inside. Forgive my disciple's impudence, esteemed Chu. I hope you find it amusing. The master of Taishu turned with a polite smile. Chu was unperturbed, settling onto the cushion opposite the master with a casual demeanor. It is merely a gentle breeze, nothing of consequence. Chapter 86. Discussing the Tao with the master of the Taishu temple. And striking again with my sword a mere gentle breeze, inconsequential. Chu Kuangren offered a faint smile. His words, neither loud nor soft, bore no pretense. Outside the Changtian Palace, the gathered disciples felt their expressions shift, eager to retort, yet at a loss for words, rendered utterly speechless. Several prodigies wore expressions of despondency, unwilling yet resigned to the reality that with Chu, all other talents were rendered ordinary. The master of Tai Su gazed at Chu Kuangren, sighing with a sense of inevitability. What you say is true, I do not deny it. Chu Kuangren displayed no semblance of humility, for to him, it was indeed a fact, one that even the young emperor could not contest in his presence. If the young emperor was thus, how could the other so-called prodigies stand a chance? Thus, before him, none could claim the title of prodigy. The corners of the master's mouth twitched slightly. He had never encountered someone so brazen, utterly lacking in modesty. The name Chu Kuangren was indeed fitting. Please, master, he said, already eager to engage in discourse with this supreme being. You are a guest and a junior. You may proceed first. Then I shall not hold back. Chu Kuangren exuded an aura of Tao, summoning a sword of heavenly principles above his head, rays of sword light shooting forth, aimed directly at the master of Tai Su. What a sharp embodiment of the sword's Tao, the master remarked with a light chuckle, as an ethereal Tao aura enveloped him, transforming into a roiling sea of clouds that ensnared the incoming sword lights. In an instant, the sword lights vanished without a trace. Chu Kuangren was not surprised. It would have been shocking had the master of Tai Su's Tao techniques failed to withstand his sword lights. Heaven-slaying sword technique. Without hesitation, Chu Kuangren unleashed the rhythm of the Holy King's Tao. A boundless sharpness surged forth, causing the heavenly sword to tremble gently, as a dominating purple sword light screamed into existence. Though devoid of spiritual power, the mere essence of that Tao was enough to instill fear. Many prodigies outside the Changtian Palace turned pale, their lips tinged with purple, feeling insignificantly small. Had he demonstrated this technique yesterday, my resolve would surely have wavered. Wu Qinzi remarked, his face ashen. Not only he, but several high-ranking elders of Tai Su were equally astonished, realizing that even they might struggle to manifest such profound understanding of the Tao. Ah, what a remarkable Holy King's technique! What a sword path that shatters myriad loss! The master of Tai Su exclaimed, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. The Tao flowed, the clouds churned, and the master's Tao aura surged forth, enveloping the commanding purple sword light. Within the clouds, the purple radiance flickered before the clouds erupted, the Tao energies of both masters sweeping across the entire Changtian Palace. The flickering candlelight trembled, and the doors creaked ominously. Young friend, allow me to show you my technique, the master of Tai Su said with a smile, as he summoned his Tao, manifesting several cloud clusters that surged toward Chu Kuangren. The techniques of a supreme being were, by no means, simple. Even the supreme techniques compelled Chu Kuangren to remain vigilant, as he continually executed the heaven-slaying sword technique. Waves of sword light darted around him. Each cloud cluster he encountered was shattered one after another. Regardless of the myriad Tao techniques and phenomena unleashed by the master of Tai Su, Chu Kuangren remained steadfast, wielding that singular sword as if it were his only skill. Yet that one sword was enough to leave all in awe. My heavens! Chu Kuangren can truly engage the master in a discussion of the Tao. How old is he? This is simply unfathomable. Indeed, how can such a person exist in this world? No wonder the three great holy lineages are willing to protect him. A prodigy of this caliber is bound to achieve the unimaginable in the future. All present were left speechless, while some seized this opportunity to validate their own learning. Entranced by the spectacle, even the revered ones felt they had gained insights. As time flowed, nearly half an hour passed with the master of Tai Su intensifying his Tao, probing the limits of Chu Kuangren. Young friend, your sword can no longer withstand my power, the master stated, a faint smile gracing his lips. The Tao energy swirled. A great sun emerged from the clouds, golden light surging forth. This was the master's sacred technique, the sun's radiance dispelling evil. The golden light shattered the sword light and surged toward Chu Kuangren, prompting all to think, it is over. To engage in discourse with a supreme being. Chu Kuangren had already proven rare in this world. Yet, at that moment, a transformation occurred in his aura. White lotuses coalesced, successfully blocking the golden light. This is the White Lotus Purification Technique. The master of Tai Su was taken aback, recognizing the profound intricacies reminiscent of the White Lotus sect's teachings, yet more refined. Is this the reason the White Lotus sect has conferred upon you the title of Holy Sun? Chu Kuangren offered no reply, as the heavenly sword above him trembled. The rhythm of the heaven-slaying sword technique re-emerging, the sword light howling forth. Yet the golden light from the sun once again surged, striking down the sword light. The master of Tai Su's Tao was simply too formidable. You have done your utmost, young friend, the master of Tai Su said, channeling all his power into the Tao, an overwhelming force pressing down. The white lotuses surrounding Chu Kuangren swayed violently, as if on the brink of collapse. Truly, the master of Tai Su is formidable. His Tao is indeed powerful. Is this all I can muster? Chu Kuangren thought, striving to maintain the White Lotus purification. No, this is still insufficient. My Tao can ascend further. Just as the master of Tai Su believed the end was nigh, Chu Kuangren unexpectedly closed his eyes. What is he doing? Confusion spread among the onlookers. The master of Tai Su furrowed his brow, but his techniques did not falter. In that moment, Chu Kuangren recalled all he had learned and the insights gained from their discourse. Gradually, the aura surrounding him strengthened, stabilizing the once fraying mass of white lotuses. How can this be? The master of Tai Su's expression shifted. Just then, Chu Kuangren's eyes flew open, a terrifying brilliance flashing within. Master, please receive my sword again. Buzz. The heavenly sword quaked violently. An overwhelmingly terrifying sword aura surged forth like a tidal wave. The entire Tai Su temple was enveloped by this sword Tao. Countless swords in the hands of onlookers began to emit uncontrollable sword cries. A beam of sword light shot forth from the heavenly sword, its pure offensive Tao causing the Master's pupils to constrict. Sun's radiance dispelling evil. The great sun unleashed boundless brilliance, a stream of sunlight bursting forth. Yet at the moment of impact, the sunlight was violently shattered. The sword light pierced through the clouds, striking the great sun, causing the phenomena of the Tao to collapse in its wake. The master of Tai Su staggered, his face a mask of astonishment. Chu Kuangren gazed at him calmly. What of this sword? I have lost. Chapter 87. The power of exemplars. My disciple is too exceptional. I have lost. As the words of the master of the Taishu temple echoed, countless disciples outside the Longtian palace fell into an utter silence. The vast expanse of the Taishu temple was enveloped in a profound stillness. All were rendered speechless by shock. What had they just heard? The master of Taishu had declared that he had lost? To engage in a philosophical debate with Chu Kuangren and emerge defeated? He, the supreme sovereign, had succumbed to a junior? Such an occurrence was utterly unfathomable, a claim that no one would dare to believe. The master had lost. How could this be? Chu Kuangren had actually triumphed over the master. What kind of prodigy was he? Merely at the Dongshu stage. Yet he had outdone an unparalleled sovereign in a debate on the Tao. This was nothing short of miraculous. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Despite their reluctance to accept this, his assertion rang true. Before him, no one could claim to be a genius. All were but mediocre. After a deathly silence, a cacophony of discussions erupted. Countless voices marveled. Countless souls were astounded, while many prodigies felt a shadow cast over their hearts, as if they had glimpsed an insurmountable peak in their lifetimes. Within the Longtian palace, the master of Taishu, still reeling from shock, gazed quietly at Chu Kuangren and remarked, I never anticipated that you, young friend Chu, could attain enlightenment at the critical moment, breaking through the realm of Tao. It is truly astonishing. Had it not been for the immense pressure I exerted, I too could not have achieved such a breakthrough. Chu Kuangren offered a faint smile, perceiving this as merely a routine occurrence. After all, he was the protagonist, was he not? Upon hearing this, the master's lips twitched. It appeared he had suffered a loss for nothing. I have gained much from this discourse. Thank you, master. No need for such formality, young friend Chu. I hope you can remain at my Taishu temple for a few more days. Let us exchange ideas whenever possible. From that moment onward, the master of Taishu regarded Chu Kuangren as a peer, at least in terms of Tao. Very well, Chu Kuangren acquiesced, and he lingered in the Taishu temple for an additional 3 days. During this time, apart from the master, several elders also engaged him in discussions about the Tao. After 10 debates over 3 days, Chu Kuangren's understanding of the Tao deepened significantly, and his prowess in wielding a sword to break myriad laws became increasingly refined. Master, I apologize for my incessant chatter these past few days, Chu Kuangren announced as he prepared to depart from the entrance of the Taishu temple. The master of Taishu and numerous elders came to see him off. Young friend, do visit often, the master said with a gentle smile. Despite losing to Chu Kuangren, he bore no resentment, only admiration. Furthermore, cultivating a friendship with such a prodigy brought only benefits to the Taishu temple. It would be foolish to harbor enmity. The verdant mountains remain unchanged, and the flowing waters endure. Master, farewell, Chu Kuangren said as he descended the mountain. Watching his departing figure, the master of Taishu sighed. This youth is extraordinarily talented. He shall undoubtedly leave an indelible mark in history. He can even be compared to the great emperors of antiquity. After leaving the Taishu temple, the news of Chu Kuangren's victory over the master in their philosophical debate spread like wildfire. Various sects and prodigies found it utterly inconceivable. A Dongshu confronting an unparalleled sovereign and emerging victorious? Such boasts were beyond belief. A monster, this Chu Kuangren is no mere mortal, but a veritable anomaly. Who else could defeat an unparalleled sovereign in debate? Indeed, he is truly terrifying. It seems Chu Kuangren will not rest until he has thoroughly astonished us. Bah, this is nothing. He has even slain a sage. Well, that's true. Although most were shocked, some seemed desensitized by Chu Kuangren's feats and began to view them as normal. What significance was there in winning against an unparalleled sovereign? He had already slain such beings. Compared to that, defeating the master of Taishu seemed trivial. Within the sacred land of Lingshu, a young man with black hair held a report detailing the foremost prodigies on Sanxiong Star, with Chu Kuangren's name highlighted in red. I cannot believe that after so many years, as the great Tao manifests and the path to emperorship reopens, there are so few prodigies, he said with disdain. A young emperor? A Dongshu comparable to a warlord is merely a so-called young emperor? Ridiculous. These young emperors are all but hollow titles. Beside him, The Taoist of Linghai exhibited surprise, taken aback by the audacity of this prodigy from millennia past. Yet upon reflecting on the other's strength, he felt less astonished. This Chu Kuangren is quite intriguing. If a Dongshu's mastery of Tao can surpass an unparalleled sovereign, then in my era, he would undoubtedly be among the elite prodigies. Perhaps he could even be my rival. The black-haired youth set the report aside, turning to the Taoist of Linghai. I have slumbered for 30,000 years. My former sect has perished. I wish to join the sacred land of Lingshu. However, I require the full support of the sacred land in my cultivation. Should I ascend to emperorship, I shall ensure the sacred land remains invincible for 100 millennia. Very well, the Taoist of Linghai nodded. Henceforth, I shall be the Tao child of the sacred land of Lingshu, Ao Tsong. The black-haired youth, Ao Tsong, declared, his eyes ablaze with an intense fervor. In this era of great contention, he had finally arrived. In this life, he intended to sweep away all adversaries. Within Xiang Valley, the air suddenly warped, and a violet-haired youth emerged, surrounded by swirling flames. The flames radiated a terrifying heat, incinerating a forest to ashes in an instant, transforming a 100-mile radius into scorched earth. The violet-haired youth slowly opened his palm, revealing a resplendent fire blooming with a terrifying aura of the Tao. I have succeeded. I have finally tamed the sacred fire left by my ancestors. Chu Kuangren, I, Lin Batian, am no weaker than you. Within Shintian sect, countless disciples rejoiced upon hearing the news of Chu Kuangren's victory over the master of Taishu. They were ecstatic, sharing in his glory. Our senior brother is mighty. What of it? Even if he defeated a sage, I would not be surprised. Our senior brother is simply extraordinary. Our senior brother is so formidable. We must strive harder. Indeed, I shall double my training starting tomorrow. Me too. Let us band together for training. Our efficiency will be greatly enhanced. The power of exemplars is boundless. Chu Kuangren became the paragon for the disciples of Shintian sect, inspiring them to pursue him in their cultivation, all to bridge the gap between themselves and him. This phenomenon was met with great satisfaction by the higher-ups of Shintian sect. However, the venerable Su Ing-Q felt a twinge of melancholy. Alas, if he has surpassed the master of Taishu in Tao, what more can I teach him? It seems my exceptional disciple is a source of worry as well. The elders nearby rolled their eyes at his lamentations. Oh, please, with such a disciple, what more could you wish for? You must be secretly overjoyed. Chapter 88. The innate cultivator and the testing pillar of the 10,000 methods sect. A celestial vessel glided through the sea of clouds. On the deck, Chu Kuangren sat cross-legged, surrounded by his three guardians, all exuding an aura of Tao. The four engaged in a profound discussion on the Tao. An unparalleled supreme, accompanied by two others, shared insights with Chu Kuangren. Before long, the ethereal phenomena dissipated, and I sensed that my heaven-slaying sword technique was merely a final step away from advancement. Yet, that last leap proved exceedingly daunting. Chu Kuangren remarked nonchalantly, the heaven-slaying sword technique has already reached the level of a Saint King's art. With one more step, it would ascend to the legendary imperial technique, a supreme method only achievable by those in the imperial realm. Long ago, such imperial techniques existed, but as the emperors vanished, their lineage gradually faded. And for thousands of years, none had witnessed an imperial technique. The seven ancestors lamented, this is a time of great contention, where the Tao manifests in the path to becoming an emperor reopens, yet the lineage has been severed, and techniques of the imperial sword have long since disappeared. Cultivators of this era must embark on a fresh journey of exploration. Fear not, imperial techniques are birthed by human ingenuity. If the ancient emperors could achieve them, there is no reason we cannot, Chu Kuangren declared, his eyes ablaze with unyielding confidence, captivating those around him. His three guardians exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a sense of pride. With unparalleled talent, extraordinary comprehension, and a steadfast Tao heart, coupled with an indomitable spirit that rivaled the best. In their eyes, Chu Kuangren was a born cultivator, destined to ascend to the pinnacle. Young master, which sect shall we visit next? Inquired Qinglan, the guardian from the White Lotus sect, with curiosity. Let us go to the 10,000 Methods sect, Chu Kuangren replied. The 10,000 Methods sect, bold enough to bear such a name, possessed countless cultivation methods, unmatched by any other sect within the Azure Dragon domain. It was said that of all the world's Tao methods, the 10,000 Methods sect claimed 8 parts for itself, illustrating the vastness of its teachings. As they approached the city at the foot of the 10,000 Methods sect, they found it thriving, backed by such a revered lineage, attracting cultivators from all corners of the realm. Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu planned to rest for a day before formally visiting the sect. Quickly, The 10,000 Methods sect is recruiting in the square. I must see this for myself. With that, the cultivators in the streets surged toward a particular direction, leaving the once bustling thoroughfare rather desolate. Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu exchanged curious glances. Let us go and take a look, Chu Kuangren suggested, leading Lan Yu to the city's south-central square, which was already teeming with people. In the square stood several stone pillars inscribed with intricate runes, each adorned with 9 gemstones. A long line formed before the pillars, where several disciples of the 10,000 Methods sect were maintaining order. Next, called one disciple, a cultivator stepped forward, placing his hand upon the pillar. Instantly, the gemstones began to radiate light. 1, 2. A total of 4 gemstones sparkled to life. The cultivator's face fell at the sight. 4 stars, disqualified. Please leave, the disciple stated with indifference. Chu Kuangren stood at the back of the line, observing for a time. He noted that many cultivators could only illuminate 3 or 4 gemstones, with only a few achieving 5 or more to qualify. This was merely the first round. What is the purpose of this pillar? Chu Kuangren inquired, intrigued. This is a treasure crafted by the 10,000 Methods sect to test the potential of cultivators. A voice chimed in from beside him. A young man in white approached, smiling faintly. This artifact categorizes cultivators' potential into 9 tiers, with the most exceptional being able to illuminate 7 or even 8 gemstones. Those with lesser potential may only light 1. 4 stars should still be considered decent, Chu Kuangren remarked. Indeed, a 4-star potential is regarded as a minor genius among some supreme lineages. However, entering the 10,000 Methods sect is not so simple. Their minimum requirement for disciples is 5 stars. Moreover, this is just the first assessment. Subsequent evaluations will scrutinize comprehension, Dao heart, and more, all of which are quite rigorous. The young man seemed intimately familiar with the sect's assessments, prompting Chu Kuangren to regard him with newfound interest. Activating his insightful eye, he discerned Su Tianyi, a disciple of the 10,000 Methods sect, wielding the Void Realm technique and practicing the saintly law of harmonizing heaven and earth. Chu Kuangren's eyes widened in surprise. This individual was a disciple of the sect and, according to his insightful eye, possessed strength comparable to Yuan Hong. Fellow Taoist, you too have come to participate in the recruitment? Come, do not toil in line. I shall take you directly for testing. Su Tianyi beckoned Chu Kuangren. Moving through the crowd, Chu Kuangren hesitated. When did he express a desire to be tested? Fellow Taoist, do not worry about cutting in line. I will take responsibility for this, Su Tianyi interrupted smoothly, exuding an air of confidence. Without allowing Chu Kuangren to protest further, he led the two to the front of the pillars, addressing a disciple. Let them test first. Yes, Daozi, the disciple nodded, glancing at Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu with astonishment. Wow, they are extraordinarily good-looking. As the crowd noticed someone cutting in line, murmurs of discontent arose. Yet upon seeing Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu, their dissatisfaction transformed into admiration. Such striking appearances warrant special treatment in this superficial world. Please, fellow Taoists. A disciple from the 10,000 Methods sect gestured. Chu Kuangren studied the pillar before him, hesitating briefly before extending his hand, curious to see how many gemstones he could illuminate. As he placed his hand against the stone, he felt a peculiar energy emanating from it, sweeping over his body. One by one, the gemstones began to glow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Indeed, as I suspected, your potential is remarkable, Su Tianyi remarked with an expression of certainty. But then, a look of shock crossed his face. For just as he finished speaking, all 9 gemstones on the pillar illuminated, revealing a potential of 9 stars. The brilliance of the gemstones drew the attention of everyone in the square, gasps echoing throughout. 9 stars of potential. How long has it been since the 10,000 Methods sect witnessed such talent? This is more than just a matter of years since the invention of this testing pillar. No one has illuminated all 9 stars. Heavens, who is this person? To possess such terrifying potential, astonishing. Chapter 89. Do not approach. The spectacular stone forest upon the stone pillar. 9 gemstones simultaneously radiated their brilliance. The unprecedented 9-star aptitude left everyone astounded. Su Tianyi gaped, utterly astonished. He had merely noticed the extraordinary aura of Chu Kuangren, which compelled him to allow the latter to cut in line for the preliminary test, never anticipating such remarkable prowess. 9-star aptitude. It is worth noting that he himself possessed an 8-star aptitude, and even that had made him one of the most exceptional individuals in the history of the 10,000 Methods sect. What heights could Chu Kuangren, with his 9-star aptitude, attain? The 10,000 Methods sect had truly stumbled upon a treasure. 9-star aptitude? Chu Kuangren murmured, not particularly surprised by the outcome. Top-tier prodigies could achieve 7 or 8-star aptitudes. Thus, It was not unexpected for someone of his caliber, who had triumphed over the young emperor, to attain 9 stars. Just as he believed this to be his utmost aptitude, a sudden change occurred. The brilliance emanating from the testing stone pillar intensified, and the runes inscribed upon it flickered, revealing cracks. With a thunderous explosion, the testing stone pillar shattered. What is happening? Chu Kuangren was momentarily bewildered. Was his aptitude beyond 9 stars? Had the testing stone been incapable of measuring his true potential, resulting in its destruction? Su Tianyi and the others were equally dumbfounded. What was this situation? Had they encountered a malfunction due to the stone pillar's age? It was a possibility. Many present exhaled in relief, realizing that the pillar was merely faulty. They had thought a true 9-star prodigy had emerged. Fellow cultivator, let us try a different stone pillar for the test, a disciple of the 10,000 Methods sect suggested. Chu Kuangren nodded and placed his hand upon another stone pillar. Once again, the 9 gemstones burst forth with radiance, growing ever brighter, until the pillar cracked and shattered into a pile of rubble before the astonished onlookers. Could this one also be defective? Should I try another? Chu Kuangren remarked as he advanced toward yet another stone pillar. Stop! Fellow cultivator, do not. The disciple overseeing the other stone pillar hurriedly interjected, blocking Chu Kuangren's path with a loud exclamation. What a jest! They began to comprehend that the testing stone pillars were perfectly functional. The anomaly lay with Chu Kuangren himself. Everyone was left in utter disbelief. What kind of prodigy was this? His aptitude had exceeded the limits of the testing stone pillar, far surpassing the disciples of various sections. Fellow cultivator, there is no need for further testing. You have already succeeded in this trial, Su Tianyi stated, swallowing hard. He turned to the nearby disciples, instructing, you all continue overseeing the first round of assessments. I shall escort the remaining individuals to the second trial. Understood, senior brother. By the way, how shall I address you? I am surnamed Chu. Ah, so it is fellow cultivator Chu. Allow me to inform you that the second trial assesses your comprehension. Within the 10,000 Methods sect lies a stone forest containing records of thousands of cultivation methods. Su Tianyi spoke animatedly. Just as Chu Kuangren was about to explain, he felt a stirring within. A stone forest containing records of thousands of cultivation methods? That piqued his interest. Chu Kuangren resolved to explore further. By the way, fellow cultivator, you should also test your aptitude, Su Tianyi urged, glancing at Lan Yu beside Chu Kuangren. Lan Yu nodded gently and approached the stone pillar, placing her hand upon it. Instantly, the 9 gemstones burst forth in a dazzling display. This scene once again left all present in astonishment. Wow, another monster. Everyone fixated on the stone pillar, fearing it might explode. Fortunately, while the 9 gemstones shone brilliantly, the pillar remained intact, prompting a collective sigh of relief. They soon regained their composure. Here was yet another 9-star prodigy. And what of fellow cultivator Chu? Good heavens, where had such talents emerged from? Fellow cultivator, your aptitude is astonishing. I am truly impressed, Su Tianyi remarked, swallowing hard. The day had turned surreal, encountering not one, but 2 individuals with nearly monstrous aptitudes. Subsequently, Su Tianyi led Chu Kuangren, Lan Yu, and several other cultivators who had passed the first round of assessments toward the 10,000 Methods sect. The 10,000 Methods sect, a remarkable stone forest. Countless stone tablets stood upon the earth, each inscribed with an abundance of characters, with every tablet representing a unique cultivation method. What a splendid stone forest! Each tablet embodied a different cultivation technique. Only the 10,000 Methods sect could boast such a plethora of methods. Truly impressive, remarkably powerful. Undoubtedly, this was a heritage befitting a saintly lineage. Indeed, is this the second round of assessments? Chu Kuangren, like the others, expressed his astonishment. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense and noted at least 8,000 stone tablets, indicating a minimum of 8,000 different methods. Even the Xiantian sect could not present such a vast array of techniques. Although these methods were all beneath the supreme law, their sheer quantity was astonishing, affirming that the name 10,000 Methods sect was well earned. The second round of assessments requires you to select a method from this stone forest and comprehend it within 3 days. Failure to do so will result in elimination, Su Tianyi announced. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, some wearing expressions of disbelief. Is this a joke? Even the most basic of techniques would require more than 3 days to yield results. How is that possible? Indeed, such comprehension is virtually non-existent in this world. This round of assessments is far too difficult. Exactly. In response to the crowd's skepticism, Su Tianyi scoffed, stating, the 10,000 Methods sect has 100,000 disciples, each of whom has successfully passed this round of assessments. Among them, prodigies have comprehended several or even 10 methods within 3 days. Do not use your own inadequacy as an excuse. You either take the test or leave. No one is forcing you. No one wished to depart. Even those who found the challenge daunting merely grumbled in protest. They had come this far and at least wanted to give it a try. Then let the assessments commence. After Su Qianni concluded, he smiled at Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu, saying, with your aptitudes, this trial should pose no challenge. I await your good news. While aptitude does not equate to comprehension. Generally speaking, cultivators with strong aptitudes possess a level of understanding that is unlikely to be severely lacking. After Su Qianni departed, Chu Kuangren gazed at the multitude of stone tablets before him, a smile gracing his lips. This stone forest was indeed a splendid place. He began to sweep his spiritual sense across the tablets, initiating his comprehension. Although these were merely methods, and their utility for Chu Kuangren was limited, the sheer variety was advantageous. Moreover, their diverse and eclectic nature greatly aided his path of transcending myriad laws with a single sword strike. As Chu Kuangren delved into his comprehension, Lan Yu remained beside him, entering a state of vigilance to prevent any interruptions. Little girl, there are numerous methods here. If you wish to comprehend, feel free to explore. We shall guard the Holy Sun. The Supreme Qinglan conveyed to Lan Yu telepathically from the void. No need. Lan Yu shook her head. She had her own path, and exploring numerous techniques offered her no additional benefit. Moreover, in her eyes, no matter how many methods there were, none could rival even a single strand of Chu Kuangren's hair. Chapter 90. Comprehending the 8,000 techniques of the Steely Forest. Is this a jest? So many methods of cultivation. How does one choose the most suitable? Indeed, this is quite troublesome. Alas, it is exceedingly challenging to achieve results within 3 days. Overly advanced techniques are absolutely inadvisable. One must select those that are more accessible. Let us then opt for the lower-tier mystical methods. Might the results of this assessment be influenced by the rank of the cultivation methods we choose? The higher the rank of the method, the better the results. And vice versa? If that is the case, we must proceed with caution. Regardless, the paramount consideration is to act within our means. Bearing in mind that we have merely 3 days. Within the Steely Forest, cultivators are mired in contemplation, deliberating which cultivation method to comprehend. The array of methods before them is overwhelming, encompassing nearly all common paths within the realm of cultivation. Some cast glances at the figures of Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu, whose prodigious talents leave a profound impression. They are curious to see which methods these two would select. However, upon closer inspection, the onlookers are taken aback. Chu Kuangren stands still, eyes closed, while Lan Yu remains motionless beside him, showing no inclination to engage with the Steely. What is happening? Do they intend to forego the assessment? Perplexed, the crowd soon turns their attention back to their own choices, as most have settled on their methods. Only a handful remain indecisive, ensnared in the dilemma of selection. Meanwhile, as others are deliberating, Chu Kuangren has already immersed himself in the ocean of methods, his mind expanding as he rapidly comprehends the various techniques inscribed on the Steely. The essence of sitting in forgetfulness and selflessness is displayed in all its glory. 10, 20, 30, 50, 100, 300, 500. He absorbs each mystical method almost instantaneously, completing the entire process in less than 10 seconds. As he delves deeper into his understanding, his speed of comprehension accelerates. Gradually, an aura of profound Tao emanates from Chu Kuangren, encompassing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as the 4 symbols of earth, wind, water, and fire. There is the unmatched essence of the sword Tao, the majestic vigor of palm techniques imbued with the spirit of mountains and rivers, the elusive and ever-changing finger techniques, and the grand and sweeping knife techniques. A myriad of Tao rhythms and methods swirl around Chu Kuangren, resplendent and magnificent, akin to a grand feast of the Tao. As the Tao rhythm grows more intense, various phenomena emerge in succession. In the void, mountains and rivers materialize, sword energy surges, blades flash with the shadows of blood, accompanied by fierce winds, torrential rains, and flying snow. The manifestation of the Tao rhythms astonishes many cultivators engaged with the Steely, who turn to Chu Kuangren in awe. What in the world is this? What is he doing? Why are there so many Tao rhythms and phenomena? The crowd is filled with shock and confusion. Beside Chu Kuangren, Lan Yu radiates a burst of white light, donning a resplendent silver armor, her gaze cold and vigilant. In that moment, anyone bold enough to approach Chu Kuangren would face the most formidable assault from Lan Yu. The Tao rhythms and phenomena that Chu Kuangren exudes not only captivate those within the Steely Forest, but also resonate throughout a significant portion of the Myriad Laws sect. What is happening? Why is there such a convergence of Tao rhythms? Is something occurring in the direction of the Steely Forest? Elders from the higher echelons of the Myriad Laws sect express their uncertainty and hasten toward the Steely Forest, eager to uncover the mystery. Meanwhile, outside the steely forest, disciples such as Su Tianyi discuss the assessment and how long it might take. In my estimation, it will take at least a day. Indeed, in previous assessments, even Brother Su's instance required 3 hours before anyone achieved results. Although these are mystical methods, without a certain level of comprehension, ordinary cultivators would need several years, even decades, to master them. Suddenly, Su Tianyi's expression tightens. Just as the group is taken aback, a surge of immense Tao rhythm explodes from within the steely forest, followed by a series of phenomena. My heavens, what is happening? Su Tianyi and the others rush into the steely forest. Just as they step inside, the high-ranking elders of the myriad laws sect arrive as well. They exchange bewildered glances at the phenomena surrounding Chu Kuangren. Su Daozi, what is going on? An elder inquires curiously. Su Tianyi shakes his head, stating, Elder, I am also uncertain. This individual is a disciple in this assessment, possessing exceptional talent, so exceptional that even the testing pillar could not accurately gauge his aptitude. Upon hearing this, several elders are further astonished. You mean he is a disciple in this assessment? At that moment, an old man approaches from behind, his tone tinged with intrigue. Indeed, this is impossible, the elder chuckles, shaking his head. Do you know him? While you may not have met him, you must have heard of his name. He is Chu Kuangren, the old man asserts. He has encountered Chu Kuangren before, having heard of his visits to various Taoist sects in the Mingwei secret realm. Although surprised by his sudden appearance, he is not perplexed. Chu Kuangren. At the utterance of this name, the crowd collectively gasps. It is truly him. My heavens, I have encountered Chu Kuangren. His celestial demeanor is indeed identical to that of the legendary Chu Kuangren. I cannot believe it is truly him. If one were to inquire who is the most renowned in the Qinglong domain today, without question, it would be the senior brother Xiantian, Chu Kuangren. Declaring war upon the world, slaying the supreme, vanquishing saints, the son-in-law of the Qingyun dynasty, the newly appointed saint of the White Lotus sect, besting the master of Taishu in discourse. Each of these feats is astonishing, let alone the fact that they all belong to a single individual. Su Tianyi, too, is left in astonishment. He is Chu Kuangren. Yes, it is he, the old man affirms with a nod. What is he doing now? The elder observes intently for a moment, his body trembling, disbelief etched upon his face. He is comprehending the techniques recorded within the steely forest. Not just one or two, but all the methods contained within this forest. How is this possible? The moment these words escape, everyone present is left utterly flabbergasted. Just how many methods exist within the steely forest? At least 8,000. Even the sect master of the myriad laws sect may not be familiar with half of them. Yet Chu Kuangren is attempting to comprehend them all. Such a notion is utterly preposterous. No one would believe it if it were spoken aloud. Elder, are you jesting with us? Chapter 91. Understanding the 8,000 laws. All laws return to one body. Senior. Are you jesting with us? Su Tianyi gazed at the elder. Disbelief etched across his face. The others, though silent, conveyed the same sentiment through their expressions. Within the steel forest lay at least 8,000 methods of cultivation, a number so vast that even the most dedicated practitioner might not master a fraction in a lifetime. Yet, the elder proclaimed that Chu Kuangren was comprehending all the laws contained within this forest. How could they possibly believe such a claim? I recognize this seems implausible, but one cannot measure Chu Kuangren by ordinary standards. This youth is extraordinarily gifted. If you observe closely, the various Tao rhythms emanating from him correspond precisely with the laws documented in the steel forest. Upon hearing the elder's words, the crowd began to scrutinize Chu Kuangren more intently. As they did, many found their expressions shifting dramatically. This gentle Tao rhythm, it resembles the superior mysterious method, soft cloud sleeve? Exclaimed one. Swift as the wind, serene as the mountain, this is the Xian mountain sword technique. And there, the superior mysterious method, thunder palm, the diamond fist, ghost blade, 9 heavens moon seizing blade technique. My heavens, these superior mysterious methods are all entwined within. There are simply too many. Countless Tao rhythms. I cannot keep track. Yet each one can be found within the steel forest. This is utterly astonishing. How is he achieving this? The disciples of the 10,000 Laws sect were left utterly bewildered. The scene before them felt surreal. How could anyone grasp so many methods in a single day? 4,613 Tao rhythms. No, it is now 4,614. The rhythms around him are continuously rising, indicating he is rapidly comprehending the laws recorded in the steel forest. A powerful figure from the 10,000 Laws sect meticulously counted the Tao rhythms radiating from Chu Kuangren, only to find that in the blink of an eye, he had gained one or even several more rhythms. The speed at which he comprehended these methods was terrifying beyond belief. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, none would dare to accept such a reality. It is not merely comprehension. Judging by the level of these Tao rhythms, he likely has mastered them entirely, one elder stammered. This is impossible. I spend at least 8 hours daily in this steel forest, tirelessly, rain or shine, yet I have barely grasped 100 methods. How can he master 8,000 laws in a single day? This is inconceivable. Witnessing this spectacle, younger practitioners felt their resolve shaken like never before, their expressions turning manic as they fell into a frenzy. Some even attempted to rush forward to confront Chu Kuangren, questioning why their millennia of cultivation paled in comparison to his one day of enlightenment. Why? Lan Yu stepped forward, his gaze icy, Tao rhythms swirling around him, ready to unleash an attack. However, several elders from the 10,000 Laws sect were quicker, seizing the young practitioners and tossing them out of the steel forest. Even I, witnessing this scene, feel as though my life as cultivation is in vain. What of these youths? Sighed one elder. It is better to keep them away from the steel forest, allowing them time to calm their minds. Otherwise, their resolve may shatter, leading to the ruin of their cultivation. Indeed, do not let anyone approach Chu Kuangren, another elder added, casting a glance at the void. They understood that even without their intervention, the hidden guardians of Chu Kuangren would not permit anyone to draw near. Yet knowing this was one thing, acting on it was another. Even a mere semblance of goodwill would suffice. This youth is truly exceptional. A voice echoed from the void as a venerable elder with white hair and brows clad in a gray robe entered the steel forest. Upon his arrival, everyone hurriedly bowed in respect. Greetings, sect master. This individual was the master of the 10,000 Laws sect. We shall observe the developments. The master nodded slightly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Chu Kuangren. As time passed, various extraordinary phenomena emerged within the steel forest, and the Tao rhythms surrounding Chu Kuangren continued to swell rapidly. His attribute of sitting in forgetfulness was exceedingly potent. Even the sacred king law of the pure lotus world could be swiftly comprehended by him, let alone the mere marvelous laws contained within the steel forest, which were inferior to the supreme laws. Though numerous, the comprehension process for Chu Kuangren was remarkably simple. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,136. Soon, the Tao rhythms surrounding Chu Kuangren had reached a staggering total of 8,136, signifying that he had comprehended every single method within the steel forest. This act was unprecedented. He has truly mastered all the laws. A high-ranking member of the 10,000 Laws sect swallowed hard, his heart shaken. The other practitioners were equally left speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of the situation. Even though they had heard countless legends about Chu Kuangren, nothing could compare to witnessing this event unfold before their eyes. In just one day, nay, half a day, he comprehended the 8,000 laws of the steel forest. Could this truly be within the realm of human capability? Now, if one were to claim that Chu Kuangren was an emperor, some might actually believe it. Perhaps only the legendary emperors of yore possessed such capabilities. As Chu Kuangren absorbed all the methods from the steel forest, the Tao rhythms and phenomena swirling in the void dissipated like a tide. He radiated boundless brilliance, his body adorned with flowing runes, exceedingly mystical. All laws returned to one body. An elder suddenly exclaimed. The others were equally astounded. This concept was an ancient and supreme Tao body, ranking among the finest of the 3,000 physiques. Even the 9 Apertures Linglong sword heart would pale in comparison. It is said that the possessor of such a supreme Tao body can serve as a furnace, refining all laws, terribly fearsome. No, it is not the true all laws returned to one body, but it already possesses some Tao rhythms. Perhaps if he continues to comprehend, he may truly cultivate this supreme Tao body postnatally. The master of the 10,000 Laws sect marveled. The Tao body can be innate, but some can also be cultivated later. However, this is exceedingly challenging. Few have accomplished it throughout history, let alone the supreme Tao body. Yet, gazing at Chu Kuangren, the practitioners suddenly entertained a ludicrous thought. Perhaps he could truly achieve it. As the boundless divine light receded and the runes converged, Chu Kuangren returned to his elegant demeanor. He opened his eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Comprehending the 8,000 laws of the steel forest had greatly benefited him. He had made a significant stride on his path of breaking through myriad laws with a single sword. Now he only needed to find the time to integrate what he had realized today into his heaven-slaying sword technique, perfecting it further. Chu Kuangren mused. He practiced only one sword, capable of overcoming myriad laws, and the heaven-slaying sword technique was that very sword he cultivated. Collecting his thoughts, Chu Kuangren turned to face the master of the 10,000 Laws sect and the others, slowly approaching and bowing in respect. I am Chu Kuangren, here to pay a visit to the 10,000 Laws sect. I humbly ask for your forgiveness for any inadvertent offense. Everyone regarded Chu Kuangren with exceedingly complex expressions. The master of the 10,000 Laws sect was the first to regain his composure, responding with a gentle smile. Young friend, Chu's visit brings great honor to our 10,000 Laws sect. Chapter 92. A discourse with the master of the 10,000 Laws. And the triumph over the supreme being, the arrival of Chu Xiaoyu has illuminated our humble abode, the sect of 10,000 Laws. The master of 10,000 Laws smiled faintly and said, "As long as the senior does not mind my humble chatter." He then gestured, "It is indeed inconvenient to converse here. Please, follow me." The master led Chu Kuangren away from the stone forest. Upon exiting, the disciples of the sect, who had been thoroughly defeated, gazed at Chu Kuangren with complex expressions, shock, resentment, jealousy, and admiration all mingled within their eyes. To comprehend the 8,000 laws of the stone forest in merely half a day was akin to a myth for them. And Chu Kuangren, who accomplished such a feat, was what? A deity? Regardless, he was an existence they could not hope to rival. "Chu Daoyu, you have concealed your prowess from me quite effectively," Su Tianyi remarked with a wry smile as he looked at Chu Kuangren. He had initially thought he had discovered an unparalleled genius for the sect, only to be astonished by the turn of events. "My apologies for not revealing my identity sooner," Chu Kuangren replied with a gentle smile. He had indeed wished to explore the stone forest without disclosing who he was. "Upon reflection, I realized my folly. How could a person of your caliber be an ordinary individual? A moment's consideration would have led me to deduce the truth." Su Tianyi shook his head, refraining from further complaint. The group arrived at the palace of the sect of 10,000 Laws. Chu Kuangren eschewed excessive formalities, stating directly his intention to engage in discourse with the sect to validate his own learnings. "I have heard that the master of the Taishu view has been bested by you in the realm of Tao. This piques my curiosity. Since you seek a dialogue, allow me to be your interlocutor," the master of 10,000 Laws chuckled. The elders present hesitated momentarily but ultimately refrained from objection, as they could not muster a reasonable counterargument. To suggest that the master, as a supreme being, engaging in discourse with someone of Chu Kuangren's youth would be an act of unfairness was laughable. After all, who among them would dare regard him as merely a junior? Especially after he had comprehended the 8,000 laws. Moreover, given that even the master of Taishu had been vanquished, it was hardly surprising for the master of 10,000 laws to personally engage in dialogue. The news of the impending discourse with the master of 10,000 laws spread throughout the sect, sparking fervent discussions among many cultivators who eagerly anticipated the event. The following day, after a ritual of incense and purification, the master and Chu Kuangren ascended a lofty platform, surrounded by countless disciples, to commence their discourse. "Please," the master of 10,000 laws said with a smile. Chu Kuangren, unencumbered by formalities, brandished his sword, the essence of his own perfected swordsmanship manifesting in a radiant display. The sword of heavenly Tao emerged, its ethereal rhythm enveloping the air. With a flash of light, the blade surged towards the master of 10,000 laws. As the supreme being of the Qinglong domain, the master possessed profound insights into the Tao. Surrounding him, Tao rhythms flowed effortlessly, and he deftly countered the sword's assault with a mere flick of his sleeve. The spectators gasped in admiration, recognizing the master's extraordinary finesse. Truly, the mastery of our sect's leader is unparalleled. However, the expressions of several high-ranking elders grew grave. Only they perceived that the master's seemingly simple counter was executed with at least 10 different techniques. Such strength! Chu Kuangren's mastery of the Tao is formidable. Merely the first sword compelled the master to exert his full strength. His understanding of swordsmanship is on par with that of the esteemed Xuanqi. The elders exchanged glances, each reflecting the weight of their shared concerns, their gazes fixed intently upon the high platform. "Chu Xiaoyu, your depth of Tao is commendable," the master of 10,000 laws stated, fully alert now. Thus, the two engaged in an intricate exchange of Tao and law, each responding to the other with remarkable prowess. One, with movements that exuded elegance, wielded complex and dazzling Tao rhythms, while the other, with a singular sword, embodied simplicity that belied its boundless ferocity. Capable of shattering myriad laws with ease. The discourse captivated the onlookers, many of whom seized the opportunity to reflect upon their own paths. Time flowed, day turned to night, and night to day. This exchange endured for a full cycle of a day and night. Chu Kuangren, having bested the master of Taishu in the realm of Tao, and now having grasped the 8,000 laws of the stone forest, had greatly enhanced his mastery. Though the master of 10,000 laws was slightly superior to the master of Taishu in Tao, he ultimately succumbed to Chu Kuangren. As dawn broke, golden rays of sunlight bathed the high platform, draping Chu Kuangren in an ethereal glow. accentuating his transcendent aura. "Senior, I thank you for this engagement," Chu Kuangren remarked softly. The master of 10,000 laws regarded him for a moment, then erupted into hearty laughter. "Ah, Chu Kuangren, in the realm of Tao, you are indeed unmatched beneath the saints. I concede with full acceptance. Unmatched beneath the saints." The words sent a ripple through the assembled disciples, their eyes widening with disbelief at the revelation of Chu Kuangren's extraordinary level. "Saints?" Chu Kuangren mused, a light laugh escaping his lips. "Before long, I shall seek an audience with the saints." Indeed, possessing the unique trait of self-forgetfulness, he was able to swiftly comprehend various cultivation methods, allowing his mastery to ascend at an unfathomable pace. In due time, he would not only engage the saints in discourse, but would aim to best them. The crowd listened in astonishment to Chu Kuangren's bold declarations, unsure of how to respond. Seek a saint for discourse? Such aspirations are beyond even the most supreme beings. Not to mention the vast chasm separating saints from supreme beings, their comprehension of Tao vastly eclipsed that of the latter. Years prior, a supreme being had sought a saint for discourse but had faltered within mere moments, even with the saint allowing some leniency. "Chu Kuangren, your words border on arrogance. The disparity between a supreme being and a saint is unfathomable. Indeed, it seems youthful impetuosity has clouded your judgment. Do you truly believe you can triumph over a supreme being and then a saint? Such thoughts are overly naive," murmured some onlookers. The master of 10,000 laws smiled at Chu Kuangren, acknowledging the truth in the moniker of madman. Youthful zeal is but a natural phase. Besides, a cultivator should harbor such aspirations. As the saying goes, a cultivator who does not aspire to become a saint is not a worthy cultivator. Many share Chu Kuangren's ambitions, yet few dare vocalize them. But he speaks with such assurance as if his aspirations are destined to manifest. Chapter 93, 74 Supreme Techniques, for Sage Techniques, a sword giving birth to myriad laws. "Senior, I have a request," the madman of Chu suddenly said after the discussion on the Tao concluded. "Oh, please speak," the master of 10,000 laws replied indifferently. The 10,000 Laws sect is renowned for housing the most comprehensive collection of cultivation techniques within the Azure Dragon domain. The 8,000 techniques in the Steel Forest are merely clever methods. I believe there are many more supreme and sage techniques within the sect that I wish to behold." The madman of Chu remarked with a faint smile. The 8,000 techniques in the Steel Forest are merely for assessing disciples. The true foundation of the 10,000 Laws sect will not be easily revealed for others to see, the master of 10,000 Laws responded. Upon hearing the madman of Chu's words, the expressions of several elders present darkened, their gazes turning hostile. "Young friend Chu, please do not be too presumptuous," one elder cautioned. Indeed, supreme and sage techniques are the very foundation of a Tao lineage. How could they be easily shown to anyone? Another elder added. The smile faded from the master of 10,000 Laws' face, yet he believed that the madman of Chu would not make such a request without reason. "What would you like to exchange for this?" he asked. "Ah, why, senior?" The madman of Chu smiled faintly, and a profound and weighty essence of the Tao emanated from him, coalescing in mid-air into a primordial divine mountain. This essence astounded everyone present. What a formidable essence of the Tao, what a mysterious technique. This is the Sage King technique. It must be some form of the Sage King technique. There are very few such techniques among the various Tao lineages within the celestial star. Why have I never heard of this one before? The Sage King technique is exceedingly rare. In this era where imperial techniques are nearly extinct, the Sage King technique stands as the pinnacle of mastery, with scarcely a few to be found throughout the celestial star's lineages. "What do you think of this technique, senior?" the madman of Chu inquired. "Excellent, excellent." The breath of the master of 10,000 Laws became noticeably heavier. The madman of Chu continued. "This technique is called the Mountain Seal technique. If the 10,000 Laws sect grants me access to all their cultivation techniques, I will bestow this technique in return." For a moment, the crowd exchanged glances, hesitating. One was their entire collection of techniques, the other an unprecedented Sage King technique. Such a transaction placed them in a quandary. "This matter is of great significance. We must discuss it," the master of 10,000 Laws stated. Of course, the madman of Chu retracted his essence of the Tao. As the master of 10,000 Laws and the others deliberated, the madman of Chu leisurely strolled around with Lan Yu, appearing as if he were on a sightseeing tour. "Little one, is it not too much of a loss to exchange a Sage King technique for so much?" The voice of the seventh ancestor echoed from the void. Though the Sage King technique is precious, the multitude of techniques collected by the 10,000 Laws sect will greatly aid in perfecting my own Tao. It is not a loss. Furthermore, even if I grant them the Sage King technique, they must possess the capability to comprehend it. By the time they master this technique, I will have long left them far behind, The Madman of Chu replied with a faint smile, his words brimming with confidence. The Sage King technique is indeed precious. But there are still a few to be found throughout the celestial star, with many having comprehended them, yet how many have truly mastered them? Not everyone is a Madman of Chu. After roughly half a day, the master of 10,000 laws approached the Madman of Chu, agreeing to the trade but proposing a condition. The 10,000 laws sect can grant you access to all our cultivation techniques, but the time limit is only 1 day. The master of 10,000 laws declared. This condition arose from their apprehension regarding the Madman of Chu's terrifying comprehension. The memory of him grasping the 8,000 techniques of the Steel Forest in half a day was still fresh in their minds. If he were to learn the supreme and sage techniques of the 10,000 laws sect, they would no longer have any secrets before him. Thus, they placed a time constraint. Supreme techniques are not mere clever methods, granting only a day, even with the Madman of Chu's exceptional talent. It would be impossible for him to master all the techniques, right? Master of 10,000 laws, is this your sincerity? The seventh ancestor emerged from the void, his brow furrowed with discontent. The profundity of supreme techniques far surpasses that of clever methods. Within a day, even if the Madman of Chu possesses extraordinary comprehension, how much can he truly grasp? And you wish to trade the Sage King technique in such a manner? Seventh ancestor, it matters not. The Madman of Chu waved his hand, smiling lightly. Then let it be as the senior has said. 1 day is sufficient. Seeing the confident smile on the Madman of Chu's face, the master of 10,000 laws felt uncertain. Had they underestimated the Madman of Chu's comprehension? Then please follow me. The master of 10,000 laws led him to a Tao-bearing stele, upon which the Madman of Chu inscribed the mountain seal technique before entering a scripture repository. Within this repository lay the true foundation of the 10,000 laws sect. The Madman of Chu swept his spiritual sense across the space and discovered 74 supreme techniques and 4 sage techniques, including the Tao of the 5 elements, the Tao of the 4 symbols, and others. The 8,000 techniques of the Steel Forest were not even 1/10 of these methods. Now they were laid before the Madman of Chu, granting him the freedom to comprehend them. A day's time is sufficient, the Madman of Chu smiled lightly. For other cultivators, even for a genius, a day might not be enough to comprehend even one supreme technique. But for the Madman of Chu, this posed no challenge. The master of 10,000 laws and the others had indeed underestimated him. The Madman of Chu retrieved a golden card. A golden comprehension card he had drawn a couple of days earlier. He had drawn it once before, which had enabled him to create the Sage King technique, the sky-slicing sword technique. This time, he would use it in conjunction with the state of forgetting self. Shattering the card, the Madman of Chu entered a profound state of comprehension while simultaneously activating the attributes of forgetting self. Outside the scripture repository, the master of 10,000 laws and the high-ranking elders watched intently, having now observed that the Madman of Chu had been inside for 10 hours. Only 2 hours remained until the day's limit. Once the time is up, we must summon him immediately. His comprehension is too terrifying. I dare not let him linger even a second longer, one elder spoke gravely. Indeed, if he masters all the techniques of our 10,000 laws sect, we will have no secrets before him. This is a grave taboo in cultivation, another elder added. Though such actions might seem a bit underhanded, the matter at hand concerned the very foundation of the 10,000 laws sect's lineage. It was perhaps permissible to set aside honor. As the elders debated, suddenly, a terrifying essence of the Tao surged into the sky from within the scripture repository, sweeping out in all directions. The entire 10,000 laws sect trembled violently. In the void, the essence of the Tao manifested as a white-robed figure wielding a sword, which, upon closer inspection, bore a striking resemblance to the Madman of Chu. As the master of 10,000 laws and the others marveled, they watched as the figure raised the long sword in its hand and waved it toward the void. In an instant, beams of radiant light burst forth, accompanied by howling winds, trembling earth, and rivers of flame igniting the heavens and the earth. That was the 4 symbols technique, the method of the 4 symbols combined attack. He had actually performed it single-handedly. Wait, look! In the high skies, the white-robed figure wielded the sword, and with each swing, a different essence of the Tao manifested, representing a distinct technique. In mere breaths, all 74 supreme techniques, and even the 4 sage techniques within the scripture repository were demonstrated one by one beneath the blade's sweep. This scene profoundly shocked the master of 10,000 laws and the others. How is this possible? One sword gives birth to myriad laws. In less than a day, he has managed to master all the techniques within the scripture repository. By the heavens, what kind of comprehension is this? Chapter 94. The Sun and the Stars. Support from the three great sage lineages high in the firmament, Chu Kuangren, a figure coalesced from the very essence of the Tao, wielded a longsword. Each sweep of the blade manifested as an unfathomably profound technique. Within the myriad law sect, he had mastered 74 supreme laws and 4 sage laws, his proficiency rivaling that of the sect leader himself. This feat defied comprehension. How could his comprehension be so terrifying? It's simply inhuman, truly appalling. The myriad law sect leader and others were dumbfounded. A single day, they had anticipated that Chu Kuangren might grasp 10 supreme laws within this time frame, a feat already considered astonishing. Given his previous accomplishment of comprehending 8,000 laws within half a day at the Steel Forest, they estimated he might grasp around 30. After all, supreme laws were far more profound than mere mystical laws. Yet, they had underestimated him, vastly so. In the void, Chu Kuangren's phantom brandished his sword, demonstrating the myriad laws. Then, he stood motionless, eyes closed, suspended in midair. However, the boundless Taoist aura surrounding him intensified, gradually coalescing into a singular force. It was an overwhelmingly terrifying sword Taoist aura, brimming with boundless aggression. Chu Kuangren's phantom stirred once more. As all the Taoist auras unified, he unleashed a strike. A dazzling violet sword light cleaved through the clouds, tearing a massive rift across the heavens for countless miles. What a terrifying Taoist aura. Has he truly achieved the pinnacle of one sword to break all laws? The myriad law sect leader and his peers exchanged bewildered glances. At that moment, the phantom in the sky dissipated, the Taoist aura receding like the tide. The doors of the scripture depository creaked open. Chu Kuangren, clad in white robes, emerged slowly. Observers could discern faint, mystical runes flowing across his form. His myriad law convergence physique had advanced further. The myriad law sect leader's pupils constricted upon witnessing this, his heart quaking with astonishment. Now, he had every reason to believe that Chu Kuangren possessed a significant chance of forming the myriad law convergence physique through acquired comprehension. I've gained much from this visit. I extend my gratitude, Senior. I apologize for the disturbance over the past few days. It is time for me to take my leave, Chu Kuangren said with a smile. He was immensely satisfied with his visit to the myriad law sect. His Tao of one sword to break all laws had made substantial progress. The heaven-severing sword-drawing technique had moved closer to becoming an emperor art, surpassing even top-tier Sage King techniques like the White Lotus Purifying World Chapter and the Gluttonous Devouring Technique. Upon hearing Chu Kuangren's words, the myriad law sect leader and the others felt a pang of bitterness. Chu Kuangren had only been at the myriad law sect for 2 days, yet he had learned all of their techniques. In contrast, they had toiled for most of their lives, only to be outdone by his efforts in a single day. This disparity was simply too great. Farewell, little friend Chu. We shall not see you off. The myriad law sect leader forced a smile, a clear indication that he was no less affected than the others. Very well, we shall meet again. Chu Kuangren bowed slightly before turning to leave with Lan Yu. As he passed, countless myriad law sect disciples gazed at him with complex emotions, resentment, admiration, and even fervor. Few, however, felt envy. Their disparity was too vast, separating them into different realms of existence, so great that it stifled any envy. The era of great strife? It's but a jest. In an era of great strife, the stars may shine brightly, but when this man hangs in the sky like the sun, who can even notice the dim stars? In the crowd, Taoist Yuan Hong offered a wry smile. Su Tianyi and the others beside him wore expressions of dejection and resignation. Since Chu Kuangren began his visits to the great sage lineages, many had been closely monitoring his actions. He was simply too conspicuous. He had become the son-in-law of the Qingyun dynasty and the holy son of the White Lotus sect. He had won a debate against an honorable supreme in the Taishu sect. Now, all the cultivators in the Azure Dragon domain were speculating about what kind of commotion Chu Kuangren would cause in the other lineages. Some had grown numb to his successive sensational deeds, believing that they could remain composed no matter what he did next. However, when the events at the myriad law sect came to light, even those who thought they could remain calm were left dumbfounded. Comprehending 8,000 laws in half a day? Are you telling me that's something a human can do? Even if the 8,000 laws in the Steel Forest were all mystical laws, that's still 8,000. It would take him several years to learn 10 a day, right? 8,000 laws in half a day? Are you telling me a myth? Impossible. Upon hearing the news, the initial reaction of most people was disbelief. However, there were too many cultivators present at the Steel Forest that day, many of whom had witnessed it firsthand. With corroboration from various sources, the news was quickly confirmed. Moreover, that was not all that was confirmed. Some claimed that Chu Kuangren had won a debate against the myriad law sect leader. Others said that he had mastered all the cultivation techniques within the myriad law sect in less than a day. As the rumors were verified, everyone was plunged into astonishment. Why was the Myriad Law sect called the Myriad Law sect? Because their cultivation techniques were numerous and diverse, encompassing 99% of the world's Taoists. Even the successive Myriad Law sect leaders could not claim to have mastered them all, yet Chu Kuangren had learned them all in 2 days. How could anyone believe such a thing? How could they not be shocked? Chu Kuangren, why doesn't he just ascend to the heavens? How can such a person exist? Could he truly be an immortal descended from the heavens? How else could he be so terrifying? You know what? That's actually possible. I've toiled for decades to comprehend a single supreme law, and he comprehends 8,000 laws in half a day. Is he even letting people live? Terrifying, so terrifying. He's definitely a monster. The entire Azure Dragon domain was in a state of shock, an impact that reverberated throughout the entire Azure Sky Star, leaving the world aghast. Regardless of how many people believed it, there would always be those who doubted. Comprehending 8,000 laws in half a day, only a great emperor could accomplish such a feat. Chu Kuangren. He's far from it. Ao Tsong, the new Taoist of the Lingshu Holy Land, openly voiced his skepticism. The Myriad Law sect is a sage lineage. You claim to have comprehended all of their techniques in 2 days? That's a joke. Even if it were true, comprehending techniques does not mean you can use them. Gaining a superficial understanding of so many techniques will only add shackles to your cultivation. Lin Batian of the Xiang Valley also spoke out after Ao Tsong. His words garnered support from some. The more cultivation techniques one knows, the better. There are many intricacies involved. Learning too much only leads to a jumbled mess. Learning everything usually results in mastering nothing. Truly powerful cultivators often specialize in only a few cultivation techniques. With the Taoists of the Lingshu Holy Land and the Xiang Valley successively voicing their doubts, the Zhuangshan sect behind Chu Kuangren would naturally not stand idly by. Superficial understanding? I dare you to try gaining a superficial understanding of 8,000 laws. Some people are just sour grapes. It's truly laughable, Nangong Huang of the Zhuangshan sect retorted. Exactly. And that new Taoist of the Lingshu Holy Land. I've never even heard of him before, yet he dares to criticize my sect's holy son. The people of the White Lotus sect also came out in support. Anyone who slanders my husband is an enemy of the Qingyun dynasty. Princess Linglong of the Qingyun dynasty also openly declared. The 3 great sage lineages simultaneously supporting Chu Kuangren was a magnificent sight to behold. Chapter 95. The Tool of the Infinite Demon Sect. North Ridge Tao State transformed into hell as soon as the support team of Chu Kuangren made their voices heard. Dissenting opinions in the entire Qinglong domain virtually vanished. No one wished to confront the 3 major holy Tao lineages, not even the Lingshu Holy Land or Xiang Valley. A few days after Chu Kuangren departed from the 10,000 Law sect, another piece of news reverberated through the Qinglong domain. The supreme Tao lineage of North Ridge Tao State, the Shanha sect, had been annihilated. The Infinite Demon Sect, which had wrought havoc in the Qinglong domain 5,000 years prior, had resurfaced. This development caused significant unrest among several holy Tao lineages. The Infinite Demon Sect was established by a self-proclaimed infinite demon sovereign 5,000 years ago, rising swiftly to power. However, due to the brutal methods employed by its disciples, it was ultimately eradicated by a coalition of several Tao lineages. Now, with the demon sect's return, many were reminded of the bloody days of yore, filled with trepidation. Oh, the infinite demon sect of that era was truly terrifying. Its disciples practiced the path of demons, neglecting virtue and karmic retribution, utilizing savage and brutal methods that wreaked havoc upon countless lives. Indeed, even now, the memory instills a lingering fear. Yet, did not the infinite demon sovereign perish? Most of the sect's members also fell in battle. How could it return? I have heard whispers that someone has seen the demon sovereign reappear in the world. Impossible. No. It is said that a youth resembling the demon sovereign was spotted within North Ridge Tao State, employing the same infinite heavenly demon techniques that the sovereign once wielded. The entire Qinglong domain was abuzz with speculation, prompting various Tao lineages to take action and send representatives to North Ridge Tao State to investigate. 2 days later, the lineages declared the initiation of an extermination campaign against the demons, dispatching personnel to North Ridge Tao State to eliminate the sect's practitioners. In a matter of moments, North Ridge Tao State was engulfed in turmoil. Chu Kuangren also received a message from the mysterious Elder Xuanqi, urging him to promptly head to North Ridge Tao State to partake in the extermination endeavor. Chu Kuangren accepted the call and set off towards North Ridge Tao State. Elder, was the infinite demon sect truly formidable back in the day? On the celestial vessel, Chu Kuangren inquired curiously. He had perused various texts that depicted the terror of the infinite demon sect in vivid detail. Not particularly, was the unexpected reply from Elder Chizu. Not formidable. Then why did the major holy lands join forces against them? The texts state that the holy Tao lineages battled the infinite demon sect for 3 days and nights. Suffering countless casualties, Elder Chizu chuckled lightly. The sect was indeed inferior to the holy Tao lineages. Their commotion was simply louder. As for the coalition of holy Tao lineages, that part is true, but it was primarily to enhance their prestige. Enhance prestige? Indeed. The methods employed by the infinite demon sect were undeniably cruel, provoking the wrath of heaven and the ire of the people, causing untold suffering. When the holy Tao lineages intervened to eradicate the demon plague, it garnered public support and elevated their standing, thus extending the fortunes of their lineages. The victorious write history, and the more terrifying the description of the infinite demon sect, the more it magnifies the power of the various Tao lineages, increasing their renown. Elder Chizu's words left Chu Kuangren in a state of confusion. So, the infinite demon sect was merely a tool for the holy Tao lineages to enhance their fame? I had thought it was of great strength. Thus, this extermination campaign was also a means for the various Tao lineages to bolster their prestige, Chu Kuangren mused. It is indeed a method to enhance prestige. But the extermination is genuine, and it also serves as a trial for the disciples of each lineage, Elder Chizu elaborated. At that moment, North Ridge Tao State was engulfed in chaos. Due to the rumors of the demon sovereign's return, many practitioners of the demon path, including those who had narrowly escaped destruction, emerged to wreak havoc. These practitioners were ruthless, either consuming the flesh and blood of mortals to enhance their power, capturing individuals to feed to demonic beasts, or sacrificing souls to refine demonic artifacts. Some merely reveled in slaughter and chaos. In short, Northridge Tao State could rightfully be called a living hell, with the cries of its people echoing in despair. Within a town, anguished wails filled the air as several practitioners of the demon path commanded demonic beasts to wreak destruction. A fearsome beast opened its maw, seizing a mortal who was torn apart before a scream could escape his lips, innards spilling onto the ground. Nearby, a child cried out in heart-wrenching agony. The demon practitioners laughed maniacally. Haha, with the Shanha sect gone, Northridge Tao State is ours to do as we please. One of them proclaimed, perched upon a demonic beast. The Shanha sect had previously governed Northridge Tao State, but it had been destroyed just days prior. Rumor had it that the infinite demon sovereign himself led the charge, emboldening these demon practitioners in their reckless behavior. Honestly, I feel indifferent about the demon sovereign, but for eliminating the Shanha sect and granting us this land, I am willing to acknowledge him as our leader, remarked a newcomer to the demon path, earning nods of agreement from his companions. Listen to that beautiful wailing. It is the most splendid symphony in the world. Weep, cry, and please us. This is the sole purpose of your existence, mortals, roared the demon practitioner atop the beast. Suddenly, a streak of sword light surged from the distance, locking onto the demon practitioner and his beast with terrifying intent. The sword light was razor sharp, and in an instant, a burst of blood mist erupted, shredding the beast and its rider to pieces. Who goes there? Cursed be you, show yourself. The remaining demon practitioners' faces paled as they turned towards the source of the sword light, seeing a youth in white robes approaching from the end of the street. The boy, clad in wide-sleeved white robes, appeared immaculate, emanating an ethereal aura akin to a celestial being, though his expression was cold as ice. Immortal, please save us. Immortal, have mercy. The terrified townsfolk, witnessing the youth, fell to their knees, prostrating in desperation for salvation. The demon practitioners, however, revealed sinister smiles, commanding their demonic beasts to charge at the boy. Die, tear him apart. The beasts were intimidating, shaking the ground with each step, their massive forms dwarfing the boy's frail silhouette. Yet, the boy's demeanor remained unchanged as he continued towards the demon practitioners, unleashing several beams of purple sword light that effortlessly cleaved through the demonic beasts. Not good. This must be a nascent soul cultivator. We cannot match him, flee. The demon practitioners, realizing their plight, attempted to escape. However, the moment they moved, they found themselves as if fixed in space, utterly immobilized. Their pupils constricted in terror. This was spatial power. He was not merely a nascent soul but a transcendental being. Chapter 96. Where have all the people gone? Is the catastrophe not great enough? Several demonic cultivators were ensnared in the void, rendered immobile. The spatial power that could only be mastered in the cave void realm was beyond the grasp of these mere golden core cultivators, who were engulfed in sheer terror. Chu Kuangren remained silent, raising his hand to invoke the devouring law. In an instant, the individuals were drawn into the devouring space, subjected to the excruciating agony of flesh refinement, their wails echoing relentlessly. Swish, Lan Yu descended from afar, his wings stirring the air, still imbued with a chilling aura of slaughter. Young master, the others have been dealt with. Very well, let us proceed. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly. Thank you, Immortal, thank you. Came the chorus of gratitude from the masses behind him. Chu Kuangren did not look back. Since entering Bailingdao Prefecture, he had witnessed far too many similar scenes. After leaving the village, he continued toward the heart of Bailingdao Prefecture, where the prodigies of several sacred lineages congregated. Yet, what perplexed him was, along the journey, he encountered predominantly scenes of mortals lamenting in despair and demonic cultivators rampaging without restraint. The benevolent actions of the sacred lineages to save the world were conspicuously absent. Hadn't they pledged to initiate a campaign against the demons? Hadn't they promised to send reinforcements? Where were they? Where had they all vanished to? Chu Kuangren refrained from inquiring the seven ancestors and their protectors, for he had begun to suspect the truth deep within his heart. In a city within Bailingdao Prefecture, a group of demonic cultivators was wantonly pillaging, burning, and slaughtering, seizing resources indiscriminately. The streets were filled with despair. Some demonic cultivators killed vendors for a mere spirit stone, others, driven by base instincts, abducted women, and some tortured mortals to death for the sake of ritual practices. One city, a veritable hell. Meanwhile, Nangong Huang was leading a defense against these marauders. The sacred sword slashed forth, resonating with Tao rhythms, as a torrent of sword light cleaved through the void, effortlessly tearing a demonic cultivator asunder. This is untenable. There are too many of them. Nangong Huang's expression darkened. They were vastly outnumbered. How infuriating. Those sacred lineages fail to send aid. How can we manage with just a few of us? Murong Xian lamented, standing beside him. Damn it. Even if the Wuji demon sect has survivors, it is inconceivable that they could amass such a force under the suppression of the sacred lineages. This is not solely the Wuji demon sect. Other demonic cultivators are involved. The allure of Wuji demon lord's treasures was indeed potent. At that moment, a multitude of sword energies coalesced in the sky, forming 12 towering pillars of sword chi, inscribed with runes, effectively sealing off the entire city. What power is this? Who is it? All cultivators felt an overwhelming pressure from this force. While some demonic cultivators were consumed by fear, Nangong Huang and Murong Xian exchanged glances, their eyes alight with joy. The Nine Heavens Sword Prison. It's our senior brother. Splendid. Our senior brother has arrived. From the clouds, a figure clad in white emerged, casting a cold gaze upon the chaotic city, and bellowed, "Die!" In an instant, countless sword energies surged within the Nine Heavens Sword Prison, striking with pinpoint accuracy at the demonic cultivators, slaughtering them one by one. Initially reveling in the thrill of carnage, the demonic cultivators were suddenly gripped by the terror of death, shrieking in panic. No, who is this person? Boom. A hunchbacked elder broke free from the constraints of the Nine Heavens Sword Prison, channeling his spiritual energy towards the airborne Chu Kuangren. You shall die? A palm strike manifested as a terrifying black hand, a full-force attack from a peak battle king. At the street's end, a burly man with black hair similarly broke free, wielding a massive blade, unleashing a wave of blade chi. This is a sword body phenomenon. If we do not kill this person, we cannot escape. Ghost cry technique, go. On another side, a white-haired crone cackled wickedly, channeling her spiritual energy to summon a massive skull from swirling black mist, hurling it toward Chu Kuangren. Three peak battle king's powers converged, locking onto Chu Kuangren. Within the city, the demonic cultivators were elated. It's the Ghost Granny, the Bloodthirsty Blade, and the Elder of Een Mountain. These three are renowned figures within the demonic sect. Excellent. With their intervention, we shall surely vanquish this intruder. A mere child cannot withstand us. In midair, facing the onslaught of the three formidable demonic cultivators, Chu Kuangren's demeanor remained utterly indifferent, as an enigmatic Tao rhythm enveloped him, manifesting into blossoming white lotuses in the void. The white lotuses swirled about, enhancing Chu Kuangren's aura of purity. The three forces crashed into the white lotuses, yet there was no cataclysmic explosion. Their violent energies were effortlessly dissolved and diffused by the lotuses, dissipating like spring rain in the air. Even a revered one could not breach the defenses of the white lotuses, let alone these mere battle kings. How could this be possible? How did he achieve this? What technique is this? The three demonic cultivators' pupils constricted in disbelief. We must flee. The black-haired man realized their utter inadequacy against Chu Kuangren and turned to escape. However, ensnared within the Nine Heavens Sword Prison, there was no avenue for retreat. Chu Kuangren raised his gaze, the Kunwu sacred sword appearing in his hand. With a casual flick, a violet sword light erupted, slicing through the air with unparalleled swiftness. The black-haired man swung his blade in defense, but a resounding clang echoed, and he, along with his weapon, was cleaved in two. One sword strike, and a peak battle king was slain. Such astonishing combat prowess struck terror into the hearts of all demonic cultivators, while invigorating the disciples of Xuaniangang. Senior brother, so formidable. After a period of absence, their senior brother had made remarkable strides. Two more sword strikes followed. The ghost granny and the elder of Een Mountain were similarly dispatched in an instant. If these three fell so easily, the remaining demonic cultivators stood no chance. Within the Nine Heavens sword prison, sword energies whirled, systematically annihilating the demonic cultivators. Their anguished cries resonating throughout, as torrents of demonic blood stained the streets. The populace observed this scene with no sympathy, their eyes alight with deep-seated hatred, yearning to enact vengeance upon those who had harmed their families and friends. Moments later, the city was purged clean of demonic cultivators by Chu Kuangren. Senior brother, Nangong Huang approached him. Yes, why are you the only ones here? Where are the others? They're at the mountain and river city. The demonic chaos ravaging the common folk. Why do we not see them intervening? Did they not pledge to initiate a campaign against the demons? Chu Kuangren's voice was cold. Nangong Huang and Murong Xian exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting indignation. They are too busy indulging themselves. They have no time to concern themselves with this plight. What is the meaning of this? They believe the turmoil in Bailing Dao Prefecture is insufficient. If they act now, their gains in prestige will be minimal. They are waiting for the catastrophe to escalate further before they intervene. Those scoundrels! Murong Xian exclaimed in outrage. Upon hearing this, Chu Kuangren exhibited no surprise, inwardly lamenting. So it is as I suspected. 7 ancestors. Was it the same when the Wuji demon sect wreaked havoc thousands of years ago? At this moment, Chu Kuangren finally posed the question that had lingered in his heart to the 7 ancestors. Chapter 97. The purpose of demon cultivators. There exists a distinct dichotomy between two groups, cultivators and mortals. The former possess powers that far surpass those of the latter, standing high above them. To mortals, cultivators appear akin to celestial beings. Naturally, this engenders a sense of superiority among the cultivators, leading many to regard mortal lives as inconsequential. Were it not for the invisible constraints of virtue, karma, and fortune, most cultivators would hardly be any better than demon cultivators. Take the current situation, for instance. Several holy sects aim to leverage the chaos wrought by demon incursions to enhance their prestige and accrue merit and fortune. Thus, the more rampant the chaos, the greater their eventual gains. As for the casualties during this turmoil, they are not particularly concerned, as it is not they who instigated. Upon hearing the question posed by Chu Kuangren, the 7th ancestor fell silent for a moment before sighing, acknowledging, indeed, there are many such cultivators among the holy sections. Chu Kuangren nodded in understanding. In the past, the city of Shanhua was the stronghold of the Shanhua sect. After its destruction, the area descended into chaos until several holy sect coalitions took control, leading to a semblance of order. At that moment, within a bustling tavern, the sounds of joyous revelry echoed, contrasting starkly with the plight of the countless displaced citizens outside, who were left impoverished and starving due to the demonic upheaval. Allow me to raise a toast to all the talented individuals present, proclaimed a middle-aged man in resplendent robes. In these times of calamity, your willingness to step forth and save the masses is truly commendable. The banquet table was surrounded by prodigies from the likes of Xiang Valley, Lingshu Sacred Ground, and the Five Elements sect. Masterly, you flatter us. It is our duty to eradicate demons and uphold justice, replied Fong Tianyi of the Five Elements sect, his tone righteous. One might mistakenly believe he had vanquished numerous demon cultivators and rescued countless innocents. Indeed, Master Fong speaks wisely, Masterly agreed with a smile. But then hesitated. This demonic disaster has persisted for 7 days. I wonder when you all intend to take action? If this continues, Bailing Daozhou may not endure much longer. As he spoke, Master Li's inner thoughts were far less amiable. This so-called assembly of prodigies had spent several days in Shanhua City, indulging in feasting and merriment while contributing little to the crisis at hand. Let us wait a few more days. Not only are there remnants of the former Wuji demon sect, but numerous other demon cultivators as well. When they all gather, I shall ensnare them in one fell swoop. Gu Chang'e remarked indifferently while sipping his wine. Indeed, the appearance of these demon cultivators is curious. We have learned that they are all in search of the sacred king weapon wielded by the former Wuji demon lord. Once they find it, we can make our move. Lin Batian added. Over the past few days, they had discovered that the Wuji demon lord had not resurrected. Rather, a youth resembling him and a mysterious elder had destroyed the Shanhua sect. The two were in pursuit of the sacred king weapon. And this information rapidly spread throughout the demon realm, drawing countless demon cultivators from the Qinglong domain to Bailing Daozhou. The sacred king weapon, the celestial desolate demon spear. The former Wuji demon lord was unparalleled in battle, capable of contending with saints. The spear's significance cannot be overstated, yet after his demise, its whereabouts became unknown. Who would have thought it to be hidden here in Bailing Daozhou? Exclaimed the sacred son of White Lotus, his eyes gleaming with fervor. That weapon is indeed exceptional, far superior to ordinary sacred artifacts. Just one sacred artifact is enough to attract countless cultivators, let alone a sacred king weapon of such prestige. The prodigies at the banquet exchanged thoughts on the potency of the sacred king weapon, yet none voiced an intention to take action. Master Li observed this and felt a pang of urgency. "Let me in." At that moment, a young man burst in. His face contorted with rage as he stared at the gathered prodigies. The Daozi of the Shanhua sect? "Oh, what brings you here?" Gu Changge glanced at him dismissively. The young man was indeed the last surviving Daozi of the Shanhua sect. He looked at the lavish spread before him and, suppressing his anger, asked, "I came to inquire when you intend to take action." "There's no need for haste, Daozi. We will act when the time is right," came the reply. "When will that be?" "When the citizens of Bailing Daozhou have perished in droves," the Shanhua Daozi challenged. "Impudent. Do not forget that the state of Bailing Daozhou has deteriorated due to your Shanhua sect's incompetence. We have come to clean up the mess, and you dare question us?" Scoffed a Daozi from Lingshu's sacred ground. Hearing this, the Shanhua Daozi's face turned a deep shade of crimson. "It is indeed our failure that allowed the demonic plague to spread, but your inaction while the populace suffers is a disgrace to the holy sects." How amusing. We could have easily allowed Bailing Daozhou to fend for itself. Now that we have arrived, rather than expressing gratitude, you dare question us? Do you not think that is excessive? It is you who have gone too far. For days, Shanhua City has spared no effort in hosting you. The Li family, Wang family, and Zhang family have expended their fortunes, pleading for your assistance, yet you do nothing. You accept the benefits without fulfilling your duties. You are not even as reliable as common foot soldiers. The Shanhua Daozi's words dripped with resentment. Daozi of Shanhua, you must recognize the reality of the situation. If you provoke us, the longer we delay our intervention, the greater the toll on the lives of the citizens of Bailing Daozhou. Every word you utter now bears the weight of countless lives. Are you sure you wish to continue? Gu Changge's voice grew cold, his demeanor chilling. You threaten me. The Shanhua Daozi's expression darkened. And if I do? At this point, the assembled prodigies lost all pretense of decorum and regarded the Shanhua Daozi with a mixture of amusement and disdain. Suddenly, applause erupted from outside the private room. A young man in a white robe entered, flanked by a group of followers. Upon seeing him, the countenance of several prodigies shifted dramatically, and they abruptly rose to their feet, staring at the newcomer. Chu Kuangren. He has arrived. As Chu Kuangren stepped into the room, his gaze swept over the assembled figures. And he smiled. "It seems you all are enjoying yourselves. The feast looks splendid, far better than the destitution I witnessed earlier. Those wretches were in such dire straits, barely clothed, while you fine gentlemen are clad in silk and satin. It is almost as if you resemble humans." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Gu Changge and the others shifted, realizing that Chu Kuangren was indirectly mocking them. "Chu Kuangren, do not overstep your bounds," a prodigy admonished coldly. Yet, Chu Kuangren paid him no heed. With a swift motion, he struck the air, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual power that struck the prodigy, sending him crashing onto the table, drenched in food and drink, a pitiful sight. Chapter 98. The reliable Chu Kuangren. I can quell the demonic calamity without you. Chu Kuangren acted impulsively, startling many present. Everyone stared at him, their eyes filled with apprehension. "Chu Kuangren, how dare you strike me?" The struck prodigy roared, his face contorted with rage as he stood up. "Striking you requires no special occasion," Chu Kuangren retorted indifferently, then delivered another forceful slap, sending the prodigy flying out of the tavern. Shana Daozi and the Li family head were aghast at Chu Kuangren's actions. To strike a Daozi from a sacred domain so casually? Yet, they found it incredibly satisfying. "Chu Kuangren, what is your intention?" Gu Changge questioned sternly. "Nothing much. I'm merely here to inform you that, from this moment forward, I will be temporarily taking control of Shana City." "On what grounds?" "You can't simply seize control. As I said, I'm merely informing you. Your consent is unnecessary," Chu Kuangren stated calmly. "Humph, Chu Kuangren, do you believe your strength allows you to act with impunity? How will you manage Shana City without our personnel?" Gu Changge scoffed. Suddenly, the communication compass within his universe ring vibrated. He retrieved it, and a message appeared. All cultivators heading to the northern underworld province are to obey Chu Kuangren's commands. The Qingyun Kingdom Lord's apathetic voice echoed from the compass. Upon hearing this, Gu Changa's expression shifted dramatically. The White Lotus Holy Sun also received the same message. As the Qingyan dynasty's consort and the White Lotus sect's Holy Sun, I will now take charge of the personnel you've brought. Chu Kuangren glanced at them before turning to leave. Chu Kuangren. Gu Changa gnashed his teeth as he watched Chu Kuangren's departing figure. During the banquet, the Li family head pondered the situation before wisely choosing to abandon Gu Changa and his companions, following after Chu Kuangren. On the street, the Li family head caught up with Chu Kuangren. Fellow Taoist Chu, I am the Li family head of Shana City. May I inquire when you plan to take action? I have already dispatched the cultivators from the Xiantian sect, White Lotus sect, and Qingyan dynasty to eradicate the demonic scourge throughout the region. So quickly, the Li family head was overjoyed. Finally, a reliable prodigy had arrived. He had heard many tales of Chu Kuangren and knew that if he were determined to save the province, he would be far more effective than Gu Changa and his ilk. The Li family is at your disposal, fellow Taoist Chu. The Li family head immediately pledged his allegiance. In this world, many cultivators treat mortals as mere grass, but there are also those who rise from humble origins and view mortals as equals. The Li family was such a family of cultivators. Fellow Taoist Chu is benevolent, far superior to those so-called prodigies like Gu Changa, Shana Dozi added as he joined them. It is merely within my capabilities. In Chu Kuangren's heart, the lives of mortals were just as valuable. Immortals were also human. The path he sought was not one of callousness, treating all living beings as ants. Naturally, he would not ignore the demonic scourge. I heard that the demonic cultivators in the northern underworld province are searching for a sacred king weapon. Could you elaborate? Chu Kuangren inquired. Of course. Shana Daozi and the Li family head shared much information with Chu Kuangren, especially Shana Daozi, whose eyes were filled with resentment as he spoke. Before his death, the limitless demonic sovereign left behind a sacred king weapon, the heaven-desolate demonic spear. Legend has it that the spear appeared in the northern underworld province 2,000 years ago and was sealed by my Shanha sect's ancestor. This is why my Shanha sect suffered such a calamity. Shanha Daozi clenched his fists. Do you know the spear's location? I do not. The spear was sealed by the ancestor, and no one else knows its location. The ancestor has long since passed away. So, no one knows its whereabouts? That is correct. Chu Kuangren nodded thoughtfully. The next day, Chu Kuangren took control of Shana City, instructing the Li family and other clans to open the city gates and provide refuge for the refugees pouring in from all directions. In no time, Shana City was filled with refugee camps. This action displeased several cultivators from the sacred domains, who were accustomed to a life of luxury. The sight of ragged, foul-smelling refugees in the streets was unbearable to them. Boom. Several terrifying auras emanated from outside Chu Kuangren's courtyard. The prodigies from the Five Elements sect, Violet Sun Valley, Myriad Dharma sect, Grand Void Temple, and Spirit Void Sacred Ground, along with various other individuals, had gathered. Chu Kuangren, come out. Fong Tian of the Five Elements sect shouted loudly. With a creak, the door opened. Before anyone could be seen, a powerful Taoist rhyme erupted, and a beam of white light shot out. Fong Tian's pupils constricted as he quickly activated the Five Elements Tao, unleashing a dazzling stream of spiritual power. The two forces collided, and Fong Tian was blasted back dozens of feet, his face pale. A graceful figure emerged from the courtyard. It was Lan Yu, who coldly surveyed the crowd. You're too noisy, barking like mad dogs so early in the morning. Don't you have any consideration for others? Chu Kuangren also emerged. Chu Kuangren. Shana City is now overrun with refugees. How are we supposed to operate? You must provide an explanation. Fong Tian said coldly. Operate? What kind of operation do you desire? To feast lavishly in taverns, or to indulge in pleasure in brothels? Chu Kuangren sneered, his gaze sweeping coldly over the cultivators present. Regardless, it was excessive to allow so many refugees to flood into the city. There is plenty of empty land outside the city. Why not let them stay there? Yuan Hong suggested. Oh, outside. It seems you have grown accustomed to your sheltered lives. Have you even bothered to see what's happening outside? Demonic cultivators are everywhere, and demonic beasts roam freely. Sending them outside is tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Chu Kuangren scoffed. So what? It's just a few deaths. When the time comes, we will naturally eliminate the demonic scourge. That's right, Chu Kuangren. Today, you must make these refugees leave the city. Otherwise, we will not participate in quelling this demonic calamity. Yes, do you truly believe you can handle everything on your own? The prodigies echoed. Chu Kuangren found their words utterly absurd. Were these cultivators truly here to quell the demons? Even without you, I can still quell the demonic calamity. Chu Kuangren declared resolutely. With a flick of his sleeve, a surge of violent sword chi erupted, sending the group of cultivators flying back dozens of feet. Now get out. So, Chu Kuangren, You truly believe you are invincible. We insist on testing your abilities. Several prodigies attacked. They had heard many tales of Chu Kuangren, but they wanted to experience his power firsthand. Not good. Stop. Yuan Hong, Fang Tian, and a few other prodigies who had witnessed Chu Kuangren's power attempted to intervene. They had come to demand an explanation, but they had never intended to fight him, as his strength was deeply ingrained in their minds. However, their intervention was too late. The prodigies charged at Chu Kuangren, their Taoist rhymes flowing and their violent spiritual power surging. They unleashed their attacks simultaneously. But as Chu Kuangren merely raised his eyes, the prodigies were instantly frozen in midair, their techniques collapsing. Then, several clouds of blood mist exploded in the air. Chapter 99. Lin Beishan's Sacred Fire. A prodigy from 30,000 years ago, does anyone else present harbor any objections? Chu Kuangren inquired, his tone laced with glacial indifference. Following the demise of several prodigies, the assembly was gripped by a chilling silence. At that moment, a ripple distorted the void, and several cultivators at the apex of the Battle King realm emerged, their gazes fixed intently on Chu Kuangren. Is your excellency not excessively brutal? Resorting to lethal force at the slightest provocation renders you indistinguishable from a demonic cultivator. Chu Kuangren, your actions are beyond the pale. These Battle Kings were the protectors of the fallen prodigies. Their presence indicated that the factions backing these individuals were, at best, supreme Taoist lineages. Chu Kuangren scoffed, brutal? Let's be clear, they initiated the conflict with unrestrained force. Am I to simply stand idly by? He challenged. If any of you are displeased, feel free to engage. Undeterred by the Battle Kings, Chu Kuangren remained resolute. He had, after all, vanquished numerous Battle King cultivators throughout his journey. The Battle Kings wore grim expressions but refrained from action. Their hesitation stemmed not from fear of Chu Kuangren himself, but from the formidable protectors backing him, individuals they could not hope to contend with. While protectors of younger generations typically avoid direct intervention, any undue aggression on their part would undoubtedly provoke a swift response. In truth, the Battle Kings overestimated the situation. Even if they were to attack, the Seventh Forefather and others would likely remain uninvolved, fully aware of Chu Kuangren's terrifying combat prowess, capable of slaying even honorable ones, let alone mere Battle Kings. Ultimately, the Battle Kings chose an action. Chu Kuangren, you remain as audacious as ever. Lin Batian of Purple Sun Valley spoke, his face etched with frigid indifference. Chu Kuangren cast a glance at him, his brow arching in surprise at the sight of Lin Beishan's purple hair. Oh, where did you have your hair styled? Humph. Lin Batian retorted, a terrifying Taoist rhyme emanating from his body, causing the surrounding prodigies to pale. Fang Tian, Guchanga, and others observed Lin Batian with a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. His Taoist rhyme has changed. Such formidable power. What has transpired? How could he have become so terrifying in such a short span of time? This Taoist rhyme rivals even that of an honorable one. Chu Kuangren chuckled. It seems that during our brief separation, you have acquired some impressive skills. No wonder you possess the confidence to confront me. His eyes shimmered with runes as he activated his Eye of Insight. Lin Batian, Taoist child of Purple Sun Valley, possessor of the sacred fire left behind by the Purple Sun Valley's ancestor. Sacred fire? Chu Kuangren mused. A technique left behind by a sage? He smiled. Come, allow me to witness the might of this so-called sacred fire. Perhaps it might even singe me. Lin Beishan's brow furrowed, uncertain how Chu Kuangren had learned of the sacred fire. Nevertheless, he was eager to test his mettle against his adversary. Flames of iridescent colors erupted from his body, each ember radiating the power to incinerate rivers and boil seas. Chu Kuangren, I have endured the torment of 10,000 flames to obtain this 7-colored sacred fire. Today, you shall experience its power. Lin Batian roared as the sacred fire hurtled forth like a meteor, distorting the very fabric of space in its wake. The sheer power of the sacred fire sent shivers down the spines of all present, who hastily retreated, fearing its touch. The flames were truly terrifying. As a relic left behind by a sage, the sacred fire contained the sage's Taoist rhyme. Even if Lin Beishan's cultivation was insufficient to fully unleash its potential, even a single wisp possessed the power to rival an honorable one. Chu Kuangren casually raised his hand, unleashing a boundless surge of power. Mystical Taoist rhymes materialized in the form of delicate white lotuses. The lotuses, exquisitely beautiful, appeared fragile and weak. Yet, the sacred fire faltered upon contact. Unable to penetrate their defenses, within a breath, the flames were completely extinguished. The sight left many prodigies in awe. What technique is this? It can actually nullify spiritual power. How did he accomplish that? It even neutralized the sacred fire. The crowd buzzed with astonishment. Amidst the throng, the White Lotus Saint took a deep breath. That is the White Lotus sect's supreme Saint King technique. The White Lotus world purification. The revelation stunned the crowd. How did Chu Kuangren learn the White Lotus sect's Saint King technique? Why have we never seen anyone from the White Lotus sect use this technique before? Is this the reason Chu Kuangren was named a saint? The White Lotus saint remained silent, gazing at Chu Kuangren, who was now surrounded by white lotuses. He felt an inexplicable urge to prostrate himself in reverence. This was the innate reaction of a White Lotus sect disciple to the White Lotus world purification. Even his animosity towards Chu Kuangren could not suppress it. Humph, I will see how many of my attacks you can withstand. Lin Batian scoffed, relentlessly channeling his sacred fire towards Chu Kuangren. However, regardless of his efforts, the sacred fire was extinguished whenever it entered within 10 feet of Chu Kuangren, failing to inflict even the slightest harm. Frustration gnawed at Lin Batian's heart. How can this be? The sacred fire that he had risked life and limb to obtain was utterly useless against Chu Kuangren. His opponent's strength far surpassed his expectations. No, I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe you are truly invincible. Lin Batian roared, channeling his spiritual power to its limits and pouring it into the sacred fire. A surge of unrestrained Taoist rhyme erupted. Sage technique, Skyfire Wildfire. Lin Batian bellowed, condensing the sacred fire around him into a raging inferno that surged towards Chu Kuangren. The force finally breached Chu Kuangren's 10-foot perimeter. 10 feet, 9 feet. But at the 9-foot mark, the sacred fire dissipated. Everyone, including Lin Batian, was dumbfounded. After exerting himself to the utmost, he had only managed to advance 1 foot. From start to finish, Chu Kuangren had remained rooted to the spot, never taking a single step. The disparity was simply too vast. Lin Batian's Taoist heart wavered, his face ashen as he stared at Chu Kuangren, feeling as though a mountain was crushing his chest. He had believed that by acquiring the sacred fire, he could close the gap between himself and Chu Kuangren, perhaps even contend with him. But what was this? His opponent could crush him without even moving. This level of powerlessness filled him with despair. Lin Batian was not the only one despairing. The other prodigies shared his sentiment. Now it is my turn. Chu Kuangren glanced at Lin Batian before unleashing a surge of sword chi. The violet sword light surged forth with overwhelming force. Lin Batian, despite his best efforts to defend, was sent flying hundreds of feet away by the blast. Stray sword chi carved over a dozen bloody gashes into his body. Lin Batian had been defeated with a single strike. The sight silenced everyone, while others struggled in vain, unable to even scratch him. He could cripple his opponent with a single gesture. Unparalleled defense, unparalleled offense. This was simply insurmountable. Chu Kuangren, you are indeed powerful. A streak of light descended from afar, landing before the crowd. The newcomer, clad in black robes, exuded an aura of formidable power, both strong and radiant, utterly domineering. It's him, the new Taoist child of the spirit void holy land, Ao Tsang. Someone recognized the arrival. Chu Kuangren, utilizing his eye of insight, examined the newcomer, his expression shifting slightly. A prodigy from 30,000 years ago. Chapter 100. The ancient prodigy is unyielding. Chu Kuangren had heard whispers of ancient prodigies. According to legend, over a span of 150,000 years from the near-ancient era to the present, this was an age of desolation, where the path to emperorship was severed and the great ways were obscured. Countless prodigies found themselves unable to ascend to emperorhood, leading some to choose self-imposed slumber, awaiting the arrival of a grand era for their awakening. Clearly, the proud figure before him, Ao Tsang, was an ancient prodigy. Intriguingly, Chu Kuangren felt a spark of interest. How formidable could an ancient prodigy be compared to those of the present? As he delved deeper with his discerning eye, he discovered that Ao Tsang's combat prowess surpassed that of lesser emperors like Lei Ao by a considerable margin. And he commanded not one, but 3 sacred king techniques. Truly impressive. Ao Tsang, I have long wished to cross blades with you, Chu Kuangren declared. Ao Tsang, feeling the weight of Chu Kuangren's gaze, was unsettled, sensing a penetrating scrutiny. As his spiritual power surged, an overwhelming aura of the Tao enveloped him. He raised a hand, and the surrounding void trembled as if a boulder had been hurled into a lake, creating tumultuous waves, the sheer power sending shivers down one's spine. A lesser emperor. This is undoubtedly a prodigy of lesser emperor caliber, Chu Kuangren mused. No, he may even surpass the average lesser emperor. Astonishingly, there were only 8 lesser emperors in the current era, yet prodigies of this caliber seemed to be emerging one after another. Indeed, this grand era was exceptional. Undeterred by Ao Tsang's overwhelming presence, Chu Kuangren remained calm, even beckoning Ao Tsang with a finger, a clear act of provocation. Ao Tsang could no longer contain himself. With a surge of Dao aura and spiritual energy, he unleashed a powerful punch toward Chu Kuangren. The collision of furious spiritual force and Dao manifested as a terrifying sun in the void, radiating pure yang energy, overwhelmingly domineering. Sacred King Technique, Falling Sun. The heavens roared in response. The fist of the great sun struck the myriad white lotuses, unleashing a cataclysmic force that sent shockwaves rippling through the air. The two Dao auras clashed and intertwined in a dazzling spectacle. However, akin to Lin Baishan's holy fire, Ao Tsang's punch only managed to obliterate a foot of the white lotus before being dismantled and purified. Chu Kuangren stood his ground, unruffled. Ancient prodigies are hardly remarkable, he lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. This white lotus possesses such formidable defense. Ao Tsang's pupils constricted slightly, a look of astonishment crossing his face, gradually replaced by a grave demeanor. He had assumed that in this era, no prodigy was worthy of his attention, not even the lesser emperors. Yet, Chu Kuangren was different, a true rival. After a moment of contemplation, Ao Tsang chuckled lightly. Since you recognize me as an ancient prodigy, you should understand that this grand era is not meant for you. It is for us. The prodigies of your time are far too fragile. When the ancient prodigies awaken one by one, that will herald the true dawn of the grand era. Chu Kuangren, at that time, I shall duel with you once more. His words sent shockwaves through the gathered prodigies. This was a grand era. They were fortunate to be born into it, yet lamentably, it was not meant for them, a notion too despairing to bear. Having spoken, Ao Tsang turned to leave, but Chu Kuangren interjected, wait a moment. Oh, do you wish to fight again? You struck me once, and I feel it only proper to return the favor. It is only courteous to repay a blow with a sword. Chu Kuangren raised his gaze slightly, brandishing the Kunwu sacred sword in his hand, and then, with a swift motion, he slashed forth, unleashing a resplendent violet sword light that erupted like a cataclysm. Not good. Sacred King Technique, Mountain God Shield. Ao Tsang's expression shifted as he summoned his inner spiritual power, manifesting a profound Dao aura that coalesced into a towering divine mountain before him. This massive mountain possessed unparalleled defensive capabilities. Yet, when the sword struck the mountain, the void convulsed wildly. The collision of two forces erupting in a tempestuous explosion that swept through the surroundings, sending many cultivators flying. Then came a deafening roar. The divine mountain shattered, and the Dao aura dissipated. The overwhelming violet sword light surged forward, striking Ao Tsang and propelling him back, blood gushing forth like a torrential rain. If you cannot withstand even one of my strikes, how do you dare to challenge me? Chu Kuangren declared, his voice resonating with authority. Moreover, allow me to offer a word of caution. In this era, with me here, if you ancient prodigies remain in slumber, you shall face no repercussions. But should you dare to stir, I shall show you what despair truly means. Glaring at Ao Tsang, he enunciated each word with precision. Threats are easy to make, are they not? You. Ao Tsang seethed, ready to retort. What of you? Get lost. Chu Kuangren's sword energy coursed along the blade, an overwhelming sharpness emanating that left the onlookers paralyzed with fear. Having suffered a grievous wound from the strike, Ao Tsang recognized his defeat and, dragging his battered body, exited the scene. Chu Kuangren, you will pay for this. Once I restore my strength, I shall make you regret this encounter. He seethed internally, his expression dark as a stormy sea. As he departed, the remaining prodigies followed suit, their initial intentions thwarted, unable to achieve their goals. Cursed be that Chu Kuangren. He is simply too formidable. We stood no chance against him, one prodigy from a prominent lineage lamented, frustration etched across his face. Must we truly remain amongst these filthy beggars? Another cultivator scornfully observed the refugees below, disdain evident on his face. This is intolerable. Let us not engage in battle. Let Chu Kuangren handle those demonic cultivators himself. I wish to see how he will contend with the entirety of Dao Province's demonic forces with his scant manpower. After all, how strong can he truly be? With his limited forces, he cannot possibly withstand such a multitude of demonic cultivators. Ultimately, he will have no choice but to seek our assistance, they resolved. Thus, several prodigies made up their minds not to intervene, hoping to compel Chu Kuangren to relent. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren found himself amidst the ruins of the Shana sect. Following its annihilation, this once mighty supreme lineage had been thoroughly pillaged by demonic cultivators in the span of a single day. Now, within this desolate site, not a single spiritual stone remained. Only the remnants of crumbled walls, whispering tales of its former glory. Master, why have we come here? Lan Yu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Lan Yu, if you were to seal a sacred king-grade demonic artifact, where would you choose to conceal it? Chu Kuangren posed. Certainly in a place where I would feel secure. She replied. What location offers the greatest security? He pressed. A place visible to oneself but hidden from others. Lan Yu furrowed her brow, articulating her thoughts. Precisely. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly. Do you suggest that the ancestors of the Shanha sect may have sealed the Wuji Demon Lord's sacred king artifact within their lineage? Yet it appears that this site has been thoroughly searched, Lan Yu noted. Perhaps there exist locations yet undiscovered. Chu Kuangren chuckled, activating his treasure-seeking technique. The unique perception of the technique radiated outward, scouring the expanse of the Shanha sect repeatedly until, at long last, Chu Kuangren made a significant discovery. Chapter 101. The Saint King Weapon, the Desolate Demon Spear, suppresses demonic artifacts 3,000 feet beneath the surface lies a Saint King weapon. This information was relayed by the treasure-seeking technique. Chu Kuangren's eyes gleamed. He had found it, buried 3,000 feet underground, and shielded by a restriction that concealed its aura. Even a Supreme would likely be unable to locate it without his treasure-seeking technique. Next, he needed to figure out how to retrieve it. Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu ascended into the air. Instantly, he unleashed the three great visions of his Taoist physique. With the terrifying sword Tao rhythm swirling around him, celestial slaying sword drawing technique. A streak of violet sword light descended from the heavens, cleaving into the ground. With a deafening explosion, the earth trembled. The entire mountain river city shook violently, leaving everyone bewildered and gazing into the distance. What was that? It came from the mountain river sect's direction. And that Tao rhythm. It's Chu Kuangren. What on earth is he up to now? Let's go take a look. The cultivators in the city hastened towards the mountain river sect. Before they could even approach, another terrifyingly loud sound erupted from within the mountain river sect as another domineering sword aura descended from the sky. Sword light after sword light relentlessly struck. Damn it. Is he trying to split the mountain open? Is there something beneath it? Within the mountain river sect, Chu Kuangren continuously unleashed sword auras. The mountain river sect, already in ruins, was now even more dilapidated thanks to his actions. A colossal, bottomless chasm had appeared on the ground. Phew, just one more sword strike. Chu Kuangren brandished his saint's sword, and a violent sword aura descended. The sword aura pierced into the pitch-black chasm, then abruptly shattered as if it had struck an invisible barrier, with the remaining sword aura dissipating. Upon closer inspection, yellow runes were visible within the dark chasm, flowing with light, and the surrounding area was permeated with earth energy. Fellow Taoist Chu, what are you doing? At this moment, Mountain River Taoist arrived and questioned Chu Kuangren directly upon seeing him. After all, the Mountain River sect was his Taoist lineage. Even though it had been destroyed, he still had feelings for it and couldn't bear to see it ravaged like this. However, he then noticed the anomaly beneath the ground, and he exclaimed in astonishment as he examined the yellow runes. This is a restriction of my Mountain River sect. You've come at the perfect time. Do you know how to break this restriction? Chu Kuangren glanced at him and asked indifferently. This is a restriction that my Mountain River sect set up using earth energy. Unless one's strength surpasses that of the person who set it up, or unless one uses earth energy to attack it, it will be difficult to break. Mountain River Taoist said, although he was still unsure of the situation. Little one, do you need my assistance? The voice of the seventh ancestor echoed from the void. Chu Kuangren smiled faintly. Let me handle it myself. He soared into the air, forming a profound hand seal, and a thick, majestic Tao rhythm surged, beginning to gather earth energy from all directions. The surging earth energy coalesced into an ancient divine mountain, which he slammed down with a resounding crash. Saint King technique. Imprint of the human mountain. Mountain River Taoist's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. He can manipulate earth energy on such a scale. What a profound Tao technique. The Mountain River sect specialized in manipulating earth energy, but even they didn't possess such a Tao technique. Boom. The divine mountain formed from earth energy crashed down upon the restriction within the chasm. Instantly, massive amounts of earth energy surged wildly, erupting from the chasm. The mountain river restriction broken. At the same time, the earth energy was mixed with a column of black energy. That column of energy emanated an immensely powerful Tao rhythm that made one's scalp tingle. Terrifying demonic energy instantly swept across all directions. This aura, a demonic artifact. Wait, could it be the desolate demon spear of limitless demonic sovereign? Impossible. The Mountain River sect has been searched thoroughly, and no one has found any trace of the demonic spear. How could Chu Kuangren have found it? Underground. It was hidden underground. How did he discover it? The crowd gazed at the chasm, their expressions shifting. Some even revealed looks of avarice. After all, it was a Saint King weapon. It was estimated that not even a handful of such weapons could be found in the entire Azure Billow Star. Unfortunately, due to Chu Kuangren, None of them dared to make a move. The earth energy and demonic energy gradually dissipated. The crowd could now clearly see the scene beneath the chasm. Deep within the ground was a dark red spear, surrounded by runes, with streams of terrifying Tao rhythms flowing around it. It was indeed the Saint King weapon. The Desolate Demon Spear. Is this the Saint King weapon? Truly extraordinary. Back then, Limitless Demonic Sovereign was able to dominate the Azure Dragon domain, largely due to this spear. But according to legend, even Limitless Demonic Sovereign himself was unable to fully unleash the power of this spear. Nonsense, this is a Saint King weapon. Limitless Demonic Sovereign hasn't even become a saint yet. How could he fully unleash the power of this spear? The demonic calamity in Northern Underworld Tao State, and the countless demonic cultivators who have come from afar. They're all here for this demonic spear. Countless cultivators swallowed hard as they gazed at the demonic spear, with a voice seemingly echoing in their minds. Obtain it, obtain it. I don't care anymore. I must have this spear. A cultivator finally couldn't suppress the desire in their heart and dashed towards the chasm. But before they could even get close, a streak of sword light flashed past, and the cultivator was instantly slain by Chu Kuangren. However, the carnage didn't deter the other cultivators. One after another, they charged towards the demonic spear with bloodshot eyes. No, this demonic spear must be mine. Chu Kuangren may be strong, but he's just one person. Kill. The demonic spear is destined to be mine. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cultivators surged out from the crowd. Chu Kuangren indifferently watched their frenzied appearances, his brows slightly furrowed. As expected of a demonic artifact, its ability to tempt people is indeed considerable. The name of a demonic artifact was not just for show. If one's Tao heart was not firm enough, they would be tempted like these cultivators, falling into madness without even realizing it. Chu Kuangren took a step forward, arriving at the depths of the chasm before anyone else. Immediately, the Nine Heavens sword prison unfolded. Within the sword prison, the figures of all the cultivators froze, immobilized in the void. Then, one by one, they were all annihilated by the sword chi. Chu Kuangren, hand over the demonic artifact. That's right. This isn't something you should possess. Damn it, you're the chief disciple of a sage orthodox sect, with unparalleled talent and numerous treasures. Why do you have to compete with us for this demonic artifact? Are you really not leaving us any room? The remaining cultivators looked at Chu Kuangren and began to curse him. A battle king took a step forward, with massive amounts of spiritual power surging within him. A violent Tao rhythm instantly erupted. No one can stop me from obtaining this demonic artifact. The battle king raised his hand and unleashed a palm strike towards Chu Kuangren. The palm print tearing through the air. Foolish, Chu Kuangren coldly uttered. Sword chi pierced through his body, instantly tearing apart the palm print and slaying the cultivator on the spot. Immediately afterward, Chu Kuangren formed a hand seal, guiding earth energy and transforming it into an ancient divine mountain, which he slammed out, sending the remaining cultivators flying. After doing all of this, Chu Kuangren turned to look at the desolate demon spear, reaching out and grasping the spear shaft. A chilling sensation ran through his hand. Boom! The spear trembled, and a violent demonic energy erupted. Submit to me. Chu Kuangren activated the four supreme foundations within his body, and vast amounts of spiritual power surged out, suppressing the desolate demon spear. Even a Saint King weapon was just a weapon. Without someone to wield it, it couldn't unleash much power. Gradually, the desolate demon spear ceased to tremble, and the demonic energy subsided. It had been completely suppressed by Chu Kuangren. Chapter 102. To confront demonic cultivators single-handedly. Killing two birds with one stone. Clutching the heaven-desolate demon spear, Chu Kuangren sensed the immense power it contained, far surpassing his Kunwu sacred sword. Alas, it is a spear, not a sword, Chu Kuangren lamented. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, as his purpose in seeking this demonic weapon was not a genuine need for weaponry. With the emergence of the demonic weapon, this demonic scourge should be quelled. Chu Kuangren murmured before stowing the spear in his Qian ring. As the demonic spear vanished, the cultivators whose minds had been ensnared gradually returned to normal, a wave of trepidation washing over them. Heavens, that demonic spear was exceedingly malevolent. Such a terrifying demonic artifact. I was utterly unable to control myself. The cultivators were filled with lingering fear. However, Chu Kuangren paid them no heed. After emerging from the fissure, he nonchalantly addressed the mountain and river Taoist. Disseminate the news that the heaven-desolate demon spear is in my possession. Those who desire it may seek me out. The mountain and river Taoist and the others surmised Chu Kuangren's intentions. He intended to use the demonic spear as bait, drawing all the demonic cultivators in the northern Azure Tao region to him, and then eradicating them in one fell swoop. I shall inform the Li family head and have them prepare, the mountain and river Taoist said with a grave expression. Eradicating all the demonic cultivators in the northern Azure Dao region was no simple task, requiring a vast number of individuals. It would even necessitate recalling those who had been dispatched. Refrain from superfluous actions. Your sole responsibility is to spread the news, Chu Kuangren interjected. Daoist Chu. What do you mean by this? The mountain and river Daoist asked, bewildered. Do as I say, Chu Kuangren replied tersely, observing his composed demeanor. The mountain and river Daoist's pupils suddenly contracted as a terrifying and preposterous notion surfaced in his mind. Daoist Chu. Could it be that you intend to confront these demonic cultivators alone? That is impossible. There are far too many demonic cultivators wreaking havoc throughout the northern Azure Dao region. How could you possibly cope single-handedly? I know what I am doing. After failing to dissuade him, the mountain and river Daoist reluctantly complied. Subsequently, the news of the demonic spear's emergence spread rapidly, and the mountain and river city, as the central hub, was abuzz with the news. Everyone speculated on Chu Kuangren's intentions, knowing that he intended to use the heaven-desolate demon spear to lure all the demonic cultivators together. However, even with this knowledge, it was futile. For if one desired the demonic spear, one would have to seek him out, even if it was a ruse. I did not anticipate that Chu Kuangren would actually find the heaven-desolate demon spear. It is truly astonishing. To use this demonic spear to lure all the demonic cultivators together and then eradicate them in one fell swoop is indeed a commendable notion. Humph, with his meager manpower, how could he possibly eradicate all the demonic cultivators in the Dao region? He will undoubtedly seek our assistance. Indeed. I wonder what Chu Kuangren will be like when he pleads for assistance. It is truly something to anticipate. Precisely, let us all observe together when the time comes. Within Mountain and River City, the prodigies of the major sacred grounds and their entourages remained inactive, awaiting Chu Kuangren's plea for assistance. However, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed, and Chu Kuangren still did not seek them out. Meanwhile, the news of the demonic spear's emergence had spread throughout the northern Azure Dao region, and numerous demonic cultivators were already converging on Mountain and River City. If they did not prepare, it would soon be too late. The prodigies within Mountain and River City grew restless. What on earth is Chu Kuangren doing? Why has he not sought our assistance? Without us. How will he eradicate all the demonic cultivators in the northern Azure Dao region? Does he intend to seek assistance directly from the Daoist orthodoxy? Impossible. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst, and this demonic scourge is a trial for us younger generation. The older generation will not rashly intervene. Damn it, what is Chu Kuangren up to? All the prodigies were perplexed. Then, more news arrived. Chu Kuangren had left Mountain and River City and was heading toward a nearby mountain range, seemingly intending to engage in a decisive battle with the demonic cultivators there. At this point, all the prodigies understood his intentions. He intended to confront all the demonic cultivators single-handedly. Heavens, does this fellow have a death wish? Does he not know how many demonic cultivators there are in the northern Azure Dao region? How can he possibly cope alone? He is courting death. I heard that he did not even recall the disciples of the various Daoist orthodoxies that he had dispatched, allowing them to continue rescuing people in various locations. He is doomed. Within Mountain and River City, the Mountain and River Daoist, the Li family head, and others naturally understood Chu Kuangren's intentions. And they could not help but exclaim, Daoist Chu is truly righteous. This news also spread throughout the city. All the refugees and ordinary citizens learned of Chu Kuangren's intention to confront all the demonic cultivators single-handedly. This filled countless people with awe and admiration. In an instant, Chu Kuangren's image in the eyes of the people soared to unprecedented heights, surpassing Gu Chang'e, Fang Tian, and the like by leaps and bounds. These ordinary citizens were indeed weak, but they were not blind. They could discern who was genuinely and sincerely resolving the demonic scourge for them. What spirit voids sacred ground? Purple Sun Valley, what sacred orthodoxies are all utter rubbish, not even worth a strand of young Master Chu's hair. Indeed, ever since young Master Chu arrived, he has accepted refugees and dispatched personnel to rescue people in various locations, far surpassing those prodigies who only know how to enjoy themselves and spout empty rhetoric. Young Master Chu is the one who truly wants to save us. Public sentiment erupted, and Chu Kuangren was lauded by everyone, becoming the savior of the northern Azure Dao region. As for the other prodigies, they were denounced as good-for-nothings, and their respective Daoist orthodoxies were saddled with infamy. Ao Tsang, Lin Batian, Fang Tian, and the others grew restless. What did they come to the northern Azure Dao region for? Of course, it was to enhance the prestige of their Daoist orthodoxies. But with Chu Kuangren's actions, they had not only failed to enhance their prestige, but had also nearly become infamous. Daoist Lin, we must act soon. Within a grand hall, Lin Batian and the others were gathered together. It was Fang Tian of the Five Elements sect who spoke. his expression somewhat anxious. If we do not act soon, Chu Kuangren will steal all the limelight. Yuan Hong of the Myriad Dharma sect also suggested taking action to eradicate the demonic scourge as soon as possible. Why should we act? At this moment, Aotsong spoke. The others looked at him, puzzled. Even if we act now, the limelight, the hearts of the people, and the prestige will all be taken by Chu Kuangren. The people will only think that we are acting out of pressure from public opinion, Aotsong said nonchalantly. What should we do then? Wait. Wait for Chu Kuangren to fail. There are so many demonic cultivators. I do not believe that he can truly confront them single-handedly. As long as he fails, the people will inevitably despair. Then, we will take action to turn the tide. Rescue the people from the brink of disaster and bring this demonic scourge to a satisfactory conclusion. Aotsong's suggestion made many people's eyes light up. Since they could not salvage their reputation by acting now, they might as well wait for Chu Kuangren to fail and suffer a setback. Then, they would take action to turn the tide, both enhancing their prestige and undermining Chu Kuangren's reputation. Haha. What a brilliant plan to kill two birds with one stone. I concur. I also concur. I am eager to see how Chu Kuangren will meet his end. Chapter 103. The Man Behind the Scenes. Do not keep me waiting too long. The legendary Tianhuang magic spear has emerged, concealed beneath the foundations of the Shanhua sect. Inside a lofty building, a handsome young man clad in white displayed a look of astonishment. Beside him, an elderly man in gray nodded in affirmation, stating, indeed. The ancestors of the Shanhua sect sealed it beneath the ground and established prohibitions, managing to keep it hidden even from me. Otherwise, when I annihilated the Shanhua sect, I would have already acquired the Tianhuang magic spear without such complications. Had anyone overheard their conversation, they would undoubtedly be taken aback to learn that the Shanhua sect had fallen to these two individuals. Even more startling was the implication that the recent calamity in Bailing Daozhou was orchestrated by them. Initially, they had intended to seek the Tianhuang magic spear through various demonic cultivators from the Qinglong domain, but unexpectedly, it had been discovered by that Chu madman, complicating their plans to obtain the spear. The young man remarked, the reputation of Chu madman precedes him. More importantly, he is shielded by three major saintly lineages. Should the Tianhuang magic spear fall into his hands, it would be far more troublesome than if it were in the possession of a supreme being. Indeed, it is troublesome, yet not insurmountable. The elder replied. Oh, teacher, please elaborate. The Tianhuang magic spear was left by your ancestor and perfectly complements your boundless demonic physique, providing you with immense benefits. It is imperative to acquire it. The most significant challenge posed by Chu madman lies in the guardians surrounding him. However, with the collective mobilization of the demonic cultivators in Daozhou, along with my assistance, we can certainly hold those guardians at bay. At that moment, you and other demonic cultivators can engage in a concerted effort to eliminate Chu madman. With your prowess and your connection to the Tianhuang magic spear, you should be able to seize it amidst the chaos. The elder had tentatively devised a plan to join forces with others to eliminate Chu madman. The handsome youth frowned slightly, appearing dissatisfied with the suggestion. The elder discerned the youth's discontent and stated, Chu madman's strength is formidable. Although your abilities are impressive, you are not yet his match. Assistance from other demonic cultivators is necessary. Is he truly that powerful? If the rumors are accurate, he is indeed far stronger than one might imagine. Very well, I understand, the youth replied with a slight nod. Rest assured, the number of demonic cultivators targeting the Tianhuang magic spear is exceedingly high. He cannot possibly withstand them alone. As long as we can hold off those guardians, Chu madman is destined to perish. A cold glint flickered in the elder's eyes. The Tianhuang magic spear is in Chu madman's possession? Haha, after searching for so long, it has finally appeared. Chu madman, I am coming for you. It was said that Chu madman resided alone in a mountain range outside Shanhua City, intending to confront them all single-handedly. Absurd, he was utterly unaware of the peril he faced, to act in defense of a mere swarm of insignificant citizens. This Chu madman was profoundly foolish. He had longed to meet this renowned figure, and now was the perfect opportunity to confront him and seize the magic weapon. The news of the Tianhuang magic spear's emergence rapidly spread throughout Bailing Daozhou in just a few days, sending shockwaves through all demonic cultivators. The demonic sects led by the three great sects of the Qinglong domain hastily made their way to Shanhua City, preparing to confront Chu madman and procure the magical artifact. Meanwhile, Chu madman was situated within a mountain range, meditating atop a large azure stone, exuding profound and mysterious energies. After a considerable time, he gradually opened his eyes, having reached the pinnacle of the void enlightenment realm. At this moment, his cultivation had attained complete mastery of the void enlightenment realm. merely a step away from breaking through to the Battle King realm. In truth, he could break through to the Battle King realm at any moment. Yet he chose to suppress himself deliberately. He had forged an unparalleled foundation across the 4 realms of foundation establishment: golden core, nascent soul, and void enlightenment. And he aspired to do the same at the Battle King level. However, establishing an unparalleled foundation at the Battle King realm was exceedingly challenging. Few had achieved it in the past 150,000 years. Yet, if it were not challenging, it would lack the value of a worthy endeavor. Chu Madman held the confidence that he could undoubtedly succeed. Thus, he consciously restrained his cultivation, waiting for the opportune moment to accumulate strength and forge an unparalleled foundation. For now, he resolved to address the impending calamity. Chu Madman mused inwardly. At that moment, beside him, Lan Yu furrowed her brows, her figure suddenly vanishing from sight, before the sounds of combat emerged from a distance. Upon her return, she held a severely beaten young cultivator in her grasp, casually discarding him onto the ground. "Which sect do you belong to?" Chu Madman inquired nonchalantly. "The spies of the Giles sect." With his capture, the young cultivator had no intention of concealing his identity. Responding directly, Chu Madman pondered for a moment. In the Qinglong domain, although the demonic path had long been suppressed by the 8 great saintly lineages, several noteworthy factions still existed. Among them, the 3 most prominent demonic sects were the Giles sect, the Azura sect, and the Corpse Refining sect. Rumor had it that the combined strength of these 3 sects could rival that of a saintly lineage, far surpassing that of ordinary supreme lineages. "How many are converging here?" Chu Madman inquired again. "All the demonic cultivators from the Giles sect, Corpse Refining sect, and Azura sect are heading this way. I am merely a spy from the Giles sect, sent to ascertain whether you have laid any traps." The young cultivator responded, a flicker of uncertainty in his gaze. Having scoured the vicinity of the mountain range, he had seen no other cultivators aside from Chu Madman. In other words, Chu Madman was entirely alone. With no traps in sight, he truly intended to face all demonic cultivators single-handedly. Even among the notoriously insane demonic cultivators, Chu Madman's audacity left them trembling in fear. "Well then, it seems you have gathered sufficient information. You may return and report back. Do so swiftly, lest I grow impatient," Chu Madman stated. Seeing that Chu Madman spared his life, the young cultivator hastily rose to leave. Before departing, he inquired with curiosity, "Is the Tianhuang magic spear really in your possession?" With a clang, a dark red spear materialized before the young cultivator, resonating with an aura that overwhelmed his senses and ignited a frenzied glint in his eyes. "It truly is the magic spear." Chu Madman allowed him a fleeting glimpse before retracting the Tianhuang magic spear and coldly commanding, "Now, begone." Regaining his composure, the young cultivator swiftly departed. After his exit, the 7 ancestors and 2 guardians emerged from the void. The 7 ancestors remarked, "Young one, do you truly intend to confront all demonic cultivators alone? That is exceedingly perilous. Do not worry. I will rely on you to fend off the cultivators above the supreme realm. I will handle the rest," Chu Madman replied. "That is acceptable. Yet there are at least 10,000 demonic cultivators who have come to Bailing Daozhou. How do you plan to manage alone? Why not hasten the return of the dispatched disciples?" Qinglan, the supreme of the Balian sect, expressed concern. The allure of the Tianhuang magic spear was immense. Yet it was improbable that all demonic cultivators would converge here. Those who remained unaccounted for must also be addressed. And that task will be entrusted to senior brother Nangong and the others. Rest assured, I possess the Balian Jing Shirpian. Even the Supreme cannot harm me. Moreover, if it becomes truly unmanageable, no one can stop me from leaving. Chu Madman laughed lightly. Hearing this, the 3 guardians finally felt a measure of relief. Chapter 104. 100,000 demonic cultivators. Remembrance of this moment. Singing his praises. Did this Chu Madman truly set no traps? In the mountains near Shanhua City, a congregation of demonic cultivators gathered. At the forefront stood a woman clad in vibrant robes, the grand elder of the blissful sect, who, upon receiving news from her scouts, was astonished. Was this Chu Madman really intent on facing all demonic cultivators alone? My goodness, how audacious. No, this goes beyond mere arrogance. This man must be insane. Aside from the blissful sect, the Shura sect and the corpse refinement sect also sent people to investigate. For a moment, the 3 major demonic sects were taken aback, yet many felt underestimated, their anger simmering. What does he take us for? Humph, how presumptuous. Indeed, he has completely disregarded us. I have investigated. The other sects show no intention of engaging, remaining within Shanhua City. What a remarkable Chu Madman. All demonic cultivators marched towards the mountains. Within the mountains, having dismissed the scouts from the blissful sect, Chu Madman anticipated the arrival of these demonic cultivators within 2 days. They have arrived. Chu Madman slowly opened his eyes, gazing towards the nearby forest. The forest trembled, countless birds and beasts fled in fright, and figures emerged from all directions, encircling Chu Madman. Their numbers were akin to a swarm of locusts. Each individual exuded a fierce aura, led by a brawny man clad in black armor. Chu Madman cast a glance at them, activating his discerning eye. Soon, he grasped the essence of these individuals. The Shura sect, notorious for its practitioners' bloodthirsty nature, explained their murderous aura. The Shura sect's cultivators did not strike immediately. Instead, they watched Chu Madman warily. They had heard numerous legends about him and now faced this otherworldly being, feeling a sense of trepidation. With the arrival of the Shura sect, an atmosphere of impending doom enveloped the scene, silence reigning. Even the chirping of insects stilled. Suddenly, an unusual fragrance wafted through the air. From the sky descended a woman in a fiery red dress, exuding an intoxicating aroma, dispelling the oppressive atmosphere momentarily. Many cultivators from the Shura sect gazed at her, seemingly entranced, their fiery glances roving over her form. Behind the woman, a throng of cultivators arrived, densely packed, filling the sky. As rumored, the famed Chu Madman was indeed an extraordinarily handsome young man. Upon seeing Chu Madman, the woman licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Young lord, give me the heavenly desolation demon spear, and I shall take you back to the blissful sect to indulge in the greatest pleasures of the mortal realm." "What do you say?" The woman cast a flirtatious glance at Chu Madman, teasingly. Chu Madman sat upon a green stone, indifferent to her words, his expression apathetic. Preposterous. He had heard that within the blissful sect, there existed a dual cultivation method especially suited for women, allowing them to absorb a man's essence through intimacy, enhancing their cultivation. Chu Madman had no intention of being drained dry. At that moment, the earth quaked, and a horde of ragged, terrifying corpses surged forth. Wherever they passed, a foul aura spread, with vegetation withering and dying. Following the horde were dozens of towering black giants, their dark skin and twisted features etched with strange runes, each step causing the ground to tremble. Upon the giants stood bizarrely attired cultivators, some donning conical hats, others cloaked in unusual garments. The practitioners of the corpse refinement sect, one of the 3 major demonic sects, had also made their appearance. With the arrival of the 3 demonic sects, other scattered demonic cultivators, eager to seize the opportunity, revealed themselves, their numbers not significantly lesser than any of the 3 major sections. Combined, the forces amounted to far more than Chu Madman had anticipated, at least 100,000. In that instant, chaos ensued. The Shura sect, the blissful sect, the corpse refinement sect, along with numerous lesser factions, had nearly all assembled. Chu Madman smiled faintly and slowly rose to his feet. His slender figure stood tall like a sword, exuding an indomitable spirit that caused all present demonic cultivators to shudder. Within Shanhua City, atop the city walls, the head of the Li family, along with Taoist Shanhua and others, gazed towards the distant mountains. Despite the several hundred miles separating them, they could still clearly sense the terrifying aura. Such a powerful presence. "How many demonic cultivators have arrived?" Taoist Shanhua remarked gravely. "Activate the celestial viewing mirror." The head of the Li family commanded loudly. A disciple of the Li family produced a massive circular mirror, inscribed with intricate runes. As spiritual energy surged into it, images began to materialize, ultimately focusing on a specific mountain range, the direction where Chu Madman was located. Upon witnessing the dense throng of demonic cultivators captured in the mirror, the head of the Li family and Taoist Shanhua felt their bodies tremble violently. So many. The sheer number of demonic cultivators exceeded their wildest imaginations. "We have indeed underestimated the allure of the heavenly desolation demon spear for these demonic cultivators. The 3 major sects have nearly emptied their ranks. How will Chu, my friend, cope with this?" The head of the Li family's voice quivered. He then adjusted the mirror's angle, casting a beam of light into the sky, which transformed into a vast luminous screen. Everyone within Shanhua City beheld this spectacle. This was the Li family's celestial viewing mirror. It was said to possess the miraculous ability to reveal all within a 10,000-mile radius. What could they possibly show us? Curiosity rippled through the crowd as they gazed at the screen. As the light coalesced, an image emerged. In the mountains, a multitude of demonic cultivators scattered across the landscape, the howls of the corpses echoing throughout. Upon witnessing this, everyone's pupils constricted sharply. "These are demonic cultivators. So many. They're all gathered together. How terrifying. Wait, could it be?" Some had begun to realize the implication, and as the scene shifted, it finally settled on a lone, ethereal figure clad in white. It was a young man. Beside him stood an equally stunning young woman, both encircled by the throng of demonic cultivators, their expressions calm. Seeing this, the vast majority were moved to tears. That is our friend, Chu. He is fighting against the demonic cultivators for us. How can he possibly contend with so many? Has he resigned himself to death? On the city walls, the head of the Li family addressed the entire populace. People of the city, fellow cultivators. Our friend Chu is battling the demonic cultivators for the future of our Biling province. His contributions shall be eternally remembered. We must pray for him, bear witness to his deeds, and ensure his name and legacy are passed down through the generations. Amidst the throng, Lin Batian muttered under his breath, displeased by the Li family's actions that seemed to amplify Chu Kuangren's prestige. It's all in vain, Aotsong remarked coolly. Once Chu Kuangren is dead, we shall seize the moment. With a bit of orchestration among the crowd, the populace will remember only us. The narrative is always in the hands of the powerful. After Chu Kuangren's demise, we'll pen history as we see fit. With such a multitude of demonic cultivators, each could barely nick him. Yet together they could carve him to pieces. I'm curious how he intends to survive this. Indeed, his protectors are likely held up by the higher echelons of the demonic path. He's truly fighting alone, 2 against 100,000? Victory is scarcely conceivable. Not a single prodigy foresaw a favorable outcome for Chu Kuangren. In their estimation, he was as good as deceased. On the mountain range's far side, the void pulsed with formidable Taoist connotations as several figures engaged in a fierce melee. These individuals possessed terrifying strength, each capable of intimidating most of the world's powerhouses. They were the demonic path's formidable figures intercepted by Seventh Ancestor and his comrades. A gray-robed elder, entangled with Seventh Ancestor, displayed comparable cultivation. Each clash sent tremors through the void. Who are you? The Azure Dragon Domain's demonic path has never known one such as you, Seventh Ancestor questioned, astonished. He reasoned that if an unparalleled, level demonic cultivator existed within the Azure Dragon Domain, he would be aware, unless this one hailed from another domain. I am from the underworld, the gray-robed elder stated serenely. Upon these words, the expressions of those present shifted noticeably. The underworld, a place where people go after death and the most feared and enigmatic demonic organization within the Azure Dragon Domain. If memory serves, the underworld typically operates within the Black Tortoise Domain. What brings you here? Seventh Ancestor inquired icily. Like others, we seek the demonic sky halberd. Given your cultivation, you must hold a significant position within the underworld. Among the 10 Yama kings, which are you? I am King Zhuanluan. As the words faded, King Zhuanluan, the gray-robed elder, directed a finger towards Seventh Ancestor, unleashing a terrifying Taoist connotation from his fingertip. Seventh Ancestor, wary, countered with a sword light from the Azure Vine sword. Elsewhere, Azure Lotus Supreme and the Old Woman of the Azure Cloud Dynasty were also holding back other demonic paths. In another location, at the heart of the mountain range, the demonic horde converged. Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu faced the 100,000 demonic cultivators before them, their expressions serene. Lan Yu, will you join me in demon slaying? I will devote myself entirely, even unto death. Lan Yu responded, radiating an intense white light. Wings unfurled, silver armor enveloped her form, and she brandished the staff of light, suffused with divine intent. This sacred aura caused unease among many demonic cultivators. Chu Kuangren, surrender the demonic sky halberd, and I may grant you a full corpse. The leader of the Azura sect declared coldly. Chu Kuangren retrieved the demonic sky halberd, planting it before him. His gaze swept across the demonic throng. The halberd lies here. Those who desire it, come and take it. With the appearance of the demonic sky halberd, the demonic cultivators' breathing grew heavy, their eyes bloodshot as they fixated on the weapon. Is this the demonic sky halberd? Such formidable Taoist connotations. In the past, the limitless demonic roamed the Azure Dragon Domain with this halberd. If I could obtain it, I could surely do the same. Charge. Kill. Before their leaders could issue commands, the demonic cultivators, unable to contain their longing for the halberd, surged toward Chu Kuangren. A formidable sword aura erupted from Chu Kuangren's body, instantly obliterating the foremost dozens of demonic cultivators. Then, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged, and the sword Taoist connotation condensed the world's spiritual energy, transforming into 12 sword energy pillars that sealed off the sky and earth. At that moment, the area within 100 miles transformed into a prison. Another terrifying sword Taoist connotation coalesced above Chu Kuangren's head into a heavenly Taoist sword. The sword quivered, and its aura danced like an endless storm. sweeping across the field. Suddenly, mystical Taoist sounds echoed through the firmament as a cyan lotus blossomed beneath Chu Kuangren's feet. Each petal was formed from pure sword energy, adorned with profound Taoist patterns. 9 Heavens Sword Prison, Heavenly Taoist Sword, Azure Lotus Sword Song. All 3 Taoist physique phenomena erupted. Come. Chu Kuangren grasped the Kunwu sacred sword, sweeping it horizontally, and a domineering violet sword light burst forth. Wherever the sword light passed, demonic cultivators were torn asunder. Spear of Judgment. Lan Yu soared into the sky, wings flapping, as a vast amount of light Taoist connotation converged into a white spear. The spear shot out, crashing into the crowd and detonating, unleashing a violent energy that instantly obliterated dozens of demonic cultivators. Kill. The demonic cultivators roared, swarming forward. Various attacks hurtled toward Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu, the void ablaze with a colorful torrent of energy. These demonic path cultivators were mostly in the golden core and nascent soul realms, with a few reaching the void refinement realm. Individually, they were not remarkable figures, but the combined assault of 100,000 demonic cultivators was terrifying. White Lotus World Purification. Ripples spread around Chu Kuangren as a mystical Taoist connotation formed into white lotuses. The various energy attacks landed upon them, erupting in a series of resounding booms. Dust billowed, and the energy storm swept outward, causing the surrounding mountains to shatter. Some of the weaker demonic cultivators were caught in the storm and instantly killed. Was it successful? Haha, even Chu Kuangren is no match. Such an attack would surely kill even a. The demonic cultivators laughed wildly. A violet sword light shot out from the dust, instantly severing the heads of several laughing demonic cultivators. Impossible. Chu Kuangren is not dead. A sword aura swept from the dust, dispersing the smoke and slaying hundreds of nearby demonic cultivators. What? Is that all you have? Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu stood unscathed, surrounded by white lotuses. Chu Kuangren's gaze swept across the demonic cultivators, indifferent, as if observing a group of ants. Those white lotuses have defensive capabilities. So what? I refuse to believe he can defend indefinitely. Charge together. Don't forget, there are 100,000 of us. Kill. Though stunned by Chu Kuangren's strength, the demonic cultivators did not retreat. Their desire for the demonic sky halberd and confidence in their numbers spurred them to launch a second assault. Chu Kuangren channeled his spiritual power, manifested Taoist connotations, and activated the White Lotus World Purification, protecting himself and Lan Yu. At the same time, his attacks did not cease. Whether it was his sword aura or Lan Yu's Spear of Judgment, each strike claimed the lives of many demonic cultivators. There were too many, so many that they didn't need to aim. As long as they attacked, they were sure to hit someone. For Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu, the 100,000 demonic cultivators were like grass being cut down, each swing reaping a swath of lives. Chapter 106. Until his spiritual power is exhausted. Chu Kuangren must perish within the city of Shana. The populace gazed in awe at the images presented by the celestial mirror, their minds overwhelmed, rendered speechless. 2 individuals standing against 100,000 demonic cultivators, yet they showed no signs of retreat. No, it could even be said that they were exerting dominance. The 100,000 demonic cultivators fell like blades of grass, ceaselessly cut down. Such immense power. A cultivator swallowed hard, his face a mask of astonishment. Not far off, Ao Tsang and other prodigies were also witnessing this spectacle. Like everyone else, they too were struck dumb by the sheer might of Chu Kuangren. How could 100,000 demonic cultivators be suppressed by him and a single follower? The most terrifying aspect was the unparalleled defense of the White Lotus, which absorbed all attacks, enabling him to maintain his dominance over the demonic cultivators. Even without the presence of his companion, Lan Yu, it was unlikely he would falter significantly. Ao Tsang fixed his gaze on the celestial mirror, his heart shaken. Were the prodigies of this era not supposed to resemble figures like Gu Chang'e and Fang Tian? They were incomparable to someone of his ancient lineage. But what was the essence of Chu Kuangren? Why was he so formidable? Even in his own time, he would have stood unrivaled. The sword light swept forth, tearing apart several demonic cultivators in an instant. Grasping the Kunwu's sacred sword, Chu Kuangren grew increasingly attuned to the slashing heaven sword technique with each swing. The demonic cultivators before him had become mere sharpening stones for his blade. A roar reverberated through the mountains as a giant, akin to a small mountain, charged at Chu Kuangren, delivering a punch that unleashed a violent force, shaking the void and creating shockwaves. Chu Kuangren remained composed. The punch landed on the surrounding White Lotus without causing even the slightest ripple, let alone inflicting harm upon him. Die! Chu Kuangren spoke indifferently, slashing forth with his sword, the furious light cleaving through the giant, simultaneously slaying the controller behind it. This brutal clash of 2 against 100,000 persisted for an hour. The terrifying energy fluctuations nearly shattered the mountains. Rivers of blood flowed, and heaps of corpses piled high. After an hour of slaughter, the number of demonic cultivators slain by Chu Kuangren was incalculable. Yet the demonic cultivators could never so much as touch him. The defensive might of the White Lotus was simply too formidable. Chu Kuangren, meet your demise. At this moment, from the direction of the Shura sect, a brawny man took action, wielding a blade, the surging Tao rhythm erupting into a colossal blade shadow that came crashing down. A ruthless aura of annihilation locked onto Chu Kuangren. This was the supreme law of the Shura sect, the ultimate bliss strike. The female cultivator from the extreme bliss sect also made her move. She waved her hands, and a series of runes intertwined before her, forming a stunning, ethereal figure that soared toward Chu Kuangren. This figure, graceful and mesmerizing, concealed within it a terrifying power that instilled dread. Humph! Copper Demon Corpse, advance. Within the corpse refining sect, an elder shrouded in a conical hat and wrapped in strange bandages scoffed. The corpse beneath his feet roared, emitting a sound wave as tangible as reality, akin to a tempest. With a single step, the corpse loomed over Chu Kuangren, its fingers interlaced like a mighty hammer, descending with the weight of creation. The 3 great demonic sex experts had finally made their move. The colossal blade shadow struck the White Lotus first, followed closely by the ultimate bliss strike, and then the giant corpse's fist. The 3 forces erupted almost simultaneously, crashing against the sky full of White Lotus. Despite the ferocity of this onslaught, the White Lotus remained unwavering, causing the eyes of the demonic cultivators present to widen in disbelief. What kind of technique was this White Lotus? It was utterly terrifying. Damn it! All War King level cultivators, unleash your domains to suppress him. The brawny man from the Shura sect roared. Instantly, each War King unleashed their domains. Yet this power, when it fell upon the multitude of White Lotus, still failed to shatter it, having no effect on Chu Kuangren and his companion. The War King's most potent methods found no purchase. Delay him. We shall drag him to his death. No matter how strong he is merely at the void realm. His spiritual power is limited. With so many of us, I refuse to believe we cannot wear him down. A demonic cultivator proclaimed loudly. Many others brightened at this thought. After all, they still had several tens of thousands of demonic cultivators, while Chu Kuangren was but 2 individuals. Surely, they could exhaust him. Humph. He is employing the Tao body phenomenon and urging the Holy King law. With his cultivation level, how long can he endure? Once his spiritual energy is depleted, it will be his end. With this notion, some powerful demonic cultivators ceased their direct assaults on Chu Kuangren, instead opting to hold him back, allowing others to act as fodder to continuously deplete his spiritual energy, and gradually, the bodies around them multiplied. Within the city of Shanha, all citizens watched the battle, their hearts pounding with a mix of shock and anxiety for Chu Kuangren. They understood that human strength has its limits, no matter how powerful. He was but one man. How could he possibly slay 100,000 demonic cultivators? Ao Tsong, Lin Batian, and others began to discern the underlying strategy. The demonic cultivators aimed to exhaust Chu Kuangren. Lin Batian inhaled deeply, his voice trembling slightly. The fact that 100,000 demonic cultivators resorted to such a desperate tactic only emphasized the immense pressure Chu Kuangren had imposed upon them. Though Chu Kuangren possessed unparalleled foundations, and his spiritual power far exceeded that of his peers, he was ultimately still at the void realm, and his energy was finite. Once his spiritual power was exhausted, he was doomed to die. A glint of malice flickered in Ao Tsong's eyes. He did not wish for Chu Kuangren to survive. The latter's talent was too formidable. Given the strength he displayed now, even if Ao Tsong were to regain his peak condition, he would likely not be a match. Having such an opponent was terrifying. Why have you not yet acted? At that moment, Shanhadozi approached Ao Tsong and the others, demanding an explanation. Act. What should we do? Look at Chu Daoyou's invincibility. Does he require our assistance? Ao Tsong replied nonchalantly. Even if Chu Daoyou is formidable, he is but one person. His spiritual energy will eventually run dry. Are you truly willing to sit idly by as he is slain by the demonic cultivators? Shanhadozi's frustration flared as he glared at Ao Tsong, indignation evident in his eyes. Rest assured, Shanhadozi, when the time comes, we shall certainly intervene. Guchanga replied coolly. You. Shanhadozi felt a wave of sorrow. The esteemed prodigies of the holy path, revered by thousands, were revealed to be of such caliber? Compared to Chu Daoyou, they were unworthy even to carry his shoes. Realizing that Ao Tsong and his companions had resolved to see Chu Kuangren dead, Shanhadozi fell silent and departed in a huff. Fong Tian, Lin Batian. And the other prodigies were incensed by his words, their faces turning pale. Lin Batian scoffed, "What Chu Kuangren? Soon, he will be nothing more than a corpse. There is no comparison between us. Indeed, comparing ourselves to a corpse is preposterous." The group of prodigies fixated on the luminous screen above, where the formidable and awe-inspiring Chu Kuangren was slaughtering his foes, their eyes filled with envy. "Chu Kuangren, you must perish. If you do not die, there is no place for us in this era. This is a time adorned with countless stars. It requires no blazing sun overshadowing the brilliance of others." Chapter 107. Exhaustion of Spiritual Energy? An absurd notion. The might of the gluttonous law. The corpses of demonic cultivators continued to pile up around him. Chu Kuangren swung his sword with a relentless rhythm, having already struck down countless foes, leaving less than a tenth of the original 100,000 demonic cultivators trembling in terror. Throughout this process, the consumption of his spiritual energy was staggering. Had it been any other cultivator of equal rank, even 10 would have succumbed to exhaustion long ago. Yet, he persevered, his foundation remarkably robust. Among the 4 supreme foundations, none could compare to his in this era. Beside him, Lan Yu's complexion had begun to pale. Having already ascended to the void realm, her vast reserves of spiritual energy, bolstered by her supreme Tao body, far exceeded those of her peers. However, after the massacre, her spiritual energy had run dry. "Lan Yu, take a moment to recuperate," Chu Kuangren gently urged. Within the protective bounds of the White Lotus pure world, no one present could harm her. "Be careful, my lord," Lan Yu replied, retrieving a medicinal pill and commencing her recovery, striving to restore her spiritual energy swiftly. This scene caused the demonic cultivators present to twitch in disbelief. Are they serious? We are in the midst of battle, and they dare to rest amidst our struggle, right under our noses? The woman is at her limit, and Chu Kuangren is likely close to it as well. We must push harder, the leader of the Shura sect declared. Although fewer than 10,000 demonic cultivators remained, most were of the nascent soul stage, their combined might formidable. Moreover, several powerful demonic experts had yet to reveal themselves, leaving Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu in a precarious situation, even more perilous than before. Now is the time. An emaciated elder among the crowd fixated on the Tianhuang demon spear beside Chu Kuangren, retrieving a fragment of white hand bone from his Qinquan ring. Upon its emergence, the Tianhuang demon spear trembled as if responding to it. Chu Kuangren's eyes widened in astonishment as he scanned the elder, his gaze illuminated by the flow of profound runes. Respected elder of the withered vines, once a confidant of the supreme demon sovereign, a remnant of the Wuji demon sect, at the mid-respected stage, wielding the supreme law, holding the remains of the supreme demon sovereign, capable of resonating with the Tianhuang demon spear. A series of insights coursed through his mind. Surprised, Chu Kuangren regarded the hand bone in the elder's grasp, which indeed emanated a trace of supreme Tao resonance. The Tianhuang demon spear had once been the weapon of the supreme demon sovereign, so it was unsurprising that it could resonate with the fragment of his remains. However, to believe he could simply take the spear was exceedingly naive. Chu Kuangren snorted coldly. He grasped the spear, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupting forth, forcibly suppressing the trembling weapon. The elder's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that Chu Kuangren possessed such formidable energy, an incredulous revelation. The other experts, witnessing the elder's actions, began to speculate, equally astonished by his reappearance. Ever since the demise of the supreme demon sovereign, the withered vine's elder had vanished from the world. Many believed him long dead, yet here he stood, alive. This old rascal has lived far too long. Respected ones typically have lifespans of no more than 8,000 years, and demonic cultivators even less. How has he survived until now? The masters of the 3 demonic sects murmured. Chu Kuangren regarded the withered vine's elder, remarking nonchalantly, "Most of the respected masters in the demonic path have been intercepted by the 7 ancestors. Your ability to infiltrate here speaks to your cunning. But alas, having evaded for so long, why emerge now to seek death?" The withered vine's elder scoffed. "The Tianhuang demon spear is the weapon of the demon sovereign. It rightfully belongs to the Wuji demon sect. A long-extinct lineage, reduced to mere remnants like you, dares to covet the sacred king's weapon. Foolishness. Let us see if you can claim it," the elder retorted, raising his hand to unleash a palm strike, a malevolent Tao resonance manifesting as it surged towards Chu Kuangren. The myriad white lotuses trembled, the outermost layer appearing as if ravaged by a torrential downpour, petals wilting and shattering in succession. For the first time since the battle commenced, the White Lotus pure world faced destruction. Though not completely shattered, this spectacle ignited a surge of elation among the demonic cultivators. This fellow is nearing the end of his spiritual energy. Everyone, exert yourselves. Chu Kuangren, prepare to meet your demise. The demonic cultivators unleashed their might. Various Tao resonances exploding forth, relentlessly bombarding the White Lotus, causing it to tremble and fracture. Just as the withered vine's elder prepared to strike again, a strikingly handsome young man suddenly appeared before him. Who? The elder's expression shifted, but upon recognizing the young man's visage, his pupils constricted in disbelief. You are. The demon sovereign. No, that cannot be. The demon sovereign is dead. He hastily denied. I am his descendant. Lend me that hand bone you possess. I have a method to seize the Tianhuang demon spear. The young man gazed intently at the bone, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren faced the relentless assault of countless demonic cultivators, sustaining the three great manifestations of his Tao body, the White Lotus pure world, and continuously invoking the sacred King's law, which had drained much of his spiritual energy. Yet, he remained unfazed, his demeanor as calm as a placid lake. Gluttonous law. An extraordinary resonance erupted around Chu Kuangren, a terrifying force of attraction manifesting as the corpses of demonic cultivators disintegrated into countless drops of blood essence, converging towards him from all directions. The mountains of corpses surrounding him served as an inexhaustible source of spiritual nourishment for Chu Kuangren, who wielded the gluttonous law. Unlike ordinary medicinal pills that required time to assimilate, this essence transformed into spiritual energy almost instantaneously upon entering his body, providing him with unparalleled confidence in this battle. With the gluttonous law at his disposal, he had no fear of exhaustion. The notion of attrition in a group battle held no weight for him. The plan to wear him down through relentless assaults had been flawed from the outset. The more he killed, the more spiritual energy he replenished. A torrent of blood essence surged into Chu Kuangren's being like rivers flowing into the sea, rapidly restoring his previously depleted spiritual energy at an alarming rate, even pushing him towards a higher threshold. This spectacle left all the demonic cultivators on the verge of despair. Their attempts to exhaust his energy only served to rejuvenate him in the blink of an eye. Truly, an unconscionable turn of events. What manner of law is this? How does he possess such an abundance of techniques, each more unheard of than the last? Where did he acquire them? Why did he not deploy this law earlier? Realization dawned upon them. He was crafting an illusion, leading them to believe they could deplete his energy and defeat him. Yet, who could have imagined he possessed such a law? Damn it. From the very beginning, we were mistaken. 100,000 demonic cultivators pose no threat to him whatsoever. The control of this battle has remained firmly in his hands from start to finish. Chapter 108. A carnage of corpses and immortal slaughter. The end of the war, a gluttonous technique, caught everyone off guard. Chu Kuangren, having regained his peak form, conjured white lotuses in the void. An unparalleled defense that rendered all demonic cultivators helpless. With a sweep of his holy sword, his domineering sword light caused the demonic cultivators to fall one after another. Even the experts from the three major demonic sects could not contend with him. The remaining 10,000 demonic cultivators were relentlessly harvested. Buzz. At that moment, the heaven-desolate demon spear beside Chu Kuangren stirred, soaring into the sky and shooting towards a certain direction. A youth seized the incoming demon spear, his face filled with elation. Success! The heaven-desolate demon spear is mine. This youth held a fragment of a hand bone, exuding a powerful Tao rhythm that resonated strongly with the heaven-desolate demon spear. The resonance was even stronger than before. Chu Kuangren's eyes shimmered with grand Tao runes as he glanced at the youth. Zhao Wuji, descendant of the former limitless demon lord, now a disciple of the Wheel King of the Underworld, possessing the limitless demon body, cultivating a sage's technique. Chu Kuangren let out a soft exclamation. Descendant of the limitless demon lord? It seems all sorts of demons and monsters are emerging. Unperturbed by the theft of the demon spear, Chu Kuangren remained composed. However, the other demonic cultivators became extremely excited. Someone snatched the demon spear. Who is that youth? Chu Kuangren said he's a descendant of the limitless demon lord. Is that true? The Tao rhythm emanating from him is indeed that of the limitless demon body, the very constitution possessed by the limitless demon lord. Moreover, I've seen portraits of the limitless demon lord, and this youth does bear a resemblance. Could it be that he led the attack on the mountain and river sect for the sake of this heaven-desolate demon spear? It seems he has succeeded. Regardless of whose descendant he is, now that the demon spear is no longer in Chu Kuangren's hands, it will be much easier to seize. Charge. Indeed. The limitless demon lord is dead, and the heaven-desolate demon spear is now an unowned object. Even if the demon lord's descendant desires it, he must prove himself with strength. If he cannot protect it, he cannot blame others. The cultivators from the three major demonic sects immediately shifted their focus. Chu Kuangren's strength was too overwhelming, leaving the demonic cultivators helpless. With the demon spear in his possession, they had no hope. But with it in Zhao Wuji's hands, they felt their chances had improved. They might not be able to deal with Chu Kuangren, but surely they could handle this youth? Who dares to harm the young master? Venerable Withered Vine suddenly stepped forward, proclaiming loudly. Whether for the sake of the heaven-desolate demon spear or Zhao Wuji's identity, he would not allow anyone to harm him. You want the demon spear? You are not worthy, Zhao Wuji declared, wielding the heaven-desolate demon spear as the Tao rhythm of the limitless demon body erupted. His aura was comparable to any war king present. As expected of the demon lord's descendant, truly extraordinary, Venerable Withered Vine praised. I say, are you all underestimating me too much? Chu Kuangren's voice echoed as he appeared, Kunwu holy sword in hand. He took a step forward, arriving beside Zhao Wuji, and unleashed a fierce slash. The domineering purple sword light nearly shattered the void. Zhao Wuji brandished the demon spear, meeting the sword light head-on. The clash of the two forces unleashed a deafening roar. The terrifying force traveled through the spear, causing Zhao Wuji's arm bones to shatter. With a miserable cry, he lost his grip on the demon spear and was sent flying. Come, try again and see if you can take it. Chu Kuangren caught the flying demon spear and thrust it into the ground. How can this be? Zhao Wuji was shocked. He could not withstand a single strike from Chu Kuangren, even with the heaven-desolate demon spear. His hands trembled, drops of blood falling. He gritted his teeth, using the limitless demon body to activate the demon lord's hand bone, attempting to resonate with the demon spear and reclaim it. But it was all in vain. Under Chu Kuangren's forceful suppression, the demon spear remained motionless. Damn it, the demon spear is back in Chu Kuangren's hands. It's impossible to seize it. Let's go? Chu Kuangren was too strong. Some demonic cultivators suppressed their desire for the demon spear and attempted to flee. However, they were met with an invisible barrier. What's going on? The spatial structure here has been altered. The fleeing demonic cultivators' expressions changed drastically. Not far away, Chu Kuangren watched with a cold smile. Did you really think you could come and go as you please? The Nine Heavens sword prison, sealing the heavens and locking the earth, is not so easily escaped. From the moment these demonic cultivators arrived, Chu Kuangren had no intention of letting them leave. Not a single one. Severing heaven, drawing sword. With a sweep of his holy sword, the countless repetitions of sword light surged forth. The war king leading the Shura sect was instantly annihilated. Unable to even utter a cry, Chu Kuangren, spare me. I am willing to serve you as my master. I will be your slave. A woman from the Bliss sect pleaded, tears welling up in her eyes, her alluring gaze captivating. Chu Kuangren glanced at her. You are quite the temptress. As his words fell, the holy sword struck. In the woman's terrified gaze, the sword light effortlessly engulfed her, her body instantly exploding into a mist of blood. Escape. Run. We are no match for him. Damn it. How can he be so strong? He is just one person, yet we, 10,000 demonic cultivators, are helpless against him. How is that possible? The entire battlefield was filled with chaos. Venerable Withered Vine also attempted to escape, but even he could not break free from the Nine Heaven sword prison seal and was trapped. Desperate, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes, and he risked his life to fight Chu Kuangren. But even as a venerable one, he only managed to withstand one additional strike. With the fall of Venerable Withered Vine, the remaining demonic cultivators became even more despondent. Pleas for mercy and agonizing screams filled the air. But Chu Kuangren remained unmoved. The heavenly Tao soared above his head. The azure lotus beneath his feet, surrounded by white lotuses, like a celestial being high above. Yet to these demonic cultivators, no one was more like a demon than Chu Kuangren at this moment. No, I will die if I stay here. I must escape. Zhao Wuji's face was filled with panic. He quickly retrieved a talisman inscribed with profound runes and tore it apart. The talisman unleashed a powerful spatial Tao rhythm, enveloping Zhao Wuji and instantly breaking through the Nine Heavens sword prison seal. Sensing the spatial anomaly, Chu Kuangren revealed a hint of surprise. Spatial power? Some kind of spatial treasure? Chu Kuangren murmured. There are indeed many spatial treasures in this world, the most well-known being a type of talisman called the Great Shift Talisman. This talisman is extremely rare. Only the most skilled talisman masters can create it, and such masters have been few and far between throughout history. But so be it. Just a small fry. I'll deal with him later if I encounter him again. Chu Kuangren dismissed him. Soon after, Chu Kuangren waved his hand and slaughtered the last few demonic cultivators. With that, the great battle officially came to an end. Throughout the mountain range, the corpses of demonic cultivators were scattered like weeds, limbs and fragments strewn about, blood flowing like rivers, a hellish scene that was difficult to bear. And in this hell, a white-clad figure stood peerless, sword in hand. The ethereal, an untainted aura incongruous with the carnage around him. In Mountain and River City, all who witnessed this scene were deeply shaken. Chapter 109. The Nine-Pearl Crown. Crowned king amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, he has succeeded. In the city of Shanhua, everyone witnessed the remarkable feat of Chu Kuangren slaying 100,000 demon cultivators through the celestial mirror, leaving them utterly astounded. And soon, their astonishment morphed into unrestrained joy. It is done! It is done! 100,000 demon cultivators have perished, the calamity in Bailing Daozhou has been resolved. Although remnants of demon cultivators may still pose a threat in various regions, they are no longer to be feared. Indeed, what a relief. Chu, my friend, is truly a divine being. The admiration for Chu Kuangren among the countless citizens of Shanhua has reached its zenith, with some even kneeling in the streets, venerating him like a deity. This is akin to the legendary White Lotus Saint King, who single-handedly saved millions of lives in the southern kingdoms. A tale still recounted through the ages. Chu Kuangren will similarly be immortalized in the annals of Bailing Daozhou, his name sung through eternity. How could it be? How could he truly accomplish this? In stark contrast to the jubilant populace, the expressions of Ao Tsong and Fong Tian were grim, their eyes filled with resentment as they gazed at the celestial mirror. They had originally planned to act after Chu Kuangren's failure and had already assembled their forces. Now, all their preparations were rendered futile. Chu Kuangren had achieved what they dared not even dream of, slaying 100,000 demon cultivators single-handedly. Among the crowd, an elder in white robes gazed at the figure of Chu Kuangren in the celestial mirror, repeatedly exclaiming, "Extraordinary, extraordinary, extraordinary." At one end of the mountain, the battle among the 7 ancestors and others had yet to cease. However, they all sensed that on the other side of the mountain, the battle between Chu Kuangren and the 100,000 demon cultivators had come to an end. The fluctuations of battle have ceased. It is over. Who holds the heavenly desolate demon spear now? All were eager to release their spiritual senses. Yet, when the scene from the other side of the mountain entered their minds, every one of them, including the king of the underworld, turned pale. In a sea of corpses and blood, only a figure in white stood out, unparalleled. This sight left even the revered elders in shock. All the demon cultivators are dead. How could this be? The 7 ancestors and several protectors were equally astonished. The sheer number of demon corpses overwhelming. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of being my Xuantian's foremost. You demon folks' desire to kill him is but a foolish dream. The 7th ancestor laughed heartily. My son of the White Lotus sect, do you even dare to think of slaying him? Truly, he is the husband of Princess Linglong. Both Qinglong the Supreme and the old woman shared expressions of pride. At this moment, Chu Kuangren, amidst the sea of corpses and blood, performed an unexpected act. A peculiar aura enveloped him, as countless demon corpses transformed into crimson points of light, surging toward him. Devouring Law, activate. A vast amount of the essence from the demon cultivators was absorbed by Chu Kuangren, his aura rising steadily. What an astonishing technique! Is he planning to break through his realm? Having just emerged from a fierce battle, he now seeks to elevate his cultivation level, and he intends to do so using the power of 100,000 demon cultivators. How terrifying! The experts from the 3 demonic sects looked on in disbelief. What the hell? You have slain so many of us, and yet you still intend to use their bodies to enhance your cultivation? This is outrageous. Who truly resembles a demon cultivator here? They felt that Chu Kuangren appeared more like a demon lord than they did. In the sea of corpses and blood, Lan Yu had restored much of her spiritual power. Seeing Chu Kuangren absorbing the essence of the demon cultivators, she silently stood beside him, offering protection. At this moment, Chu Kuangren pushed the devouring law to its utmost limit, as countless essences flowed toward him like rivers converging into the sea. This technique, if recklessly employed, could disrupt fate and entangle one in karmic consequences. But not now, for the 100,000 demon cultivators had come to kill him, and striking back, he would not incur karmic repercussions, nor would it harm his fate. A vast amount of essence coursed through his limbs, converging in the spiritual void, each transformed into pure spiritual energy. Chu Kuangren's aura surged relentlessly, advancing toward the realm of the War King. A surge of profound energy erupted, manifesting above him as an exquisitely magnificent golden crown adorned with swirling Tao patterns. The crown crystallized with beads of Tao, each more mysterious than the last. 1, 2, 3. In an instant, 7 beads of Tao coalesced atop the crown, the 7-pearl crown. This represented the pinnacle of foundational strength. Many cultivators marveled in awe. Yet, it was still insufficient, far from enough. A glimmer of determination ignited in Chu Kuangren's eyes as he hastened to absorb the surrounding essence. Countless demon corpses were entirely disintegrated, leaving no trace behind. 100,000 demon cultivators had perished without a single body remaining. However, even after absorbing the essence of 100,000 demon cultivators, the 7-pearl crown showed no inclination to evolve further. Chu Kuangren retrieved a half-corpse, a headless body pulsating with Tao patterns and enigmatic energies. This was the corpse of the Blacklight Saint. Activating the devouring law, Chu Kuangren absorbed this saintly corpse as well, unleashing a torrent of blood and flesh essence once more. Another bead of Tao coalesced, the 8-pearl crown, yet still not enough. Chu Kuangren produced the quasi-saint grade precious medicine he had previously acquired, consuming it with remarkable speed. The effects of the precious medicine surged forth, radiating boundless divine brilliance from Chu Kuangren's form. Witnessing this, the surrounding cultivators were left speechless. He just casually devoured a quasi-saint grade precious medicine. What a reckless waste. It was truly a squandering of resources. Countless cultivators felt a pang of regret. A single quasi-saint grade precious medicine, if refined by a skilled alchemist, could yield a high probability of producing a quasi-saint grade elixir. Even if not, properly refining it would greatly benefit a venerable cultivator, allowing for multiple breakthroughs in minor realms. Yet, Chu Kuangren consumed it nonchalantly. How much potency has been wasted? But at that moment, Chu Kuangren paid no mind to such concerns. With the aid of the half-saintly corpse and the quasi-saint grade precious medicine, the golden crown atop his head finally manifested the 9th bead of Tao, the unparalleled foundation, the 9-pearl crown. The crown radiated streams of light, enveloping Chu Kuangren, while the distant experts observed with expressions of profound complexity. The 9-pearl crown. In the past 15 millennia, there have been but a few. Yet, Chu Kuangren achieved this right before their eyes, having previously consolidated the supreme foundations of Tao, Golden Core, Primordial Infant, and Purple Mansion. Now, with this crown, he embodied 5 supreme foundations. To what terrifying heights would his combat prowess ascend? The experts dared not imagine. The other prodigies felt a profound sense of despair. First, he slays 100,000 demons, then consolidates supreme foundations. A figure of antiquity, Chu Kuangren, has left them utterly astonished. In this era, where does that leave the other prodigies? It is a tragic fate. Chu Kuangren has officially ascended to the realm of War King, crowned king amidst the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. Depart. The remaining demon cultivators no longer harbored any illusions regarding the heavenly desolate demon spear, each one hastily leaving the mountain. The 7 ancestors did not attempt to obstruct them, instead making their way toward Chu Kuangren. At this moment, the extraordinary phenomenon of the crown above Chu Kuangren's head had dissipated, yet within the spiritual void, the 5 supreme foundations radiated resplendent brilliance, causing the Tao energy surrounding him to swirl, as if he were a transcendent being poised for ascension. Little one, you are truly remarkable. The 7th ancestor approached Chu Kuangren, unable to restrain his admiration. Chapter 110, The Evergreen Emperor's Scripture, the second stage of the imperishable body, and a visit from the celestial diviner young prodigy. You are truly remarkable, the 7th elder exclaimed, approaching Chu Kuangren with admiration. The old woman and Azure Lotus Supreme also expressed their delight and praise. Slaying 100,000 demonic cultivators was a feat that even the 3 elders had not anticipated. Furthermore, to establish an unparalleled War King foundation after such a massacre was simply astonishing. Chu Kuangren smiled faintly and remarked, with this battle, the demonic scourge within the Northern Azure domain has been largely quelled, making the subsequent tasks much easier. Indeed, quite commendable. However, the reputations of the other sacred domains may suffer as a result. Their respective prodigies will undoubtedly face reprimand upon their return. Azure Lotus Supreme chuckled softly. This demonic calamity was intended as a trial for the prodigies of the sacred domains, an opportunity for them to enhance their domain's prestige. Yet, no one foresaw the turn of events. Chu Kuangren single-handedly stole the spotlight, resolving the crisis almost entirely on his own. The other prodigies contributed little, a fact that was not lost on the citizens and cultivators of the Northern Azure domain. They have only themselves to blame, Chu Kuangren stated indifferently. Had these individuals been genuinely committed to resolving the demonic scourge for the sake of the people, matters would not have escalated to this point. Subsequently, Chu Kuangren departed from the mountain range and returned to River Mountain City. Countless citizens lined the streets, their gazes filled with fervent admiration as he entered the city. Startled, Chu Kuangren wondered, what has gotten into these people? He was unaware of the city lord's efforts to promote him through the observing sky mirror. We extend our deepest gratitude to young Master Chu for his benevolence. Thank you, fellow Taoist Chu. Immortal, we shall forever be indebted to your boundless kindness. The citizens and cultivators on both sides of the street knelt in unison. Some addressed Chu Kuangren as fellow Taoist, others as young master. While the vast majority of commoners regarded him as an immortal, the sight of the kneeling masses was truly awe-inspiring. Chu Kuangren, taken aback, quickly assisted the city lord and river mountain Taoist to their feet, urging, "Please, rise. There is no need for such formalities. Fellow Taoist, your righteousness in resolving the demonic scourge for our northern Azure domain is a debt that can only be repaid with such a gesture," the city lord insisted. "It was merely my duty," Chu Kuangren replied, addressing the crowd. Nearby, Azure Heaven and the others watched Chu Kuangren receive the adulation of the masses, their faces contorted with jealousy and resentment. Wherever Chu Kuangren was present, they were relegated to mere supporting roles, unnoticed and insignificant. This filled them with profound frustration. After all, they were the prodigies of their respective domains. "Finally, I'm back," Chu Kuangren sighed, returning to his temporary residence. The overwhelming enthusiasm of the crowd had been more exhausting than slaying 100,000 demonic cultivators. The following day, Chu Kuangren arose with a yawn. After his usual morning routine, he activated the fantasy roulette. "It's been a while since I've drawn anything worthwhile. Hopefully, luck will be on my side this time," he mused. The roulette began to spin. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining the legendary item, the Evergreen Emperor's Scripture." Chu Kuangren's body trembled with excitement. "I can't believe it. A legendary item, and an Emperor's Scripture, no less. Like Emperor techniques, Emperor Scriptures are typically created by emperors. However, there is a significant distinction between the two. The latter refers to a specific method or technique, while the former represents an emperor's understanding of the Tao, potentially encompassing various techniques. To illustrate, an emperor technique is like a poem, while an emperor scripture is a guide on how to write poetry, possibly including various poetic forms. In terms of value, an emperor scripture far surpasses an emperor technique, especially in this era where the legacy of emperors has been severed and even emperor techniques are exceedingly rare. An emperor scripture is an unimaginable treasure. If this scripture were to surface, the entire Azure Sky Star would descend into chaos. No domain could resist such a temptation. The Evergreen Emperor's Scripture, authored by the Evergreen Emperor, encompasses enlightenment chapters, emperor technique chapters, alchemy chapters, and rune chapters. Chu Kuangren read the scripture's description, yearning to immerse himself in its study immediately. Studying an emperor scripture is no trivial matter. "I must not be impulsive," Chu Kuangren cautioned himself, taking a deep breath to suppress his eagerness. Next, he began to familiarize himself with his newfound power. Having advanced to the War King realm and established the unparalleled Nine-Orifice Crown Foundation, he needed to find an opportunity to test his abilities. In addition to his cultivation breakthrough, Chu Kuangren sensed a change in his physical form. His imperishable body had progressed further. Originally at the first stage, it had now reached the second stage after his breakthrough. Limb regeneration. He could now swiftly recover from various injuries, and even if he were to lose a limb, it would rapidly regenerate. Chu Kuangren retrieved the Kunwu sacred sword, brandishing it against his arms and legs, contemplating whether to test its capabilities. After some deliberation, he dismissed the idea, lacking any masochistic tendencies. In the shadows, the three Tao protectors exchanged glances, perplexed by Chu Kuangren's strange behavior. Who would brandish a sword against their own body? "Young master, a visitor has arrived," Blue Heaven announced, knocking on the door. "All right, I'm coming," Chu Kuangren replied, donning his robes and heading towards the main hall. There, he encountered the visitor, an elderly man clad in simple cloth. The old man's hair and beard were snow white, yet his demeanor was extraordinary, exuding an air of immortal grace. Chu Kuangren activated his eye of revelation, scrutinizing the individual. Celestial diviner, the head of the Valley of Ghosts physiognomy lineage, proficient in divination and prediction, capable of foreseeing 500 years into the future and discerning 300 years into the past. He can calculate 800 years of history. He is the foremost physiognomist of the Azure Sky Star. "Oh, it's him," Chu Kuangren exclaimed inwardly. The celestial diviner was a legend on the Azure Sky Star, the unparalleled master of physiognomy, and the one who had prophesied the reopening of the Emperor Road in this era. His words had given rise to the notion of a great era of contention, instilling hope in countless cultivators to become emperors. Even supreme beings treated him with respect. "What could such a figure want from me?" "Greetings, senior celestial diviner," Chu Kuangren said respectfully, bowing in deference. "Oh, I have not yet revealed my identity. Yet you already know who I am. Could it be that young friend Chu possesses the ability to foresee the future as well?" The celestial diviner remarked in surprise. "Senior jests. Senior celestial diviner is renowned throughout the Azure Sky Star. My knowledge of you is hardly a rare occurrence." I wonder, Senior, what brings you here? Chu Kuangren inquired curiously. Ah, merely curiosity, the celestial diviner replied, dismissing the question of how Chu Kuangren knew his identity. After all, this individual was an anomaly, one that he could not fathom. Chapter 111. The Awakening of Ancient Prodigies. Is there any more to experience? Curiosity? Chu Kuangren felt a twinge of surprise. In his travels across the world, he had encountered a myriad of individuals, from those with the demeanor of emperors to those possessing the talents of generals and ministers, as well as cultivators of exceptional prowess. He mused to himself that, regardless of who stood before him, even the exalted sages, he could discern a hint of their essence. Yet, you are an exception. At this moment, Tianjizi gazed intently at Chu Kuangren, curiosity bubbling in his eyes. You are an anomaly. I cannot perceive your past or future. As if you do not exist in the river of time. It is truly peculiar. Chu Kuangren furrowed his brow. To be absent from the river of time? Could it be that he was not originally from this world? With this thought, a peculiar sensation arose within him. Was this a blessing or a curse? Uncertain, Tianjizi shook his head, stating that the absence of his existence in the river of time rendered any predictive methods ineffective against him. In this sense, you need not worry about being schemed against, which could be seen as a benefit. Indeed, Chu Kuangren nodded, quickly dismissing the matter. What is the river of time or karma to him? Such concepts felt far too profound. Overthinking only led to headaches. It was better to let it be. Lan Yu, prepare tea for the elder. Yes. Lan Yu poured a cup of tea for Tianjizi. The elder, casting a glance at Lan Yu, expressed his admiration, exclaiming that this young lady was extraordinary, destined to achieve greatness comparable to that of the ancient emperors. Tianjizi's words startled the 7 ancestors and other guardians. Comparable to ancient emperors? What does this imply? At least the potential to become an emperor. Lan Yu might actually become an emperor. Incredible. They recognized Lan Yu's exceptional talents. Not inferior to any contemporary prodigy, yet they had not anticipated such high praise from Tianjizi. Chu Kuangren was equally astonished, then laughed heartily. Huh? As expected of my Lan Yu. If she becomes an emperor, she must protect me. Lan Yu solemnly nodded, affirming that regardless of whether she attained the status of emperor, she would always stand by Chu Kuangren's side. For her, the most crucial aspect was to remain beside him. Of course, if she could become an emperor, she would undoubtedly assist him greatly in the future. Chu Kuangren chuckled and resumed his conversation with Tianjizi, who was undoubtedly a figure of immense stature in this era and likely possessed a wealth of secrets to share. He seized the opportunity to inquire about as much as he could. However, regrettably, whenever he posed critical questions, Tianjizi would respond with the phrase the secrets of fate cannot be divulged, effectively silencing him. The cryptic nature of divination left Chu Kuangren somewhat frustrated. Meeting his fate. Allow me to reveal a fragment of information, though it is not truly a revelation, as this matter will soon be known to all. Oh, Elder, please share. In approximately half a month, the great Tao will manifest, giving rise to 49 strands of Xianyuan Emperor Qi. Those who attain this emperor's aura may enhance their chances of becoming an emperor through its comprehension. The emergence of Xianyuan Emperor Qi heralds the commencement of a grand era of conflict, as prodigies from all corners will emerge in droves. Even the ancient slumbering prodigies will awaken one by one. At that time, young friend Chu, you are likely to face worthy opponents. Tianjizi spoke with a serene smile. The 7 ancestors and others quietly noted his words, preparing to report to their sect. This matter, pertaining to ascension to emperor, was of utmost importance. Xianyuan Emperor Qi, I've heard of it. A flicker of contemplation crossed Chu Kuangren's eyes. If the Hongming Purple Qi is the foundation for sanctification, then the Xianyuan Emperor Qi serves as the basis for ascension to emperor, being immensely precious. However, possessing Xianyuan Emperor Qi does not guarantee one will become an emperor. It merely increases the likelihood compared to those without such aura. Regardless, the emperor's aura is far more valuable than the Hongming Purple Qi. A single strand of Hongming Purple Qi could incite a fierce scramble among various sects, let alone the 49 strands of Xianyuan Emperor Qi. A grand era of conflict is indeed extraordinary. Ah, emperor's aura. Gaining it is fortunate, losing it is fatal. As for the ancient prodigies you mentioned, if they are all like Ao Tsong, they may not be my match. Chu Kuangren replied with a nonchalant smile. Ao Tsong, I doubt he could withstand even a single strike from me now. As for other ancient prodigies, how strong could they truly be? Seemingly sensing Chu Kuangren's disdain, Tianjizi remarked, the ancient prodigies are not limited to just Ao Tsong. Ao Tsong's era was 30,000 years ago. The prodigies of that time were not significantly stronger than those of this era. However, the older they are, the closer they are to the era of emperors, and the more formidable they become. Back then, they They possessed complete imperial legacies, making them incomparable to the present-day prodigies. Upon hearing this, Chu Kuangren's interest was piqued. Then I look forward to it. I hope they do not disappoint me too much. Though Tianjizi had concealed many matters during their conversation, the information he did share was astonishing enough. The 7 ancestors were deeply unsettled. After bidding farewell to Tianjizi, the 7 ancestors emerged from the void. In half a month, the great Tao will manifest, giving rise to 49 strands of Xianyuan Emperor Qi. This is a matter of great significance. We must report to the sect to prepare our leaders for what lies ahead. The 7 ancestors spoke gravely. Indeed, let us send word to our master and inform them that I will be returning to Xiantian sect in a few days, Chu Kuangren declared. The 7 ancestors were taken aback. Young one, will you not undergo further trials? No, there is nothing left to experience. Chu Kuangren shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. There is no one among the world's prodigies who can rival my sword. What more is there to be gained? The 7 ancestors exchanged glances, their lips twitching. Such words could only be uttered by Chu Kuangren himself. Moreover, no one could refute him, especially now that he had been promoted to the rank of Battle King. It was likely that even the most powerful sages would struggle to withstand a single strike from him. The 7 ancestors sensed that it would not be long before Chu Kuangren would no longer require their protection. They were profoundly shaken. How swiftly he had reached this level since entering the world. 2 days later, the demonic calamity in Bailing Daozhou had nearly been eradicated. Throughout this process, the cultivators dispatched by Chu Kuangren faced little resistance. News of his slaying of 100,000 demonic cultivators spread, and not only in Bailing Daozhou but across the entire realm, demonic practitioners were left trembling in fear. Those who remained in Daozhou wished they could sprout extra legs to flee this place swiftly. Slaying 100,000 demonic cultivators? Is this something a young prodigy could achieve? Terrifying. Chu Kuangren is truly formidable. This Daozhou is no longer safe. This demonic calamity was essentially resolved single-handedly by Chu Kuangren. What a monster. Demonic practitioners were filled with dread, while righteous cultivators regarded him with awe, and ordinary citizens revered him as a deity. In Shanhua City, literati began to compose works chronicling the feats of Chu Kuangren. As for the mountain range where he had slain the 100,000 demonic cultivators, it became known to many as the Mountain of Weeping Demons, signifying the place where demonic practitioners lamented. In later generations, there were records of this account. Emperor Zun Chu Kuangren once slayed 100,000 demonic cultivators at the Mountain of Weeping Demons, rescuing countless lives in Bailing Daozhou from peril. Some chronicled his deeds, passing them down through generations, while others established shrines to honor him eternally. Chapter 112, Returning to Xiantian Sect. Meditating on the Emperor's Sutra, the Xiantian sect was already aware of Chu Kuangren's impending return, with Xianshi Zun and a host of elders awaiting his arrival. In addition to them, 100,000 disciples of Xiantian sect were also filled with anticipation. How can it be that the senior brother has returned so soon? Having only ventured into the world for less than half a year? It seems remarkably swift. Who is our senior brother? Although his time in the world is brief, he is already a figure known throughout the realm. What need has he for further experience? Indeed, our senior brother is truly exceptional. How powerful. I am so eager to see him. Having just joined Xiantian sect, I have yet to glimpse his visage. My little junior sister, I assure you, once you meet our senior brother, no other man will ever capture your attention again. The disciples buzzed with excitement, gazing towards the gates of Xiantian sect. Gradually, a dark dot appeared on the horizon. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a fleet of celestial vessels. As the vessels docked before the gates of Xiantian sect, a young man clad in white robes disembarked from the foremost ship, accompanied by a woman in traditional attire. These two were none other than Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu. The remaining vessels belonged to Negong Huang, Murong Xian, and others who had triumphed in their mission to eradicate the demonic calamities in Bailing Dao State, now returning in glory. Our senior brother has returned. Heavens, our senior brother truly possesses an ethereal grace. Senior brother, I adore you. The newly initiated disciples of Xiantian sect gazed at Chu Kuangren with awe and admiration. The other disciples observed with knowing expressions. Welcome back, senior brother. Daozi Junyi stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. The others followed suit, bowing in unison. Welcome back, senior brother. Welcome back, senior brother. Welcome back, senior brother. In an instant, the chorus of 100,000 disciples resounded like thunder, echoing through the heavens, a testament to Chu Kuangren's esteemed reputation within Xiantian sect. Chu Kuangren offered a faint smile to the crowd before approaching Xianshi Zun and Elder Ruyan, performing a respectful salute. Greetings, esteemed master and elders. Kuangren, there is no need for excessive formalities. Your efforts in the extermination of demons in Biling Dao state were commendable, Xian Shirzun remarked with a satisfied nod. He had already heard of Chu Kuangren's feat in slaying 100,000 demonic cultivators, a remarkable accomplishment even among the ancient supreme beings. It must be said, although Chu Kuangren was still youthful, his deeds had placed him in a league revered by many cultivators across the realm. It was no trouble, it was my duty. Chu Kuangren replied with a gentle smile. This journey to Biling Dao state had yielded significant rewards for him. From slaying demons and breaking through to the rank of War King, to acquiring the Holy King weapon, the Heavenly Desolation Demon Spear, thereby enhancing Xiantian's sex prestige. After a warm reception, Xian Shirzun pulled Chu Kuangren aside and inquired, "What are your thoughts on the matter of the Xianyuan Emperor Qi?" The seven ancestors had already conveyed the words of the heavenly mechanism to Xian Shirzun. The Xianyuan Emperor Qi, like the primordial purple Qi, was a treasure capable of allowing one to comprehend the path to becoming an emperor. However, much like the primordial purple Qi, relying solely on this treasure to attain emperorhood was considered a lesser path. But it is still emperorhood, Xian Shirzun mused. It has been 150,000 years since an emperor has appeared, yet you seem unfazed. Chu Kuangren shrugged innocently and replied, "Master, you yourself have stated that it is emperorhood. How could I not take it seriously? I simply do not wish to rely on the Xianyuan Emperor Qi to achieve it. Do you possess the confidence to become an emperor solely through your own strength? This is an era where the great Tao manifests. Many ancient emperors attain their status through their own prowess. Why should I not be able to do the same? Kuangren, your ambition to stand alongside the ancient emperors is commendable. Yet, the Xianyuan Emperor Qi is a rare treasure not to be overlooked. Even as a fallback, it could serve as a safety net," Xian Shirzun chuckled. Though he believed in Chu Kuangren's potential, he recognized that attaining emperorhood through one's own efforts was an arduous path. Despite the manifestation of the great Tao, failure could lead to a reliance on the Xianyuan Emperor Qi, ensuring one does not fall behind. "I have no intention of shunning competition," Chu Kuangren asserted. Though he did not plan to depend on the Xianyuan Emperor Qi, securing such a treasure for oneself or others was indeed a wise choice. "By the way, Master, I intend to enter seclusion for a period." "Very well, go ahead. You have only recently broken through to War King, and it is indeed necessary to stabilize your foundation," Xian Shirzun replied nonchalantly, confident that Chu Kuangren's abilities would allow him to solidify his realm in no time. Little did he know, Chu Kuangren's purpose for this seclusion was not merely to stabilize his realm, but to comprehend the Emperor's Sutra he had acquired a few days prior. Within Lingtiando Palace, upon seeing Chu Kuangren, Xiao Bing was overjoyed. "Young master, you have finally returned. Xiao Bing has missed you dearly." "Oh, Xiao Bing, you have made considerable progress," Chu Kuangren noted, realizing that Xiao Bing had reached the nascent soul stage. This was a remarkable achievement among the true disciples, considering she had only been a mere golden core cultivator upon her arrival. "This is all thanks to the spirit gathering array within the palace, otherwise my progress would not have been so swift," Xiao Bing explained. "It is your own diligent cultivation that has brought you this far," Chu Kuangren smiled. After reminiscing with Xiao Bing, he began his seclusion. In his chamber within the palace, Chu Kuangren retrieved an ancient, pale yellow, thread-bound book. The book emanated a faint aura of the Tao, inscribed with the 4 characters Emperor's Sutra. An overwhelming pressure of imperial might surged forth. How terrifying. Although it was merely a thin volume, Chu Kuangren felt as though it weighed 1,000,000 pounds, akin to lifting a great mountain. The imperial pressure was so profound that it threatened to make him kneel in reverence. My goodness, without sufficient strength, one might find it difficult to even turn the pages of this Emperor's Sutra, Chu Kuangren thought, channeling his spiritual energy. The 5 supreme foundations within his spiritual void radiated brilliant light, resisting the pressure. After some time, Chu Kuangren gradually acclimated to the overwhelming force, mustering all his effort to turn to the first page of the sutra. In an instant, countless profound characters danced before his eyes, intertwining in his mind, manifesting as a young man clad in white robes, with sharp brows and starry eyes, emanating an endless imperial aura. The young man's lips moved as though reciting some profound truths, and an extraordinary epiphany blossomed in Chu Kuangren's heart. At this moment, his understanding of the Tao surged exponentially. He realized that this figure before him must be the Longqing Emperor, and the teachings he uttered were the Emperor's insights into the Tao, an immense opportunity for any cultivator yet to ascend to emperorhood. Chu Kuangren dared not tarry. Immersing himself in the comprehension of the Tao, in the pursuit of enlightenment, he lost track of time. Soon, half a month passed. During this period of Chu Kuangren's seclusion and meditation on the Emperor's Sutra, significant events unfolded across the Songtian Star. Throughout Songtian Star, Earthquakes and tsunamis of varying magnitudes occurred, accompanied by tempestuous storms and other natural calamities. Ancient prodigies, long dormant, began to awaken in this era of great Tao manifestation. With the manifestation of the great Tao, the first traces of Xianyuan Emperor Qi finally emerged, plunging various sects into a frenzy. Chapter 113. The Swift Evolution of the Era. The fall of the madman Chu. A cataclysmic roar reverberated through the earth as a mountain range abruptly split apart, radiant beams of light erupting from the fissure. From within emerged a figure clad in azure robes, exuding an ineffable resonance of Tao. Is this the manifestation of the great Tao? Indeed, comprehending the Tao is far more attainable in this era than in my time, and the spiritual energy is abundant. In this life, I shall ascend to the throne. The azure-robed figure proclaimed with unbridled ambition. Suddenly, a towering column of water surged into the heavens from the tumultuous sea, revealing a dark-haired man clad in scaled armor, wielding a trident, emanating a powerful aura of Tao. The manifestation of the great Tao, a time of fierce contention. Talented individuals, I await your arrival. The man bellowed, as the surrounding waters roiled violently. At a sacrificial altar, countless practitioners of the Thunderhawk clan knelt reverently before a black coffin, intricately inscribed with enigmatic runes. Suddenly, the coffin trembled and exploded, unleashing a torrent of thunderous energy that ravaged the void, a spectacle of awe. We welcome our ancestors. We welcome our ancestors. The Thunderhawk practitioners cried out fervently. As the dust settled, a youth clad in white with azure hair emerged from the coffin, arcs of electricity flickering in his eyes. I have finally arrived in this era. With the awakening of ancient prodigies, the celestial realm unfurled the grand narrative of contention. On the 15th day of Chu Madman's seclusion, in a peak of the Azure Dragon domain, an ethereal yellow energy surged into the sky, accompanied by profound resonances echoing across the heavens, as golden lotuses erupted from the ground, heralding extraordinary phenomena. This was the manifestation of the Yellow Emperor's aura. In an instant, the entire Azure Dragon domain, and indeed the celestial realm, was engulfed in unprecedented fervor, as all Tao lineages vied for the imperial essence. Ultimately, this imperial aura was seized by the ancient prodigy of the Thunderhawk clan, who was venerated as the new generation's young emperor. In the ensuing days, the 49 manifestations of the Yellow Emperor's aura foretold by the oracle emerged one by one, as countless prodigies, both contemporary and ancient, joined the fray for imperial essence. The prodigies shone like a constellation of stars, each radiating brilliance. The proud song from the sacred void, Princess Linglong of the Qingyan dynasty, Guchanga, Lin Batian of Xiang Valley, and Wichinzi of Taishu Temple. Ancient prodigies like Hai Dong and Lin Qinshan. One by one, these prodigies claimed the imperial essence, becoming the new generation's young emperors. The previous young emperors, unless they could acquire the Yellow Emperor's aura, would be erased from history, rendered obsolete by the relentless march of time. As 3 years elapsed, the entire celestial realm underwent monumental transformations due to the awakening of ancient prodigies and the emergence of the Yellow Emperor's aura. The new generation of young emperors rose to prominence, their names echoing throughout the land. Meanwhile, the sensational figure of Chu Madman, who had once captivated the world, seemed to fade into obscurity, gradually forgotten. He had secluded himself for 3 years without a word, and as the 49 manifestations of the Yellow Emperor's aura were claimed, he remained absent from the struggle. The consensus was that this once unparalleled prodigy had been cast aside by the era. His presence would no longer grace the path of emperors. Interestingly, the focus shifted to his follower, Lan Yu. This young woman, endowed with extraordinary talent, had previously appeared during the emergence of the Yellow Emperor's aura and single-handedly claimed one for herself. In the realm of young emperors, she held her ground. During the onset of this great contention, the oracle had offered evaluations of the current prodigies, commenting on Lan Yu's potential. Unparalleled grace, destined for achievements rivaling those of the ancient emperors. This singular statement catapulted Lan Yu into the public eye. Even the most formidable ancient prodigies could not eclipse her brilliance. To be deemed not inferior to the ancient emperors? What a profound notion. This implied that Lan Yu could, at the very least, aspire to become an emperor. It is essential to acknowledge that even with the aid of the Yellow Emperor's aura, contemporary young emperors could not guarantee their ascension. However, after claiming the imperial essence, Lan Yu fell into silence, remaining within the confines of the Xiantian sect, unseen by others. Within the Xiantian sect, beneath the towering tree, Lan Yu sat in tranquil contemplation, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the adjacent dwelling, a flicker of longing in her eyes. Beside her, Xiao Bing propped her chin on her hand and remarked, Sister Lanyu. It has been 3 years since our master entered seclusion. When will he emerge? I do not know, Lanyu replied softly, shaking her head slightly. By the way, Sister Lanyu, I heard that the young emperor of the feathered clan sought you out a few days ago, urging your return. What did you say? Xiao Bing inquired with curiosity. I did not agree. The place where our master resides is the only one that holds value for my return. As for the feathered clan, aside from this identity, I share no ties with them, Lanyu said, a slight frown creasing her brow. The feathered clan, a faction within the Azure Dragon domain, was not particularly remarkable, significantly weaker than the sacred Dao lineages. Yet, 3 years prior, they had awakened a dormant ancient prodigy of the feathered lineage and secured an imperial essence. Moreover, during the height of Lanyu's fame, her connection to the feathered clan became well known. Their representatives had once approached the Xiantian sect, seeking to bring her back, but she had firmly declined. Nevertheless, the feathered clan did not relent, frequently sending envoys to persuade Lanyu to return. If only our master were here, he would undoubtedly find a way to alleviate your worries, Xiao Bing sighed. If our master remains in seclusion much longer, the world may forget him entirely. The newly initiated disciples of the Xiantian sect speak only of the young emperors, dismissing our master in passing remarks. When our master was in his prime, they were likely unaware of his existence, Xiao Bing expressed indignantly. Each time she heard others declare that Chu Madman had fallen out of favor, she would argue fiercely. Yet no matter how passionately she contested, the reality remained. Chu Madman's reputation continued to dwindle. Fortunately, within the Xiantian sect, aside from the new disciples, most still remembered their elder brother. However, outside, the name of Chu Madman had nearly vanished from collective memory. The pace of change in this era was relentless. Today, it was this prodigy who defeated a venerable, tomorrow another who broke through to a new realm. Amidst this deluge of news, the remarkable feats of Chu Madman from 3 years prior were seldom mentioned. Let us not concern ourselves with others. We shall remember him. And when our master emerges from seclusion, the world shall remember him once more, Lanyu said with a serene smile, her eyes radiating unwavering conviction. She believed that forgetfulness was but a temporary state, and once Chu Madman re-emerged, the world would inevitably recall the figure who once overshadowed all other prodigies. At that moment, a stir emanated from the adjacent dwelling. A powerful resonance of Dao surged into the sky. The entire Xiantian sect trembled, the swords of the Sword Mountain resonating with melodic tones, as all eyes turned toward the Lingtiando Palace. Nangong Huang, Murong Xian, and other disciples were filled with elation. They knew that their master was about to emerge from seclusion. Chapter 114, The Madman of Chu emerges. The fortune of the era, a terrifying wave of Dao resonance emanated from within the Lingtian Dao Palace. Inside the Xiantian Sword Mountain, thousands of swords sang in unison, soaring into the sky, as if welcoming the awakening of the God of Swords. All disciples of the Xiantian sect were taken aback. The newly arrived disciples were perplexed, while the seasoned ones gazed fervently in the direction of the Lingtian Dao Palace, their hearts racing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, streaks of light zipped through the air. These were the true disciples. No, it was not just the true disciples. There were also Daozi. My heavens! Are those not the sect master and the others? The entire Xiantian sect trembled with excitement. The true disciples, Daozi, and even the sect master and elders were all stirred, hastening towards the Lingtian Dao Palace. The new disciples were astonished by the scene unfolding before them. What on earth is happening? One disciple, filled with doubt, spoke up. Beside him, an elder who had been with the Xiantian sect for decades chuckled. It's because our senior brother has emerged from his seclusion. The new disciple asked curiously, the legendary madman of Chu? Yes, came the reply. Could it be? Although the madman of Chu is our senior brother, does his emergence warrant such a grand spectacle? You'll understand in time, the elder replied with a smile. I must go see for myself now that our senior brother has emerged. At that moment, a female cultivator could no longer contain her excitement. Once she initiated the rush, the other female cultivators followed suit, soaring towards the Dao Palace, their hearts filled with joy and exhilaration. Our senior brother has finally emerged from seclusion. How wonderful. 3 years. A full 3 years. One day apart feels like 3 autumns, let alone 3 years. I have finally awaited his return. Oh, senior brother, I am coming. At last, I can behold my senior brother's majestic visage once more. As they watched the female cultivators act as if entranced, some disciples exchanged incredulous glances. Could the charm of the madman of Chu truly be this profound? Within the Lingtian Dao Palace, revered figures such as Elder Xin Qi and Elder Ru Yin had already arrived. Behind them trailed a multitude of true disciples and daozi. All present could sense the overwhelming Tao resonance within the palace, and they couldn't help but marvel, especially Elder Xianqi, who was utterly astonished. This Tao of swords surpasses even my own. Elder Xianqi's words left the disciples behind him in shock. It was well known that Elder Xianqi had been renowned alongside the White Cloud Sword Sovereign as the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the Qinglong domain. After the passing of the White Cloud Sword Sovereign, few would contest that Elder Xianqi was the foremost swordmaster in the realm. Yet now, he proclaimed that the madman of Chu's Tao of swords exceeded his own. Truly deserving of being our senior brother, Nangong Huang expressed admiration. The other disciples exchanged glances, and upon remembering that this person was their senior brother, their astonishment diminished. Indeed, given all the extraordinary feats their senior brother had accomplished in the past, what was so surprising about his Tao of swords surpassing that of the sect master? The Tao resonance lingered in the skies for quite some time. Then, the door to a chamber within the palace creaked open, and a young man in white robes stepped out slowly, clad in pristine white. With a jade crown adorning his head, his long black hair cascading down to his waist, and his eyes sparkling like stars, he possessed an ethereal beauty. Young master, Lan Yu and Xiao Bing rushed forward in excitement. In the sky, the gathered true disciples and those who had arrived subsequently greeted him with fervor, chanting in unison, "We welcome our senior brother back from seclusion. We welcome our senior brother back from seclusion." Some of the new disciples, upon seeing the madman of Chu, were captivated by his appearance, yet they remained somewhat puzzled. Is it truly his looks that grant him such allure, commanding the attention of the entire Xintian sect, including the sect master and elders? Surely, such prestige could not possibly belong to Elder Xianqi. Within the Tao Palace, the madman of Chu clasped his hands in salute to the crowd above and smiled. "My dear junior brothers and sisters, it has been a long time since we last met." Elder Xianqi approached him, playfully scolding, "You, having secluded yourself for a full 3 years. Do you have any idea how much you have missed during this time? Others have nearly forgotten you." The madman of Chu chuckled nonchalantly. "No matter. I shall allow them to remember in due time. Speaking of which, what have you gained from these 3 years?" Elder Xianqi was skeptical that the madman of Chu had secluded himself without reason. "Well, I have gained a bit of insight." The madman of Chu replied with a smile and a nod. In truth, his 3 years of seclusion had taken him by surprise. The longevity emperor's scripture was too profound. Once he delved into it, he became immersed and lost track of time. However, his gains had been substantial. Most prominently, his level of Tao proficiency had seen a significant breakthrough, surpassing his capabilities prior to seclusion, even though he had yet to fully comprehend the longevity emperor's scripture. He believed that given a little more time, he could elevate the sword technique of heaven's severing to the level of imperial techniques. At that point, his ability to shatter myriad laws with a single sword would be truly complete. Surely, it cannot be as simple as just a bit of insight, Elder Xianqi thought. Understanding the madman of Chu well, 3 years of seclusion could not possibly be encapsulated by such a phrase. The very resonance of his Tao made his heart race. Yet, as he was his disciple, Elder Xianqi took comfort in his growing strength and refrained from further questioning. After the madman of Chu emerged, he engaged in nostalgic conversations with everyone. Inside the Lingtian Tao Palace, the madman of Chu, Mu Rongxian, Nangong Huang, and others gathered to discuss recent events. The madman of Chu took this opportunity to gain insight into the current state of affairs in the world. It must be said, 3 years of seclusion had indeed brought about significant changes. The world now was a vibrant tapestry of prodigies vying for supremacy. The transformations in the realm of Zhang Qiongxing were unprecedented, with the emergence of 49 strands of Xian Huang imperial qi giving rise to 38 young emperors. Among them, the young emperor of the Body Saint clan from the Xian Wu domain stood out, possessing 3 strands of imperial qi, heralded as the most likely candidate to ascend to the throne. In addition to these 38 young emperors, there were others who, despite not obtaining imperial qi, exhibited astonishing combat prowess and talents, with the 10 extraordinary figures being the most renowned among them. Nangong Huang spoke slowly. What of the older generation of powerhouses? With the emergence of imperial qi, do they not feel compelled to act? The madman of Chu inquired with curiosity. There have been instances where a supreme being attempted to seize imperial qi, only to be effortlessly struck down by a saint with a mere finger, replied Nangong Huang. His tone still tinged with shock. For them, a supreme being was an incredibly formidable entity, yet before a saint, they were as insignificant as ants. It seems the saints have reached some sort of agreement, prohibiting cultivators above the status of respectable from competing for imperial qi. I heard the sect master mention that the opportunity to become an emperor does not lie with the saints, Mu Rongxian remarked, furrowing his brow. He still found it difficult to comprehend the meaning of those words. The madman of Chu, deep in thought, reflected on his insights gained from the emperor's scripture. He had developed a clear understanding of the Tao and the world, and he had vaguely touched upon truths that only saints might perceive. It became apparent that the fortune of this era did not belong to the saints, but rather to the younger generation of prodigies. If anyone were to ascend to the throne in this age, it would undoubtedly be these young talents. Perhaps this was the reason the saints refrained from competing for imperial qi, for even if they obtained it, they could not become emperors. The fortune of becoming an emperor simply did not reside with them. Chapter 115. The news of departure spreads. And the talents take action. After reminiscing with Nangong Huang and others, Chu Kuangren gained a general understanding of the current state of the Sanqiang star. Once everyone had departed, Lan Yu presented him with a peculiar object. Is this the Emperor Qi of Xinhuang? Chu Kuangren gazed in astonishment at the golden yellow aura in Lan Yu's hand. This Emperor Qi was profoundly mystical, swirling with intricate runes, and one could faintly hear the sound of Tao resonating in the air. If other cultivators were to behold this imperial aura, they would likely be invigorated and astonished by the Tao rhythm it contained. However, aside from his initial surprise, Chu Kuangren's expression remained remarkably tranquil, as if he considered it inconsequential. The Tao rhythm within this imperial aura paled in comparison to that found within the Emperor Sutra. To put it plainly, this Xinhuang Emperor Qi merely enhances a cultivator's chance of becoming an emperor. However, the Longevity Emperor Sutra is a compilation of a lifetime's worth of wisdom from an emperor, making it far more precious. If we were to categorize the Xinhuang Emperor Qi as a legendary item, it would merely be the most mundane among them, while the Longevity Emperor Sutra stands as the pinnacle of legendary treasures. Lan Yu, do you intend to bestow this imperial aura upon me? Chu Kuangren inquired with a smile. Indeed, although it cannot compare to the Emperor Sutra, this Xinhuang Emperor Qi would attract all Tao lineages in the outside world, she replied earnestly. An imperial aura is sufficient to forge a young emperor, not merely a youth like Lei Ao or Shang Han, but a true young sovereign with the potential to become an emperor. Everything I possess, including myself, belongs to you, my lord. If you desire it, I shall grant it all to you, Lan Yu stated with sincerity. Her intention in seizing the Xinhuang Emperor Qi was solely for Chu Kuangren, believing he might need it. I have no use for it. You should keep it for yourself. Chu Kuangren affectionately ruffled Lan Yu's hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. Lan Yu's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded gently. Since you have obtained the imperial aura, we should find a time to fuse it. As I have now emerged from seclusion, allow me to protect you during this process. Thank you, my lord. The news of Chu Kuangren's emergence from seclusion spread throughout the Xintian sect, and within a few days, the entire Qinglong domain was aware of it. Within Xiang Valley, a purple-haired youth holding a communication compass had just received the news of Chu Kuangren's departure from seclusion. He broke into a smile, his eyes glinting with a ruthless intent. Chu Kuangren, you have finally emerged. The times have changed, and I shall show you how you are to be eliminated by this era. In the Lingshu Holy Land, Ao Tsang laughed heartily upon learning of Chu Kuangren's news, his face alight with exuberance. Chu Kuangren, you have finally appeared. The humiliation you brought upon me 3 years ago will be repaid in full. Await your reckoning. His body surged with formidable spiritual energy as he unleashed a palm strike, shattering a distant mountain peak into fragments. I am now far stronger than at my peak, and I am confident I can contend with even the supreme beings. What more can be said of you, Chu Kuangren? Within the Qingyun dynasty, Crown Prince Guchanga was conversing with the ruler of Qingyun. Father, Chu Kuangren has been in seclusion for 3 years. In the past, this would not have been significant, but the changes over these 3 years have been monumental. The ancient prodigies and the Xinhuang Emperor Qi have all emerged, and he has long been obsolete. He is no longer fit to be the consort of the Qingyun dynasty. I beseech you, allow me to lead a party to the Xintian sect, to annul the engagement. Excitement surged in Guchanga's eyes. He could scarcely contain his eagerness to humiliate Chu Kuangren, who said anything about annulling the engagement. At that moment, the exquisite Princess Ling Long entered the hall, her beautiful visage marred by an icy demeanor. Guchanga frowned slightly. Ling Long, you are not only the princess of the Qingyun dynasty, but also a renowned young sovereign. Chu Kuangren is no longer suitable for you. Annulling the engagement is the wisest choice. My royal brother, this is my affair. It is not your place to decide. Moreover, is marriage a trifling matter that can simply be discarded? I once held a martial contest for my suitor, only to cancel it midway, thus losing credibility in the eyes of the world. Now, choosing Chu Kuangren as my consort was widely known. How can I annul the engagement upon seeing his downfall? What will the world think of me? Am I to be viewed as untrustworthy and heartless, or as someone who can be discarded at will? As she spoke, Princess Linglong nearly shouted in indignation. Gu Chang'e, taken aback by her reproach, found himself at a loss for words, his expression darkening. How dare you? I am your elder brother. Were it not for you being my brother, I would have long since taken action against you. Princess Linglong retorted coldly. Enough. Both of you cease this quarrel, the ruler of Qingyun interjected, stating, the decision to annul the engagement lies solely with Linglong. She is correct. Annulling the engagement now would not only affect her reputation, but also the honor of the dynasty. This matter is settled. There is no need for further discussion. Chu Kuangren remains the consort of the Qingyun dynasty. Since he has emerged from seclusion, Crown Prince, prepare some gifts to congratulate him. Though Gu Chang'e felt discontent, hearing the ruler's command that he visit the Xiantian sect rekindled a glimmer of hope. Yes, father. Beside him, Princess Linglong added, I too wish to accompany him. Granted. Thank you, father. The re-emergence of Chu Kuangren, who had been absent for 3 years, sent shockwaves throughout the Qinglong domain. Soon after, rumors spread that the young sovereigns, including Ao Tsang from the Lingshu Holy Land, Lin Batian from Xiang Valley, Yuan Hong from the Wanfa sect, Wichenzi from the Taishu Temple, and Gu Chang'e from the Qingyun dynasty, were all heading toward the Xiantian sect. In an instant, the cultivators of the Qinglong domain were abuzz with speculation. These young sovereigns had all acquired the Emperor Qi during these 3 years. What business could they possibly have at the Xiantian sect? Of course, they were seeking Chu Kuangren. 3 years prior, he had overshadowed these prodigies, leaving them unable to lift their heads. Now, having attained the Xianhuang Emperor Qi and achieved global fame, they were determined to reclaim their honor. It was easy to forget that 3 years ago, the world belonged solely to Chu Kuangren. Though it was said that in an era of great contention, the stars shone brightly, he alone shone like the sun, eclipsing the brilliance of all others. How could these young sovereigns swallow such indignation? Regrettably, had Chu Kuangren not entered seclusion, the Xianhuang Emperor Qi would certainly have been his as well. Given his talents, he might have continued to suppress them. Yet, at such a crucial juncture, he chose to isolate himself, which is truly perplexing. Such is the fickleness of fate. Who could have predicted it? After 3 years of seclusion, his return immediately commands the world's attention. Honestly, with this alone, none of the young sovereigns seeking him can compare to him. Rumors swirled throughout the Qinglong domain, opinions were divided, and all eyes were fixed on the Xiantian sect. Everyone yearned to witness how Chu Kuangren, the one who had once declared war upon the world and suppressed all the young talents, would respond. While most remained skeptical of him, as memories of his past deeds began to resurface, the anticipation grew. Would this be the end of a legend or the continuation of one who stands unrivaled? Chapter 116, The Divine Attributes, Blue Feather's Breakthrough. Still so beautiful in the Xiantian sect, within the Lingtiando Palace, Blue Feather was merging with the mysterious Huangdi Qi while Chu Kuangren stood guard outside, simultaneously assessing Xiao Bing's progress over the years. Although Xiao Bing had previously been merely an outer disciple, her talent was commendable among practitioners. Otherwise, she would not have gained entry to the Xiantian sect. With the aid of the spirit-gathering formations and various resources at Lingtiando Palace over the years, her cultivation advanced rapidly. Now nearing the Dongshu realm, among the various sects, she would undoubtedly be regarded as a prodigy. Your use of the heavenly waterfall sword technique is commendable, yet it lacks a touch of finesse. Observe closely, Chu Kuangren instructed, manifesting the essence of the sword technique, causing a silver waterfall to materialize in the void. Its essence profound and mystical. Xiao Bing, watching from the side, could not help but exclaim in awe at its magnificence. She had previously seen several elders perform the heavenly waterfall sword technique, yet none exhibited the same level of mastery as Chu Kuangren, whose movements flowed as effortlessly as clouds and water. Under Chu Kuangren's guidance, Xiao Bing made swift progress. Very well, practice for now, he said, leaning against a tree, his mind reflecting on the illusionary wheel. Gazing at the familiar wheel, he felt a pang of regret. 3 years of seclusion, immersed in the imperial scriptures, during which not a single draw had he made. Over 365 days each year, he had missed over 1,000 opportunities for rewards. What treasures had he lost? The wheel spun rapidly. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the divine attribute, lucky aura. Chu Kuangren gasped, feeling dizzy. Did I just hear that correctly? Divine level? My luck during 10 consecutive draws has only ever reached the divine level. And now, I have received a divine attribute. Could it be that the illusionary wheel was malfunctioning? Or perhaps his accumulated luck from 3 years had erupted all at once. Xiao Bing, come here, he beckoned, pinching her cheek. Does this hurt? It does, Xiao Bing replied, looking up at him with innocent eyes. Then I must not be dreaming, he mused, releasing her and rubbing her cheek. You may continue your practice now. You're annoying. She pouted, stomping her foot. Chu Kuangren chuckled to himself for a moment before extracting the lucky aura, not perceiving any immediate changes. The description indicated that the lucky aura bestows extraordinary fortune upon its bearer, turning misfortune into fortune, encountering auspicious events, and even finding legendary beasts while strolling, or discovering extraordinary weapons while picking up a mere stick. This was undeniably advantageous for Chu Kuangren, as his luck was paramount in drawing rewards. With this aura, his luck would surely soar. As Chu Kuangren reveled in thoughts of becoming a paragon of luck, a powerful essence of Tao erupted from Blue Feather's chamber. Radiant white lights converging in the sky, emanating a vast, divine brilliance. Soon after, a white crown materialized, adorned with Tao pearls, an unparalleled foundation, the 9-pearl crown. This phenomenon drew the attention of many within the Shintian sect. This is the unparalleled foundation. That aura belongs to Miss Blue Feather. She has broken through to the War King level and has even manifested the 9-pearl crown. Truly extraordinary. It seemed the remarks of the heavenly machine were indeed correct. This woman possessed unparalleled grace and would undoubtedly achieve greatness rivaling the ancient emperors. The phenomenon persisted for a considerable time before dissipating as Blue Feather emerged. Young master, she greeted, a smile gracing her lips. Thank you for your congratulations. I successfully merged with the Huangdi Qi and broke through to the War King level, condensing the 9-pearl crown. Chu Kuangren stepped forward to offer his congratulations. Your success is commendable. Blue Feather smiled modestly. It was a matter of fortune. While merging with the Huangdi Qi, I felt a surge of power that assisted me in condensing the 9-pearl crown. Initially, I could only condense a 7-pearl crown. However, at a critical moment, a powerful force emerged within me, enabling the formation of the 9-pearl crown. I later realized it was the power from the light staff within me, restored by the influence of the Huangdi Qi. The light staff, a sacred artifact Chu Kuangren had acquired from the Yuanling treasure vault, had been downgraded to an ordinary artifact due to the repercussions of a mysterious battle in the past. He never expected it would have such a significant impact on Blue Feather, aiding her in condensing the unparalleled foundation. Indeed, it was fortunate. Had I not possessed the divine light body along with the light staff and the Huangdi Qi, I would not have been able to condense the 9-pearl crown. Blue Feather concluded. Fortune? Chu Kuangren's eyes suddenly lit up. He had just drawn a lucky aura. Could it be that this aura not only benefited himself, but also enhanced the luck of those around him? Was this the legendary phenomenon of shared fortune? With this realization, Chu Kuangren felt elated. 3 years without a draw, and his first was a grand prize. This was indeed a stroke of luck. The following day, after finishing his morning routine, Chu Kuangren opened the lottery wheel, eager to test his luck. What was the true extent of the lucky aura's power? Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Starry Radiance technique, flickering light. Starry Radiance? Chu Kuangren's smile widened until he erupted in joyous laughter. I truly am a paragon of luck. Outside, Blue Feather hesitated at the door, hearing his laughter. She decided to wait a moment longer before calling for him. After a while, the laughter subsided, and the door creaked open. You've been here long? Chu Kuangren asked awkwardly, embarrassed that his previous antics might have been overheard. Blue Feather smiled gently. I just arrived. Not wishing to draw attention to his earlier peculiar behavior, Chu Kuangren cleared his throat. Ah, good. Do you have something to discuss? Someone has come to visit. Gu Chang'e of the Qingyun dynasty and Princess Ling Long, Blue Feather informed him. Oh, them? Chu Kuangren replied, somewhat surprised. Let's go meet them, after all. I am the prince consort of the dynasty. In the Xiantian Palace, within the Changsheng Hall, the Crown Prince Gu Chang'e and Princess Ling Long sat, personally received by Elder Ru Yin, while several disciples observed them curiously, particularly the female disciples who glared enviously at Princess Ling Long. Isn't this the woman who is marrying our senior brother? Frustration filled the air, yet the female disciples had to admit that in terms of appearance, demeanor, talent, cultivation, and status, Princess Ling Long was indeed the pinnacle among the female cultivators of the Sanxiong Star. Few could rival her. Just then, as Chu Kuangren, clad in a flowing robe and accompanied by Blue Feather, approached the Changsheng Hall, Princess Ling Long glanced over, her eyes revealing a flicker of surprise. 3 years had passed, yet he appeared unchanged, still as warm and refined as jade, tall and graceful, with an ethereal presence and unparalleled charm. In her heart, Princess Ling Long murmured a series of words, feeling they all fell short of encapsulating the allure of the man before her. Chapter 117. The prodigies arriving in succession. Is this a cue? After 3 long years, meeting Chu Kuangren once again ignited a spark in Gu Chang's eyes as he scrutinized his counterpart. 3 years had elapsed. Since acquiring the Xianhuang Emperor Qi, he had not faltered in his training, dedicating every moment to the pursuit of surpassing Chu Kuangren. Friend Chu, it has been 3 years in seclusion. I trust you are well, Gu Chang'e remarked with a hint of playful sarcasm, his lips curling into a slight smile. His implication was clear. The pace of change had rendered it no longer an era where Chu Kuangren could reign supreme alone. Indeed, 3 years is a long time for transformation, yet some individuals remain unchanged, such as the Crown Prince, who still presents himself as a paragon of virtue. Chu Kuangren replied with a faint smile. At this, Gu Chang'e's expression darkened. Chu Kuangren, you are exceedingly audacious. Ah, Crown Prince, I find your current demeanor much more enjoyable. There is no need for such formalities, Chu Kuangren chuckled. Enough, Your Highness, let us cease this banter. Princess Linglong interjected, stepping forth with a radiant smile. Upon your emergence from seclusion, I have brought some nourishing treasures from the palace, and I hope you will accept them, my dear groom. Faced with Princess Linglong's persistent address, Chu Kuangren felt an odd discomfort but graciously accepted her goodwill. As they settled in, conversation flowed, yet before long, Gu Chang'e interjected, Chu Kuangren, I presume your retreat has yielded significant gains. I wish to challenge you. Do you dare to engage? After 3 years of restraint, he could hardly contain his eagerness to defeat Chu Kuangren and reclaim his dignity. This visit to the Xiantian sect was solely for this purpose. I anticipated you would hold your tongue a while longer. I did not expect your impatience to manifest so swiftly. Chu Kuangren responded with a light chuckle. Humph. Spare me the pleasantries. Do you dare to battle? Very well, I shall oblige. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly, never one to shy away from a challenge. With that affirmation, Gu Chang'e's face brightened as he stepped outside the hall, assuming a combat stance, ready for the duel. A throng of disciples gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. Gu Chang'e is set to duel with the senior brother. This individual possesses the Xianhuang Emperor Qi, a rare talent of our time. Can the senior brother truly contend with him? Is this newcomer unaware that 3 years ago, Gu Chang'e could not withstand even a single strike from the senior brother? Even with the Xianhuang Emperor Qi, he would merely endure a few more blows. Is the senior brother truly that formidable? Absolutely. The senior brother possesses numerous extraordinary qualities. The overwhelming confidence of the Xiantian sect disciples regarding Chu Kuangren ignited Gu Chang'e's ire. Suddenly, he unleashed a tremendous resonance of Tao, as spiritual energy coalesced into a tangible dragon, soaring above him with a fearsome roar, instilling terror in the onlookers. Those of lesser cultivation were immediately overwhelmed, pressed to the ground by the sheer force. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from the crowd, countering the dragon's might. It was Daozi Nangong Huang who intervened, his eyes swirling with the dual energies of yin and yang, fixated on Gu Chang'e. Is the Crown Prince's grace merely to intimidate the weak? Gu Chang'e cast a glance at him, silently teaching them a lesson about the perils of careless words. Are they not speaking the truth? You dare to challenge me, yet wish to silence the truth? Chu Kuangren interjected, stepping forward. With each stride, the resonance of his Tao intensified, summoning a white lotus from the void, dissipating the pressure emanating from Gu Chang'e like a gentle spring breeze. Having mastered the pure world lotus technique, Chu Kuangren wielded it with unparalleled finesse. Gu Chang'e, taken aback, refocused. Even without the Xianhuang Emperor Qi, Chu Kuangren remained the pinnacle of prodigious talent. 3 years prior, he had dominated the realm, and even with the passage of time, he remained a figure not to be trifled with. Such is the worthiness of my conquest, Gu Chang'e declared with unwavering determination. Just as he prepared to strike, a formidable wave of Tao resonance surged from afar, revealing a figure soaring through the air. It was a young man with cascading purple hair, ablaze with vibrant flames, exuding an imposing aura. Lin Batian, the prodigy of Zhang Valley. Chu Kuangren, it is I who shall defeat you. Lin Batian proclaimed upon his arrival, his gaze locked firmly on Chu Kuangren, intent on challenging him. He is mine. Another chilling voice resonated from the heavens as a figure streaked through the air, crashing to the ground with a tremor that cracked the earth. Emerging from the dust was Ao Tsong, the young emperor of Lingshu Holy Land. By heavens, it is Ao Tsong of Lingshu Holy Land, a prodigy from 30 millennia ago. Now a young emperor. He has arrived too. And Lin Batian of Zhang Valley, who wields a sacred flame, unmatched in combat prowess. Even amongst the young emperors, these two stand at the forefront. Look, more are coming. Above, a spectacle unfolded with myriad manifestations of Tao, wind, fire, mountains, rivers, culminating in the arrival of a white-clad youth. Yuan Hong of the 10,000 Methods sect. Friend Chu, it has been a while. Today, I come to best you, Yuan Hong declared, his eyes gleaming with determination. Is there anyone else wishing to join? If not, you may miss your opportunity. Chu Kuangren surveyed the surroundings. Ah, friend Chu, how delightful to see you again. A voice echoed, revealing a figure in a Taoist robe, Wachenzi from Taishu Temple, who approached with an extraordinary presence. Wachenzi, you do not intend to duel with me as well, do you? After our previous philosophical exchange, I gained much insight. Today, I seek further discourse, Wachenzi replied, harboring a desire to resolve the lingering defeat he suffered at Chu Kuangren's hands. Alas, it seems you'll have to wait your turn. Chu Kuangren gestured toward Gu Chang'e and the others. The disciples of Xiantian's sect were utterly bewildered. What is happening? The senior brother has only just emerged from seclusion. And already so many prodigies and young emperors have come to challenge him? What could he have possibly done to warrant this attention? Nearby, Elder Rian and the esteemed Xianshi watched with intrigue. Shall we simply allow these youngsters to run amok? Elder Rian questioned, her brow furrowed. Unless the esteemed Xianshi permits it. How could Lin Batian and the others freely enter? They would have been expelled the moment they stepped through the gate, another remarked. Let them create some chaos. I am equally curious to see to what heights the madman has ascended, Xianshi responded with a smile, and the others expressed their anticipation. Chapter 118. Flickering Shadows and Mountain Imprint Technique. One palm for each Gong Xian has arrived. Let him battle me. Gu Chang'e cast a cold glance at Ao Tsong and Lin Batian, among others. Ao Tsong replied indifferently, I have stated that he is my prey. Only I shall defeat him, and you must stand behind me. Oh, must we compete again before facing Chu Kuangren? Yuan Hong said lightly. They all desired to be the first to vanquish Chu Kuangren, unwilling to concede to one another. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren observed with a playful smile, saying, There is no need for such trouble. I have a suggestion. You should all attack together. At this remark, Ao Tsong's eyes glinted with anger. Chu Kuangren, I never imagined that 3 years later, you would still be so arrogant. This era is no longer one where you can act with impunity. You have become obsolete. Lin Batian spoke icily. Having said this, he raised his hand to channel his spiritual energy, and a vibrant flame materialized, transforming into a fierce fire beast that surged forth. Compared to 3 years prior, his mastery over the sacred fire had grown significantly, and with the essence of the Huangdi within him. His understanding of the Tao had advanced tremendously. The power of this sacred fire far surpassed that of 3 years ago. This strike would be formidable enough to challenge even the venerable ones. In the face of the sudden assault, Chu Kuangren's expression remained unchanged, his form beginning to blur in the void. In the next moment, he appeared as a streak of light, vanishing from sight with a speed that none present could perceive. What kind of technique is this? Such swift movement. This aura of the Tao. It must be some form of Holy King technique. Lin Batian and the others narrowed their eyes. 3 years prior, Chu Kuangren had never demonstrated such cultivation techniques. Holy King technique, flickering shadows. Lin Batian's thoughts raced as he attempted to locate Chu Kuangren, but suddenly, a calm voice came from behind him. Is this all the progress you've made in the past 3 years? Behind him, Lin Batian's expression changed, and he turned to strike out with a palm. Yet, another hand moved faster. Chu Kuangren extended his hand and directly slapped Lin Batian's face. The seemingly delicate, porcelain-like hand appeared to the onlookers as an ancient mountain, immeasurably powerful. Bang! The slap landed squarely on Lin Batian's face, shattering the sacred fire and sending him flying over 1,000 zhang away. Holy Man technique, mountain imprint. With Chu Kuangren's current cultivation, he could invoke this Holy King technique with the power of a mountain in every gesture. So powerful. Gu Chang'e's pupils constricted as he circulated golden spiritual energy, pushing his dragon vein body to its limits. He unleashed a punch toward Chu Kuangren. The roar of a dragon echoing in the air. Dragon killing fist. A colossal golden dragon phantom lunged at Chu Kuangren, unleashing a terrifying force that caused the very air to tremble. Again with this move, can't you conjure something new? Chu Kuangren shook his head, raising his fair right hand to deliver a gentle slap. The imposing dragon was shattered as if it were a mere bubble, its Tao energy and spiritual power dissipating into nothingness. Gu Chang'e nearly spat blood upon witnessing this. His dragon-killing fist had reached perfection. It was a holy man technique with boundless power, and given his current cultivation, even a venerable one could be killed by it if they were careless. Yet it was effortlessly crushed by Chu Kuangren's light touch. Is there no justice left in the world? As for something new, spare me. Where would I find so many holy man techniques? After shattering the great dragon, Chu Kuangren's figure once again became ethereal, transforming into a streak of light. almost instantaneously appearing before Gu Changge, who had no time to react. Too fast. This speed is simply astonishing. Chu Kuangren slowly raised his hand, delivering another palm strike. Unleashing the overwhelming force of a mountain from that fair hand, Gu Changge was struck in the chest, his protective spiritual energy shattered. His chest almost caving in as he was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a distant mountain peak. The second one, Chu Kuangren said lightly, then shifted his gaze to Yuan Hong of the 10,000 Methods sect. Yuan Hong, startled, gathered his spiritual energy, manifesting the Tao, stepping with a mysterious pace, moving as swiftly as a whirlwind. Simultaneously, he invoked an attacking technique, one rich with the essence of nature. Chu Kuangren, you shall be defeated, Yuan Hong declared as he charged at Chu Kuangren. He struck out with a palm, containing the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire, but once again, Chu Kuangren simply delivered a gentle palm strike, shattering Yuan Hong's attack. How can this guy's strength be so overwhelming? Yuan Hong was utterly astonished. He darted around Chu Kuangren at high speed. You are employing the 10,000 Methods sect's windwalking technique, renowned for its speed. Your skill is commendable, Chu Kuangren remarked with a smile. Yuan Hong's face shifted slightly as memories flooded back. Once, Chu Kuangren had visited the 10,000 Methods sect, comprehending the 8,000 techniques of the steel in half a day, mastering all supreme and holy man techniques within 8 hours, a feat unmatched in history. Every technique Yuan Hong employed was fully understood by Chu Kuangren. As Yuan Hong reminisced, a streak of light suddenly appeared before him. It was Chu Kuangren, having caught up in the blink of an eye. Good speed, but can you outrun light? Flickering shadows, flickering shadows. This Holy King technique was as its name suggested, moving with the swiftness of light. What in this world could be faster than light? As Yuan Hong was struck with awe, Chu Kuangren's hand rapidly enlarged in his vision, then landed squarely on his face, sending him flying as easily as Gu Changge and Lin Batian had been. Now it's your turn. Chu Kuangren looked at Ao Tsang. Damn it. Mountain God Shield. Ao Tsang's face paled as he activated a Holy King technique, gathering a torrent of spiritual energy before him, manifesting a towering mountain of heavy Tao energy. This was a premier defensive technique. Chu Kuangren raised his hand, channeling his internal spiritual energy, the 5 supreme foundations within the Lingshu simultaneously radiating boundless divine light. The force of the mountain erupted explosively as he struck, shattering the mountain before him, the violent impact crashing down on Ao Tsang, sending him hurtling backward uncontrollably. Beside them, Wu Chenzi watched, swallowing hard. Suddenly, Chu Kuangren transformed into a streak of light before him, smiling gently. Wu Chenzi, why don't you take flight for a while? Another palm strike sent Wu Chenzi soaring through the air as well. The surrounding disciples of the Xiantian sect gaped in disbelief. This is terrifying. Gu Changge, Ao Tsang, Lin Batian, Yuan Hong, Wu Chenzi. These 5 are all contemporary prodigies. Each one could suppress the younger generation of cultivators. Yet before Chu Kuangren, they seemed as powerless as children. 1 palm for each. Is this truly our senior brother? So formidable. Goodness, is this really our senior brother? I'm in awe. Some of the new disciples, witnessing Chu Kuangren's display of might, were instantly captivated, gazing at him with reverence. In the distance, Lan Yu gazed upon Chu Kuangren's effortless subjugation of the young emperors, her eyes brimming with adoration and fervent devotion, like the most devout of adherents. She knew that no one in this world could rival her lord. Should he desire it, the world would invariably remember him. Beside Lan Yu, Princess Linglong's radiant eyes sparkled with admiration as she subtly licked her lips. This was her consort, truly an unparalleled figure, worthy of being her lord, worthy of being her consort. The 2 women spoke almost in unison, then exchanged glances before turning away with a disdainful huff. Nearby, Venerable Xianqi and Elder Ruyan witnessed the scene. Ha ha, as expected of my disciple. Even without the Xian Wang Emperor Qi, he can suppress the current generation. Venerable Xianqi exclaimed with gratification. But where did Kuangren acquire so many Saint King techniques? Elder Ruyan pondered, sensing something amiss. Saint King techniques were exceedingly rare. Xiantian sect had none previously, yet Chu Kuangren was employing them almost exclusively. This was baffling. Ah, Kuangren is blessed with immense fortune. Look, he even created the Saint King technique, severing heaven-drawing sword art. He learned the White Lotus purifying world mantra from the White Lotus sect, and the others must have come from other fortuitous encounters. Perhaps, this child is full of surprises. Elder Ruyan shook her head, ceasing her speculation. In any case, Chu Kuangren was Xiantian sect's senior brother, and his excellence could only benefit the sect. Senior brother has been in seclusion for 3 years, and even though he missed the opportunity of the Xianhuang Emperor Qi, he can still suppress the young emperors. He's truly formidable. Indeed, worthy of being senior brother. Haha, what young emperors? They're nothing more than a palm's worth. Nangong Huang, Murong Xian, and the others exchanged smiles, their gazes filled with fervent admiration for the white-clad figure. The other disciples were filled with awe and reverence. Chu Kuangren stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the breeze gently stirring his robes, his peerless figure captivating all who beheld him. What? Is this all the progress you've made in 3 years? With such strength, who dared to challenge me? He asked calmly. Damn it, how can he be so strong? Gu Chang'e emerged from a pile of rubble, clutching his chest, his face etched with shock. Not only him, but the others were equally astounded. They had made significant strides with the aid of the Xianwang Emperor Qi, surpassing most of the older generation. Yet they were so easily defeated by Chu Kuangren? One palm strike. They couldn't even withstand a light palm strike. They knew that Chu Kuangren excelled in swordsmanship, yet he hadn't even drawn his sword and was already overwhelming them. If he used his sword, what would become of them? Terrifying. I don't believe it. Aod Song gritted his teeth. As a proud ancient prodigy, empowered by the Xianhuang Emperor Qi, he possessed unparalleled combat prowess. He had been suppressed by Chu Kuangren 3 years ago, but would he be suppressed again after 3 years? Saint King technique, Sunfall. Aod Song raised his hand, gathering spiritual power and unleashing a punch. Chaotic Daoyun intertwined, manifesting a terrifying sun. Gu Chang'e, Yuan Hong, Wichinzi, and Lin Batian also unleashed their respective techniques, employing Daoyun to unleash their ultimate moves. For symbols art go. Dragon Slaughter Fist. Wildfire ignites the plains. Sunlight annihilates evil. The power of earth, wind, water, and fire. The 4 natural elements. The domineering dragon fist, the sacred flames that distorted space, and the sun that descended from the heavens, locking onto Chu Kuangren. A golden ray piercing through the air. The combined attack of the prodigies was immensely powerful, the various Daoyuns swirling and shaking the void. Faced with these attacks, Chu Kuangren smiled faintly, and a sword appeared in his hand, its blade like white jade, crystalline and flawless. The saint's sword, Kunwu. With Kunwu in hand, Chu Kuangren unleashed a horizontal slash. A dazzling purple sword light erupted, colliding with the multiple streams of energy in the void, creating a terrifying explosion that shook the earth and heavens, distorting space and sending shockwaves in every direction. Under the impact, the prodigies were sent flying. Battle King Domain. Aod Song roared suddenly. An invisible force field locked onto Chu Kuangren. Gu Chang'e, Yuan Hong, Lin Batian, and Wichinzi also activated their domains. In the past 3 years, they had all reached the Battle King realm. The power of the domain descended, overwhelming Chu Kuangren. 1 domain was 1 shackle. 5 domains were 5 shackles. Moreover, these 5 were all young emperors, their domain powers far surpassing ordinary battle kings, capable of suppressing even venerables. Chu Kuangren felt the surrounding space change, the air becoming incredibly viscous, as if he were trapped in a swamp. Every movement required far more effort than before. Domain, you say? Speaking of which, I was already a battle king 3 years ago, but I haven't had the chance to test my domain. Let's see what you make of it. Chu Kuangren smiled faintly, and a domain power erupted from his body. In an instant, the domain powers unleashed by Aod Song, Gu Chang'e, and the others were repelled by an even more terrifying force field. With a bang, the rebounded domain powers struck the 5, catching them off guard and causing a backlash. Moreover, Chu Kuangren's domain power directly descended upon them, instantly pinning them to the ground. This domain was too terrifying. Compared to it, their domains were insignificant. How could his domain be so powerful? Too terrifying. Gu Chang'e and the others were pinned to the ground, trembling, exerting all their strength to resist the force. But the domain power not only suppressed their physical bodies, but also their spiritual power. They felt as if their spiritual power had stagnated, and no matter how they tried to mobilize it, it remained largely inert. They couldn't believe that Chu Kuangren's domain could be so formidable. This domain isn't bad. Chu Kuangren smiled faintly, satisfied with his domain. His foundation was too terrifying. A 9-layered Supreme Tao Foundation, a 9-pattern Supreme Golden Core, a 9-colored Supreme Nascent Soul, a 9-grade Supreme Purple Mansion, and a 9-beaded Supreme King's Crown. Such a foundation was rare even in the history of the sky-bearing star. It was this foundation that had created his unparalleled domain, making him absolutely invincible among his peers. Chu Kuangren calmly regarded the figures pinned to the ground and said indifferently, 3 years ago, I could suppress you so that you couldn't lift your heads. 3 years later, I can still make you obediently crawl on the ground. Did you really think that acquiring a so-called Xianhuang Emperor Qi and being called young emperors would allow you to contend with me? How laughable. With that, Chu Kuangren withdrew his domain, and Aod Song and the others felt their bodies lighten, regaining their mobility. but their faces showed no relief. On the contrary, they were filled with dejection and a sense of helplessness. 3 years. In the past 3 years, they had cultivated diligently, never relaxing for a single day. In order to defeat Chu Kuangren, they had believed that with the Xianhuang Emperor Qi in their possession, they would become young emperors and would definitely be able to avenge themselves and defeat Chu Kuangren. But they never expected that even without the Xianhuang Emperor Qi, Chu Kuangren would still be terrifyingly powerful. They were even more vulnerable in his presence. The prodigious martial prowess displayed by Chu Kuangren, as he effortlessly vanquished 5 young prodigies, reverberated throughout the land, leaving all who witnessed it in awe. Even venerable Xuanqi and elder Ruyan, who had anticipated his strength, were astonished. In a mere 3 years, Kuangren's cultivation base may not have advanced significantly, but his profound comprehension of Taoist techniques is truly remarkable. He has mastered several Saint King techniques to perfection, which is simply astonishing, venerable Xuanqi remarked. The surrounding elders concurred. Elder Ruyan added, even without the Xianhuang Emperor Qi, his inherent talent surpasses any external aid. Indeed, with such a prodigy among us, there is no need to fret about the prosperity of our Xiantian sect. This era shall undoubtedly witness its ascendance. The sect leader and elders exclaimed, their faces beaming with delight. Ao Tsang and Lin Batian departed, their initial exuberance replaced by dejection. Their defeat that day not only etched Chu Kuangren's power into their minds, but also cast a shadow upon their martial resolve. In future encounters with Chu Kuangren, they would likely be intimidated even before the battle commenced. The news of Chu Kuangren's triumphant return and his consecutive victories over 5 young prodigies spread across the land the following day, sending shockwaves through every faction and cultivator. After 3 years of seclusion, when many believed that Chu Kuangren's brilliance had waned, he emerged with formidable strength, reaffirming to all that he remained the peerless prodigy who once suppressed the world's talents. A meteoric rise, indeed. Despite losing the opportunity to seize the Xianhuang Emperor Qi during his 3 years of seclusion, Chu Kuangren remains a force to be reckoned with, some exclaimed. He is simply too powerful. Defeating 5 young prodigies in succession is an astounding feat. Is he truly just a battle king? Others questioned. Chu Kuangren's return heralds an era of upheaval. When he first entered the world, he vanquished supremes and sages, shaping the course of events. His reappearance now will undoubtedly stir up more commotion, many speculated. The name Chu Kuangren was on everyone's lips as they recalled the peerless white-robed youth who, 3 years prior, had single-handedly overshadowed all the world's talents. Now that he had emerged from seclusion, what waves would he create? The people were uncertain, but eagerly anticipated the unfolding events. Farewell, Princess, Chu Kuangren said as he bid farewell to Princess Linglong at the entrance of the Xiantian sect. Princess Linglong smiled gracefully and replied, then I shall return for now. If the consort has time, you are always welcome to visit me in the Azure Cloud Dynasty. Certainly. Chu Kuangren responded with a faint smile. Then, farewell. Farewell. After seeing Princess Linglong off, Chu Kuangren returned to the Xiantian sect. As for his future plans, he had none in particular. Remaining in the Xiantian sect to cultivate was not an unattractive option. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a starlit item, Alchemist Permanent Experience card, the Fantasy Roulette announced. Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up. Another starlit item. Over the past month, he had been blessed with good fortune, acquiring numerous valuable items, including 10 silver grade, 12 gold grade, and 3 starlit grade items, with only 7 black iron grade items, the lowest tier. Before being blessed with good fortune, Chu Kuangren was fortunate to obtain a gold grade item once a month. Now, nearly half of his monthly rewards were gold grade, and starlit items appeared frequently. This feeling of being an exceptionally lucky individual was exhilarating for Chu Kuangren. Use the Alchemist Experience card. Chu Kuangren retrieved the card and crushed it. A stream of light instantly entered Chu Kuangren's mind, unleashing a torrent of information about alchemy. In an instant, he transformed from an ignorant novice into a world-renowned alchemy grandmaster. Alchemy? This is a rather useful skill, Chu Kuangren mused with a smile after absorbing the memories. In the cultivation world, cultivation resources were diverse, and elixirs undoubtedly constituted a significant portion. Skilled alchemists were highly sought after by various factions and were well received wherever they went. Within the Xiantian sect was the Alchemy Hall, dedicated to nurturing alchemists. The elixirs used by Xiantian sect disciples were produced there, making it a vital institution within the sect. Now that I have mastered this skill, I must find a place to showcase it. Otherwise, it would be like wearing fine clothes in the dark, unseen by anyone. Chu Kuangren murmured. Unable to contain his excitement, he left his palace and headed straight for the Alchemy Hall. Inside the Alchemy Hall, the furnaces blazed, and the fragrance of herbs permeated the air. A multitude of alchemists bustled about, their movements conveying a sense of quiet diligence. Chu Kuangren, visiting for the first time, curiously surveyed his surroundings. "Oh, it's senior brother." An alchemy disciple noticed Chu Kuangren and exclaimed in surprise. Those nearby turned to look. It really is senior brother. What is he doing in the alchemy hall? Is he here to collect elixirs? That's unlikely. The monthly elixirs are distributed to the disciples by designated personnel. And senior brother certainly doesn't lack elixirs. An administrative deacon in charge of the alchemy hall quickly approached Chu Kuangren, cupping his fist in greeting and saying, "Greetings, Chief. May I ask what brings you here?" Chu Kuangren smiled and replied, "I recently had the idea to try my hand at alchemy, so I came here. By the way, where is Fifth Elder?" The Fifth Elder was in charge of the alchemy hall, but Chu Kuangren did not see him anywhere. Fifth Elder is away. It is said that he discovered Grandmaster Gu Jiang within the Xintian sect's territory and went to invite him. Oh, Grandmaster Gu Jiang? Yes. He is one of the most renowned alchemy grandmasters in the Azure Planet, known for his wandering lifestyle. Fifth Elder has invited him to be a guest. The deacon's eyes revealed longing as he mentioned Gu Jiang. In the Azure Planet, those who were bestowed the title of Grandmaster were figures who had reached the pinnacle in their respective fields, such as alchemy grandmasters, artifact forging grandmasters, and formation grandmasters. These individuals were highly coveted talents by all factions, and even saint-level factions might not possess them. I see. Chu Kuangren nodded. Does the chief wish to engage in alchemy? Yes. Are there any vacant alchemy rooms? Yes. Yes. The deacon replied without hesitation. If Chu Kuangren wished to engage in alchemy, even if there were no vacant rooms, one would be built. The deacon led Chu Kuangren to an alchemy room and asked, "May I inquire as to what elixir the chief wishes to concoct? I will have someone prepare the necessary ingredients. I have a recipe here. Just gather the ingredients according to it." Chu Kuangren handed the deacon a recipe. It was a gold-grade item that he had obtained from a lottery draw a few days prior, and he intended to try it out today. The deacon took the recipe and glanced at it, his expression slightly stunned. Soul-reaving melancholy pill? This is the first time I've heard of such a name. Upon closer inspection of the ingredient proportions, he was even more astonished. Each of these ingredients was exceedingly valuable. Is the chief truly engaging in alchemy for the first time? Yes. Is there a problem? No, I was just curious, the deacon replied, even more bewildered. To dare use so many precious ingredients on one's first attempt at alchemy? This was audacious indeed. Never mind, who told him to be the chief? His status and prestige within the Xintian sect are no lower than venerable Xuanqi's. How could a mere deacon like myself dare to disobey him? Soon, the deacon had arranged the ingredients for Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren rolled up his sleeves, preparing to begin. Chapter 121. A grand weeping scene. 9 clouds of elixir terrify the master's word has spread that the senior brother has come to our alchemy hall to refine elixirs. What? The senior brother can refine elixirs? TSK, not only does he refine, but I would believe it if he claimed to be a grandmaster alchemist. You are being too naive. The senior brother is indeed formidable, yet alchemy is a meticulous craft. Without years of accumulated experience, even the most gifted individual cannot easily become an alchemist. Certainly, the senior brother possesses extraordinary talent, but given his prowess, he must dedicate most of his time to cultivation. How much time could he possibly allocate to alchemy? He is likely just curious and trying it out. That seems plausible. The members of the alchemy hall were exceedingly curious about the sudden arrival of Chu Kuangren and were even more astonished to learn he was there to refine elixirs. Outside the alchemy chamber, many disciples gathered, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of how Chu Kuangren conducted his alchemical processes. At that moment, the door swung open, and the steward emerged. "Why are you all gathered here? Don't you have work to do? Go. Attend to your duties," the steward said irritably. "Hey, steward. Everyone is simply curious. Can you tell us what elixir the senior brother intends to refine?" One disciple inquired with curiosity. "I am not certain. It is called the anxiety-relieving elixir. Has anyone heard of it?" the steward asked. However, the disciples looked at one another in confusion. "I am well versed in the compendium of herbs and the golden formulas, yet I have never encountered the anxiety-relieving elixir. Could it be a concoction from some obscure historical text? Surely not." As the discussion continued, within the alchemy chamber, Chu Kuangren had commenced the refinement process. With the integration of the alchemist experience card, his alchemical skills had reached an apex unparalleled in the realm. From the outset, he felt an effortless mastery, as if he had performed each motion a million times before, with every action flowing seamlessly. As the materials dwindled, the elixirs within the furnace gradually began to take shape, exuding a peculiar fragrance. Outside, the disciples caught a whiff of the aromatic essence. How delightful! Is that the fragrance of elixirs? Only superior-grade elixirs could produce such a scent. Could it truly be the senior brother's first attempt at alchemy? This fragrance is extraordinary, unlike anything I've ever encountered. Suddenly, a soft sobbing sound arose from the crowd. The disciples turned to see a young disciple weeping. "Why are you crying?" someone asked curiously. "I was just reminded of some sorrowful memories," he replied. Upon hearing this, the others could not help but feel a sense of empathy. For a 7-foot man to shed tears in public, it must be a heart-wrenching tale. Wait a minute. Why are you recalling such memories now? As the fragrance intensified, the disciples felt their noses tingle, and their minds were flooded with painful recollections. "I am unfilial. I joined the Xiantian sect at 12 and have only returned home a few times in 10 years. I am unfilial. What you experienced is nothing. I have been cultivating for 10 years and still linger in the foundation establishment stage. I am the lowest in the alchemy hall, and I am ashamed to face anyone. Don't hold me back. Let me die. Please, there are countless people outside who have yet to even reach the foundation establishment stage. Why are you crying? Oh, I am the one who suffers. When I left the village, I promised Zawa that I would return to marry her once I made a name for myself. But now when I go back, she has children of her own. Brother, be strong. Ah, who among you has suffered more than I? My faithful companion, De Huang, who accompanied me for 10 years, has passed away. I raised him from a pup, and he just left me like that. I am in so much pain. I miss my senior sister. Although I confessed to her a year ago and was rejected, I have not been able to forget her this entire year. Woe is me. I have lived all this time and remain a virgin. How heartbreaking." Outside the alchemy chamber, the disciples of the alchemy hall wept inconsolably, and a palpable air of sorrow permeated the atmosphere. Meanwhile, 2 elders approached, engaged in cheerful conversation. "Master Gujiang, it is truly a blessing for our Xiantian sect to host you as a guest," Elder Wu chuckled. "Ah, Elder Wu, you are too kind. The Xiantian sect is a lineage of sages. How could I refuse your invitation?" Master Gujiang replied. "Master Gu, you are too humble. By the way, I have a group of less than capable disciples in my alchemy hall. If you have time in the coming days, please offer them some guidance." "Of course. Then it is settled. By the way, I have heard that your leading disciple, Chu Kuangren, is quite remarkable. If possible, I would like to witness his talents." "That is simple enough." Elder Wu and Master Gujiang entered the alchemy hall. As soon as they stepped inside, they were greeted by the enchanting fragrance. While the alchemy hall, as a place of alchemical refinement, often bore the scent of elixirs, this particular aroma was strikingly unique. Having immersed himself in alchemy for millennia, Master Gujiang prided himself on his extensive knowledge of various elixirs, yet this fragrance was unlike anything he had ever encountered. "What elixir is this?" he wondered aloud, perplexed. "I am unsure as well," Elder Wu replied, equally baffled. He was familiar with what elixirs the alchemists in the hall could concoct, but this fragrance was certainly not produced by any of them. Who could be responsible? Unable to contain their curiosity, the two followed the scent. However, as they drew nearer to its source, they felt a pang of sorrow tugging at their hearts, their eyes welling with emotion. What a peculiar elixir, to evoke such profound feelings. Elder Wu and Master Gujiang, both formidable in their cultivation, managed to resist the effect by channeling their spiritual energy. Yet they could still hear the sound of numerous sobs. Upon arriving outside one of the alchemy chambers, they were met with the sight of countless disciples of the alchemy hall weeping uncontrollably. Elder Wu and Master Gujiang exchanged glances, unable to contain their amusement amidst the absurdity. The power of this elixir is indeed extraordinary. Indeed, Elder Wu approached the steward and inquired, "What has happened? Who is inside refining elixirs?" The steward, with red-rimmed eyes and tears streaming down his face, stammered, It's the senior brother." "The senior brother? Chu Kuangren. How is he refining elixirs, and such an unusual one at that?" Elder Wu asked, puzzled. Just then, a surge of elixir energy erupted from the alchemy chamber, coalescing spiritual energy and forming a magnificent golden cloud above. "Treasure elixir!" Master Gujiang exclaimed suddenly. Elixirs are classified not only by grade but also by quality. Those worthy of being termed treasure elixirs are the pinnacle of alchemical refinement. Even the lowest grade elixirs require exceptional skill to be transformed into treasure elixirs. However, Master Gujiang's astonishment did not end there. As the golden cloud formed, another cloud began to coalesce, and soon enough, there were 9 clouds in total. The golden clouds whirled majestically in the air, radiating auspicious light, and an ineffably profound aura of Tao permeated the surroundings, leaving all who beheld it spellbound. Master Gujiang stood in stunned silence, his face a mask of disbelief. 9 clouds. 9 treasure elixirs. The number 9 is supreme, and 9 treasure elixirs represent the highest known quality of elixirs in the world. Even Master Gu Jiang could not craft such a thing. A Grandmaster Alchemist. There must be a Grandmaster Alchemist at work here. Chapter 122. Gu Jiang seeks a mentor. Well, if you like it, then kneel down. I wish to join the Xintian sect, Gu Zongshi exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he clutched Elder Wu's sleeve. This is a Grandmaster of Alchemy. I have traversed the vast expanse of Sanqiong Star, visiting renowned mountains and rivers, seeking the wisdom of various masters, and yet I have not encountered a single Grandmaster until now. Calm down, Gu Zongshi, Elder Wu urged. How can I remain calm? This is a Grandmaster, Gu Zongshi retorted, his eyes gleaming with fervor. The esteemed Chu Kuangren is here. But wait, isn't Chu Kuangren a prodigy of cultivation? How could he possibly be a Grandmaster of alchemy? Are you jesting with me? Elder Wu was equally bewildered. How could their chief possess such alchemical prowess? At that moment, the door to the alchemy room creaked open. Chu Kuangren emerged and said, that herb has run out. Could you please? Before he could finish, he was taken aback by the sight of the sobbing disciples of the Dan Pavilion outside. What on earth is happening? He wondered, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Was the Annihilation Soul elixir truly this potent? The mere scent could evoke such an emotional response, if consumed. It might bring one to tears. Indeed, he is the chief, Elder Wu exclaimed, astonished. Gu Zongshi rushed into the room, searching fervently but finding no trace of the Grandmaster. Where did the Grandmaster go? He inquired. What Grandmaster? Chu Kuangren asked, furrowing his brow. The one who was just concocting elixirs, Gu Zongshi insisted. This room has only ever housed me. I was the one brewing elixirs just now. Chu Kuangren replied with a wry smile, fully aware of Gu Jiang's illustrious reputation as an esteemed alchemist of Sanqiong Star. What? You? Gu Jiang circled Chu Kuangren. Skepticism etched on his face. You are Chu Kuangren? You certainly resemble the descriptions I have heard, but it was truly you who was concocting elixirs just now? Indeed. Chu Kuangren affirmed with a nod. Could you demonstrate your skills once more for me? Gu Jiang requested, eager to discern the truth. Chu Kuangren, not one to refuse, proceeded to gather new herbs and began the alchemical process. Gu Jiang observed intently, his expression shifting from doubt to seriousness, then to astonishment, ultimately leaving him agape. Elder Wu stood beside Gu Jiang, equally astonished. I had never heard that Chu Kuangren possessed such talents in alchemy. How could he have transformed into a Grand Master in the blink of an eye? A surge of alchemical energy erupted, coalescing into 9 golden clouds, signifying yet another batch of 9 great elixirs. A Grand Master. He is undoubtedly a Grandmaster, Gu Jiang exclaimed, snapping back to reality, his face alight with fervor. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and knelt before Chu Kuangren, pleading, Master, please accept me as your disciple. The disciples of the Dan Pavilion stood frozen, incredulous. What did they just witness? The renowned alchemist was kneeling before the chief, begging to become a student? This world was utterly insane. Predecessor, this is utterly inappropriate, Chu Kuangren stammered, swiftly attempting to assist Gu Jiang to his feet. Yet, Gu Jiang's knees seemed glued to the floor, his resolve unwavering. Unless you accept me as your disciple, I shall not rise. Is this a form of coercion? Chu Kuangren thought, bewildered by Gu Jiang's behavior. Was this truly the esteemed alchemist everyone revered? Gu Zongshi, what are you doing? Elder Wu interjected, equally taken aback, rushing to dissuade him. Elder Wu, I need not your counsel. The realm of Grand Masters is my lifelong aspiration. I have devoted myself to the path of alchemy for countless years, yet I have never breached its threshold. Today, I have finally glimpsed hope, and I shall not relent, Gu Jiang declared with unwavering determination. Alchemy was paramount to him. His current status and achievements were all derived from it. His mediocre aptitude for cultivation had forced him to rely on alchemy. Thus, he would spare no effort to advance further along this path. Gu Jiang, if you prefer to kneel, then remain on the ground. Farewell, Chu Kuangren replied, his tone indifferent. While he might not mind teaching Gu Jiang, the latter's approach left him somewhat displeased. Do you believe that kneeling will compel me to accept you as my disciple? You refuse to rise if I do not acquiesce. Is this a threat or a demand? Chu Kuangren found such behavior distasteful and turned to leave. The disciples of the Dan Pavilion gazed in awe at Chu Kuangren, their admiration swelling. The prospect of a Grand Master taking on a disciple was indeed monumental. But the chief? Absolutely not. If you want me to accept you, then I shall not. Regardless of your status as a Grand Master, I will not yield. Wait, Chu Gongzi, Gu Jiang exclaimed, scrambling to his feet. Urgency written all over his face as he pursued Chu Kuangren. Ah, so you are no longer kneeling? Chu Kuangren remarked, observing Gu Jiang's flushed face. Chu Gongzi, I beg your pardon. I was indeed rude and presumptuous. Please do not take it to heart, Gu Jiang admitted, realizing the inappropriateness of his earlier actions. Gu Zongshi, if it is merely a discussion on alchemy, I welcome it at any time. However, as for accepting a disciple, I must decline. Chu Kuangren smiled lightly before departing. Gu Jiang stood rooted in place, uncertain whether to pursue or retreat. Gu Zongshi, the chief, resides in the Ling Tian Dao Palace. There will be ample opportunities for alchemical discussions in the future, Elder Wu advised. Gu Jiang shot him a glare. Elder Wu, this is quite unkind of you. You invited me to the Xiantian sect without mentioning the presence of a Grand Master, leaving me to commit such an egregious faux pas. Now I have offended Chu Gongzi. What do you propose I do? If Chu Gongzi harbors any grievances against me because of this, I shall hold you accountable first. Gu Jiang fumed, regretting not having prepared better upon discovering the existence of a Grand Master within the Xiantian sect. Elder Wu looked innocent. I had no idea the chief possessed such abilities. Gu Jiang, uninterested in further conversation, turned towards the exit of the Dan Pavilion. Where are you going, Gu Zongshi? Elder Wu inquired. I am going to seek out your sect leader. What for? He knows nothing of alchemy. I wish to join the Xiantian sect. Elder Wu's eyes lit up at this declaration. Gu Jiang was an alchemical master. His potential joining the Xiantian sect would be an extraordinary boon. Wait, Gu Zongshi. I shall accompany you. Elder Wu hurriedly followed, eager to ensure that their leader would reward Gu Jiang appropriately for his visit. Chapter 123. The connection between the Feathered People and the Radiant Saint King. Journey to the Feathered Clan's Ling Tian Dao Palace. Chu Kuangren gazed at the ancient figure of Gu Jiang before him and sighed. So, you joined the Xiantian sect in order to seek me as your master? Please, esteemed sir, teach me. Gu Jiang performed a respectful bow. Nearby, the esteemed Su Qi and Elder Ru Yin exchanged astonished glances. Unable to believe that Chu Kuangren was also a master alchemist, capable of garnering such admiration from a master like Gu Jiang. The surprises he presented were indeed ceaseless. Cough. Kuangren, given Gu Master's earnestness, it would not be inappropriate for you to impart some knowledge to him. Su Qi chuckled. Chu Kuangren replied, I can teach. But let us forego the formalities of apprenticeship. Yes, master, Gu Jiang's face brightened. Didn't you say you wouldn't take on disciples? Gu Jiang misinterpreted. Though you may not accept me as your disciple, one who imparts knowledge is a master, so do not decline this title. Very well, Chu Kuangren nodded. Thus, a frequent visitor emerged within the Ling Tian Dao Palace. Gu Jiang would often visit to seek guidance, and his affiliation with the Xiantian sect significantly enriched its resources. For he was indeed a master alchemist. In recent days, one could often observe the delighted expression of Su Qi, who frequently remarked that Chu Kuangren was a harbinger of fortune. Chu Kuangren enjoyed a spell of tranquility. However, there were always those who would not allow him to remain comfortable for long. Today, outside the Ling Tian Dao Palace, a handsome young man clad in white arrived, claiming to be from the Feathered Clan, intending to bring Lan Yu back. As Chu Kuangren regarded the young man before him, his brow furrowed slightly. Friend Chu, I am Yin Bo of the Feathered Clan. I have come primarily to request that you allow Lan Yu to return to her lineage and acknowledge her heritage. Before Chu Kuangren could respond, the handsome youth, Yin Bo, spoke first. Internally, Chu Kuangren rolled his eyes. Lan Yu had been a prize he obtained through a lottery, created by the Fantasia Wheel. Although she belonged to the Feathered Clan, she had no direct ties to them. What was there to return to? Yet, to outsiders, the situation appeared different, and Chu Kuangren could not openly express his thoughts. Instead, he turned his gaze to Lan Yu as if seeking her opinion. I will go nowhere but by my master's side, Lan Yu declared resolutely. Chu Kuangren smiled and said to Yin Bo, you heard her. Lan Yu has no intention of returning. Lan Yu, you must return this time, Yin Bo insisted, his face betraying urgency. Chu Kuangren's brow furrowed slightly, sensing something was amiss. This time, have you sought her before? Lan Yu nodded slightly. Why did you not mention this to me? It was merely an inconsequential matter. I did not wish to disturb you, esteemed sir. Your affairs are anything but inconsequential. In the future, do not keep such matters from me, Chu Kuangren said helplessly. Lan Yu bit her lip and nodded. Yes, esteemed sir. Yin Bo observed, sensing that their relationship was more than that of a mere master and servant. Yet he did not dwell on it. Lan Yu, this matter concerns the very survival of the Feathered Clan. You must return with me. The survival of the Feathered Clan is of no concern to me. Besides, do you not have Zhu Tianlan? Why not let him take charge? Zhu Tianlan was the young emperor of the Feathered Clan, an ancient prodigy from 40,000 years ago, who had sought her out several times. His strength was formidable, rivaling her own. Even the young emperor cannot assist this time. Only you can save the Feathered Clan, for you alone possess the Radiant Scepter, Yin Bo explained, recounting the situation. It turned out that the ancestors of the Feathered Clan had been trusted confidants of the Radiant Saint King long ago. The Radiant Saint King bestowed land upon their ancestors, allowing them to flourish and establish the feathered clan. However, the feathered clan bore a significant mission. Within their territory lay a demonic well leading to the infernal realm. Their ancestral duty was to suppress this well across generations, preventing the demons within from escaping. Recently, the well had become agitated, and the formation suppressing it had inexplicably weakened. Only the Radiant Scepter, once wielded by the Radiant Saint King, could restore the formation and once again seal the well. Your possession of the Radiant Scepter indicates a divine destiny, Lan Yu. Return with me to the feathered clan. Suppress the demonic well, and with your talent and the scepter, in due time, you will become the sovereign of the feathered clan. Yin Bo implored, appealing to both emotion and reason. Chu Kuangren, listening, was surprised to learn of the feathered clan's connection to the Radiant Saint King. Thus, the Radiant Scepter had chosen Lan Yu as its master not only due to her divine nature, but perhaps also because of her lineage. Then I shall accompany you. Just as Lan Yu hesitated, Chu Kuangren had already made his decision. Esteemed sir, it has been some time since I last ventured out. Moreover, I am rather curious to witness this so-called demonic well, Chu Kuangren stated with a serene smile. The infernal realm. This was a term Chu Kuangren had encountered repeatedly in texts, and he had come across various accounts regarding the demon realm. For instance, the ancestor of the White Lotus sect, the White Lotus Saint King, once suppressed a beast from the infernal realm, thereby establishing the path of the saints. All will be as you wish, esteemed sir, Lan Yu replied. Indeed, thank you. Friend Chu, Yin Bo exclaimed with joy, realizing that his previous efforts had been misguided. Had he known, he would have persuaded Chu Kuangren from the start. When it was heard that Chu Kuangren intended to visit the territory of the feathered clan, Su Qi did not object, and thus Chu Kuangren set forth. The 3 guardians, including the 7 ancestors, accompanied him on his journey. 3 years had passed, and the 3 guardians were once again engaged in their duties, gathering in the void to greet one another. Friend Qinglan, long time no see, you still possess your radiant charm. The 7 ancestors laughed heartily at the sight of the esteemed Qinglan. Esteemed Su, I trust you are well. Ah, Meng, you seem to have grown younger. The 7 ancestors remarked, observing the elderly woman of the Qingyun dynasty with surprise. Elder Meng smiled. The sovereign favored me and bestowed upon me a precious herb, allowing me to extend my lifespan to continue protecting the prince. That is indeed a cause for celebration, the 7 ancestors responded. What could compare to esteemed Su? I heard you had entered the phase of the 5 declines of heaven and man, relying on a longevity pill to regain your peak. Truly enviable. Elder Meng replied with a hint of admiration. Entering the 5 declines of heaven and man is essentially awaiting death. Those like the 7 ancestors who can return to their peak are exceedingly rare. Ah, it is all thanks to the young ones. He is now a master alchemist. Perhaps one day he could concoct a longevity pill for you, the 7 ancestors suggested. Elder Meng felt a flicker of interest, but decided to postpone the matter. Indeed, the guardians chatted casually in the void. To them, given Chu Kuangren's current cultivation level, they would not be needed unless a supreme being intervened. Yet, how many supreme beings could be seen in the vast expanse of the starry sky? They could be considered the most relaxed guardians. Since they began protecting Chu Kuangren, they had seldom had the opportunity to act. Chapter 124. The Reception of the Winged Race, the Demon Well, and the symbolic significance of the scepter. Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu followed Yin Bo directly to the domain of the Winged Race. Along the way, they gleaned considerable information regarding this ethereal tribe. For instance, the current Winged Race is essentially divided into 2 factions, one led by the present chieftain and the other by the awakened ancient prodigy, Zhu Tianlan. Although these 2 factions do not openly clash, they are engaged in a subtle contest beneath the surface. Yin Bo belongs to the faction of the chieftain, and his purpose in seeking Lan Yu is not only to rescue the Winged Race, but also to recruit her as a formidable ally against Zhu Tianlan. Chu Kuangren was not particularly surprised by this situation. The awakening of an ancient prodigy could be beneficial for certain powers, yet it also poses challenges to internal dynamics, particularly for the Winged Race, which is caught between the supremacy of the saintly lineage and its own esteemed heritage. The emergence of a transcendent prodigy is essential for their advancement. However, the ancient prodigy, having slumbered for eons, possesses little attachment to the current lineage, thus carrying inherent risks. Before long, Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu arrived at the realm of the Winged Race. Before them stood an immense city, characterized by its distinctive architecture, predominantly featuring dome designs in shades of white. The streets bustled with activity, populated not only by members of the Winged Race, but also by numerous merchants and cultivators, creating a vibrant atmosphere. At the heart of the city lay a white palace, guarded by armored sentinels who patrolled with vigilance. Lan Yu, you have finally arrived. A striking middle-aged man in a white robe, his hair touched with gray, greeted them. This man was none other than the current chieftain of the winged race. Greetings, chieftain. Lan Yu offered a slight bow. Despite her reluctance to return to the winged race, the sight of her kin evoked a sense of familiarity within her. Behind the chieftain stood several elders and the tribe's promising youths, all observing Lan Yu with great curiosity. After all, the sudden appearance of an unparalleled being among them was indeed an extraordinary occurrence. Moreover, this clan member wielded the scepter of light, a symbol of supreme authority recorded in their ancient texts. However, the crowd's attention soon shifted to Chu Kuangren, standing beside Lan Yu, and they expressed their astonishment. Even in a tribe renowned for its beauty, Chu Kuangren's visage and demeanor were exceptionally striking, unparalleled by any other. Who is this man? Is he one of us? They whispered among themselves. No, he lacks the aura of a winged one, yet he is more handsome than any of us. He must be Chu Kuangren. As the winged one speculated, Chu Kuangren was equally assessing them. It was said that the winged race, besides producing stunning individuals, excelled in combat. And he noted that each of them exuded a certain fierce spirit, far removed from the pampered elite. Furthermore, he observed that although Lan Yu belonged to the winged race, her appearance was somewhat distinct. While ordinary members, including the chieftain, bore merely a pair of wings alongside their human features, Lan Yu, with her silver hair, sapphire-like eyes, and an aura of divine radiance, possessed a unique beauty that set her apart in this assembly of striking figures. A smile played on Chu Kuangren's lips, a sense of pride swelling within him. Indeed, wherever Lan Yu went, she was the most captivating. You must be Master Xuantian's elder brother, the chieftain said, approaching Chu Kuangren with a slight bow, not daring to show any disrespect. Chao Daoyu, there is no need for formality. I have instructed my people to prepare a banquet to welcome you, the chieftain replied with a smile. A banquet was soon held within the palace, attended by various elders and prodigies of the winged race, including the revered Zhu Tianlan. As a member of the winged race, Zhu Tianlan's beauty was beyond compare, undoubtedly the most handsome individual Chu Kuangren had encountered. Yet, he was taken aback to find someone even more striking than himself. This realization stirred discontent within him, especially upon witnessing Lan Yu's gentle demeanor beside Chu Kuangren, igniting a flame of unexplainable anger. It was worth noting that when he sought Lan Yu, she had been cold and indifferent, lacking the warmth she now showed towards Chu Kuangren. Lan Yu, if you can reconsider and return to the winged race, it would be splendid. Together, we can elevate our clan to unprecedented heights. Zhu Tianlan raised his cup toward her with a faint smile, suppressing his envy. However, Lan Yu did not lift her cup. I have come to the winged race to address the matter of the demon well. Once that is resolved, I shall depart. Leading the winged race is a task for you and the chieftain, she stated, causing the elders present to exchange glances of surprise. Let us set aside personal matters for now. As Lan Yu rightly pointed out, we must first stabilize the demon well, the chieftain interjected, attempting to alleviate the tension in the atmosphere. After the banquet concluded, Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu spent the night in the palace, and the following day, they ventured forth to confront their purpose, the demon well. The so-called demon well was not an actual well, but rather a spatial rift connecting to the demonic realm. Hence its ominous title. The demon well that the winged race guarded was situated upon an altar within the palace, restrained by 4 stone pillars inscribed with runes. These pillars contained the essence of the former radiant Holy King, but for reasons unknown, this power had significantly waned, necessitating the restoration through the Holy King's weapon, the Scepter of Light. Lan Yu, I beseech you, an elder of the winged race gazed solemnly at her. He was the guardian of the altar and had sustained grave injuries due to a recent malfunction of the altar array, which had stirred the demon well. He had already explained the methods to restore the array's power during their journey. I will do my utmost, Lan Yu nodded. Then, with a swift motion, she unfurled her wings and ascended the altar. As she withdrew the Scepter of Light, a divine radiance emanated from her, leaving the onlookers in awe. That is the Scepter of Light, the weapon of the Holy King. It is said that this scepter symbolizes the supreme authority of our winged race. Whoever wields it possesses the power to command our kin. This notion stemmed from the profound respect the ancestors held for the radiant Holy King. But it was indeed true that the scepter, as a relic of the Holy King, held immeasurable might. Indeed, all members of the winged race, including the chieftain, gazed at the Scepter of Light in Lan Yu's grasp with fervent admiration. Chu Kuangren observed from the side, his brow furrowing slightly. A relic of the Holy King was enough to attract the attention of any saintly lineage, let alone the Scepter of Light, which bore significant symbolic weight for the winged race. Would these individuals truly allow Lan Yu to depart so easily? With this thought, a cold glint flickered in Chu Kuangren's eyes, hoping that they would refrain from any foolish actions. Otherwise, they should not blame him for being unyielding. Chapter 125. The Abyss Unleashed. The Fallen Feather Clan. Battle of the Supreme upon the altar. Lan Yu wielded her staff, emanating a brilliant radiance. The sacred light pervaded the entire venue. Yet gradually, the leader of the Feather Clan sensed something amiss. For the power of the formation upon the altar showed no signs of enhancement. On the contrary, it was continuously diminishing. What on earth is happening? The face of the Feather Clan leader changed, and he hurriedly turned to the elder guarding the altar beside him. However, he was met with a beaming smile, completely unfazed. Third Elder, what is the meaning of this? The Feather Clan leader demanded. Haha, what is the matter? As you can see, this formation is on the verge of collapse. The demon realm descends today. The Third Elder laughed heartily, his face filled with exhilaration. Seize him, the Feather Clan leader commanded coldly. Yet, a formidable aura erupted from the Third Elder, sending the surrounding guards flying away. Subsequently, a pair of black wings unfurled from the Third Elder's back. Witnessing this, the expressions of all present darkened. A fallen feather. The Third Elder had become a member of the Fallen Feather Clan. Damn it, what is going on? This is all the Third Elder's scheme. How despicable. The discerning eye of Chu Kuangren activated, examining the Third Elder's information. Third Elder Zhu Xian, Supreme Cultivation, Fallen Feather Clan. A race transformed by the corruption of demon energy upon the Feather Clan. This is bad. We must stop Lan Yu. The Feather Clan leader shouted. But it was already too late. A surge of black energy suddenly erupted from the altar, violently launching Lan Yu away. Chu Kuangren swiftly appeared to catch her. Are you all right? I'm fine, but we have failed. Lan Yu frowned. I followed the elder's instructions without error. Yet why did the power of the formation diminish instead of increasing? Haha, because what I taught you was not how to restore the formation's power, but how to reverse it. The Third Elder laughed loudly. On the altar, billowing black energy surged into the sky. A pitch-black void materialized in the air, and a terrifying demon energy seeped forth, instilling a profound sense of dread among the crowd. This is the Abyss. Damn it, the formation has vanished, and the Abyss has re-emerged. From the Abyss emerged numerous figures, all adorned with black wings, exuding an overwhelming aura. The Fallen Feather Clan. The Feather Clan leader gritted his teeth. The Feather Clan had guarded the Abyss for many years, and among them were those who had succumbed to demon energy. These traitorous clan members fled to the hellish demon realm, eventually becoming part of the Fallen Feather Clan. The animosity between the Feather Clan and the Fallen Feather Clan was insatiable, and now, their confrontation was fraught with tension, poised for an explosive clash. Haha. After all these years, the formation of the Abyss has finally dissipated. A black-haired man from the Fallen Feather Clan laughed heartily. He was the current leader of the Fallen Feather Clan, clad in black armor and wielding a spear, his presence undeniably domineering. Lan Yu, you must reactivate the formation. Reversing the method taught by the Third Elder, instructed the Feather Clan leader. Understood. Lan Yu nodded, soaring back toward the altar. However, the members of the Fallen Feather Clan would not allow her to succeed easily. Several charged at her, unleashing a conflation of demon energy and Tao principles. Dream on. Yet, before they could reach Lan Yu, several sword energies cleaved through them, resulting in their demise. It was Chu Kuangren's intervention. Lan Yu ascended to the altar once more, staff in hand, the radiance of the Tao flowing as she activated the formation. Seeing this, the Fallen Feather Clan leader coldly commanded. Focus all efforts to eliminate that female feathered one. She must not be allowed to restart the formation. Yes. A multitude of Fallen Feather Clan members surged toward Lan Yu. Witnessing this, the Feather Clan leader and others could not remain idle. Humph, your adversaries are us. They declared, traitors of the Feather Clan, prepare to meet your end. In the sky, black and white wings intertwined as a fierce battle erupted between them. Waves of Tao principles spread, spiritual energy clashed, feathers fell like rain, and an ominous atmosphere enveloped the vast expanse. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren remained at the edge of the altar, indifferent to the chaotic battle above, his sole focus on protecting Lan Yu. Anyone daring to approach her was mercilessly slain by him, whether they were at the nascent soul or void realm. None could withstand his blade. Boom! A massive, pitch-black hand, imbued with a surge of Tao principles, struck out as if to collapse the void, locking onto Chu Kuangren with its supreme might. Faced with this assault, Chu Kuangren's expression grew slightly solemn as he grasped the Kunwu holy sword, unleashing a brilliant purple sword energy in an instant. The sword energy collided with the massive hand, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that radiated outward. The earth trembled, and the void quaked. Not far away, the third elder's expression shifted dramatically. This youth possessed such terrifying combat prowess that he could withstand my attack. Although he had feigned injury for the sake of theatrics, his onslaught was not something an ordinary supreme could endure. To think that Chu Kuangren, a mere battle king, could possess such strength? Seventh ancestor, keep a close watch on Lan Yu. Chu Kuangren commanded into the void, then fixed his gaze on the third elder, the aura of the sword gradually heightening. Since emerging from seclusion, I have yet to unleash my full power. I wonder how much of my strength you can withstand, Supreme? Chu Kuangren, this does not concern you. Leave now, and you may preserve your life. Otherwise, death is your only fate. The third elder's voice was icy. The invasion of the demon realm pertains to all living beings. How could it not involve me? Moreover, you intend to harm my people. Chu Kuangren's expression remained cold as he rotated the blade of his holy sword, unleashing a chilling wave of Tao principles. Sword of Heaven, Azure Lotus Sword Song. Two immense manifestations of the Tao were invoked. Such a terrifying aura. Is this truly just a battle king? The third elder's pupils constricted in disbelief. Yet, even more astonishing was what followed. Chu Kuangren unleashed his battle king domain, an extraordinarily terrifying domain that even pressured the supreme. Is this really a battle king? How could a battle king possess such combat power? A sense of dread crept into the third elder's heart. As a supreme, if he were at his peak, he might have been able to contend. However, now, his injuries rendered him incapable of unleashing even half of his strength. This battle may be precarious. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Chu Kuangren scoffed at the third elder's indecisive demeanor. Cultivation involves not only the path, but also the heart. The third elder exhibited signs of trepidation before the battle had even begun. In this confrontation, Chu Kuangren had already gained the upper hand. Without waiting for his opponent to speak, he struck first with a sword. A terrifying beam of sword light obscured the heavens, imbued with unparalleled Tao principles, seemingly capable of annihilating all existence. Heaven-slaying sword technique. Faced with this fearsome sword technique, the third elder's expression abruptly changed, his hands flailing as he thrust out a palm. A violent force coalesced into a massive palm print, clashing with Chu Kuangren's power, resulting in a thunderous explosion and rolling dust. The third elder was sent tumbling back several hundred feet. Suddenly, a jolt of alarm coursed through him. Chu Kuangren had somehow appeared behind him. A sword slashed down, the razor-sharp energy making his hair stand on end. The third elder desperately dodged, but he could not evade this sword. With a sickening sound, a black wing was ruthlessly torn apart, blood gushing forth as the third elder's screams echoed through the air. The agonizing cries of the third elder drew considerable attention. Onlookers beheld the elder plummeting from the sky, a severed wing trailing behind, his face ashen and blood flowing freely. Chu Kuangren descended gracefully, brandishing the severed wing. I wonder if this could be made into a grilled delicacy, he mused. A pity there's no cumin to be found. Discarding the wing, he fixed a cold gaze upon the third elder, his warring kingdom domain continuing to suppress him. The fallen angel race and the winged human race alike were astounded, their eyes filled with apprehension as they regarded Chu Kuangren. The third elder was, after all, a supreme, perhaps not at his peak, but a supreme nonetheless. Chu Kuangren's ability to wound him so easily was a testament to his formidable power. More crucially, his youth suggested even greater strength to come. Even I cannot claim to defeat the third elder with such ease, the winged human race's young emperor, Zhu Tianlan, thought, his expression grave. Chu Kuangren is indeed a formidable adversary. He had initially doubted the tales of Chu Kuangren defeating 5 young emperors single-handedly, but now he was inclined to believe them. Save me, the third elder pleaded to the fallen angel race leader. However, the latter was locked in combat with the winged human race leader. Both peerless supremes locked in a stalemate. Others were similarly engaged. Save you? Who has the ability? Chu Kuangren chuckled, raising his sword to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, the demonic well atop the altar erupted with terrifying energy, unleashing a horrifying pressure. Those present felt their techniques suppressed, their power diminished, even the peerless supremes among them. This feeling imperial might, Zhu Tianlan exclaimed, trembling. His words sent a shockwave through the crowd, their eyes fixed on the demonic well. An emperor? Has an emperor truly emerged from the demon world? Impossible, the winged human race leader declared. The scale and strength of this demonic well could not possibly accommodate an emperor, not even a sage. Others echoed his sentiment, arguing that crossing the world barrier was no simple feat, but my senses do not deceive me, Zhu Tianlan insisted. This pressure resonates with the imperial qi within me. It is undoubtedly imperial might. Furthermore, the suppression of our techniques, is this not the legendary one emperor suppresses all laws? He possessed Xianhuang imperial qi and was familiar with the aura of an emperor. Moreover, the suppression of their powers was undeniable. Confusion reigned among the powerful. Could an emperor truly have descended? They stared intently at the demonic well as a middle-aged man emerged, clad in ornate black robes. His face was marked by a high nose, narrow eyes, and an arrogant air. His gaze swept over the crowd as if they were mere insects. The fallen angel race leader and his followers bowed reverently. "Hail, Demon Emperor!" Their reaction drained the color from the faces of the winged human race leader and the others. A demon emperor, indeed. It has been too long since I last visited this human realm, the man declared, inhaling deeply. The air here is so refreshing. His gaze then fell upon Lan Yu on the altar. To encounter this detestable aura of light upon my arrival is most vexing. He pointed a finger at her. A surge of demonic energy coalesced, imbued with an overbearing Tao rhyme that seemed to proclaim his supremacy over all. The overwhelming imperial might left Lan Yu helpless. At that moment, a sword aura cleaved through the air, deflecting the man's attack. The seventh ancestor emerged from the void, his expression grave. His intervention sparked surprise and uncertainty. Could an emperor's attack truly be so easily countered? A mere avatar dares to make such pronouncements? Chu Kuangren strode to Lan Yu's side, urging her to continue the formation while he and the seventh ancestor confronted the middle-aged man. His words caused the eyes of the winged human race leader and others to light up. An avatar. This so-called emperor was merely an avatar. The demonic well could only accommodate demons below the sage level. Even a powerful demon emperor avatar could not surpass that limit. Excellent. There is still hope for us. Those who had despaired at the prospect of facing an emperor regained their confidence and courage. "Oh, you can discern that I am but an avatar, insect? You possess some insight," the middle-aged man remarked, surprised. The supremes and peerless supremes present had failed to perceive his true nature, yet Chu Kuangren, a mere warring king, had seen through his disguise. "If I am not mistaken, you are the arrogant demon emperor, one of the 7 imperial rulers of the demon world," Chu Kuangren continued. Indeed, the arrogant demon emperor was genuinely astonished. Not only had the other party recognized his avatar, but he also knew his true identity. "What else do you know? Tell me." He was intrigued. "Demon Emperor, do not be deceived. He is merely stalling for time, allowing Lan Yu to reactivate the formation and seal the demonic well," the fallen angel race leader warned. "Are you instructing me?" The arrogant demon emperor retorted, casting a sidelong glance at the fallen angel race leader. This subordinate would not dare. The fallen angel race leader replied, kneeling in fear, his face pale. Chu Kuangren observed from the side, noting that his eye of insight had not erred. The arrogant demon emperor was indeed arrogant to an extreme. "This avatar of yours likely possesses less than 1/10,000th, no, 100,000th of your true power. Does the demon emperor truly believe this avatar can endure long in the human realm?" Merely passing the time, the arrogant demon emperor replied casually. He had not come to Sanqiong Star to aid the fallen angel race, but simply to alleviate his boredom. "Very well, insect. Although I know not how you came to possess such knowledge, I now desire to kill." The arrogant demon emperor sensed that Lan Yu was nearing the completion of the formation. While he was unconcerned, he would not permit Chu Kuangren and the others to succeed. The seventh ancestor's expression shifted as he stepped forward to impede the arrogant demon emperor, only to be met by a wave of terrifying power that suppressed his techniques. With his powers diminished, his combat strength plummeted. An emperor, even an avatar, could still suppress all laws with his presence. Inconceivable. An avatar with less than 100,000th of the original's power can suppress a peerless supreme. How terrifying must the true form be? Is this the power of an emperor? The seventh ancestor marveled. "Seventh ancestor, leave him to me," Chu Kuangren declared, stepping forward. He activated the 3 phenomena of his Tao body, channeling his spiritual power and unleashing the radiant divine light of his 5 supreme foundations. The arrogant demon emperor's face registered surprise. "You are unaffected by my imperial might. Your might is insufficient," Chu Kuangren replied. He had spent 3 years comprehending the evergreen emperor scripture, whose imperial might far surpassed that of the arrogant demon emperor's avatar. Having grown accustomed to the scripture's pressure, he was naturally unfazed by the arrogant demon emperor's meager display. Chapter 127. The Saint's Strike destroys the avatar. Elders' persuasion. 1. Emperor suppresses all laws. All practitioners present found their paths suppressed under the overwhelming imperial might of the arrogant demon emperor. Even the strongest among them, those at the supreme level, could only muster their spiritual power, but the suppression on their laws diminished their strength significantly. This was merely a fragment of the arrogant demon emperor's essence. If the true body were to descend, it would not only be the supreme who would falter. Even the holy kings would be utterly crushed, unable to move an inch. Such is the power of an emperor. Among the crowd, only Chu Kuangren had comprehended the emperor's scripture, spending nearly 3 years immersed in the oppressive imperial aura. Although it was not the full force of the emperor's might, merely a scripture, it endowed him with a resistance far superior to that of the other practitioners. He moved with ease even in the presence of the arrogant demon emperor's avatar. Interesting. I did not expect such a young prodigy to emerge from the mortal realm. Alas, while you can withstand the imperial pressure, you are still merely a battle king. Are you truly my opponent? The arrogant demon emperor remarked casually, then pointed a finger at Chu Kuangren. A terrifying resonance of laws surged forth, and a torrent of demonic energy billowed like smoke, as a single finger strike erupted, threatening to collapse the entire void. Even if it was only a fraction, 1/10,000th, or even 100,000th, of the demon emperor's strength. The power of this strike was such that even a supreme would have to confront it with utmost seriousness. Little one, holy son, the faces of the 7 ancestors changed dramatically. Despite Chu Kuangren's extraordinary talents, he was still a battle king. How could he possibly withstand a strike comparable to that of a supreme? Boom. Just when everyone believed Chu Kuangren was doomed, an incomparably terrifying sword aura suddenly erupted from his body. The sword aura shone brilliantly, exuding an overwhelming pressure, and the demon emperor's finger strike shattered before it. This was a saint's strike, and not just any saint. The arrogant demon emperor was slightly taken aback. Immediately, an immense wave of sword aura, infused with the might of a saint, descended upon the demon emperor's avatar, tearing apart a significant portion of its form. The residual power caused catastrophic casualties among the fallen feather tribe behind the demon emperor. Even supremes would be easily slaughtered in the face of such force. A saint's strike, shaking heaven and earth. Everyone stood in stunned silence, swallowing hard. Was there truly a saint's power hidden within Chu Kuangren? What does this sword feel like? Chu Kuangren inquired lightly, observing the arrogant demon emperor's avatar being torn asunder by the sword aura, on the verge of dissipating. This sword aura was one of the star-level prizes he had drawn a few days prior, capable of unleashing a full-force strike comparable to a great saint. Not much. It doesn't even amount to 1/10,000th of my true strength, the arrogant demon emperor huffed coldly, still maintaining his arrogance. But it is sufficient to destroy this avatar. The demon emperor's expression darkened. While he did not care much for this avatar, having it destroyed for no reason was enough to infuriate him. His intention in descending to the mortal realm was merely to pass the time, yet he was thwarted before he even began. What kind of mood could he possibly have now? It was akin to a person planning a vacation, having booked tickets, prepared travel guides, and packed their bags, only to be robbed the moment they stepped outside, losing everything in a single stroke. Aunt, tell me your name. I am he called Biwen. He Biwen. Are you mocking me? The arrogant demon emperor repeated the name twice, suddenly realizing, and glared at Chu Kuangren in furious rage. It was apparent to any observer. Why must you even inquire? Chu Kuangren smiled nonchalantly. Very well, Aunt. I shall remember your aura. You had best pray that you never fall into my hands. The arrogant demon emperor's lips twitched in anger as he gradually dissipated into the void. The imperial pressure vanished without a trace. Flee. At this moment, the leader of the fallen feather tribe disregarded the impending demonic invasion and led his followers toward the direction of the demonic well. However, the stone pillars surrounding the altar erupted in brilliant light, for beams shooting skyward, converging upon the demonic well in the heavens. The void trembled, and the demonic well gradually vanished. The altar's formation had been restored by Lanyu. Now, there is no escape for you, Chu Kuangren said coldly. Utilizing the flickering light technique, he appeared beside the crippled third elder and unleashed a powerful palm strike. The might of the mountain seal technique erupted with a thunderous crash. The third elder was sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating a massive pit, countless cracks spreading like a spider's web. Chu Kuangren swiftly moved before him. I told you, no one has the ability to save you. Now you may obediently embrace your death. Chu Kuangren, you shall not die a good death. You have offended the demon emperor. You will meet a miserable end. The third elder, bloodied, shouted madly. What fate I meet, you shall never witness, Chu Kuangren said, his sword tip redirecting before he cleanly severed the third elder's head. A supreme had fallen. Kill. Let us fight to the end. The leader of the fallen feather tribe, seeing no way out, roared, rallying the remaining fallen feather tribesmen to engage in battle with the winged people. In an instant, the earth trembled and the void swayed. Ultimately, with the assistance of the 7 ancestors, the fallen feather tribe, now devoid of the demon emperor's avatar and the demonic well's support, was completely annihilated. Winged people, I curse you. The leader of the fallen feather tribe howled, ultimately being slain by the combined forces of the 7 ancestors and the winged people's leader, exploding into a cloud of blood in the air. The fall of a supreme did not bring about any strange phenomena. With the manifestation of the great Tao, even the fall of a supreme would no longer elicit celestial occurrences like the raining of red rain. Perhaps in time, even the fall of a saint would be similarly unnoticed. Finally resolved, the winged people's leader sighed in relief. He then approached Chu Kuangren, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Chu Daoist friend, for your assistance. Had it not been for your intervention, our winged people would surely have faced calamity. It is of no consequence, Chu Kuangren replied lightly. This can be considered a favor to the winged people. Now that the matter of the demonic well is settled, we should take our leave, Chu Kuangren stated. Daoist friend Chu, do not be in such haste. You have helped us immensely. We must express our gratitude. Why not stay in the city for a few more days? I shall arrange for someone to guide you on a proper tour, the winged people's leader smiled. Very well. After a moment's thought, Chu Kuangren agreed. Realizing he had no pressing need to depart, the following day, a winged elder arrived and called for Lan Yu. In the great hall, Zhu Tianlan and several elders gathered, watching Lan Yu with smiles, presenting an utterly harmless demeanor. Lan Yu, you are one of our winged people. You have accomplished great merit in sealing the demonic well. Do you truly not intend to stay? One elder said kindly. Lan Yu shook her head, replying coolly. In this life, I seek only to follow my lord. Wherever he goes, I shall go. I have stated this many times. I implore the elders do not urge me further. You are a young emperor. How can you merely follow Chu Kuangren as a follower? What great achievements can you hope for in the future? Another elder with white hair lamented. One cannot say that. Tianjizi once commented that Lan Yu's future accomplishments may rival those of the ancient emperors. But Lan Yu, the path to becoming an emperor requires resources. How much can you gain while following Chu Kuangren? Staying with the winged people, however, would be different. We would spare no effort in nurturing you, facilitating your journey on the path to emperorship. The kind-hearted elder continued to persuade earnestly. Chapter 128. Zhu Tianlan seeks to seize the light scepter within the grand hall. One elder of the feathered race took on a rosy demeanor while another donned a more somber expression, both urging Lan Yu to remain. After all, she was a rare young emperor, personally appraised by Tianjizi, her achievements rivaling those of the ancient emperors. In terms of worth, even Zhu Tianlan could not compare. I appreciate your goodwill, but I have already declared my intent to follow my lord for the rest of my life. Your words are unnecessary. Lan Yu replied with unwavering resolve. After stating this, she intended to depart. Stop. At that moment, Zhu Tianlan could no longer contain himself, questioning. What merits does that Chu madman possess? Has he bewitched you into such unwavering devotion? His heart brimmed with jealousy. He admitted to his admiration for Lan Yu. Her beauty, talent, and status made her a perfect match for him. Yet his earnest pursuit was met only with her frigid demeanor, while Chu madman, having done nothing, managed to capture her heart completely, even to the point of forsaking her entire race for him. This was unbearable for Zhu Tianlan. My lord is exceptional. You can never measure up. Lan Yu discerned Zhu Tianlan's hostility and replied with a cold tone. Is it merely because he is stronger than I? He is 1,000 times more handsome than you, Zhu Tianlan retorted, leaving him utterly disheartened. You may leave, but you must leave the light scepter behind, he declared, taking a deep breath and speaking with indifference. Lan Yu furrowed her brows, asking, by what right? The light scepter symbolizes the highest authority of our feathered race. It has long been lost to us. If you were to return to our fold, I would have no objection to granting it to you. However, since you insist on leaving, we cannot allow you to take it with you, Zhu Tianlan asserted. Since we cannot keep you, the Holy King's artifact must remain. With his innate talent coupled with the light scepter, it would not be long before he could control the entire feathered race, compelling even the chieftain to heed him. The other elders exchanged glances, silently sealing off Lan Yu's escape route. Even the previously benevolent elder now wore a frigid expression as he regarded Lan Yu. You dream of taking the scepter. A radiant white light flashed around Lan Yu as she donned her silver-white armor, ready for battle. Attack! Zhu Tianlan was the first to strike, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy from his palms. The other elders simultaneously launched their assaults, their formidable presence instantly ensnaring Lan Yu. They aimed for a swift resolution. Despite Lan Yu's exceptional prowess, she had only recently ascended to the rank of War King, while the individuals before her included ancient prodigies whose strength was on par with hers, not to mention the other elders, all of whom were at the revered level. Together, they presented a formidable challenge for Lan Yu. Yield. Seizing an opportunity, Zhu Tianlan unleashed a powerful strike, sending Lan Yu reeling and causing blood to spill from her lips. Just as he prepared to press his advantage, an overwhelming force from a domain transcended space itself, directly suppressing him. This pressure, how is this possible? Zhu Tianlan found himself ensnared within the War King's domain. His spiritual energy dissipated, feeling as though he were burdened by the weight of 100,000 mountains. Even the slightest movement proving excruciatingly difficult. Outside the hall, Chu Madman approached slowly, his demeanor as frigid as an ancient glacier. Upon witnessing the blood at the corner of Lan Yu's mouth, a terrifying killing intent flickered in his eyes. Chu Madman, this is an internal affair of our feathered race. Die. Before Zhu Tianlan could utter another word, Chu Madman closed the distance in an instant, raising his hand to execute a mountain seal technique. The explosive force of the mountain's might surged forth, crashing relentlessly upon Zhu Tianlan's head. With a thunderous sound akin to a watermelon bursting, blood and matter erupted violently. And Zhu Tianlan's head was obliterated. An ancient prodigy, a young emperor, had fallen. You shall pay for this, Chu Madman. The surrounding elders were taken aback, unable to fathom that Chu Madman would kill Zhu Tianlan without a second thought, not even bothering to inquire. He was their young emperor. In an instant, rage consumed several elders, nearly driving them to madness. The previously benevolent elder now surged forward, channeling his energy to attack Chu Madman. Seeking death, Chu Madman raised his hand once more, executing another mountain seal technique. The overwhelming force sent the elder flying, shattering his limbs and organs, leaving him a lifeless heap upon the ground. The feathered race chieftain, arriving in response to the commotion, witnessed the scene of Chu Madman slaying the elder, and upon seeing Zhu Tianlan's corpse, his body trembled violently. Though filled with fury, he retained a sliver of reason as the chieftain forced himself into the hall, demanding, "What has transpired here?" "I do not know," Chu Madman replied leisurely, still clutching a strand of mysterious yellow imperial energy, the essence belonging to Zhu Tianlan. The chieftain and his companions nearly spat blood upon hearing his words. "You do not know? Yet you have slain Zhu Tianlan. However, they have harmed Lan Yu." Chu Madman continued, clarifying that he was indeed oblivious to the events that had transpired. But merely the fact that they dared to injure Lan Yu was sufficient cause for him to act with lethal intent. The chieftain glanced at Lan Yu, who indeed bore injuries, and inquired, "Lan Yu, what exactly occurred?" Lan Yu recounted the events surrounding Zhu Tianlan and the others attempting to seize the light scepter. And the chieftain's expression grew increasingly grim as he listened. He glared fiercely at the elders who had aligned themselves with Zhu Tianlan. "What were you thinking? Lan Yu just saved our race, and you seek to betray her? Who granted you such audacity?" "Chieftain, the light scepter is of utmost importance. And since Lan Yu refuses to return to our clan, we had no choice but to heed the young emperor's misguided counsel," an elder claimed, shifting the blame entirely onto the deceased Zhu Tianlan. "You followed his orders without question? Have you all lost your minds after so many years?" "Chieftain, the origins of this matter are no longer significant. What matters is that Chu Madman has killed the young emperor and 4 elders," an elder exclaimed angrily, glaring at Chu Madman. The chieftain's heart sank. He mourned the loss of Zhu Tianlan deeply, yet the killer was Chu Madman. His formidable power, capable of slaying the demon emperor's avatar, coupled with the presence of an unrivaled supreme being, posed a grave threat. If tensions escalated, the feathered race would surely suffer dire consequences. Moreover, they had just rescued the entire feathered race. To turn around and become adversaries with Chu Madman would be an utter disgrace. Zhu Tianlan instigated his kin, intending to harm Lan Yu. He deserved his fate. As for you, the accomplices, return and reflect in solitude for 10 years. None shall leave the city without my permission. In the blink of an eye, the chieftain had reached a decisive resolution. "Chieftain, I refuse to accept this." One elder attempted to voice dissent, but the others swiftly restrained him. "Listen to the chieftain. Be silent, and do not cause further turmoil." The loss of a young emperor weighs heavily on the high-ranking members of the feathered race. Yet they understand that confronting Chu Madman head-on is far from a wise course of action. Chapter 129, A Cry Against Injustice. At long last, I have encountered the real deal. Chu Kuangren observed the actions of the Feather Clan leader without surprise. Throughout it all, he remained rooted in place, exuding an air of detachment, seemingly unconcerned about his predicament, as if he were not the one who had slain a member of their royal lineage. "Daoist Chu, I apologize for this unfortunate incident. As the leader of my clan, I have failed to manage my subordinates properly, and I have caused you to witness such a spectacle." The Feather Clan leader forced a smile. "Do not worry, this matter does not rest on your shoulders. However, given the circumstances, it would be inappropriate for us to linger any longer," Chu Kuangren replied. "Then I shall not keep you, my friend." The Feather Clan leader turned to Lan Yu, saying, "Lan Yu, since you have chosen to follow Daoist Chu, I respect your decision. Nevertheless, I hope you will remember that the doors of the Feather Clan will always remain open to you. Furthermore, take this Xianhuang Emperor Qi. It shall aid you. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me. Thank you for your understanding, clan leader, Lan Yu responded, her demeanor softening. Chu Kuangren, holding the Xianhuang Emperor Qi, raised an eyebrow. After all, he had no intention of returning it. He had saved the entire Feather clan, so claiming their Emperor Qi as a reward hardly seemed excessive. Yet, the leader's words implied that he was bestowing the Emperor Qi upon Lan Yu as a favor, thereby strengthening their bond. After all, as fellow members of the Feather clan, should Lan Yu ascend to the throne in the future, her nature would undoubtedly compel her to look after her kin. Truly deserving of the title of clan leader, Chu Kuangren mused. He was indifferent. As long as the Feather clan posed no threat to Lan Yu, their subtle machinations were of no concern. Thus, Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu departed from the Feather clan. He did not intend to return to the Xiantian sect. After 3 years of seclusion, having heard of many prodigies emerging, he sought to journey forth and witness their caliber. Above the sea of clouds, a celestial vessel sailed. Lan Yu sat upon the deck, harmonizing the Xianhuang Emperor Qi, soon achieving success. Deepening her comprehension of the Tao, Chu Kuangren, observing nearby, found little interest in the Emperor Qi. After all, he possessed the longevity Emperor scripture, which was far more precious. Master, where shall we go next? Lan Yu inquired, curiosity evident after merging with the Emperor Qi. Wherever the road takes us, Chu Kuangren replied casually, lacking any definitive destination. Previously, he had traversed various Tao factions under the pretext of discourse, but now his mastery of the Tao surpassed even that of the supreme sovereigns. There was no longer a need to engage with these factions, unless seeking a sage. Yet, sages were elusive as dragons, rarely revealing themselves. He had yet to meet even the sage behind the Xiantian sect. Master, there is movement ahead, Lan Yu suddenly remarked, spotting a group of black avian beasts attacking a massive celestial ship. Those are black feather demonic birds. Chu Kuangren recognized the creatures instantly. On the celestial vessel, a dozen cultivators valiantly fought against the demonic beast's onslaught, unleashing dazzling techniques. However, the sheer number of beasts far outweighed the cultivators. After several exchanges, casualties mounted, and the celestial vessel sustained significant damage. If this continued, the cultivators would soon face annihilation. Damn it, these beasts are relentless. At this rate, we may all perish. The cultivators on the ship expressed panic and anger, the shrill cries of the beasts echoing mockingly in their ears. Suddenly, a surge of Tao resonance erupted from afar, penetrating the beast horde, obliterating several demonic creatures in a mist of blood. The unexpected attack left both the beasts and the cultivators in astonishment, all eyes turning towards the source. From the clouds emerged a celestial vessel, upon which stood a striking man and woman, none other than Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu. Vile creatures, how dare you harm others before me? You seek death. Chu Kuangren's voice was icy as he stood on the deck. As the wind whipped through his inky hair, his robes billowed, exuding an ethereal aura that captivated all the cultivators aboard the celestial vessel. Please, Taoist, save us, a Yuanian cultivator implored. Fear not, for I shall right this wrong and assist you. With me here, these beasts shall not harm you, Chu Kuangren declared, his righteous demeanor igniting fervor among the cultivators. Chu Kuangren reveled in his dramatic entrance, relishing the opportunity to display his prowess. To him, these beasts were mere trifles. Rescuing these cultivators was but a simple task. A demonic beast lunged at Chu Kuangren, its sharp claws gleaming menacingly in the sunlight, swiftly followed by more creatures. Without drawing his sword, Chu Kuangren unleashed a Battle King domain, enveloping a vast expanse of space. Countless flying beasts were ensnared midair, unable to move. Die! Chu Kuangren raised his hand, channeling his spiritual energy to cast the mountain seal technique. With a thunderous explosion, the demonic beasts fell lifelessly, unable to withstand even the residual force. The overwhelming power of the mountain seal technique left the spectators in awe, while the manifestation of the Battle King domain drew sharp intakes of breath. This is a domain. This youth is a Battle King level cultivator, and he is but in his youth. Which sage's sect does he hail from? Most of the cultivators aboard were from small sects, lacking even a protector, the highest among them being Yuanian level. To them, a Battle King represented an extraordinary figure. Upon perceiving Chu Kuangren's astounding might, the remaining demonic beasts dared not linger, frantically flapping their wings in retreat. In no time, the previously tumultuous skies were devoid of any beasts, leaving only the fallen cultivators and the damaged celestial vessel as remnants of the fierce battle. On the celestial vessel, an elder of the Yuanian stage approached Chu Kuangren respectfully, saying, I am an elder of the Iron Mountain sect. Thank you, Taoist, for your timely assistance. May I ask your esteemed name? I am Chu Kuangren, honored to meet you all, Chu Kuangren responded. Chu Kuangren? The legendary figure who single-handedly defeated 5 young emperors. The Yuanying elder gasped in astonishment, the others equally stunned. Having suspected that Chu Kuangren's identity was extraordinary, they were unprepared for the revelation that he was the fabled prodigy. You are indeed Chu Kuangren. A young man emerged from the celestial vessel, excitement radiating from his face. That is correct. Wonderful. At long last. I have met you in person. I am Yun Feiyong, a scattered cultivator from Biling Daozhou. 3 years ago, you vanquished 100,000 demonic cultivators and saved countless lives, becoming a great benefactor of Daozhou. I have long admired you, and today I finally get to see you. Yun Feiyong's fervor was unmistakable, nearly rushing forward to request an autograph. Chapter 130. In the city of sword worship in the realm of cultivation, where the art of stone gambling flourished, the once renowned figure of Chu Kuangren had faded into obscurity over 3 years, overshadowed by the emergence of countless new prodigies. Nevertheless, there remained a few who remembered him. For instance, in the North Ridge Dao province, the name of Chu Kuangren still echoed among cultivators and common folk alike, woven into the fabric of local legend. His heroic feat of slaying 100,000 demonic cultivators and saving the province had been immortalized in history, earning him eternal renown and making him a paragon for numerous cultivators, including Yun Feiyong. North Ridge Dao province. How has it fared since that calamity? Chu Kuangren inquired, his voice tinged with nostalgia. He had intended it as a casual question, yet to Yun Feiyong, it resonated as a deep concern for the populace, further amplifying his admiration for the man. Since that disaster, the province had suffered greatly, with many sects losing their talented members. However, over the years, it had begun to recover, and the once vanquished Mountain River sect had been re-established, Yun Feiyong replied. That is good to hear. By the way, are you also heading to the city of sword worship? Chu Kuangren asked, a hint of curiosity crossing his face. Indeed, Yun Feiyong responded. The city of sword worship is currently hosting the sword seizing tournament, drawing cultivators from all corners to partake in the festivities. I assumed you would join as well. Oh, so all of you are going to the city of sword worship? Chu Kuangren mused, beginning to show interest. Absolutely. This is splendid news, Yun Feiyong exclaimed, his excitement palpable at the prospect of traveling alongside his idol. Throughout their journey, Yun Feiyong was exuberantly enthusiastic towards Chu Kuangren, while the others remained quietly intrigued by this extraordinary prodigy, observing him from a distance without much interaction. The city of sword worship was renowned as the epicenter of swordsmiths within the Azure Dragon domain, with a history stretching back thousands of years. The swords forged here were celebrated throughout the Azure Dragon domain and even beyond, particularly the century-old renowned swords, each a coveted treasure for sword cultivators. The unveiling of these swords invariably attracted throngs of admirers. What exactly are these century-old renowned swords? Yun Feiyong continued. These are swords crafted only once every 100 years, and upon their completion, a sword-seizing tournament is held, inviting sword cultivators from across the land to claim them as their own. The time has come for the latest century-old sword to emerge, and now, cultivators of all kinds are flocking to the city of sword worship. Even those who are not sword cultivators are joining the excitement. The Xiantian sect excels in swordsmanship and shares a cordial relationship with the city of sword worship. A considerable portion of the swords atop Sword Mountain originated from there. Moreover, young one, the Kunwu sacred sword in your possession is among the century-old renowned swords forged in the city of sword worship, the seventh ancestor explained. Chu Kuangren's eyes widened in surprise. The city of sword worship can forge sacred swords? Not quite as it seems. Very few swords are crafted as sacred swords from the outset. A sword resonates with its wielder. And the Kunwu sacred sword became one due to the influence of an ancestor from the Xiantian sect. In truth, whether swords or other weapons, most sacred artifacts were not sacred initially, but were nurtured by saints, gradually absorbing their essence and becoming sacred in nature. Some weapons, due to their materials, are more predisposed to becoming sacred artifacts or exhibiting greater power once they attain that status. A fine weapon can elevate in quality alongside a cultivator's growth, potentially culminating in becoming an imperial weapon. The century-old renowned swords from the city of sword worship exemplify this principle. The seventh ancestor imparted this knowledge to Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly, recognizing the information as familiar from his studies. Yet the seventh ancestor articulated it in a manner that was straightforward and easily comprehensible. A day later, Chu Kuangren and his companions arrived at the city of sword worship. The city buzzed with activity, bustling with people, and the streets were lined with blacksmith shops, resonating with the rhythmic clang of metal being forged. Some of the sounds were cacophonous, while others possessed a melodious quality, imbued with a certain profound resonance, akin to a symphony. In addition to the blacksmiths, the city was teeming with sword cultivators of all ages and genders. Chu Kuangren observed that nearly every cultivator he encountered exuded an aura of sword intent. Upon arriving here, his heart danced with joy. As a natural-born sword cultivator, he felt an immediate affinity for this place, akin to a fish returning to water. How delightful! Chu Kuangren chuckled softly, reveling in the joyous sensation. Indeed, he felt he had made the right choice in visiting the city of sword worship. Yin Daoyu. Let us part ways here, Chu Kuangren said, clasping his hands in farewell. Chu Daoyu, farewell, Yin Feiyong replied, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Though they had spent but a single day together, he found himself profoundly captivated by his idol's charismatic presence. Watching Chu Kuangren's retreating figure, Yun Feiyong silently vowed to strive diligently in his cultivation, aspiring to become a remarkable cultivator like his idol. After parting from Yun Feiyong and the others, Chu Kuangren, accompanied by Lan Yu, sought out an inn to settle in. With the sword-seizing tournament imminent, the city was inundated with cultivators, and nearly every inn was fully booked. However, for Chu Kuangren, this posed little challenge. With his substantial wealth, he could easily procure accommodations. Upon finding a place to stay, night fell. The night market in the city of sword worship was vibrant, and Chu Kuangren wandered the streets with Lan Yu, passing by a stall manned by a middle-aged man in a gray robe, displaying an array of oddly shaped stones. Each stone was marked with a price, the cheapest costing 100 high-grade spirit stones, a sum that was burdensome for most cultivators. These raw stones appear to be of good quality, Chu Kuangren remarked. Indeed, they are quite remarkable. However, even high-grade raw stones typically fetch several hundred high-grade spirit stones. This medium-grade stone is priced at 100 high-grade spirit stones, which seems rather excessive, he noted. After all, there are many wealthy individuals in this world, so I am not concerned about a lack of buyers. Look, those few over there seem to be quite engrossed in their selection, the stall owner commented, gesturing to a crowd gathered around him. Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu joined the throng to observe the excitement. This is a stone gambling event, Chu Kuangren discerned after watching for a while. In areas rich in spiritual energy, certain stones occasionally encase rare minerals, known as raw stones. The outer layer of these stones is peculiar, impervious to spiritual perception. One must rely on keen eyesight and experience to assess their value. Sometimes, an ordinary raw stone can yield top-tier minerals, multiplying its worth many times over. While at other times, a high-priced raw stone turns out to be utterly worthless. Would you care to try your luck? The stall owner inquired, noticing Chu Kuangren's interest. After pondering for a moment, Chu Kuangren knelt down and smiled. Very well, I shall select a few to experiment with. With a substantial amount of spirit stones in his possession, he was more than ready to indulge in this endeavor. He casually pointed to a pitch-black stone. I'll take this one. Those around him recognized his casual choice as indicative of a novice in the realm of stone gambling. Indeed, he appeared to have had little prior experience. Chapter 131, Phoenix Bloodstone and Earth Spirit Crystal. It was my first time engaging in this venture. Friend, are you certain you wish to select this particular piece? Are you not considering a change? The stall owner asked with a faint smile. Fully aware of the qualities of each raw stone on display, without question, the piece chosen by Chu Kuangren was of the lowest caliber, with minimal prospects for yielding anything of value. No change. This one will suffice, Chu Kuangren replied with a grin. Nearby, an elderly man, also perusing the raw stones, remarked, You are quite bold in your selection. Young man, gambling on stones is not as simple as you imagine. This trade is not merely a game of chance. The old man, having navigated the stone gambling scene for several centuries, held a profound disdain for those who relied solely on luck, believing that fleeting fortune held little significance. Thank you for your advice. I am merely here for some amusement, Chu Kuangren chuckled, choosing not to engage further. Observing his nonchalance, the elderly man huffed in mild irritation. Very well, I offer a service to assist in opening stones. It will cost you 1 high-grade spirit stone. What say you? The owner proposed. Agreed. I will require a total of 101 high-grade spirit stones, Chu Kuangren affirmed. After settling the payment, he instructed an attendant to take his chosen stone for opening, while the surrounding crowd watched with great curiosity. Though they held little hope, they found the spectacle too enticing to ignore, with some even anticipating a humorous outcome. Do you think it will yield anything? Yield? Nonsense. Based on my decades of experience, that stone is nothing but refuse. It will not produce a thing. Indeed, its quality is abysmal. Even if something were to be revealed, it would likely be the most inferior jade, and this 100 spirit stones will surely be wasted. No one harbored any belief that the stone could be valuable. In truth, For Chu Kuangren to ascertain the stone's potential was a trivial matter. Possessing a treasure-seeking technique, he could easily discern its worth. Yet, he refrained from using it, instead opting to test his luck by randomly selecting a stone. A middle-aged man wielding a saw-like blade began to cut into the stone. As the fissures deepened, a vivid crimson light burst forth from the cracks, soaring towards the heavens. The red glow gradually transformed into the silhouette of a divine bird, swirling in the sky, filling the air with a profound aura that altered the expressions of all present. The previously dismissive elder now stared in heavy disbelief at the stone. Could it be a phoenix bloodstone? The phoenix bloodstone, a mineral of quasi-saint level. Despite his many years in the stone gambling realm, the elder had never encountered such a material, having only heard tales from fellow practitioners. Yet now, this pinnacle treasure lay before him, unveiled by a young man relying solely on luck. This shook his composure. As the stone was fully revealed, the divine bird's likeness became increasingly vivid, embodying the legendary phoenix. The middle-aged cultivator gazed in awe at the blood-red, translucent stone, swallowing hard. By the heavens, to uncover such a mineral after so many years, this is worth a lifetime. The phoenix soared in the void for a moment before gradually dissipating. Yet, the onlookers remained engulfed in shock, unable to comprehend the spectacle. I can't believe it. A phoenix bloodstone. After a prolonged silence, one cultivator stammered. Instantly, discussions erupted among the crowd. This individual had unveiled a phoenix bloodstone with merely 100 spirit stones. This was not merely a gamble, it was an astonishing windfall. If this phoenix bloodstone were to be sold, it could fetch at least several million high-grade spirit stones, an astronomical return. What is a phoenix bloodstone? It is a legendary mineral within the stone gambling community, renowned for its unparalleled quality, whether for cultivation or crafting. For any stone gambler to uncover a phoenix bloodstone is a lifetime achievement. All gazed at Chu Kuangren with immense envy, while some cultivators felt a twinge of regret. 100 high-grade spirit stones for a phoenix bloodstone. Had they made the purchase, they would now be the fortunate ones. How could this be? The quality of that raw stone was undoubtedly subpar. Why did it yield a phoenix bloodstone? And why could I not discern this? The elder muttered to himself, frustration etched across his face. The stall owner also felt profound sorrow. A phoenix bloodstone, sold for a mere 100 high-grade spirit stones. This was far more than a loss. It was akin to giving it away. Friend, have you engaged in stone gambling before? The owner inquired with curiosity, suspecting Chu Kuangren was merely feigning ignorance. Never. This is my first experience, Chu Kuangren replied. Your luck must be extraordinary, the stall owner remarked, unable to suppress a wry smile. I have always had good fortune, Chu Kuangren replied nonchalantly. With a blessing of luck, his fortune was indeed exceptional. A true embodiment of fortune. This phoenix bloodstone is a mineral of quasi-saint level. Should it be auctioned, it could easily command a price in the millions of spirit stones. The stall owner lamented. Though he felt regret, the die had been cast. Once sold, the stone's fate was no longer his concern. Such a sum? Blue Feather exclaimed in astonishment. To buy for 100 spirit stones and sell for millions? That's an unfathomable return. Indeed, Blue Feather, why not choose a stone yourself? Chu Kuangren suggested. Tempted, Blue Feather began to select carefully, her lack of experience apparent to those familiar with the trade. She finally chose a raw stone that, in the eyes of the elder and the stall owner, was neither particularly good nor bad. After paying the spirit stones, she proceeded to have it opened. The crowd gathered once more to witness the spectacle. To unveil a phoenix bloodstone was already a stroke of unbelievable luck. Surely, she would not achieve another miracle. Surely, her luck cannot be this extraordinary, they whispered. Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted from the fissures of her stone, revealing a glimmering golden liquid infused with pure spiritual energy, spiritual marrow. What in the world? This is spiritual marrow, earth spirit marrow. The raw stone had yielded a crystal formed from the condensation of earth spirit marrow. My heavens! Earth spirit crystal, a supreme grade mineral. Having first uncovered a phoenix bloodstone and now an earth spirit crystal, the luck of these two individuals was beyond comprehension. The crowd was left in utter shock. The stall owner felt as though he were on the verge of tears. What is happening? First, a phoenix bloodstone, now an earth spirit crystal. Are they here to toy with me? Friend, please tell me honestly, is this truly your first foray into stone gambling? You have acquired what many cultivators may not encounter in a lifetime. The stall owner questioned Chu Kuangren once more. I assure you, this is my first time. Chu Kuangren insisted. This is impossible, utterly impossible. The elder gasped, clutching his chest, his face flushed and veins bulging. Chu Kuangren was startled by the old man's reaction. Is this man going to suffer a heart attack? How did you discern this? The elder demanded, eyes filled with bloodshot intensity. Before him lay two raw stones harboring rare minerals, yet he had failed to recognize either, allowing a young man to acquire them for a pittance. In his decades in the stone gambling world, he had never encountered such precious materials. How could he accept this? I merely chose at random, Chu Kuangren replied. Blue Feather, what about you? I thought that one looked quite appealing, so I selected it, she answered. The exchange between the two individuals, Chu Kuangren and his companion, left those present on the verge of bloodshed. Chapter 132, The Undying Divine Phoenix. Am I raising a child? Chu Kuangren was somewhat astonished by his own fortune. In his first attempt, he unearthed a phoenix bloodstone, and in the second, a earth spirit crystal. This stroke of luck was rather impressive. He stored the two precious raw stones within his Chinkoan ring. Subsequently, the two departed amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, leaving behind a bewildered old man and a booth owner whose heart ached at the loss. Such incredible luck. The mere act of selection led to the discovery of such rare minerals. It was truly remarkable. Who were these two individuals? Wait, if they could find such minerals so effortlessly, could the other raw stones also yield something valuable? Someone in the crowd suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, many were invigorated. Indeed, if those two could find such extraordinary minerals from seemingly mediocre raw stones, what about the better ones? With that thought, the crowd cast eager eyes toward the raw stones in front of the booth owner, flocking over to examine them. Boss, I want this one, exclaimed one. This one has an excellent appearance, far superior to the two chosen by those individuals. I refuse to believe it won't yield something good. Boss, I'll take all of these, declared another. The booth owner soon found his raw stones snatched up one by one. Perhaps it was the illusion created by Chu Kuangren's consecutive discoveries of two top-tier minerals that led them to believe they could replicate his success. Even some novices, unaware of the intricacies, could not resist the temptation to buy. Profits in the tens of thousands. Who could resist? Yet, when the raw stones in hand were finally opened, the crowd was left in shock. Far from achieving exorbitant profits, the best outcome yielded merely a return on investment. Most of the stones turned out to be worthless waste, and the two invaluable stones had already been claimed by Chu Kuangren. At this point, the crowd grew agitated, their sense of fairness disrupted. What on earth? How could this happen? My chosen stone was undoubtedly good. How could it produce such a worthless item? This is unfair. Why could they find top-tier minerals from such poor selections while mine turned out so poorly? Alas, such is the nature of stone gambling. 3 parts depend on perception, 7 parts on fate. It can only be said that those two were blessed with extraordinary fortune. I want a refund, boss, cried one. There must be some conspiracy here. I demand a return. The booth owner calmly placed a large knife into the ground and replied nonchalantly, once the raw stones are sold, this trade has no return policy. Seeing this, the crowd simmered down. As they dispersed, the news of a man and woman discovering the Phoenix Bloodstone and Earth Spirit Crystal at the night market spread swiftly throughout Baiyin City, evoking envy in countless hearts. The next day, Chu Kuangren continued his lottery draws. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a divine-grade pet, the Undying Divine Phoenix. A divine-grade pet. Despite his fortunate aura, the prospect of winning such a prestigious prize left Chu Kuangren astounded. Opening his inventory, he discovered an additional item radiating a fiery red glow. It was an egg. The surface of the egg was etched with various profound runes, shrouded in mystery. Extract, he silently commanded, and an egg larger than a human head materialized before him, exuding an enigmatic aura that spread rapidly, influencing the entire Baijian city. Countless powerful beings sensed this aura and turned their gazes toward Chu Kuangren. What is this Tao rhythm? How peculiar. The vibrant life force, blazing like a flame, suggested the emergence of an unparalleled fire attribute beast. Fascinating. Within Baiyin City, waves of spiritual consciousness surged toward Chu Kuangren, only to be repelled by 3 even more potent forces, an intervention by the 3 ancestors. An unparalleled supreme being. Such a powerful presence has appeared in Baijian City. Intriguing indeed. It seemed this opportunity was not meant for him. The deterrent power of a supreme being was formidable in the absence of saints. Few dared to confront such existences. In his own room, Chu Kuangren gazed curiously at the egg. How does one hatch it? My little one, judging by this Tao rhythm. This egg likely contains an extraordinary beast, or perhaps even an ancient species thought to be extinct, came the voice of the 7 ancestors, tinged with sentiment. He did not inquire about the egg's origins. He had already come to respect Chu Kuangren's extraordinary fortune, a rarity in this world. Venturing out casually, one could stumble upon a saint-level mineral. It is not impossible to find an ancient species along the way. 7 ancestors, I have little experience in hatching eggs. Do you know how to do it? Chu Kuangren inquired with curiosity. The 7 ancestors sighed. I have no experience either. I am not a hen. How could I possess such knowledge? Oh, Chu Kuangren felt somewhat disappointed. Though lacking experience, ancient texts suggested that hatching such extraordinary beasts typically required a substantial amount of energy, mostly supplied by the mother during the incubation process. Why not give it a try? Very well. Chu Kuangren nodded, placing his hand upon the divine phoenix egg. Its shell was warm and smooth, akin to a piece of heated jade. Ah, how cozy it would be to hold this in winter. With his hand resting on the shell, Chu Kuangren began to channel his inner spiritual energy, gradually infusing it into the divine phoenix egg. Suddenly, the egg emitted a powerful suction force, drawing forth his spiritual energy uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, 1/10 of his energy was siphoned away. It is worth noting that he possessed 5 unparalleled foundations, and his spiritual energy far surpassed that of others in the same realm. Even a venerable being would be no match for him. Yet, in just a moment, 1/10 had been consumed. If this were any other battle king, they would be drained in an instant. Chu Kuangren did not withdraw his hand, allowing the divine phoenix egg to continue absorbing energy. After a considerable time, his energy dwindled to less than 1/10, yet the egg showed no signs of hatching. It was as if it were an unfathomable abyss, insatiable. If this continues, I shall be depleted first. Chu Kuangren shook his head, halting the flow of energy and retracting his hand. The divine phoenix egg trembled slightly, and Chu Kuangren felt a sense of dissatisfaction emanating from it, as if the egg were complaining about being underfed. It seems I have established a rudimentary connection with this divine phoenix egg. Chu Kuangren mused to himself, a wry smile spreading across his face. Why do I feel as though I am raising a child? Today, there is no food, but I shall provide tomorrow. Shaking his head, he used his spiritual consciousness to comfort the divine phoenix egg before placing it back into the Qinkuan ring. He then retrieved several pills to restore his energy. After having breakfast with Lan Yu, the two set out once more. Due to the sword seizing conference, sword cultivators from all corners flocked to Baijian City. Most of these sword cultivators were resolute and fierce, often resorting to drawing their swords to duel at the slightest provocation. In the brief span of half a day, Chu Kuangren had already witnessed 7 or 8 duels among the swordsmen. Chapter 133, The 7 Heroes of Swordsmanship, The Eccentric Sword Box, and the Greed for Swords, Shui Jianzun. I shall take your sword. Humph. If you desire my sword, let us see if you possess the skill to claim it. Atop a towering edifice within Baijian City, 2 swordsmen were engaged in a fierce duel, their sword energies clashing amidst a throng of onlookers below. While it was not uncommon for swordsmen to clash in Baijian City, these two were far from ordinary, Shui Jianzun and Jian Tan, both of whom were esteemed figures of supreme caliber. Are they not here for the legendary sword of a century? One bystander mused. Can Shui Jianzun truly best Jian Tan? It seems rather unlikely. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Among the spectators, Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu watched with keen interest. Young master, both of these warriors are formidable, particularly the one named Jian Tan, who is no weakling among the supreme beings, Lan Yu remarked. Jian Tan was depicted as an elderly man with a shadowy demeanor, clad in a gray robe, bearing a sword box upon his back, exuding an aura of immense power. Indeed, I have heard of him. In the realm of swordsmanship within the Qinglong domain, he is regarded among the 2 paragons, the other being my master, alongside the renowned Baiyun Jianzun, while Jian Tan is one of the 7 heroes ranked just below them. As for Shui Jianzun, he does hold a notable reputation in the swordsmanship world, yet he pales in comparison to Jian Tan, Chu Kuangren observed, his gaze fixed intently on the duel. After a comparison of their skills, he discerned that, although he was not as accomplished as either of them, he might have a chance against them given his considerable growth over the past 3 years. Supreme law, snow flies 1,000 miles. At that moment, Shui Jianzun wielded his long sword, unleashing a chilling resonance that enveloped the air. With a single stroke, a brilliant white sword light cleaved through the heavens. Haha, splendid. Wolf devours. Jian Tan's laughter echoed as countless strands of sword energy intertwined, morphing into a massive purple wolf that lunged forth. The colossal wolf collided with the white sword light, shattering it with brute force before crashing into Shui Jianzun, sending him reeling and causing him to spew blood. Seizing the opportunity, Jian Tan struck again, severing Shui Jianzun's hand that clutched the sword and claiming it as his own. Huh! The renowned sword, Shui Yin, is now mine, Jian Tan proclaimed, as he opened his sword box, revealing a collection of exquisite swords, each radiating a mesmerizing aura. He placed Shui Yin within, wearing a satisfied smile, while not far off, Shui Jianzun clutched his severed arm, his face pale, filled with resentment. Jian Tan, you have gone too far. Too far. How so? A fine sword deserves a worthy swordsman. If you lack the skill, it is only fitting that this sword belongs to me. Jian Tan declared with arrogance. His obsession lay in the collection of renowned swords, particularly those belonging to celebrated swordsmen. Each acquisition brought him unparalleled satisfaction. How he acquired them was of little concern to him. Amidst the crowd, Chu Kuangren shook his head, perceiving Jian Tan as merely a collector with an extreme fixation. While there was nothing inherently wrong with such a pursuit, the lengths to which he went were excessively ruthless, explaining his poor reputation in the swordsmanship community. It is unfortunate for Xue Jianzun to attract the attention of Jian Tan. Alas, in the swordsmanship world, those lacking power do not dare flaunt their fine swords, fearing they may become targets of this collector. It seems Jian Tan has set his sights on the legendary sword this time. I wonder if anyone can thwart him. The situation was precarious, for Jian Tan was indeed one of the 7 heroes of swordsmanship. Unperturbed by the murmurs of the crowd, Jian Tan prepared to depart with his newly acquired sword. However, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he scanned the crowd, sensing something extraordinary. A fine sword's aura. But where is it? Jian Tan muttered, ultimately locking his gaze upon Chu Kuangren and swiftly appearing before him. His sudden presence caused many to step back hastily. Young man, let me see the sword within you, Jian Tan demanded, his eyes alight with fervor. He had sensed the existence of a remarkable sword within Chu Kuangren, one that surpassed even Xue Yin. Chu Kuangren felt a twinge of surprise. How had Jian Tan discerned the presence of the holy sword concealed within him? Upon this realization, he activated his insightful gaze, revealing a flurry of information about Jian Tan. Jian Tan, one of the 7 heroes of swordsmanship in the Qinglong domain, possesses the supreme law of sword resonance, which grants him acute sensitivity to swords. Understanding dawned upon Chu Kuangren. The sword resonance technique was indeed a peculiar method, explaining Jian Tan's ability to detect the holy sword's aura within him. My sword is not for you, Chu Kuangren replied calmly. Not for me. Jian Tan arched an eyebrow, scrutinizing Chu Kuangren from head to toe. This was the first time he had encountered someone with such extraordinary poise, who remained unruffled in his presence. Could he possibly be a prodigious disciple from a sacred lineage? With this thought, even Jian Tan could not help but approach the situation with caution. He opened his sword box, displaying a dazzling array of renowned swords. Choose any sword you desire. I will trade with you. Chu Kuangren glanced at the swords within the box. While they were indeed extraordinary, none could rival the holy sword Kunwu. However, the box itself exuded a unique aura that piqued his interest. Intriguing. Chu Kuangren examined the sword box closely. It appeared to be crafted from a single piece of bronze. Its angles seamlessly integrated, adorned with intricate runes and images of mythical beasts. As he instinctively reached out to touch the box, it quivered slightly upon contact, releasing an enigmatic resonance that enveloped the area. All swordsmen present felt their weapons tremble, as if responding to a calling. Jian Tan's expression shifted, hastily closing the box. His gaze filled with suspicion as he regarded Chu Kuangren. What did you do? What could I have done? I merely touched it, Chu Kuangren replied nonchalantly. Is that truly all? Jian Tan remained skeptical. Since acquiring the sword box, he had employed various means to elicit a response, yet none had succeeded until now. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? Spare me the pleasantries, young man. Will you trade or not? I will not. Then do not blame me. Overwhelmed by his insatiable desire for the holy sword within Chu Kuangren, Jian Tan could no longer restrain himself and launched an attack, his fingers converging like a sword. Oh, such audacity. Chu Kuangren's eyes narrowed. He had not anticipated that Jian Tan would strike merely for refusing to trade. With a surge of spiritual power, he raised his palm to counter. Mountain Seal Technique. A torrent of energy coalesced in his palm, crashing against Jian Tan's sword finger, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that sent both combatants reeling. Indeed, one of the 7 heroes of swordsmanship, Jian Tan's power significantly surpassed that of the 3rd elder of the feathered race. Chu Kuangren mused to himself, recalling how he had recently slain the 3rd elder, who, despite his injuries, was still a supreme being, yet he was clearly inferior to Jian Tan in both technique and spiritual energy. Chapter 134. The sword does not communicate with man. Seizing the sword and the sword box such formidable strength. The sword seeker, having been repelled by a single palm strike, could not help but change his expression upon sensing the prowess of the madman of Chu, clearly startled by his might. At such a young age to possess such fighting capability, this individual must certainly be a prodigy from a certain saintly lineage. Young man, which lesser emperor do you hail from? The sword seeker inquired coldly, for in his view, only a lesser emperor could force him back. A feat even many ordinary lesser emperors could not achieve. I am not a lesser emperor, but I have indeed defeated several. The madman of Chu replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Some recalled certain rumors, their pupils contracting slightly. I know now. He is the grand senior brother of the Xiantian sect, Chu Kuangren. The recent news of Chu Kuangren defeating several lesser emperors had spread far and wide, and coupled with his striking appearance and demeanor, it was not difficult to deduce his identity. The crowd was awash with disbelief. Indeed, seeing is believing. He was truly a figure of celestial grace, and his strength was astonishing. Indeed, he managed to repel the sword seeker with a mere palm strike. This is a supreme being, far more powerful than an ordinary exalted one. It appears the rumors of him defeating several lesser emperors are indeed true. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Many young talents could not help but gaze at him with admiration. The lesser emperors were the goals for the contemporary young prodigies, and the fact that Chu Kuangren could vanquish several was enough to elevate him to greatness among them. Upon learning of Chu Kuangren's identity, the sword seeker was equally taken aback. It is said that there are 10 holy swords within the Xiantian sect. It appears that the one within you must be among them. No wonder I sensed such a presence. His eyes brimmed with reluctance, for that was a holy sword. He had a penchant for collecting renowned swords, but had yet to acquire a holy one. Despite his yearning, he understood the futility of his desires. Chu Kuangren, being the grand senior brother of the Xiantian sect, undoubtedly had supreme-level protectors backing him, perhaps even more than one. Should they intervene, he would face dire consequences. What a pity, he lamented. Let us depart. Though unwilling, the sword seeker recognized that the holy sword in Chu Kuangren's possession was beyond his reach. Just as he was about to leave, a flash of light darted past, as Chu Kuangren suddenly stood before him. Since you have made your move, do you not find it a tad too simplistic to think you can leave now? Chu Kuangren's voice was icy. You speak of attacking and departing at will. Do you truly believe I have no temper? Do you think the name Chu Kuangren is mere empty words? Humph. Do you believe you can escape from me? With a swift motion, the sword seeker struck his sword box, and a magnificent sword soared into his grasp. Wolf Devourer. With a single strike, he unleashed his full strength. Countless strands of sword energy intertwining to form a colossal purple wolf, charging towards Chu Kuangren with an overwhelming force. You wish to see my sword? As you wish. Chu Kuangren responded indifferently, as sword energy surged within him. The Kunwu holy sword flew forth, releasing a dazzling beam of purple sword light. The sword light surged forth like a torrent, emanating a terrifying aura that seemed poised to annihilate all, rending the heavens as it shot out. The colossal wolf was severed by the sword light, its aura and spiritual energy dissipating. Yet, the purple sword light remained unyielding, locking onto the sword seeker. His expression shifted dramatically as he raised his sword horizontally to block with all his might. But with a resounding clang, his long sword shattered into several pieces. The sword seeker was impacted by the sword energy, spitting blood as he was hurled backward, his body crashing through several walls. Despite wielding a holy sword, his strength was overwhelmingly potent. It was said that 3 years prior, he had slain the sword sovereign of Baiyun, and indeed, the rumors held true. The sword seeker's face turned pale, shock filling his eyes. Casting aside the broken sword, he positioned his sword box before him, channeling a vast amount of spiritual energy within. Countless swords of various shapes and glowing with treasure light flew forth, encircling him and suffusing the air with a dreadful aura. Chu Kuangren, behold my sword formation. 1,000 army sword formation. Go. 12 swords formed a circle, enveloping him in a torrent of sword energy, locking onto Chu Kuangren, who remained unperturbed, even exuding an enigmatic aura. Above him, a sword of heavenly principles coalesced, causing all swords in the city to tremble. Freeze. Chu Kuangren commanded calmly. In an instant, the 12 approaching swords were immobilized mid-air, the overwhelming sword energy dissipating in an instant. The scene left the onlookers in shock, rendering the sword seeker speechless. What is happening? The sword seeker struggled to manipulate the 12 swords, but no matter what he attempted, they remained utterly motionless, even exhibiting a rebellious will, rejecting his spiritual energy. This was a situation he had never encountered before. The sword does not communicate with man. How could you possibly control them? Chu Kuangren's voice rang out. With a mere thought, the swords suspended in the air began to align before him, their blades bending slightly, as if bowing in reverence. The 9-aperture Linglong sword heart. The sword seeker realized, his eyes wide with disbelief and intense jealousy. You possess the 9-aperture Linglong sword heart, allowing you to manipulate these swords. The 9-aperture Linglong sword heart was a natural ability to resonate with the spirits of myriad swords, permitting control without the need for refinement, making it extraordinarily powerful. It was a coveted trait that every sword practitioner yearned for. You only gather swords without refining them. Even if you forcibly control them with spiritual energy, it ultimately falls short. Of course, Do you truly believe everyone is endowed with the 9-aperture Linglong sword heart? With so many swords, how could I possibly refine them all? The sword seeker's tone was filled with envy and resentment. Refining swords has its limitations. One's energy is finite, and most sword practitioners might only refine a single sword in their lifetime. Furthermore, the sword seeker could never have imagined he would confront someone with the 9-aperture Linglong sword heart one day. Thus, you have lost, Chu Kuangren stated flatly. Slowly raising his hand towards the sword seeker, he concentrated his thoughts, and the entire sword box trembled gently before soaring towards him. What? Return the sword box. The sword seeker panicked. The sword box and its contents represented his life's work. Chu Kuangren raised his hand once more, striking down with the Kunwu holy sword, unleashing a radiant sword light that forced the sword seeker to exert all his strength to defend. Yet even so, he was still sent flying, suffering numerous sword wounds. Realizing he was no match for Chu Kuangren, the sword seeker knew that if he lingered any longer, he might lose his life. Acting decisively, he unleashed a flurry of sword energy towards Chu Kuangren and then vanished into the distance. Chu Kuangren repelled all the sword energy, watching the sword seeker's retreating figure with a dismissive smirk. The 7 heroes of the sword path? Disappointing. Chapter 135. The Sword Forging Family. A reunion with Li Xingqian. The legend of the 100 swords after the sword greed fled. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at Chu Kuangren. How could such a supreme being be driven away by him? The young man's strength was astonishing. Few in the younger generation could achieve such a feat. Is this truly the legendary Chu Kuangren who made waves 3 years ago? He is immensely powerful. Even without imperial aura, he rivals the lesser emperors. What lesser emperor could withstand even a single strike from him? The only ones comparable to him would be the ancient prodigies. Indeed, Chu Kuangren is formidable. The sword greed has undoubtedly kicked against an iron wall. In the void, the 3 guardians exchanged glances, silently mourning for the sword greed for a brief moment. Was the sword greed weak? Not at all. Being ranked among the 7 heroes of the sword Tao, such an existence could hardly be considered weak. Alas, he encountered an anomaly like Chu Kuangren, whose sword formations were utterly countered, rendering them ineffective. Let us depart, Lan Yu. Friend Chu, please wait. As Chu Kuangren was about to leave with Lan Yu, a rough male voice called from behind. He turned to see a robust man with a square face approaching, his gaze filled with curiosity. Who are you? I am Feng Ming from the Feng family of Sword Offering City. It is an honor to meet you, friend Chu. The Feng family? Chu Kuangren's eyes glimmered with runes as he discerned the man's identity, confirming his words. The Feng family, the foremost sword forging clan in Sword Offering City, had been crafting swords for generations, producing renowned swords for centuries. Is there something you wish to discuss, friend Feng? Friend Chu. As the elder brother of the Xintian sect's grandmaster, my Feng family shares a good rapport with your sect. Moreover, I must confess that the Kunwu sacred sword in your possession was crafted by my ancestor. I have long admired my ancestor's craftsmanship and wish to pay homage to it. Feng Ming said eagerly. Chu Kuangren pondered for a moment before retrieving the Kunwu sword and handing it to him. He felt no fear of it being seized, as Feng Ming lacked the capability. Feng Ming examined the Kunwu sword closely, his eyes expressing admiration. Truly, one of my ancestor's most prized works. It is indeed a masterpiece. I still have much to learn to reach my ancestor's level. After returning the Kunwu sword to Chu Kuangren, Feng Ming invited him, friend Chu, having traveled from afar. Would you consider staying at the Feng family estate for a while? That would be a trouble, Chu Kuangren replied with a slight nod. As they prepared to leave, Chu Kuangren noticed Xue Jianzun lingering nearby, hesitating as if in turmoil. After watching him for a moment, he stepped forward, opened his sword box, and handed over the Xueyin sword. This is your sword. Friend Chu, this. Take it. This sword is of no use to me. Chu Kuangren replied calmly, for the sword indeed served him no purpose. Rather than let it linger as scrap metal, he preferred to return it to Xue Jianzun, thus cultivating a good relationship. Your kindness is greatly appreciated, friend Chu. Please allow me to bow in gratitude. Xue Jianzun stepped back 2 paces and solemnly knelt. Rise. After returning the sword, Chu Kuangren departed, leaving Xue Jianzun filled with gratitude as he watched him go. Not only does friend Chu resemble an otherworldly being, but he also possesses a benevolent heart and a chivalrous spirit, truly commendable, Feng Ming remarked as they journeyed to the Feng estate. He had encountered too many hypocrites, and individuals like Chu Kuangren, who were genuine both inside and out, were exceedingly rare. It is but a small act, Chu Kuangren smiled. Before long, the trio arrived at the Feng estate. Ah, friend Chu, it is you. Upon entering, Chu Kuangren encountered a familiar face, Li Xingqian from Baiyun City. Li, what brings you here? Chu Kuangren inquired, surprised. I accompanied Master Feng here. I came to join the festivities for the sword-seizing tournament at Sword Offering City and decided to stay here for a while, Li Xingchen replied with a smile. Master Feng, a renowned crafting master from Baiyun City, was also a member of the Feng family. The spiritual gold lotus that Li Xingchen had showcased at a banquet was crafted by him, establishing a cordial relationship between them. Reuniting with an old acquaintance, Chu Kuangren and Li Xingchen reminisced. Subsequently, Feng Ming introduced Chu Kuangren to the current head of the Feng family, Feng Xuanzi. An elderly man with a head of white hair, his physique resembling that of a steel statue, exuding an aura of strength. The sight of such a muscular form left Chu Kuangren slightly intimidated. He could distinctly sense the terrifying power contained within. Beside Feng Xuanzi stood another elder who bore a resemblance to him, his brother, Feng Huzi. Together, these two brothers were renowned as the most celebrated swordsmiths of the age. Welcome, esteemed guest from the Xintian sect. I apologize for not extending a proper greeting, Feng Xuanzi said, his eyes gleaming with interest upon seeing Chu Kuangren. The 9 orifices exquisite sword heart is the most suitable constitution for the sword Dao, a true master that all weapons aspire to follow. As a swordsmith, he was naturally intrigued by such a physique. After observing Chu Kuangren for a while, Feng Xuanzi expressed a desire to examine the Kunwu sacred sword, to which Chu Kuangren readily agreed. This sword was crafted by my ancestor and later followed the 3 ancestors of the Xintian sect as they traversed the firmament, ultimately becoming a sacred weapon. Now that it rests in your hands, I hope you will treat it with the respect it deserves, Feng Xuanzi stated earnestly. Naturally. Very well. I shall arrange a guest room for you, he added. Thank you. That evening, Li Xingchen sought out Chu Kuangren to continue their conversation. Over the past 3 years, my fortunes have also been remarkable. Although I have not attained imperial aura, I have encountered other opportunities, allowing my cultivation to soar. I am now at the Battle King realm, my combat strength rivaling that of a venerable one. Among the Azure Dragon domain, I have gained quite a reputation. Li Xingchen explained. Li Xingchen, the young master of Baiyu Tower, possesses the star body and cultivates the sacred person star art, harboring a remnant spirit of a saint king within. Chu Kuangren's discerning eye revealed Li Xingchen's current cultivation level, techniques, and hidden trump cards with clarity. The remnant spirit of a saint king particularly intrigued him. Could this be the legendary old man who follows the law? He mused. I would not have guessed that Li Xingchen is indeed a protagonist archetype. By the way, Brother Chu, do you know why Master Feng has returned to Sword Offering City? Li Xingchen, unaware of Chu Kuangren's insights, asked mysteriously. Is it not said that 100 renowned swords are manifesting? However, Master Feng has been in Baiyun City for so many years. During previous occurrences of renowned swords, he never returned. So why this time? It is because Master Feng has prepared to compile a list. The 100 Swords Chronicle. The 100 Swords Chronicle? Indeed. It ranks renowned swords from across the world based on quality, level, sword owners, and various aspects. Master Feng has remained in Baiyun City for so long precisely for this reason. Previously, Baiyun City was bustling with swordsmen due to the presence of the Baiyun Sword Sovereign, making it an ideal place for him to gather information. Furthermore, the Feng family has dispatched many individuals to collect data on renowned swords from various regions, and they have been planning to publicly unveil the 100 Swords Chronicle for years. Li Xingchen elaborated. Chapter 136, The Prodigal Divine Phoenix Egg. The imperial weapon of the Azure Spirit Sword Box, the Sword Compendium. It sounds rather intriguing, yet I wonder, does it possess any credibility? Chu Kuangren inquired with curiosity. Compiling a list of renowned swords necessitates public acknowledgement. Otherwise, it would merely be a jest. The Feng family has spent years gathering information, amassing knowledge about formidable contemporary swordsmen and their famous swords, thus ensuring a degree of credibility. Well, I shall await the outcome, Chu Kuangren replied with a smile. After conversing for a considerable period, Li Xingchen took his leave. Outside, a beam of starlight emerged from Li Xingchen, transforming into an elderly man clad in white robes. Xingchen, your friend is quite remarkable, he remarked. Brother Chu is an unparalleled genius, naturally exceptional. It is more than that. Whenever you meet him, I am beset by an unsettling sensation, as if my presence is laid bare, compelling me to conceal my aura lest I be detected. What? Can Brother Chu sense my existence? Li Xingchen was taken aback. His teacher was the remnant spirit of a saint king, imperceptible even to the supreme rulers. How could Chu Kuangren discern him? I cannot say, but this individual is extraordinary. I would prefer to confront a supreme ruler than to engage directly with him. Teacher, you worry too much. Brother Chu is my friend, and you are my mentor. How could there be a direct conflict? Li Xingchen chuckled. Let us hope so. The elderly man said, a fleeting shadow of complexity crossing his eyes, unnoticed by Li Xingchen. Meanwhile, within his chamber, Chu Kuangren intended to retrieve the sword box he had acquired from the sword thief for a thorough examination. However, upon channeling his consciousness into the universe ring, he was astounded to witness a shocking sight. The once mountainous pile of spirit stones had transformed into mere fragments, their spiritual energy completely drained. Nestled among the ruins was the vibrant divine phoenix egg, its shell glimmering with an otherworldly essence. Chu Kuangren was taken aback. This divine phoenix egg has absorbed all the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. By heavens, that must equate to at least 10 million top-tier spirit stones. This egg is far too extravagant. Moreover, not only the spirit stones, but also various herbs, and even the recently acquired phoenix bloodstone and earth spirit crystal had been drained of their essence, losing their intrinsic vitality. Fuming, Chu Kuangren threw the divine phoenix egg onto the ground, causing it to react to its new surroundings with a hint of anxiety, spinning several times before settling down. Upon seeing Chu Kuangren, it began to bounce into his embrace, emanating a vague sense of affection and reliance. With a frown, Chu Kuangren placed the egg on the table and chided. "Why did you absorb all the spirit stones and herbs?" The egg tilted slightly, responding with a hazy thought that, while not entirely clear, conveyed a message. "Daddy, I am hungry, I want to eat." Chu Kuangren retorted, "I just fed you that substantial amount of spiritual energy this morning. Are you already hungry? Are you a divine phoenix or a glutton?" The egg queried, "Not enough. What is a glutton? Can it be eaten?" Chu Kuangren sighed in exasperation, realizing the egg did not grasp his meaning. The egg nestled back into his arms, its shell gently rubbing against him, sensing his displeasure and attempting to appease him with its affection. "All right, I am at a loss," Chu Kuangren sighed. "Is it merely a matter of 10 million spirit stones? A few precious herbs? Some quasi-saint level minerals? If they are gone, so be it. What can one do about their own child? One must care for them." He channeled some spiritual energy into the divine phoenix egg, this time less extravagantly, perhaps because it was satiated. After placing the egg back into the universe ring, he pondered the complexity of hatching the divine phoenix egg. As a divine pet, it required an immense amount of energy. It seemed he needed to devise a method to procure more spirit stones. Previously, he had never worried about such matters, but now, things were different. To earn some milk money, he had to exert himself. Shifting his focus, Chu Kuangren began to study the sword box before him. He attempted to channel spiritual energy into it. Suddenly, the sword box trembled, and the intricate runes adorning it ignited with brilliance, exuding a profound sense of essence. Before he could fully comprehend it, the sword box transformed into a streak of light, darting into his body and directly into his spiritual abode. Within his spiritual abode, aside from the 5 supreme foundations, he only housed a Kunwu sacred sword. Now, an unexpected sword box intruded, and the Kunwu sacred sword radiated its sword aura, as if to expel this uninvited guest. Yet, the sword box emanated a unique essence, causing the initially fierce Kunwu to retract its aura. Sensing this, Chu Kuangren began to perceive the essence of the sword box, gradually realizing its significance. This was, in fact, an imperial weapon, the Azure Spirit Sword Box. A smile of delight spread across Chu Kuangren's face. The Azure Spirit Sword Box, originating from an ancient sword emperor, lacked offensive power but possessed the extraordinary ability to nurture and elevate the rank of swords. Typically, cultivators can refine and nurture their weapons. And as their cultivation improves, so too do their weapons. The Azure Spirit Sword Box amplifies this effect, allowing for continuous enhancement of swords, even without an increase in cultivation. For instance, while ordinary saints can typically only nurture standard sacred weapons, the Azure Spirit Sword Box enables the nurturing of great sacred weapons. Moreover, most cultivators, due to limited energy, can generally refine and nurture only 2 or 3 weapons. However, with the Azure Spirit Sword Box, any sword placed within can be simultaneously refined and nurtured. Imagine a scenario where others possess but a single sword. If it breaks, they must expend energy to repair it and refine it anew. Yet, if you possess 100 swords, the loss of one leaves you with 99. The sword thief has indeed bestowed upon me a magnificent gift, Chu Kuangren mused with a faint smile. Imperial weapons possess spirit and do not easily acknowledge a master. Although the sword thief acquired the Azure Spirit Sword Box, he could only carry it as an ordinary sword box, incapable of placing it into his spiritual abode. It was only upon encountering Chu Kuangren that the sword box found its rightful master, willingly acknowledging him without requiring excessive refinement. Subsequently, Chu Kuangren placed the Kunwu sacred sword into the Azure Spirit Sword Box, which began to emanate a unique essence, nurturing the sacred sword. In a certain location within Sword Worship City, the sword thief sat upon his bed, meditating. After a lengthy interval, He opened his eyes, a glint of hatred flaring within. Chu Kuangren, I shall avenge the grudge of the stolen sword box. The loss of his sword had rendered his 1,000-army sword array ineffective. He needed to procure another batch of swords. How infuriating. I have painstakingly collected swords for most of my life, only to have them taken from me. He continued, his hand revealing a pitch-black long sword, its blade adorned with a crimson pattern, radiating an overwhelming aura of menace. This is a fierce sword, the fierce sword of breaking army. It is the only sword I have refined, and this plan to capture the sword's soul relies upon you, the sword thief murmured. Chapter 137. The Sword Seizure Tournament begins. Unrest in the Fire Valley in the central square of Baijian City. The Sword Seizure Tournament is officially underway today. Swordsmen from all walks of life have gathered. From esteemed sword lords to ordinary sword practitioners, all filled with anticipation. On a high platform, there rests a sword, measuring 3 feet and 3 inches in length. Its blade radiating a serene azure glow, adorned with intricate patterns, with wisps of sword energy entwined around its edge. The hilt is encrusted with precious gemstones, and the guard is shaped like a dragon's head, exquisite in craftsmanship. Below the platform, all the swordsmen gaze upon the sword with fervent eyes. Is this the renowned sword of a century? Indeed, its reputation is well-deserved. Even from a distance, I can feel the chilling aura it emanates. The sword has yet to recognize its master, yet its energy is already that of a supreme artifact. If nurtured by a sage, it could become a holy weapon within half a year and potentially reach the level of a royal artifact in the future. This sword must be mine. Huh. A centennial sword. No one shall dare to contest me for it. You may dream of it, but it is rightfully mine. The swordsmen are all equally determined to claim it. Inside a nearby tavern at the tournament venue, Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu sit by the window, enjoying the lively crowd. Young master, are you not going to seize the sword? Lan Yu inquires with curiosity. Chu Kuangren ponders for a moment, replying, I shall observe for now. While this sword is indeed impressive, whether I obtain it or not makes little difference to me, though he currently possesses the Qingling sword box, which contains over a dozen exquisite swords acquired through conquest, each of which rivals the centennial sword. The outcome of this tournament holds no significance for him. At this moment, a figure ascends the high platform, none other than Feng Ming, the son of the current head of the Feng family, who invited Chu Kuangren to visit yesterday. Esteemed guests, this renowned sword is called Tiangang, forged from 10,000-year-old mysterious iron combined with the heart of the earth's flames. It is indestructible, powerful enough to cleave mountains, and is the greatest masterpiece of Baijian City in nearly a century. Feng Ming introduces the sword to the audience, who, though restless, patiently listen. I now declare the sword seizure tournament officially begins. As per tradition, whoever stands last on the arena shall become the master of this Tiangang sword. Let the display of prowess commence. Feng Ming chuckles before gracefully leaping off the platform. Within the crowd, a swordsman can no longer contain his excitement and leaps onto the arena, declaring, I am the Earth Tiger's sword, who wishes to offer guidance. Without any pleasantries, the two swordsmen immediately engage in combat. Sword energy soar, wreaking havoc in the air. The tournament unfolds with fervor, swordsmen dueling with vigor, while Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu munch on seeds and nuts in the tavern, thoroughly entertained. However, soon Chu Kuangren's interest wanes. The abilities of these swordsmen are rather mediocre, with only a few sword lords displaying any noteworthy skill, while the rest are either flashy yet hollow or utterly mundane. Surely, these individuals cannot compare to the young master. By the way, young master, why would Baijian City invest so much in forging a centennial sword only to host a tournament, essentially giving it away? Lan Yu questions, perplexed. Chu Kuangren chuckles, Lan Yu, do not be deceived by the appearance of those swordsmiths from the Feng family, with their coarse demeanor. They are exceptionally astute in managing the affairs of Baijian City. They would not engage in a losing venture. Firstly, this tournament attracts a plethora of swordsmen to Baijian City, significantly boosting the economy of taverns and inns, allowing the swordsmiths to sell more swords. Secondly, it enhances the reputation of Baijian City, forging connections with powerful sword cultivators across the land. They say one who receives a favor cannot easily forget it. Those who claim the centennial sword will owe a debt of gratitude to the Feng family. Spirit stones, reputation, and connections, all gained through a single sword and a tournament. Do you still think they are at a loss? Chu Kuangren elaborates. Lan Yu contemplates this, remarking, Young master, your insights are indeed profound. They are truly shrewd. As Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu converse, suddenly a powerful aura erupts from the tournament venue. A young figure flashes onto the arena, exuding a formidable sword energy. I am Li Xingchen, and I humbly request guidance from all present. The youth who ascended the stage is none other than Li Xingqian. Chu Kuangren observes him with a smile. He truly has taken the plunge. Well, it is an excellent opportunity to witness the might of the starred Dao physique. Li Xingqian had previously mentioned to Chu Kuangren that he had little interest in the centennial sword, but wished to engage in friendly competition with the world's swordsmen to validate his own strength. Li Xingqian of the White Jade Tower, I shall face you. Another young man, equally gifted, leaps onto the arena. Please. Li Xingqian bows respectfully, then draws his sword. With the essence of the star Dao flowing around him as he engages in battle with the talented youth. Though lacking the title of a young emperor, Li Xingqian's prowess rivals that of one, being nearly unmatched among his peers. With each strike of his sword, it appears as if the power of the stars imbues his every move, shining brilliantly. Before long, his opponent is bested. I concede, Li Xingqian bows in acknowledgement. He then surveys the surroundings, proudly proclaiming, I wonder if any other comrades wish to step forward and test their skills? In the tavern, Chu Kuangren chuckles softly. This fellow, with his innate talent, is indeed exceptional. He has improved significantly compared to 3 years ago. Based on his estimations, Li Xingqian now stands at a level comparable to Lin Badian and Ao Tsang among the young emperors, his combat prowess surpassing that of many sword lords. In fact, he is even stronger than ordinary sword lords, capable of exchanging a few blows with supreme-level experts. While the sword seizure tournament rages on, in a valley of Baijin City, the temperature is exceedingly high, with numerous furnaces for forging towering amidst the clanging sounds of metal striking metal. Dozens of swordsmiths toil away, bare-chested and busy. Why are there so few people in the Fire Valley today? One swordsmith glances around, curious. Isn't it the sword seizure tournament? Everyone has gone to join the festivities. Replies a burly man with black hair, hefting a hammer. TSK, I wonder who will become the master of the Tian Gang's sword. It certainly won't be you. One should not speak so dismissively. After all, the Tian Gang sword was forged here. Strictly speaking, I can be considered one of its creators. I am merely concerned about its fate. One of the creators, indeed, the black-haired man corrects. Do not forget that throughout history, how many centennial swords have been forged in the Fire Valley. Young one, before you arrived, we had already sent off countless centennial swords. One swordsmith laughs heartily, patting the disgruntled swordsmith on the shoulder. Just then, the black-haired man furrows his brows, gazing towards the valley's entrance, sensing something amiss. As his words fall, masked cultivators rush into the valley. The black-haired man's expression shifts dramatically. This is bad. We have enemies. Chapter 138. An unfathomable resonance at the scene of the sword-seizing tournament. Li Xingqian had already suffered 3 consecutive defeats. His formidable combat prowess astonishing all present. Truly, the young master of Baiyulo, his strength rivaled that of some lesser emperors. His reputation was well-deserved. Indeed, he was said to possess the fabled star body. The spectators expressed their amazement, speculating that even some esteemed elders might not stand a chance against him. Suddenly, a white long sword soared through the air, embedding itself before Li Xingqian. A striking young man with sword-like brows and a radiant demeanor descended gracefully onto the arena, standing confidently upon the sword's hilt. His overwhelming presence elicited gasps of awe from the crowd. I recognize him. He is Bai Qianjun, one of the 10 extraordinary heroes. Someone exclaimed. Bai Qianjun was one of the awakened ancient prodigies, renowned for his incredible strength. It was rumored that he had recently joined the Wanfazong, holding a status that rivaled that of the lesser emperor Yuan Hong. It seemed the sword-seizing tournament had drawn him in as well. The 10 extraordinary heroes. These were 10 prodigies who, though lacking imperial energy, possessed cultivation and talent that were comparable to lesser emperors. Whispers suggested that some among them scorned the notion of using imperial energy to ascend to emperor status, their renown equal to that of lesser emperors. This sword appeals to me. I shall take it, Bai Qianjun declared, casting a glance at Li Xingqian with an air of assuredness. Li Xingqian frowned, displeased. If you desire the sword, you must first defeat me. In response, Bai Qianjun raised 3 fingers, 3 swords. What do you mean? Li Xingqian inquired. To defeat you. I require but 3 strokes. Bai Qianjun's expression radiated confidence, his aura swirling with an incredibly sharp essence, exerting immense pressure on those nearby. Anger flashed in Li Xingqian's eyes. How arrogant. I shall see how you intend to defeat me with just 3 strokes. He raised his hand and unleashed a sword strike. The power of the stars erupting forth, the brilliance of countless stars fusing with his sword light, resplendent and magnificent. Bai Qianjun's sword spun beneath him, releasing a piercing sword energy that clashed with Li Xingqian's stellar sword light, forcing him back. Impressive. Li Xingqian's complexion shifted, and he struck again. This time with even greater force. Yet Bai Qianjun's response was even stronger. His razor-sharp energy cleaved through the starry light, pushing Li Xingqian to the edge of the stage. Defeated, Bai Qianjun proclaimed, soaring into the air, grasping his sword with both hands, and delivering a strike akin to a mighty blow. A torrent of sword light surged forth, imbued with a breathtaking sharpness, sending Li Xingqian crashing down from the arena. With a clang, the sword in Li Xingqian's hand shattered into fragments. In merely 3 strokes, he had indeed been bested by Bai Qianjun. Cursed fate. Though Li Xingqian suffered no grave injuries, being cast from the stage marked his defeat, and he cast aside the remnants of his sword in frustration. His strength far surpasses that of ordinary elders, and his mastery of the sword is profound. Swordsmanship is not your forte. It is no surprise you lost to him, a voice echoed in Li Xingqian's mind. Bai Qianjun's prowess was indeed formidable. As a peer among the prodigies of Wanfazong, a lesser emperor and a 10 extraordinary hero, it was evident that Yuan Hong could not compare to Bai Qianjun. Indeed, it is said that Yuan Hong could not withstand even a single strike from the madman of Chu. The crowd murmured, suddenly invoking the name of the madman of Chu. Meanwhile, on the arena, Bai Qianjun, feeling inspired, surveyed the surroundings and proclaimed, I have heard that the madman of Chu made an appearance just days ago. With the sword-seizing tournament now underway, I trust he shall be present. Yuan Hong was bested by you, as the Daozi of Wanfazong. I bear the responsibility to reclaim his honor. Might you reveal yourself to offer guidance? Bai Qianjun had directly challenged the madman of Chu. However, after a moment, silence reigned. At this moment, the madman of Chu sat within a tavern, his heart trembling slightly, sensing a resonance within him. He remained indifferent to Bai Qianjun's challenge, gazing into the distance as if something there called to him. On the stage, noticing the lack of response, Bai Qianjun continued loudly. I did not expect the esteemed senior brother of Zhentiangong to be so timid. What a madman indeed. Perhaps he should be renamed coward. Impudent. Lan Yu could no longer remain seated, a terrifying aura emanating from her as she rose and soared toward the arena. As Bai Qianjun laughed heartily, a sudden wave of energy locked onto him, followed by a white spear enveloped in a terrifying brilliance, hurtling toward him. This strike bore immense power. Bai Qianjun's expression shifted as he summoned all his strength to strike with his sword. The collision of the fearsome sword energy and spear unleashed a staggering shockwave, causing the surrounding structures to tremble. The arena itself was riddled with craters, debris flying, and dust swirling as Bai Qianjun was forced back several paces. The crowd gasped in awe. Such strength. Who has struck? Look, it's the Lesser Emperor Lan Yu, they exclaimed. In the air, Lan Yu unfurled her wings. Clad in resplendent silver armor, her pale blue eyes aflame with fury, her exquisitely beautiful face shrouded in an unyielding frost. The majesty of the Lesser Emperor was vividly apparent. It is indeed her, Lesser Emperor Lan Yu. Tianjizi once commented on her unparalleled grace, asserting her achievements rival those of ancient emperors. Truly, her fame is well-deserved. It is said she is a follower of the madman of Chu. One wonders what fortune the madman possesses to have her by his side. And not just her. The madman is also wed to Princess Linglong, another paragon of beauty, also a lesser emperor. How fortunate is the madman of Chu? The crowd marveled at Lan Yu's strength and beauty, many male cultivators consumed by envy over the madman's fortune. Bai Qianjun, too, was taken aback by Lan Yu's beauty. Yet upon realizing she was a follower of the madman, he could not help but feel a tinge of jealousy toward the unseen figure. You dare insult my lord. It seems you seek death. Lan Yu hovered in midair, her radiant aura surging forth, relentlessly advancing toward Bai Qianjun. Humph. Does the madman of Chu hide behind a woman? If he were truly a man, why not face me directly? Bai Qianjun taunted, his words incessant and grating. Silence. A voice, calm yet distant, emanated from the tavern nearby. Immediately after, a colossal palm strike, imbued with overwhelming energy, radiated with divine light, sweeping forth like an ancient divine mountain. As the palm descended, the air erupted with a thunderous roar, conjuring a terrifying tempest. Bai Qianjun's expression paled. He was locked in place, unable to evade, desperately channeling his spiritual energy into his sword for a counterattack. The clash between the sword energy and the palm strike resulted in a sharp crack as the sword energy was effortlessly shattered, the palm landing squarely upon Bai Qianjun, sending tremors throughout the arena, fissures spreading across the ground. Bai Qianjun, standing on the stage, was forcefully thrust into the crack, having been struck down into the arena by that single, overwhelming blow. Chapter 139, A Single Strike. The madman of Chu surpasses 10 young emperors, the terrifying blow sent Bai Qianjun crashing onto the arena. Witnessing this scene, everyone could not help but swallow hard. Feeling a profound shock, such a strike, even a supreme being would find it difficult to withstand. Truly formidable. It was undoubtedly the madman of Chu who had made his move. What a terrifying display of power. The method of condensing vital energy. Certainly a technique of the Saint King. I have never seen or even heard of such a practice before. Here stands one of the 10 extraordinary beings. Yet he was struck into the arena by the madman of Chu. Goodness, this is astonishingly powerful. Not far away, Feng Ming watched in awe. This arena was constructed from a blend of mysterious iron, and even a revered master would struggle to damage it. Yet it had been reduced to rubble by a single palm. Such combat prowess is truly befitting of a war king. Boom. The arena erupted with a powerful force. Countless fragments scattering in all directions, and Bai Qianjun emerged from the wreckage, his shoulder-length hair disheveled, his pristine white robe now covered in dust, looking rather disheveled. Madman of Chu, you ambushed me. Bai Qianjun glared furiously at the tavern. Do you expect me to ask for your permission before swatting a fly? Came the madman of Chu's voice from within the tavern. Then, the crowd beheld a figure in white slowly stepping out, his ink-black hair cascading like a waterfall. Adorned with a jade crown, his white attire unparalleled, every gesture exuding an otherworldly grace. All who beheld the madman of Chu for the first time were utterly captivated. This man was indeed extraordinary. I had long heard of his striking appearance, a natural aura of Tao surrounding him, akin to an immortal descended to earth. He was truly as renowned as his reputation suggested. Goodness, what an enchanting sensation. I can hardly bear to look. One more glance, and I might be smitten. Is this truly the madman of Chu? Only in paintings can one find such a gentleman. I alone appreciate his essence. As I write of the waters reaching the heavens, he must be no mere mortal. Ancient poetry does not deceive me. Among the people, he is as radiant as jade, a gentleman unmatched in this world. Those lacking in culture stared at the madman of Chu, eyes wide in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, this guy is unbelievably handsome." Meanwhile, some scholars recited verses in his praise, while female cultivators felt their hearts race, gazing at him with awe and infatuation. In truth, they were simply enamored with the madman of Chu's physique. Men who had previously envied him felt a sense of inferiority and remarked, "No wonder Princess Ling Long and Lan Yu are so devoted to him. It turns out he is this extraordinary." A glimmer of jealousy flashed in by Qianjuan's eyes. "Madman of Chu, you defeated my junior brother Yuan Hong. Today, I shall avenge him. Your ambush earlier was merely a moment of carelessness on my part. Now, in a direct confrontation, you shall witness my strength." The Tao aura surged around him. A torrent of sword energy erupted, forming a colossal white sword shadow above his head, radiating an endless sharpness, which then came crashing down, as if tearing the very fabric of the void. The madman of Chu raised his gaze and hand, the 5 supreme foundations within him emanating divine light. A torrent of spirit energy wildly striking the void, drawing upon the vital energy of the earth, a profound aura gathering in his palm. This palm strike was earth-shattering. When it collided with the white sword shadow, a terrifying force erupted, impacting the sword shadow, and in an instant, countless cracks appeared on the once sharp blade. How can this be? Bai Qianjuan's expression shifted dramatically as spirit energy surged within him in an effort to resist the force of the mountain seal technique. Yet, it was ultimately futile. The gap between him and the madman of Chu was insurmountable, whether in terms of spirit energy or comprehension of the Tao. He simply could not compare. With a deafening roar, the white sword shadow shattered, its spirit energy dissipating entirely. The overwhelming impact once again struck Bai Qianjun, sending him hurtling backward, crashing into the street and shattering several walls, leaving him sprawled amidst the debris, utterly defeated. This blow had severely injured him. A direct confrontation? It amounts to the same. It's merely a matter of a single palm strike, the madman of Chu remarked coolly. In a flash, he appeared before Bai Qianjun, effortlessly snatching the Qinkuan ring from his hand. "Madman of Chu, what are you doing?" Bai Qianjun managed to prop himself up, glaring at the madman with a look that could kill. "You provoke me and truly believe you can do so without consequence?" Upon hearing this, Bai Qianjun nearly spat blood. "Madman of Chu, you have severely injured me. Is that not enough? You deserve a beating, and as for the price of provoking me, let this Qinkuan ring suffice." The madman of Chu toyed with Bai Qianjuan's Qinkuan ring before stowing it away. "You bully too much." Bai Qianjun roared in fury. "Lu Lao, come forth." From the void emerged an elder clad in gray robes, a supreme being assigned by the 10,000 Dharma sect to protect Bai Qianjun. "Oh, calling for help when you can't win? Very well, I shall ask you this." The madman of Chu turned to Lu Lao. "Do you dare to take action?" Lu Lao's expression darkened at the words. Despite his dissatisfaction, he refrained from making a move. What a joke. He knew that if he dared to act, he would not survive the next moment. Did he truly believe the 7 ancestors, this supreme being, was merely for show? Moreover, He had a strong premonition that even without the 7 ancestors, the madman of Chu could deal with him, or even kill him. This feeling was overwhelming, compelling him to tread carefully. In the past, Taoist Chu had visited my 10,000 Dharma sect, discussing Tao and learning techniques. Does he not cherish that old friendship enough to make matters so dire? One matter does not negate another. Besides, I have already imparted the mountain seal technique to your sect. I owe you nothing. If I truly wish to be ruthless, do you think Yuan Hong would still be alive? The madman of Chu pointed at by Qianjun. You. Lu Lao was left speechless. Very well. This Qiankuan ring now belongs to me. The madman of Chu sighed inwardly. For the sake of his family's egg, he had endured much. With that, he turned to leave. Lu Lao, are we just allowing him to leave? Bai Qianjuan's eyes brimmed with resentment. That Qiankuan ring contained all his wealth, filled with spirit stones and precious herbs. Sighing, Lu Lao replied, what else can we do? If we act, both of us may find ourselves in dire straits. Damn it, how can he be so strong? Bai Qianjun lamented, feeling discontent. He was a once great prodigy, and after arriving in this era, he had enjoyed a smooth journey. Never expecting to suffer such a crushing defeat today. He couldn't even withstand a single palm strike from the madman of Chu. Indeed, how could he be so formidable? Lu Lao mused, his expression complex. How wonderful it would be if this man were part of my 10,000 Dharma sect. To possess a madman of Chu is to surpass 10 young emperors. Even his protector held the madman of Chu in such high regard, making Bai Qianjuan's expression even more grim. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Bai Qianjuan's sword suddenly began to tremble. No, it wasn't just his. The swords of every swordsman around them, including the famed Tian gang, which had stood for a century, were vibrating in unison. Chapter 140. The Contest of Sword Souls. Why am I so kind-hearted? A peculiar wave suddenly spread throughout the entire Baijian city, causing every sword in the city to tremble and hum incessantly, as if summoned. What is happening? My sword has become uncontrollable. The same goes for me. I have refined this flying sword for decades, wielding it with precision, yet now I find it slipping from my grasp. At the sight of the sword seizing competition, the sound of swords singing soared into the heavens. Just as Chu Kuangren was about to depart, he sensed this wave, or rather, he had already detected it moments earlier. Yet now, it felt even more intense. The Kunwu sacred sword within his sword box trembled as well. Chu Kuangren drew out the Kunwu sacred sword, soothing its blade with a gentle touch, and after a while, the sword gradually calmed down. However, the swords belonging to other sword cultivators were not so fortunate. The distant wave grew stronger, and countless swords flew from their master's control, soaring and spiraling high in the sky. This scene left the sword cultivators present at a loss. The members of the Feng family gazed into the distance, their expressions shifting dramatically. That was the direction of Tianhua Valley. Damn it, it's the Sword Soul. Something has gone awry with the Sword Soul. In the distance, within the valley, a dazzling beam of sword light shot up into the sky. Within the sword light, a long sword, translucent and dreamlike like crystal, emerged and suddenly sped toward the site of the sword-seizing competition. Behind the crystal sword, figures were frantically pursuing it. The 3 leading individuals emanating an overwhelmingly powerful aura. The Sword Soul was heading toward the site of the sword-seizing competition. How infuriating. I never expected the Sword Soul to be so powerful that it could tear through the formation we had set up. This is troublesome. Humph, regardless of the circumstances. This Sword Soul must be acquired. The Sword Soul seeks a sword to attach itself to, aiming to seal off the site of the sword-seizing competition. Not a single person or sword can be spared. The group of black-clad cultivators communicated among themselves. At this moment, the Sword Soul, the crystal-like long sword, had already arrived at the site of the sword-seizing competition. The sword spiraling in the sky seemed to be inexplicably excited, instinctively darting toward the crystal longsword. Everyone felt an inexplicable sensation. The long swords appeared akin to famished spirits, while the crystal long sword resembled an enchanting beauty that captivated souls. Clang, clang, clang. One by one, the long swords rushed toward the crystal long sword, as if intent on claiming this stunning beauty for themselves. However, due to their overwhelming numbers, collisions erupted among the swords, sparking fiery flashes. Some lesser-quality swords shattered into several pieces, tumbling to the ground. The crystal long sword weaved through the multitude of swords, dodging left and right, even releasing waves of sword energy that sent the encroaching swords flying away. Countless weapons clashed in the sky, leaving the spectators below dumbfounded and bewildered. Only a few well-informed sword cultivators guessed the truth. This is a sword soul. Heavens, how could a sword soul appear here? A sword soul. This is a coveted existence for any sword cultivator. Once tamed, A sword soul can be bound to a weapon, rapidly elevating its rank and unleashing unimaginable power. It could even become an imperial weapon. What on earth is happening? A sword soul is an exceedingly rare spiritual entity in the world, and in the past 150,000 years, only a handful have manifested. Regardless of the circumstances, we must seize this sword soul first. A sword cultivator charged forth, grasping his sword in midair, channeling spiritual energy to send the other swords flying, targeting the sword soul. Just as he was about to succeed, he was blasted away by a wave of sword energy. Another sword cultivator intervened to block him. If you wish to claim the sword soul, you must first ask for my consent. Indeed, this sword soul is mine. I originally came to compete for a century-old famous sword, yet unexpectedly encountered this sword soul. Haha, this is far more precious than any century-old sword. This journey has not been in vain. Once I obtain the sword soul, my strength will undoubtedly surge. And elevating my sword to an imperial weapon is not out of the question. If only I had an imperial weapon, who in this vast world could stand against me? All those so-called holy lineages are mere trifles. The sword cultivators went mad with desire. Their gazes burned with fervor as they beheld the sword soul. For sword cultivators, this sword soul is even more precious than the Xianyuan imperial qi. They all soared into the sky, reclaiming their swords, surrounding the sword soul in a brutal melee. Waves of sword energy and various sword techniques clashed in midair, creating a dazzling spectacle. Who dares to seize the sword soul of Baijin City? At this moment, the members of the renowned sword-forging Feng family also joined the fray. Feng Xuanzai, bare-chested, led his group in a direct contest for the sword soul. Despite his snow-white hair, his physique resembled a statue forged from steel, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. The surrounding sword energy struck him, producing sounds akin to metal clashing, shattering upon impact, while a single punch from him created a terrifying sonic boom, obliterating several sword cultivators along with their weapons. This was no mere elder. He was a human-shaped behemoth. Your sword soul of Baijin City? Who would believe that? Indeed, the sword soul belongs to the capable. A sword sovereign declared. The allure of the sword soul was too great. Even if it were truly the sword soul of Baijin City, they would still fight for it. You dare to snatch it? I'll smash your dog head to bits. Feng Xuanzai seethed, his aura radiating an overwhelming force, terrifying in its intensity. Come at me. I fear no one. The sword soul must be mine. The contest for the sword soul intensified. A terrifying energy storm swept through, completely obliterating several nearby streets, turning the area into ruins for miles around. Chu Kuangren held the gently trembling Kunwu sacred sword, standing beside Lan Yu, as they refrained from joining the melee. Young master, shall we not contend for the sword soul? Lan Yu inquired. Someone is approaching. Chu Kuangren gazed into the distance, sensing along with Qi ancestor that a large group of individuals was hastening toward the site of the sword-seizing competition. Each of them was a sword cultivator. It seems the appearance of the sword soul is likely related to this incoming crowd, he mused with a faint smile. He turned his gaze back to the sword soul in the sky and observed the frenzied sword cultivators driven nearly to madness, shaking his head. If these individuals continue to battle, countless lives will be lost. Moreover, those coming who triggered the sword soul's appearance are probably no benevolent guests. Alas, why must I be so kind-hearted? To prevent casualties, I suppose I shall reluctantly accept this sword soul. As his words fell, a terrifying aura of sword energy erupted from Chu Kuangren, coalescing above him into the sword of the heavenly Tao, while beneath him, a blooming sword energy azure lotus unfurled, with 12 pillars of sword energy sealing the heavens and the earth. The three great manifestations of the Tao body unfolded simultaneously. In the sky, the sword soul sensed Chu Kuangren's sword aura, its blade quivering as it shot toward him like a fledgling swan returning to its nest. Chapter 141. The sword soul acknowledges its master. 3 of the 7 heroes of the sword path arrived. The essence of the sword path permeated the atmosphere as the 3 distinct manifestations of sword bodies unfolded. The exquisite 9 orifices Linglong sword heart resonated with the sword soul, which soared toward Chu Kuangren like a fledgling returning to its nest. The other sword cultivators, witnessing this, could not allow the sword soul to fall into another's grasp and hastened to intervene. If you want the sword soul, you must ask for my consent. Indeed, the sword soul is mine. Even if it is Chu Kuangren, I shall contend for it. As the multitude of sword cultivators attempted to obstruct the sword soul, they were met with an overwhelming pressure that immobilized them, even the sword venerables, in midair. If you seek to take it, you must first seek my permission. Chu Kuangren stated calmly, asserting his dominance within his 9 heavens sword prison, where any cultivator, particularly sword cultivators, would be suppressed by his might. At his current level of cultivation, even the esteemed ones were not exempt. The faces of all sword cultivators turned pale. They never anticipated that Chu Kuangren could achieve such a feat, subduing all sword cultivators in attendance. It was known that there were over a dozen sword venerables present, with even more than 100 other sword cultivators. Truly, the 9 orifices Linglong sword heart is formidable. Feng Xuanzu observed this scene, his expression growing solemn. He refrained from intervening, sensing a terrifying aura fixated upon him. It was the gaze of the 7 ancestors. Although the Xiantian sect maintained good relations with the Baijian city, Chu Kuangren's significance to the Xiantian sect warranted protection, even at the cost of offending Baijian city. In a swift motion, the crystalline sword soul approached Chu Kuangren, circling him twice before embedding itself into the Kunwu sacred sword in his hand. Instantly, the Kunwu sacred sword radiated an unparalleled brilliance, emanating waves of profound Tao rhythm. Chu Kuangren could distinctly feel the transformation of the Kunwu sacred sword, a metamorphosis akin to a leap. The sword seemed to come alive, resonating with a thunderous sword chant, causing all surrounding swords to tremble, as if torn between resistance and submission. This extraordinary transformation persisted for some time, and the Kunwu sacred sword gradually subdued its brilliance, revealing a jade-like sword body that appeared even more translucent. At this moment, the Kunwu resembled a breathtaking piece of art, with exquisite Tao rhythm flowing through every part of its blade. A sacred king weapon. Chu Kuangren's eyes sparkled with delight. The Kunwu sacred sword, now bonded with the sword soul, had directly ascended 2 ranks, attaining the status of a sacred king weapon. Moreover, he could sense that the power of the sword soul had yet to be fully unleashed, indicating substantial potential for further growth. Additionally, the profound Tao rhythm inherent in the sword soul would greatly aid his comprehension of the sword path. Not only could it elevate the sword's rank, but it also facilitated the understanding of sword cultivators regarding the Tao rhythm, proving the sword soul to be an invaluable treasure coveted by all sword cultivators. The sword soul had been seized by Chu Kuangren. How vexing. It was only natural that the sword soul, being an embodiment of the supreme sword path, chose him. Given his unparalleled sword physique, with the sword soul's assistance, the future accomplishments of Chu Kuangren were unfathomable. It would not be long before he became the foremost figure in the sword path. The faces of all sword cultivators were etched with discontent. Had the sword soul not yet been claimed by Chu Kuangren, they might still have had a chance to contend for it. However, now that it lay within his grasp, any further attempts to seize it would undoubtedly position them as enemies of the Xiantian sect. While the sword soul was precious, they cherished their lives even more. Perhaps, with the sword soul in his possession, it could be considered a favorable outcome. Feng Xuanzu, upon witnessing this, let out a sigh of resignation. Then, a glint of murderous intent ignited in his eyes. The sword soul had remained within the heavenly fire valley, and its emergence signified trouble. Who dared to cause a ruckus in Baijian city? Just as Feng Xuanzu prepared to dispatch someone to investigate, a swarm of masked figures descended from the distance. Their numbers were overwhelming, soon surrounding the entire sword-seizing tournament. Whoever possesses the sword soul, surrender it willingly. The leading masked figure rasped. It is you who trespassed into the heavenly fire valley. Feng Xuanzu stepped forward, his fierce gaze fixed upon the leader. He unleashed his spiritual sense, seeking to unveil the true identity of the intruder, but they had already anticipated this, erecting a barrier of spiritual energy to prevent prying eyes from discerning their identities. Not just him, but the others followed suit. After years of forging swords in Baijian city, a sword soul has finally emerged. This secret has been difficult to conceal for so long, but today, the sword soul must find its rightful owner. The masked figure sneered. Indeed, you speak truthfully. From the crowd emerged the voice of Chu Kuangren, who approached with the Kunwu sword in hand. Now that the sword soul has encountered its worthy master, it would be prudent for you all to take your leave. All the masked figures turned their gazes towards him, or more accurately, towards the Kunwu sacred sword he wielded. The essence of the sword's soul lingered. It resided within that very sword. Seize that sword. It is he, Chu Kuangren. This situation has become complicated. The sword soul had just integrated with the Kunwu, its aura not yet fully contained, prompting the masked figures to immediately sense the anomaly. However, some recognized Chu Kuangren, their expressions shifting to grave concern. Chu Kuangren, relinquish the sword soul, and we shall depart peacefully, the masked figure stated, clearly unwilling to engage in conflict with him. And if I refuse? Chu Kuangren replied coolly. Then do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. The masked figures exuded an oppressive aura, their sword energies swirling. Each one was a sword cultivator, with the weakest among them possessing the cultivation of the nascent soul. Do you think you can intimidate me with the likes of the Beihai Sword Pavilion and the Iron Sword Sect? Chu Kuangren retorted indifferently. Upon hearing these words, the masked figure's pupils constricted in unison. The others exchanged bewildered glances. The Beihai Sword Pavilion and the Iron Sword Sect were renowned sword path sects within the Qinglong domain, second only to the Sacred Path sections. They had not anticipated that it would be these factions attempting to seize the Sword Soul. How did Chu Kuangren discern their identities? The leaders of the Beihai Sword Pavilion and Iron Sword Sect, both of whom were among the 7 heroes of the Sword Path and held supreme cultivation, were present. Feng Xuanzu's eyes brightened as he recalled, I remember now, the Beihai Sword Venerable visited Bai Yin City not long ago and traveled to the Heavenly Fire Valley. It must have been during that time that they set their sights on the Sword Soul. Does the Beihai Sword Venerable dare to show their true face? The masked figure fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter and removing his mask, revealing an unremarkable middle-aged man, none other than the Beihai Sword Venerable himself. The expressions of the sword cultivators shifted. Another individual beside the Beihai Sword Venerable also removed his mask, revealing the leader of the Iron Sword Sect, the Iron Sword Venerable. Chu Kuangren turned his gaze toward another masked figure who hesitated to unveil their identity and remarked coolly, They have revealed themselves, yet you remain hidden. Sword Greed, are you not going to show yourself? Chu Kuangren. The identity was laid bare in a single utterance. And Sword Greed fixed a gaze filled with animosity upon Chu Kuangren before finally removing his mask. Gasps of astonishment swept through the crowd. The 7 heroes of the Sword Path, each a figure of immense repute, were now gathered in one place. What a grand spectacle! The assembly of the 7 heroes of the Sword Path, typically an elusive occurrence, had now materialized before them, promising an enthralling confrontation. Chapter 142. Confrontation with the 2 supreme beings. The generous sword glutton, the North Sea Sword Sovereign, gazed at Chu Kuangren, speaking lightly. Even the unparalleled supreme beings cannot discern my true visage, yet you, Chu Kuangren, have managed to unveil it. It appears you possess a unique perception technique. With your identity exposed, do you not intend to retreat? No, we must secure the Sword Soul. The North Sea Sword Sovereign declared solemnly. Sword energy swirled around him, emanating a chilling aura of sword intent, akin to a tsunami that reverberated through the void. Do you wish to oppose my Shantian sect? Chu Kuangren raised an eyebrow in surprise, taken aback by the North Sea Sword Sovereign's audacity. This is an era of great contention. It is not merely you so-called prodigies who vie for supremacy. All are in pursuit of opportunities, resources, and prestige. If one is timid, how can they ascend to the pinnacle? The Sword Soul is mine by right. The North Sea Sword Sovereign's eyes gleamed with determination, his sword aura intensifying to the level of an unparalleled supreme being. The 7 ancestors emerged from the void, observing the North Sea Sword Sovereign with astonishment. I did not expect you to have broken through to the realm of the unparalleled supreme. It seems you possess considerable skill. Today, I, the 7 ancestors of Shantian's sect, seek to learn from you. The North Sea Sword Sovereign returned the gesture respectfully before positioning his sword across his chest, his eyes ablaze with fierce battle intent. He communicated with the Iron Sword Sovereign and Sword Glutton telepathically. I will hold off the 7 ancestors. Leave Chu Kuangren to you. Understood. With a swift motion, the North Sea Sword Sovereign darted toward the 7 ancestors. The 2 unparalleled supreme beings clashed, their swords colliding with a resounding clang, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming sword energy that swept across the surroundings. The confrontation between the supreme sword masters generated a terrifying energy fluctuation, causing the void to tremble and the earth to fracture, leading to the collapse of nearby structures. Chu Kuangren, surrender the Sword Soul. Sword Glutton charged at Chu Kuangren, wielding a pitch-black longsword that radiated a menacing aura. The Iron Sword Sovereign also struck, wielding an unremarkable iron sword, yet his movements were fearsome, each strike possessing the might to shake the heavens. To harm my sect's holy son is a fool's errand. The protectors, Qinglan Supreme and Meng the Elder, rushed to intervene. But Chu Kuangren acted first. Allow me to handle this, he declared, stepping forward, surrounded by 3 distinct manifestations of his Dao body, unleashing the domain of the War King. With a single stroke, a terrifying purple sword light surged forth, imbued with an unstoppable Dao rhythm, crashing into the 2 supreme beings. In that instant, both were forced to retreat. Meng the Elder and Qinglan Supreme exchanged glances, somewhat helpless. Chu Kuangren was undeniably formidable. What need had they to intervene? This task of protection was far too effortless. What powerful sword energy! Is this the renowned Chu Kuangren from 3 years ago? Such strength is indeed astonishing. Sword Glutton, already familiar with Chu Kuangren's might, remained unfazed. However, the Iron Sword Sovereign, experiencing his first encounter with Chu Kuangren, revealed a hint of shock. Tightening his grip on the sword, "Supreme beings, feel free to unleash your techniques. I implore you, do not disappoint me." Chu Kuangren stood suspended in midair, his ink-black hair billowing, clad in ethereal white, smiling faintly at the two sword sovereigns. Facing two sword sovereigns alone was a sight that made many sword cultivators swallow hard, finding it somewhat absurd. They had witnessed prodigies before, particularly in this era of great contention, where prodigies emerged one after another, each more formidable than the last. Yet, despite their prowess, they typically could only endure a few exchanges beneath the supreme beings. None could compare to Chu Kuangren, who, with a single stroke, had forced two supreme beings back. This displayed an inconceivable level of power. Kill. Sword Glutton unleashed his aura, wielding the fierce sword Pujuan, charging forth like a ferocious ancient beast. The raging sword energy locking onto Chu Kuangren. With a different sword, it seems somewhat more formidable. Chu Kuangren, now wielding the Kunwu sword, felt its blade tremble slightly as an incomprehensible aura of sword intent erupted, executing the sky-splitting sword technique. The purple sword light surged forth, its profound Tao rhythm far surpassing that of the sword sovereign, shattering Sword Glutton's outer sword energy in an instant. The sword light, like a bamboo splitting, crashed against the Pujuan in his grasp. With a resounding clang, the immense force nearly shattered Sword Glutton's arm, causing him to lose his grip on the sword, which flew from his hand. Chu Kuangren transformed into a streak of light, his movement imperceptible, and when he reappeared, he held the Pujuan's sword, examining it meticulously. "This sword is quite impressive. It is indeed a fierce weapon," Chu Kuangren remarked in surprise. Although the Pujuan was not a sacred artifact, its fierce aura rivaled that of sacred artifacts, making it difficult for ordinary ones to compete. "Pujuan, return to me." Sword Glutton's expression darkened as he exerted his mental will to summon the Pujuan back. The sword in Chu Kuangren's hand trembled incessantly. "Oh, it seems this one has been refined." Chu Kuangren chuckled lightly, channeling his spiritual power to subdue the Pujuan. Feeling the essence of the nine-quirk Linglong sword heart from Chu Kuangren's spiritual energy, the once frantic Pujuan suddenly calmed, even retracting its ferocity and becoming remarkably docile. Chu Kuangren was slightly astonished. The Pujuan's power was formidable, and he had anticipated needing to exert more effort to subdue it. Yet, it proved to be surprisingly simple. Not far off, Sword Glutton continuously summoned the Pujuan, but to no avail. It offered no response whatsoever. How can this be? Sword Glutton was so enraged he nearly spat blood. He felt as if the Pujuan had forsaken him. This sword, which he had nurtured with great care, now seemed to bow to Chu Kuangren's nine-quirk Linglong sword heart. Sword Glutton's body trembled, his eyes bloodshot with fury, nearly driven to madness. He had harbored high hopes for the Pujuan, having collected numerous swords, yet he chose to refine the Pujuan, nurturing it day and night as if it were a beloved companion. Yet now, after merely encountering Chu Kuangren, the sword was instantly captivated, disregarding their bond entirely. Those swords have no heart, humans do. Seeing this scene, how could Sword Glutton not harbor hatred, not lose his mind? The surrounding sword cultivators observed his nearly frenzied state, their eyes reflecting both pity and awe for Chu Kuangren's Tao body. The nine-quirk Linglong sword heart was indeed deserving of its reputation. This constitution was immensely beneficial for sword cultivators, yet it posed a significant threat to others. Indeed, the sword cultivators present inwardly vowed that should they encounter Chu Kuangren in the future, they would first conceal their swords. Otherwise, without their weapons, they would have nowhere to lament their loss. Chu Kuangren regarded Sword Glutton with a calm smile. "You are indeed quite generous. Just days ago, you gifted me a sword box with over a dozen renowned swords, and now you present me with a fearsome sword." Upon hearing this, Sword Glutton could no longer contain himself, his sword energy surging wildly as he prepared to charge at Chu Kuangren with his hands as swords. However, at that moment, a terrifying aura erupted behind Sword Glutton. "Sword Glutton, stand aside," Iron Sword Sovereign bellowed. He raised his iron sword high, unleashing an overwhelming aura of Tao, manifesting a colossal sword shadow. With a single stroke, the mountains and rivers trembled, the void nearly torn asunder, the terrifying energy locking onto Chu Kuangren, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Chapter 143. Exhausting the Madman of Chu? Do not embellish yourself. Even the Supreme can be severed. The vast sword shadows locked onto the Madman of Chu and descended directly. This strike was truly terrifying. Although it could not rival the unmatched Supreme beings, it was not far from it. The Madman of Chu gripped his Kunwu sword tightly, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This sword strike bore some semblance of grandeur. The sword-drawn technique. The madman of Chu wielded his sword, executing the move seamlessly. With the enhancement of the sword soul, the Kunwu sacred sword had ascended to a level comparable to that of a sacred king weapon. Coupled with the 5 supreme foundations within him, the madman of Chu's spiritual power was indeed on par with any supreme being. Moreover, his profound understanding of the Tao allowed him to wield the sacred king techniques with ease. Thus, although he was merely a warlord, the might of this strike rivaled that of the unmatched supreme beings. The blinding sword light compelled all sword cultivators to squint involuntarily, and the aura of the sword path sent chills down their spines. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as sword energies collided, unleashing a violent wave of energy that tore the ground apart effortlessly. Surrounding structures crumbled like thin paper, continuously shattered and obliterated. Numerous sword cultivators were sent flying like kites with severed strings, their panicked cries and screams echoing throughout the chaos. Watching the spectacle came with risks. Many cultivators had perished from the residual shockwaves of battles. Run for your lives. It's too late. Oh no, I'm flying. My heavens. I nearly got killed by the sword energy. The cultivators were in utter disarray, their plight pitiful. Even some sword sovereigns felt their scalps tingle, their hearts racing with fear. Bang! At that moment, a figure was hurled out from the raging storm of energy, crashing onto the street and kicking up a cloud of dust. The crowd focused their gaze and swallowed hard. The individual who had been flung out was none other than the Iron Sword Sovereign, one of the 7 heroes of the Sword Tao, who was always in the limelight. Yet now, his hair was disheveled, his body covered in numerous wounds, and his splendid robes were tattered by the sword energy. To describe his state in 2 words, utterly disheveled. If one were to quantify his disarray, it was 1,000 times worse. Madman of Chu, the Iron Sword Sovereign glared with gritted teeth towards the sky. There stood the Madman of Chu, gazing down at him with an expression devoid of emotion, starkly contrasting the Iron Sword Sovereign's woeful state. Clad in pristine white, he appeared as an untarnished deity, high above the fray. Too weak. Is this the Sword Tao's 7 heroes? Utterly disappointing. The Madman of Chu shook his head, his tone rife with disillusionment. Then, he turned his gaze toward the other sword cultivators present, casually remarking, I almost forgot about you. Why are you still not moving? The Northern Sea Sword Pavilion and the Iron Sword Sect had sent numerous sword cultivators, all at least of the nascent soul realm. Yet at this moment, they were rendered mute, trembling in fear as the Madman of Chu's gaze fell upon them. Come on, all of you. He is merely a warlord. We can outlast him, roared Sword Greed. The sword cultivators exchanged glances, none daring to advance. Too terrifying. How can we face him? If even the 7 heroes of the Sword Tao can barely hold their own, you tell me he is merely a warlord? Has the world gone mad? Or have we? Iron Sword Sovereign, command your people to engage. He is merely a warlord. We can exhaust him. Sword Greed, seeing the hesitation among the crowd, grew increasingly frantic, turning to the beleaguered Iron Sword Sovereign. Just then, a quivering voice emerged from the crowd. 3 years ago, he killed 100,000 demon cultivators at Demon Cry Mountain. How could we possibly exhaust him? Upon hearing this, the crowd trembled. Memories of the Madman of Chu's exploits resurfaced. 3 years prior, he had annihilated 100,000 demon cultivators with just his void realm cultivation. Now, he had grown even stronger, having ascended to the rank of warlord. While they were far fewer in number, how could they hope to exhaust him? Do not delude yourselves, they thought, disbelief evident in their expressions. Is he truly invincible? Sword Greed stared incredulously at the Madman of Chu, his voice trembling. He could not comprehend it. How could a mere young cultivator possess such terrifying strength? Had he not secluded himself for 3 years, the world would have been in utter turmoil. Let us flee. Sword Greed swallowed hard, abandoning any thoughts of sword souls, and turned to escape into the distance. But at that moment, a streak of light streaked through the sky, catching up to Sword Greed in the blink of an eye, blocking his path. It was the Madman of Chu. With a speed that even supreme beings would struggle to match, the Madman of Chu intercepted him. There was no chance for Sword Greed to flee. Get out of my way, Sword Greed shouted, channeling his spiritual power to the utmost, unleashing a barrage of sword energies from his palms. However, armed with a sword, he was no match for the Madman of Chu. Without his weapon, he lacked even the qualification to injure him. The Madman of Chu raised his hand. The power of the Mountain Seal technique erupted, shattering Sword Greed's sword energies and forcefully driving him into the ground. Next, he hurled the broken army sword, its violent sword energy piercing through Sword Greed's body, pinning him firmly to the ground. Madman of Chu, spare me. For the sake of the sword box and those swords, please let me go, Sword Greed pleaded in terror. This is the second time you have attacked me. The madman of Chu approached him, his voice cold. I was wrong. I won't dare again, Sword Greed stammered in fear. There will be no next time. The madman of Chu placed his hand on the hilt of the broken army sword. With a surge of sword energy, he injected it into Sword Greed's body, causing an explosion of sword energy accompanied by a mist of blood, leaving Sword Greed's body riddled with wounds. One of the 7 heroes of the sword Dao had fallen. Not far away, another figure seized the opportunity to flee as the madman of Chu dispatched Sword Greed. It was the Iron Sword Sovereign escaping. The surrounding sword cultivators changed their expressions dramatically, especially the disciples and elders of the Iron Sword sect, who could hardly believe their eyes. The sect leader! How dare he run for his life? How shameless! The madman of Chu withdrew the broken army sword and noticed the Iron Sword Sovereign's retreat, a cold smile forming on his lips. Foolish! As the Iron Sword Sovereign fled, he suddenly found 2 figures blocking his path, a stunning woman and an elderly crone. Both radiated a terrifying supreme aura. Damn it, it's the madman of Chu's protectors. The Iron Sword Sovereign's face turned ashen. The Holy Sun hasn't allowed you to leave. Do you think you can escape? The stunning woman, the Supreme Qinglan, mocked as she unleashed a palm strike, sending a white beam that knocked the already heavily wounded Iron Sword Sovereign back. Immediately after, a streak of light shot through the void, arriving before the Iron Sword Sovereign. Before he could react, he felt a chill at his neck, his life force swiftly draining away. In his final moments, he saw the madman of Chu raise his hand, revealing a dark vortex in his palm, akin to the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. The Iron Sword Sovereign was effortlessly drawn into the devouring space by the madman of Chu. Being a supreme being, his essence was still quite nourishing. Chapter 144. Leave the universe ring and roll away. Honor me as you would a deity at the scene of the sword-seizing tournament. All the sword cultivators stood aghast. What had they just witnessed? A warlord had slain 2 supreme beings in rapid succession, and he remained utterly unscathed. To claim this was merely the prowess of a warlord. Who would believe such a thing? Chu Kuangren, was he truly this terrifying? Such strength could easily convince one that he was an unparalleled supreme being. A warlord? Whose warlord possessed such might? It was simply too monstrous. My heavens! Amongst the contemporary young emperors and the 10 prodigies, it seemed exceedingly rare to find another of such caliber. Bai Qianjun was also amidst the crowd. He gazed at the figure of Chu Kuangren high in the sky, feeling as though his very pupils were trembling. Such combat strength could undoubtedly crush him with a single palm. Had he just dared to provoke such a being? The mere thought sent shivers down Bai Qianjun's spine. Was this the entity that had once suppressed all the talented individuals of the world 3 years prior? Terrifying. Bai Qianjun's voice quivered. Initially, he believed that even if Chu Kuangren was formidable, he was merely slightly superior to talents like Yuan Hong and Gu Chang'e. Now, however, he realized he was gravely mistaken. This was an entirely different echelon of existence, one he could not even begin to compare with. Brother Chu remains as formidable as ever. After 3 years in seclusion, even as everyone forgets him, he still manages to astonish the world. Li Xingchen exclaimed with admiration. Within him, the remnant spirit of the Saint King was equally astounded. The combat prowess of this individual was truly terrifying. To slay 2 supreme beings at the warlord level was something unprecedented even in my era. Fearsome. This individual may very well become my great adversary in the future. Unbeknownst to Li Xingchen, he was still marveling at Chu Kuangren's might. Jian Tan and Iron Sword Sovereign have perished. Chu Kuangren possessed such strength. In the distance, the North Sea Sword Sovereign, engaged in battle with the 7 ancestors, felt a pang of apprehension. A moment's distraction led to his arm being severed by the 7 ancestors' sword strike. With a cry of agony, the North Sea Sword Sovereign staggered back several dozen paces. Attaining the realm of the unparalleled supreme is no easy feat. One ought to traverse the world with ease. Yet he sought his own demise. Such a pity. The 7 ancestors, wielding the Qing Tung sword, cast a cold gaze upon the North Sea Sword Sovereign. Although they were both unparalleled supreme beings, he was an established veteran, while the other had evidently just ascended to this realm and was no match for him in combat. Unparalleled supreme being. The North Sea Sword Sovereign remarked with a bitter smile, which soon escalated into raucous laughter. Unparalleled supreme being sounds so exalted. Revered by millions, yet before that saint, one is but an ant. In this era of great contention, amidst the dazzling stars, the world remains under the control of that saint. You and I are merely pieces in their game. Moreover, above the saint, there exists the emperor. Only by becoming an emperor can one transcend everything, rising above all others. In this era of great struggle, I naturally aim to seize that fleeting chance to become an emperor. Even if it costs me my life, I bear no regrets. The North Sea Sword Sovereign spoke passionately, stirring the hearts of many. A streak of light darted towards him. Chu Kuangren regarded him with indifference. In this era of great contention, you may certainly vie for power. However, the victor takes all, and you have lost. Indeed, I have lost. But do you truly believe you can remain invincible forever, Chu Kuangren? The North Sea Sword Sovereign spat through gritted teeth. I shall suppress all enemies of the world, Chu Kuangren declared, raising his hand to summon his spirit energy. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura spread forth, as a vast amount of energy coalesced in his palm, transforming into a magnificent ancient divine mountain that descended upon the North Sea Sword Sovereign. This mountain was colossal beyond measure, threatening to collapse the very fabric of space. Even those at a distance felt a tremendous pressure, their knees trembling, faces paling as if they had seen a ghost. The North Sea Sword Sovereign, already wounded by the 7 ancestors, was no exception. Faced with this strike, he was pinned to the ground by the divine mountain, his body exploding in a shower of blood mist, utterly obliterated. Chu Kuangren had slain yet another Sword Path Supreme Being. Jian Tan, Iron Sword Sovereign, and North Sea Sword Sovereign had all fallen, leaving their accompanying sword cultivators devoid of any fighting spirit. What was there left to fight for? They were now too terrified to even attempt an escape. The 12 towering pillars of sword energy sealed off all avenues of retreat, as long as they possessed their faculties. They understood that with their current cultivation, escaping from Chu Kuangren's 9-heaven sword prison was an impossibility. Now, only you remain, Chu Kuangren said, surveying the remaining sword cultivators with a hint of amusement on his face. The sword cultivators trembled, their hearts racing, aware that the moment determining their fate had arrived. Leave the universe rings, and then, turn and depart, Chu Kuangren commanded. A wave of relief washed over them, as if they had suddenly been transported from the depths of hell to the heights of heaven, unable to contain their elation. They had survived. They had lived under the hand of Chu Kuangren. Yes, yes. Thank you for your mercy, Taoist friend. The sword cultivators hastily relinquished their universe rings and turned to flee. Buzz. A streak of sword energy flashed by, tearing one sword cultivator in half and spraying blood mist everywhere, causing several others to collapse in fear. Chu Kuangren, you are a liar, one sword cultivator exclaimed, enraged. With a calm demeanor, Chu Kuangren replied, I keep my word, but should anyone attempt to fish in troubled waters, I shall show no mercy. The crowd turned their gaze to the slain individual, realizing he had not removed his universe ring and had intended to flee alongside the others. In an instant, those with similar intentions swiftly abandoned their thoughts, obediently removing their universe rings before making their escape. Before long, the sword cultivators hurriedly vacated the scene, leaving behind a multitude of universe rings, at least 1,000 in total. Chu Kuangren's face lit up with joy as he collected the rings. First, he had seized the sword soul, and now, he had executed a substantial harvest. This visit to the sword-seizing city had proven exceedingly fortuitous. Young master, are you truly letting them leave? Lan Yu inquired, watching the retreating sword cultivators. Chu Kuangren smiled nonchalantly. No matter. After this battle, their resolve has shattered. From now on, they shall revere me as they would a deity. Congratulations, Chu Xiaoyu, on acquiring the sword soul. Feng Xuanzai approached Chu Kuangren, his expression intricate. He understood that even if he requested the return of the sword soul now, it was unlikely Chu Kuangren would comply. Moreover, as the sword soul had recognized its master, it would forever belong to Chu Kuangren as long as he lived. No other sword cultivators could seize it away. The sword soul has suddenly manifested. It seems the sword-seizing city has encountered some troubles. Do you require assistance, my young friend? Chu Kuangren inquired, recognizing the necessity of aiding the sword-seizing city, given his acquisition of their sword soul, especially since the Xiantian sect had a good rapport with them. Indeed, we have received reports that the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Iron Sword sect have jointly invaded the Tianhua Valley to seize the sword soul. Fortunately, casualties were minimal. We appreciate your concern, young friend, Feng Xuanzai explained. Our sword-seizing city has forged swords for generations, producing numerous renowned blades. Most of the famous swords in the world can trace their origins to our city. We are, without a doubt, a concentrated hub of sword path fortune. Thousands of years ago, a sword soul was born. Originally, we planned to find suitable materials to forge an unparalleled divine sword tailored for the sword soul. Yet we never anticipated such an incident would occur. Truly, it is fate. However, since the sword soul has now merged with the Kunwu sword forged by our ancestors, this may not be entirely unfavorable. I hope you can shine brightly with this sword in the days to come, Feng Xuanzai continued, revealing the origin of the sword soul while placing great hopes on Chu Kuangren. Chapter 145, preparing to forge a sword sheath, a grand gesture. Melting the demon's spear, the sword's soul emerges, only to be acquired by Chu Kuangren. In light of such monumental events, the sword-seizing competition seemed rather trivial. Ultimately, the renowned sword Tiangang was rightfully claimed by Chu Kuangren, for who among the gathered sword cultivators dared to contest him? With Tiangang, Pejun, Kuan-Wu, and a dozen famed swords acquired from the sword greed, Chu Kuangren now possessed a staggering total of 17 blades, each a coveted treasure for sword cultivators. He retained them. As with the Qingling sword box, nurturing it would simultaneously cultivate the other precious swords. Esteemed sword cultivators, in addition to the sword season competition, our Baijian city has prepared another announcement for the world. Feng Xuanzi proclaimed loudly to the assembly. The crowd was filled with curiosity. Across the realm, countless famed swords exist, yet their wielders vary in merit. Baijian city has devoted years to preparing 100 sword rankings. This 100 sword ranking will enumerate the renowned swords and their masters, each sword listed having undergone meticulous examination by Baijian city. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. It is said that the majority of the world's renowned swords originate from Baijian city. Undoubtedly, they are the most qualified to curate this list. The 100 sword ranking will be unveiled in 3 days, with updates every decade. We invite everyone to anticipate it. Feng Xuanzi declared. Initially, some sword cultivators intended to depart after the competition, but now they were intrigued and decided to linger a while longer. Thus, the sword seizing competition concluded, and the 100 sword ranking was soon to emerge. Upon returning to the Feng family, Chu Kuangren began to tally the spoils of this event. His Qinkuan ring was filled with a multitude of Qinkuan rings. Unable to count them alone, he summoned Lan Yu for assistance. Together, they spent an entire day meticulously accounting, totaling 2,100 Qinkuan rings, amounting to 12 million high-grade spirit stones, 40 million mid-grade spirit stones, and countless low-grade spirit stones. As for treasures like precious medicines and pills, they were innumerable. After reserving a portion of the spirit stones for daily expenses, Chu Kuangren unceremoniously devoted the rest to the divine phoenix egg. For the first time, he observed the divine phoenix egg absorbing spirit stones. The egg bounced into the pile of spirit stones, unleashing an overwhelming suction. The surrounding spirit energy surged forth like rivers converging into the sea, continuously flowing into the divine phoenix egg. Not only spirit stones, but also some elixirs and rare herbs were drained of their essence. The scene rivaled his own gluttonous technique. After consuming all the spirit stones and treasures, the divine phoenix egg still showed no signs of hatching. This thing resembles an endless abyss. It seems the journey to nurture it will be arduous, Chu Kuangren mused. At that moment, the Kuan-Wu sword beside him inched closer, rubbing its hilt against his face, seemingly expressing its discontent at being neglected. How amusing. Even a sword can be spoiled, Chu Kuangren chuckled, resting the Kuan-Wu sword across his knees, his fingertips gently caressing its blade. The sword quivered slightly, emitting a soft hum. Ever since the sword's soul merged with him, the Kuan-Wu sword could no longer be regarded merely as a sword. Unlike most sentient artifacts, it now possessed complete consciousness. The distinction between sentience and consciousness is vast. Thus, the Kuan-Wu sword could be perceived as a sentient being, possessing its own thoughts and attitudes. If Chu Kuangren were to confine it within the spirit void, it would feel vexed, akin to being locked in a dark room. Regrettably, Chu Kuangren had no choice but to keep it by his side. However, he needed to seek a sword sheath. This sword's sharpness is too profound. It may inadvertently harm others, he murmured. The next day, Chu Kuangren approached Feng Xuanzi, sharing his desire for a sword sheath. Crafting a sheath for Kuan-Wu was no trivial task, but as a sacred king artifact with an attached sword soul, its future rank would undoubtedly elevate further. A common sheath would be inadequate. A top-tier forging material was essential, yet he had none at hand. I find myself in a quandary, Feng Xuanzi lamented. Even as a renowned master craftsman, I cannot conjure materials from thin air. I have an idea. Chu Kuangren's eyes sparkled with inspiration. From his Qinkuan ring, he withdrew a dark red spear, the sacred king weapon, the celestial desolation demon spear, obtained in the past from Biling Dao province. As the spear emerged, an enigmatic aura enveloped the vicinity, causing even a powerful figure like Feng Xuanzi to feel a shiver. What a terrifying weapon. This is a sacred king artifact. Indeed. What do you think about melting it down to forge the sheath for Kuan-Wu? Chu Kuangren proposed. Feng Xuanzi was taken aback by this audacious notion. To melt a sacred king artifact solely for a sword sheath? My goodness. Such extravagance is unprecedented. Are you certain about this, my young friend? This is a sacred king artifact, Feng Xuanzi inquired cautiously. Chu Kuangren smiled gently. Using a Sacred King artifact for Kuan Wu's sheath is quite appropriate. Besides, I have no use for this spear. Leaving it in the Qianquan ring feels wasteful. It is better to utilize it effectively. Your practicality is rather extravagant, I must admit, Feng Xuanzi thought to himself. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment. But we won't require the entirety of the spear to craft a sheath. That's acceptable. The remainder shall serve as your reward for forging the sheath. I cannot let you toil in vain, Chu Kuangren replied. Then I shall not be polite. Feng Xuanzi readily agreed. He gazed at the celestial desolation demon spear, brimming with excitement. After so many years of crafting, this will be my first experience melting a Sacred King artifact to forge a sheath. It promises to be quite the novelty. Feeling as if it were aware of its fate, the celestial desolation demon spear trembled violently, attempting to escape Chu Kuangren's grasp. Humph! Chu Kuangren snorted, channeling his spirit power to suppress the spear entirely. Melting the celestial desolation demon spear was no simple feat. Even a master like Feng Xuanzi would require several days and nights to accomplish it. During this time, the announcement of the 100-sword ranking continued. Overseen by Feng Xuanzi's brother, Feng Huzi. On that day, the square of Baijian City, originally designated for the sword-seizing competition, teemed with people. A vast sea of black-clad figures stretching endlessly. The spectacle rivaled that of the competition itself, as today marked the unveiling of the 100-sword ranking. Countless sword cultivators eagerly awaited, eager to discover which renowned swords and cultivators would be honored on the list. Chapter 146, The Revelation of the 100 Swords List. The Sacred Land's doctrinal discourse. Can you guess who might be ranked among the 100 swords? Although this sword list has been compiled by the Sword Worship City, who can ascertain that their subjective biases have not influenced it? If this list fails to gain widespread acceptance, it is no more than a worthless piece of parchment. Ultimately, its value lies in its authenticity. In the square of Sword Worship City, countless sword cultivators engaged in fervent discussions. Soon, amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, a disciple of the Feng family finally made an appearance, unveiling a sword list that was affixed to the wall. The grand sword list materialized before everyone, showcasing an array of renowned swords alongside their respective wielders' names. All eyes were immediately drawn to the first row of the sword list. The top position, the Kunwu sword? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Have you heard of the Kunwu sword? It seemed somewhat unfamiliar, yet oddly recognizable. Who is its master? Naturally, it is none other than the infamous Chu madman, the very one we had encountered recently, wielding the sword imbued with the sword's soul. Indeed, the Kunwu sword, held by Chu madman. Is it really him? Many sword cultivators fell into deep contemplation. The Kunwu sword, infused with a sword's soul, could indeed be considered the world's foremost sword. Yet the ranking on the 100 swords list is not solely determined by the sword's quality. It must also reflect the strength of its master. Can Chu madman truly be deemed the world's #1 swordsman? Doubts lingered among the crowd. However, recalling his recent feat of slaying the 7 heroes of Sword Dao sent shivers down their spines, causing them to begin to accept this ranking. Goodness! This individual cannot be regarded as an ordinary member of the younger generation. His position at the top leaves me speechless. Quickly, let us see who occupies the second position. The second on the 100 swords list is the competing Sun Sword, wielded by Murong Feng, the sword sovereign of the Xuanwu domain. He is an unparalleled supreme being, and over the years, his competing Sun Sword has vanquished countless sword sovereigns. The third position belongs to the Purple Star, held by the esteemed Xinyuan sovereign, the foremost sword sovereign of the Qinglong domain. It is surprising to see him ranked after Chu madman. As the crowd continued to peruse the 100 swords list, the names of illustrious swords and their renowned wielders gradually came into view. Aside from the controversy surrounding Chu madman at the top, the remaining rankings garnered considerable recognition. The authenticity of this 100 swords list is indeed quite high. One can only imagine the immense stir it would create in the world, particularly within the realm of swordsmanship. Among the throng, Chu madman observed the 100 swords list and noticed the names of the sword masters, revealing a hint of surprise in his eyes. He discovered that among the famed 7 heroes of Sword Dao from the Qinglong domain, only one, the Qianming sword sovereign, managed to secure a position in the top 30, while the others were relegated beyond the top 50. The standard of this 100 swords list is undeniably elevated. However, is it truly fitting for Chu madman to occupy the first position? At that moment, a sword cultivator could no longer contain his skepticism, stating, I acknowledge that Chu madman is formidable, but there are countless sword masters in the world. Even his master can only rank third. How can he claim the top spot? A disciple from the Feng family replied, the patriarch has stated that the Kunwu sword, in Chu's possession, is the only known sword in the world infused with a sword soul. By that virtue alone, It deserves to be ranked first. Swords imbued with a sword soul are exceedingly rare, and given that Sword Worship City has forged such a renowned sword, it would be unreasonable not to place it at the pinnacle. This explanation did not come as a surprise to the crowd, and the ensuing doubts began to dissipate. As the 100 Swords list was made public, it gradually spread throughout the realm. Chu Madman's first-place ranking caused quite a stir, and after some investigation, many learned of his recent triumph over the 7 heroes of Sword Dao in Sword Worship City. Although they were astounded, the significance of his title as the foremost swordsman raised skepticism among many. Chu Madman was well aware of this sentiment, yet he remained unfazed. Dissent? If they wished to challenge him, let them come. He feared no one, unless a sage intervened, with the Kunwu sword in hand. He felt confident in facing even the most supreme beings. On this day, Chu Madman received a sword sheath sent by Feng Xuanzi. The sheath was entirely white, adorned with exquisite patterns. Having successfully forged it from half of a demonic spear, Feng Xuanzi inquired, "Would you like to give it a try?" "Certainly," Chu Madman nodded, retrieving the Kunwu sword. The moment the sword appeared, an uncontrollable aura of sharpness enveloped the surroundings, as if the air were filled with countless minuscule blades, even causing Feng Xuanzi to feel a sensation akin to being sliced. "Indeed, this sword demands a worthy sheath. It is truly remarkable," Feng Xuanzi exclaimed, noting that the sword's sharpness had intensified since their last encounter. Chu Madman sheathed the Kunwu sword, and instantly, the overwhelming aura dissipated, the sword fitting perfectly within its sheath. A flawless union. The Kunwu sword quivered slightly, clearly satisfied with its new sheath, akin to a beautiful maiden donning exquisite attire. "It fits perfectly. Thank you, Senior Feng." "Haha. No need for thanks. I too have profited handsomely from this arrangement," Feng Xuanzi replied with a smile. Suddenly, both Chu Madman and Feng Xuanzi seemed to sense something. Gazing into the distance where radiant light erupted, accompanied by resonant sounds of doctrine echoing through the heavens. "In 7 days, I, the White Brow, shall deliver a discourse for all beings." A distant, ethereal voice resonated across the majority of the Qinglong domain. The entire realm trembled. Even Chu Madman felt a sense of astonishment. A sage has descended. Feng Xuanzi mused. The White Brow Sage is set to impart wisdom once again. Chu Madman was intrigued. Another session? Indeed, the White Brow Sage, unlike other elusive sages, periodically emerges to deliver teachings for the benefit of all beings. The last discourse occurred a century ago. "I see." Chu Madman expressed interest. "Are there any prerequisites to attend the sage's teachings?" "Naturally, teachings of the Tao are not to be imparted lightly. Without a certain level of cultivation and understanding of the Tao, one cannot attend the sage's discourse. Attempting to do so could even jeopardize one's own Tao heart," Feng Xuanzi explained. Chu Madman nodded slightly. "The sage's teachings are indeed a grand occasion, and I have matters I wish to discuss with the sage. Senior Feng, I shall take my leave now." "Very well, I shall not keep you. Attending the sage's discourse is a rare opportunity, and I would not wish to hinder your chance," Feng Xuanzi replied. The news of the sage's impending teachings spread rapidly throughout the realm in a single day, prompting many cultivators to hasten to the sage's place of instruction. "The White Brow Sage is set to teach again. Hurry to attend. I was unable to hear the sage's wisdom last time due to insufficient cultivation. I cannot afford to miss it again." "Haha, White Brow Sage, I am coming." Chapter 147, The Rock-Solid Heart of the Tao, Mount Baimei. The overbearing Lei Ming Tian congratulations to the host for drawing the legendary attribute, the rock-solid heart of the Tao. On this day, Chu Kuangren, as was his custom, participated in the lottery aboard the celestial vessel. Upon seeing the prize, he was slightly taken aback, even with the blessing of his luck aura. Drawing a legendary item was still a rare occurrence. The last time he drew the divine-level Immortal Phoenix was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. After acquiring the rock-solid heart of the Tao, Chu Kuangren did not perceive any remarkable changes, only receiving some information regarding this attribute. The rock-solid heart of the Tao, as its name suggests, signifies a heart as steadfast as rock, unyielding and immovable. This is an exceptionally useful attribute, for it is said in the cultivation world that while methods may be easily learned, the heart of the Tao is arduous to cultivate. For cultivators, the heart of the Tao is of utmost importance. Those with a formidable heart may not necessarily reach the pinnacle. Yet every powerful cultivator standing at the summit undoubtedly possesses a tenacious heart of the Tao. Seventh Ancestor, do you have any understanding of this sage with white brows? Chu Kuangren inquired aboard the celestial vessel. The seventh ancestor manifested his form and nodded slightly. The sage with white brows is quite renowned in the Sanqiang star, and I am naturally aware of him. He does not belong to any particular sect, yet periodically delivers teachings for the benefit of all beings. thus accumulating a considerable amount of merits. Many powerful cultivators today have attended his teachings, and he is indeed a figure of great significance. Upon hearing this, Chu Kuangren noted a particular term used by the seventh ancestor and remarked, delivering teachings for the benefit of all beings can indeed accumulate merits? The seventh ancestor nodded slightly. Indeed, though the effect is most pronounced during the initial teachings. Thus, many sages will deliver teachings upon attaining enlightenment to gather merits, but this practice diminishes over time. It is exceedingly rare for a sage like the white-browed sage to teach periodically. He stands alone in this respect. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly, intrigued. Is it possible that he accumulates merits for some ulterior motive? While the intricacies of merits are manifold, they generally hold little value for sages unless of monumental proportions. Perhaps the white-browed sage simply enjoys collecting them. Perhaps, Chu Kuangren mused, letting the thought drift. The venue for the white-browed sage's teachings was nestled within a mountain range, which, due to his presence, was aptly named Mount Baimei. At present, Mount Baimei was teeming with people, a bustling scene that eclipsed even the sword-seizing tournament. After all, the tournament attracted only sword cultivators. Whereas this sage's teachings drew practitioners from all corners of the world, including numerous supreme-level figures. Look, it's Ao Tsang from the Lingshu Holy Land. At this moment, a celestial vessel arrived, capturing the attention of many. As they turned to look, several practitioners from the Lingshu Holy Land disembarked, with none other than the young Emperor Ao Tsang leading the way. As a young emperor, Ao Tsang's renown surpassed that of many supreme beings, and his appearance immediately drew considerable attention. Not only Ao Tsang, but also Gu Chang'e and Yuan Hong made their entrance. Lin Batian from Xiang Valley was also present. One by one, the young emperors of various sage lineages made their appearances, prompting a flurry of discussion among the crowd. Who would have thought these young emperors would come to hear the sage's teachings? They mused. That is quite normal when a sage speaks. Such an opportunity is not to be missed, even by young emperors. Aren't they from sage lineages? Surely they have a sage backing them. Why would they attend the white-browed sage's teachings? Fool, have you never heard the saying? The stones from other hills can be used to polish jade. Who decreed that one cannot listen to the teachings of other sages simply because they have a sage in their own lineage? Indeed, that is a valid point. Buzzing. At that moment, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, transforming into a young man clad in white robes with azure hair. An overwhelmingly powerful aura instantly enveloped the surroundings, and fine arcs of electricity danced in the air, startling many cultivators. Who is this, making such a grand entrance? Hush! Lower your voice. This is Lei Ming Tian, the ancient prodigy of the Thunder Falcon clan, a young emperor and the first to possess imperial aura. His combat prowess exceeds that of Ao Tsang and the others. Yes, do not provoke him. He is quite domineering and comes from a sacred lineage, making him formidable. Suddenly, a crimson glow erupted from the crowd as a young man in blood robes approached Lei Ming Tian, drawing the gaze of many. The two locked eyes, their auras clashing fiercely. This figure's emergence surprised many. It was Xue Lingzi, the young emperor of the Yiksha clan. Among the young emperors of the Qinglong domain, only Xue Lingzi can be compared to Lei Ming Tian, they whispered. It was rumored that the two had fought the previous year, while the outcome remained unknown. It was evident that their relationship was far from amicable. Surrounding cultivators eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama, while some supreme beings were equally curious about the potential clash between these young emperors. What, Xue Lingzi, do you wish to duel again? Lei Ming Tian spoke coldly. Xue Lingzi's charming visage broke into a smile. It has been quite some time since we last met, and you remain as overbearing as ever, Lei Ming Tian. If you desire a battle, I shall gladly oblige. Xue Lingzi's aura surged, showing no signs of retreat. Fellow Taoists, this is Mount Baimei, where the sage resides. I kindly ask you to restrain yourselves. At that moment, Wu Qinzi spoke calmly. Xue Lingzi's gaze flickered, while he showed no intention of backing down. He also refrained from escalating further. In contrast, Lei Ming Tian cast a cold glance at Wu Qinzi. By what right do you speak to me? I was merely offering a reminder, yet your tone seems somewhat excessive, Wu Qinzi replied, irritation creeping into his voice. Oh, is that so? Lei Ming Tian suddenly raised his hand, unleashing a tempestuous surge of thunderous Tao rhythm, and without further ado, he struck out with a fist. Wu Qinzi's expression shifted as he mobilized his spiritual power to resist. However, when their powers collided, Wu Qinzi was forcibly sent flying back dozens of feet. Electricity crackling across his form, having sustained injuries from a single strike. The sheer might of Lei Ming Tian left the onlookers in awe. Even Wu Qinzi was astonished. Among young emperors, Lei Ming Tian's strength was undoubtedly a tier above his own. Gu Chang'e, Yuan Hong, Ao Tsang, and the other young emperors grew increasingly somber. Realizing that Lei Ming-tian was not to be underestimated, he could likely contend with supreme beings. If they were to face him, their chances of victory appeared bleak. Truly, the first young emperor to possess imperial aura, his comprehension of Tao is likely unmatched among his peers, they thought inwardly. Following his decisive blow against Wu Qinzi, Lei Ming-tian's expression swelled with arrogance. With your caliber, you dare to stand among young emperors? The imperial aura bestowed upon you is nothing short of a disgrace. His words were not solely aimed at Wu Qinzi but encompassed Ao Tsang, Yuan Hong, and the others as well. The expressions of the young emperors darkened, fury flickering in their eyes as they regarded Lei Ming-tian. Even their protectors, though furious, could not intervene in the affairs of the younger generation, especially with Lei Ming-tian's protector covertly observing them. Damn it, I truly wish someone would teach this Lei Ming-tian a lesson. He is infuriating. One protector muttered under his breath. Hearing this, the other protectors could only force a smile. Although they shared the same disdain for Lei Ming-tian, they had to acknowledge his strength. Among the young prodigies present, only Shui Lingzi could rival him. Yet that was merely a contest of equals. A lesson was far beyond reach. Chapter 148. Who gave you the courage to speak thus? Subduing Thunderous Ming-tian at the moment when the young Emperor Thunderous Ming-tian was being arrogant and overbearing, a celestial vessel descended from the skies above by Mei Mountain. From this vessel emerged a man and a woman, both possessing extraordinary beauty. Upon sighting these two individuals, the expressions of Gu Chang'e and several other young emperors shifted slightly, revealing a hint of trepidation in their eyes as they gazed upon the newcomers. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by many cultivators present, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Even the domineering Thunderous Ming-tian was met with mere wariness from Gu Chang'e and Ao Tsang. Yet the arrival of these figures instilled genuine fear. What on earth was the background of these newcomers? Many were filled with doubt and uncertainty, while others recognized them. It was he, the senior brother of Xintian's sect, Chu Kuangren. This revelation sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. Chu Kuangren had been in seclusion for 3 years, and upon his emergence, he had already defeated several young emperors, a tale that had long since spread. Coupled with his victory in acquiring the Sword Soul in Baijian City, where he ranked first on the 100 Swords list, his reputation in the Qinglong domain was unparalleled. After 3 years, this prodigious individual had finally reappeared. They had spoken of his celestial demeanor and divine beauty, which I had previously doubted, but upon witnessing him today, it was indeed not an exaggeration. He was extraordinarily transcendent. With Chu Kuangren's arrival, the atmosphere became even more vibrant. Hidden within the shadows, some of the proud protectors felt a tremor of unease upon seeing him, sensing an underlying danger. Compared to 3 years ago, he was far more formidable. After 3 years of seclusion, just how powerful had he become? Many protectors pondered silently. Chu Kuangren, accompanied by Lan Yu, approached the crowd and greeted them with a faint smile. Greetings, fellow Taoists. In stark contrast to Thunderous Ming-tian's domineering entrance, Chu Kuangren exuded an air of courtesy, and his already stunning visage instantly endeared him to many, leaving several female cultivators utterly mesmerized. Both being prodigies, how could the difference be so vast? Look how polite Taoist Chu is, unlike some who are so discourteous. Indeed, it is a rarity. Wow, Taoist Chu is truly breathtaking, and he seems so gentle. I am utterly enamored. I have long admired you, Taoist Chu. Today, you are indeed worthy of your reputation, truly remarkable. Others chimed in with enthusiastic greetings, expressing warmth towards Chu Kuangren. This comparison was stark. Thunderous Ming-tian's entrance was so overbearing that it incited dissatisfaction, while the presence of Chu Kuangren felt refreshing like a spring breeze, naturally garnering favor. You are Chu Kuangren. Thunderous Ming-tian furrowed his brow, fixing a cold gaze upon him. Chu Kuangren, perplexed, replied, Indeed, that is I. Was it not you who killed the young emperor of the Lei Sun clan? Though that young emperor was not particularly impressive, he was, after all, one of the rare talents of the Lei Sun clan. For this, I believe you must pay a price. Thunderous Ming-tian spoke ominously. Upon hearing this, Chu Kuangren appeared enlightened and then smiled lightly. Ah, you are from the Lei Sun clan. No wonder I sensed a foul stench. It turns out to be you, a lowly creature. The crowd was taken aback by this unexpected insult, as no one anticipated Chu Kuangren would openly scorn Thunderous Ming-tian, implicating the entire Lei Sun clan in his rebuke. Where was the refined gentleman they spoke of? Ao Tsang, Lin Batian, and other prodigies were not at all surprised. Clearly, they had expected such an outcome. Gentle? A refined gentleman? Humph, it's all a fade. When this fellow goes wild, none can compare. Lin Batian sneered. Thunderous Ming Tian had foolishly sought to provoke this madman, and now he would surely suffer the consequences. Yuan Hong shook his head, sighing, a hint of sympathy in his gaze towards Thunderous Ming Tian. They were all prodigies who had faced Chu Kuangren and understood better than anyone just how powerful he truly was. Thunderous Ming Tian was indeed strong, but in their eyes, he paled in comparison to Chu Kuangren, possibly not even on the same level. You seek death. Thunderous Ming Tian's expression darkened as he transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing before Chu Kuangren in the blink of an eye. His speed was such that few could react. With a fierce punch, he unleashed the thunderous power, striking directly at Chu Kuangren's chest. This punch seemed to penetrate Chu Kuangren's form, and Thunderous Ming Tian's expression brightened momentarily. But then, wait. The smile on Thunderous Ming Tian's face faltered as he realized the Chu Kuangren he had struck felt utterly insubstantial. The figure of Chu Kuangren vanished into thin air. A phantasm. He possessed such speed. Thunderous Ming Tian was inwardly astounded, and as his consciousness surged, he sought out Chu Kuangren, only to discover that he had inexplicably appeared behind him. Thunderous Ming Tian was engulfed in crackling electricity, transforming once more into a bolt of lightning. Your speed is commendable, Chu Kuangren remarked calmly, then executed a technique of ethereal movement. The onlookers witnessed two streaks of light colliding in midair, each impact unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Their velocities were astounding, so much so that even the supreme beings present could only catch a fleeting glimpse of their forms. Boom. Suddenly, a streak of light plummeted from the sky, creating a massive crater in the ground, causing the surrounding cultivators to hastily retreat. Upon closer inspection, they found Thunderous Ming Tian lying in the pit, his hair disheveled, blood trickling from his mouth, and his eyes glaring crimson with fury as he glared at Chu Kuangren hovering above. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren stood aloft, casually toying with his fingers, the tips still shimmering with a disquieting aura of power. Clearly, in their previous clash, Thunderous Ming Tian had been at a disadvantage. What was it you said earlier? That I must pay a price? I am curious, who granted you the audacity to utter such words? Chu Kuangren inquired, gazing down at Thunderous Ming Tian, who lay amidst the dust. The crowd noticed a gleaming sword hanging at his waist, an exquisitely white and ornate long sword. They all understood that Chu Kuangren excelled in the sword arts, wielding the Kunwu sacred sword, a peerless divine blade that had fused with the sword's soul. At this moment, he had subdued Thunderous Ming Tian without even drawing his sword. One could only wonder how formidable he would be should he choose to unsheathe it. Chu Kuangren. Thunderous Ming Tian gritted his teeth, his body crackling with increasingly violent, thunderous energy, as if he were enveloped in a colossal sphere of lightning. Boom. The terrifying thunderous energy erupted, transforming into a massive lightning pillar, intricate runes swirling within. A mere trick, Chu Kuangren said dismissively, raising a hand to obliterate the lightning pillar with a cataclysmic force. Following this, he pressed down with an overwhelming surge of earth energy, coalescing into an ancient divine mountain that crashed down upon Thunderous Ming Tian. The might of this mountain was colossal, locking onto Thunderous Ming Tian and rendering him unable to evade. In the face of such a formidable blow, Thunderous Ming Tian poured forth all his strength to resist, unleashing a torrent of lightning strikes against the divine mountain. Yet, the mountain descended with unstoppable force, slamming Thunderous Ming Tian into the ground, shattering his bones and causing blood to flow freely. Chapter 149, The Young Taoist, the Thousand Mountain Array. Not even sparing the children, the overwhelming force of the crowd gradually dissipated. Thunderous Tian lay on the ground, his bones shattered, blood gushing forth. Gravely injured by a single strike, he yearned for Chu Kuangren to pay a price, yet he never anticipated that he would be utterly defeated in mere exchanges. Left half dead before his opponent, the protector of Thunderous Tian's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly appeared, shielding him from view, his gaze fixed warily on Chu Kuangren. Simultaneously, his heart was filled with profound shock. He had surmised that Chu Kuangren would be formidable, but he never imagined such overwhelming strength, capable of inflicting severe injury upon Thunderous Tian in just a few moves, all without even employing his most proficient swordsmanship. It was utterly terrifying. Such combat prowess was something even some seasoned supreme beings could scarcely claim. The remaining cultivators were equally astonished, particularly the protectors of the young prodigies. While they took great delight in Thunderous Tian's dire state, they were even more apprehensive of Chu Kuangren's current capabilities. How could their champions compete with such an entity? It was utterly inconceivable. At that moment, amidst the swirling clouds in the distance, a young Taoist clad in a robe and with his hair styled in a topknot ambled forward, despite his seemingly low cultivation level, merely at the void realm. He radiated brilliance, adorned with precious artifacts, and wielding a rare sacred object, a whisk in his grasp. Upon witnessing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with desire, wishing to strip the young Taoist of his treasures. However, the words that followed quelled their greedy thoughts. "My master awaits within. You may follow me," the young Taoist announced. Everyone present, with any semblance of intelligence, could deduce that his master was none other than the sage residing within White Eyebrow Mountain. This young Taoist was indeed a disciple of the sage. The crowd followed the young Taoist deeper into the mountain, including Chu Kuangren, who did not spare a single glance at the now helpless thunderous Tian, viewing him as inconsequential as a stone by the roadside. If he obstructed the path, a mere kick would suffice. No one would ever engage a stone in a prolonged conflict. Not far away, Ao Tsong, Lin Batian, and others observed this scene, feeling a shared sense of sorrow akin to the rabbit mourning the fox. The reason they had survived thus far was not that Chu Kuangren could not eliminate them or feared igniting a war of lineages. Rather, they were utterly insignificant in his eyes. Whether he chose to kill them depended solely on his whims. Upon realizing this, they exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with melancholy. The most demoralizing experience is when one perceives another as a lifelong adversary, yet that counterpart regards them with indifference. This sentiment was particularly poignant for prodigies like Ao Tsong and Yuan Hong. Such a realization stung far worse than death itself. Following the young Taoist, the group ventured deeper into the mountains. Gradually, they sensed an unsettling change. Each step became increasingly burdensome, as though a great weight pressed upon them, rendering movement nearly impossible. Some seasoned supremes who had traversed this path previously were not taken aback. "We have entered the realm of the Thousand Mountain Array," one murmured. "What is the Thousand Mountain Array?" Some cultivators questioned, puzzled. The Thousand Mountain Array is a formation laid by the sage to hear the sage's teachings. One must first navigate through this array, came the explanation from those familiar with it. Indeed, while the Thousand Mountain Array spanned only 1,000 zhang, each step further into its bounds increased the weight of the mountain's force. Thus, even a respected being would find traversing this array a formidable challenge. Curiosity piqued. Some glanced at the sprightly young Taoist at the forefront, who appeared utterly unfazed. Why is he unaffected? He is merely at the void realm. One inquired. Of course, he is a disciple of the sage. How could the array possibly hinder him? A cultivator noted, observing the Taoist's whisk emanating waves of Tao rhythm, counteracting the array's force. Though the Thousand Mountain Array spanned only 1,000 zhang, an easily traversable distance for most cultivators, it had become an arduous journey. Many who lacked sufficient strength found themselves pinned to the ground upon entry, unable to even twitch a finger. Only those above the void realm could move at all. Yet even they found each step increasingly laborious, their spiritual energy rapidly depleting. Most infuriating was the young Taoist, who seemed unaffected by the array, frolicking along the way, chasing butterflies or squatting to examine insects and flowers. Half an hour passed, and they had traversed merely 200 zhang. Each second spent in the array drained their spiritual energy further. "Young Taoist, could you move a bit faster?" One cultivator could no longer contain his frustration. Without turning, the young Taoist replied, "Why the hurry? The path ahead becomes more arduous. If you can't endure, then perhaps you should not proceed." The Thousand Mountain Array grew increasingly taxing with each step. Having barely completed half the distance, the prospect of continuing seemed grim. "Oh, look, a phoenix-tailed butterfly." Suddenly, the young Taoist exclaimed, spotting a golden butterfly and darting after it. Yet as it fluttered away, he chased it fervently. The butterfly danced gracefully, eventually alighting upon a slender, fair finger. The young Taoist observed in awe as the butterfly settled there without any effort on Chu Kuangren's part. With a subtle smile, Chu Kuangren extended his finger towards the young Taoist, who remained in a daze, captivated by the moment. "Little brother, if you do not take the butterfly soon, it shall take flight," Chu Kuangren said. Only then did the young Taoist snap back to reality, clasping his hands to catch the butterfly, examining it closely before releasing it. He then turned to Chu Kuangren and remarked, "Big brother, you are truly handsome. None of my masters can compare to you. Little brother, the sage is waiting for us. We must not keep him long." Chu Kuangren chuckled. "Very well, big brother, the path ahead is quite difficult. Should you tire, hold my hand. With the whisk given by my master, this array will not affect you," the young Taoist boasted, even going so far as to offer Chu Kuangren a shortcut in front of the crowd. This prompted many cultivators to grimace, a pang of envy swelling within them. "How unfair. Good looks truly open doors everywhere," one lamented. In truth, the young Taoist was not merely enamored by Chu Kuangren's appearance. He was drawn to the ethereal aura that radiated from him. Pure-hearted by nature, the young Taoist instinctively gravitated towards the comforting presence. Much like the butterfly drawn to Chu Kuangren, the young Taoist quickened his pace, prompting the others to follow suit. They soon traversed a significant portion of the Thousand Mountain Array, yet with each step, the array's power intensified, causing more individuals to falter. In the end, fewer than 5,000 managed to navigate through the Thousand Mountain Array, arriving before the sage's palace. Do not be deceived into thinking 5,000 is a large number. This time, the sage's teachings had attracted hundreds of thousands of cultivators, yet now, fewer than 5,000 had emerged from the Thousand Mountain Array, possibly less than 1%. Chapter 150. The Heart Ladder, the unshakable heart of the rock exhausted, utterly spent. The arduous journey through the Thousand Mountain Array is indeed a formidable challenge. To hear a sage expound on the Tao is truly a rare opportunity. Before the sage's palace, nearly half of the 5,000 gathered lay prostrate on the ground, utterly fatigued. Even the illustrious talents like Gu Chang'e and Aerie Warrior were slightly panting, evidently having expended considerable physical and spiritual energy. "Lan Yu, are you all right?" Chu Kuangren inquired, glancing at Lan Yu, who was also noticeably fatigued, a thin sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead. "I am fine. You are quite impressive, big brother," she replied. At that moment, a young acolyte approached Chu Kuangren, saying, "Your cultivation level is on par with theirs, yet you appear unfazed." He gestured towards Aerie Warrior and Lin Betian nearby, whose expressions darkened at the remark. "This little rascal, does he need to point it out?" One of them grumbled inwardly. "It may be that they are comparatively weaker," Chu Kuangren remarked with a faint smile. Although they shared the same realm, the foundation of Aerie Warrior and the others paled in comparison to his own. Hearing these words, their expressions soured even further as they silently cursed. "You are the one who is weak. Your whole family is weak." After a brief respite, they turned their attention to the magnificent palace before them, beneath which lay a staircase seemingly constructed of white jade. Excitement began to stir within the crowd. Is this the place where the sage will impart his teachings? Surely the sage is here. We should hurry inside to secure good positions. Indeed, let us go. Some cultivators, unable to contain their enthusiasm, rushed toward the staircase. However, after only a few steps, they halted, their expressions shifting to one of either terror or ecstasy. What has happened to them? Those who had intended to ascend quickly withdrew, casting puzzled looks at their dazed peers. The young acolyte spoke up. To hear the sage's teachings, one must not only traverse the Thousand Mountain Array, but also conquer this Heart Ladder. This Heart Ladder consists of 72 steps, capable of conjuring various illusions to confuse you. Those whose resolve is not steadfast may find themselves ensnared in these phantoms, unable to extricate themselves. There are only two potential outcomes. The first is to be forcefully awakened by external means, and the second is to exhaust one's spiritual energy until the physical form perishes. The young acolyte beamed, yet an icy dread permeated the hearts of the crowd. Surely the sage would not stand idly by as we perish. A cultivator gulped. "Look there." The acolyte pointed to a pile of white bones beside the palace. The crowd's hearts sank with foreboding. Those are the souls who could not pass the trial of the Heart Ladder and ultimately succumb to their illusions, the acolyte explained. "By heavens, people can truly die here." The crowd murmured, their courage wavering. Indeed, the chance to hear the sage's teachings was exceptional. But what use is an opportunity if it costs one's life? In that moment, many began to reconsider their resolve. Chu Kuangren shook his head with a smile. The Heart Ladder, a test of one's resolve. How fortuitous. "Young master, I shall give it a try first," Lan Yu declared, her figure flashing as she ascended the Heart Ladder. She climbed 36 steps before slowing her pace at the 41st step, the illusions beginning to take their toll on her. Such a steadfast heart. Even a supreme being cannot match her speed, the young acolyte marveled. How embarrassing for a man to falter while a woman strides forth with such conviction. A cultivator gritted his teeth, then surged up the steps. Indeed, cultivation is an act of defying fate. If one is always cautious, it would be better to return home to till the fields. It is merely a heart ladder. I refuse to believe I cannot conquer it. My resolve does not permit retreat. Several cultivators rallied themselves and began to ascend the Heart Ladder, accepting the trial. Aerie Warrior, Gu Chang'e, Lin Betian, and others followed suit. Some supreme beings appeared to navigate the trials with ease, perhaps due to their exceptional resolve or prior experience with the sage's teachings. A throng of cultivators traversed the Heart Ladder, experiencing a myriad of illusions. Their expressions varied. Some confronted their deepest fears with terror, while others reveled in the ephemeral pleasures of life with unbridled joy. The spectrum of human experience unfolded upon this Heart Ladder. Chu Kuangren even witnessed a male cultivator pouting and desperately clinging to another, clearly entranced by some illusion. "Big brother, are you not going to give it a try?" the young acolyte asked. "I shall wait a moment," he replied. "Do not worry, I will keep watch. If you become ensnared in an illusion, I will awaken you," the acolyte offered, attempting to provide Chu Kuangren with a safety net. "That will not be necessary. I merely wish to see if that sister completes her ascent before I proceed," Chu Kuangren responded, his gaze fixed on Lan Yu's retreating figure. He intended to ensure her safety first. "By the way, 7 ancestors, since the sage's teachings are rare, why not enter and listen?" Chu Kuangren addressed the void. He had noticed many guardians of the talents had begun to act. The 7 ancestors materialized, hesitating before the palace, then nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us enter and listen," they concurred, unperturbed by any potential mishaps befalling Chu Kuangren, for this was the sage's domain, and none dared to cause trouble here. After a considerable time, the supreme beings gradually ascended the heart ladder, leaving a handful still grappling with their illusions. Among them, the talents stood out, for they represented the future of their respective sects. Without sufficient resolve, how could they hope to become the pillars of their traditions? Finally, Lan Yu reached the last step and stood before the grand entrance of the sage's palace. She turned to Chu Kuangren below and nodded slightly. "She has completed it. Now it is my turn," he mused with a gentle smile, then stepped onto the heart ladder. The moment he did, all eyes turned to him. Captivated by the unparalleled talent and combat prowess he possessed, eager to witness the depths of his resolve. As he set foot on the first step, the world before him warped into a blazing inferno rushing towards him. "Is this all?" Chu Kuangren shook his head slightly, maintaining his resolve as he stepped into the flames, unfazed by the searing pain. Next, he encountered a variety of illusions: tsunamis, storms, earthquakes, mythical beasts, and the myriad experiences woven from the tapestry of human desires. In the brief span of 72 steps, it felt as though he had traversed a lifetime, savoring delicacies, encountering beauties, ruling as a sovereign, and living destitute like a beggar. Yet, no illusion could ever hold him captive, not even for a moment. His heart stood resolute as rock, unyielding. With lightness in his stride, he surpassed the throngs on the heart ladder, reaching Lan Yu's side, as if ascending an ordinary staircase. This spectacle left all in astonishment. Chapter 151. The Collapse of the Heart Ladder. The sage's teachings, my exceptional aptitude. How could he move so swiftly? It appeared as though the heart ladder had no effect on him at all. What on earth was happening? In front of the sage's palace, everyone stood in stunned silence, utterly shocked by the scene of Chu Kuangren's rapid ascent. It is worth noting that among all present, even the fastest supreme had taken nearly half an hour to ascend. Yet, Chu Kuangren, step by step, without the slightest pause, completed the climb in merely 20 to 30 breaths, as if he were traversing an ordinary staircase, oblivious to the illusions. At this moment, the cultivators who had traversed the heart ladder gazed at Chu Kuangren with immense trepidation, an undercurrent of fear subtly surfacing. Was such a Tao heart still human? One must understand that a Tao heart intertwines with a person's experiences, will, and myriad emotions, and the illusions of the heart ladder evolve accordingly. However, Chu Kuangren's uninterrupted ascent led many to suspect whether he was devoid of emotions altogether. Was he even human? Could he possibly be a transformed stone? Suddenly, a violent tremor coursed through the heart ladder, and cracks began to manifest. In the blink of an eye, the once pristine heart ladder, akin to white jade, was marred by fissures and began to disintegrate. The power of the illusion began to dissipate, jolting the cultivators immersed in it back to reality. They looked around in confusion, and upon sensing the anomaly of the heart ladder, they hurriedly ascended. Moments later, the splendid heart ladder had crumbled into a heap of rubble. What happened to the heart ladder? How could it shatter so abruptly? Was this a shoddy construction? The young attendant at the foot of the ladder gaped in shock, his mouth agape. He swiftly darted to the palace entrance and regarded Chu Kuangren with an inquisitive gaze. "Big brother, how did you manage that?" "Huh? What do you mean?" Chu Kuangren replied, puzzled, though he harbored a vague suspicion. Others among the cultivators began to piece it together. A supreme inquired of the young attendant, "Little brother, are you suggesting that the collapse of the heart ladder is related to Taoist friendship?" The young attendant nodded, saying, "I heard my teacher mention that the heart ladder tests a cultivator's Tao heart, but if it encounters an indomitable and powerful Tao heart, it may suffer a backlash, even collapsing." Gasped upon hearing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. What did this mean? Was it to say that Chu Kuangren's Tao heart was so formidable that it could cause the heart ladder to collapse spontaneously? Was there any precedent for such an event? A supreme pressed further. The young attendant shook his head, stating, "No, But my teacher did say that such a thing might only be achievable by the ancient emperors. Only the ancient emperors could accomplish this? This statement reverberated like a thunderclap in the ears of the crowd. Incredible! Could Chu Kuangren's Tao heart truly rival that of the ancient emperors? What an anomaly! This was unfathomable. Surely, this was a malfunction of the heart ladder. Yes, I believe so too. The heart ladder had existed for countless years, testing innumerable Tao hearts. It was only natural for it to malfunction due to age. Indeed. That seems reasonable. Several cultivators chimed in, and many began to accept this rationale. To stand alongside the ancient emperors? Such a notion was beyond their imagination. Too terrifying to contemplate. Chu Kuangren was already exceedingly extraordinary, but to assert that he could be compared to the ancient emperors was truly daunting. Was it merely a case of age-related wear and tear? After all, the heart ladder was a sacred artifact. The young attendant furrowed his brow, his face contorted in confusion. Meanwhile, those cultivators who had not ascended the heart ladder saw this as an opportunity. With the ladder destroyed, they could still listen to the sage's teachings. One by one, they surged toward the palace doors. However, an invisible force suddenly emanated from within the palace, repelling those opportunistic cultivators. Those who ascended the heart ladder may enter the palace. As for the rest, you may return. An ancient voice resonated from within. It was the white-browed sage speaking. The cultivators who had not ascended displayed reluctance. But in the face of the sage's decree, what could they say? They could only depart obediently. Those lacking the courage to ascend the heart ladder, yet wishing to take shortcuts, do not deserve to hear the sage's teachings, a supreme scoffed. Subsequently, the crowd entered the palace. Inside, the palace was vast and spacious, occupied by an elder clad in white robes, sitting on a mat. His hair and eyebrows were entirely white. Though he sat still, he exuded an ethereal presence, seemingly untouchable. Chu Kuangren activated his insightful eye, gleaning certain information. The white-browed sage. Early manifestation stage. Cultivating the virtuous body. Early manifestation stage. Virtuous body. These two phrases captured his attention. There exists a hierarchy among sages. The early manifestation stage is that of a common sage. The mid-stage belongs to a grand sage, and the late stage is the sage king. As for the virtuous body, it is a rare cultivation method that harnesses virtue for cultivation. No wonder the white-browed sage frequently delivers teachings. He must be gathering virtue for the cultivation of this body. Chu Kuangren murmured to himself. At that moment, he felt a gaze upon him. It was the white-browed sage. Chu Kuangren's heart raced. Surely, the sage was not lamenting the destruction of his heart ladder? Fortunately, the white-browed sage merely glanced at him before shifting his gaze to the assembled cultivators, saying, "The teachings are about to commence. Please find your seats." Upon hearing this, the crowd scattered to find suitable spots, with the majority of the visiting supremes rushing to sit within 3 zhang of the white-browed sage. This proximity offered the best opportunity to absorb the sage's teachings. Chu Kuangren, however, did not compete. He and Lan Yu casually found a spot at the back. After everyone settled, the sage began his discourse. He started from the most fundamental levels of cultivation, gradually ascending to the profound insights of attaining sainthood, detailing each realm with great precision. As the sage spoke, an ineffably mysterious resonance of the Tao permeated the entire hall, and an abundance of spiritual energy converged here, manifesting wondrous phenomena such as falling flowers and golden lotuses rising from the ground. Listening from the back, Chu Kuangren gleaned some insights. Indeed, the sage's mastery of the Tao was profound. He cast his gaze around and found that all were enraptured by the sage's teachings, each displaying signs of obsession, including the supremes and even the unparalleled 7 ancestors. He could not help but marvel. Was it truly so exaggerated? While the sage's teachings inspired him, he did not find himself entranced to such a degree. Moreover, as the discourse progressed, the sage's insights seemed to resonate less with him, and by the end, he felt almost nothing at all. Was it that he lacked the aptitude to comprehend the sage's words? Nonsense. If he were truly lacking in talent, then there would be no true geniuses in the world. Upon reflection, Chu Kuangren suddenly realized it was not that he was dull-witted, but rather that his aptitude and understanding were exceptionally profound. Chapter 152. You come to listen to the teachings. I come to discuss the Tao. The Taoist master, Chu Kuangren, had reached an exceptionally high level of understanding in the realm of Taoism. Particularly after 3 years of seclusion and contemplation of the imperial scriptures, his insights into the Tao were arguably not far from those of a sage. Upon realizing this, an intriguing thought suddenly crossed his mind. What if he were to engage in a discourse with a sage at this moment? Long ago, he had harbored the desire to debate with the sage, yet opportunities had eluded him until now, as this moment presented itself before him. However, after a deep breath to quell his impulsive thoughts, He refrained not from fear, but out of respect, for the sage was currently delivering teachings, and to interrupt would be somewhat disrespectful. With this in mind, Chu Kuangren embraced his Kunwu sword and ceased to listen to the sage's teachings, turning his focus instead to comprehending the essence of the sword's spirit. For him, this was far more beneficial than merely listening to the sage's discourse. As time passed, 3 days swiftly elapsed, marking the conclusion of the sage's teachings. The audience gradually emerged from their deep contemplation, each appearing profoundly enriched by the experience. Even the supreme beings among them. "We are grateful to the sage." One exalted being rose and bowed deeply. "We are grateful to the sage." The others followed suit, expressing their sincere gratitude. The white-browed sage smiled gently, having accrued some merit from this lecture. Although the merit was of little consequence to his divine form, it was a testament that even the smallest contributions matter. "This lecture has concluded. If you have any doubts, feel free to present them," the white-browed sage stated calmly. The cultivators' eyes brightened, seizing the opportunity to voice their inquiries, each receiving the sage's thoughtful responses. "Sage, this world is rife with conflict. In your view, who is most likely to ascend to the imperial throne?" Aotsung suddenly asked. This question piqued the interest of many. Yet, the white-browed sage did not provide a direct answer, replying instead, "This is a heavenly secret, one that cannot be discerned by us." "And how long do you believe it will take for another emperor to emerge?" Yuan Hong interjected. "In this era of great contention, a transformation unprecedented in history, the path to becoming an emperor requires extensive trials. It may take a century at the least, or even up to a millennium at the most," the white-browed sage remarked, furrowing his brow. He himself had yet to attain the imperial title, so who could say how long it would take for another to do so? "Sage, it is said that the heart ladder before your palace can test a cultivator's resolve, yet it has now collapsed. Do you believe that Chu Kuangren's resolve can be compared to that of the ancient emperors?" Wichenzi inquired, casting a glance at Chu Kuangren. The corner of the white-browed sage's mouth twitched slightly. He was aware of the heart ladder's destruction. As for Chu Kuangren's resolve, he found it unfathomable, unwilling to assert whether it could truly be compared to that of ancient emperors. Such a notion was far too extraordinary. Yet to admit ignorance would be a blow to his dignity as a sage. "Why do these young ones always ask about matters beyond my grasp?" he pondered, suddenly struck by inspiration, his gaze deepening as he mysteriously declared, "It cannot be spoken of." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the meaning behind the sage's words. Their curiosity soared, but without the sage's elucidation, they remained in the dark regarding its significance. "Sage, I have been trapped in the realm of the venerable for 2 millennia. May I inquire how to break through?" A venerable being suddenly asked. Although this question remained challenging, the sage possessed some knowledge to share in this regard. After 3 days of teachings and 2 days of inquiries, the white-browed sage felt the time was appropriate to shift his gaze toward Chu Kuangren, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Throughout the proceedings, Chu Kuangren had remained seated, neither listening to the sage's teachings nor posing questions, simply cradling his sword. He resembled a statue, utterly still. The white-browed sage began to wonder what exactly Chu Kuangren was doing. Not only the sage, but others also noticed Chu Kuangren's peculiar behavior, exchanging looks of confusion among themselves. "Chu Kuangren, how audacious you are. Before the sage, you show such blatant disregard for decorum," a supreme being suddenly chastised him loudly. At that moment, the Kunwu sword trembled slightly, revealing half of its blade, and an overwhelmingly terrifying aura of sharpness locked onto the supreme being. The latter felt as though struck by lightning, his face paling at the sensation of peril. The sword was truly fearsome. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. No wonder it was the first on the sword spectrum, the only known holy sword that harmonized with the sword spirit. Its reputation was well-deserved, indeed. Chu Kuangren gradually came to his senses, pressing down on the hilt of the Kunwu sword before sheathing it, gently stroking the blade as if to soothe it, whispering softly, "It is not worth getting angry over such a person." He then surveyed his surroundings and turned his gaze toward the white-browed sage seated upon the cushion, smiling faintly. "Has the lecture concluded?" The white-browed sage nodded slightly, indeed. "Then, I too have a question to pose to the sage," he stated, drawing the curious gazes of the many cultivators. "Please, speak," the sage replied, his expression shifting slightly, intrigued by the unresolved query of such an extraordinary talent. "Sage, after 3 days of teachings and 2 days of questions, are you not weary?" The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the nature of the inquiry. "Not particularly," the white-browed sage replied, equally uncertain of what Chu Kuangren was suggesting. "Then, may I request that the sage engage in a discourse with me?" Chu Kuangren asked with a light chuckle. As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Everyone questioned their hearing. Did they truly hear that Chu Kuangren wished to debate with the sage? How bold! You dare speak such arrogant words. Several formidable presences erupted in anger, glaring fiercely at Chu Kuangren. To them, the sage represented a teacher, one deserving of utmost respect, and Chu Kuangren's behavior was nothing short of a provocation, igniting their fury. A resounding sword chant erupted. An overwhelmingly terrifying essence of the sword's Tao enveloped the air, momentarily overpowering the imposing presence of the supreme beings, forcing them to retreat. The previously enraged individuals stood aghast, staring at Chu Kuangren in shock. I am addressing the sage, not you, Chu Kuangren remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the supreme beings before fixing his gaze upon the sage with a tone that was neither servile nor arrogant, yet imbued with sincerity. Sage, would you be willing to engage in a discussion with me? The crowd collectively grasped the gravity of the moment. Chu Kuangren genuinely sought to debate the sage. As this realization settled in, they found themselves at a loss for words. They could not determine whether to express shock or disdain. Yet, one thing was certain. None of them would dare to propose such a challenge to the sage, nor would they even entertain the thought. We came to listen to the sage's teachings, yet this Chu Kuangren has the audacity to seek a debate. One cultivator exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Chapter 153, A Discourse with the Sage, The Fear of the Sages Within the Palace of the Sages. Chu Kuang boldly declared his intent to engage in philosophical discourse with the sage. Upon hearing this request, the white-browed sage displayed a flicker of surprise, followed by a prolonged contemplation. Young friend, are you certain you wish to pursue this? My understanding of the Tao has reached an impasse. I seek to engage with the sage for enlightenment and hope for your guidance. Chu Kuang replied earnestly. Very well, the white-browed sage nodded slightly, granting Chu Kuang's request. With a serene smile, Chu Kuang rose, gracefully bypassing the onlookers to take his place before the sage, cradling his kunwu sword, and seated himself on the ground. All eyes were riveted on the two figures. A war king daring to debate with a sage? This scene was beyond their wildest imaginations. None wished to miss such an extraordinary event. You possess a unique aura of merit, the white-browed sage remarked, casting a glance at Chu Kuang, followed by a gentle smile. Ah, how can it compare to the sage's teachings that bless all beings? Chu Kuang acknowledged, aware of the merit he possessed, which he had accumulated while saving the Biling Dao province years ago. Yet, he recognized that his merit was but a drop in the ocean compared to the sage's extensive accumulation. Nonetheless, he remained unfazed. Sage, please, Chu Kuang said calmly. And with that, an aura of Tao enveloped him as he summoned the Sword of Heaven, initiating the discourse. The white-browed sage was not to be outdone. He manifested his own Taoist realm. Instantly, Chu Kuang felt an immense wave of Taoic resonance surging toward him, instilling an unprecedented pressure. Was this the Tao of a sage? Had he not spent 3 years comprehending the Longevity Emperor's Sutra, the Sword of Heaven would have surely shattered under this formidable Taoic force. You possess an astonishing level of Tao mastery. Few beneath the sage can compare, the white-browed sage remarked, clearly impressed as he witnessed Chu Kuang withstand his Taoic resonance. The crowd, hearing the sage's words, gasped in astonishment. It was no wonder Chu Kuang sought to engage in discourse with the sage. His mastery had reached such heights. Bao Cong and Yuan Hong exchanged glances, each feeling an overwhelming sense of defeat. Though they too were prodigies, they found themselves outpaced by Chu Kuang, who had long left them in the dust. Sage, receive my sword, Chu Kuang suddenly proclaimed, and with a quiver, the Sword of Heaven erupted with brilliant light. The terrifying sword energy, imbued with the essence of the sword's Tao, drew the white-browed sage's attention, his expression turning solemn. A splendid sword technique. With a nod of admiration, the sage conjured a towering giant behind him, who struck toward the sword light. The two Taoic forces intertwined in the air, colliding in a dazzling display that captivated every cultivator present. The profundity of such Taoic resonance was simply mesmerizing. You too, young friend, shall receive my strike, the white-browed sage intoned, as the giant's finger pointed toward Chu Kuang. A monumental wave of Taoic energy surged forth, a force so overwhelming that even the mightiest of Taoist techniques would likely falter before it. In response, Chu Kuang summoned blossoming white lotuses from the void, which gradually dismantled the sage's finger of Taoic energy. The Sage King's Law, White Lotus Purification. Ah, a marvelous technique, the white-browed sage remarked, slightly taken aback. Once more, Chu Kuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Engaging with the sage was an extraordinary experience, and he felt he was on the cusp of breaking through the barriers of understanding. Moreover, the insights he had gained from the Longevity Emperor's Sutra over the past 3 years were being vividly employed in this discourse. as were various techniques he had absorbed at the 10,000 Laws sect. With all his life's learning at his disposal, Chu Kuang was thoroughly exhilarated. The discourse persisted for an entire day, with myriad profound Daoic resonances lingering in the grand hall, entrancing every cultivator present. Particularly, the diverse Daoic expressions exhibited by Chu Kuang allowed each cultivator to glimpse reflections of their own paths. This left them in awe. They could hardly fathom how one individual could master such a plethora of cultivation techniques. The rumors of Chu Kuang having comprehended all techniques at the 10,000 Laws sect appeared to ring true. What a terrifying prospect. Mastering so many techniques to such a high degree seemed an accomplishment even the sect master might envy. What level of comprehension did this individual possess? Even the protectors like the seven ancestors, who had always remained by Chu Kuang's side, were momentarily taken aback. They had known of his remarkable Daoic mastery, yet they had not anticipated it would reach such astonishing heights. After a day and night of discourse with the sage, he remained unyielding. "Young friend, it is time to conclude," the white-browed sage finally spoke, as a beam of white light erupted from his brow. This radiant light contained an immensely powerful Daoic resonance, perfectly embodying the essence of the sage's Tao. In an instant, the white light pierced through the white lotus purification, striking the sword of heaven above Chu Kuang's head. The sword's resonance suffered damage, fracturing visibly, causing Chu Kuang to shudder as his Daoic aura began to disintegrate. Almost there, the Kunwu sword in Chu Kuang's embrace quivered, unleashing a surge of formidable sword energy that reinvigorated the sword of heaven, stabilizing its crumbling resonance and sharpening it further. "Excellent sword." The white-browed sage nodded in approval. Chu Kuang offered no reply. He had entered a state of profound enlightenment, where all the Daoic teachings he had absorbed throughout his life, including the insights from the past 3 years, played out vividly in his mind. It was overwhelming. He had comprehended far too much. Chu Kuang began to categorize these techniques, integrating all Daoic resonances into his Sword of Heaven technique. All that he had learned, he sought to distill into a single strike. The onlookers saw the white lotuses surrounding Chu Kuang dissipate, leaving only the Sword of Heaven above his head, radiating a boundless luminescence. An incredibly fearsome sword energy surged rapidly, evoking a momentary palpitation even within the white-browed sage. What was the nature of this Daoic resonance? Buzz. At that moment, the brilliance of the Sword of Heaven transformed into a pillar of light piercing the heavens, as if the great Tao itself sensed it, manifesting wondrous phenomena above the palace. Heavenly flowers rained down, golden lotuses erupted from the earth, and the sounds of the Tao reverberated. This extraordinary resonance gradually enveloped the area, extending for miles, causing the powerful beings throughout the Qinglong domain, and indeed, the entire Tsangqiang star, to take notice, their expressions filled with uncertainty. What was this Daoic resonance? Was it the resonance of a sage? Yet it felt different. Sage-like resonance did not possess such unsettling vibrations. What on earth was happening? Could it be that the white-browed sage was responsible for this? Every powerful being was struck with fear. Even the reclusive sages in the shadows were stirred, releasing their spiritual senses to probe toward the white-browed mountain. Yet, they were met with an overwhelming pressure emanating from that resonance, causing them to tremble with terror. Chapter 154. The Creation of Imperial Techniques, Neither Defeat Nor Victory. Shocking the world, the sages gazed upon the ethereal fluctuations emanating from Baimei Mountain. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure erupted from the resonance, instilling a profound sense of dread in all who had come to observe. Within that resonance lay a formidable imperial aura. A towering figure clad in white gradually materialized before the crowd, wielding a long sword, exuding an astonishingly terrifying aura. Indeed, it was the imperial pressure that the sages had sensed. Who is this? They pondered, perplexed. How could an emperor appear? No, this cannot be an emperor. It merely possesses the aura of one. Yet, why does this figure seem vaguely familiar? The sages communicated silently through their spiritual senses. Suddenly, one sage, his tone laced with uncertainty, remarked, "This person resembles Chu Kuangren." Who? Chu Kuangren, the foremost talent of Xuantiangong. Ah, it truly is this young fellow. The sages from Xuantiangong recognized Chu Kuangren. Yet they too were filled with bewilderment at the spectacle before them. They could not fathom how Chu Kuangren could radiate such imperial pressure. Wait, Chu Kuangren is merely a battle king, and he bears no imperial aura. From where does this imperial pressure emanate? Even imperial aura cannot be this potent, nor could it cause such phenomena. If I am not mistaken, he is creating his own imperial technique. One sage exclaimed, barely concealing his astonishment. Upon hearing this, all the sages regained their composure and scrutinized the scene, discovering that Chu Kuangren was indeed crafting his own imperial technique. This revelation left them all dumbfounded, to the extent that their spiritual senses trembled violently from the shock. How is this possible? A battle king creating an imperial technique? Such a notion is utterly preposterous. I have never heard of anything like it throughout history. Once they collected themselves, the sages expressed their skepticism. Such an occurrence was far too extraordinary to comprehend. The sages of Xuantiangong were equally astounded and then burst into laughter, declaring, "This young man continues to astonish us. 3 years ago, he created the Saint King Law, and now, just 3 years later, he has crafted an imperial technique. Truly, the heavens favor Xuantiangong." The voice of the Xuantiangong sage resonated in the minds of the onlookers. Each sect's sage felt an intense mixture of envy and awe. How could such an unparalleled prodigy arise from Xuantiangong? In the skies above the sage palace, the figure in white, sword in hand, suddenly unleashed a devastating strike. A wave of terrifying resonance surged forth like a tempest. This strike bore no enhancement from spiritual power. The sheer force of the resonance was sufficient to compel all beings within Baimei Mountain, even the revered, to prostrate themselves in fear. Under the might of this strike, the spiritual senses of the sages were shattered, and they retreated in unison, like a receding tide. Within the sage palace, Chu Kuangren poured his lifelong learnings into the sword technique of heaven's severance, finally elevating this Saint King Law to the level of an imperial technique. He abruptly opened his eyes, and the sword of heavenly Tao above him radiated boundless brilliance as he addressed the Baimei sage, prepared to receive another strike. With a hum, the sword of heavenly Tao quivered, and a purple ray of light erupted forth. The terrifying resonance, as if willing to tear the heavens asunder, enveloped everyone present, including the revered ones, causing their pupils to constrict in terror. The Baimei sage's expression turned grave as he fully unleashed his Taoist essence, pointing a finger to meet the sword light in a fierce clash. The two forces of resonance exploded, enveloping the entire hall, suppressing the Taoist realms of all present, rendering them unable to function. After a moment, the two forces of resonance gradually dissipated. Chu Kuangren and the Baimei sage remained seated, unmoving. The gaze of the Baimei sage was filled with profound astonishment. He had managed to withstand that strike, but it was only because Chu Kuangren had just created the imperial technique and was still unpracticed. Otherwise, the Baimei sage might have faced defeat. Who would have thought such a dazzling prodigy would emerge in this era? The Baimei sage mused. To create an imperial technique is the domain of emperors. Yet, Chu Kuangren has accomplished it at the battle king level, a realm leagues apart from that of an emperor. Such a feat is beyond the comprehension of even the sages. This discourse has been immensely enlightening. I am grateful for your guidance, sage. Chu Kuangren replied with a faint smile, clearly satisfied. He had finally taken this opportunity to elevate the sword technique of heaven's severance to the level of an imperial technique, greatly enhancing his combat prowess. Who, then, emerged victorious? The onlookers were left in confusion. This discourse was too profound for their level of understanding, leaving them in the dark regarding the outcome. However, some of the revered ones sensed the underlying truths. The sage did not lose, one revered being inhaled deeply. The others expressed their agreement, their expressions confirming this notion. I said it was impossible for a sage to lose. Haha, it seems Chu Kuangren has indeed lost. Not so, the revered one shook his head. The sage did not lose, yet neither did he win. This discourse can be deemed a draw. What? The crowd was taken aback. Chu Kuangren's level of Tao is on par with that of a sage. Moreover, the fact that he had self-created an imperial technique left the revered one's voice trembling slightly. Clearly, this revelation had profound implications for him. As soon as he spoke, all the cultivators were rendered speechless. Self-created an imperial technique. How could such a phenomenon occur with a mere battle king? They turned to the sage, seeking validation. Yet the sage did not refute the revered one's claim. His demeanor unmistakably affirmed it. In an instant, the cultivators in the palace were left in a state of shock. Indeed, the imperial aura within me trembled earlier because of Chu Kuangren's self-created imperial technique. The prodigious Tianjiao murmured, having completely relinquished any thoughts of competing with Chu Kuangren. How could he contend with one capable of self-creating an imperial technique? 3 years ago, he had overshadowed everyone. 3 years of seclusion, and now this world of contention began to reveal itself. Now that he had emerged from seclusion, the world once again belonged solely to Chu Kuangren, a lamentable reality. Yuan Hong sighed deeply. The other Tianjiao were bitter smiles, their faces clouded with melancholy. They realized that as long as Chu Kuangren existed, the world would forever be focused on him. His brilliance shone too brightly, akin to a blazing sun. Who could possibly notice anyone else in its presence? To exist in the same era as such a person, especially in this so-called grand era of competition, was indeed a tragedy. Indeed, we stand no chance against him. Compete? With what means? He has reached a point where even as a battle king, he can create an imperial technique. Who else could possibly claim the imperial throne besides him? As the discourse concluded, everyone departed one by one. Chu Kuangren also took his leave. However, the news of his debate with the sage and the creation of an imperial technique swiftly spread far and wide, sending shockwaves throughout the Zhangqiang star. The name Chu Kuangren once again became the focal point of discussion among all. Chapter 155. Another encounter with demonic cultivators. Off to the kingdom of Qian, Dawn amassed the news of Chu Kuangren engaging in discourse with the sage and creating an imperial technique spread like wildfire, causing a stir across the vast expanse of Zhangqiang star. His prominence eclipsed that of all other prodigies. Indeed, some speculated that if anyone were destined to ascend to the throne in this era, it would undoubtedly be Chu Kuangren. After all, the act of independently creating an imperial technique was astonishingly rare. Few, aside from emperors themselves, could achieve such a feat. Chu Kuangren accomplished what only an emperor could, wielding the power of a war king, making his future ascension to the throne seem almost inevitable. Amidst the boundless sea of clouds, Chu Kuangren navigated his celestial vessel. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a golden item, a vial of celestial spirit essence. Having just completed his draw, the prize was indeed celestial spirit essence, which had previously aided him immensely, even helping him solidify 3 supreme foundations. However, it had lost its utility now. He promptly cast it into his universe ring for the divine phoenix egg to absorb. Suddenly, the communication compass within the universe ring vibrated. Chu Kuangren retrieved it to find a message from Master Xuanqi. Kuangren, hasten to the wild feather Dao state. It turned out that within the wild feather Dao state lay a dynasty known as the Kingdom of Qian. The Kingdom of Qian was a supreme lineage and an affiliated force of the Xiantian sect, providing tributes annually. Recently, traces of demonic cultivators had been discovered within the kingdom, including those at the level of revered masters. To avert potential calamity, the kingdom had reported the situation to the Xiantian sect, requesting assistance. Master Xuanqi entrusted this matter to Chu Kuangren, as his previous annihilation of 100,000 demonic cultivators still held significant intimidating power. Once more, demonic cultivators were causing unrest. Boredom had reached a peak. Chu Kuangren shook his head and adjusted his course towards the kingdom of Qian. As he found himself with nothing but idle time, this was a perfect opportunity to seek out some action. Upon arriving in the royal capital of the kingdom of Qian, Chu Kuangren strolled through the streets. His striking appearance drew the attention of passers-by, who couldn't help but cast glances in his direction. That young man is extraordinarily handsome. The onlookers whispered among themselves, marveling at his celestial bearing, which was a rarity in the world. Some carriage drivers, captivated by his allure, inadvertently collided with pedestrians, causing a commotion. Such beauty is a curse. Chu Kuangren mused as he touched his face, aware that even cultivators struggled to resist his charm, let alone ordinary mortals. Spotting a vendor selling masks, he approached and selected a white fox mask, donning it with a playful smile towards Lan Yu. Does it look good? Indeed. Lan Yu nodded in agreement. Would you like to pick one as well? She asked, choosing a fearsome wolf mask. After acquiring their masks, the pair ventured back onto the streets, which, while still attracting attention, was less overwhelming than before. Chu Kuangren intended to visit the palace and meet the monarch of the kingdom of Qian, so he and Lan Yu made their way to the palace gates. However, they were halted by the guards stationed there. This is a restricted area. Entry is not permitted. The palace guards eyed the masked figures with heightened suspicion. Years of guarding the palace had honed their instincts, allowing them to discern potential threats. At that moment, their instincts screamed alarm, rendering them alert to the perceived danger posed by the duo. Remove your masks, the palace guards commanded sternly. Chu Kuangren slowly lifted his mask, revealing a face of unparalleled perfection, and smiled. I am Chu Kuangren, here to visit the monarch. The guards were momentarily stunned by his striking visage, but upon hearing his name, their expressions shifted to disbelief. There was no doubt that the most talked-about figure in Zhangqiang Star was Chu Kuangren. The guards, accustomed to the comings and goings of visitors, were well aware of his recent prominence, especially as the one rumored to have created an imperial technique. Chu Kuangren, the esteemed chief of Xiantian. My heavens, I cannot believe I am in the presence of the legendary figure. They exclaimed. What brings you to the palace? Please wait a moment. I shall report to the monarch immediately, a guard said, regaining composure. I appreciate your efforts, Chu Kuangren replied with a serene smile. Shortly thereafter, the guards witnessed the king of Qian himself rushing out of the palace to personally welcome Chu Kuangren. My apologies for keeping you waiting, esteemed Taoist. Please, come in. Come in. The king was exceedingly courteous. As they entered the palace, the king discreetly observed Chu Kuangren. Increasingly convinced that the rumors were true, the chief of Xiantian indeed possessed an ethereal presence. Chu Kuangren, in turn, assessed the king, who appeared to be in his 50s. Dignified and evidently a supreme-level cultivator. That same evening, the king arranged a banquet, inviting royal relatives and high-ranking officials of the kingdom of Qian to attend. Many guests scrutinized Chu Kuangren, particularly the princes and princesses, but he had grown accustomed to such attention and paid it little mind. I sought assistance from the Xiantian sect, and to my surprise, they sent you, esteemed Taoist. This is indeed a blessing for the kingdom of Qian, the king remarked with a smile. Chu Kuangren returned a modest smile. You flatter me, your majesty. However, my understanding of the situation is still limited. Might you elucidate the details of the demonic cultivators causing turmoil in your kingdom? At this, the king's expression turned grave. It primarily involves the members of the Jile sect and the Shura sect, alongside a group of unidentified demonic cultivators. They have wrought havoc across the kingdom, and even revered masters have been cited among them. Do you know their intentions? Uncertain, but it seems they are searching for something. Searching for something? Could it be reminiscent of the calamity in Bailingdao State? Chu Kuangren furrowed his brow. The previous disaster in Bailingdao State had been instigated by the Tianwang demon spear, and now, was it possible that this incident was similarly motivated? However, the advantage for the kingdom of Qian was its status as a supreme lineage, with the king capable of suppressing threats, preventing a repeat of the last crisis that had plunged an entire Dao state into chaos. I have heard that 3 years ago, you vanquished 100,000 demonic cultivators in Bailingdao State. With your presence here, I feel reassured, the king said, raising his cup. Allow me to toast to you. Esteemed Taoist. I shall do my utmost, replied Chu Kuangren. The following day, the second prince of the kingdom of Qian sought out Chu Kuangren, expressing a desire to show him around the royal capital. Esteemed Taoist, the matter of the demonic cultivators cannot be rushed. My father has already dispatched people to investigate, and once there are findings, we will inform you. For now, allow me to extend a warm welcome by guiding you around, the second prince proposed. Chu Kuangren accepted graciously and accompanied him on the tour. Chapter 156. The madman Chu arrives in Qian country. Within the confines of Qian country lies a renowned establishment known as Tianxiang Tower. At this moment, in a private chamber of the tower, a woman clad in resplendent red garments is preening herself before a mirror, every movement exuding an alluring charm. This captivating figure is the celebrated courtesan of Tianxiang Tower, known as Hong Gunyang. Beside her stands a maidservant, diligently arranging her hair. Have there been any recent developments? The maid inquires. Mistress, the sect leaders are expected to arrive in the capital today. Additionally, members of the Shura sect, along with an unidentified demonic faction, have set their sights on that location. It seems inevitable that a fierce confrontation may ensue. Their intentions were never to fulfill their objectives easily. That location is undoubtedly the famed demon-slaying pool, rumored to harbor a sacred king's demon heart, an artifact coveted by many. Furthermore, there is another piece of news. The maid's tone falters momentarily. Speak plainly. Do not hesitate, Hong Gunyang urges. The madman Chu has come to Qian country. As the words hang in the air, silence envelopes the room, and Hong Gunyang's hand, poised to apply her eyebrow pencil, momentarily stills, causing the pencil to clatter to the floor. Repeat that. Who? Chu Kuangren. Damn it. How could that harbinger of death arrive in Qian country? Panic flickers in Hong Gunyang's eyes. Though she has never encountered Chu Kuangren, his name alone sends shivers down the spines of countless practitioners of the demonic arts. The grievances of the 100,000 demon cultivators from Mo-Ku Mountain have yet to dissipate. Qian country is merely a subsidiary force of the Xuantiang sect. It is only natural for them to send someone, the maid replies with resignation. Why send him of all people? This is a grave situation. Hong Gunyang grits her teeth, losing her interest in further beautification. The maid sighs inwardly, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Why send Chu Kuangren? This moment encapsulates the answer perfectly. His mere presence instills greater dread among the demon cultivators than any so-called supreme being. Not only Hong Gunyang, but also those demon cultivators scattered throughout Qian country have received word of Chu Kuangren's arrival. In an instant, the majority of them are paralyzed with fear, retreating into the shadows, too terrified to make a sound. Meanwhile, the spies dispatched by the crown prince to investigate the demon cultivators' movements are left perplexed. How is it that these troublemakers seem to have vanished overnight, not daring to make a peep? Your Highness, is this truly the place you wish to bring me? Chu Kuangren gazes at Tianxiang Tower and the enchanting women within, his lips twitching slightly. Beside him, Lan Yu casts a cold glance at the second prince, causing the latter to shudder involuntarily, a chill running down his spine. Do not misunderstand, my friend. Although Tianxiang Tower is an establishment of pleasure, it is also home to many talented individuals. The head courtesan, Hong Gunyang, is renowned as a master of the Guqin and Qian country. Is that so? Chu Kuangren responds with skepticism. Without a doubt, the second prince leads Chu Kuangren into the establishment, instantly drawing the gaze of many patrons. The women, in particular, regard Chu Kuangren with sparkling eyes. What a handsome gentleman. I have been here for so long, yet never encountered such a man. If only I could have a moment with him, it would be worth dying for. Some women, unable to contain their excitement, approach him, eager to flirt. Lan Yu steps forward, his icy demeanor halting them in their tracks. Begone, you shallow women, find someone else. Summon Hong Gunyang. I wish for her to play a couple of pieces for my esteemed friend. The second prince dismisses the crowd with a wave of his hand. At that moment, a graceful middle-aged woman approaches, smiling at the second prince. What brings you here today, your highness? And who is this friend of yours? My goodness. The middle-aged woman gazes at Chu Kuangren, her words faltering as she scrutinizes him closely. Could it be that a celestial being has descended? My friend is indeed a celestial being. Quickly, fetch Hong Gunyang, the second prince replies impatiently. Of course, please wait in the private room. Not again. The second prince has sought me twice this month. Why does he persist? Hong Gunyang expresses her displeasure. What can I say? The spirit stones he offers are quite generous. My dear, do accommodate him. Moreover, this time he has brought someone who is extraordinarily handsome. You said the same last time. My goodness, the last one pales in comparison to this one. If I were younger by a few decades, I would gladly pursue him myself. The middle-aged woman exclaims dreamily. Is it truly that remarkable? Hong Gunyang murmurs as she pushes open the door to the private room. Upon seeing the individuals within, her expression freezes, and she silently closes the door, turning to leave. My dear, what troubles you? Flower Ant. Please inform the second prince that I am unwell today and cannot attend to them. Hong Gunyang implores. What ailment? You seemed perfectly fine just a moment ago. And why has your complexion suddenly turned so pale? Flower Ant questions, puzzled. Hong Gunyang feels tears welling up. Her fear is overwhelming. This extraordinarily handsome figure, brought by the second prince, is none other than the madman Chu. If her identity were to be revealed, she would have more than enough reasons to fear for her life. Hong Gunyang, since you are here, why do you linger outside? Do not keep my friend waiting. The second prince admonishes as he steps out. Your highness, I am feeling quite ill. Might not? Absolutely not. The second prince interrupts her sharply. My friend holds a noble status. You must attend to him properly today, or neither you nor Tianxiang Tower shall find peace. Very well. Hong Gunyang nods, inwardly cursing the second prince profusely. Men are all the same. They lavish praise upon her one moment, only to cast her aside the next. Entering the private room, Hong Gunyang gracefully bows to Chu Kuangren, then retrieves an ancient guqin, beginning to play a melodious tune. The enchanting melodies resonate, providing a sense of serenity. And it must be said that Hong Gunyang's skills are indeed remarkable. Gradually, she relaxes, realizing that Chu Kuangren has never seen her before. Surely, he cannot discern her true identity. All she needs to do is play beautifully. Occasionally glancing up at Chu Kuangren, she finds that this harbinger of death, feared by many in the demonic realm, possesses an awe-inspiring beauty. Hong Gunyang has encountered countless individuals, yet none compare to the striking appearance and charisma of the man before her. Suddenly, she notices a playful smile break across Chu Kuangren's face, igniting an inexplicable fear within her. With a sharp twang, a string snaps, interrupting her performance. Chapter 157. The Purpose of the Demonic Cultivators. The demonic heart of the refining pool. With a sharp twang, the string snapped, halting the melodious notes. The Red Maiden, suppressing her uneasiness, hurriedly approached the group of Chu Kuangren, bowing slightly. I apologize for my poor health today, disturbing your enjoyment. I shall summon another sister to take my place. The second prince's expression darkened, but given Chu Kuangren's presence, he refrained from expressing anger, striving to maintain his composure. Very well, go ahead. Yes, but wait. Chu Kuangren suddenly called out to the Red Maiden, speaking coolly. No need to replace her. Change the instrument, and you may continue playing. But I. Do as I say, Chu Kuangren interjected, his tone firm. If you are favored by Taoist Chu, consider it a blessing from your past 8 lifetimes. Do not be ungrateful. After a moment of contemplation, the Red Maiden relented. She exchanged her lute for another and resumed playing. The second prince, with a faint smile, remarked to Chu Kuangren. Taoist Chu, you specifically wish for her to remain. Do you hold her in high regard? The Red Maiden was indeed a beauty, though not quite as striking as Lan Yu. Nevertheless, From the second prince's perspective, it was understandable for Chu Kuangren, a man of such exceptional caliber, to take an interest in her, especially in the fervor of youth. Tell me, Your Highness, are you aware of the locations where the three sects of the demonic path in the Qinglong domain, particularly the Bliss sect, typically conceal themselves? The second prince was taken aback by the sudden shift to discussing the Bliss sect. Why bring up the Bliss sect? Pray, enlighten me, Taoist Chu, he urged. The Bliss sect excels in the arts of seduction and intimacy, hence they often hide in places of pleasure, allowing them to cultivate, while simultaneously mingling with nobles like yourself. Facilitating their information gathering, Chu Kuangren explained. As the Red Maiden played, her fingers faltered upon hearing the mention of the Bliss sect. He has discerned my identity. Panic surged within her, prompting her to swiftly transform into a red blur, attempting to flee. However, before she could take more than a few steps, an overwhelming force of domain energy completely restrained her, pinning her to the ground. Despite her desperate attempts to harness her spiritual energy, she found herself utterly immobilized in the presence of Chu Kuangren. Red Maiden, you are a cultivator of the Bliss sect. The second prince glared at her, a mixture of anger and fear coursing through him. The realization that she could have easily posed a threat to him in the past was chilling. How did you uncover my identity? She demanded, confusion etched across her face. No one can conceal their true self from me, Chu Kuangren replied, his eyes shimmering with profound symbols of truth, his tone indifferent. In the presence of those eyes, the Red Maiden felt as if her very essence had been laid bare, devoid of any secrets. What do you intend to do? What actions are the demonic cultivators planning in the Qian kingdom? If I refuse to speak, what can you do to me? She retorted defiantly. Given your expertise in the art of intimacy, I could easily summon dozens of beggars to serve you in turns outside. Would you still find joy in such a scenario? Chu Kuangren mused, a hint of amusement in his gaze. A shiver ran down the second prince's spine at the thought. How ruthless. Chu Kuangren, for all your status as the chief of the Xintian sect, your methods are despicably shameless. The Red Maiden's complexion turned pale at the horrifying image conjured by Chu Kuangren's words, making her skin crawl. Death seemed a more appealing option than enduring such a fate. Answer my question, or I possess even more despicable means to employ. Do not think that your demise will suffice. Should you die, I shall strip you of your garments and display your corpse upon the city walls for all to see. Chu Kuangren stated coldly. How can you be so cruel? Am I the demonic cultivator, or are you? The Red Maiden felt her sanity fraying, gazing at Chu Kuangren's ethereal visage. She was convinced he was a demon of the most nefarious kind. The second prince, too, swallowed hard, vowing never to oppose Chu Kuangren again, no matter the circumstances. The demonic cultivators have come to the Qian kingdom for the demonic heart within the refining pool. The Red Maiden gritted her teeth, revealing the purpose of the demonic cultivators. Fear had driven her to betray her sect. Demonic cultivators often acted in self-interest, and her defection did not surprise Chu Kuangren. It was rather anticipated. Clarify further. The refining pool is a secret realm recorded in the tomes of the demonic path, once the dwelling of the saintly king, Juexin, thousands of years ago. Following his demise in a great battle, records stated that Juexin practiced a peculiar technique that separated the heart from the body, and his heart was placed within the refining pool. According to ancient lore, the demonic heart was immortal, and Juexin could not die. Although the notion of resurrection seemed fantastical, the heart itself was a coveted opportunity, attracting many demonic cultivators. The refining pool was set to open in 3 days, and the location is the royal capital. The subsequent revelation caused the second prince's expression to shift dramatically. You mean to say that this secret realm lies within the royal capital? Are you suggesting that in 3 days, all demonic cultivators will converge upon the capital to vie for this so-called demonic heart? Indeed, the Red Maiden confirmed with a nod. To be precise, where in the royal capital is this secret realm located? In a grove to the southeast of the capital. But it has already been sealed off by us demonic cultivators, preventing entry for anyone else. That is all I know, she explained. I see. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly. May I be released now? Whether you are released or not will be determined after we capture the remaining demonic cultivators. You have no integrity. The Red Maiden exclaimed in anger. Oh, when did I ever promise that I would spare you upon revealing the truth? You are being overly sentimental, Chu Kuangren replied indifferently. What do you intend to do now? Remain at Tianxiang Tower as the lead performer and refrain from any unnecessary actions. Your Highness, the palace must possess some means of control. Chu Kuangren turned to the second prince. Indeed, there is a secret drug within the palace. Once ingested, without the antidote, death is inevitable within 7 days. Administer it to her. Very well. The second prince complied with Chu Kuangren's directive. This was not out of mercy. Rather, the Red Maiden had connections to the Bliss sect. If she were disposed of now, it would raise alarms. Thus, the only course of action was to restrain her for the time being, awaiting the resolution of the other demonic cultivators before deciding her fate. Thanks to Taoist Chu's keen insight in unmasking the Red Maiden's true identity, I would have remained deceived for an indeterminate time otherwise, the second prince remarked with gratitude. Such insight was only possible because you brought me here. Now, we should return and prepare the Qian King, Chu Kuangren replied. Indeed, with 3 days remaining, that should suffice. Upon returning, they informed the Qian King of the developments, who promptly dispatched personnel to investigate the grove indicated by the Red Maiden, confirming the presence of numerous demonic cultivators. He immediately organized defenses in the area. Now, they awaited the arrival of the remaining demonic cultivators to ensnare them all in one fell swoop. Chapter 158. The Soul Snare. 2 sects gather. You have no chance. Congratulations to the host for drawing the star-level item, the Soul Snare. On this day, the eccentric Chu had just finished his lottery, and the prize he received left him stunned. With a mere thought, a dark chain, shrouded in an eerie aura, materialized in his hand. The chain's end bore a hook, emanating wisps of black mist, chilling to the touch, as if he were grasping a block of ice. Is this the Soul Snare? Chu murmured. The Soul Snare is a sacred king artifact, possessing the terrifying ability to ensnare souls. With Chu's current cultivation level, even the most exalted supreme being would likely find it challenging to escape its grasp. The soul, an entity of profound mystery, is said to be elusive even to sages, with few methods in the world capable of targeting it. Such artifacts as the Soul Snare are exceedingly rare. Chu was confident that few could be found in existence. With this item in my possession, I can almost face any being beneath a sage without fear. Chu stored the Soul Snare within his spiritual realm for refinement. This artifact contained the essence of soul techniques, and he held the potential to grasp certain soul methods from it, albeit with considerable difficulty. However, given his remarkable comprehension, he might succeed. Saint Sun. At this moment, a figure emerged from the void, the supreme Qinglan. Oh, what brings you here? Chu inquired. Due to issues with the demonic cultivators, he had sent both Qinglan and the Elder Ming to assist King Qian, leaving only the 7 ancestors by his side. The appearance of Qinglan now indicated some urgent matter. We captured a person outside the woods. He seems to have his sights set on the secret realm of the demon refinement pool, but he is a friend of the Saint Sun. Oh, a friend of mine? You mean Li Xingqian, the young master of Baiyu Tower? Chu expressed surprise. How did Li Xingqian end up in the kingdom of Qian? Take me to see him. Within the palace of the kingdom of Qian, a group of guards stood watch over a young cultivator, among them some revered ones, yet they dared not be negligent. Had it not been for Elder Ming and Supreme Qinglan's intervention during his capture, they might have found it impossible to subdue him. Master, why are there so many people? Has your secret realm been exposed? Li Xingqian communicated with the remnant spirit of the sacred king within him. The spirit, anxious, confirmed the breach. It seems my secret realm has indeed been discovered. We cannot allow others to take what is of great importance to you. Do not worry, I will find a way. Li Xingqian nodded. As the young master of Baiyu Tower, his power rivaled that of the kingdom of Qian, making even King Qian hesitant to act against him. Soon, a young man clad in white approached. Upon seeing him, Li Xingqian was taken aback. Brother Chu. The remnant spirit within him sensed Chu's presence and immediately concealed its aura. Li brother, it truly is you, Chu remarked in astonishment. What brings you here? Li Xingqian's eyes darted before he replied. I came for training, but for some reason, these people suddenly ambushed me and captured me. What about you, Brother Chu? Chu recounted the situation concerning the demonic cultivators. I see, Li Xingqian pondered. It appeared these demonic cultivators were after the sacred king's heart, an item left by his master for his cultivation. He could not allow these demonic beings to take it. With a shift in thought, Li Xingqian proposed, Brother Chu, since there are demonic cultivators causing trouble here, allow me to lend you my assistance. Then I shall express my gratitude to you on behalf of King Qian. Chu smiled. He welcomed Li Xingqian's offer to help, but sensed he was withholding something. However, everyone has their secrets. Chu chose not to pry further and had someone lead Li Xingqian to rest. Night fell, and the bright moon hung high. In a grove southeast of the royal capital, figures gathered, consisting of masters from the demon path of the Qinglong domain. Except for the unaware corpse refinement sect. Most from the Bliss sect and the Azura sect had arrived, including their respective leaders. The atmosphere among them was tense. Lord of the Azura sect. It's been a while, the voluptuous leader of the Bliss sect greeted him coolly. The Azura sect leader, a bald man exuding a fierce aura, brazenly scanned the Bliss sect leader's figure. After all these years, you still possess such allure. The Bliss sect leader frowned. The demon refinement pool has yet to open. If you cannot keep your tongue in check, I wouldn't mind engaging you in a battle now. Huh. If you wish to fight, then let us see the might of this lord. The bald man chuckled, his words laden with double meaning. Leaders, let us prioritize the greater good. As tensions escalated, elders from both sects intervened. If we engage now, it could attract unwanted attention. Indeed, we are in the royal capital of the kingdom of Qian, another elder added. And Chu is also present. Initially, both leaders dismissed the significance of King Qian, but upon hearing Chu's name, their expressions turned grave. The surrounding demonic cultivators shivered in fear. The name Chu had reverberated throughout the world, especially in the demon path, where he had become a figure of dread. The battle at Demon Cry Mountain was still etched in the memories of countless demonic cultivators. Why is that Chu here? Didn't he already seize the demonic spear in Biling? Now he's after the demon heart too? He's truly leaving us no path for survival. The Azura sect leader grumbled, feeling frustrated. One individual was already troublesome enough, especially considering the formidable protector standing behind him. It is best to remain discreet before entering the secret realm if we wish to acquire the demon heart, the Bliss sect leader advised. Once I obtain the demon heart and break through to sagehood, the first thing I shall do is eliminate Chu. The Azura sect leader declared defiantly, aware of the improbability but relishing the moment. Unfortunately, you shall not have that opportunity. A voice resonated ominously. Following this, a tremendous surge of power descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the Azura sect leader, propelling him into the ground with a thunderous roar. The impact created a massive crater. Who is it? The force of such power could only belong to. All eyes turned towards the source of the energy. A figure in white, radiating an ethereal presence, descended gracefully, illuminated by the moonlight, resembling a celestial being. However, the demonic cultivators were gripped by terror upon recognizing him. It's him. Chu. Damn it. How did he end up here? What is happening? Chapter 159. I have come to vanquish you. The unseen peril of the battle at Demon Cry Mountain. The emergence of Chu Kuangren instilled trepidation among the gathered demon cultivators. Their faces were etched with vigilance, their eyes betraying a sense of dread. Why are you all causing a ruckus in the dead of night? You demon cultivators seem to have far too much time on your hands, Chu Kuangren remarked casually. What brings you here, Chu Kuangren? Inquired the lord of the Extreme Bliss sect. Boom. The lord of the Shura sect, who had been struck into the ground, burst forth. His visage cloaked in dust, and his gaze cold as ice. What else could I be here for, if not to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness, to play the hero? Ah, do not misunderstand. I am not here to be a hero. I am here to extinguish you, Chu Kuangren replied with a faint smile. He then raised his hand, summoning an immense surge of earth energy, once again invoking the mountain seal technique. A terrifying force descended like a divine mountain. I have long wished to confront you, the Shura sect lord proclaimed, unleashing a formidable aura as luminous streaks coalesced into a black armor around him. A punch erupted with an overwhelming malevolence. Not to be outdone, the lord of the Extreme Bliss sect formed hand seals, and an enchanting fragrance wafted through the air. Illusory figures of alluring maidens materialized, swirling around Chu Kuangren. Their smiles radiant. As fists and palms clashed, the air erupted with a thunderous roar. Chu Kuangren found himself ensconced in a tender illusion, where the enchanting maidens cast him flirtatious glances, sending strange ripples through his doubt heart. This is the illusion of the Extreme Bliss sect, the realm of tenderness. In the hero's tomb of tenderness, no matter how high your cultivation, you remain but a Navi youth. How could you possibly withstand it? The lord of the Extreme Bliss sect chuckled, a hint of pride in her voice. The demon cultivators collectively sighed in relief. As expected of the lord of the Extreme Bliss sect, truly formidable. This illusionary art is unparalleled in the demonic realm. Embrace your demise, Chu Kuangren. The lord of the Extreme Bliss sect revealed a dagger, infusing it with spiritual energy. Under her command, it shot forth like a meteor, aimed directly at Chu Kuangren. The power contained within the dagger was terrifying. Even an unparalleled sovereign would be gravely wounded upon impact. However, just as the dagger was about to strike, Chu Kuangren's figure transformed into a blur, vanishing from sight. What happened? Be cautious, lord of the Extreme Bliss sect, the Shura sect lord shouted. A chill ran down the lord of the Extreme Bliss sect's spine as she felt the hairs on her neck stand on end. Chu Kuangren had somehow appeared behind her, gathering a terrifying force of earth energy in his palm before delivering a strike. In response, the lord of the Extreme Bliss sect retaliated with a palm strike of her own. The two forces intertwined, resulting in a crunching sound as the lord's arm erupted in a mist of blood, her bones shattered, and she was sent hurtling away like a kite severed from its string. Compared to the heart ladder, your illusion is utterly crude, Chu Kuangren remarked coolly. With a steadfast heart, Even the heart ladder of a saint held no sway over him, let alone the trivial illusion of the Lord of the Extreme Bliss sect. Damn it, the Lord of the Extreme Bliss sect's illusion has no effect on him? The Shura sect lord's expression darkened ominously. He drew a knife, swinging it with ferocity. The dark blade's light nearly eclipsed the moon, advancing toward Chu Kuangren with insatiable hunger. Even a sovereign would find it arduous to withstand this attack. Chu Kuangren's kunwu trembled at his waist, revealing part of its blade. In an instant, a razor-sharp beam of sword light cleaved through the night. The terrifying blade was effortlessly shattered by this sword. The onlookers turned pale with terror. What manner of sword is this? Just revealing a fragment possesses such might. Damn it! How can Chu Kuangren's swordsmanship be so formidable? What does he mean by exposing only a portion of his sword's light? Does he regard both demon sect lords as unworthy of his full strength? Perhaps we should retreat. One demon cultivator suggested, unable to quell his rising panic. Chu Kuangren's overwhelming prowess instilled a deep sense of fear, prompting thoughts of fleeing among the demon cultivators. Yet, before they could act, the ground trembled ominously. An armored palace guard surrounded them, leaving no avenue of escape. This is bad. We are surrounded. How did they discover our presence? Who betrayed us? The demon cultivators fell into disarray. One of them gritted his teeth and declared, given the circumstances, we must carve a bloody path and confront them. Agreed, let us fight. The demon cultivators surged forth, engaging in combat with the palace guards. The palace side was bolstered by Li Xingqian, King Qian, and even the esteemed Qinglan sovereign, as well as Elder Meng. These demon cultivators were no match for them. In a single encounter, many were obliterated by the two sovereigns. Your fate is sealed, Chu Kuangren declared. Chu Kuangren, it is you again. 3 years ago in Bailingdao Prefecture, and now in the kingdom of Qian. Are you so determined to oppose us? The Shura sect lord growled. Chu Kuangren shrugged. Do not be absurd. I am hardly inclined to oppose you. It is merely that you always seem to collide with me, leaving me no choice but to eliminate you. Enough with the pleasantries. I shall send you on your way now. These two demon sect lords were not, but slightly stronger sovereigns, posing no threat to Chu Kuangren. He summoned his Dao body manifestation, the War King domain. An overwhelming presence akin to a mountain erupting, instantly locking onto the two sect lords. Just as he prepared to act, a strange fluctuation reverberated through the void, and a dark rift opened in the moonlight. All the demon cultivators took note of this spatial fissure. It is a secret realm, the entrance to a secret realm. Quickly, into the secret realm, they urged, rushing toward the rift. The lords of extreme bliss and Shura contemplated following, but under Chu Kuangren's watchful gaze, they dared not act recklessly. At that moment, two terrifying auras surged onto the battlefield. One was a finger strike, the other a blade of light, both suffused with an aura of dread, and both were aimed squarely at Chu Kuangren. This is an unparalleled sovereign. Chu Kuangren was taken aback. His kun was suddenly unsheathing, a brilliant sword light erupting forth. The sword light surged like a flood, shattering both the finger and blade, the overwhelming force radiating outward, forcing even Chu Kuangren to retreat several steps. This marked his first encounter with an unparalleled sovereign. In the distant night sky, 3 figures approached. Among them were 2 elders, one clad in armor, the other swathed in a black cloak, accompanied by a young man who fixed his gaze on Chu Kuangren, his eyes burning with resentment. Chu Kuangren, we meet again. The young man intoned darkly. Who are you? Chu Kuangren glanced at the youth. Do you not recall me, Chu Kuangren? The young man's face contorted in disbelief, his expression darkening further. 3 years ago, in Bailingdao Prefecture, I am Zhao Wuji, the one who vied with you for the heaven-wasting demon spear. You cannot have forgotten me. There were many who contended with me 3 years ago in Bailingdao Prefecture. How could I remember each one? Chu Kuangren replied indifferently. Nevertheless, he had already utilized his insightful eye to glean information about the 3 individuals. The youth was none other than the sole survivor of the Battle of Demon Cry Mountain, a descendant of the Wuji demon sovereign, Zhao Wuji. Chapter 160. The Azura Dharma Manifestation, once again unleashing imperial techniques. The old sect master. The Azura sect master beamed with joy upon seeing the armored old sect master beside Zhao Wuji. The old sect master cast a sidelong glance at him and coldly huffed. Fortunately, I couldn't rest easy and followed you here. Otherwise, you would not even know how you perished. It is you, Will King. The 7th ancestor emerged from the void, fixing his gaze on the cloaked elder, his eyes reflecting a solemnity. The Wheel King is one of the higher-ups of the demonic cultivation organization, the Underworld. He was present during the battle at Demon Weeping Mountain, and it was he and Zhao Wuji who orchestrated that calamity. 3 factions have their sights set on the Devil's Pool, Besides the Bliss sect and the Azura sect, there is another mysterious force whose identity remains elusive. It must be you, I presume, remarked Chu Madman nonchalantly. The underworld, the most enigmatic demonic cultivation organization of the celestial star, possesses formidable depth, making it unsurprising that the Qian kingdom cannot uncover their secrets. Wuji, you go to the secret realm to retrieve the demon heart. We shall take care of this. The Wheel King stated indifferently. Understood. Zhao Wuji cast a resentful glance at Chu Madman. Then his figure flickered, darting towards the secret realm of the Devil's Pool. Chu Madman did not intervene. Such insignificant beings were not worth his concern. The priority now was to deal with the Wheel King and the old Azura sect master, as only the seventh ancestor and Chu Madman among those present could contend with these two supreme beings. Speaking of which, this is my first time truly engaging with a supreme being. Seventh ancestor, please choose one. Chu Madman suggested. Let me handle the underworld's Wheel King. I have yet to determine the victor from our past encounter at Demon Weeping Mountain, the seventh ancestor said, drawing the Qing Tongue sword, its powerful sword intent locking onto the Wheel King. Very well, then I shall take care of this old Azura sect master. The supreme beings are not to be underestimated. Be cautious, young one, the seventh ancestor warned gravely. Fear not. I can manage, Chu Madman replied, a glint of eagerness shimmering in his eyes. Humph, impudent child. Dare you speak so arrogantly? I shall demonstrate the chasm between the supreme and the ordinary. The old Azura sect master coldly scoffed, his murderous aura erupting, far exceeding that of the Azura sect master. With a single slash, a torrent of malevolence converged, forming a blade of light. Chu Madman stood firm, wielding Kunwo, both man and sword unleashing an incomprehensibly terrifying sword intent. A sword strike erupted, violet sword light clashing with the blade of light, their energies intertwining, radiating a dazzling brilliance in the darkness. Such formidable sword energy. The old Azura sect master was taken aback. A mere war king could actually contend with him. A supreme being? Such an extraordinary prodigy was exceedingly rare. This individual had slain 100,000 demonic cultivators at Demon Weeping Mountain, and today, he obstructed a significant matter for my demonic sect. He has repeatedly opposed my demonic path. If he is not eliminated today, he will surely become a future calamity for the demonic way. Chu Madman must die. The old Azura sect master's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, his aura escalating, culminating in an imposing, pitch-black figure wielding a colossal blade materializing behind him. An overwhelming wave of malevolence emanated from this figure, causing all cultivators on the battlefield to recoil in terror. Even the malevolence spread throughout half the royal capital, sending countless cultivators into a state of panic as they gazed towards its source. This is the Azura sect's Azura Dharma manifestation. It is said that the Azura sect has a cultivation method to manifest an Azura Dharma. The rumors were indeed true. What a terrifying aura. I feel utterly powerless before this manifestation, even as a supreme being. The emergence of the Azura Dharma left the crowd in utter shock. Yet, Chu Madman, facing the pressure of the Azura Dharma, remained unfazed, observing the Azura Dharma with an air of indifference. It appears rather intimidating. I wonder how many of my sword strikes it can withstand. Kill. The old Azura sect master activated the Dharma, and the terrifying figure wielding the enormous blade descended upon Chu Madman with a single slash. Boundless malevolence enveloped Chu Madman, forming a force field that ensnared him like a quagmire, rendering him unable to evade. Boom, boom, boom. The blade struck, causing the void to erupt with thunderous sounds. An enigmatic wave emanated from Chu Madman, the essence of his Tao manifesting as blooming white lotuses in the void. This was the Holy King technique, the White Lotus Purification chapter. The massive blade shadow halted abruptly upon striking the white lotuses, its Tao and spiritual power continuously dissipating, while the lotuses gradually wilted and shattered. Ultimately, all the white lotuses were destroyed. However, that single strike was completely nullified. Chu Madman stood unscathed. That strike had some force. Chu Madman stated calmly. It is noteworthy that his White Lotus Purification possesses unparalleled defense. Even a supreme being would struggle to shatter it. Yet the old Azura sect master's blade could obliterate the sky of white lotuses, which, while failing to harm Chu Madman, was still a remarkable feat. How could this be? The old Azura sect master was left dumbfounded, disbelief etched on his face. He had held nothing back. It was a full-force attack. Yet even so, it failed to inflict any damage on Chu Madman, whose strength far surpassed his comprehension as a supreme being. What realm are you truly in? The old Azura sect master could not help but inquire. I am but a war king, Chu Madman replied. Upon hearing this, not only the old Azura sect master, but also the other cultivators wore expressions of utter disbelief. This is a war king? This is truly a war king? Go to hell with this war king. Now that you have exerted yourself, it is my turn. At this moment, Chu Madman spoke, slowly raising his Kunwa holy sword. As the sword trembled lightly, a chilling aura erupted from its white, jade-like blade, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Especially the old Azura sect master, who could not afford to be careless, felt his internal spiritual power surge, pushed to its limits, continuously pouring into the Azura Dharma. The overwhelming malevolence churned in the night. Yet even so, this Azura Dharma could not provide the old sect master with any sense of security, on the contrary. As the sword intent emanating from Chu Madman steadily ascended, an unsettling feeling began to swell within him. What technique is this fellow about to unleash? This Tao intent is simply terrifying. Buzzing. The sound of the sword's chant reverberated. Chu Madman's gaze sharpened, and suddenly, an imperial pressure erupted from his Tao intent, instilling profound terror in all present. Some lower-ranking demonic cultivators were directly forced to the ground, gazing at Chu Madman in the air as if looking up at a sovereign. How could this be? What is this pressure? One emperor suppresses myriad laws. He is wielding imperial techniques. Countless demonic cultivators gazed at Chu Madman in disbelief. Even the Wheel King of the underworld felt his pupils constrict in astonishment. The celestial star had not witnessed imperial techniques for a long time. Yet now, Chu Madman, sword in hand, was performing an imperial technique right before their eyes. Heaven-splitting sword technique. With a sweep of his sword, a brilliant purple light illuminated the entire night, dazzling and resplendent. All who witnessed this scene would be forever etched in their memories. Chapter 161. The Vanishing Demon Heart, Slaying the Elusive Fish, Sword Technique of Heaven's Severance. The calm voice of Chu Kuangren stood in stark contrast to the grand imperial technique, astonishing every individual present. A sweeping torrent of purple sword light emanated with an imperial aura, causing the void to tremble violently, as if on the verge of explosion. The Shura old sect master, targeted by this unprecedented power, felt his inner turmoil magnified to its utmost. Shura Dharma manifestation. With a near scream, he summoned the spiritual energy within him, pouring it frantically into the Dharma manifestation to strike with a blade. The clash of blade light and purple sword light was overwhelming. As the sword light ruthlessly obliterated the blade, the Shura Dharma had no room for resistance against the strike. The moment they collided, the essence of the Tao and spiritual energy disintegrated, ultimately erupting into chaotic streams of power. The sword light surged forward like a torrential wave, engulfing the Shura old sect master, whose armor shattered inch by inch under its might. No, with a wretched howl, the old sect master's body was torn asunder by the sword energy, a deluge of blood mist erupting forth. Chu Kuangren raised his hand to activate the Taotai technique, drawing the corpse of the Shura old sect master into the Taotai space to refine its blood and flesh essence. The essence of a supreme being was a tremendous boon. After slaying the old sect master, the sword light struck the ground, causing tremors felt by all in the royal capital. Amidst the rising dust, they beheld the earth torn asunder, revealing a massive crack thousands of feet long and nearly 100 feet deep, resembling a chasm. The once lush forests had been utterly annihilated. What a terrifying sword! My heavens, is this the might of an imperial technique? It's overwhelmingly powerful. A supreme being has been slain with a single strike. Rumors spoke of Chu Kuangren conversing with sages, creating imperial techniques. It seems there is truth in it. What sort of monstrous entity is he? We stand no chance at all. Chu Kuangren's strike dispelled any thoughts of resistance among the gathered demon cultivators. All they wished was to flee this place. Yet, alas, with King Qian leading the army and the assistance of Supreme Qinglan and Elder Meng, these demon cultivators had no hope of escape. At that moment, several figures surged forth from a nearby spatial rift. These individuals were the cultivators who had previously infiltrated the secret realm amidst the chaos, seeking to seize the demon heart, and Zhao Wuji was among them. Upon seeing him emerge, the Wheel King's face brightened. Wuji, has the demon heart been secured? The demon heart had vanished without a trace, snatched away by another. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened tremendously. The Wheel King and the other demon cultivators shared the same grim fate. They had gone to great lengths for this demon heart, only to be outmaneuvered, evoking a sense of blood-boiling frustration. Especially the Shura sect master, who not only lost an old sect master but now the demon heart as well. A true case of losing the chicken while trying to catch the hare. Retreat. The Wheel King pointed to repel the 7 ancestors, then seized Zhao Wuji, attempting to leave the scene. However, at that moment, a substantial amount of sword energy converged, Forming 12 towering pillars, this was the manifestation of the Nine Heavens Sword prison. None of the demon cultivators present today shall escape, Chu Kuangren declared coldly. Fresh from slaying a supreme being, he radiated a chilling, murderous intent, instilling dread in the hearts of the demon cultivators. Under the relentless assault by King Qian and his forces, the number of demon cultivators dwindled, with only a handful of experts holding out against the onslaught. First, slay Chu Kuangren, break the Nine Heavens Sword prison, the Shura sect master shouted, leading the demon cultivators in a charge toward Chu Kuangren. Even though they knew the odds were against them, it was their only recourse. Among those charging at Chu Kuangren, even the weakest were at the revered level. Not to mention the likes of the Shura sect master and the Bliss sect master, supreme figures of immense power. Ordinary battle kings would have been petrified by such overwhelming force. But alas, they were facing Chu Kuangren. In a flash of light, no one could perceive how Chu Kuangren moved. All they saw was a streak of brilliance dart past, followed by an eruption of terrifying power that nearly shattered their very bones and flesh. This was the might of the mountain seal technique. Boom, boom, boom. A streak of light darted among the demon cultivators, sending them flying. Some were lightly wounded, spitting blood, while others were brutally reduced to explosive sprays of blood mist. In no time, over a dozen revered demon cultivators lay sprawled on the ground, utterly devoid of the strength to resist. Tai technique. Chu Kuangren revealed himself. A pitch-black cavern materializing in his palm, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast. One by one, the demon cultivators were drawn into it, their essence refined away. How can he be so terrifying? Not far away, Zhao Wuji, witnessing this scene, turned pale with fear. Over the past 3 years, he had made considerable progress, believing he had closed the gap with Chu Kuangren. Yet now, it seemed to have widened even further. 3 years ago, the elusive fish, you shall meet your end. Chu Kuangren's gaze suddenly fell upon Zhao Wuji. A chill gripped Zhao Wuji's heart as he hastily summoned his spiritual energy. Unleashing the full power of his Dao body, Wuji demon body, celestial desolation fist. With a punch, a formidable essence erupted. This strike rivaled that of a supreme being. Yet Chu Kuangren merely waved his hand, effortlessly shattering that essence. The overwhelming power left Zhao Wuji in a state of terror as he frantically called out to the Wheel King, "Teacher, save me." However, during the manifestation of the Nine Heavens Sword prison, the Wheel King was entangled with the 7 ancestors, unable to lend a hand. Chu Kuangren transformed into a flash of light, appearing before Zhao Wuji, delivering a crushing palm strike to his crown, the terrifying force obliterating his meridians, bones, and flesh. In an instant, the Taotai technique was employed, and before Zhao Wuji could utter a cry, he was drawn into the Taotai space, refined away. Moreover, Chu Kuangren discovered that while Zhao Wuji's cultivation was inferior to those supreme beings, the essence refined from him far surpassed theirs. Was it due to the Wuji demon body? In terms of physical constitution, it seemed to have a greater impact on the effects of the Taotai technique than cultivation. Chu Kuangren pondered this realization. Wuji. With Zhao Wuji slain, the Wheel King's eyes burned with fury. One must understand, he was the carefully chosen successor, now brutally killed by Chu Kuangren, without even leaving a corpse behind. Chu Kuangren, you accuse us of being demon cultivators, yet your actions resemble those of demons far more. Absorbing the essence of others to enhance your cultivation, should this news spread, how will you ever show your face as a righteous path? The Wheel King bellowed. Yet Chu Kuangren remained unfazed. The law does not control man. Man controls the law. In your hands, this is dark sorcery. In mine, it is a weapon to eradicate demons. Chu Kuangren spoke indifferently, having refined over a dozen revered and supreme beings, his momentum steadily escalating. Breaking through a minor realm to reach the late stage of Battle King. Infuriating. The Wheel King's countenance was grim, with the 7 ancestors before him and Chu Kuangren behind. He stood no chance in this battle. Chapter 162. The Disintegration of the Celestial Demon, the Death of the Wheel King. This is what you deserve, Chu Madman. Let us perish together. The Wheel King growled softly, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his being. The surrounding spiritual energy surged like oil igniting in fire, madly rushing into his body, rapidly enhancing his spiritual power. The 7th ancestor's expression shifted. This was the Celestial Demon Disintegration Technique. The Celestial Demon Disintegration Technique. Are you seeking mutual destruction? The gleam of grand principles flickered in Chu Madman's eyes as he analyzed the Wheel King. The Celestial Demon Disintegration Technique. A treacherous method derived from the demonic path, rapidly boosts combat strength by burning one's foundational essence. However, this technique is notorious for its self-destructive nature, often resulting in the user's own demise. Those who practice this art risk their cultivation being obliterated or, at worst, their bodies exploding on the spot. It is a method of mutual destruction. Even among the demonic practitioners, it is considered taboo, with very few daring to pursue it. The Wheel King was one of them. Knowing escape was futile, he resorted to this technique. Boom. A sound explosion resonated through the void as the Wheel King vanished in the blink of an eye. Charging towards Chu Kuangren. With a single punch, a furious surge of spiritual energy, laced with a chilling and sinister essence, erupted, locking onto Chu Kuangren. The White Lotus Purification. A manifestation of white lotuses enveloped Chu Kuangren, dismantling the Wheel King's initial assault. Yet, a second wave of attacks quickly followed. The Mountain of Humanity Seal. Chu Kuangren mobilized his internal spiritual energy, striking forth with a palm, unleashing the essence of the Mountain of Humanity to clash against the Wheel King's second punch. A deafening explosion ensued, the void trembled, and the shockwave swept through, sending numerous cultivators flying. As the Wheel King continued his onslaught, the seventh ancestor had already intervened, slicing forth a ray of sword light in an attempt to force him back. Yet, to their astonishment, the Wheel King did not retreat or evade. He brazenly absorbed the sword light, then wildly swung his arms, channeling his essence with the intent to annihilate Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren was truly astonishing. Even the Wheel King felt a flicker of fear. If his adversary survived, he would undoubtedly become a formidable foe to the underworld and the entire demonic path. Moreover, having slain Zhao Wuji, the Wheel King harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. With certain death looming, he resolved to drag Chu Kuangren down with him. The Saint's Technique. Absolute Infinger. The Wheel King thrust a finger toward Chu Kuangren, the cold and tyrannical force striking his shoulder. With a dull thud, the force pierced through Chu Kuangren's shoulder, almost severing his entire arm. However, the subsequent scene left the Wheel King dumbfounded. He witnessed an abundance of flesh buds sprouting from the wound on Chu Kuangren's shoulder. First, bones formed, followed by blood and flesh fibers, and finally skin, restoring the injury in an instant. The skin was as pure as jade, showing no trace of harm. How could this be? The Wheel King was bewildered. What kind of method was this? Seizing the moment of the Wheel King's stupor, Chu Kuangren unleashed his Kunwu sword, sending a powerful wave of sword energy that propelled the Wheel King away. He then stood proudly in the air, the five supreme foundations within him radiating brilliant divine light. As luminous patterns flowed across his body, resembling gold and jade. Empowered by the golden jade Dao body, his spiritual energy reached its zenith. The heaven-slaying sword technique. With imperial might, he unleashed an overwhelming pressure upon the Wheel King. Terrifying purple sword light surged forth. In the blink of an eye, the Wheel King was slain on the spot. This night, Chu Kuangren had slain two supreme beings. Clutching Kunwu, clad in white garments that exuded elegance. His waist-length ink-black hair billowed, and the aura of the sword enveloped him under the moonlight, resembling a celestial sword immortal. All gazes were drawn to his extraordinary presence, and many felt their hearts sway. Brother Chu is truly a divine being. Among the crowd, Li Xingqian couldn't help but exclaim. The remnant spirit of the Saint King within him also expressed astonishment. Such an extraordinary individual is rare throughout history. Indeed, Li Xingqian nodded in agreement before inquiring, "Teacher, now that you have obtained the heart, what shall we do next?" "Upon returning, I will teach you how to refine it," the remnant spirit of the Saint King replied, his tone barely concealing his excitement. Li Xingqian felt puzzled but did not dwell on it, simply believing his teacher was elated at the prospect of enhancing his own strength. The slaughter continued throughout the night, only ceasing with the dawn's first light. All demonic practitioners had been thoroughly eliminated. The fissures of the secret realm had also closed. Regrettably, we could not locate the demonic heart, the King of Qian said, somewhat disappointed upon returning to the palace. That was a heart of a Saint King. Even a demonic heart is immensely alluring and holds extraordinary value for those yet to attain sainthood. Perhaps the rumors were incorrect, the seventh ancestor suggested. Perhaps so. The King of Qian shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and then bowed to Chu Kuangren, saying, "We owe our success in purging the demonic practitioners to your efforts, without which we would have been utterly incapable. You are too kind, King Qian. By the way, where is Brother Li?" Chu Kuangren inquired with a faint smile. The King of Qian replied, "He seems to have gone to rest." During this endeavor to eliminate the demonic practitioners, Li Daoist contributed significantly. "Truly, he is worthy of being the young master of the White Jade Pavilion. I regret having previously captured him due to a misunderstanding." Li Daoist is not one to harbor grudges, the King of Qian reassured, passing the subsequent matters to him. "Very well, Chu Daoist, please take your rest." After returning, Chu Kuangren began to organize the spoils of the battle. This conflict had yielded significant rewards. He had absorbed a substantial amount of blood essence from the demonic practitioners using the Taotai technique, resulting in a notable advancement in his cultivation. Additionally, the wealth amassed from several supreme beings, especially the Wheel King, was considerable. Just in spiritual stones, there were several million of the high-quality variety, along with various celestial materials and treasures, all of which he allocated to nourish the divine phoenix egg. Moreover, he had genuinely executed the heaven-slaying sword technique twice, gaining a clearer understanding of its might. Even though it was his own creation, an imperial technique is still an imperial technique, and with his current strength, he could not fully unleash its potential. However, beneath the saint level, no one could withstand this sword. Little one, it won't be long before you no longer need us, your guardians, the seventh ancestor remarked with a hint of melancholy. Chu Madman had grown too rapidly. He could now slay supreme beings, surpassing even their capabilities, rendering their protection unnecessary. Though the time we spent guarding you is brief, your intentions have left a profound impression on me, Chu Madman solemnly stated. By the way, Elder Ming, I intend to remain in the King Qian's palace for a few more days. I have some medicinal materials that I need you to help me gather. Subsequently, Chu Madman produced a prescription for Elder Ming. Upon seeing it, her expression shifted. Prince, this is the prescription for the longevity pill. You intend to refine the longevity pill. Indeed, although Elder Ming is still some distance from the 5 decays of heaven and man, I plan to first refine a batch of longevity pills for you. Chu Madman replied with a gentle smile. Hearing this, Elder Ming felt deeply moved and trembled as she knelt before Chu Madman. Your Highness, you are so considerate of an old woman like me. I am eternally grateful. Please rise. This is what you deserve, Chu Madman said. Thank you, Your Highness. Elder Ming expressed her gratitude before departing to prepare the medicinal materials. Chapter 163. Li Xingqian's possession and the refinement of the 9-grade supreme treasure pill. In a secluded hall of the Qianwang Palace, Li Xingqian sat upon his bed. His countenance a tempest of emotions, at times engulfed in fury, at times filled with joy, and at others exuding a sinister and eerie aura. Get out of my body, you scoundrel, Li Xingqian exclaimed, his voice laced with unrestrained rage. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his demeanor shifted to one of malevolence. My good disciple, lend your body to your master. I shall make your name resonate through the heavens. Within him, it seemed as though two distinct personalities were engaged in a relentless struggle. Li Xingqian's expression morphed once more. I refuse. You intend for me to retrieve your heart not to enhance my power, but to refine this demonic heart and then usurp my body. Ha! You have realized too late. This is the profound nature of my heartless soul transposition technique. As long as my demonic heart endures, I shall not perish. Should anyone refine this heart, I shall seize their vessel and be reborn. Why choose me? Li Xingqian gritted his teeth. TSK, it is fate. You have encountered me, and with your celestial physique and extraordinary talent, alongside the support of the Bayou Tower. If I do not possess you, whom shall I possess? The cold laughter of the heartless echoed. Rest assured, I shall inherit all that is yours. Your lineage and connections shall serve my ascendance to the throne. No, Li Xingqian roared, his voice resonating with defiance before he seemed to lose all strength, his head drooping in silence. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, his eyes glimmering with a dark light. At last, he had managed to suppress this entity's soul. Now, he simply needed to fully merge with the demonic heart. Once he achieved this, he would become the reborn heartless Saint King, while Li Xingqian would be utterly obliterated. Li Xingqian, my good disciple, you may rest easy. The heartless intoned. Li Xingqian chuckled darkly. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren was in a refining chamber within the Qianwang Palace, preparing to concoct a longevity pill for the elderly Ming. As his protector, Ming had toiled tirelessly of late. Although Chu Kuangren did not voice it, he had observed her efforts and felt compelled to express his gratitude. Refining a longevity pill was a relatively straightforward task for him. Although he could not produce the previous Starbright level, comparable to a sacred grade elixir due to material limitations, he could still manage a slightly lesser supreme grade version. Before long, the chamber was enveloped in a surge of pill vapor, a vibrant vitality sweeping through much of the palace. Numerous cultivators within the palace sensed this lively energy. What a rich vitality. And the pill vapor. Could someone be refining a longevity pill? Longevity pills were classified into various grades. But this aura suggested at least a supreme grade longevity pill, a feat only attainable by a master alchemist. But wait. Where in our palace do we have such a skilled alchemist? Who could this be? We must investigate. The phenomenon surrounding the refining of the longevity pill drew a considerable crowd, including the recently possessed heartless Saint King, who also took notice. Such an occurrence indicated that a master alchemist was at work. To encounter a figure of such caliber was rare indeed. This individual could prove immensely beneficial to my current endeavors. Li Xingqian murmured to himself, then proceeded towards the source of the pill vapor. Above the refining chamber, pill clouds gathered. 1, 2, 3. A total of 9 clouds radiating auspicious golden light, pulsating with robust vitality, leaving all cultivators in awe. The newly arrived Qianwang stood agape. Though he had not studied alchemy, he understood the significance of 9 pill clouds. 9 clouds. And this level of pill vapor signifies a 9-grade supreme treasure pill. The Qianwang's voice trembled slightly. He had never heard of anyone capable of refining a 9-grade supreme treasure pill. Surely, even a master alchemist could not achieve such a feat. This is the work of a grandmaster alchemist. Only those of legendary renown could concoct such a treasure pill. Who is it? Who is in the refining chamber? All the arriving cultivators were struck dumb by the scene before them. Even Li Xingqian was no exception. A 9-grade supreme treasure pill. A grandmaster alchemist. Who would have thought such a figure could appear here? This person must be befriended. Li Xingqian's eyes gleamed with fervor as he noticed several individuals guarding the chamber. Oh, it's them, he noted with mild surprise, recognizing Lan Yu and 3 protectors of Chu Kuangren. However, Chu Kuangren was conspicuously absent. Curiosity piqued, he approached them. Greetings, esteemed seniors. Ah, young friendly, you have arrived. The 7th ancestor acknowledged with a slight nod. Being addressed as young friend stirred mixed feelings in Li Xingqian's heart. After all, he was now a reborn Saint King. His experience and cultivation far surpassed that of the 7th ancestor. How could he not feel a twinge of discomfort at such a title? However, he concealed his sentiments well and did not display them outwardly. Pray tell, who is it within the refining chamber? And where has Brother Chu gone? Previously, in his remnant spirit state, he had avoided Chu Kuangren, but now that he had undergone possession and rebirth, even a saint could not discern his true nature. Thus, he felt no trepidation regarding Chu Kuangren discovering anything amiss. Haha, the Holy Sun is within the refining chamber, the Supreme Qinglan remarked with a smile. Oh, does Brother Chu have an acquaintance in this Grandmaster Alchemist? No, the Holy Sun is the one refining the pills. Upon hearing this, Li Xingqian's face registered shock. You must be jesting, esteemed seniors. The 7th ancestor smiled faintly. I understand this may be hard to believe, but it is indeed the truth. Li Xingqian was utterly astounded. Chu Kuangren is actually a Grandmaster Alchemist. His talent for cultivation was astonishing, his combat prowess exceptional. How could he also be a Grandmaster Alchemist? Was there no sense of fairness in this world? What a pity, what a pity. If the one I had possessed were this Chu Kuangren, how splendid it would have been. With his aptitude and alchemical prowess, combined with my experience as a Saint King, I would surely ascend swiftly to the imperial throne. Li Xingqian lamented inwardly. He sought to possess a prodigy with exceptional cultivation talent, and in comparison to Chu Kuangren, all other talents appeared as mere dust. Now, reborn as Li Xingqian, I must cultivate a good relationship with Chu Kuangren. Even if I cannot leverage his power, it is wise to avoid enmity unless absolutely necessary. He recognized his current reality. The freshly possessed Li Xingqian was certainly no match for Chu Kuangren, and he needed time to grow. With a creak, the door to the refining chamber swung open, and Chu Kuangren emerged, holding a jade vial containing several golden pills, the very 9-grade supreme treasure pills for longevity. Senior Meng, here are 12 treasure pills. If you consume one each month, it should extend your life by approximately 3,000 years. Thank you, Your Highness. Elder Meng exclaimed with tears of gratitude, her trembling hands accepting the pills. Chapter 164. Are you threatening me? The first use of the soul chain unexpectedly. Daoist Chu is a master alchemist, truly a person of many talents, remarked King Qian as he approached. A group of cultivators gathered behind him, offering their compliments. Daoist Chu possesses an extraordinary elegance and is adept in alchemy. It is indeed astonishing. I am deeply impressed, one elder declared. Indeed, I have a modest understanding of alchemy myself, but compared to Daoist Chu, I am merely a small fry, a laughingstock, another added. Daoist Chu, I have a daughter at home, 20 years of age, who greatly admires you. When might you two meet? The cultivators spoke in a flurry, some even beginning to promote their daughters. King Qian glanced at the group of cultivators, his lips twitching slightly. These shameless individuals had no sense of decorum. Daoist Chu, I have a daughter who is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Would you like me to summon her to entertain you? King Qian said with a faint smile. The crowd of cultivators fell silent. It was no wonder they acted this way. The abilities displayed by the madman Chu were simply awe-inspiring. Setting aside his combat prowess, who could guarantee they would never suffer from ailments? Who could assure they would not encounter the 5 declines of heaven and man? The mastery of alchemy possessed by the madman Chu was invaluable. If he wished, he could extend life to the vast majority of cultivators. just based on this. Even if Madman Chu were powerless, no one would dare offend him. Rather, many would seek to befriend him. Maintaining a smile in the face of the enthusiastic King Qian and the throng of cultivators, Madman Chu responded graciously to each one. After a short while, he turned to Li Xingqian beside him. Brother Li, you exerted considerable effort in eradicating the demonic calamity yesterday. Your hard work is appreciated. It was nothing. But today you surprised me, Taoist Chu. I did not expect you to be knowledgeable in alchemy, Li Xingqian replied. In this day and age, one must possess some practical skills to survive, Madman Chu chuckled. You're just joking, Taoist Chu, Li Xingqian said. Madman Chu observed Li Xingqian, his brows slightly furrowing. He sensed something was off about Li Xingqian today, but he could not pinpoint what it was. With a thought, he activated his inside eye. Upon doing so, his pupils constricted. The sacred king of absolute heart, in a state of possession, after the demise of his physical form 50,000 years ago. He exists now in a remnant spirit state. The soul-seizing technique of absolute heart. Li Xingqian, your soul lies in slumber. Information regarding the sacred king of absolute heart flashed before his eyes, while for Li Xingqian, he could only discern a state of slumber. However, the fact that Li Xingqian was still alive relieved Madman Chu, and he said nonchalantly, Brother Li, would you care to take a stroll with me? Since you invite me. How could I refuse? Please lead the way, Li Xingqian replied. They exited the side hall and began to wander through the royal palace. As they walked, maidens passed by, bowing courteously upon seeing Madman Chu and Li Xingqian, their demeanor charming. Greetings, young Master Chu, young Master Li. Indeed, after a pair of maidens passed, Madman Chu remarked, Brother Li has changed. You no longer even spare a glance at these charming maidens. Upon hearing this, Li Xingqian's heart sank. He suddenly recalled that the former Li Xingqian was quite the admirer of beauty, unable to resist casting glances at attractive individuals. Yet now, amidst the many beautiful palace maids, he didn't even grant a single one a look. Did this raise suspicions in Madman Chu? Taoist Chu, you jest. If we speak of beauty, you are the epitome of grace in this world. In your presence, who else would catch my eye? Li Xingqian laughed, deflecting the comment. That statement sends shivers down my spine, Madman Chu observed with a peculiar glance at Li Xingqian. Please do not misunderstand. I have no particular fondness for the same sex. Li Xingqian hastily clarified. Together with Lan Yu, the two made their way to a secluded garden. Noticing the absence of others, Madman Chu stated coolly, in last night's battle, the demon cultivator came for the demonic heart, yet the heart has vanished. Who do you think has taken it? How would I know? Oh, it beats within you. You are unaware? Upon uttering this, Li Xingqian's expression stiffened. How did Madman Chu discern that he harbored the demonic heart? Taoist Chu, I did not intend to deceive you. However, the matter of the demonic heart is of great significance. I feared you might think I have strayed into the demonic path. I had not yet figured out how to explain it. Li Xingqian quickly elaborated. Enough of the pretense, sacred king of absolute heart, Madman Chu declared, directly revealing his hand. With a thought, his domain of war locked onto Li Xingqian, suppressing him. Even as a sacred king, in his remnant spirit state. The pressure from Madman Chu's domain was immense, causing him to feel as though he were a mortal trapped in a quagmire, unable to move. Yet, the pressure from the domain paled in comparison to the weight of his own heart. The sacred king of absolute heart stared in shock at Madman Chu, bewildered as to how the latter had uncovered his identity. He had only just completed his possession the night before. How could he be recognized so swiftly? Taoist Chu, what are you saying? Why would I? Li Xingqian, no, the sacred king of absolute heart, attempted to protest, but the force of the domain suddenly intensified, pinning him to the ground. Get out of Li Xingqian's body, Madman Chu commanded coldly. The sacred king of absolute heart felt an insufferable indignation. As a dignified sacred king, he had never bowed to anyone, let alone prostrate himself before another like a dog. While he did not understand the means employed, he recognized that Madman Chu was resolute in exposing his identity. Madman Chu, you had better tread carefully. This body belongs to Li Xingqian. I am currently one with him. Should I perish, he shall meet the same fate. The sacred king of absolute heart warned, his voice frigid. Oh, so you are threatening me? Madman Chu replied with a scoff. And what of it? What can you do to me? Although I do not discern how you revealed my identity. If you wish for Li Xingqian to live, you would do well to release me, the sacred king of absolute heart sneered. The soul-seizing technique is extraordinarily powerful. His remnant spirit, fused with the demonic heart that rightfully belonged to him, melded seamlessly with the physical body of Li Xingqian, making separation impossible. Perfect. Let us put this to the test. A glimmer of light flickered in Madman Chu's hand, and a pitch-black chain suddenly materialized, an aura of profound darkness emanating from it. The sacred king of absolute heart's pupils contracted in alarm, a wave of unease washing over him. What is this thing? He questioned, bewildered. Madman Chu did not respond. Instead, he swung the end of the chain, which bore a hook, and it suddenly became somewhat ethereal, piercing through the sacred king of absolute heart's body. In that instant, the sacred king's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. What are you doing? His remnant spirit began to tremble uncontrollably, as if faced with a natural enemy. Come forth. Madman Chu growled, yanking the chain. It flew out from Li Xingchen's body, dragging with it an old man in a gray robe, with white hair. Ensnared tightly by the iron chain, unable to move, indeed, it was the remnant spirit of the sacred king of absolute heart. How could this be? How could this happen? Chapter 165. Secrets of the Holy War. How could this be happening? The heartless Saint King, pulled from Li Xingchen's body by the soul hook, wore an expression of disbelief. He could feel the soul hook continuously emitting a chilling aura that numbed his sacred spirit. This is a weapon targeting the soul, and of an extraordinarily high grade. How could you possess such a thing? The heartless Saint King roared. It must be noted that weapons aimed at the soul are exceedingly rare. Even he had never encountered one, only heard of them in tales. To think that the madman Chu possessed such a weapon, precisely suited to counter him right after his successful reincarnation. The heartless Saint King trembled with rage, questioning whether this was fate. Did destiny truly wish to annihilate him? No, even the holy war could not kill me. I refuse to believe that a mere chain could do me harm. Desperately, the heartless Saint King struggled, his sacred spirit quivering violently. Chu, the madman, gently tugged at the soul hook, and the chilling aura intensified, corroding the heartless Saint King's essence, rendering his sacred spirit as immobile as a frozen statue. What do you want, Chu? The heartless Saint King uttered weakly. I'm rather curious about what you mean by holy war. Do enlighten me. Perhaps I might spare you. Chu replied nonchalantly. The heartless Saint King's expression shifted, yet he understood that in this moment, he was the prey, and his only hope of survival lay in complying with Chu. The Holy War was a grand battle 50,000 years ago, with all participants being saints. Thus it was termed the Holy War. Wait, all participants were saints? Chu expressed mild surprise. He glanced at Lan Yu, who seemed equally astonished. 50,000 years ago, all participants were saints. Indeed, this must have been the very battle in which the Radiant Saint King took part, Lan Yu remarked, recalling fragments of memories about the Radiant Saint King she had received when acquiring the Radiant Staff. Among these memories was a terrifying battle that occurred 50,000 years ago. It was undoubtedly the Holy War the heartless Saint King spoke of. The Radiant Saint King? I recall there was such a saint involved in the Holy War. The heartless Saint King acknowledged. Please continue. What was the purpose of the Holy War? To achieve imperial ascendance. During that age of decline, when the great path was obscured, the saints devised a grand formation, allowing them to enter and engage in combat, interweaving their paths in hopes of stimulating the great path, thereby manifesting the chance for imperial ascendance. The heartless Saint King recounted. Chu listened, somewhat astonished. And this was your method to achieve imperial status? You truly went to great lengths. Did it succeed? I do not know. I did not survive to witness the end of the Holy War. However, before my physical body perished, I saw the saints' paths intertwining in the sky, forming golden clouds, and the great path began to manifest, with imperial energy emerging. Imperial energy? Chu's lips twitched. You made such a commotion for a mere trace of imperial energy? I know what you were thinking. It seems utterly unworthy, does it not? The heartless Saint King chuckled bitterly. Now, there are 49 traces of imperial energy, and we need not engage in a holy war for it. This is the advantage of the present era. Chu, you were not born in that age of decline and cannot fathom the madness of those who sought imperial ascendance. The Holy War was merely one of their attempts. Now then, since the Holy War was initiated and imperial energy manifested, there must have been beneficiaries. Who were they? I do not know. As I mentioned, my physical form perished midway. It was only recently that my sacred spirit awakened. The events of those several millennia remain a mystery to me. The heartless Saint King shook his head. I see. Where was the battlefield of the Holy War? Chu posed his final inquiry. We once referred to it as the Tali Great Desert, but now you call it the ancient battlefield. Oh, one of the 10 forbidden zones. Chu was slightly taken aback. The 10 forbidden zones are the most perilous locations within the sky realm, where even saints may not emerge alive. The ancient battlefield is indeed among them, reputed to have witnessed countless battles and perpetually surrounded by malevolent energy, making it exceedingly dangerous. It would be intriguing to explore. A surge of adventurous spirit welled up within Chu, yet he suppressed it and tugged at the soul hook once more. The heartless Saint King let out a terrible wail as the soul hook unleashed a terrifying chill, relentlessly tearing at his remaining spirit. Chu, you are untrustworthy. The heartless Saint King glared at him with deep resentment. Did I ever promise you anything? I merely suggested that I might spare you, which is not a guarantee. Moreover, your remaining spirit holds no value to me, and you intended to harm my friends. Should I let you live merely to celebrate the new year? Chu scoffed, then yanked the soul hook with force. The heartless Saint King's spirit shattered, dissipating entirely. Chu employed his insightful eye to examine Li Xingqian, thoroughly analyzing him inside and out. Finding no trace of the heartless Saint King, which put him at ease. With the heart of evil unextinguished, the heartless shall not perish? This heartless soul transfer technique only grants the heartless Saint King a singular opportunity for reincarnation. Now, he is truly dead. Chu retracted the soul hook. Li Xingqian, lying on the ground, slowly regained consciousness. He first looked around in confusion before suddenly jumping up, clutching his head and shouting, "Heartless Saint King, get out of my body. Cease your shouting. He is utterly dead." Chu rolled his eyes beside him. "Brother Chu, how did you end up here?" Li Xingqian queried. "Isn't it all because of you?" Chu recounted the events of discovering the heartless Saint King. "I initially thought this old man was your golden finger. Who would have guessed he was a wretched old fool wanting your life?" Chu mused. Though Li Xingqian did not fully grasp what golden finger meant, he understood that the other had saved him. "Thanks to Brother Chu, my life now belongs to you. Command me as you wish." Chu patted his shoulder, saying, "If you consider me a friend, there is no need for such formality." "Brother Chu," Li Xingqian exclaimed, profoundly moved. After resolving the matter of the heartless Saint King, Chu and his companions lingered in the royal palace for 2 more days before departing. "Congratulations, host, for drawing a golden tier item, the Qingyuan sword." On the celestial vessel, while daily drawing lots, Chu obtained a golden tier sword, classified as a supreme artifact in the cultivation realm. "Another sword?" Chu mumbled, placing the supreme tier sword into the Qingling sword box. This marked the 7th sword he had drawn this month. While each sword was indeed a rare treasure, and he had the Qingling sword box for nurturing, he felt satisfied with his Kunwa sword and questioned the utility of so many swords suddenly appearing. Should he use them as throwing weapons? One supreme artifact at a time. How extravagantly ostentatious. Chapter 166. At least 90% certainty, the life creation pill. The spring sleep pill. While Chu Kuangren roamed the world, a piece of news suddenly spread throughout the Qinglong domain, stirring quite a commotion. The news was that the esteemed leader of the Xiantian sect, Xian Shizuan, was preparing to undergo tribulation. This event sent shockwaves through the entire Qinglong domain. It is well known that if a revered figure successfully endures the tribulation, they ascend to the quasi-saint realm, and with sufficient accumulation, they could ultimately achieve sainthood. Would the Xiantian sect soon have another saint? In no time, the entire Qinglong domain was abuzz with discussions about this matter. The Xiantian sect is already a lineage of saints, undoubtedly backed by a saintly figure. However, the addition of another saint would be truly formidable. Indeed, even within a saintly lineage, the number of saints is limited, and each additional one is of utmost significance. The crucial factor lies in whether Xian Shizuan can successfully endure the tribulation. Some individuals began to fidget at the thought of Xian Shizuan's impending tribulation. In his youth, Xian Shizuan traversed the vast skies, unknowingly offending numerous people. Now, as he faces tribulation, it would be surprising if those individuals did not attempt to hinder his success. One could only wonder what kind of disturbances they might conjure. As the world buzzed with speculation, Chu Kuangren learned of this news. His master was about to undergo tribulation, prompting him to return to the Xiantian sect. Li Xingqian accompanied him on this visit. Within the Chongqing Hall of the Xiantian sect, the atmosphere was exceedingly tense. Several elders gathered to discuss the arrangements for Xian Shizuan's tribulation, including the location and the necessary tribulation tools. Just as their discussion reached a fervor, Chu Kuangren entered. "The chief has returned." The madman. Upon entering the grand hall, Chu Kuangren respectfully greeted the elders. He then turned to Xian Shizuan, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Master, such a significant matter as your tribulation, and you did not inform me? Do you truly consider me an outsider?" "Haha, it is merely a tribulation," Xian Shizuan chuckled heartily. Chu Kuangren and the others exchanged glances of disbelief. Merely a tribulation? Such words were spoken too lightly. Many cultivators viewed the heavenly tribulation as a nightmare, wherein the slightest misstep could lead to death and obliteration. "Master, how confident are you?" Chu Kuangren inquired. "At least 70%, Xian Shizuan replied with a proud smile. "Only 70%? That seems rather insufficient," Chu Kuangren frowned. The elders exchanged glances, contemplating whether 70% was indeed too little. Xian Shizuan shook his head and smiled. "Madman. Having 70% certainty is already extraordinary for enduring tribulation. Why not wait until you have a full 100% certainty before facing it? In truth, I should have undergone tribulation many years ago, but I have been accumulating my foundation. Now I have reached my limit. Very well, when will you undergo tribulation? Chu Kuangren asked. 7 days hence. That gives us time. Xian Chizuan was taken aback. What do you mean? 7 days is sufficient for me to prepare some items for you. 70% certainty is too little. We need at least 90%. Chu Kuangren replied with a calm smile. In the following days, he became busy preparing. On one particular day, within the pill pavilion, an overwhelming aura of medicinal energy surged skyward, coalescing into 9 clouds of mysterious yellow pill vapors, filling the air with auspicious energy. Where the medicinal energy passed, withered trees blossomed anew. Many alchemists were drawn to this extraordinary phenomenon. What terrifying medicinal energy! Is this a 9th grade supreme treasure pill? No, it could very well be a quasi-saint level treasure pill. Is it the senior brother who is refining pills? Need you ask? Who else possesses such skill? In the pill pavilion, Gu Jiang, a newly joined alchemist of the Xiantian sect, gazed in awe at the scene before him. A 9th grade quasi-saint level treasure pill could likely only be crafted by Grandmaster Chu, leaving him utterly astonished. Though he had learned from Chu Kuangren for a while, he increasingly felt the vast chasm between their alchemical skills. Before long, Xian Chizuan and the others arrived, exchanging glances as they took in the wondrous sight of the medicinal phenomenon. What great commotion is the madman causing now? Why do I say again? As the pill clouds dissipated and the phenomenon vanished, everyone assumed that Chu Kuangren had finished refining, yet the door to the alchemy chamber remained firmly closed. Why is he not coming out? Should we go in and check? Outside the door, Lan Yu addressed Xian Chizuan. The young master has instructed that no one is to disturb him if he does not emerge. Reluctantly, they continued to wait. Moments later, another surge of medicinal energy erupted, forming 9 clouds of pill vapors once more. The onlookers, having grown accustomed to such occurrences, were no longer surprised. The 9th grade treasure pill, often regarded as a legendary rarity in the alchemical world, had become a commonplace event for Chu Kuangren. What a prodigy, one elder sighed. This transcends mere talent. This is an extraordinary genius, beyond all reason. About half an hour later, the door to the alchemy chamber creaked open. Chu Kuangren emerged, holding 2 jade vials, each containing a yellow and a blue pill. Master, you have arrived. Of course. With such a ruckus, how could we not come? Xian Chizuan replied, somewhat exasperated. I am merely tending to your tribulation preparations, Chu Kuangren murmured as he handed the 2 jade vials to Xian Chizuan. The yellow one is the life creation pill, a quasi-saint level healing treasure pill that can rapidly restore injuries. As long as you are not dead, one will ensure you feel revitalized. I have prepared 3 of these for you to use during your tribulation. The blue one, however, is a single spring sleep pill, also known as the false death pill. If you find yourself unable to endure, take this pill to enter a state of false death, allowing you to deceive the heavenly tribulation. While it may count as failing the tribulation, it is certainly better than losing your life. Upon finishing his explanation, Chu Kuangren turned to the others, only to find them gazing at him in disbelief. What? Is there a problem? No. Elder Rian shook her head. I merely have an odd feeling that this approach to tribulation might just work for me as well. The pills provided by Chu Kuangren were undoubtedly invaluable, significantly enhancing the chances of success for the tribulation bearer. The life creation pill, a rare quasi-saint level healing treasure pill of 9th grade quality, was truly remarkable. It was likely comparable to saintly pills. Master Chu, you are truly impressive, Gu Jiang remarked, swallowing hard as he looked at the spring sleep pill. Why have I never heard of this spring sleep pill before? It would be strange if you had heard of it, Chu Kuangren thought to himself, as it was a recipe he had obtained through chance. This recipe was a fortuitous discovery of mine, and I have already tested it, so rest assured, master. Xian Chizuan accepted the pills, smiling. Of course I trust you. You have gone above and beyond for me. With these pills, I am at least 80% confident. Xian Chizuan stated. Chu Kuangren shook his head. I said, at least 90% certainty is required. 80% is still insufficient. The elders exchanged wry smiles. It is widely known that cultivators consider a 50% chance to be worth the risk for tribulation. Achieving 70% is already exceptional. 80% is not enough? Goodness, if that were the case, surely no one in this world would dare to face tribulation. Chapter 167. The Thunder Avoidance Needle, targeting the actions of the mysterious Elder Master. Esteemed elders, please follow me, spoke Chu Kuangren. He then led the mysterious elder and the others to a secluded mountain peak, a site chosen by the mysterious elder for the impending tribulation. Surrounding this place stood 4 black iron pillars, each rising from the corners, intricately engraved with profound runes. Upon their arrival, the group gazed at the pillars in confusion. What are these? They weren't here last time, one remarked. The unique material of the pillars seemed to harbor a certain Tao rhythm, suggesting they were indeed some sort of treasure. Kuangren, could this be your arrangement? The mysterious elder inquired with curiosity. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly. Indeed, these 4 pillars are known as the thunder avoidance needles. They can channel the power of the heavenly tribulation into the earth. The others were astounded. The ability to guide the forces of tribulation was something they had never heard of. Could these pillars possess such remarkable properties? Chief, it is not that I doubt you. But the matter of the sect master's tribulation is of great significance. Are these pillars truly as miraculous as you claim? One elder voiced his skepticism. Chu Kuangren merely smiled and stepped into the midst of the pillars, addressing the elder. Second elder, I recall you practiced the 9 heavens thunder sword technique. You may attack me now. This may not be appropriate. The second elder hesitated. Go ahead, urged Chu Kuangren. The second elder looked to the mysterious elder for guidance. What are you looking at me for? If Kuangren says to attack, then you should do so. With your level of cultivation, you could hardly harm him. The mysterious elder chuckled, having learned of Chu Kuangren's current strength from the 7th ancestor. Not even he could contend with Chu Kuangren, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. His disciple was too formidable, and the pressure on him as a master was immense. Very well, the second elder conceded. Gathering his focus as a surge of thunderous Tao energy erupted, transforming into a streak of thunder sword chi directed at Chu Kuangren. Unfazed, Chu Kuangren stood motionless within the pillars. As the sword chi approached, it trembled momentarily, then was redirected by an unseen force, striking the iron pillar before vanishing without a trace. Interesting, the second elder mused, launching another strike, this one even stronger. Yet, just as before, the thunderous power was guided into the ground, leaving Chu Kuangren completely unharmed. I will unleash my full power, the second elder declared. As terrifying thunderous Tao energy enveloped the area, dark clouds swirling ominously, thunder rumbling with might. Please proceed, Chu Kuangren replied with a calm smile. All eyes were fixed on the unfolding scene. 9 heavens thunder, heed my call. With a resounding roar, the second elder summoned the rolling thunder above him, coalescing it into a massive, thunderous sword. The blade descended, shaking the earth with its divine might. Even the mightiest sovereign would not dare to underestimate such a strike. Yet, Chu Kuangren remained unperturbed. Boom! The giant sword struck, causing the very air to tremble. However, as it neared the 4 iron pillars, the violent, thunderous energy was once again deflected, redirected into the earth. What remained was merely the pure sword chi rushing towards Chu Kuangren, devoid of the thunderous power, posing no threat to him at all. He effortlessly dissipated the sword chi with the white lotus purification technique. Everyone stood in stunned silence. These pillars could truly guide the thunderous energy. The tribulation appeared in the form of thunder, which meant these pillars indeed had the capacity to direct the forces of tribulation. How remarkable! The second elder descended slowly, marveling at the thunder avoidance needles. Chief, where did you acquire such a treasure? It was a matter of fortune, Chu Kuangren replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the others could not help but twitch their lips. You acquired the Dan formula by fortune, and the thunder avoidance needles were also a product of fortune. How could you have such abundant luck? The chief is truly favored by destiny, the second elder remarked in awe. Chu Kuangren smiled lightly. After all, he was indeed a lucky figure. The thunder avoidance needles were among the many treasures he had obtained from a recent lottery. He had amassed numerous valuable items, some of which he had yet to retrieve from his inventory. The thunder avoidance needles were simply one of them. After returning, he would need to examine what other items might prove useful during this tribulation. He needed to prepare thoroughly. Observing the mysterious elder marveling at the thunder avoidance needles, Chu Kuangren reflected on the burdens of his master during the tribulation. With the life creation pill and these thunder avoidance needles, he felt confident about the upcoming trial. The mysterious elder chuckled heartily, then seemed to recall something, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. As long as those individuals do not interfere. At this, Chu Kuangren felt a stirring in his heart. He knew that the mysterious elder had offended many during his youth on the Sangqiang star, and most of these individuals had now become powerful figures not to be trifled with. Would they sit idly by while the mysterious elder faced his tribulation? With a sage residing within the Heavenly Sky sect, if those adversaries sought trouble, they would inevitably devise a means to contend with the sage. Only a sage could rival another sage. Although many sages existed within the Sangqiang star, only a few held enmity with the Heavenly Sky sect. Who would come? Within an inn, a disheveled man with a severed arm sat in a corner, drinking. A finely dressed middle-aged man approached him, stating casually, I never imagined that the swordsmanship prodigy who once captivated the Qinglong domain would fall to such depths. The disheveled man glanced at the middle-aged stranger. And you are? Linghu Hong, replied the man. Linghu? An uncommon surname. The most renowned Linghu clan is the sword family from the Zhuke domain. Are you one of them? The disheveled man asked as he burped. Indeed. What do you want with me? The mysterious elder is about to face his tribulation. Are you aware of this? The disheveled man's wine jar shattered suddenly in his grasp, his eyes blazing with rage. Do not utter that name before me. Unfazed by the man's reaction, Linghu Hong continued. You languish in misery while he stands as the lord of a sage's lineage, soon to undergo his tribulation. If he succeeds, he shall become a sage. At that point, we shall merely be ants in his eyes. Tell me, do you truly wish to witness this unfold? If I recall correctly, it was he who severed your arm. Linghu Hong pressed. What can I do about it? He is a sage's lineage. With a sage presiding, can I simply charge in and kill him? The disheveled man lamented. My Linghu family also has a sage. What do you mean? We can deal with the sage of the Heavenly Sky sect. Follow me to the Heavenly Sky sect, and we will disrupt the mysterious elder's tribulation. If you wish to wallow in your despair, I shall take my leave now. The disheveled man downed his last jar of wine, and a powerful sword aura erupted from him. I have kept my severed arm unhealed to engrave the humiliation brought upon me by the mysterious elder into my memory. Though I have indulged over the years, I have not neglected my training. It is time to seek retribution from the mysterious elder. Chapter 168. The Master's enemies are numerous. The tribulation begins upon hearing Elder Rian mention the Linghu family. Chu Kuangren could not help but express mild surprise. Are you suggesting that members of the Linghu family may come to provoke us? Elder Rian nodded slightly, confirming, indeed. During the time when our sect leader was training in the outside world, he had a conflict with the talented Linghu Hong from the Linghu family, who has since harbored a grudge after suffering multiple defeats at the hands of our leader. With the impending tribulation, it is likely they will attempt to interfere. Chu Kuangren pondered for a moment. The Linghu family certainly posed a significant challenge. In the current realm of the celestial sword path, there exists a saying of one mountain, one sect, two families, referring to the four most skilled sword traditions. One mountain is Fengyun Mountain, one sect is Xiantian sect, and the two families are the Linghu family and the Murong family. All four are revered as sacred traditions, each excelling in swordsmanship, and they are constantly embroiled in a subtle rivalry, each striving to prove their swordsmanship as the most formidable. The relationship is particularly hostile between the Linghu family and Xiantian sect, given that the esteemed Xuanqi once bested Linghu Hong to the point he could barely hold his head high, fostering a deep-seated hatred that could lead to hostile actions during Xuanqi's tribulation. In addition to Linghu Hong, the sect leader had also offended numerous others during his travels, including the sword sovereign Qianming from the Seven Heroes of Swordsmanship, who had once challenged the leader when he was younger, only to be defeated by 3 strikes. There was also Feng Wuchang, whom the leader had severed an arm. Furthermore, the Grand Elder of the Greenwater Sword Sect, the rogue Zhualong from the 36 islands overseas, and the lifeless Zun. Chu Kuangren felt dizzy listening to Elder Rian's endless recounting of the leader's adversaries and quickly interrupted, his expression one of despair. Why does my master have so many enemies? Ah, who hasn't he offended someone in their youth? You too have made enemies among the talented, haven't you? Elder Rian remarked casually. But this is excessive. Chu Kuangren's lips twitched in disbelief. What kind of master have I taken on? He has accumulated so much enmity. After bidding farewell to Elder Rian, Chu Kuangren rubbed his temples, realizing that he had much to attend to regarding Xuanqi's tribulation. He could only hope that those enemies would think twice before seeking their demise. At Xiantian sect, upon a towering peak, Xuanqi sat cross-legged within a lightning avoidance needle. His eyes were slightly closed, and an enigmatic aura of the Tao flowed around him. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and lifted his gaze towards the heavens. It's here. As his words fell, dark clouds began to churn in the distance, resembling ink gradually diffusing in a basin of clear water. The ominous clouds gathered and surged towards him, exuding a tremendous celestial might that enveloped the entire Xiantian sect, causing all its cultivators to feel its ominous presence. It's the tribulation. The tribulation has arrived, exclaimed one among them. What a terrifying aura. I am witnessing a tribulation for the first time. If the leader succeeds, our sect will gain a quasi-saint, and eventually, another saint. Indeed, may the heavens bestow their favor. Fear not, the sect leader will surely successfully navigate the tribulation. Everyone turned their gazes toward the gathering storm, their eyes filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Elder Rian and others swiftly set off towards the peak where Xuanqi resided, preparing to guard him. On the peak, Elder Rian and the 7 ancestors stood vigil. This fellow far surpasses me. I have yet to face a tribulation after all these years, while he has taken the lead, remarked one of the 7 ancestors with a faint smile. Beside him, Elder Rian added, previously, you entered the phase of the 5 decays of heaven and man, rendering your tribulation impossible. Now that you have returned to your peak, your tribulation is imminent. Our Xiantian sect shall surely thrive. Haha. Whether I succeed in the tribulation or not, the enduring prosperity of Xiantian sect rests upon that young fellow, said the 7 ancestors. Everyone knew precisely who he referred to. Elder Rian wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, that child, Kuangren, is truly astonishing. Just look at the treasures he has prepared for this tribulation. Each one is a peerless rarity. Whether it be fortune or talent, he is unparalleled in ages past. The future of Xiantian sect hinges on his continued growth and ability to dominate this era. At that moment, a figure clad in white approached. It was Chu Kuangren, the very individual they had been discussing. Greetings, elders and ancestors. How fares our master? Chu Kuangren inquired after bowing respectfully. Seeing his concern for Xuanqi, the group felt a sense of comfort. Do not worry, the tribulation has not yet begun. Indeed, with the resources you have prepared, the sect leader's success in the tribulation is almost assured, they reassured him. Chu Kuangren nodded but remained cautious. One can never be too careful. Who knows what tricks his enemies might employ? The skies grew increasingly ominous, and the terrifying pressure intensified, causing tremors within all living beings within 1,000 miles. The celestial might. This is true celestial might. The tribulation is about to commence, the 7 ancestors said gravely. The dark clouds rolled, coalescing into a massive black vortex, with flashes of azure lightning flickering within. Suddenly, a blue beam descended from the heavens, locking onto Xuanqi. This beam was terrifying, sealing the space around him, leaving Xuanqi no choice but to confront the tribulation head-on. Either overcome the tribulation and attain the great Tao, or perish beneath its might. Xuanqi slowly rose, an overwhelming sword aura erupting from him, the profound essence of swordsmanship swirling around him. In the distance, a sword mountain trembled as a violet long sword streaked through the air like a shooting star, entering the beam of light and arriving before Xuanqi. This sword was the sacred sword, Zixing. Once, Xuanqi wielded this sword, dominating the celestial star, and later returned it to the sword mountain upon becoming the sect leader. My old friend, let us face this tribulation together. Xuanqi grasped the Zixing, his spirit soaring. Meanwhile, at the Xiantian sect, a violent energy fluctuation erupted, and Elder Rian's communication compass began to tremble. Upon receiving the message, her expression darkened. There are intruders causing trouble at Xiantian sect. The others exchanged bewildered glances. It was evident that any foolish enough to cause chaos at this moment were targeting Xuanqi directly. Soon, reports flooded in of disturbances throughout Xiantian sect, resulting in casualties among disciples. Damn it, they seek to distract us from our master. Elder Rian and the others seethed with anger. You handle those ruffians. I shall manage my own tribulation, Xuanqi declared. Master, but then you will have no protector. Haha, I require no guardian. While I face the tribulation, they dare not act against me, and when I am not in tribulation, they cannot harm me. Xuanqi laughed heartily. When a cultivator undergoes tribulation, any interference from others would render them targets of the tribulation as well. Hence, the intruders would not dare act during Xuanqi's trial, only able to strike during the intervals between tribulations when he was free. Go. Let them understand that Xiantian sect is not a place for anyone to act recklessly. Xuanqi commanded. We shall return swiftly. Elder Rian and the others gritted their teeth and set out to quell the unrest. Chapter 169, Masters arrive in succession. I am the first, dare you voice your dissent? On the summit of the mountain, the esteemed Xuanqi stood alone, confronting the heavenly tribulation. Behind him, only Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu remained. Chu Kuangren advised Lan Yu, you should assist Elder Ru Yan. Young master, can you manage alone? Lan Yu inquired. A mere band of insignificant pests is no challenge for me, Chu Kuangren replied. After a moment's hesitation, Lan Yu nodded and departed. Now, only Xuanqi and Chu Kuangren remained on the mountain. Kuangren, why do you linger here? Xuanqi, wielding the purple star's sacred sword, turned to glance at him. I am here to protect the master, Chu Kuangren responded. Very well, witness how your master endures the tribulation. It may prove beneficial for you in the future, Xuanqi chuckled. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted as a robust, barrel-like azure lightning bolt descended from the swirling black vortex, aimed directly at Xuanqi. The first heavenly tribulation had commenced. Xuanqi's expression tightened. As the lightning approached, it was diverted by the thunder avoidance divine needle at his side, crashing instead into the needle, redirecting the vast power of the lightning into the earth. Thus, the first heavenly tribulation was successfully traversed. A look of astonishment crossed Xuanqi's face. Kuangren, your thunder avoidance divine needle is indeed remarkable. This tribulation has been far too effortless. Master, do not be complacent. This is merely the first heavenly tribulation. A cultivator faces at least 9 tribulations, each more formidable than the last, with the final one potentially rivaling a saint's strike. After the first tribulation, the roiling dark clouds gathered strength for the second, remaining ominously still. Suddenly, Chu Kuangren's expression shifted. A chilling aura permeated the air as a disheveled man with a severed arm slowly ascended the mountain. This man exuded an exceptionally sharp sword intent, obliterating the flora and fauna in his path, leaving devastation in his wake. Oh, it's you, Feng Wuchang. Xuanqi recognized the untidy figure. Xuanqi, you have acquired a fine disciple. In the vast Xiantian sect, he is the sole one to protect you, Feng Wuchang remarked, glancing at Chu Kuangren with indifference. Were it not for my singular presence, would you dare to show yourselves? Chu Kuangren scoffed. He then surveyed the ravaged plants and trees and coldly asserted, even a blade of grass belongs to Xiantian's sect. Not just anyone can trifle with it. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand, summoning a tremendous force from the earth, and struck down, conjuring a divine mountain that rose before them. Feng Wuchang's complexion changed as he drew his sword, unleashing a terrifying sword energy that collided with the divine mountain, the violent shockwave forcing him back several steps. What a terrifying strength. Chu Kuangren, your reputation is well-deserved, Feng Wuchang said, his expression grave. Having heard numerous tales of Chu Kuangren, he felt immense pressure facing this unparalleled genius directly. Filled with envy, he thought of Xuanqi. Why had he squandered years in taverns while Xuanqi stood as a paragon of a great tradition, boasting such a disciple? It felt profoundly unfair. Xuanqi. It has been a long time. A booming voice echoed as a streak of swordlight rushed from the distance, landing before them and transforming into an elderly man clad in a green robe, his white hair billowing. The old man radiated sword intent, rivaling even Feng Wuchang. Buzzing. Suddenly, a resounding hum filled the air, as if countless swords were trembling. A white-haired figure emerged from the mountainside, wielding an ancient long sword. Qianming Sword Sovereign. Xuanqi identified the newcomer. Since the death of Baiyun Sword Sovereign, Qianming's swordsmanship had become second only to Xuanqi's in the Qinglong domain, not counting Chu Kuangren. What a grand spectacle. An elder draped in a black robe approached, exuding a profound aura akin to relentless waves. One master after another appeared, encircling the peak, the atmosphere thick with impending doom. Chu Kuangren activated his insightful eye, surveying the gathered crowd. It appears many have come, the grand elder of the Green Water Sword sect, Feng Wuchang, Qianming Sword Sovereign, Zhulang Sovereign, along with others causing trouble in the Xiantian sect. Surely there lies a mastermind behind this. Are you not going to reveal yourself? Chu Kuangren inquired, directing his gaze toward a certain void. A ripple emerged, and Ling Hu Hong stepped forth from the void, regarding Chu Kuangren with admiration. Young one, we are here for your master. It has nothing to do with you. Leave now, and you may preserve your life. Have you lost your mind? If you target my master, how can it not concern me? Chu Kuangren retorted dismissively. Hearing this, Ling Hu Hong's expression darkened. You are incorrigible. Boom. At that moment, the second heavenly tribulation surged toward Xuanqi. The onlookers turned to witness the spectacle. The power of the tribulation was once again redirected by the thunder avoidance divine needle into the ground, leaving Ling Hu Hong and the others utterly astonished. What is this? Capable of guiding the force of the heavenly tribulation? Such a treasure. They realized, shocked that Xiantian's sect possessed such an artifact designed specifically to counter heavenly tribulations. Initially, they had intended to strike when Xuanqi was exhausted from enduring the tribulation, but it seemed now that he would retain much of his strength to confront them. Ling Hu Hong, it appears you have miscalculated. Today, you shall find that your visit to Xiantian's sect is destined to be fruitless. Xuanqi proclaimed with a hearty laugh, brandishing the purple star sword, prepared to deal with Ling Hu Hong's group first. At this moment, Chu Kuangren stepped forward, blocking his path. Master, please conserve your strength to face the tribulation. Allow me to handle them. What? Not only Xuanqi but even Ling Hu Hong and the others were taken aback. There were 5 of them, all supreme beings. Yet Chu Kuangren claimed he could face them alone. Who did he think he was? A saint? How arrogant. Qianming Sword Sovereign snorted coldly. Today, I shall slay you. Demonstrating to Baijian City and the world that your so-called ranking as the first in the 100 Swords list is nothing but a farce. Though the 100 Swords list was widely recognized in the swordsmanship community, Chu Kuangren's position as first remained contentious, and Qianming was among its most vocal dissenters. Kill. Qianming's sword sovereign struck first, unleashing a sword that unleashed a torrent of sword energy, as though 1,000 swords coalesced into a colossal blade. In the face of this attack, Chu Kuangren remained utterly calm, the Kunwu sword appearing in his grasp as a terrifying aura erupted forth. With a single stroke, the overwhelming purple sword light tore through the massive sword shadow in an instant, crashing into Qianming's sword sovereign, sending the esteemed sword master reeling. Waves of sword energy ravaged Qianming's form, shredding his garments and inflicting deep lacerations upon his body, transforming him into a bloodied mess in the blink of an eye. The gathered crowd gasped in shock, their pupils dilating in disbelief. One strike, and he severely wounded a supreme sword master. What terrifying power was this? I am the first on the sword list, and you dare voice dissent? Chapter 170. The might of the soul chain, you shall all remain here. I am the foremost in the sword manual. Do you dare to voice an objection? The tone of Chu Kuangren was calm, yet it bore an unsettling weight as he struck a devastating blow to sword master Qianming, simultaneously instilling fear in the remaining 4 supreme sovereigns. The onlookers gazed at Chu Kuangren with wide eyes, disbelief etched across their faces. Each of them was a supreme sovereign, once celebrated prodigies in their youth. Yet in this moment, they felt their so-called talents were utterly inconsequential before Chu Kuangren. A single sword strike incapacitating a supreme sovereign. When did the younger generation produce such a monster? We must act together. We cannot allow the Saint of Zantiangong to stall us for too long. We must resolve this swiftly, declared Linghu Hong. Acting decisively, he launched an assault on Chu Kuangren. As he unleashed his sword, the might of the supreme sovereign was fully realized. Let me witness the sword techniques of the sword family. Chu Kuangren chuckled lightly, manifesting the 3 great phenomena of his Tao body: 9 Heaven Sword Prison, Azure Lotus Sword Song, and the Sword of Heavenly Tao. The terrifying essence of swordsmanship enveloped Chu Kuangren, and the immense spiritual power coursed through him. With each swing of his sword, he exerted immense pressure on Linghu Hong. Furthermore, Chu Kuangren's profound comprehension of the Tao, coupled with his exquisite 9 Apertures Linglong sword heart, directly suppressed Linghu Hong's sword essence. Were it not for Linghu Hong being a seasoned supreme sovereign, far surpassing sword master Qianming, he would hardly last a few exchanges against Chu Kuangren. Word had spread of Chu Kuangren's astonishing talents, but to be this powerful was simply outrageous. Even my family's young emperor lacks such combat prowess. How could Xuantiangong have produced such a monster? Linghu Hong was profoundly shaken. At that moment, Zhuanglong, the elder of the Greenwater Sword sect, and Feng Wuchang also joined the fray, converging with Linghu Hong to besiege Chu Kuangren. A dazzling array of Tao techniques erupted, shaking the very fabric of the void. Not far away, Sword Master Qianming consumed a pill, his complexion paling as he observed Chu Kuangren facing 4 supreme sovereigns alone. This man is terrifyingly powerful. He is truly a monster. Having encountered many prodigies, Sword Master Qianming swore that none could compare to the Chu Kuangren before him. I concede. You indeed deserve the title of number 1 in the sword manual. However, Xiankai will certainly fail in his tribulation today. Seizing the opportunity while Chu Kuangren was occupied, Sword Master Qianming rushed towards Sword Master Xiankai, who had just completed the 3rd heavenly tribulation, intent on exhausting his strength to ensure his failure. Amid the battle, Chu Kuangren noticed Sword Master Qianming's trajectory, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He was courting death. Suddenly, a black chain shot forth from his body like a bolt of black lightning, racing through the void towards Sword Master Qianming. Sword Master Qianming felt a chill run down his spine, his scalp prickling, as if his very blood was freezing. Danger! Imminent danger! Quickly turning, he swung his sword, the sword energy colliding with the soul chain, sending it flying. However, the soul chain was a sacred king artifact, crafted from a unique material, impervious even to the might of a saint. The sword energy of Sword Master Qianming could not damage the chain. It spiraled through the air as if possessing a will of its own, continuing its relentless pursuit. What in the world is this? Sword Master Qianming evaded the soul chain, his instincts screaming that if he were ensnared, his fate would be dire. Chu Kuangren, holding the other end of the soul chain, deftly manipulated it to chase after Sword Master Qianming. The chain, remarkably elastic, seemed capable of extending infinitely, no matter where Sword Master Qianming fled. In no time, the chain stretched several miles, encircling the void, emanating a sinister aura. Moreover, Sword Master Qianming found himself trapped within the circle formed by the chain, his escape route narrowing. Quickly, stop him! Sword Master Qianming cried out. Linghu Hong, Feng Wuchang, and the others immediately unleashed their ultimate techniques. a cacophony of distinct Tao rhythms and overwhelming spiritual power erupting forth. Sky-shattering rupture, raging tides, wind of inconstancy, eternal flow of green water. 3 streams of sword energy and a palm strike bore down upon Chu Kuangren, a formidable combined assault from the 4 supreme sovereigns. White Lotus purification. Chu Kuangren remained stationary as white lotuses suddenly materialized around him, swaying gracefully in the void, an ethereal sight to behold. The 4 forces collided with the lotuses. Yet no cataclysmic explosion ensued. The lotuses shattered one by one, dissipating the attacks of Linghu Hong and the others. The Tao rhythms and spiritual energies intertwined and clashed in the void, ultimately returning to nothingness. Meanwhile, Sword Master Qianming could no longer evade, ensnared by the soul chain. The hook at its end piercing his body without drawing a drop of blood. The hook twisted within him like the grip of a demonic hand, writhing and stirring, causing Sword Master Qianming to emit a blood-curdling scream, his eyes gradually emptying of life. What is happening? This black chain is sinister. Linghu Hong and the others fixed their gaze on Sword Master Qianming, soon witnessing a shocking scene. The hook emerged from Sword Master Qianming's body, extracting another version of him, his very soul. Why is this happening? My corporeal form, what is this abomination? Sword Master Qianming watched helplessly as his soul was wrenched from his body, terror writ large on his face. Chu Kuangren raised a hand, activating the gluttonous law, drawing Sword Master Qianming's corporeal body into the gluttonous space for refinement, transforming it into an incredibly pure essence of flesh and blood, swiftly replenishing his previously depleted spiritual power. This chain targets the soul. Damn it! How does he possess such a thing? Linghu Hong and the others turned pale at the realization. Techniques aimed at the soul are exceedingly rare and frightfully potent. The treasures of this madman are indeed numerous. He possesses a soul-targeting weapon, murmured Swordmaster Xiankai, shaking his head with a smile, deciding against further inquiry. He was certain that Chu Kuangren would merely respond with 4 words, a gift of fortune. Though aware of the secrets held by Chu Kuangren, Xiankai chose to unconditionally trust his talented disciple. Grasping the soul chain in one hand and the Kunwu sword in the other, Chu Kuangren surveyed the supreme sovereigns before him. From the moment you chose to come to Xuanyangong to thwart my master's tribulation, your failure was assured. Today, my master shall successfully transcend, ascending to the position of saint. While you shall all remain here. Chu Kuangren's voice was icy as he forcefully tugged the soul chain, causing Sword Master Qianming's soul to emit a heart-wrenching wail, fracturing and then silently exploding, scattering his essence. This chain is too terrifying. Moreover, Chu Kuangren's combat prowess cannot be underestimated. Prolonged conflict is not in our favor. It seems I must resort to the items bestowed by the 3 ancestors. Linghu Hong gritted his teeth, drawing forth a small golden sword. An enigmatic aura of sword essence radiating from it. Chapter 171. The Heart-Piercing Sword. The death of Linghu Hong. You were truly fortunate. Linghu Hong drew forth a small sword of resplendent gold, an enigmatic aura of swordsmanship enveloping the atmosphere, sending a shiver through all present. The revered Zhuo Lang and Feng Wuchang instinctively stepped back several paces. Meanwhile, Xuanqi's expression shifted dramatically. The heart-piercing sword. Indeed, it was the heart-piercing sword. Linghu Hong scoffed. The heart-piercing sword is a sacred technique of the Linghu clan, one that only a handful of individuals within the entire clan have managed to comprehend. This sword can interrogate the heart and slay with its very essence. The 3 ancestors bestowed this heart-piercing sword upon me with the intention of using it against you. Yet here I find myself wielding it against your disciple. Without further ado, Linghu Hong hurled the golden sword. Caution, madman. Xuanqi's face paled as he prepared to rush forth to shield against the sword's energy. But at that moment, the calamity descended upon him. A beam of light enveloped him, rendering him immobile. Buzz. The golden sword sliced through the void with breathtaking speed, piercing through Chu Kuangren's body, causing a slight tremor in him. Linghu Hong and his companions rejoiced at the sight. This was the heart-piercing sword wielded by a saint. Any individual whose heart was not sufficiently robust would be torn asunder by the sword's aura, even if they were a supreme being. Linghu Hong laughed heartily. Is this the heart-piercing sword? Hardly impressive. Yet, at that moment, Chu Kuangren's calm voice resonated. Linghu Hong's smile froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. His mouth agape with shock. Impossible. How could you withstand the heart-piercing sword with your cultivation? Linghu Hong could scarcely believe it. The heart-piercing sword can slay the heart. But have you ever considered that your so-called 3 ancestors cannot extinguish my resolve? Chu Kuangren replied nonchalantly. He possessed an unwavering heart, impervious to disturbance. The heart ladder of the former white-browed saint had no effect on him, and neither would the heart-piercing sword. Linghu Hong and his companions grasped the gravity of the situation, their hearts shaken. A mere young prodigy possessed such an indomitable spirit, with formidable cultivation talent and an unshakable heart. This Chu Kuangren was nothing short of a monster. Zhuo Lang swallowed hard, filled with regret. He lamented coming to the Xiantian sect. Now, escape seemed impossible. Boom. A heavenly calamity descended upon Xuanqi. The force of the calamity was redirected towards the ground by the thunder-repelling needle, yet a portion of its power still bore down upon Xuanqi. However, this segment did not pose any significant threat to him. Master, continue to focus on your tribulation. I can handle these insignificant pests, Chu Kuangren said with a gentle smile, tugging at the soul-reaping chain, which exuded an aura of sinister mystery, and lunged towards Feng Wuchang. Having witnessed the chain's formidable power, Feng Wuchang's expression changed drastically, as he enveloped himself in sword energy to fend off the soul-reaping chain. Yet, Chu Kuangren channeled his spiritual energy into the chain, and the hook at the end radiated a terrifying, dark aura. The sword energy shattered, and the chain ensnared Feng Wuchang, whose face filled with terror as he attempted to flee, only to find himself unable to escape the chain's grip. Leave. Zhuo Lang, now unwilling to entangle himself in this tumult, transformed into a streak of light and fled into the distance. At that moment, a beam of sword light surged forth and sent Zhuo Lang reeling back. It was the seventh ancestor, his gaze icy as he regarded the group. Today, all who had come to cause trouble at the Xiantian sect were destined for ruin. Damn it, get lost. Zhuo Lang unleashed a powerful attack, an overwhelming aura of the Tao erupting. As Chu Kuangren tugged at the soul-reaping chain, he extracted Feng Wuchang's soul, shattering it into fragments. The Grand Elder of the Green Water Sword sect and Linghu Hong were both filled with dread at the soul-reaping chain, unwilling to confront it directly. After exchanging glances, they attacked Chu Kuangren from either side, seeking a slim chance of survival. Foolish. Chu Kuangren snorted coldly, manipulating the soul-reaping chain to engage the Grand Elder while wielding his sword against Linghu Hong. With adept multitasking, he fought both adversaries without yielding an inch. As time passed, those dispatched by Linghu Hong to instigate chaos within the Xiantian sect were systematically dealt with, as Elder Yin Yin and others arrived. The Linghu clan is truly despicable. Perish. With the arrival of Elder Yin Yin and others, Linghu Hong's side was clearly doomed. The Grand Elder of the Green Water Sword sect found himself overwhelmed, battling both the supreme beings of the Xiantian sect and the soul-reaping chain, unable to cope. Ultimately, he was ensnared by the chain and had his soul torn asunder. Elder Yin Yin and the others were taken aback upon witnessing the soul-reaping chain for the first time, feeling a chill run down their spines. Fortunately, this weapon was wielded by the madman. Had it been in enemy hands, the consequences would have been unimaginable, Elder Yin Yin remarked. Indeed. I wonder where the chief acquired such a treasure. I know, it must be a stroke of fortune. Elder Yin Yin chuckled. The remaining elders rolled their eyes, finding her comments trivial. Prepare to meet your end, Linghu Hong. Chu Kuangren raised his hand and unleashed a sword strike, a torrent of imperial might radiating from him. For it was the already ascended imperial sword technique, the heaven-splitting sword technique. Faced with this blow, even Linghu Hong, a seasoned supreme being, found it challenging to resist, shouting, "Three ancestors, save me. Cease." A voice echoed from the void, laced with indignation. Yet, Chu Kuangren showed no intention of halting. He struck with fury, the violent violet sword light engulfing Linghu Hong. A supreme being met their demise. The void trembled. An elder in white robes appeared, his aura vast and boundless, far exceeding that of a supreme being. This was the pressure of a saint. I commanded you to cease. Why do you not comply? The elder in white glared at Chu Kuangren, his eyes alight with fury. Unfazed by the saintly pressure, Chu Kuangren stood his ground, stating, "He came to the Xiantian sect to cause chaos and disrupt my master's tribulation. He deserves death." Indeed, he does. A white-haired elder emerged behind Chu Kuangren, patting him on the shoulder with a gentle smile. "Well done, young one. Your reasoning is sound. Who are you, esteemed elder? You should address me as the three ancestors." Three ancestors. The three ancestors of the Xiantian sect. The revered figures behind the Xiantian sect. Chu Kuangren straightened his posture. "I pay my respects to the three ancestors." "Do not be courteous," the three ancestors replied with a faint smile, then turned to the white-robed elder in the sky. "Linghu, three ancestor. Your clan's junior came to the Xiantian sect to stir trouble. His demise is fitting. So, do you wish to wage war?" "You." Linghu, three ancestor was momentarily speechless. They had indeed acted in error, yet they could not allow the Xiantian sect to gain another saint. Originally, He had planned to stall the three ancestors while Ling Hu Hong led several supreme beings to thwart Xuanqi's tribulation. Who could have anticipated the emergence of Chu Kuangren? While the others of the Xiantian sect were occupied dealing with the rest, this young man single-handedly contended with 5 supreme beings. At that moment, Ling Hu three ancestor perceived that the threat posed by the young Chu Kuangren far outweighed that of any Xuanqi. Xiantian sect, you are truly fortunate. Ling Hu three ancestor gritted his teeth, acknowledging the luck of the Xiantian sect, be it through Xuanqi's impending tribulation or the presence of Chu Kuangren as a disciple. Yet, for the Ling Hu clan, this was certainly not a fortuitous turn of events. Chapter 172. The successful crossing of tribulation by the mysterious Master Boom. Once again, a bolt of heavenly tribulation descended. This marked the 7th tribulation for the mysterious Master. At this moment, the power of the tribulation had become extraordinarily formidable. Even the lightning rod could not channel all the tribulation's energy into the ground. Following the descent of the 7th tribulation, a tremendous shockwave nearly flattened the entire mountain peak, sending the lightning rod flying. Thus, the mysterious Master was completely exposed to the onslaught of the tribulation. All present gazed at him in rapt attention, including the ancestor Ling Hu. Despite his failed attempt, he remained, eager to witness whether the mysterious Master could successfully navigate this trial. Old friend, let us fight side by side once more. The mysterious Master thought, gripping the purple star tightly, as the aura of the sword within him surged, propelling the Ziwei Huantian sword technique to its zenith. He cast a solemn look at the 8th tribulation, which was gathering its power. A beam of light descended, locking onto the mysterious Master. Immediately after, the 8th tribulation struck, its ferocious power sending waves of trepidation through Elder Royan and the others. Come forth, the mysterious Master called, raising his hand to unleash a sword strike. Terrifying violet sword light surged forth, embodying the sword of heaven's severing technique, a sacred art he had mastered. With his supreme cultivation, it seemed as though the very fabric of the heavens and earth would tear asunder. The clash of sword light and thunder resonated through the void. A catastrophic shockwave radiated outward, like an unrelenting tide, obliterating everything in its path, trees, rocks, and all that surrounded him. The mysterious Master was hurled back by the impact, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater, with countless fissures spreading outward. Inside the crater, his robes were torn, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and arcs of electricity danced over his body, wreaking havoc upon him. The power of this 8th tribulation is beyond imagination, the mysterious Master murmured. Just a single strike had inflicted significant injury upon him. In his current state, he feared he might not survive the final tribulation. The ancestor Ling Hu's eyes lit up with anticipation, secretly wishing for the mysterious Master's failure. Then, the mysterious Master rose, retrieving a golden elixir and consuming it. A surge of potent medicinal energy enveloped his limbs, the rhythm of the Tao spreading throughout him, and astonishingly, his injuries began to heal rapidly. The ancestor Ling Hu was left dumbfounded. Is that a quasi-saint level healing elixir? No, ordinary quasi-saint healing elixirs do not possess such effects. This must be a quasi-saint grade treasure elixir, at least of the 7th rank. He exclaimed in shock. There are few alchemists capable of refining quasi-saint level elixirs within the entirety of the Zhangqiang star, let alone those above the 7th rank. Where did the Xiantian sect find such an alchemist? The madman's elixirs are indeed remarkably effective. The mysterious Master laughed heartily, his sword energy radiating as he prepared to face the 9th tribulation with all his might. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds surged and the power of lightning roared to life. The light of the tribulation once more locked onto the mysterious Master. Emerging from the swirling black clouds was a fearsome beast, entirely composed of dense thunderous energy, reminiscent of a dragon. With a fearsome roar, the thunder dragon exuded an overwhelming pressure. The dragon lunged toward the mysterious Master, causing the very air to tremble and the mountains to quake. This strike reached the level of a saint's attack. Elder Royan and the others exchanged worried glances. No wonder so many feared the crossing of tribulations. The 9th lightning tribulation wielded such power that even a supreme being could hardly withstand it. Only those with profound backgrounds among the ancient supreme beings might endure it. Yet there were still 8 tribulations to overcome beforehand. Truly, crossing tribulations was a matter of life and death. Chu Kuang stood nearby, sweating for the mysterious Master, wishing he could rush in to replace him. With his strength and immortality, he had nothing to fear. Yet, even if he intervened, the tribulation's power would not spare the mysterious Master. It was likely they would both face an even more terrifying force. Tribulation cannot be evaded or substituted. Faced with this final lightning tribulation, the mysterious master roared, choosing not to wield his sword but instead to produce a bronze shield. The shield enlarged before him, blocking the thunder dragon, and an earth-shattering roar erupted. Cracks appeared across the shield's surface. The mysterious master's pupils constricted in shock. He had not anticipated that his meticulously prepared tool for crossing the tribulation would fail against the ninth tribulation. The shield shattered, and the thunder dragon barreled into the mysterious master. He unleashed his internal sword energy to counter it, but torrents of lightning continued to ravage his body. In this moment of crisis, the mysterious master bit down on 2 life creation pills he had kept in his mouth, unleashing their medicinal power to mend his injuries. The dual process of destruction and restoration felt like a tug of war, leaving him teetering on the brink of life and death. Ultimately, owing to the mysterious master's prior preservation of most of his spiritual energy and vitality, coupled with the effects of the life creation pills, he managed to endure the final tribulation. I did it. Haha, splendid. Elder Royan and the others sighed in relief, brimming with joy. The dark clouds dissipated, replaced by blossoming purple auspicious clouds, and the resonance of the Tao echoed through the heavens. The mysterious master stood firm, a profound realization blossoming within him. As the essence of the Tao intensified, in that moment, the powerful beings of the world seemed to sense something, turning their gazes toward the direction of the Xiantian sect. Ah, someone has crossed the tribulation. As long as this individual survives, a new saint will be born in this realm. And that is in the direction of the Xiantian sect. Humph, the Xiantian sect is truly fortunate. Within the Xiantian sect, the ancestor Linghu's face darkened, and with a cold snort, he prepared to depart. Just then, a surge of saintly Tao energy locked onto him, brimming with a terrifying killing intent that made his heart skip a beat. It is the ancestor of the Xiantian sect. As he approached, intending to leave, the Linghu family appeared to hold little regard for the Xiantian sect. Take it. The ancestor Linghu produced a Qianquan ring, tossing it to the ancestor of the Xiantian sect. Oh, 60 million high-grade spirit stones and 30 drops of heavenly spirit marrow. Are you trying to insult me? The ancestor of the Xiantian sect's expression turned cold. Do not push your luck. These items alone could incite fierce competition among countless sects in the outside world. Is it not enough? Not enough. Far from it, the ancestor Linghu replied. What do you wish for then? We, the Xiantian sect, still require a slot in the sword tower. Impossible. The ancestor Linghu retorted coldly. Then today, the Linghu family shall lose a saint, the ancestor of the Xiantian sect declared. His tone frigid as a terrifying aura erupted from deep within the Xiantian sect, locking onto the ancestor Linghu. The second ancestor of the Xiantian sect. That old ghost is still alive. The ancestor Linghu's expression changed, gritting his teeth in pain as he said, All right. I will grant you one more slot for the Linghu family. Words alone are not sufficient. You must issue a Tao Heart Oath. The Tao Heart Oath is a vow made with one's Tao heart, witnessed by the Tao itself. Should one violate this oath, they risk tarnishing their Tao heart, hindering their progress in cultivation, or worse, being plagued by demonic thoughts, never to find peace in their lifetime. Even practitioners of demonic paths hold this oath in utmost reverence. With no other choice, the ancestor Linghu could only comply, issuing the oath with great reluctance before departing in frustration. This time, not only did the Linghu family fail to prevent the Xiantian sect from gaining another quasi-saint, but they also lost a supreme being, a significant amount of spirit stones, and even an important slot. Chapter 173, The Green Water Sword Sect, Emperor Linghu. I have long desired to meet him. The esteemed Xuanqi Zuns has successfully transcended his tribulation, entering the quasi-saint realm. With diligent accumulation, his ascendance to the status of a saint is imminent. Congratulations, Xuanqi. The 3 ancestors of Xiantian greeted him with a faint smile. Indeed, I owe my success to the madman. Without his assistance, the interference from the Linghu family during my tribulation would have made this journey significantly more arduous, Xuanqi Zuns replied. Casting a grateful glance toward Chu Kuangren, his eyes filled with appreciation. This remarkable young man is truly extraordinary. I have requested an additional quota for a sword tower from the Linghu family, and I shall appoint him as the leader. The quota for the sword tower is splendid. Xuanqi Zuns exclaimed, his eyes brightening. Nearby, Chu Kuangren appeared puzzled. The so-called sword tower seemed immensely significant, even revered by saints. However, he chose to suppress his curiosity for the time being. Although Xuanqi Zuns had completed his tribulation, the matter was far from resolved. Besides the Linghu family, several other forces, incited by them, had caused turmoil at Xiantian sect. These factions would not be spared. A thorough reckoning was necessary. Among them, The Green Water Sword sect stood as the most formidable, a premier power second only to the saintly lineage. Naturally, Xiantian's sect would not let this opportunity slip by. They promptly dispatched personnel to suppress this force, with Chu Kuangren at the helm. On the celestial vessel, Chu Kuangren stood on the deck, gazing into the sea of clouds. What a burdensome fate I have. I have only just resolved the demonic calamity in the Qian kingdom, returned to the sect, assisted my master with his tribulation, and now I must lead the charge against a supreme power. Is there no humanity left? He sighed heavily, his expression one of resignation. Beside him, the seventh ancestor chuckled softly. The sect master's actions are undoubtedly imbued with profound intent. Young lad, do you not realize that upon stepping into the quasi-saint realm, the sect master's next endeavor is to gradually accumulate the foundation for becoming a saint? This is a lengthy process. Barring other opportunities, it could take hundreds to thousands of years. During this time, the fewer disturbances, the better. The sect master likely intends to retreat into the background. Chu Kuangren paused, contemplating the implications of a retreat. What would become of the vast Xiantian sect? Had the next sect master been decided? He merely posed the question casually, yet he found the seventh ancestor staring intently at him, causing a sense of foreboding to grip his heart. It wouldn't be me, would it? Indeed, it is you. Are you joking? Me as the sect master? With so many elders in the sect, Elder Yuyin would suffice. You possess sufficient prestige and strength, and as the sect master's sole disciple, who else is worthy of the position? The seventh ancestor remarked with a smile. I am merely a battle king, he protested. Go tell that to others and see who believes you. The seventh ancestor rolled his eyes in exasperation. Stop jesting. You may be a battle king, but you can certainly contend against the supreme beings. Sending you to suppress the Green Water Sword sect serves to hone your skills and bolster your reputation, laying the groundwork for your future ascension as sect master. Let us discuss this later, Chu Kuangren sighed, shaking his head. Within the Green Water Sword sect, several elders paced anxiously, their faces etched with worry. What shall we do? Reports indicate that the Grand Elder has been slain by Xiantian's sect. They will not let us off easily. One elder exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. We should have restrained the Grand Elder from acting impulsively. Now we have stirred up such a calamity, another elder lamented. Indeed, we must strategize on how to confront Xiantian's sect. How can we possibly contend with them? Enough. A voice rang out sharply, halting the commotion. It belonged to the current leader of the Green Water Sword sect, donned in a flowing green robe. What is there to panic about? The Green Water Sword sect shall not perish, she declared coldly. Sectmaster, do you have a plan? Emperor Linghu remains here. He has promised to safeguard our Green Water Sword sect. Let him take the lead, the sectmaster asserted. Upon hearing this, the elders felt a flicker of relief. Engaging Xiantian's sect alone would spell certain defeat, but with Emperor Linghu's involvement, the dynamics would shift. He represented a lineage equally esteemed as the saintly order, and even Xiantian's sect would have to weigh its options carefully. Within a garden of the Green Water Sword sect, a young man clad in black robes strolled leisurely with a charming young girl, their camaraderie evident. Brother Linghu, I owe much to your guidance during this time. I have made substantial progress, the girl smiled brightly. The young man's eyes softened. It is my duty. By the way, Levying, in a few days, I shall return to the Linghu family. Would you care to accompany me? Surprise lit up Levying's eyes. Really, Brother Linghu? You genuinely wish to take me back to the Linghu family? Of course. You are my beloved. Where else would you go? Rest assured, with your talents and my mentorship, you will undoubtedly break through to the revered realm within a few years. You are so kind to me, Brother Linghu, Levying beamed, embracing the young man with affection. Oh, silly girl, who else could I be kind to? He chuckled. Just then, he furrowed his brow as he noticed the Green Water sect master approaching, who greeted him with respect. I pay my respects to Emperor Linghu. Levying blushed, releasing her embrace and turning to the sect master. Sect master, you have arrived. Indeed. I come with a matter that requires your assistance, the sect master replied. Speak freely, the young man said nonchalantly. The people from Xiantian sect are nearing the Green Water Sword sect, and given our strength, it is unlikely we can withstand them. We hope that the Emperor may lend his strength. You need not worry. My uncle has a pact with your Green Water Sword sect. Although he perished at Xiantian sect, our Linghu family shall honor our commitments, especially with Levying present, the young man assured. Brother Linghu, Levying felt touched once more. Thank you, Emperor. The sect master said, her expression brightening. By the way, the one leading the charge is Chu Kuangren. Emperor Linghu's eyes widened in surprise. Chu Kuangren, the one rumored to be the foremost among the sword canon? Indeed, that very one. Brother Linghu, I have heard that he is exceedingly formidable. Perhaps you should seek assistance from the family? Levying expressed her concern. Though apprehensive, Emperor Linghu maintained his composure before his beloved, sneering, Chu Kuangren. I have long wished to meet him. Today presents the perfect opportunity. I shall not let it slip by. Let me see what he is truly capable of. Seeing the confidence radiate from Emperor Linghu, Levying's eyes sparkled with admiration. Brother Linghu, I believe you can certainly defeat Chu Kuangren. In my heart, you are the mightiest. That is a certainty. At that moment, the celestial vessel from Xiantian sect arrived above the green water sword sect, and numerous cultivators beheld the fluttering banner. Recognizing it as the celestial vessel of the saintly lineage, Xiantian sect. On board, a multitude of sword cultivators stood, each exuding an unparalleled aura of sword energy. Their presence commanding and formidable. Chapter 174. Two choices. Linghu Tong, the young emperor, was bewildered. Those are members of the Xiantian sect. What are they doing here in such numbers? They are all sword cultivators. My goodness. 1, 2, 3, a total of 18 celestial ships, each bearing no less than 100 sword cultivators. Judging by their attire, these are the disciples from the battle hall, the most skilled in combat within the Xiantian sect. What could their intentions be? This is the territory of the Lushui sword sect. Are they planning to wage war against us? This is a grave matter. All the cultivators who witnessed the Xiantian celestial ships were struck with terror. As the ships swept overhead, even from a distance, they could feel the overwhelming sword energy swirling in the air. It was terrifying. On one of the celestial ships, a battle hall disciple approached Chu Kuangren respectfully and said, Senior brother, ahead lies the Lushui sword sect. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly, acknowledging the information. Soon, he beheld the full splendor of the Lushui sword sect. Nestled amid mountains and waters, a true gem of a location. Yet, regrettably, this beautiful place was destined to witness bloodshed today. Within the Lushui sword sect, countless disciples stared at the imposing Xiantian celestial ships and the fierce sword cultivators aboard. What is happening? Why have members of the Xiantian sect come here? And it seems they bear ill intentions? Surely, the Lushui sword sect is a top-tier supreme sect. Do they truly intend to challenge us in battle? What could provoke such an act? Most disciples were unaware of the elders' disturbance with the Xiantian sect, while only a few high-ranking officials, upon witnessing this scene, displayed grave expressions. It has finally come. The fate of the Lushui sword sect now rested upon the will of the heavens. Suddenly, the space above the Lushui sword sect began to warp, and a massive protective barrier formed, resembling an enormous bowl inverted over the sect. This was the sect's grand protective formation. Many sects possess similar mechanisms, the seventh ancestor remarked. They are rarely activated, only employed in times of dire crisis. This is undoubtedly such a moment for the Lushui sword sect. As the formation activated, a green figure soared into the air, a beautiful woman. The sect master of the Lushui sword sect. Esteemed friends from the Xiantian sect, your arrival from afar is noted, yet your purpose remains unclear, she said with a faint smile, feigning ignorance. Chu Kuangren merely smirked and stepped forward, each stride intensifying the aura of sword intent radiating from him, crashing against the air like a tidal wave directed at the sect master. Below, the disciples of the Lushui sword sect gazed upon Chu Kuangren. Despite the adversarial circumstances, they could not help but be captivated by his celestial demeanor and transcendent aura. This is indeed Chu Kuangren, truly extraordinary. Rumors claimed he was the top of the 100-sword list and had slain sovereigns. His strength was formidable, and it was unexpected for him to appear in person. It seems this situation is anything but ordinary. Among the crowd, green smoke spotted Chu Kuangren. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in her eyes. Comparing him to Linghu, she found him far more appealing. Though she thought this, she scoffed. He is merely a pretty face. Compared to my brother Linghu, he falls short. Linghu Tong felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing her words. Indeed, a mere fade cannot compare to true strength. My brother Linghu is the most formidable. Had the sect master of Lushui heard their exchange, she would have scolded them vehemently. For, in contrast to others, she was acutely aware of Chu Kuangren's terrifying prowess. The overwhelming sword intent he emanated had locked onto her, causing even her exalted self to feel a sense of trepidation. Is this the aura of one who possesses only an empty guise? Nonsense. It was said that despite his low cultivation realm, Chu Kuangren could debate with saints, truly terrifying. The sect master of Lushui gazed at the white-clad Chu Kuangren, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Chu Kuangren regarded her with indifference. You are well aware of our purpose here today. I present you with two choices. First, submit to the Xiantian sect and provide tributes annually. Second, lead your entire sect to ruin. Upon hearing the second choice, the sect master's expression shifted dramatically. The Xiantian sect is being excessively domineering. The actions of the elder have nothing to do with us. This is solely his doing. She produced a letter left by the elder before his departure, which clearly stated he had severed ties with the Lushui sword sect, declaring that all actions taken were independent of the sect. Chu Kuangren did not even glance at the letter. Once a person is dead, you can claim anything. Do not think that a single letter, or even 100, can absolve you. Who can verify its authenticity? Just a trace of aura. What can it prove? Even if he truly wrote this letter, why did the Lushui sword sect not announce it to the world immediately? Now that he has caused a ruckus in the Xiantian sect and met his demise, you present this letter to shift responsibility? Do you truly believe it would be that simple? Moreover, if you were not feeling guilty, why activate the protective formation as soon as we arrived? Chu Kuangren's voice was cold. The sect master's face was ashen. You come here with such ostentation. How could we not activate the formation? What if you suddenly attacked? Yet she knew that such arguments were futile. Chu Kuangren's stance was resolute. Regardless of their protests or evidence presented, before the Lushui sword sect lay only those two choices, either submit and become a vassal or face annihilation. Ah, seeing is believing. The name of Chu Kuangren is indeed well-deserved. A loud laugh rang out. Ling Hu Tung's soared into the air, emerging from the protective formation to stand before Chu Kuangren. Suddenly, his expression shifted, eyes narrowing in wariness as he regarded Chu Kuangren. Once outside the formation, he finally felt the terrifying sword intent emanating from Chu Kuangren, sending a shiver through him. The Lushui sword sect will be protected by my Linghu family, he declared, channeling his own aura with a cold tone. Chu Kuangren glanced at him dismissively. You believe you can represent the Linghu family? I am Linghu Tung, the young emperor of the Linghu family. Do you think I cannot represent them? Linghu Tung replied, pride evident on his face. Oh, so you are a young emperor, Chu Kuangren replied, realization dawning. He then raised his hand, unleashing a powerful strike that sent Linghu Tung flying back 100 paces. Your sage cannot even protect the Lushui sword sect, let alone you. A mere young emperor. Chu Kuangren, how dare you make a move? Linghu Tung's expression turned icy as he summoned a sword, striking out with ferocity. A torrent of unparalleled sword intent surged forth, coalescing into a whirlwind of sword energy that charged wildly toward Chu Kuangren. Chapter 175, A Single Palm Shatters. The Four Seasons Sword Array, Green Smoke's thoughts the sword energy intertwined into a whirlwind, exhibiting unparalleled ferocity. Upon witnessing this, the madman Chu raised his hand and unleashed a palm strike, instantly erupting with the might of a mountain, effortlessly shattering the swirling sword energy. What? Linghu Tung's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across his face. I do not comprehend the source of your audacity. A mere avatar dares to stand before me. Madman Chu remarked nonchalantly, his gaze swirling with the symbols of the Tao, thoroughly deciphering Linghu Tung. Before him stood not the true Linghu Tung, but an avatar crafted through some esoteric method. You can discern that I am but an avatar. A flicker of astonishment appeared in Linghu Tung's eyes. It was known that even the master of the Green Water sect could not perceive his true form, yet Madman Chu saw through it at a glance. Humph. Even as an avatar, I shall still defeat you. Linghu Tung bellowed, as streams of sword energy erupted from within him, coalescing around him to form a colossal sword shadow that radiated boundless divine light towards Madman Chu. The might of this strike rivaled that of the Supreme. An avatar defeating me? What a farcical jest. Madman Chu raised his hand, condensing spiritual power as an overwhelming force transformed into a divine mountain, crushing the sword energy and descending upon Linghu Tung, resulting in a burst of blood mist as Linghu Tung was obliterated. Countless disciples of the Green Water Sword sect were left in shock. Though Linghu Tung was merely an avatar, he was still perceived as formidable. The most exceptional disciple of the Green Water Sword sect had found himself utterly powerless before Madman Chu. Yet he had been effortlessly annihilated with a single palm strike. Brother Linghu. Amidst the crowd, Green Smoke's face was filled with anguish. The adversary had promised to take her back to the Linghu family, and with their support, her rise to prominence was imminent. However, all hope had dissipated with Madman Chu's strike, leaving nothing but despair in its wake. In the sky, the master of the Green Water sect was equally astonished by Madman Chu's astonishing prowess. As a supreme being, she knew that she could not withstand that palm strike unscathed, let alone the fact that this was not even Madman Chu's full strength. He had yet to draw his sword. The Linghu family cannot protect your Green Water Sword sect. Now, make your choice, Madman Chu commanded, standing with hands clasped behind his back as an overwhelming sword energy emanated from the disciples of the battle hall, pressuring the master of the Green Water sect. In this dire situation, her expression fluctuated, ultimately leading to a resigned sigh. We submit. A wise decision, Madman Chu replied coolly. From the moment the Grand Elder of the Green Water Sword sect chose to confront the Xuanqi Supreme, the fate of the sect had already been sealed. Following this, the Master of the Green Water sect opened the protective formation, allowing the cultivators of the Xiantian sect to enter without any hindrance. The ensuing events unfolded with relative ease. The Green Water Sword sect opened its treasure vault, library, secret realms, and various resources for Madman Chu and his companions to claim at will, a price they had to pay. From this moment forth, the esteemed Green Water Sword sect would become a vassal of the Xiantian sect, a revelation that would send ripples through the realm. In the Zhuke domain, within the chambers of the Linghu family, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Madman Chu, we are sworn enemies. The servants and attendants within the palace prostrated on the ground, trembling with fear, bewildered by the sudden fury of the young emperor. In the room, Linghu Teng's countenance was so dark it seemed ready to drip with water. Although Madman Chu had slain his avatar, it was one he had painstakingly crafted through immense effort. Yet now it lay in ruins. More importantly, it had been annihilated with a mere palm strike. This left him feeling so aggrieved, he could almost spit blood. Madman Chu, you will pay for this. Within the Green Water Sword sect, Madman Chu was in a state of meditation. To reorganize the entire sect would require several days, as he needed to familiarize himself with various treasure catalogs and disciple records. Of course, these matters did not require his direct involvement. The following day, a notification appeared before him. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the legendary formation, the Four Seasons Sword Array. Madman Chu's eyes brightened at the mention of a legendary formation. Upon extracting the array, a wave of enlightenment surged within him, and a smile of delight graced his lips. What a formidable formation! Though the name Four Seasons Sword Array might not convey overwhelming dominance, its power was indeed fearsome and profoundly intricate. After all, what could be deemed legendary could not possibly be simple. This array was divided into 4 tiers: the 4 seasons, the 12 months, the 24 solar terms, and the 365 days. It contained the mysteries of seasonal transformations and the passage of time. The array's might was closely tied to the cultivator's level. The stronger the practitioner, the more terrifying the array's power. The 4 seasons required 4 swords to execute, the 12 months required 12 swords, and so forth. The Qingling sword box currently housed a total of 27 swords, sufficient for me to manifest the 3rd tier of the formation. With this sword array, my combat prowess would surely ascend. Madman Chu murmured to himself. Previously, he had wondered how to utilize the numerous swords in the sword box. Now, it was clear, as he had drawn a sword array. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Come in. A beautiful young woman clad in green entered. Upon seeing her, Madman Chu's brow furrowed slightly. Who are you? Greetings, my lord. I am Green Smoke, sent by the sect master to serve you, she replied, gazing at him with tender eyes. She suddenly realized that compared to Linghu Tong, Madman Chu outshone him in every aspect: appearance, strength, and status. If she could secure his favor, it would far surpass her association with Linghu Tong. Serve? I require no such service. Please leave, he stated firmly. Is there something about Green Smoke that displeases you? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. No, I simply do not need it. But this is the sect master's arrangement. If I leave without fulfilling my duty, she will surely punish me, Green Smoke said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Madman Chu frowned. Leave now. I will speak to the master of the Green Water sect on your behalf. She will not punish you. With gritted teeth, Green Smoke could only comply and exit. As she stepped out, she encountered Lan Yu. Upon witnessing the girl's breathtaking beauty, she felt a pang of inferiority. No wonder he looks down on me. He is accompanied by such a stunning beauty, Green Smoke thought, casting a glance at Lan Yu that hinted at subtle hostility before lowering her head and departing. Lan Yu's brow furrowed. My lord, who is she? She was sent by the master of the Green Water sect to serve me, but I refused. Madman Chu replied indifferently. Is that so? Lan Yu murmured, mentally noting the situation. In the ensuing days, Lan Yu observed that Green Smoke frequently appeared before Madman Chu, forging connections with the disciples of the Xiantian sect, inquiring about Madman Chu's likes and habits. Lan Yu understood. This girl intended to seduce my lord. Although Madman Chu showed no interest in Green Smoke, Lan Yu felt a tinge of displeasure, especially after acquiring certain information that pushed her over the edge. Miss Lan Yu, I have prepared some pastries, especially for Lord Chu. Is he in? Green Smoke said sweetly, holding a wooden box at Madman Chu's door. Lan Yu regarded her coldly. My lord is not here. You need not return. Chapter 176. A resounding slap to Levian. Returning to Xiantian sect, Levian was taken aback. What did Miss Lan Yu mean by this? I am aware of your intentions. The young master is not someone you can covet. regardless of his status or appearance. You are unworthy in every regard. It would be prudent for you to be cautious. Lan Yu spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, Levian's expression darkened. I understand that young Master Chu's status is noble, but is it wrong to love someone? I simply care for him. Her voice resonated with conviction, as if she were fighting for love. Yet, Lan Yu's gaze grew even colder, her face gradually shrouded in frost. Be silent, and cease your repulsiveness. First, it is common knowledge that the young master is the prince consort of the Qingyan dynasty. Is your so-called care merely an attempt to seduce a married man? Second, you claim to love the young master, but what of Ling Hu Tong? At the mention of Ling Hu Tong, Levian's complexion paled. It was said that he had come to the Greenwater Sword sect with his uncle, and within days, you were seen with him. How cunning. Now that Ling Hu Tong is gone, you have set your sights on the young master, have you? Do you view him as a means to elevate yourself? Vile creature. This was what Lan Yu found most intolerable. She revered Chu Kuangren like a deity and could never allow anyone to exploit him under the guise of affection. You dare to insult me? Levian exclaimed, her face a mask of shock. Insult you? I would strike you as well. Lan Yu stepped forward, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap that sent Levian crashing to the ground. Do not let me see you lingering before the young master again. Otherwise, this will not be the end of it. Lan Yu's voice was devoid of warmth. Levian lay on the ground, her face contorted with resentment. Then, as if she spotted someone, her hatred receded, replaced by a pitiful demeanor as she gazed behind Lan Yu. Sensing something, Lan Yu turned to see Chu Kuangren approaching with a cold expression. Young master, I brought you pastries, but for some unknown reason, Miss Lan Yu suddenly attacked me, Levian sobbed. Upon hearing this, Chu Kuangren's expression turned even colder. Levian felt a surge of triumph. Her efforts had not been in vain. Now that she had been struck, surely the young master would feel sympathy for her. With this expression on his face, he would likely punish Lan Yu next. If Lan Yu were out of the picture, how could she not win over Chu Kuangren? As these thoughts raced through her mind, she appeared increasingly pitiful, her swollen cheeks evoking sympathy. Young master, Lan Yu, how is your hand? Did it hurt when you struck her? Chu Kuangren grasped Lan Yu's hand, concern etched across his face. Levian's expression froze instantly. Is this a joke? I am the one who was struck. Fear began to creep into Levian's eyes as she realized the situation was spiraling beyond her expectations. Young master, Lan Yu attempted to explain her actions against Levian. I am already aware, Chu Kuangren replied nonchalantly. He turned to Levian, his gaze as indifferent as that of a person observing an insect. I have warned you numerous times to keep your distance from me, yet it is clear you have not heeded my words. This is the Greenwater Sword sect. Let the sect master deal with you. With that, Chu Kuangren turned and departed with Lan Yu. Young master, I truly love you. I am willing to serve you as a maid. Levian shouted after them, attempting to rush forward and grasp Chu Kuangren, only to be repelled by an invisible sword energy. She glared at the retreating figures of Chu Kuangren and Lan Yu, her heart filled with bitterness. Why would you not even grant me a chance? Am I truly so worthless in your eyes? Cursed be this fate. A short while later, the sect master of Greenwater arrived. She gazed at Levian's swollen face and said coolly, I have already told you, Chu Kuangren is not a man you can covet. You are worlds apart from him. Your tricks may have worked on Ling Hu Tong, but it is said that Chu Kuangren's resolve is unparalleled. How could he be swayed by you? Levian, still unwilling to accept defeat, thought to herself, I miscalculated. I never expected that Lan Yu would strike so suddenly. Regardless, without Lan Yu, it would have been the same. Very well. From today onward, you are to leave the Greenwater Sword sect, the sect master declared. Levian's expression shifted abruptly. Why? The Greenwater Sword sect has become a vassal of Xiantian's sect, and having offended Chu Kuangren, I cannot allow you to remain here. Pack your things and leave by tomorrow. The sect master spoke without mercy. Once she departed, Levian remained in a daze, resentment brewing in her heart. Chu Kuangren, Lan Yu. Soon, matters concerning the Greenwater Sword sect were nearly resolved. Chu Kuangren and the others returned to Xiantian's sect. Upon arrival, he sought out Elder Shinkai, briefly recounting the events regarding the rectification of the Greenwater Sword sect. Well done. I have something else to discuss with you regarding the Sword Pavilion. Elder Shinkai said with a smile. The Sword Pavilion? Chu Kuangren felt a stir in his heart. He remembered that the three ancestors of Xiantian had secured a spot in the Sword Pavilion, much to the dismay of the Linghu family. Clearly, this Sword Pavilion was no ordinary establishment. The Sword Pavilion is located at the Jianjin Gorge, straddling the borders of the Zhuke and Qinglong domains. It is said to have once been a site for the transmission of ancient doctrines, containing countless sword techniques and opportunities. Every 10 years, it opens its doors, with only 30 spots available. Each of the two major families claims 5 spots, with the remaining 10 distributed among other sword factions. As the opening of the sword pavilion approaches, I wish for you to take Murong Xian and Nangong Huang to Jianjian Gorge to ascend the sword pavilion. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly, intrigued. He was eager to witness the talents that would gather for this occasion. Furthermore, upon your return, prepare to succeed me as the leader of Xiantian sect, Elder Xiankai added. Chu Kuangren was momentarily stunned. The 7 ancestors had indeed spoken correctly. Elder Xiankai truly wished for him to take on this mantle. Master, can we negotiate this? Absolutely not, Elder Xiankai replied firmly. No one is more suited for the position of leader than you. But I have only been a senior brother for a short while. You want me to take over suddenly? The pressure is immense. What pressure? Speak, and I shall alleviate it. My experience is still lacking, and my prestige is insufficient. I fear I cannot command respect, Chu Kuangren hastily explained. Lack of experience is no issue. The elders will assist you. As for prestige, do you believe I will announce your ascension? The entire Xiantian sect will wholeheartedly support you. Your prestige surpasses even mine. Is that not enough? Elder Xiankai replied, exasperated. Is there anything else to discuss? All has been said. What more can I add? Chu Kuangren lamented, on the verge of tears. Chapter 177. Sighing, Songjin Gorge. Across the years to the sword on the journey to Songjin Gorge, Chu Kuangren sat on the celestial boat, his chin resting on his hand, gazing at the sea of clouds before him, occasionally letting out a sigh. Not far away, Murong Xian, Nangong Huang, and others were observing him. This is the 6th time, Murong Xian remarked. In just 1 hour, he has sighed 6 times. Has the elder brother encountered some trouble? Nangong Huang expressed his concern. Surely not. The elder brother is so formidable. What trouble could possibly challenge him? Jun Yi, the Daozi, pondered aloud. At that moment, Lan Yu happened to pass by, and Jun Yi hurriedly approached him, asking, Lan Yu, do you know why the elder brother is sighing? After a moment of contemplation, Lan Yu sighed, alas. The group exchanged glances in confusion. Wait, why are you sighing too? Young master, have some fruit, Lan Yu said, bringing a platter of fruit to Chu Kuangren. All right, he replied. As Nangong Huang and the others gathered closer, they playfully nudged Murong Xian forward. Reluctantly, he stepped out and asked, elder brother, have you encountered any difficulties recently? Difficulties? Not at all. I eat well, dress well, my cultivation progresses smoothly, and I am becoming increasingly handsome. There are no troubles at all. That can't be right. If there are truly no troubles, why have you been sighing here? Junie questioned. Oh, is that what you meant? Chu Kuangren suddenly realized, then shook his head and sighed. Speaking of this, I feel a bit helpless. You see, how old am I now? My master wants me to become the sect leader. Is this not absurd? Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback. What? Just this? You've been sighing for an hour over this? They were incredulous. Many people aspire to become sect leaders, but cannot achieve it, let alone leading a sect of a saint-level lineage. This is unparalleled glory. Yet, Chu Kuangren displayed an air of disdain, which left Murong Xian and Nangong Huang feeling a sense of absurdity. I fully support the elder brother becoming the sect leader, one declared. Indeed, considering your prestige and strength, no one in the entire Xiantian sect can compare. It is entirely reasonable for you to assume the role, Nangong Huang added, their expressions reflecting a sense of inevitability. Seeing their reactions, Chu Kuangren felt even more helpless. Is there anyone in this world who is a sect leader at such a young age? Realizing this, the group snapped back to attention. Right? Chu Kuangren is not even 20 yet. It is rare to find anyone so young leading a sect on Sanxiong Star, let alone a saint-level lineage. Could it be that the elder brother is likely to become the youngest leader of a saint-level lineage in history? Heavens, that is truly impressive. Haha, as expected of the elder brother, simply remarkable. Chu Kuangren was taken aback. Why are you all even more excited than I am? Shouldn't you feel it inappropriate and advise the current sect leader not to pass the position to me? Alas, I did not expect that at such a young age. Besides bearing the burden of being exceptionally handsome, I must also shoulder such great pressure. He sighed deeply, looking skyward. Songjin Gorge, located at the intersection of the Zhuke and Qinglong domains, is said to have once been a place of ancient swordsmanship teachings. Though now in ruins, the residual essence of many sword cultivators still lingers, attracting a steady stream of visitors, especially with the impending opening of the sword tower. The number of onlookers has surged to several times its usual count, gathering many formidable swordsmen. Soon, Chu Kuangren and his companions arrived at this location. Is this Songjin Gorge? It truly lives up to its name, Nangong Huang marveled. The gorge was immense, with sword marks etched into the rock walls on either side, suffused with profound essences of the Tao. 4 sword cultivators, This place was akin to a sacred ground. The sword tower is at the deepest part of the gorge. Should we go take a look? Murongxian suggested. Yes, Chu Kuangren nodded, and the group proceeded deeper into Cangjin Gorge. Their party was quite the spectacle, particularly Chu Kuangren at the forefront, whose extraordinary aura drew the attention of all. Before long, some began to speculate about their identities. They are from the Xiantian sect. They've indeed come. That person at the front, so remarkable, must be the legendary Chu Kuangren. Certainly him. It is said he has debated with saints and even slain supreme masters. His power is truly terrifying. Few among the talents of Zhangqiong Star can compare to him, and he is hailed as the one most likely to become an emperor. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Chu Kuangren paid no mind. He was accustomed to such attention and could easily ignore it as long as no one rushed at him. What concerned him more were the countless sword marks lining the gorge. Some were ancient, their residual Tao essence faint, while others appeared relatively new, as if freshly carved. Along the way, he observed a sword cultivator contemplating a sword mark, who, after a moment of inspiration, unleashed a strike that left his own mark on the rock face. Indeed, the sword marks in this gorge are increasing by the moment, Chu Kuangren mused. Unfortunately, while numerous, few of these marks could offer him any significant insights. His understanding of the Tao, particularly in swordsmanship, was far too profound, surpassing even that of most saints. The marks found here were likely left by supreme sword masters, offering little in the way of reference for him. I can only hope that the sword tower will provide some surprises, he quietly hoped. Gradually, he sensed an incredibly profound essence emanating from ahead, leading him to a towering black edifice. This imposing structure stood 99 zhang high, comprised of 50 levels, with sharp angles and a straight form resembling a sword, captivating the eye. At the entrance hung a plaque inscribed with the words Sword Tower, written in a style that seemed to dance, each stroke akin to being carved with a sword, exuding an air of unparalleled swordsmanship. The essence he had sensed from a distance was emanating from those two characters, surpassing the countless sword marks in the gorge. As Chu Kuangren gazed at the inscription, he was momentarily entranced, envisioning a figure in white dancing with a sword before him, the sword energy swirling in all directions. With a hum, Chu Kuangren's body trembled slightly, the essence of swordsmanship enveloping him as he surged towards the characters, seemingly transcending endless years, connecting across time and space with that figure in white. In that instant, the two essences of swordsmanship collided, causing the entire Cangjin Gorge to tremble. The Tao essences of countless sword marks disrupted, with some even shattering under the intensity. The spectators were taken aback, unsure of what had just transpired. Only those near the sword tower, who were adept in swordsmanship, realized what was happening, their faces filled with astonishment as they beheld Chu Kuangren's silhouette. He was resonating with the essence of the sword tower. This scenario resembled two great sword saints engaging in discourse before them. How had Chu Kuangren achieved this? The rumors were indeed true. He could truly engage in dialogue with saints. This is the sword tower. This journey has proven worthwhile. Chu Kuangren smiled faintly, withdrawing his gaze and dispersing the surrounding essence of swordsmanship, no longer looking at the inscription. Chapter 178. The Unusual Behavior of Murongxian. Lan Yu holding the sword outside the sword pavilion. Chu Kuangren faced the nameless swordsman inscribing the two characters of the sword pavilion from across the years. The aura emanating from their duel permeated the entire concealed sword gorge, leaving all witnesses in profound astonishment. Some proficient swordsmen pondered for a moment before approaching to pay their respects. It is said that the chief of Xiantian is unparalleled. Upon witnessing him today, it is indeed extraordinary. I am here to pay my respects to the moon-chasing sword, ranked 61 on the sword spectrum. Haha, esteemed chief of Xiantian, I am Li Zhan. Chief of Xiantian, we have met in Baijin City. Friend Chu, I trust you are well. The swordsmen outside the sword pavilion greeted Chu Kuangren one by one, exhibiting great enthusiasm and eager to seize the opportunity to befriend him. Chu Kuangren responded with a warm smile, exuding politeness. Clearly, he was well versed in handling such situations. At that moment, a figure slipped into the crowd. It was a middle-aged man clad in an ornate robe, exuding a merchant-like congeniality that set him apart from the other swordsmen. He approached Chu Kuangren with a flattering smile and said, "Friend Chu, based on past experience, the sword pavilion will not open for several days. If you do not mind, why not stay at my establishment for a while? And you are?" "I am Qian Fugui, proprietor of a renowned sword-themed tavern in this concealed sword gorge, dedicated to providing food, lodging, and services for swordsmen." "Oh," Chu Kuangren expressed mild surprise. "Then I shall take you up on your offer, Qian Daoyu. Come, esteemed friends of Xiantian, please follow me." Qian Fugui called out, leading the way. The surrounding swordsmen began to murmur. Look how swiftly Qian Fugui has ingratiated himself with Chu Kuangren. He truly lives up to his reputation as a merchant. Of course. Who is Chu Kuangren? The foremost figure on the 100-sword spectrum. It would be advantageous to cultivate a relationship with such an individual. As they walked, Qian Fugui regaled Chu Kuangren and his companions with tales of the scenic wonders within the concealed sword gorge, particularly highlighting the most intricate sword marks and the locations where insights could be most readily grasped, demonstrating his intimate familiarity with the area. Do you reside in this concealed sword gorge, Dao Yu Qian? Chu Kuangren inquired. Not quite, Qian replied. I merely run this tavern and have hired a few individuals to oversee it. However, every time the sword pavilion opens, which is when business flourishes, I come personally to check on things. Over time, I have become quite knowledgeable about the gorge. Chu Kuangren nodded in understanding. Upon arriving at Qian Fugui's tavern, the guests were taken aback. This was no mere tavern. It resembled a grand palace. Towering pavilions rose in succession, occupying an expanse that could rival the Bayou Pavilion that Chu Kuangren had visited in the past. The resources and manpower required to maintain such an establishment were staggering, and the risks of managing it were manifold. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Qian Fugui was undoubtedly a person of considerable significance. Utilizing his inside eye, Chu Kuangren scrutinized Qian Fugui. Qian Fugui, master of the Fugui Commercial Guild, controls 1/10 of the spiritual stone reserves on the Zhangqiong Star, with trade extending across the 4 domains. As the information from his inside eye registered, Chu Kuangren's lips twitched involuntarily. So, he was the master of the Fugui Commercial Guild. The Fugui Commercial Guild is the largest trading firm within the Zhangqiong Star, involved in virtually every industry that profits from spiritual stones, and the identity of its master has always been shrouded in mystery. Yet, here stood this individual before him. It was indeed a remarkable coincidence. Qian Fugui arranged several guest rooms for Chu Kuangren and his companions, who now merely awaited the opening of the sword pavilion. Suddenly, a voice resonated from outside the famous sword tavern. I am Morong Feiyu, here to seek guidance. A young man clad in black robes, wielding a longsword, stood outside the tavern. His voice carried through the establishment, capturing the attention of all swordsmen within. Upon hearing his name, astonishment rippled through the crowd. It was he, Morong Feiyu. Oh, that name sounds familiar. He is ranked 71st on the sword spectrum, hailing from the Morong family. The Morong family from the Xuanwu domain. One of the 2 prominent houses alongside the Yinshan sect, this promises to be an intriguing spectacle. The swordsmen within the tavern observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. Nangong Huang and his companions also caught the sound, their expressions darkening as they gazed at Morong Feiyu outside. Who does he think he is to challenge our senior brother? Ranked 71st? Good heavens! How dare he challenge our senior brother, the first? What audacity he possesses! Not everyone is aware of the true capabilities of our senior brother. Many believe his top ranking on the sword spectrum is solely due to the Kunwu sword fused with the sword spirit, which has led to discontent among some. And this individual seems to be one of them. Nangong Huang said slowly. Beside him, Morong Xian scrutinized Morong Feiyu, an unusual expression flickering in his eyes, revealing a hint of discomfort. What's wrong with you? Nangong Huang noticed the anomaly in Morong Xian and was taken aback. It's nothing. Morong Xian shook his head and continued. Morong Feiyu's strength is formidable. He has long since ascended to the supreme level and practices the Morong family's Li Hua sword technique, capable of scorching rivers and boiling seas. He is indeed a master within the Morong family. However, that is not the most troublesome aspect. The most formidable threat is the backing he has, Morong Yu, the young emperor of the Morong family. As Morong Xian spoke, he suddenly noticed the curious gazes of Nangong Huang and the others upon him, prompting him to halt abruptly. What's the matter with you all? Morong Xian. How do you know so much about the Morong family? Wait, you share their surname, could it be? I have no connection to the Morong family whatsoever. Morong Xian declared emphatically. Oh, the others responded, not pressing further. Realizing his vehement denial gave off a vibe reminiscent of not a single silver tail is hidden here. Morong Xian composed himself. These matters pertain to the realm of swordsmanship. As swordsmen, should we not strive to be informed? We are in the Qinglong domain, and the Morong family resides in the Xuanwu domain. Such a distance makes it unlikely for anyone to be so well informed, Juni murmured. Look, it's Miss Lan Yu. Nangong Huang exclaimed. Just then, Lan Yu emerged from the tavern, cradling a sword, and approached Morong Feiyu calmly. Are you the one challenging my master? Morong Feiyu's gaze fixated on the sword in Lan Yu's arms, his eyes ablaze with fervor. I am here to challenge Chu Kuangren, my lady. That sword you hold is extraordinary. May I have the honor of viewing it? Lan Yu shook her head. No, this is my master's sword. Oh, Where is Chu Kuangren now? My master is engaged in quiet cultivation, but you were too loud, so he instructed me to bring his sword. He said if you could withstand a blow from him, he would appear. If he is not present, how can he strike? Am I to be toyed with? Morong Feiyu's eyes turned cold. It is possible to strike, Lan Yu replied calmly. With that, the Kunwu sword in her embrace quivered slightly, revealing half of its exquisite blade. A terrifying aura of swordsmanship radiating from it. Chapter 179. 2/3 of sword, Qi slashes the supreme. Sword tower opens the Kunwu, sword trembled lightly, revealing half of its blade. Immediately, an incomparably terrifying essence of swordsmanship enveloped the air, and a brilliant sword light erupted from the blade, locking onto Morong Feiyu and rendering him unable to evade. This is bad. In an instant, Morong Feiyu made a judgment, unsheathing his long sword, the essence of the Tao swirling around him as he unleashed a strike, sending forth a torrent of scorching waves. However, the sword light tore through the flames and struck him, shattering his spiritual barrier and propelling him back several dozen feet. How is this possible? Morong Feiyu spat blood, lying on the ground with a pallid complexion, his eyes filled with profound horror. Lan Yu glanced at him and shook her head. This is merely 1/3 of the young master's sword Qi, and you cannot withstand it. What gives you the audacity to challenge him? Leave now. With that, Lan Yu turned, cradling the sheathed Kunwu, departing without a backward glance. Is this the sword master of the Morong clan? Hardly impressive. How tragic it is to come and challenge someone, yet fail to endure even half of their sword Qi. The Chu madman is truly formidable. Could it be that Morong Feiyu is simply too weak? Perhaps. Listening to the whispers around him, Morong Feiyu's expression darkened further. Having been easily defeated without even seeing the face of the Chu madman, he felt increasingly unwilling and humiliated. Stop right there. Leave the sword, Morong Feiyu shouted. Launching himself into the air, the essence of the sword enveloping him, forming a surging wave of flames directed at Lan Yu, who had her back turned to him. Witnessing this, the crowd erupted in indignation. How shameless. Unable to win, he resorts to stealing the sword. What a disgrace. Attacking from behind. This is the style of the Morong clan? Some even closed their eyes, unable to bear the thought of such a stunning beauty as Lan Yu meeting her demise. Yet at that moment, Kunwu trembled in Lan Yu's embrace, unsheathing with a resounding clang as an unparalleled sword light suddenly cleaved through the air. The sword Qi, carrying an essence of annihilation, directly tore through the flames. A mist of blood erupted in the air. Before them, Morong Feiyu was cleaved in two by the sword light. With a hum, Kunwu returned to its sheath, the sharp essence of the sword dissipating, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Were it not for the corpse of Morong Feiyu on the ground, one might suspect they were dreaming. This is the remaining 2/3 of the sword Qi, attacking from behind. Despicable, indeed, and you deserve your fate. With that, Lan Yu departed, clutching her sword, not looking back. The onlookers, originally anticipating a spectacle, stood frozen, gasping in shock. One sword Qi used twice. 1/3 defeated the Supreme. 2/3 slashed the Supreme. What kind of operation is this? Truly terrifying. The figure of the Chu madman has yet to appear, yet his sword Qi possesses such dreadful power. To what extent has his strength reached? Indeed, being the foremost in the sword canon is no jest. Remarkable, simply remarkable. Among the talented individuals arriving at the Sanjin Gorge, it seems that the Chu madman's prowess ranks first, a fearsome presence. I share this sentiment. The sword cultivators observing from the shadows were equally astonished. They never anticipated that a renowned supreme would be effortlessly slain by the Chu madman before even laying eyes on him. Such strength is beyond extraordinary. Inside a secluded pavilion, the atmosphere grew tense as fine strands of sword Qi darted about, wreaking havoc on their surroundings. Wine cups, tables, and walls were all mercilessly slashed. These sword energies emanated from a youth within the room. This young man, clad in a black robe with waist-length ink-black hair, had sharp brows that conveyed a certain harshness. His expression now shrouded in gloom. What a Chu madman, daring to kill my people. This individual was none other than Morong Feiyu's companion, Morong Yu, the young emperor of the Morong clan. Young emperor, do you intend to take action against this person now? An elderly figure in gray robes questioned coldly from behind Morong Yu. Morong Feiyu had accompanied Morong Yu, and their bond was strong. Now that he had been slain, Morong Yu harbored immense resentment towards the Chu madman. The sword tower is about to open. I need to conserve my strength and prepare to seize it. Revenge must wait. Morong Yu gritted his teeth. The sword tower is of great significance. A sage in our family once mentioned that a major opportunity lies hidden in the last level of the sword tower. Compared to that opportunity, revenge seems trivial. How infuriating. I originally intended for Fei Yu to test the Chu madman's strength. I never expected such an outcome. This Chu madman is indeed a formidable adversary, though filled with hatred. Murong Yu could not deny the Chu madman's strength. Should they confront each other, victory was uncertain. By the way, young emperor, there is another piece of news. Speak. Someone has seen the third young master of the Murong clan accompanying the Chu madman, and his current identity is that of a disciple of the Xintian sect. Upon hearing this, Murong Yu's eyes widened in surprise, followed by a cold smile. What a delightful, unexpected development. I hadn't anticipated that the illegitimate son, long absent from our sight, had gone to the Xintian sect. This trip to the Sword Tower is becoming increasingly intriguing. The forces within Songjin Gorge continued to grow. Sword cultivators from various sects and clans arrived one after another, and besides the four most renowned sword factions, several other elite forces also sent representatives. These sword cultivators gathered, occasionally clashing but refraining from full-scale battles, all awaiting the opening of the Sword Tower. In the meantime, the Chu madman enjoyed a peaceful respite, having effortlessly slain Murong Fei Yu. No one dared to challenge him again. Though sporadic disputes about his claim to the top of the sword cannon arose, they were inconsequential and did not affect him. Boom. Today, a sword chi suddenly shot into the sky. In an instant, the entire Songjin Gorge trembled, the resonances within the countless sword marks quivering as if to burst forth. All sword cultivators sensed it, turning their gazes towards the Sword Tower. The Sword Tower has opened. One by one, the cultivators soared towards the Sword Tower. However, as the majority approached, they were repelled by an invisible force field, unable to enter. What is happening? Why can't we enter? Many faces changed, filled with disbelief. Some supremes, undeterred, attempted to force their way through the barrier, only to be flung back by an unseen force. Huh, do you think a mere supreme can breach the restrictions set by several sages? Someone scoffed. Sages. Indeed. It is the sages behind the two clans and the sect preventing our entry into the Sword Tower. Each time it opens, only 30 individuals may enter. How can some insignificant beings dare to stake their claim? A sword cultivator in the know sneered. This is too tyrannical. On what grounds do they monopolize the Sword Tower and bar our entry? Another sword cultivator voiced his discontent. On what grounds? Simply because they are sages. At this, the crowd fell silent. Such is the nature of this world. Weakness is the original sin. Only with a strong fist can one speak reason. This holds true for most mortals, let alone those who revere power. Chapter 180. The endless chatter and the benevolence of the madman. The Sword Tower has opened, and the sword aura soars like a rainbow into the sky. The saints behind the two factions, one mountain and one sect, have set up prohibitions that make it difficult for outsiders to approach. Soon after, disciples from various saintly traditions arrive. The first to make an appearance are members of the Murong family, led by Murong Yu, accompanied by several qualified Murong disciples ready to enter the Sword Tower. Following them are the Linghu family and Fengyan Mountain. Chu Kuangren arrives with Nangong Huang and others. Their entrance draws considerable attention, primarily focused on Chu Kuangren, who stands at the forefront of the group. Just days prior, he had achieved notoriety by severing a supreme with 2/3 of his sword energy, an event that had already stirred excitement within the sword-concealing gorge. The prodigies of various traditions are intensely curious about him. This man, Chu Kuangren, is heralded as the foremost sword master. Truly extraordinary. It is rumored that his combat prowess is unparalleled, effortlessly capable of slaying supremes, even those of the utmost level. He appears to be the most formidable rival on this journey. Some female cultivators, upon spotting Chu Kuangren, are captivated, their eyes sparkling, immediately rendering the men beside them insignificant. From the direction of Fengyan Mountain, a swordsman clad in simple garments, holding a sword, gazes at Chu Kuangren, his eyes filled with battle intent. Chu Kuangren notices this gaze and glances back. However, unlike the sword-wielding madman's intense stare, his expression remains calm, merely shifting his gaze away after a brief moment. Oh, is this disdain? A brow raises on the swordsman's face. Many sword cultivators nearby also take note of this exchange. TSK. The sword madman from Fengyan Mountain has set his sights on Chu Kuangren. The sword madman's strength is formidable. It is said he has defeated several ancient prodigies and is obsessed with challenging sword masters, showing no mercy even to the elder generation of sword cultivators. Before Chu Kuangren made his entrance, the older generation had proclaimed him the foremost sword practitioner among the younger generation. Whispers circulate among the crowd. The sword madman, whose real name is Ling Feng, is the young emperor of Fengyan Mountain, undoubtedly ranking among the top 5 in terms of strength among his peers. His obsession with swords and eagerness to challenge experts has earned him the reputation of a sword madman. Chu Kuangren, however, shows little interest in the so-called sword madman. A moment ago, he had used his insightful eye to scan the area, finding that none of the assembled prodigies warranted his concern. Conversely, he notices something unusual within his own group. Murong, what troubles you? Chu Kuangren inquires, observing Murong Xian, who has been lingering at the back of the group since their arrival at the sword tower, seemingly reluctant to confront someone. Nothing, Murong Xian shakes his head. Oh, isn't this young Master Murong? A mocking voice emerges from within the Murong family's ranks. A young man steps forward, fixing his gaze on Murong Xian. It has been years since we last saw you. We thought you had perished in some hidden corner, yet here you are at Xuantiangong. Chu Kuangren is taken aback. He had not anticipated Murong Xian's entanglement with the Murong clan. Murong, hi, what do you want? Murong Xian's expression darkens. Nothing much. Merely a few words with your brothers. They probably remain unaware that you are the son of a concubine in the Murong family. Murong Hai replies with amusement. Behind him, several members of the Murong family observe Murong Xian's distressed countenance, clearly enjoying the spectacle. A son of a concubine, unable to thrive within the Murong family, resorting to becoming a disciple at Xuantiangong. Speaking of which, Xuantiangong certainly has a penchant for accepting all sorts of trash as Murong Hai continues. An immense wave of Tao rhythm suddenly erupts beside him. His expression shifts as he channels his own Tao rhythm in a bid to resist. However, the overwhelming force swiftly transforms into a divine mountain, crashing into him, sending him flying over 100 feet. He tumbles several times before smashing against the canyon's rocky wall. Chattering away like a fly, truly bothersome, Chu Kuangren remarks leisurely, his fingers stirring, an unsettling Tao rhythm swirling at his fingertips, revealing that he was the one who acted moments ago. Chu Kuangren, you are audacious. Members of the Murong family glare at him furiously. A torrent of Tao rhythm surges forth, pressing towards him. Yet, Chu Kuangren's gaze turns icy, and a far more terrifying sword Tao rhythm swells forth, sweeping away their energy like a tsunami, leaving each Murong disciple pale. It is you who are audacious. I care not about the entanglements between Murong Xian and your family. But he is now a disciple of Xuantiangong, and that is indisputable. Your insults towards him are tantamount to provoking Xuantiangong. Merely for this reason, I have refrained from slaying you on the spot out of respect for your family's saint. Should you fail to control your tongues any further, I shall not hesitate to end you. Chu Kuangren's words cut like a blade, his gaze sharp as a sword, leaving the members of the Murong family speechless, their expressions shifting dramatically. Nangong Huang, Jun Yi, and others stand resolutely beside Chu Kuangren, their icy stares fixed on the Murong family, their stance unmistakable. Murong Xian must not be insulted, nor shall Xuantiangong be disrespected. Enough, cease this commotion. A voice reverberates through the void. The crowd stiffens. It is the saint. Oh. Young people do enjoy their little skirmishes. Another two saintly voices resound. Chu Kuangren recognizes one of them as belonging to the three ancestors of Xuantiangong. Taoist Qin-san. Do you intend to pursue this matter further? Humph. You should be grateful that the madman showed mercy, merely delivering a slap to that insolent junior. Otherwise, I would have certainly slain him. The three ancestors of Xuantiangong huffs. Hearing this, the crowd glances towards Murong Hai, who has been smashed against the rock wall, barely clinging to life, and shivers involuntarily. TSK, indeed merciful, merely leaving him half dead. Buzz. At this moment, the void trembles, and the sword energy emanating from the sword tower retracts, the long-sealed entrance creaking open. An ancient and sharp Tao rhythm permeates the air. All eyes are drawn to the sword tower. The sword tower has opened. Let them enter, the saint's voice echoes once more. Following this, the people of Fengyan Mountain are the first to enter, with representatives from the other traditions passing through the prohibitions set by the saints one by one. Only 30 individuals are permitted entry into the sword tower, 5 from each of the mountain and sect, with the remaining 10 allocated to other forces. However, today bears some peculiarities. The crowd notices that only 4 individuals from the Linghu family enter the sword tower, with 1 member mysteriously absent. Let us proceed. Chu Kuangren pats Murong Xian on the shoulder. We shall discuss your matters later. For now, let us enter the sword tower. Yes, senior brother, Murong Xian nods. Their group strides towards the sword tower. 6 individuals from Xuantiangong are set to enter. Upon observing the missing quota from the Linghu family and the extra one from Xuantiangong, the crowd begins to speculate. TSK. It appears the Linghu family has something to hide, willingly relinquishing a quota to Xuantiangong. How intriguing. One wonders if anyone will reach the pinnacle of the sword tower this year. Chapter 181. The Invisible Barrier, the Faceless Swordsman. The mural in the corridor before the sword tower. A group of exceptional sword practitioners gazed at the towering structure. As they approached, They felt the profound essence of the Tao emanating from within, an enigmatic existence that eluded their comprehension. However, the members of the Linghu clan were too preoccupied to appreciate this subtlety. After all, grasping its essence was beyond their reach. Instead, they found themselves overhearing the remarks of those around them, which cast a pall over their expressions. The other talented individuals accompanying them looked on with a hint of amusement, evidently drawing connections to the fact that the Linghu clan had lost a quota this time, relishing in their misfortune. Chu Kuangren, Linghu Shouty, Linghu Tong, fixated on Chu Kuangren with eyes filled with resentment, believing him to be the architect of their current predicament. Not only that, but his crafted avatar had also been destroyed by Chu Kuangren, fueling his hatred to an extreme. Chu Kuangren, having noticed Linghu Tong's animosity, smirked slightly. Oh, isn't this the one I shattered? Curious glances were cast among the crowd, suggesting a history between Linghu Tong and Chu Kuangren. Could it be related to the Linghu clan's lost quota? Who could say? Upon hearing Chu Kuangren's words, Linghu Tong retorted coldly, that was merely an avatar. You take such delight in destroying it. Does that truly bring you joy? If an avatar is so weak, how strong can the original be? Care to find out? If you wish to avoid the sword tower, I would not mind shattering you once more right here. Chu Kuangren chuckled. You. Enough. Let us proceed to the sword tower. Linghu Ting attempted to say more but was halted by Linghu Sanzu. He shot a venomous glance at Chu Kuangren before leading a few talented members of the Linghu clan into the tower. The rest followed suit. Chu Kuangren. Upon exiting the sword tower, I anticipate our duel, declared the sword madman from Fengyan Mountain, watching Chu Kuangren intently. Feel free, Chu Kuangren replied with a casual smile. A further thought lingering unspoken. After all, I am invincible. As each individual entered the sword tower, a luminous point appeared in its darkened interior, each representing an entering swordsman. Presently, all these luminous points congregated on the first floor, each radiating a unique aura, making it effortless to discern one from another. Chu Kuangren and his companions also stepped inside. Ah! Chu Kuangren exclaimed softly, realizing that upon entering, his companions, including Nangong Huang, had vanished, leaving him alone. Was this some sort of spatial mechanism? Each individual seemed to be assigned to a different space, while remaining within the sword tower. The creator of the sword tower had a remarkable mastery of spatial power. Such skill must belong to a Saint King level practitioner, mused Chu Kuangren. While cultivators could access and manipulate spatial power at the Void Realm, it was only the most rudimentary application. The realm of the War Kings employed a certain degree of spatial power, but as one progressed, the intricacies of spatial Tao deepened, with few able to traverse its path to the end. Not dwelling on it further, Chu Kuangren noticed a staircase not far ahead. This must lead to the second floor. As he approached, he found a barrier obstructing his path. Was this the test? With a casual motion, he unleashed a palm strike, and the overwhelming Tao essence shattered the barrier effortlessly. He then stepped toward the second floor. Subsequently, Chu Kuangren discovered that each level was separated by such barriers, which grew increasingly formidable as he ascended. However, these posed no challenge to him. With each palm strike, no barrier could impede his progress. He ascended at a terrifying speed. Outside the sword tower, onlookers were taken aback as they observed the luminous point belonging to Chu Kuangren soaring rapidly upward. How can he ascend so quickly? He's already on the 8th floor. Truly remarkable, they marveled. Wait, look. Apart from Chu Kuangren, Sword Madman and Murong Yu, as well as Linghu Tong, are also climbing swiftly, trailing closely behind Chu Kuangren. Indeed, many exceptional sword talents have emerged this time. Indeed, the observing saints commented, unperturbed by the spectacle. The initial floors served merely as an appetizer. The real challenge commenced from the 20th floor onward, where matters would not be so simple. Let us see how far they can reach. The greatest opportunity within the sword tower has eluded countless individuals over the years. Perhaps this time someone will seize it. These saints, once esteemed talents in their youth, had also traversed the sword tower and were relatively familiar with its workings. On the 20th floor, a figure materialized before Chu Kuangren, a faceless swordsman, his visage blank. Ah, a change has occurred, Chu Kuangren remarked with intrigue. The faceless figure, sensing Chu Kuangren's presence, lunged at him with unmatched sword intent bursting forth in an instant. Chu Kuangren raised his hand and struck, shattering the faceless swordsman with the mountain seal technique. Upon exploding, the swordsman transformed into countless streams of sword energy, coalescing into an ethereal existence. Chu Kuangren, intrigued, continued onward to the next level. Beyond the 20th floor, Chu Kuangren encountered a series of faceless swordsmen formed from sword energy, their capabilities ascending gradually until, at the 38th floor, he faced one of supreme rank. Is this truly a test for the talented? He mused. How exceedingly stringent. This is already a supreme being. Raising his hand, he shattered the supreme swordsman and remarked, in the younger generation, few possess the combat prowess of a supreme being, and this is merely the 38th floor. There remain 12 more to ascend. Upon reaching the 39th floor, he faced no hindrance this time. However, the corridor underwent some alterations. Murals began to appear on either side of the corridor. The mural on the 39th floor depicted a mountain, imbued with a Tao essence that seemed to encapsulate a profound sword technique, compelling one to lose themselves in its depths. At the entrance of the corridor, a line of text read, "To advance to the next level, one must comprehend a fragment of the Tao essence within the mural within the span of an hour, possessing the attribute of sitting in forgetfulness." Chu Kuangren's mastery of the Tao was nearly on par with that of a saint. He swiftly comprehended the mural, discovering it contained a saint-level technique. The same held true for the 40th floor. As he ascended further, did every corridor mural record a saint-level technique? Was this merely a test of our comprehension? No. There was more at play. There was also the heart of the Tao. If one lacked the requisite comprehension to decipher the Tao essence contained within the saint-level techniques, they would be unable to progress. Conversely, if one was too engrossed in the saint-level techniques and lacked steadfastness in their Tao heart, they would also be unable to advance. Both comprehension and Tao heart were indispensable. Chu Kuangren mused. The creator of the Sword Tower was indeed a master of ingenuity. They have reached the mural section. I was once too enraptured by the saint-level techniques to pass, remarked a saint outside the Sword Tower. I too faced a similar fate. If one lingers in the corridor for more than an hour, they will be deemed to have failed and will be teleported out of the Sword Tower. This challenge is exceedingly difficult, sighed another saint. No sooner had he spoken than a flash of white light appeared at the entrance of the Sword Tower, and a young man was teleported out. He looked around in confusion, and his expression quickly soured. I have failed. Chapter 182, Limit Breakthrough, the eccentric 48th layer look. It's someone from the Morong family. He has failed. He was defeated at the 38th layer. The crowd murmured upon seeing the individual who had just been teleported out. Following him, several others were also successively transported out, exchanging glances filled with resignation. It's too difficult. Indeed. Facing the Supreme at the 38th layer is beyond the abilities of a mere war king like me. It's truly insurmountable. TSK. I wonder how those young prodigies managed to get through. Look, now leading is Chu Crazy. That doesn't surprise me. As more beams of white light flashed, additional figures were teleported out, all being prodigies of various sacred pathways. Damn it, I was just a hair's breadth away from comprehending the profound essence of the saint's law. Just a little more. One of the prodigies from Fengyun Mountain exclaimed in frustration. To grasp the saint's law in merely an hour, even if it required just a sliver of essence to pass, was still exceedingly challenging. Few prodigies could achieve it. Look, Chu Crazy has reached the 45th layer. My heavens. Someone gasped. They observed as Chu Crazy's light point surged ahead. How can he be so fast? Ling Hu Tong, Morong Yu, and the Sword Madman are still stuck at the 40th layer, another prodigy queried in confusion. Have you heard the rumor that 3 years ago, Chu Crazy comprehended 8,000 laws in half a day at the 10,000 Laws sect? Yes, I have. No wonder he rises so quickly. His comprehension is on an entirely different level from ours. It's truly terrifying. Inside the Sword Tower, Chu Crazy, endowed with the attributes of a steadfast heart and self-forgetfulness, ascended with unstoppable momentum. Before long, he arrived at the 48th layer. Here lay the highest point ever reached by challengers throughout the ages, since the Sword Tower's inception. No one had managed to surpass it. As Chu Crazy stepped into the 48th layer, an incredibly sharp essence of sword law suddenly locked onto him. Before him stood a faceless swordsman clad in white. Chu Crazy's brow furrowed slightly. Oh, not this again. He raised his hand and unleashed a powerful palm strike. A tremendous essence erupted, crashing toward the faceless swordsman. Yet, the opponent merely lifted his sword, effortlessly tearing apart the palm force. Seeing this, Chu Crazy smiled faintly. This time, it's finally somewhat impressive. With a clang, the Kunwu sword was unsheathed from his waist. An overwhelming sharp essence spread, and the faceless swordsman seemed to sense the threat. His aura steadily rising. This swordsman can actually adjust his strength according to mine? How shameless. Chu Crazy rolled his eyes, realizing why no one had conquered the 48th layer over the years. This faceless swordsman adapts his strength to always be stronger than you. What is the point of fighting? I might as well raise my hands and surrender. But then again, this is where the challenge lies. A glimmer of determination sparked in Chu Crazy's eyes as he launched the first strike. The two clashed, unleashing an ear-splitting essence of sword law that reverberated throughout the Sword Tower. Outside the Sword Tower, the crowd was puzzled. Is it just my imagination? Or did the sword tower tremble just now? Ah, you felt it too? I did as well. What is happening? The source of the tremor emanated from the 48th layer. Was Chu crazy engaged in battle with someone? Alas, the 48th layer. No one has ever surpassed it since the sword tower appeared. I wonder if Chu crazy can break the record and create a miracle? The saints were fixated on the 48th layer. Currently, only Chu crazy was there. The other prodigies, including the 3 young emperors, remained at the mural corridor. The trials of the 48th layer are too terrifying. That swordsman can infinitely enhance his combat strength, always remaining stronger. There is simply no way to pass. A saint shook his head. Indeed, I wonder if Chu crazy has a way. Within the sword tower, Chu crazy executed a slash, employing the heaven-slaying sword technique. The vast imperial pressure enveloped the space, shaking the entire sword tower. This strike could not be withstood even by the supreme beings. Yet, the faceless swordsman gathered the sword essence around him and launched a strike of his own, which was equally formidable, perhaps even stronger. The two forces collided, sending Chu crazy tumbling back several dozen feet. For the first time since entering the world, he felt a tremor within himself, not from fear, but from exhilaration. The supreme was not my match. I could even slay the utmost supreme. Among my peers, none could rival me. I cannot contend against the saints, yet none beneath them can defeat me. I have long yearned for a worthy battle. Today, I can finally engage in a thrilling fight. Chu crazy had no fear of death, not to mention his own immortality. There was some protective mechanism in the sword tower that would teleport one away in dire moments. Gripping the kunwa tightly, he charged forward. Various techniques flowed from his hands. Heaven-slaying sword technique, pure lotus world cleansing, flickering light, mountain seal technique. Each technique would astound the world outside. 9 heavens sword prison, azure lotus sword song, sword of the heavenly Tao. The 3 great manifestations erupted. His 5 supreme foundations glimmered with divine light. Spiritual energy surged forth, crashing against the void like a tidal wave. At this moment, Chu crazy resembled a god of swords, each movement imbued with earth-shattering power. Yet, the sword essence released by the faceless swordsman was equally formidable. As Chu crazy grew stronger, so did the swordsman. Several times, Chu crazy nearly faltered. Yet, throughout the battle, his mind remained intensely focused, taut like a string, always under immense pressure. During this process, he felt his mastery of the laws deepening, the spiritual abyss within him vibrating. The surrounding spiritual energy converged toward him, allowing him to step into the realm of a war king. He had broken through amidst the battle. A limit breakthrough? Excellent. Let me see how much stronger you can become. Chu crazy's expression brightened, and he charged forth once more, his combat prowess surpassing even his previous state, causing the 48th layer to tremble violently. Break for me. Chu crazy seized an opportunity and swung the kunwu sword, unleashing a ferocious force that sent the faceless swordsman flying. The overwhelming sword essence ravaging him, tearing him apart. Did I succeed? Chu crazy breathed heavily. But then, he witnessed a torrent of sword essence gathering before him. The faceless swordsman reformed, and his sword essence had grown even more potent. Damn it, Chu crazy couldn't help but curse. This is utterly shameless. You can't kill him, and he always remains stronger than you. Is the 48th layer truly passable? He even began to doubt whether the master of the sword tower intended for anyone to succeed. If success was not desired, then there would be no need for the existence of the 48th layer, nor would there be a 49th layer. There must be some hidden key that I have yet to comprehend, Chu crazy murmured. Chapter 183, Disappointment, Ascending the Sword Tower. Creating history outside the sword tower, numerous prodigies were being teleported out. Just a little more, and I would have comprehended the essence of that sage's law. Damn it, gritted Ling Hutang, his expression a mask of frustration as he gazed at the tower. At this moment, only 3 individuals remained within the tower. Chu Kuangren on the 48th floor, Jian Fengzi, and Murong Yu on the 47th floor. Suddenly, a flash of white light flickered at the entrance of the sword tower, and Murong Yu was also teleported out, having similarly failed to advance beyond the 47th floor. Jian Fengzi and Chu Kuangren have actually reached the 48th floor, Murong Yu remarked, his pupils narrowing slightly. Throughout history, few sword cultivators had managed to reach the 48th floor, and the emergence of 2 at once was indeed surprising. I wonder who among them is superior. The crowd of prodigies murmured in speculation. However, it seems Chu Kuangren has been on the 48th floor for quite some time now, hasn't he? One sword cultivator suddenly interjected. The others froze momentarily before inhaling sharply. What? Has it really been over half an hour? Throughout history, only a handful of sword cultivators have reached the 48th floor, and none have lingered there for more than a quarter of an hour. Chu Kuangren has endured for over half an hour? He has already made history. At that moment, Jian Fengzi, Ling Feng, was teleported out, his aura notably depleted, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. 7 moves. I could only withstand 7 moves against that faceless swordsman. The 48th floor is terrifying. I might be the only one among this group of prodigies to reach the 48th floor, which is quite an accomplishment, he said, turning his gaze towards the sword tower. Then, his pupils constricted. But there is someone else. Someone else has also reached the 48th floor. That aura, it belongs to Chu Kuangren. Although shocked, Ling Feng soon rationalized the situation. After all, the opponent's strength was likely not inferior to his own. How long has he been on the 48th floor? Ling Feng casually asked a nearby sword cultivator. Almost an hour. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Impossible. How could anyone last an hour on the 48th floor? I could barely endure for 7 moves, not even a quarter of an hour. And yet Chu Kuangren has persisted for nearly an hour? How can this be? It has indeed been nearly an hour. When I came out, he had just ascended to the 48th floor. I remember it clearly, a sword cultivator affirmed. This revelation sent tremors through Ling Feng's heart. Unable to endure for even a quarter of an hour while Chu Kuangren could withstand nearly an hour, such a vast disparity in their capabilities. Not only Ling Feng, but the others also found it hard to believe. Do you think he can pass the 48th floor? One sword cultivator suddenly asked. Impossible, Ling Feng declared emphatically. No one can pass the 48th floor. That level is simply too daunting. Historically, no one has succeeded, not even Chu Kuangren. Indeed, you may be strong, but that faceless swordsman is even stronger. Given the circumstances, how could he possibly succeed? No matter how powerful Chu Kuangren is, he cannot defeat an opponent who surpasses him. Morongyu added with conviction. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a glimmer of light representing Chu Kuangren began to move, astonishingly ascending to the 49th floor before the eyes of the onlookers. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Nangong Huang and the others exchanged knowing glances with Ling Feng and Morongyu. Who was it that claimed our senior brother could not pass? Oh dear, this is quite the unexpected slap to the face. Ling Feng and Morongyu's expressions darkened, yet they remained incredulous, fixated on the sword tower. They even counted the floors multiple times. At that moment, Chu Kuangren indeed stood on the 49th floor. How can this be? How can anyone pass the 48th floor? The faceless swordsman is always stronger than his opponents. How could he be defeated? How did he manage it? Ling Feng and Morongyu were both unwilling to accept this reality. The other sword cultivators were equally shaken. The 48th floor has been passed. For countless years, no one has succeeded in overcoming the challenges of the 48th floor. At that moment, they witnessed history being made. Chu Kuangren was extraordinary. The 48th floor, which had defied passage for centuries, had finally been surmounted. How had he accomplished this? Even several sages were taken aback. Meanwhile, within the 48th floor, Chu Kuangren fought fiercely against the faceless swordsman while contemplating how to progress. After much deliberation, he had even considered relying on his immortal body to linger for several days and nights at this level. However, suddenly, the faceless swordsman transformed into sword energy and dissipated, revealing the passage to the 49th floor before him. A profound realization washed over him. The key to passing the 48th floor was not to defeat the faceless swordsman. Such a feat was impossible. To ascend, one simply needed to persist. To endure for an hour beneath the relentless pressure created by the faceless swordsman was a daunting task. For anyone to withstand such an opponent, who could not be killed and was always stronger, was a source of despair. Yet, Chu Kuangren achieved it. If the 48th floor was so challenging, what trials awaited him on the 49th? Chu Kuangren felt a sense of anticipation as he approached the next level. However, the result left him profoundly disappointed. The challenge of the 49th floor was one that tested the heart, conjuring various illusions to confound the mind the moment one stepped upon it. To be frank, this trial was exceedingly difficult, perhaps even more so than the 48th floor. The illusions were extraordinarily lifelike, surpassing even those he had encountered on the heart's ladder. It was likely that even sages would struggle to pass this trial. Yet, for Chu Kuangren, who possessed an unyielding heart, these illusions were mere fleeting shadows, having no effect on him. He scarcely lingered on this floor before reaching the 50th floor, the final level of the sword tower. Little did he know, his swift passage through the 49th floor would leave the spectators outside in utter shock. Although they were unaware of the specific trials of the 49th floor, they understood that if the 48th was so arduous, the 49th would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. Most had not even considered that Chu Kuangren could pass this level, speculating instead on how long it would take for him to be teleported out. Yet, to their astonishment, he had scarcely paused before arriving at the final floor, leaving everyone dumbfounded. What kind of trial was the 49th floor? How had he managed to pass it so swiftly? Was it truly that simple? Simple? Not at all. Each level of the sword tower is more challenging than the last. How could the 49th floor possibly be simple? The crowd was left perplexed. Yet they knew that Chu Kuangren had become the only individual in countless years to successfully ascend the sword tower. He had made history. Chapter 184. The Enlightened Emperor, a shocking secret. O Emperor, you deceive me. He has successfully ascended to the pinnacle. What kind of opportunity lies within that sword tower? This Chu madman is truly astonishing. For so many years, no one has managed to reach the top of the sword tower, yet he has accomplished it. How did he achieve this? Several saints were left in awe. Meanwhile, the three ancestors of the Xintian sect were filled with excitement, exclaiming, as expected of our esteemed chief, indeed, a person of extraordinary capability. The other saints, witnessing this, felt a pang of envy, wishing that Chu Madman belonged to their own lineage. Within the sword tower, at the 50th level, when Chu Madman arrived, the scenery before him transformed, revealing a serene lake. On the shore, a man clad in a raincoat was fishing. Chu Madman approached slowly and used his insightful eye to examine the individual. Upon doing so, he was immediately struck with astonishment. The Enlightened Emperor, an ancient sovereign from 220,000 years ago, currently in the state of Emperor's will, adept in the way of the sword, practicing. Due to Chu Madman's cultivation level, the information he could glean through his insightful eye regarding this emperor was limited. However, this did not diminish his astonishment. Counting the arrogant demon emperor's avatar he had encountered previously, the Enlightened Emperor was the second sovereign he had come across. Chu Madman stood silently behind him, saying nothing. One sat fishing, while the other remained motionless. Time passed for a while. Little one, why do you not speak? The Enlightened Emperor, unable to remain still, inquired out of curiosity. Shouldn't you first ask who I am? However, Chu Madman remained silent, showing no concern for his current predicament. The elder is fishing. I would not dare to disturb. Chu Madman replied with a faint smile. Hearing this, the Enlightened Emperor paused for a moment. Is this all? Just standing there in silence? He chuckled, finding the young man amusing. The Enlightened Emperor then rose, removing his raincoat and hat, revealing his full appearance. Chu Madman took a glance, slightly surprised. For the visage of the Enlightened Emperor was strikingly similar to that of the white-clad man he had encountered when he first arrived at the sword tower and connected with the aura on the plaque. Indeed, the Enlightened Emperor was the master of this sword tower, and the individual with whom he had discussed profound truths across endless eons was no mere saint, but an emperor. Little one, do you know who I am? The master of this sword tower. Indeed, this sword tower is my legacy. And I am an emperor who attained enlightenment during ancient times. I am called the Enlightened Emperor. Chu Madman bowed respectfully. I have the honor of meeting the emperor. The Enlightened Emperor was momentarily taken aback. Why was this younger generation not at all astonished upon hearing he was an emperor? Such composure was quite extraordinary. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Madman had already discerned his identity. To reach this 50th level of the sword tower indicates you are qualified to receive my legacy. The Enlightened Emperor smiled lightly and waved his hand, causing an ancient tome to materialize before Chu Madman. As this scripture appeared, a wave of profound Tao rhythm emanated from it, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of imperial authority. This is the Emperor's scripture. Oh, little one, your eyes are quite discerning. Speaking of which, I sense from you a Tao rhythm distinctly different from my own. Have you perhaps received the legacy of another emperor? I must not conceal it. I have indeed acquired an emperor's scripture. Chu Madman replied, referring to the longevity emperor's scripture, which he had obtained through a lottery. Oh, which emperor authored it? Might you share? Chu Madman pondered briefly, the longevity emperor. Upon hearing this, the Enlightened Emperor's eyes widened in surprise. The longevity emperor? I never expected that. Do you know him? Chu Madman asked, equally astonished, as this was indeed a figure he had drawn from the lottery. I do not know him personally, but I have seen his name in ancient texts. He was an emperor from a bygone era. I never anticipated that you would possess his legacy. For the Enlightened Emperor, the ancient period was quite distant, and he had only encountered brief mentions in historical records. I see. Chu Madman nodded slightly, pondering whether the items drawn from the lottery might have connections to this world. This was a matter he would need to investigate further when the opportunity arose. To possess two emperor's scriptures, your fortune is indeed remarkable, the Enlightened Emperor exclaimed in wonder. He then handed the emperor's scripture to Chu Madman. In addition to this scripture, the sword tower is also a treasure. I shall gift it to you as well. Chu Madman's eyes brightened. The sword tower was indeed a treasure. Just the murals depicting the saintly laws within its corridors would cause any saintly lineage to covet it, not to mention its various extraordinary functions. Thank you, esteemed emperor. However, I have one question. The figure before me cannot be your true form. can it? Little one, you are quite perceptive. What stands before you now is merely a fragment of my imperial will, the enlightened emperor replied. Then where is your true self? Have you perished? How dare you? I am alive and well. The enlightened emperor rolled his eyes, clearly annoyed. Chu madman scratched his head, realizing he had been presumptuous. Where I am, or the whereabouts of those recorded emperors in history, I cannot disclose. Once you ascend to the rank of emperor, all will be revealed to you. After the enlightened emperor spoke, his imperial will began to dissipate. Chu madman, witnessing this, bowed respectfully, bidding farewell to the emperor. Ah, little one, your talent is exceptional. I look forward to the day we meet again. I have faith in you. The enlightened emperor smiled. Chu madman's eyes revealed a contemplative expression. His encounter with the enlightened emperor had proven immensely beneficial, granting him not only the emperor's scripture, but also the knowledge of a shocking secret. The ancient emperors recorded in history might not be dead after all, but could exist somewhere. Such mysteries were beyond his current reach. Shaking his head, he ceased to dwell on it. As the enlightened emperor's will faded, the lake began to tremble, and the fishing rod left behind gently shook, suddenly propelling forth a jet black dragon. This dragon, measuring 100 feet in length and covered in dark scales, exuded a terrifying aura of menace. The dragon rolled through the air, roaring mightily. And upon closer inspection, one would see that its mouth was entangled with a silver line. The other end of this silver line was connected to the fishing rod before Chu madman. What on earth? The enlightened emperor was fishing for a dragon? Chu madman was left dumbfounded. While others fished for mere fish, an emperor was fishing for a dragon. Upon reflection, it seemed quite fitting. But this dragon was glaring at him with ferocity. Indeed, the means to control the sword tower lies within the dragon's body. Little one, consider this your final trial. The voice of the enlightened emperor echoed once more, a remnant of his imperial will lingering within the fishing rod. Emperor, you deceive me, Chu madman exclaimed, staring at the dragon charging toward him, feeling utterly helpless. Chapter 185, Slaying the Black Dragon, Settling Accounts with Chu Kuangren. Truly too weak, the black dragon surged towards Chu Kuangren, an overwhelming aura of malevolence akin to a tsunami. Any ordinary cultivator would have been petrified with fear. However, Chu Kuangren was extraordinary. Wielding his kunwu sword, he executed a swift slash. A razor-sharp sword energy erupted fiercely, cleaving into the dragon's body, shattering scales and causing blood to spout forth like a fountain. With a mournful roar, the black dragon's agony intensified its malevolent aura, and it unleashed a torrent of dark spiritual energy. Chu Kuangren, moving like a fleeting shadow, vanished from his original position and reappeared at the dragon's side. He raised his hand for another strike, this time accurately targeting the previous wound. With a ripping sound, flesh was torn apart. The malevolent dragon was forcefully severed in two, crashing back into the lake with a thunderous splash, waves surging, its blood staining much of the lake's surface red. On this day, Chu Kuangren, atop the 50th floor of the sword tower, vanquished the evil dragon by the lakeside. Alas, it was a pity that no one witnessed my valor, he sighed, sheathing his kunwu sword. Just then, a golden light erupted from the dragon's carcass, transforming into a fist-sized orb adorned with intricate patterns. This is... Chu Kuangren was slightly taken aback as he grasped the orb, a wave of understanding washing over him. This was the core of the sword tower. By refining it, he could master the tower completely. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Without delay, he began the process of refining this core. Outside the sword tower, all eyes were fixed on its highest level. Observers noted that after Chu Kuangren reached that final tier, a light point remained stationary, silent, and undisturbed. Had he truly obtained the fortunes within the sword tower? Who could say? I have never ascended to the 50th floor. Such suspense was unbearable. Suddenly, the sword tower trembled violently. What is happening? The crowd's expressions shifted, and they hurriedly retreated as the tower shrank, ultimately transforming into a small black spire that hovered in the air. A light point shot forth from the small tower. It was Chu Kuangren. He had succeeded. A satisfied smile graced his face as he realized he could now manipulate the sword tower at will. With a wave of his hand, he stored the tower within his Qiankuan ring. The crowd was astounded, while the likes of Mu Rongyu and Ling Huting regarded Chu Kuangren with complex expressions. The fortunes of the sword tower were of immense significance. They could only watch as this opportunity slipped into Chu Kuangren's grasp. How could they accept this? Chu Kuangren. What exactly is the treasure within the sword tower? Ling Huting could no longer contain his curiosity and questioned loudly. Oh, do I need to enlighten you? Chu Kuangren shot a glance at him and replied indifferently. Chu Kuangren, what trickery allowed you to pass the 48th floor? Mu Rongyu could not help but inquire. The crowd was equally intrigued. If I wish to pass, then I shall. Why would I need to resort to trickery? Humph. The 48th floor of the sword tower is impossible to conquer. If you are not employing some underhanded scheme, how could you possibly succeed? Morongyu retorted incredulously. You failed. On what grounds do you question my success? Your perspective is limited, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, Chu Kuangren replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Morongyu and the others were filled with indignation. Chu Kuangren, you have destroyed my doppelganger, and I have yet to settle the score with you. Let us conclude this here today. Ling Hu Tung's voice was icy as he stepped forward, his holy sword emanating brilliant light. Just days ago, Morong Feiyu challenged you, intending to engage in a friendly duel, yet you cruelly killed him. As the young emperor of the Morong clan, I cannot let this grievance go unpunished. Morongyu unleashed a fierce aura of sword intent, locking onto Chu Kuangren, preparing to join Ling Hu Ting in confronting him. Shameless. Morong Feiyu attempted to ambush the Lady Lan Yu and deserved his fate. Nangong Huang said coldly. Morongyu scoffed, ignoring the facts. His only intent was to confront Chu Kuangren. Morong Feiyu was merely a pretext, and he was unconcerned with the details. The two young emperors prepared to besiege Chu Kuangren. Yet he remained unfazed, instead directing his gaze at Ling Feng of Wind and Cloud Mountain nearby, casually remarking, they have already made their moves. Can you truly hold back any longer? To this, Ling Feng coldly responded, I disdain to join forces with others against you. If there is to be a battle, it shall be a solitary one. I suggest you ally with them. That way, you may have a few more moves and not lose too disgracefully. You are exceedingly arrogant. Ling Feng gritted his teeth. He believed himself to be quite audacious, having challenged numerous sword masters over the years, both young and old. Yet today, he encountered one who surpassed even his audacity. Enough of this chatter. Attack. Ling Hu Tung was the first to strike, raising his holy sword, unleashing a colossal wave of sword energy that sliced through the air like a tornado. Morongyu followed suit, wielding a seemingly heavy iron sword, letting out a fierce shout as he swung it horizontally. The black sword light resembled a crescent moon slicing through the void, aimed directly at Chu Kuangren. Two distinct sword techniques, two contrasting sword intents, surged towards Chu Kuangren. Yet, he displayed no inclination to evade, even dismissing the need to draw his sword. He merely raised his hand and struck. His hand, as fair as jade, descended, unleashing a tremendous aura that coalesced into an ancient divine mountain, crushing forward. The two streams of sword light shattered upon impact, the unparalleled force sending Ling Hu Tung and Morongyu staggering back. Such terrifying power. Ling Hu Tung was taken aback. At that moment, a streak of light suddenly appeared before him, a hand enlarging in his sight before crashing down upon his face. Ling Hu Tung felt himself uncontrollably topple backward, his head slamming against the ground with a resounding thud, intense pain making him feel as though his skull had shattered. To the onlookers, it appeared as if Ling Hu Tung's head had been driven into the earth, creating a deep crater, blood splattering, rendering him a pitiful sight. I warned you. Your doppelganger was weak. How strong could your true self be? Chu Kuangren rose, kicking the incapacitated Ling Hu Tung away like a dead dog, sending him crashing against the rocky wall. Sword rain technique. Nearby, Morongyu shouted fiercely, channeling his sword intent as torrents of sword energy surged forth, unrelenting, aimed at Chu Kuangren. Each blade of energy possessed the might to cleave mountains, and the multitude coalesced into a flood of sword energy. Chu Kuangren remained undeterred, stepping forward as a mystical aura enveloped him, white lotuses forming around him. Countless sword energies struck the white lotuses yet failed to create even the slightest ripple. All energy and intent were effortlessly dispelled. Chu Kuangren advanced steadily against the torrent of sword energy, reaching Morongyu, who gazed back in terror as Chu Kuangren raised his hand and swiftly struck, sending him hurtling away. Weak, truly too weak, so weak it is disheartening. Chapter 186. A Sword Talisman. Why don't you draw your sword? Chu Kuangren stood in place, gazing at the fallen Ling Hu Tung and Morongyu. Disappointment etched in his eyes. Weak, truly weak. Your efforts fail to ignite my enthusiasm. The surrounding sword cultivators swallowed hard, astonished at how effortlessly he subdued Ling Hu Tung and Morongyu. This Chu Kuangren's combat prowess is utterly terrifying. Indeed, it is almost inhuman. Ling Hu Tung, bloodied and battered, slowly raised his head, fixating on the distant figure in white, his eyes filled with intense resentment. How could he possess such strength? It is infuriating. Meanwhile, Morongyu, whose eyes burned with fury after being sent flying by a single palm strike, ascended into the air. Glowing streams of light coalesced around him, forming an ancient and mysterious talisman, emanating a profound aura of Tao. Upon witnessing this talisman, Chu Kuangren's interest was piqued. A quasi-holy sword talisman, intriguing indeed. The so-called talismans are the distilled essence of the Tao's patterns, simplified and synthesized from the myriad forces of the universe. Countless talismans exist in the world, each possessing its own mysteries. The sword talisman specifically pertains to the sword path, augmenting the wielder's strength, with higher-level talismans providing greater enhancement. Supreme-grade talismans are already exceedingly rare, let alone a quasi-holy sword talisman. With the quasi-holy sword talisman S enhancement, Murong Yu's sword energy surged, unleashing an unparalleled resonance of the Tao. Chu Kuangren, witness my sword. Murong Yu roared like thunder, wielding his holy sword to unleash a devastating strike. Thousands of sword energies erupted, intertwining to form a terrifying serpent that threatened to engulf the heavens, emitting a piercing roar as it lunged at Chu Kuangren. In response to this strike, Chu Kuangren slowly raised his hand, the 5 supreme foundations within him radiating brilliant divine light, his spiritual power surging like a tsunami. He did not draw his sword, instead. He delivered a single palm strike. The overwhelming force of a divine mountain erupted in an instant, effortlessly shattering the terrifying serpent formed by the sword energies. The collision of sword energy and palm force generated a shockwave, and Murong Yu, caught in the brunt of it, was sent crashing backward, spitting blood like a kite severed from its string. Even with the aid of a quasi-holy talisman, he remained no match for Chu Kuangren, utterly unworthy to compel him to draw his sword. The 2 young sword emperors were thoroughly defeated. Next, Chu Kuangren turned his gaze toward the Lingfeng of Fengyun Mountain. This individual, known as the Sword Madman, was renowned for his obsession with the sword. Yet, at this moment, he stood rigidly in place, fixated on Chu Kuangren, his pupils trembling slightly. It is terrifying. Even he could not defeat Murong Yu and Linghu Tong with such ease. Moreover, the opponent had not even drawn his sword, not even exerting his full strength. Undoubtedly, Chu Kuangren was far more powerful than he. I warned you, if you fought alongside them, you might have had more opportunities. Now, you likely have only one chance left. Draw your sword. Let me witness the swordsmanship of Fengyun Mountain. Chu Kuangren said indifferently. Lingfeng tightened his grip on his sword, his body trembling slightly, yet he did not draw it. He was, in fact, gripped by fear. I command you to draw your sword. Chu Kuangren's voice rang out sharply, akin to rebuking a child. As he spoke, the resonance of the sword's Tao surged forth, roaring like a mountain torrent, mercilessly pressing down upon Lingfeng. Under the weight of this Tao resonance, Lingfeng found it exceedingly difficult even to move a finger, let alone draw his sword. No, it cannot be. I am the pride of Fengyun Mountain. How can I be incapable of drawing my sword before him? At the very least, I must draw one sword. With this thought in mind, Lingfeng gritted his teeth and slowly withdrew his long sword, raising it high. A wave of sword resonance emanated from him, and the sword energy above his head transformed into an ethereal sword shadow. Yet, under Chu Kuangren's Tao resonance suppression, the sword shadow trembled incessantly, as if on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Very well, draw your sword. Chu Kuangren stated calmly, yet the resonance of the sword's Tao intensified. Lingfeng roared in frustration, feeling the overwhelming pressure of the Tao, but the sword shadow above him still failed to descend. Everyone present was struck with dread. To force the sword madman into such a state was a testament to the terrifying pressure at play. Draw your sword, draw your sword. Lingfeng internally screamed. Yet, beneath the Tao resonance's oppression, his hand and sword trembled uncontrollably. The sword shadow remained suspended, unable to fall. Alas, you are ultimately unable to transcend your limits. This so-called sword madman is merely that, Chu Kuangren sighed, shaking his head. The violent resonance of the sword's Tao erupted once more, and under its impact, the ethereal sword shadow shattered completely. Lingfeng finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground, utterly defeated. I have lost. The sword madman sat despondently, overwhelmed by an immense sense of failure. The surrounding sword cultivators, witnessing this scene, found it inconceivable. The formidable sword madman had been rendered incapable of drawing his sword. This was utterly frightening. The sword madman's strength was undoubtedly greater than that of Murong Yu and Linghu Tong, yet he had been suppressed to such a degree, revealing that Chu Kuangren had not exerted his full strength against Murong Yu and Linghu Tong. I even suspect he did not utilize half of his power. My heavens, this Chu Kuangren is simply monstrous. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to accept this. Linghu Tong shouted furiously, struggling to rise and summon his spiritual power for another attempt. But at that moment, a vast oppressive force descended from above, suppressing all sword cultivators present. Save for Chu Kuangren. Those of weaker cultivation were forced to the ground, unable to move. This is the pressure of the holy Tao. In the sky, 4 figures materialized. They were the saints of the 4 great powers, Yishan and Izong. However, 3 of them regarded Chu Kuangren with unfriendly gazes. for their own prodigies had suffered grievously at his hands. Upon returning, their Tao hearts might be affected. Are you all planning to act against the junior? The Xiantian three ancestors said lightly. The other three saints withdrew their gazes, understanding that this was a conflict among prodigies. Should they intervene, the nature of the matter would change entirely, potentially igniting a conflict among their sections. Let it be, uttered the saint of Fengyun Mountain, then turned to Chu Kuangren, inquiring. May I ask, young friend, what opportunities lie within this sword tower? Not only he, but the other saints were also intrigued. The opportunities hidden within the sword tower had remained a mystery for countless years. And now that someone had finally obtained this fortune, albeit not from their own faction, the saints felt a twinge of envy. You need not speak, Kuangren, with me present. No one shall force you. At this moment, the Xiantian three ancestors addressed Chu Kuangren. Indeed, Ancestor 3, Chu Kuangren nodded slightly. Friend Xiantian, you are being somewhat unreasonable. We merely inquire. We do not intend to seize anything. Is it necessary to keep us in the dark? The ancestor of Linghu frowned. Humph. Whether we speak or not is our prerogative. What of it? Do you wish to coerce us? The Xiantian three ancestors replied indifferently. You. The ancestor of Linghu gritted his teeth in frustration, yet he found himself powerless to act. Chapter 187. The Unknown Realm, Master. Seek your own fortune. The opportunity within the sword tower had been claimed by the madman, Chu, leaving the other sword cultivators utterly demoralized. Some even lost their desire to practice swordsmanship altogether. It was a tragic sight. In comparison to the madman, what was the point of their training? Aside from a handful who lingered in the sword concealment gorge to observe the traces of swords from various locales, the majority of sword cultivators, including the two families of Yishan, departed one by one. Boss Jian, until we meet again. Daoist Chu, take care on your journey. Qian Fuguei chuckled. He had interacted with the madman several times in recent days. Although they were not yet friends, they had laid a solid foundation for future relations. Watching the madman's retreating figure, Qian Fuguei mused. Indeed, my trip to the sword concealment gorge was not in vain. This venture was exceedingly worthwhile. A green shadow materialized behind Qian Fuguei. Boss, have you been trying to befriend the madman? Is that not obvious? Then why not make your intentions clear? Do you not understand? Building friendships is about the sincerity of the heart. The green shadow rolled its eyes. Boss, let us be honest. You are clearly attracted to his status and potential. How can you claim it's about sincerity? It's rather disingenuous. Silence. I am your boss. Do not dare to retort. Yes, you are right, boss. The green shadow complied reluctantly. Qian Fuguei gazed at the departing figure of the madman, stroking the white jade ring on his thumb. In this time of great strife, countless investment opportunities arose, and the madman was undoubtedly the most promising venture. Cultivating a good relationship with him would yield no regrets. What? The Imperial Cannon. On the celestial ship, the three ancestors of Xuantiang heard that the opportunity within the sword tower was, in fact, a legacy of an emperor, prompting an exclamation of astonishment. The Imperial Cannon is exceedingly rare. Even a sage would covet it. Fortunately, you did not disclose it, otherwise, who knows if those three old geezers would wage a battle for the Tao just to seize it. The Imperial Cannon is truly terrifying, one of the ancestors remarked, relieved. Madman, your fortune runs deep, but the Imperial Cannon is of great importance. You must not let it slip. Otherwise, even the Xuantiang sect may struggle to protect you. The madman, upon hearing this, felt a stirring within. After all, he had three sage lineages backing him. If they could not safeguard him, what kind of force could? Madman, this world is not as simple as it appears. The sage lineages may not represent the strongest powers. There are countless unknowns and realms in this world. The ancestor said meaningfully. Unknowns and unknown realms, murmured the madman, nodding. I understand. Then, contemplate the Imperial Cannon diligently. Strive to one day become an emperor. Only then will you fear no one or nothing. I shall heed the teachings of the three ancestors. Soon, the group returned to the Xuantiang sect. Upon learning of the madman's acquisition of the sword tower opportunity, the venerable Xinkong felt immense satisfaction. I knew you would succeed, madman. This opportunity was meant for you alone. Elder Rian, standing nearby, smiled. By the way, what is this opportunity? A curious elder inquired. At that moment, the voice of the three ancestors echoed in the void. No one is permitted to inquire about the opportunity within the sword tower. The crowd exchanged glances, then donned expressions of contemplation. The madman offered an apologetic smile. The chief need not worry. Since the sages have spoken, we shall comply. We will not pry further into the opportunity. Indeed, it is precious. Attracting the covetous eyes of others would be detrimental. The fewer who know, the better. Several elders expressed their understanding. Very well, madman. You have worked hard on your journey to the Sword Tower. You may rest now. In half a month's time, you must attend the succession ceremony. What? The madman, about to leave, suddenly returned to his senses. What succession ceremony? Why? The ceremony for you to assume the position of sect master. Upon hearing this, the madman recalled. Master, are you truly not reconsidering? Look at the elders present. Which of them is not more suitable than I? Could you not select one from among them? Ah, chief, you must not speak so carelessly. Who else besides you is worthy of succeeding the sect master? Indeed, it must be you. Madman, you must accept this. The elders laughed heartily. With not a single dissenting voice, the madman felt a sense of despair. Do you all have such faith in me? Madman, see, all the elders are in unanimous agreement. The position of sect master is yours alone. You must take it. I am now a quasi-saint and need to retreat into seclusion to cultivate my foundation for becoming a saint, the venerable Xiankong said, patting the madman's shoulder. Do not worry. This will not hinder your cultivation. The management will be handled by several elders. You need only make decisions on significant matters. At other times, you can be a hands-off sect master, doing nothing at all. In my day, that is how I managed. As the venerable Xiankong recounted his experiences, the expressions of several elders twitched, wishing to slap him. Do you think being a hands-off sect master is easy? You have no idea how many gray hairs I've grown managing the internal affairs hall all these years, and you seem rather amused. Stop hitting him. Hey, cease this. Elder Rian, I was wrong. Do not pinch. Madman, quickly save your master. Outside the palace, the madman shivered, bowing to the palace doors. Master, forgive your unfilial disciple. I cannot assist you. He sighed and swiftly departed. Upon returning to the Dao Palace, he found Lan Yu and Xiao Bing examining a garment. Oh, what are you two looking at? Young master, you have returned. This is the clothing just sent by the Internal Affairs Hall for you to wear at the succession ceremony. Xiao Bing said, approaching with the garment in her arms. The madman took a glance and marveled at the luxurious materials used. This garment was likely worth a fortune, easily amounting to 1,000,000 spirit stones. Chapter 188, The Divine Phoenix Egg Approaches Hatching. Beasts on the attack with nearly half a month remaining until the succession ceremony, an event of great significance within the lineage of the Holy Path. It was only fitting that it would not be lacking in grandeur. In accordance with tradition, Master Xuanqi dispatched numerous invitations, urging individuals from various sects to witness the occasion. The news of Chu Kuangren's impending ascension to the position of the headmaster of the Xiantian sect swept across the Zhangqiang Star, leaving numerous factions in utter astonishment. What nonsense is this? How old is Chu Kuangren? Are they truly considering him for such a role? Have they lost their minds? Does he possess sufficient strength? Enough prestige? Adequate experience? However, upon further reflection, they realized that Chu Kuangren's formidable power could rival that of the Supreme Masters, and his reputation had already spread far and wide. As for experience, there was no shortage of seasoned individuals within the Xiantian sect. In disbelief, they acknowledged that Chu Kuangren indeed possessed the qualifications to oversee the Xiantian sect. In an instant, everyone from various sects was left in a state of confusion. Particularly, the feelings of the prodigies were overwhelmingly complex. While they were still embroiled in their own rivalries, Chu Kuangren was on the verge of becoming the leader of a Holy Path lineage, his status far surpassing theirs. He is merely in his 20s, isn't he? Perhaps not even 20 yet. A headmaster of a Holy Path lineage at such a tender age is a rarity throughout history. I sense that under Chu Kuangren's leadership, the Xiantian sect is likely to enter a new era. Master Xuanqi and the others are indeed audacious, entrusting an entire sect to a youth of less than 20 years. Chu Kuangren is truly extraordinary. The external world was abuzz with excitement over Chu Kuangren's upcoming role as headmaster of the Xiantian sect. Yet, at this moment, Chu Kuangren himself paid no heed to such matters. He was deeply engrossed in comprehending the imperial scriptures, the Mingxin imperial canon he had acquired from the Sword Tower. This was the second imperial canon he was studying. With his experience from the Chongqing imperial canon, he approached this new text with confidence. Unafraid of becoming overly immersed in it, having already secluded himself for several years, he discovered that compared to the Chongqing imperial canon, the Mingxin imperial canon was somewhat less profound, as there were distinctions among emperors, and naturally, there were varying ranks among the imperial canons as well. Nevertheless, despite being inferior to the Chongqing imperial canon, the Mingxin imperial canon was still an imperial canon, providing immense assistance to Chu Kuangren. With the interplay of insights from both texts, his mastery of the way progressed noticeably, yielding gratifying results. What delighted Chu Kuangren even more was the revelation of an imperial technique within the Mingxin imperial canon that greatly benefited his current sword path, the sword qi transformation technique. This technique allowed the practitioner to manifest sword chi into avatars for attack. At its pinnacle, one could conjure countless sword chi avatars, transforming oneself into a formidable army. Gazing at the description of this technique within the Mingxin Imperial Canon, Chu Kuangren felt an intense yearning to master it immediately. In fact, the Chongqing Imperial Canon also contained an imperial technique, but it was a restorative one, which held little value for Chu Kuangren, who possessed an immortal physique. Thus he had not delved deeply into it. Conversely, the sword chi transformation technique was different. For a master of the sword like Chu Kuangren, it promised substantial aid. And through its study, he could further refine his Zhantian Ba sword technique. Chu Kuangren began to comprehend this sword chi transformation technique. Time passed, and 10 days elapsed. With merely 3 days remaining until the succession ceremony, an unexpected tremor emanated from the Qinkuan ring. Exiting his meditative state, Chu Kuangren sensed the disturbance with curiosity. Oh, it is this little one. He was somewhat surprised. The stirring within the Qinkuan ring was caused by the divine phoenix egg. Over the past period, the egg had absorbed an untold number of heavenly materials, some obtained by Chu Kuangren from others, and some won through chance. Today, it was finally on the verge of hatching. At this moment, the little one certainly has a keen sense of timing. Chu Kuangren shook his head with a sigh. However, with the head already emerging, one cannot simply push it back in, can one? 3 days remain. That should be ample time. With that, Chu Kuangren rose and departed, transforming into a streak of light as he sped away. Oh, where is the young master headed? Uncertain. Xiao Bing and Lan Yu exchanged puzzled glances. Chu Kuangren had not taken anyone with him. He soared into the distance, seeking a fitting location for the hatching of the divine phoenix egg. Before long, he arrived at the mouth of a volcano. The crater churned with molten lava, and an incredibly dense essence of fire permeated the air. He hesitated, contemplating whether throwing the egg directly into the lava would cook it. However, the divine phoenix egg quivered gently, exuding an undeniable sense of joy, seemingly content with its surroundings. If that is the case, then this shall be the chosen spot. Without further hesitation, Chu Kuangren cast the divine phoenix egg into the volcanic mouth. Now, all he needed to do was wait. 2 more days passed. Chu Kuangren noted that the fire essence within the volcano grew increasingly diluted, as if it were being consumed by the divine phoenix egg. This little one certainly has a voracious appetite, he murmured. In addition, he felt an extraordinary and vibrant essence of the Tao gradually permeating the air. This was the essence of the divine phoenix. The intensity of this essence was so potent that it attracted numerous nearby beasts, all eager to devour the divine phoenix and achieve a transformation. Hiss. A colossal python slithered from a distance, its lantern-sized eyes fixated on the volcano. Instinct told it that within lay an extraordinary opportunity. If it could seize this chance, it would transform into a dragon today. With that thought, the giant python quivered with excitement, its scales trembling. Yet, upon reaching the volcano's edge, it encountered a figure, a young man in white, seated cross-legged at the volcano's mouth, untouched by the swirling ash. Danger! The python sensed an overwhelming aura of peril emanating from the young man. Not only the python, but other beasts also converged upon the volcano, all of whom were formidable beings, their noble bloodlines evident, with even the weakest among them possessing the rank of a venerable. Now, with these beasts gathered, they all fixated on the volcano, their eyes filled with longing. Yet, because of Chu Kuangren's presence, none dared to act rashly. If this continues, the being within the volcano will soon emerge, and then there will be no opportunity left for us. A massive red-furred ape spoke solemnly. I can't hold back any longer. The essence emanating from that volcano undoubtedly belongs to an ancient relic. If I can consume it, my bloodline will surely ascend. The fiery giant python could no longer restrain itself. With desire gleaming in its eyes, it inched toward the volcano. I can't wait any longer either. There's only one human, and there's nothing to fear. Such a magnificent opportunity cannot be missed. One by one, the beasts began to move. Even though they sensed that Chu Kuangren was no ordinary human, they were ultimately unable to resist the allure of the essence radiating from the divine phoenix egg. It was a yearning for a higher state of existence. They aspired to evolve. As Chu Kuangren remained seated at the volcano's mouth, he sensed the movements of the beasts. Slowly, he rose to his feet. From his seemingly frail form erupted an overwhelmingly terrifying essence of the Tao, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble and shatter. Chapter 189. The Sword Chi Clones. The divine phoenix emerges, a spectacle unlike any other. Stay put, and do not move. I have no desire to concern myself with you. However, should you attempt to harm my offspring, you are courting death, spoke Chu Kuangren in a tone devoid of emotion. Beside him, the Kunwu sword, which had been firmly planted in the ground, quivered slightly, and a beam of sword light erupted forth, cleaving through a monstrous beast with ease. With a resounding slash, the creature was effortlessly torn asunder. Do not be afraid, he is alone. Once we have consumed that ancient relic, we shall attain our evolution. For now, we merely need to eliminate this obstacle. Kill. The beasts, intoxicated by the allure of the divine phoenix egg, surged forward. The colossal python was the first to charge, its jaws agape, exuding a fierce glow from its throat as it unleashed a torrent of molten lava. Chu Kuangren raised his hand, delivering a single palm strike that resonated like thunder, as an overwhelming aura transformed into a divine mountain that crushed down upon the serpent. The molten rock was dispersed, and the force of the divine mountain smashed into the python's head, nearly obliterating it. Die! Roared the giant ape, leaping high into the air. Its fingers clenched into a fist like a shooting star aimed at Chu Kuangren. Foolish, Chu Kuangren replied coldly, casually swatting the enormous creature away, sending it tumbling over 1,000 feet into a thicket. Despite his display of formidable power, the beasts, ensnared by the scent of the divine phoenix egg, charged recklessly with crimson eyes, undeterred by the danger. Perfect, a chance to test this sword chi transformation technique, murmured Chu Kuangren. A powerful aura erupted from him, and a torrent of sword chi burst forth, weaving into a human figure in midair, one that bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Kuangren himself. The beast stood momentarily stunned. What manner of sorcery is this? But soon, their astonishment deepened. The sword chi around Chu Kuangren swirled, splitting into 2, then 4, until there were 5 identical figures of him, each emanating a terrifying sword aura, leaving the beasts unable to discern the original. Annihilate these wretches, the true Chu Kuangren commanded. The 4 sword chi clones surged forth from different directions, wielding swords forged from sword chi. Wherever they struck, the air crackled with energy, and the beasts were torn apart, becoming mere specters beneath their blades. Chu Kuangren settled beside a large stone, brushing off the dust before resting his chin on his hand, observing the carnage. The strength of the sword chi clones depended on the intensity of the sword chi. At his current mastery of the technique, he could create clones with the strength of his 8th level. The more clones he formed, the weaker their power became. Thus, these 4 clones each possessed half of his strength, sufficient to deal with the horde of beasts. Pleased with their performance, Chu Kuangren nodded approvingly. The sword chi transformation technique, taught by the Emperor Mingxin, was indeed formidable. Should he grasp it to perfection, he could potentially create clones of equal power to himself, even beneath the imperial realm. Moreover, the appearance of the sword chi clones could vary, taking on forms of beasts or others. Hence, the term sword chi transformation. The faceless swordsmen and sword chi beasts he had encountered in the sword tower were mere manifestations of this technique. A roar erupted as a beast, clad in dark scales and resembling a fierce tiger, lunged at one of the sword chi clones. The clone struck with its sword, sending the beast flying. Yet it did not fall. My scales are impervious. Your sword chi cannot harm me. The tiger beast bellowed at the clone. Yet the clone remained emotionless, its expression unchanged. Nearby, Chu Kuangren observed the scene, stroking his chin as if deep in thought. Suddenly, he retrieved the Qingling sword box. Upon striking it, the box opened slowly, and a pitch-black long sword shot forth, soaring through the throng of beasts to the clone's side. It was the fearsome sword, Pajun. The sword chi clone grasped Pajun, and an aura of malevolence enveloped it, amplifying its combat prowess. What? The tiger beast's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only could the clone create duplicates, but it could also wield a weapon, and a powerful one at that. Yet, the sword chi clone paid no heed. Armed with Pajun, it charged once more. This time, the tiger's scales offered no protection, easily torn apart. In just a few swift strikes, the beast was dispatched. Not far off, Chu Kuangren clapped the sword box again, and 3 more swords emerged, each taken by the other sword chi clones. Each sword within the box was the envy of countless sword cultivators, and now wielded by the clones, the terrifying sword chi was unleashed with devastating efficiency, ensuring swift slaughter of the remaining beasts. The combination of the Qingling sword box and the sword chi clones proved to be an exquisite match. Chu Kuangren envisioned the day when he could possess a plethora of swords, creating 100 or so sword chi clones, each brandishing a divine or supreme sword. What a grand spectacle that would be. Should he desire more swords, he need not venture to Sword City for forging. The sword mountain of Xintian sect was brimming with them. The 4 sword chi clones, each wielding a sword, descended upon the beasts like unstoppable harbingers of death, mowing them down as if they were mere grass. Before long, the ground was littered with the remains of countless beasts, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood. and turbulent energy swirling chaotically around the scene. Seeing this, Chu Kuangren raised his hand to activate the Taotai technique, drawing all the beasts into the Taotai space for refinement into pure spiritual energy. The essence of these beasts surpassed that of several supreme beings, sufficient to elevate Chu Kuangren's cultivation further. At that moment, the entire volcano trembled violently. Within its depths, a terrifying aura began to emanate, and the surviving beasts sensed something ominous, their eyes filled with dread. An ancient pressure, rooted in their bloodlines, compelled them to prostrate themselves, trembling uncontrollably. A piercing cry erupted from the volcano, soaring into the heavens. Suddenly, a blood-red divine phoenix burst forth from the volcano, enveloped in radiant light as it soared through the skies. The atmosphere pulsed with an overwhelming aura, shaking the very foundations of the world. With a chicken head, swallow-like beak, serpentine neck, turtle-like shell, and fish tail, it embodied the mythical phoenix. As the divine phoenix soared, all the avian beasts across the celestial expanse responded instinctively, emitting a chorus of cries in homage to the emergence of the divine beast. In that moment, all birds bowed to the phoenix. In that moment, heaven and earth rejoiced. Chu Kuangren gazed at the divine phoenix, marveling, "At last, this little one has hatched." And indeed, a divine beast is deserving of its grandeur. Chapter 190, The Withered Cloud Sage, the Death Sanctuary, the Four-Season Sword Formation, and the emergence of the divine phoenix. The myriad beings of the world were stirred in response. In an instant, the entire Tsangqiong star trembled. After all, this was a divine beast. It is essential to note that legendary creatures such as dragons and divine phoenixes are said to exist only in folklore, each one a treasure beyond compare. Even in ancient times, they were exceedingly rare. Each divine beast, provided it does not perish, is destined to reach at least the realm of an emperor. If one could tame it, the benefits for a cultivator would be immeasurable. Consequently, many formidable beings began their search for divine beasts, particularly those adept in divination, who sought to uncover the whereabouts of the divine phoenix. On a certain mountain peak, a figure clad in simple robes, the sage of heavenly mechanisms, was engaged in divining the location of the divine phoenix. He chanted incantations as a profound celestial force manifested. In his hand lay a bronze mirror, shrouded in mist, imbued with immense divinatory power. After a considerable time, the clouds within the mirror remained undispersed. The sage shook his head. Divine beasts are favored by the heavens and possess destinies more noble than that of ancient emperors, making them exceedingly difficult to divine. If he struggled, it was needless to say that others would fare no better. All who attempted to ascertain the divine phoenix's whereabouts met with failure. Upon a volcano, the immortal divine phoenix soared through the skies, its majestic form radiating an extraordinary aura. Ultimately, it descended before Chu Kuangren, affectionately nudging him with its fluffy head, expressing its joy and fondness. Chu Kuangren stroked the creature's head and activated his insightful eye to examine the information regarding the divine phoenix before him. The immortal divine phoenix, a sovereign among the Phoenix clan, possessed supreme cultivation, wielding the essence of myriad flames and the fire of rebirth. Upon receiving the feedback from the insightful eye, Chu Kuangren could not help but marvel. Truly, the divine phoenix was of supreme cultivation from the moment it appeared. To think that the offspring he had nurtured surpassed his own cultivation. This realization left Chu Kuangren feeling somewhat abashed. Indeed, it was a divine phoenix. At that moment, a voice filled with excitement echoed from the distant horizon. An elder clad in a Taoist robe approached, his horse-like face and deep-set eyes exuding an unsettling aura. Upon spotting the divine phoenix, the elder's expression transformed into one of unbridled joy. He had not anticipated encountering such a tremendous opportunity during his travels. If he could tame this divine phoenix, the vast heavens would be at his command. The elder had been nearby, and upon sensing the emergence of the divine phoenix, he hastened over. He discerned that this divine phoenix had only just been born, possessing cultivation at the supreme level, which paled in comparison to his own quasi-saint status. His chances of subduing this divine phoenix were significant. However, he soon noticed Chu Kuangren beside him. Upon observing his extraordinary appearance and demeanor, the elder was taken aback. Seeing the divine phoenix display such affection towards him made his heart race, and he wondered if the divine phoenix had already been tamed. With this thought, a flash of malice ignited in his eyes. The divine phoenix must be his. May I inquire which Taoist lineage you hail from? The elder approached Chu Kuangren with a smile. However, his demeanor was hardly commendable. Even his smile carried a sinister undertone. Chu Kuangren activated his insightful eye and scrutinized the elder before him. The withered cloud Taoist, one of the guardians of the death sanctuary, possessed quasi-saint cultivation, practicing the withered sealing law and the grounded mountain burning palm. Oh, the guardian of the death sanctuary. Yet again, this death sanctuary. Chu Kuangren was somewhat astonished. The black light saint he had slain in the secret realm of the moonlit sage was also a guardian of this sanctuary. What kind of force was this? He had encountered two individuals, one a saint and the other a quasi-saint. The depth of this lineage was truly terrifying. Even the saintly lineage might pale in comparison. The specific lineage was inconsequential. What mattered was whether the Taoist could refrain from drawing closer to him. His appearance unsettled him. Fear not, young friend. Though I may appear fearsome, I assure you, I am a good person, the withered cloud Taoist chuckled. Even as a gray mist began to coalesce behind him, a flicker of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he suddenly struck. But at that moment, someone moved faster than him, for sword lights surged from 4 different directions. What? The withered cloud Taoist was taken aback, his palm, initially aimed at Chu Kuangren, redirected to confront the incoming sword lights. The clash between the sword lights and his palm unleashed a torrent of devastating energy, causing the 4 sword chi avatars to be violently repelled by hundreds of feet. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Kuangren raised his hand and unleashed a sword strike. The overwhelming essence of the sword locked onto the withered cloud Taoist, and the blow struck him squarely on the back, unleashing a terrifying surge of sword energy that nearly tore his quasi-saint body asunder. A blood-curdling scream escaped the withered cloud Taoist as he was sent flying by a single sword strike. Observing this, the divine phoenix, without needing instruction from Chu Kuangren, cleverly unleashed a torrent of golden flames towards the withered cloud Taoist. The flames were searingly hot, warping the very light around them. Damn it! The withered cloud Taoist, being a quasi-saint, bellowed and unleashed a surge of gray death energy to counter the flames. He crashed to the ground, his body nearly cleaved in two by Chu Kuangren's strike, with wisps of gray mist escaping. He retrieved a long-preserved life-saving elixir and swallowed it, momentarily halting the deterioration of his injuries. Brat, I will skin you alive. The withered cloud Taoist roared, shedding any pretense of civility, fully revealing his malicious intent. Simultaneously, he was inwardly astonished. After surviving the heavenly tribulation, he had advanced to quasi-saint status, and with the nourishment of death energy, his body had long since undergone transformation. Even standing still, ordinary supreme attacks would struggle to harm him. Yet, he had been grievously injured by Chu Kuangren's sword. Had he not taken the life-saving elixir, he might have perished. What a terrifying prodigy had emerged. Skinning me alive, is it? Let us see if you can. Chu Kuangren gazed at the death energy emanating from the elder, a flicker of distaste crossing his eyes. This aura was profoundly unappealing. The 4 sword chi avatars charged towards the withered cloud Taoist, their combined might akin to 4 supreme beings joining forces, utterly fearsome. The withered cloud Taoist felt a surge of shock. These are avatars? So many? What kind of technique is this? The art of creating avatars was exceedingly rare, let alone producing so many at once. He had never heard of such a thing. Get away from me. The withered cloud Taoist, despite being grievously wounded by Chu Kuangren's sword, retained his formidable battle prowess. He struck out with a palm, unleashing a torrent of death energy that crashed outward like a tidal wave. The 4 sword chi avatars crumbled under such overwhelming force, their swords clattering to the ground. Fool! Die! The withered cloud Taoist summoned the death energy within him, striking out with a palm engulfed in black flames, exuding a sinister and domineering aura. At that moment, Chu Kuangren clapped his hands before him, and 8 long swords soared forth from his sword box, entwined with profound essence and vast sword energy, forcefully pushing the withered cloud Taoist back. The 4 fallen swords also soared into the air, resonating with the remaining swords to form a breathtaking sword formation. Today, I shall test the might of the 4 seasons sword formation with you, a quasi-saint, Chu Kuangren declared, holding the sword box with a detached demeanor. Chapter 191. The seasonal sword array cuts down the semi-saint. May I ride you? 12 exquisite swords hovered in the void, forming a magnificent sword array. Profound and mysterious Tao rhythms cascaded from above, enveloping the surrounding area for miles and ensnaring the Taoist of withered clouds within. This was the second level of the seasonal sword array, the 12-month sword array. This is a sword array. Good lad, I never expected you to possess such prowess. But as a battle king, what can you possibly do to me, even with this array? Break it. The Taoist of withered clouds bellowed, raising his hand to unleash a chilling and tyrannical Tao rhythm, as black flames surged outward. Yet, the sword array's Tao rhythm shifted, releasing a piercing sword energy that howled forth, akin to the frigid winds of a harsh winter. Under this onslaught of sword energy, The black flames were continuously dismantled. Playing with fire, are we? Chu Kuangren smirked lightly. Within the sword array, the Tao rhythm transformed, and a radiant sun suddenly rose, its brilliance illuminating the surroundings. Waves of sword energy intertwined, forming a tempest of flames that engulfed the Taoist of withered clouds, leaving him charred and disheveled. What kind of sword array is this? How can it be so formidable? The Taoist of withered clouds was taken aback. Although he had encountered numerous formations, he had never seen a battle king's sword array exert such overwhelming pressure upon him. This array, akin to the technique of duplication, left him astounded. How could a mere battle king possess such capabilities? Who on earth are you? The Taoist of withered clouds glared at Chu Kuangren, his eyes filled with deep hatred and confusion. Take a guess, Chu Kuangren replied with a faint smile. With a thought, the Tao rhythm in the sword array shifted, and countless sword energies wove together to depict the changing of the seasons, relentlessly bombarding the Taoist of withered clouds. At times, it fell like the silent spring rain, stealthy and unavoidable. At other times, it roared like a spring thunder, brutal and overwhelming. It could also resemble the sweltering heat of summer, with flames raging fiercely, or the melancholic winds of autumn, infused with a sense of sorrow, and even the relentless chill of winter. The cyclical changes of the seasons, embodying the myriad wonders of nature, unfolded within the array. Despite being a semi-saint, the Taoist of withered clouds found himself in utter disarray, his injuries worsening under the relentless assault. Am I going to die? Will I perish at the hands of a battle king? Panic surged within him as he stared at Chu Kuangren. It was unfathomable that such a young battle king could possess the power to slay a semi-saint. Who is this individual? As he gazed at the peerless Chu Kuangren, a sudden realization struck him. You are Chu Kuangren. Oh, you figured it out. Not too dim after all. Chu Kuangren chuckled lightly. I should have realized it sooner. With such combat prowess, mastery of the sword, and your extraordinary appearance and demeanor, not to mention that sword of yours resembling white jade, how could you not be Chu Kuangren? The Taoist of withered clouds gritted his teeth. Now that you've guessed, you may as well resign yourself to death, Chu Kuangren stated coolly, and with a thought, the sword array reached its zenith. An overwhelming surge of sword Tao rhythm flowed, transforming within the array into a vibrant sword shadow, embodying the power of the changing seasons and the wonders of nature. As it slashed down toward the Taoist of withered clouds. Under this strike, the already battered Taoist of withered clouds had no strength left to resist. He could only emit a wretched scream before being torn asunder and obliterated beneath the sword energy. Even a semi-saint's body could not withstand such supreme power. Collect. Chu Kuangren clapped the sword box, and the 12 swords returned to him in sequence. The might of the seasonal sword array exceeded his expectations. And this was merely the second level. With the subsequent 24 solar terms and 365 days, how formidable would it become once fully deployed? He approached the corpse of the Taoist of withered clouds and picked up the Qianquan ring from the ground, sensing its contents briefly before tossing it into his own Qianquan ring. What kind of force is the Death Sanctuary? Why have I never heard of it in the Azure Dragon domain? Chu Kuangren mused. He recalled the words of the 3 ancestors of Xiantian from a few days prior, speaking of unknowable matters and uncharted territories. Could it be that the Death Sanctuary is one such place of the unknown? It is only natural that ordinary cultivators remain unaware of it, and his ignorance is quite understandable. Raising his hand, Chu Kuangren employed the Tao Time method to refine the remnants of the Taoist's body, ensuring that even in death, nothing was left unaccounted for. No one was as ruthless as he in this regard. The undying divine phoenix approached Chu Kuangren and suddenly exclaimed, Mother, Mother, you are so powerful. What? What did you call me? The undying divine phoenix tilted her head. Mother. Her voice, reminiscent of a 7- or 8-year-old girl, rang sweetly in the air. But Chu Kuangren felt a wave of exasperation. Do not call me mother. Ah, mother, do you not want me anymore? The tone of the undying divine phoenix took on a hint of sorrow, for in her inherited memories, the one who hatched her was her mother. Not that I do not want you, but you cannot call me mother. Call me brother instead. Yes, just brother, Chu Kuangren replied. Brother? Yes. All right then, mother brother. Just brother. Do not add mother to it. After much negotiation, Chu Kuangren finally corrected the undying divine phoenix's address for him. Now, let us return to Xiantian sect. Where is Xiantian sect? Just follow me. Suddenly, Chu Kuangren looked at the divine phoenix with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. Divine phoenix, may we strike a deal? Please speak, brother. May I ride you? Chu Kuangren suddenly recalled that many high-ranking figures in the cultivation world often had mounts, such as celestial cranes, tigers, or lions. Perhaps he too could procure a mount to try out. What could be more impressive than riding a divine phoenix? Of course, The divine phoenix lowered herself, inviting Chu Kuangren to mount. Divine beasts possess noble destinies and are often proud and unruly. Even ancient emperors would find it challenging to capture one as a mount. However, for the divine phoenix, Chu Kuangren was different. Though she called him brother, she truly regarded him as her mother. So it was but a small matter for her to allow him to ride her. Chu Kuangren excitedly leaped onto the divine phoenix's back, feeling the soft warmth. More comfortable than sitting on an electric blanket in the depths of winter. Hold on tight, brother, the divine phoenix said, then unfurled her wings and soared into the sky. Within the Xintian sect, representatives from various factions had gathered, all invited by the esteemed Xuanqi to witness the occasion. Among them were the prominent saints and lineages of the Azure Dragon domain, each a figure of significance. Before the ceremony began, the emergence of the divine phoenix and the spectacle of birds flocking to her astonished many in attendance. In an instant, discussions erupted among the crowd regarding this event. However, in contrast to the excitement around him, the expression on Xuanqi's face was anything but pleasant as he scolded the communication compass. Kuangren, today is the day you take over. All the major lineages are here. Where have you run off to? Hurry back. Master, I encountered a pressing matter and am on my way. Please hold on a moment. Chu Kuangren replied. Xuanqi turned off the communication compass, muttering, this brat is becoming increasingly troublesome. Chapter 192. The Speech of the Mysterious Venerable. Riding the divine phoenix within the long life palace of the Xintian sect, Elder Rian and others were pacing back and forth, visibly anxious. Upon seeing the mysterious venerable hang up the compass, they hurriedly approached him with inquiries. What news? Has the madman returned? Soon. He is on his way, replied the venerable. But we cannot keep the guests outside waiting indefinitely. What shall we do? This was the first time the venerable had encountered such a situation. Master, you are one of the protagonists of this succession ceremony. Why are you asking us what to do? Hurry, go out and hold the fort. Elder Rian said helplessly. Yes, just say a few formal words. We can hold on until the chief returns. The mysterious venerable was somewhat reluctantly pushed out of the grand hall. Outside, a crowd of cultivators gathered, preparing to witness the ceremony. At the forefront sat representatives from various holy lineages, such as the Qingyun dynasty and the Balian sect. Further back were esteemed sects from the Qinglong domain, with many subordinate powers of the Xintian sect among them. At that moment, the crowd was engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Who do you think among us virtuous beings will be worthy of this divine phoenix? A representative from a holy lineage posed the question. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to discuss. The emergence of the divine phoenix was a rare occurrence, one that had not happened in over 100,000 years. This age of great competition was truly exhilarating. There are likely very few worthy of this divine beast in the world. Whoever obtains it will experience a tremendous fortune. Indeed, several supreme beings concurred. Meanwhile, the young prodigies present were filled with fervent anticipation, each hoping to claim the divine phoenix and dominate an era. If I could obtain the divine phoenix, I would not be so constrained under the madman Chu, thought Ao Tsang from the Lingshu Holy Land. Many shared Ao Tsang's sentiment. Upon returning, I must dispatch someone to investigate. Such a divine beast must be in my grasp, pondered Yuan Hong from the 10,000 Laws sect. Madman Chu, once I acquire that divine beast, I refuse to believe I will remain beneath your shadow. Lin Baishan's eyes sparkled with determination. Wait, wasn't it said that the succession ceremony would commence? Why has it not yet begun? Voiced a representative from the Lingshu Holy Land, expressing dissatisfaction. This remark caused the crowd to notice something amiss. It is already well past noon. Why has it not started? Do they think we enjoy basking in the sun? Murmured the crowd in irritation. Just as discontent began to rise, the mysterious venerable stepped forward. The crowd turned their gaze upon him. Mysterious venerable, why has the succession ceremony not commenced? Yes, where is Madman Chu? With the presence of a quasi-saint, the crowd's tones softened considerably. Ahem, before we begin the succession, I wish to share a few words. As you all know, I have presided over the Xintian sect for over a millennium. Throughout these years, I have dedicated myself to its governance. 800 years ago, I fought valiantly in the North Sea. The mysterious venerable began recounting events from his tenure as the sect master. The crowd remained silent, for it was not uncommon for one to reflect on past glories during such an occasion. Half an hour passed, an hour and a half. Gradually, impatience surfaced on the faces of the crowd. A brief address would suffice. What is the meaning of this endless monologue? We did not come here to listen to you boast. If they had this much time, they could have gone to a tea house to listen to stories instead. Mysterious venerable, a Taoist from the Taishu temple interjected. Might we proceed with the succession ceremony now? Let me finish recounting my battle with the nine-headed venerable from 300 years ago first. Back then, this nine-headed venerable was quite renowned. The crowd felt utterly exasperated. How much longer could this continue? If this went on, it would be dark by the time they finished. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" In the distance, a red light streaked across the sky, dyeing the clouds a magnificent crimson hue. Upon closer inspection, the light revealed a regal and splendid divine phoenix. The phoenix radiated a celestial aura, its wings shimmering with profound Tao rhythms, showcasing the majesty of a divine beast. It is the divine phoenix. Could this be the divine phoenix that recently emerged? But why is it here? This is indeed a divine beast. It is extraordinary. Compared to it, other beast species pale in comparison. Truly, this divine creature lives up to its name. Upon witnessing the divine phoenix, the crowd was left in awe. Some supreme beings and prodigies could hardly contain their excitement. This was a divine beast. If one could tame it, the benefits would be immense. Not only for oneself, but also for enhancing the fortune of a lineage. The divine phoenix, with its noble fate, could undoubtedly bring about such outcomes. The mysterious venerable ceased his speech, gazing solemnly at the divine phoenix. Wait, it seems there is someone on its back? A supreme being spoke uncertainly. The others exchanged glances, struggling to believe it. Foolishness. The divine phoenix is a divine beast. How could it allow anyone to ride upon it? Indeed, do not mistake the divine phoenix for mere steeds. Throughout history, only immortals have had the privilege of riding divine beasts. Even the legendary emperors of old have never been known to possess a divine beast as a mount. Wait, it truly seems someone is riding it. As the divine phoenix drew closer, the crowd could discern a figure atop its back, prompting a collective gasp. Could it be? Someone is truly riding it. Who possesses such prowess to tame the divine phoenix? Is it an immortal descended to the mortal realm? Hey, that figure looks somewhat familiar. Is it Madman Chu? Indeed, it is he. As the divine phoenix approached the Shantian sect, the crowd clearly saw the figure atop the magnificent creature. Clad in white robes, Madman Chu. The divine phoenix exuded unparalleled nobility, while Madman Chu, in his resplendent white attire, radiated an ethereal grace, creating an astonishing spectacle for the crowd. At that moment, Madman Chu truly resembled an immortal descended from the heavens. Upon reaching the skies above the Shantian sect, Madman Chu leaped gracefully from the divine phoenix's back, landing before the crowd with a smile. The onlookers stared at him, utterly dumbfounded, as if rendered speechless by the sheer spectacle. Even the mysterious venerable was no exception. "Greetings, fellow Taoists," Madman Chu spoke first, rousing the crowd from their stupor. Immediately, countless voices erupted in discussion. "Oh my, arriving on the divine phoenix. Madman Chu is simply too charismatic. How did he manage this? The divine phoenix has only just emerged. We have yet to seek it out. Yet he has already tamed it. This is truly disheartening. The divine beast has recognized him as its master. Madman Chu's fortune is indeed formidable." Prodigies such as Yuan Hong, Gu Chang'e, and Ao Tsong felt their hearts tremble, gazing at Madman Chu with expressions bordering on despair. Just moments ago, they were contemplating how to find and tame the divine phoenix, yet in the blink of an eye, Madman Chu had arrived riding it. Could there be a greater blow to their spirits? Could it be that Madman Chu is truly an immortal? Why does he seem to possess all the advantages? Chapter 193. The witness of heaven, earth, sun, and moon. The listening of immortals, demons, ghosts, and God's madman. What on earth is happening? Xuanqi Zun swallowed hard, his astonishment palpable. After disappearing for several days, he returned leading the divine phoenix. What could have transpired in that time? "Master, a few days ago, I felt a calling and ventured out, where I encountered the divine phoenix by a volcano." Chu Kuangren fabricated an elaborate tale, for no one truly knew the origins of the divine phoenix, giving him the freedom to weave his narrative. The onlookers, upon hearing his words, were consumed by envy, their eyes burning with desire. A calling? A mere outing resulting in the return of the divine phoenix? This was surely fate manifesting. The divine phoenix was destined to belong to Chu Kuangren. The thought sent waves of shock through the crowd. The noble fate of a divine beast was unparalleled. Yet here was Chu Kuangren, who could claim such a creature as his own. Did this not imply that his destiny surpassed even that of the divine beast? How terrifying! Was he truly human? Could he possibly be an immortal? The crowd was in a state of disbelief, while Xuanqi Zuns could not help but laugh heartily. "Heaven bless our Shantian sect. A divine beast has descended upon us. Wonderful. Madman, prepare yourself. The succession ceremony is about to commence." "Yes, master." Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Chu Kuangren entered the palace, where Xiao Bing and Lan Yu had already arrived, eager with anticipation. Young master, quickly change your attire. The ceremony is about to begin. Xiao Bing held out a splendid outfit, prepared for Chu Kuangren's grand appearance. Outside the palace, some remained lost in the awe of Chu Kuangren's entrance with the divine phoenix, unable to regain their composure. With such talent and fortune, how could one doubt his future ascension to emperor? A supreme being remarked, indeed, it seems wise to avoid conflict with the Xiantian sect. With Chu Kuangren, they are bound to flourish. Precisely. Alas, this era is destined to be Chu Kuangren's. The gathered prodigies, including Ao Tsong, Gu Chang'e, and Lin Batian, exchanged glances, sharing a wry smile. Ba, Chu's remarkable talent is unparalleled in history, yet my young friends need not feel disheartened. This era will see an emperor rise. But it does not mean there can only be one, a master from the Thunder Sound Temple stated. Indeed, the sage once proclaimed that this age of contention heralds a transformation unlike any other, where the great path manifests like fire upon oil, potentially yielding a landscape where multiple emperors coexist. The supreme being from the Lingshu Holy Land spoke with anticipation. Hearing these words, the other prodigies regained a modicum of confidence. At that moment, the palace doors swung open, and Chu Kuangren emerged. The crowd gasped in admiration. His long, dark hair flowed like smoke behind him, adorned with an intricately carved jade crown. He wore a flowing robe of moon-white fabric, embellished with exquisite patterns and auspicious beasts woven in gold thread. A white sash encircled his waist, featuring an embedded emerald, with golden tassels on the right and the Kunwu sacred sword on the left. His black boots, embroidered with cloud motifs, completed the ensemble. This resplendent attire accentuated Chu Kuangren's near-perfect visage and ethereal demeanor to the fullest. His presence was as radiant as the sun and moon, as graceful as a jade tree in the wind, as serene as a gentle breeze through pines, and as brilliant as lightning illuminating the rocks. Speak plainly, he is simply too handsome. Some female cultivators gazed at Chu Kuangren, their expressions entranced. Refined like a gentleman, as gentle as jade. In his presence, my heart is in turmoil, one could not help but murmur. As Chu Kuangren slowly descended from the palace, melodious sounds echoed around him. The disciples of the Xiantian sect bowed deeply, forming a pathway that led to a high platform. Xuanqi Zun sat upon the high platform, his eyes filled with pride as he observed Chu Kuangren's approach. I, Xuanqi Zun, the ninth sect master of the Xiantian sect, hereby officially pass my position to the esteemed Chu Kuangren. I invite all fellow cultivators to witness this. Let the sun, moon, and mountains bear witness. From this day forth, Chu Kuangren is the 10th sect master of the Xiantian sect. With that, Xuanqi Zun presented a jade sword token to Chu Kuangren, the emblem of the sect's leadership. Chu Kuangren reverently accepted it, declaring, I shall not fail your trust, master. I will wholeheartedly care for the Xiantian sect. In a sudden flourish, the Kunwu sacred sword unsheathed itself, swirling in the air as a surge of swordsmanship ascended to the heavens. I stand here. No one shall defy the Xiantian sect. I stand here. Every disciple shall be like a dragon. I stand here. The Xiantian sect shall endure through the ages. This oath resonated with the heavens and the earth, witnessed by the immortals, demons, ghosts, and gods alike. From afar, the sword mountain of the Xiantian sect seemed to respond, with the sounds of swords singing in the air, countless blades ascending into the clouds, intertwining in a breathtaking display of sword intent, magnificent and grand. The sword mountain's intent echoed Chu Kuangren's oath, unleashing an unparalleled pressure that swept across the realms, stirring the cosmos. All eyes were fixed upon the figure in white on the high platform, utterly awestruck. The disciples of the Xiantian sect gazed upon him with fervent admiration. In the distance, Elder Royan and others beamed with satisfaction. Deep within the Xiantian sect, in several thatched huts, an elderly man with white hair abruptly opened his eyes, gazing towards the direction of the succession ceremony, revealing a broad smile that deepened into hearty laughter. With him here, how can the Xiantian sect not thrive? Laughter echoed from the other huts as well. Heaven bless the Xiantian sect. This young man is truly admirable. It was worth the efforts of the seventh ancestor to support him despite his decline. Oh, but speaking of the seventh ancestor, he has gained immensely. All signs of decline are gone. He appears even younger than us. It won't be long before he faces the tribulation as well. Splendid, splendid. Standing on the high platform, Chu Kuangren, clad in white, held the sword token. Enveloped in the aura of swordsmanship, his robes billowing, exuding an enchanting charm. He possessed a genuine affection for the Xiantian sect, despite any past frustrations. Now that he bore the mantle of sect master, he felt a profound obligation to elevate the Xiantian sect to new heights. Long live the sect master! Long live the sect master! The disciples of the Xiantian sect knelt on one knee, and the elders nearby also bowed in reverence, proclaiming, "Hail, sect master!" Chu Kuangren nodded slightly, then stowed the sword token. The aura of swordsmanship dissipated, and the distant sword mountain returned to tranquility. Representatives from various holy lineages, including Lingshu Holy Land, Taishu Temple, and Thundersound Temple, approached to extend their congratulations. We have met the sect master Chu. With him at the helm, the Xiantian sect is sure to prosper. Indeed, with the celestial demeanor of sect master Chu, how could the Xiantian sect not flourish? Congratulations, sect master Chu. If you have time in the future, please visit us at Taishu Temple. We can discuss matters of collaboration and mutual development. Facing the well wishes, Chu Kuangren responded with youthful exuberance, embodying the grace befitting a leader of a great lineage. Chapter 194, The Peerless King, Grand Elder. The second volume of the 100 Swords. As Chu Kuangren assumed the position of the sect master of the Xiantian sect, congratulations reverberated through the air. At that moment, a resplendent golden carriage, suffused with a celestial radiance, swept across the distant horizon, emanating an extraordinary aura. Surrounding the carriage were armored guards, each radiating a fierce, battle-hardened spirit. The crowd gazed in astonishment. A carriage drawn by 6 divine steeds was a privilege reserved for the royal kin of the Qingyun dynasty. Which noble from the dynasty could this be? Gu Chang'e was present, and it was only natural for him to recognize the carriage and its occupant. As the carriage's curtain was drawn aside, a stunningly beautiful woman adorned in an exquisite phoenix robe emerged. It was none other than Princess Linglong. Her presence at Chu Kuangren's enthronement ceremony was entirely expected, given her connection to the groom. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Princess Linglong alighted from the carriage, casting a gentle smile towards Chu Kuangren on the high platform. "My dear groom, I apologize for my tardiness," she remarked with grace. "No need for such formality, dear princess," he replied with a light-hearted tone. "Ah, your attire today is simply breathtaking." After scrutinizing Chu Kuangren for a moment, Princess Linglong's eyes sparkled with admiration, and she could not help but express her genuine praise. "Your flattery is misplaced," he humbly responded. "When have I ever appeared unappealing? Today, I bring forth an edict from my father," Princess Linglong stated, producing a decree that radiated an imposing aura, causing the people of the Qingyun dynasty to kneel in reverence. Chu Kuangren, however, remained steadfast, looking at Princess Linglong with a smile. "Princess, I need not kneel, do I?" "Certainly not," she replied. In the past, he had never knelt before the ruler of the Qingyun dynasty, and now, as the sect master of the Xiantian sect, his status was equivalent, rendering any act of kneeling unnecessary. "By the mandate of heaven, I hereby confer upon the esteemed groom, Chu Kuangren, the title of the Peerless King," Princess Linglong proclaimed as she unfurled the decree. The crowd gasped in astonishment, particularly the members of the Qingyun dynasty, who were left dumbfounded. The title of Peerless King was one that held equal stature to that of a sovereign. Throughout history, only a handful had received such a title, and now it was bestowed upon Chu Kuangren. "My lord, accept the decree," Princess Linglong urged as she presented the edict to him. "Thank you, my sovereign," Chu Kuangren replied, accepting the decree without pretension. "You still refer to me as sovereign," Princess Linglong said with a hint of melancholy. "Then please convey my gratitude to our father," Chu Kuangren replied, rubbing his nose sheepishly. Upon hearing this, Princess Linglong's face brightened, her smile outshining 100 blooming flowers. Several male cultivators, witnessing this exchange, could not help but sigh in envy. Chu Kuangren was indeed the quintessential winner of life. It was infuriating. While cultivators sought wealth, companionship, and power, he possessed all in abundance, and each aspect was of the highest quality. Who could not feel exasperated by this? At that moment, a woman stepped forth from the crowd. Clad in white, her serene smile exuded an aura of tranquility, captivating all who beheld her. This was the saintess of the White Lotus sect. "We, the White Lotus sect, have come to the Xiantian sect not only to witness the ceremony, but also to discuss a matter with the Holy Sun," the saintess said with a gentle smile. "What is it?" The White Lotus saintess produced an ancient white token inscribed with lotus patterns, from which an intricate aura emanated. "By the decree of the sect leader, from this day forth, the Holy Sun is officially promoted to the position of Grand Elder within our sect, enjoying all privileges equal to that of the sect leader. I implore the Holy Sun, or rather, the Grand Elder, to accept this token." Upon hearing this, the crowd was utterly astonished. As if the elevation to Peerless King was not enough, now another title of Grand Elder was conferred. What on earth was happening? Chu Kuangren was slightly taken aback, but, upon reflection, accepted the ancient token, saying, "Please extend my gratitude to the sect leader. The elder is too modest." The White Lotus Saintess replied with a faint smile. Several members of the various sects began to piece together the implications of this event, with Chu Kuangren assuming the role of sect master of the Xiantian sect. If he were merely the holy son of the White Lotus sect and the groom of the Qingyun dynasty, it would undoubtedly place the Xiantian sect a step below these two sections. Thus, the Qingyun dynasty and the White Lotus sect elevated Chu Kuangren's status within their ranks to maintain their alliance with the Xiantian sect and deepen their relationship with him. Understanding this, many began to grasp the motivations behind the two sects' actions. Chu Kuangren was now the sect master of the Xiantian sect. How could they expect him to serve as merely a holy son or a groom? The upper echelons of the Xiantian sect would hardly be pleased with such a notion, as it implied subservience. Hence, both sects conferred upon him the titles of Peerless King and Grand Elder, ensuring his status rivaled that of a ruler or sect leader. Though they comprehended the underlying rationale, many still found it inconceivable. In a single day, Chu Kuangren had acquired 3 prestigious identities: Sect Master, Peerless King, and Grand Elder. A trifecta that left all in awe. Today was not only the ceremonial transfer of power at the Xiantian sect, but also a public declaration of alliance between 3 sacred sects before numerous factions. Indeed, with Chu Kuangren at the helm, these 3 sacred sects would undoubtedly forge a close bond, sharing both glory and misfortune. What an extraordinary figure Chu Kuangren was. The crowd marveled in admiration. At that moment, a powerful aura of swordsmanship erupted outside the gates of the Xiantian sect, sweeping through the surroundings like a tempest. Everyone felt this surge of sword energy and turned their attention towards the entrance of the sect. A middle-aged man in a blue robe, with sword-like brows and a striking presence, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, emanating the very essence of swordsmanship. "I am Immortal Form, here to seek counsel from the esteemed Chu Kuangren, the number 1 in the 100 swords." His voice thundered, resonating throughout the Xiantian sect. The assembled guests were taken aback. Among the crowd, the countenance of Taoist Murong Xian paled. It was he, Immortal Form, the second in the 100 swords, hailing from the Xuanwu territory. Renowned within the Murong family as the foremost swordsman beneath the saints, it was said that even the current head of the family could not rival him. Had he not been disinterested in the position, it would have been his. He had come to challenge Chu Kuangren, and on such a momentous day, if Chu Kuangren were to falter against him, his reputation as sect master would plummet. All eyes turned to Chu Kuangren, eager to see how he would respond. "Master, did we send an invitation to the Murong family?" Chu Kuangren inquired of Master Xuanqi. Master Xuanqi shook his head, stating, "The Murong family is far removed in the Xuanwu territory. I could hardly be bothered to extend an invitation. Moreover, the relationship between the two families is not particularly harmonious. Inviting them would only invite trouble. Since there was no invitation, I shall take my leave," Chu Kuangren said with a light smile. In an instant, his figure transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight, leaving few capable of tracking his movement. What incredible speed! The crowd gasped. While Chu Kuangren had already arrived at the sect's entrance, facing the second of the 100 swords. As their eyes met, the two men's sword energies collided with a resounding clash. Chapter 195. The encounter with the divine beast. One ranked first on the 100 sword list, while the other stood second. Both were the apex swordsmen beneath the saints of their era. In an instant, the two forces of sword essence collided, unleashing a tempest that uprooted the surrounding stones and vegetation. The countenance of Murong Feng shifted as he felt the clash of sword energies with Chu Kuangren, revealing a hint of terror. How could Chu Kuangren's essence completely suppress him? His energy was astonishingly formidable. Murong Feng found it hard to believe. Yet he forgot that Chu Kuangren could engage in discourse with saints. His sword essence was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of even the revered ones. Not even the supreme masters could compare. Today marks a momentous occasion for my Xuantiangong, and I do not wish to engage in swordplay. If you wish to challenge me, kindly choose another day, Chu Kuangren stated calmly. Having heard of Chu Kuangren's ascension to the position of leader of Xuantiangong, Murong Feng understood the significance of the celebration. "I have traveled a great distance merely to witness your swordsmanship. I shall not relent until I achieve my goal. I implore you, do share your wisdom." Murong Feng's eyes gleamed with determination, disregarding Chu Kuangren's junior status, as he unleashed a torrent of sword energy. The sword energy spiraled like a tornado, hurtling toward Chu Kuangren. "You seek your own misfortune," Chu Kuangren remarked, raising a hand to gather immense energy, striking forth with a palm that unleashed the power of the divine mountain. The clash of energies erupted, causing the earth to tremble violently. The two distinct essences intertwined as Murong Feng's eyes sparkled with battle intent, exclaiming, "What a magnificent palm technique!" True to his rank as second on the 100-sword list, even the most common Supreme Master would be forced back by this strike, yet he remained unmoved. His long sword radiating brilliant light, it was a holy sword. As the second-ranked swordsman, he was only surpassed by the legendary Sword of Kunwu. Flash, Murong Feng's sword into the air, channeling his sword essence into a singular point. A colossal sword shadow materialized, enveloped in overwhelming essence, akin to a shooting star, hurtling down upon Chu Kuangren. The terrifying pressure of the sword caused the very entrance of Zentiangong to tremble, leaving the surrounding cultivators in awe. What a splendid sword technique! Truly deserving of being the second on the sword list. Even the Supreme Masters would struggle to withstand such a strike. Murong Feng, renowned as the foremost swordsman beneath the saints of the Murong clan, was indeed worthy of his title. Among the crowd stood the esteemed Xuanzi, who, upon witnessing the descending sword, felt the weight of the moment. Despite having recently ascended to quasi-saint status, he still sensed tremendous pressure before this strike. There was good reason for Murong Feng's higher rank on the 100-sword list prior to his tribulation. Kuangren, Xuanzi's sword energy swirled as he focused on the incoming attack, prepared to assist Chu Kuangren at a moment's notice. However, a terrifying aura erupted from Chu Kuangren, and the Kunwu sword at his waist glimmered with a brilliant light. With a single stroke, the imperial pressure manifested. Murong Feng's attack was unexpectedly suppressed. This was the might of an emperor overpowering all laws. Heaven-splitting sword technique, Chu Kuangren exclaimed, unleashing the Kunwu sword with a horizontal slash. The dazzling purple light of the sword nearly eclipsed the sky, and the overwhelming essence surged forth like a tsunami, obliterating Murong Feng's attack instantly. The horrifying sword light struck him, sending him flying 1,000 feet, crashing into a distant mountain peak, blood spewing forth, buried beneath rubble, leaving his fate uncertain. The onlookers swiftly extended their spiritual senses. They soon discovered Murong Feng, entombed beneath the stones, his chest faintly rising and falling, his breath weak, though he survived. He had lost consciousness. He had been rendered unconscious by a single strike. The crowd gasped, taken aback by the spectacle. Murong Feng's power was formidable. To be hailed as the foremost swordsman beneath the saints was no exaggeration. Yet, he had been felled by a single blow from Chu Kuangren. Such strength was truly overwhelming. Even the Supreme Masters felt a shiver of apprehension. Who would have thought he had grown to such an extent? Alas, what a prodigy! Chu Kuangren sheathed the Kunwu sword. Muttering to himself, "I stated I did not wish to engage in swordplay. Why must you press me? Now look, unable to endure even a single strike. How embarrassing." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly among the crowd, regardless of their cultivation levels. The spectators could not help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. Not to mention Murong Feng. Few could withstand such a strike from beneath the saints. Esteemed guests, the succession ceremony has concluded. I have arranged a banquet. Please, join me, Xuanzi said with a smile. In response, the crowd paid Murong Feng no further mind, proceeding to the palace where the feast awaited. As the guests raised their cups and toasts, the atmosphere was filled with mirth. Xuanzi, now that you have relinquished the burdens of leadership, will you retreat into the shadows to accumulate your foundation for ascension? An esteemed master from Taishu Temple remarked enviously. Indeed, I shall retreat, but when I will attain sainthood remains uncertain, Xuanzi replied with a hearty laugh. Typically, after achieving quasi-saint status, as long as one diligently accumulated their foundation, achieving sainthood was nearly assured. Nonetheless, each cultivator's path diverged, their comprehensions and talents varied, leading to differing timelines for ascension, ranging from a century to a millennium. With your qualifications, Xuanzi, achieving sainthood within a century is entirely within reach, the Taishu master continued. Xuanzi had once been a peerless prodigy. Having successfully weathered tribulation, a century to sainthood was not beyond possibility. Let us hope so. As the banquet concluded, attendees from various sects gradually departed. Yet, none felt their journey was in vain. To behold the true visage of the divine phoenix was a stroke of unparalleled fortune. Thus, the ceremony of succession drew to a close. Within the Lingtiando Palace, Xuanzi and his companions gathered, standing before a resplendent crimson divine phoenix. The phoenix pecked at its feathers, occasionally glancing at Xuanzi and his companions, then returning to its preoccupation. Such fortune to encounter a divine beast in one's lifetime, exclaimed one. Indeed, this is my first encounter as well. I wonder what it feels like to touch it, another mused. I heard that Kuangren once wrote it. I wonder what that experience was like, someone else chimed in. Do not jest. This is a divine beast of unparalleled nobility. Only those it recognizes may approach, another cautioned. The group chattered excitedly while observing the phoenix in wonder. At that moment, Chu Kuangren approached. The phoenix rushed toward him, knocking several elders off balance. Yet they bore smiles instead of resentment. Haha, I have been struck by a divine beast. So this is what it feels like. One exclaimed. Brother. The phoenix affectionately nuzzled against Chu Kuangren. He gently stroked its neck, then admonished, rushing about like this is unbecoming. Do not act so recklessly in the future. Chapter 196, Naming the Divine Beast and Creating the Saintly Law. I understand. Brother, the divine phoenix chirped playfully, rubbing against Chu Kuangren. All right, stop that. So many people are watching. Although it is rather comfortable, Chu Kuangren muttered under his breath. The feathers of the divine phoenix were soft and radiated warmth, making the sensation quite pleasant. The elders, witnessing the majestic divine beast behaving like a pet before Chu Kuangren, were utterly astonished, their eyes nearly popping out. The chief is indeed extraordinary, effortlessly accomplishing what we could not. Truly admirable, one elder remarked. Chief. Ahem, I meant the sect leader, old habits die hard. By the way, Kuangren, does this divine beast have a name? Elder Rian inquired curiously. Chu Kuangren shook his head. Not yet. Have you thought of one? Yes, he said, stroking the phoenix's neck. Given her vibrant red hue, let us call her Little Red. Absolutely not. How can one be so casual? Elder Rian and the others were left speechless. This is a divine beast. To name her Little Red? What a disgrace that would be if it got out. I think it's quite nice. Little Red sounds pleasant and easy to care for. Chu Kuangren chuckled. Do you think this is like naming a cat or a dog? Elder Xuanqi rolled his eyes. He had come to realize that his disciple was hopeless at naming. Then how about you suggest a name, master? No. I want to be called Little Red. It's the name my brother gave me, and I shall keep it, the divine phoenix declared suddenly. Chu Kuangren turned to look at the elders. See, she has agreed. Phoenix, this name is a matter of great significance for your life. It need not be overly grand. But Little Red is just too lackluster. Indeed. Please choose another, the elders urged earnestly. They imagined the phoenix introducing herself in battle. I am the Little Red of the Xiantian sect. The opposing forces would surely burst into laughter. This cannot stand. It must be changed. The elders pleaded, yet the divine phoenix stubbornly refused to accept any name they suggested. No, I shall be called Little Red, she insisted, valuing the name given to her by Chu Kuangren. Beside her, Lan Yu watched the divine phoenix, understanding her sentiment. After all, her own name had also been bestowed by Chu Kuangren. Though perhaps not the most melodious, she cherished it nonetheless. How about this? We keep the nickname Little Red but give her a grander name, like Chu Hong, Chu Kuangren proposed, stroking the phoenix's feathers. Since you call me brother, you shall carry my surname. The divine phoenix tilted her head. All right, I shall be called Chu Hong. The elders exchanged glances, resigned to the decision. Well, Chu Hong is quite nice. Alas, I had chosen Feng Aoyan. What a majestic name that would have been. My choice was Feng Xiaoyao. How melodic. I hope this divine beast enjoys a carefree existence on the path to greatness. Chu Hong is certainly an improvement over Little Red. Thus, the commotion surrounding the naming of the divine beast came to a peaceful conclusion. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Starry Level Enlightenment card. Oh, a Starry Level Enlightenment card? What a splendid item. Chu Kuangren opened his inventory to find a collection of enlightenment cards, silver, gold, and starry levels, all capable of inducing a state of epiphany. As he contemplated these cards, a thought suddenly struck him. He exited the Dao Palace, where the disciples greeted him with respect. Greetings, sect leader. Chu Kuangren felt quite at ease. The transition from senior brother to sect leader was merely a change of title. The elders assisted him in managing the affairs. Truth be told, aside from the shift in identity, he did not sense much difference between being the sect leader and a senior brother. Everything continued as usual. He arrived at the Xiantian sect's library, a repository of countless sword techniques. Today, he was here to realize a notion that had taken root in his mind. Ascending to the third floor of the library, he picked up a sword technique tome and began to peruse its contents. In the past, he had created a Saint King law within these walls, and now, with his elevated understanding of Tao, he approached these techniques with a deeper comprehension, surpassing even the original creators in insight. He crushed a Starry Level Enlightenment card, instantly entering a state of enlightenment. He began to explore the library, and with the aid of the Enlightenment card in the state of forgetting oneself, he dissected and reassembled every sword technique he encountered, gaining profound understanding. Half a day later, a surge of sword essence erupted from the library, reaching the heavens. All disciples of the Xiantian sect were stirred. What is happening by the library? Is it again the library? Why do I phrase it like again? This sword essence is quite extraordinary. It must be the sect leader. What commotion is he stirring up now? If he were to create another Saint Law, I would not be surprised. It is quite normal at this point. The disciples and elders gathered outside the library, observing Chu Kuangren reading, unfazed. Indeed, it is the sect leader. What will he accomplish this time? Even if he were to create yet another Saint Law, I would remain unfazed. It is simply too commonplace now. Elder Rian and others arrived, sensing the sword essence spiraling above the library. She was not particularly surprised, merely curious about Chu Kuangren's next endeavor. Deep within the Xiantian sect, in several thatched cottages, the voices of the three ancestors of Xiantian echoed. What will this little one stir up today after becoming the sect leader yesterday? Haha, please excuse me for my disciples' exuberance, Elder Xuanqi chuckled, having just joined the group of thatched cottages. Ah, you revel in your own delight, the ninth ancestor teased, clearly relishing the moment. Suddenly, look, their essay change. The three ancestors of Xiantian declared. In their spiritual perception, the vast sword essence above the library began to transform. The essence swirled, morphing into a scene of mountains and rivers, exuding an aura of saintly power. This is a Saint Law? The three ancestors gasped in astonishment. This energy is indeed that of a Saint Law. This young one is remarkably gifted. Who would have thought he could create yet another Saint Law? They marveled. Though it may not be as shocking as his earlier creation of an emperor technique, for a war king to establish a Saint Law is indeed extraordinary. I cannot fathom how he accomplishes this. Wait, there is more transformation. Above the library, the sword essence continued to swirl, manifesting various phenomena, brilliant sun soaring, stars shifting, mythical beasts frolicking, and frost swirling. Each phenomenon emanated an aura of saintly might, each one a Saint Law. Chapter 197, The 12 Sage Laws. A heavy blow to the heart above the library pavilion, extraordinary phenomena unfolded. There were majestic landscapes, the ebb and flow of the sun and moon, and various mythical beasts soaring, exuding an aura of fierce energy. Each phenomenon encapsulated an enigmatic rhythm of the Tao, each representing a sage law. The onlookers swallowed hard. Despite their prior understanding of Chu Kuangren's remarkable abilities, they were nonetheless deeply intimidated. This was a sage law. A single sage lineage typically possesses only a handful of such laws, exceedingly rare in the outside world. Yet, how could they all manifest simultaneously in the presence of Chu Kuangren? Moreover, they were all self-created. This was truly alarming. Is the master really human? One marveled. 1, 2, 3, 9 sage laws. No, it's increasing. 10 sage laws. To think that even our Xiantian sect has only 3, plus the master's creation of the heavenly severing sword technique, making 4. Now, there are at least 10, possibly more. How on earth did the master achieve this? Could it be that he is a celestial being descended to the mortal realm? Within the depths of Xiantian sect, the sage residing in a thatched cottage was equally petrified. A few ancient ancestors of Xiantian remained silent for a moment. Is this fellow treating sage laws like cabbages? They appear as easily as they come. This is utterly absurd. Despite having lived nearly 10 millennia, even the 3 ancestors of Xiantian were rendered speechless by Chu Kuangren's audacity. Sage laws can only be created by those with profound comprehension of the Tao, and even a sage would need to invest countless efforts to produce just one. For instance, the 3 ancestors of Xiantian had managed to create only one sage law throughout their long years, which they still employed today. Yet now, before them, Chu Kuangren had conjured a multitude in mere half a day. How could their mental state remain balanced? He was in a state of enlightenment. At that moment, a voice, aged and resonant, emerged from a thatched cottage. It belonged to the second ancestor of Xiantian, the highest-ranking individual in the sect aside from the late founding ancestor. Even in a state of enlightenment, achieving such a feat was unfathomable, remarked the third ancestor. Perhaps he is inherently gifted. Above the library pavilion, a series of phenomena continued to materialize, 12 in total, representing 12 distinct sage laws. Everyone watched in stunned silence. The master was defying the heavens. Elder Rian swallowed hard, her eyes reflecting an indescribable shock. Elder Rian, fetch me 12 Tao stones. At that moment, Chu Kuangren's voice resounded from within the library pavilion. Upon hearing this, Elder Rian snapped back to reality and hurriedly departed, soon returning with 12 square Tao stones. The 12 Tao stones were placed at the entrance of the library pavilion, after which a sword light suddenly burst forth. The sword light was immensely powerful, akin to a vast expanse of mountains and rivers. Bang! The sword light struck the Tao stones, leaving a scar of light, which then transformed into countless characters. This was one of the sage laws. Another sword strike followed. The essence of the alternating sun and moon, the cycle of life and death, imbued the light. Next, a fierce azure dragon ascended into the sky, exuding a chilling aura that instilled fear. One by one, the 12 sage laws were demonstrated by Chu Kuangren, imprinting an array of profound characters upon the Tao stones. Today, I have self-created 12 sage laws. These 12 Tao stones shall be placed on the final level of the library pavilion, accessible for all true disciples to observe and comprehend. Chu Kuangren declared nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the disciples erupted into discussion. These are indeed 12 sage laws. The master is incredible. Only true disciples would be allowed to comprehend them, and many were eager to advance in rank to gain access to these laws. Do not obstruct me. I must go and comprehend them. The excitement among the disciples was palpable, particularly among the true disciples who could hardly contain their eagerness to sit before the Tao stones and delve into the sage laws. Even those who were not true disciples felt no resentment, understanding that the essence of sage laws is the foundation of a lineage and cannot be indiscriminately disseminated. Limiting comprehension to true disciples was reasonable and served to motivate both inner and outer disciples to strive for advancement. Before long, Chu Kuangren emerged from the library pavilion, his demeanor calm and composed, devoid of any sign of elation or pride, as if the astonishing act of self-creating 12 sage laws had not been his doing. Master, you have truly astonished us. Elder Ruyan and the others approached him. Indeed, our Xiantian sect has only possessed 3 foundational sage laws for cultivation, and the Master's previously self-created heavenly severing sword technique is a sage king law, challenging to comprehend. Now, with these sage laws, we can remedy this deficiency. 12 sage laws. Master, you are truly defying the heavens. In the face of the elders' astonished gazes, Chu Kuangren merely smiled gently, revealing no trace of pride. He understood that Xiantian's sect lacked offensive sage laws, which motivated his decision to create these laws. After comprehending 2 imperial scriptures and benefiting from the attribute of sitting in oblivion, his understanding of the Tao had reached profound depths. Utilizing a star-level enlightenment card enabled him to self-create 12 sage laws. These laws were crafted by distilling the essence and discarding the dross from various cultivation methods within Xiantian's sect, ensuring that the disciples would reap great rewards from practicing them. Regrettably, they were merely ordinary sage laws. Initially, he had aspired to create 2 sage king laws, but it seemed his comprehension of the Tao was still insufficient, he mused. Upon hearing this, Elder Ruyan and the others couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. What a jest! To self-create 12 sage laws in mere half a day and claim insufficient understanding of the Tao. They felt as if all the cultivators in the world should collectively resign from existence. Master, please refrain from such remarks in the future. It is truly disheartening. Elder Ruyan replied with a bittersweet smile. Hearing this, Chu Kuangren chuckled lightly. I am merely honing your resolve. Our resolve is on the verge of collapse, Master. The elders lamented, nearly in tears. Following the creation of the 12 sage laws, the remaining matters were entrusted to Elder Ruyan and the others to manage. Despite the blow to their spirits, they were immensely thrilled, especially since Chu Kuangren granted them the privilege of naming these sage laws, further igniting their excitement. Deep within Xiantian's sect, several ancestors observed the entire process of Chu Kuangren's self-creation of sage laws with clarity. I have held my position for over a millennium. Yet my cumulative achievements cannot compare to his self-creation of 12 sage laws today, one ancestor remarked self-deprecatingly, filled with emotion. Indeed, another agreed. It is worth noting that he only became master yesterday. With these 12 sage laws, the foundation of our Xiantian sect will significantly strengthen. We have birthed a true blessing.